In the municipal building, the son of the Urban Renewal Bureau director slapped the back of my head without hesitation and spouted arrogant words. My childhood friend from the shelter building wanted to retaliate, but I held him back. The bastard grew even more outrageous, demanding I kowtow to him and making lewd remarks toward my friend. Furious, I grabbed an office chair and hurled it at him, knocking him to the ground. Then I tore off my work badge and threw it in his face, declaring I quit before turning to leave. An emergency erupted at White City as Fisher No. 1, alarms and broadcasts blaring across the city. Inside the municipal building, everyone paused their work and rushed to the windows to look. A girl with a ponytail, Wang Miao Miao, blinked her big eyes and asked me, "What is going on with Fisher No. 1? It causes chaos every 2 weeks, making everyone panic." I was just an ordinary municipal employee, how would I know? I could only shake my head. Then, a mocking voice chimed in, "Wang Miao Miao, how can you, 1000 June 3rd stage, hang around with an apprentice all day? Aren't you ashamed?" The speaker was Zhang Zikai, the son of the Urban Renewal Bureau director, who had gotten into the municipal office through connections and loved throwing his weight around. He lounged on a desk, swinging his legs, chin propped on his hand. Wang Miao Miao turned, hands on her hips, and snorted, "Humph. I like it. Unlike some people ugly inside and out." Zhang Zikai jumped down from the desk, sneering at me. "Pretty face 1T put food on the table. Want me to make you disappear from this building tomorrow?" Wang Miao Miao frowned, her voice icy. "Zhang Zikai, don't think I 1T touch you just because your dad is the bureau director. A backdoor hire like you has no right to talk about him?" Enraged, Zhang Zikai strode behind me and slapped the back of my head so hard I nearly hit the glass. He taunted, "What's wrong with calling him trash? Top interview score means nothing. If I hit him, would he dare fight back?" Wang Miao Miao stared in disbelief before roaring, "Zhang Zikai, you're asking for death." She raised her left hand to strike, but I quickly pulled her back, shaking my head. "He is not worth it. He outranks you, you'll be punished if you hit him." My glare at Zhang Zikai could have killed him 1,000 times over. Zhang Zikai smirked. "Weak as you are, at least you're smart. How about this? Kneel and kowtow 3 times, and I'll let you keep your job here." I scoffed. "Zhang Zikai, what did I ever do to you to deserve this?" He spat and laughed. "Nothing. I just hate your face. Big shot in college, but here? You're nothing. So, kneel or not?" The entire office was watching now. Wang Miao Miao snapped, "Zhang Zikai, enough?" But Zhang Zikai licked his lips, leering at her. "Miao Miao, spend a night with me, and maybe I'll let him off." Bam! ID had enough. Grabbing an office chair, I smashed it into him. The chair shattered on impact, and he crumpled to the floor, struggling to get up. The stunned colleagues gaped. No one expected me to act. Finally, Zhang Zikai staggered to his feet, blood streaming from his head, snarling, "You're dead." I glared coldly. "You hit first. Under alliance law, this is self-defense caught on camera. Sue me, and you'll lose. Touch me again, and it's premeditated retaliation, punishable by 6 months to 3 years. Your dad can't sway the tribunal." Zhang Zikai's face twisted with fury. I smirked. "Oh, and were you about to fire me tomorrow? Save the trouble, I quit." I ripped off my badge and flung it at his face. Zhang Zikai seethed. "Fine. Let us see how you survive without this job. With your apprentice-level skills, even street sweeping wouldn't hire you. And you still want to take the postgraduate exam? Just you wait." I ignored him and walked toward the door. Wang Miao Miao snapped out of it and chased after me, "Xiao Mu. Wait for me." I stopped and smiled, saying, "Miao Miao Jia, I know what you want to say. I came to the municipal office for an easy job to save money for the postgraduate exam at the Researchers Institute. But Zhang Zikai keeps targeting me, there's no point staying here. I'd be better off finding any random company job. You stay here and work hard, Zhang Zikai won't dare mess with you, and your mom's medicine still depends on you." After saying that, I patted her shoulder and headed for the elevator. Once inside the elevator, I sighed in relief and whispered excitedly, "System?" A mechanical voice echoed in my mind, "Host, I'm here." Turns out, right when Zhang Zikai hit me, the Universe Supreme system bound itself to me. The activation task was to retaliate against him, and now, the mission was complete. I cautiously asked the system, "What are your functions?" Universe Supreme System. The name sounded ridiculously powerful. The system replied, "This system is dedicated to helping the host become the Universe Supreme in the shortest time possible through the simplest and most efficient methods. The system's functions are as follows: gain 1 attribute point per second." I waited for a while, but the system didn't say anything else. That's it? No response. A herd of 10,000 horses galloped through my heart. Just this basic function? The systems in novels have all kinds of exchanges and rewards, you've got nothing? Are you scamming me? As if sensing my skepticism, the system spoke, "This system is efficient, incomparable to those trash systems." "How exactly is it efficient?" "Host, please explore on your own." "Go to hell." I couldn't help but curse. What kind of efficiency was this? It was straight up treating me like a fool. Then, the system issued its first task, now releasing the first mission. Host must obtain 10 million Federation credits within 1 month. What the hell? 10 million Federation credits? Are you kidding me? I only make 2,000 credits a month at the municipal office. You want me to get 10 million in a month? Should I print it or rob someone? Host, please strive to complete the mission. Failure will result in host termination, and the system will seek the next host. Time remaining, 29 days. Efficient system? More like a joke system here to kill me. Seeing the mission timer, I knew the system wasn't joking. I asked again, 1 attribute point per second? Sounds good, 86,400 points a day. But where's my attribute panel? As soon as I spoke, the panel appeared in my mind. Looking at the data, I roughly understood how attribute points worked. At this rate, with 80,000 points a day, I'd be invincible soon. Ha ha! I'm gonna be unstoppable. I shouted excitedly. Then the elevator doors opened, and everyone in the first floor municipal hall jumped in fright. These people, stuck here due to the sudden situation, saw me step out of the elevator and immediately backed away as if avoiding a lunatic. Embarrassed, I rubbed my nose and quietly slipped into a corner. Damn it, what a humiliation! I asked the system why my strength was tested at 375 earlier but now showed only 366. The system said real-world instruments were inaccurate, its data was precise. When I told it to allocate points, it said it couldn't and told me to handle it myself. Muttering, useless, joke of a system, I opened the panel and started assigning points manually. As I was doing so, the system suddenly notified me that I could directly edit the values, pissing me off even more. I tried adding 1,000 points to strength, but it only went up to 500, with the rest refunded. Immediately afterward, a warm current spread through my body, and my muscles tightened. I asked the system what was going on, but it just repeated, "Host, please explore on your own." This system was seriously arrogant. Next, I allocated points to Constitution, successfully raising it to over 1,200. After the upgrade, my body felt comfortable, but I was starving. I headed to the snack area to grab something to eat, but this hunger grew stronger and stronger. I felt my muscles wasting away and my skin aging. The staff stared at me like I was a thief, and I was utterly embarrassed. One of them came over to ask if I was feeling unwell, and I could only grit my teeth and say I had a stomachache that would pass soon. 2 hours later, the alarm was lifted, and everyone rushed out. I squeezed out of the municipal building with the crowd, gazed at the setting sun by the mountains, and hurriedly rode a shared bicycle back to the shelter building, a place that took in refugees after the Earthstar's mutation, once a welfare institution. A century ago, massive spatial rifts appeared on Earthstar, spewing out monstrous beasts that slaughtered humans indiscriminately. After the Earthstar Alliance was formed, they repelled the beasts and built new cities around the rifts, leaving most of the old cities abandoned. White City survived thanks to a rift outside its walls and took in countless refugees, with this shelter building as a witness. Now, it's become a lawless zone with soaring crime rates. Those with the means have moved away, but I'm still here. I live in Building B, Unit 10, 72nd floor. Pushing open the rusted iron door and the battered security door, I stepped into the room filled with the musty smell of years gone by. It's a standard 1-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom setup. Back then, my parents slept in the bedroom while I took the living room. Now, I've moved into the bedroom, and the living room is piled high with grad school prep materials. The building is over 90 years old, riddled with problems, and the moment you open the door, the musty odor assaults your nose. I went to the window, struggling to open the narrow gap just wide enough for one person to squeeze through, then headed to the fridge and hauled out everything edible. Grabbing a soup pot from the kitchen, I dumped it all in and sat on the couch to launch my assault on the junk food. In no time, the chips, shrimp crackers, and other snacks on the coffee table were all in my stomach. I let out a burp. Though the hunger had eased slightly, I was still starving. At least my muscles had recovered a bit, and my skin wasn't as wrinkled anymore. Looking at my phone, I sighed at the meager balance of just over 4,000 Alliance coins, then glanced at the empty wrappers on the table, feeling utterly dejected. I'd just lost my municipal job and could only rely on hunting mutated beasts to make ends meet. Thankfully, I had the system, so I wasn't too worried. But to get certified as a cultivator by the Cultivator Alliance, I'd have to wait a day for the Alliance system to update. Plus, hunting beasts in the rifts required a spatial storage pouch, otherwise, I couldn't bring back the corpses to exchange for coins. A spatial pouch cost over 10,000, and I still needed to eat in the meantime. Junk food barely eased the hunger, and with my enhanced physique, I needed proper nutrition meat, specifically. But 4,000 coins wouldn't buy nearly enough. With no other choice, I dug out the tattered property deed, staring at it with a mix of reluctance and resolve. Finally, I made up my mind and headed downstairs. I arrived at the commercial street at the intersection of Shelter Building S4 Zone's White City S only Black Market. Stepping into a shabby-looking pawnshop, the portly owner greeted me warmly. "Hey there, young man. What can I do for you?" I handed him the property deed. "I want to mortgage this." The owner took one look and said, "Whoa. A shelter building property deed, these are rare. Must be been passed down from your grandfather's generation. Kid, no one cares about the shelter building anymore. This thing is practically worthless. I knew he was lowballing me and smiled faintly. I'm selling it outright, not mortgaging. Just tell me how much you'll pay. If it's fair, I'll sell. The owner's eyes gleamed slyly. Kid, you've got connections in the municipal office, don't you? Then he added, alright, since you know the inside scoop, I won T lowball you. 50,000 alliance coins. I nodded. Deal. But I need a week before I move out. The owner waved a hand. Stay as long as you like. Just clear out when construction starts. With that, he pulled out 5 stacks of alliance coins from behind the counter and handed them to me. I skimmed through them to confirm they weren't counterfeit, then placed 1 stack back on the counter. Perfect. I need something right now. The owner hefted the coins and asked, what do you need? A spatial storage pouch. The boss's eyes gleamed with a shrewd light. Didn't expect you to be a big spender. Planning to become a cultivator and head to the rift? I didn't answer, just asked, do you have it? The boss didn't mind, flicking the stack of cash as he said, of course we do, it just depends on what price range you're looking for. For a lower end one, that stack of yours is enough. For a better one, you'll need to add 2 more stacks. What's the difference? The boss chuckled, the lower end ones have about as much space as this house of mine, while the better ones have the space of a football field. Just give me a lower end one. Right away, hold on a moment. Soon, the boss brought out a black backpack from the back warehouse and handed it to me. I opened the control panel, it worked fine, so I slung the backpack over my shoulder and walked out of the shop. Hearing the boss's loud hawking inside, I shook my head with a smile. Money talks. Chapter 3, Selling the House. Lin Mu squeezed out of the municipal building along with the crowd, glanced at the remnants of the sun on the side of the mountain, quickly mounted a self-help bicycle, and returned to the place where he lived, the rescue building. The rescue building, after the Earth Star's mutation, was a building used to receive stragglers, and was also commonly known as an orphanage in the past. 100 years ago, a large number of spatial cracks suddenly appeared in the Earth Star, and all kinds of unknown beasts emerged in the cracks, and the beasts madly massacred human beings. In the end, more than 300 countries in the planet Earth formed the Earth Star Alliance, which joined hands to repel the beasts, and then dispatched armed forces into the fissure to fight against the beasts. Since the beasts were so rampant and difficult to kill, in order to provide better logistics for the armed forces in the rift, a new city was built up based on the rift, and all the other old cities were abandoned. White City, a 1,000-year-old city, was not abandoned due to the existence of the spatial rift outside the city. Because of the initial alien beast killings, there were not 1 in 10 original inhabitants of White City, so the White City administration began to receive stragglers from other cities, and the rescue building was established by White City to absorb the stragglers. Only in the past there was municipal control here, but now it has become a completely unregulated area, so this place has also become the highest crime rate in White City. Those who are capable have moved out of the rescue building, while those who are not capable continue to languish here. The rescue building was divided into 4 districts, A, B, C, and D. Each district had 10 buildings, and each building had 100 floors. Lin Mu lived on the 72nd floor of the 10 buildings in Area B. Opening the rusty iron door and the worn-out security door, he stepped inside the room. The room is a standard 1 room, 1 hall, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. In the past, when his parents were alive, his parents lived in the bedroom and Lin Mu slept in the living room. Now Lin Mu moved into the bedroom, and the living room was filled with materials for his exams. The rescue building has been constructed for more than 90 years, and there are countless problems with leaking pipes, clogged sewers, and falling siding. As soon as you open the door, a stale, musty odor immediately drills into your nose. Lin Mu went to the window and opened the window that only allowed 1 person to barely drill into it, then immediately went to the refrigerator and moved out all the things in the refrigerator that could be eaten. After finding a soup pot in the kitchen and throwing everything in with a brain, he sat down on the sofa and began to launch an attack on the few remaining junk foods. In the blink of an eye, the chips, shrimp sticks, instant noodles, spicy strips, and Coke on the coffee table had all been stuffed into his stomach in one fell swoop. Lin Mu burped, a smell of junk food, sent up from the inside of his stomach by the gas from the cola. The hunger in his stomach was not so obvious anymore, but he still felt hungry. However, the muscle condition had recovered a little bit, and the skin wasn't as wrinkled. Ugh, only 4,000 or so alliance coins left. How could I stand this amount of food? Lin Mu glanced at the bank balance on his cell phone, then looked at the various bags on the table, and sighed with worry. Now that he lost his job in the municipality, he can only rely on hunting and killing foreign beasts to earn his living expenses. With the system in place, this is something he is not worried about. The key is to go to the Cultivator Alliance to certify the cultivator. It will take a day before the Alliance system will be updated. With the Alliance certification, he can go to the Rift to kill the alien beasts. Moreover, if you want to go to the Rift to hunt foreign beasts, you must also buy a spatial traveling bag, or else the foreign beast corpses can't be brought back, so they can't be exchanged for Alliance coins. A spatial traveling bag costs more than 10,000. I still have to eat in the next few days, and so far this junk food isn't very useful for hunger relief. This is caused by my body's nutrition not being able to keep up after my physique has been boosted too much, which necessitates eating meat. But 4,000 Alliance coins can only buy 40 pounds of the cheapest pork, and with this amount of food I'm eating, the rest of the money is simply not enough. As the outside of the city became dangerous, the land use area for humans became smaller, so the price of meat skyrocketed. Vegetables and things like that became cheaper instead because they could be grown without soil, and a 100-meter-high vegetable planting base could produce a supply of vegetables for the whole city. Lin Mu frowned and returned to his bedroom to rummage through the boxes and found a worn-out real estate license. There's no way around it. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, I'm sorry. He stared at the real estate license for a while, as if he had made some kind of determination, and went out the door towards the stairs. The commercial street at the intersection of the 4 districts of the rescue building, this place had become the only black market in White City due to the lack of management. Yo, little old man, what do you need? Lin Mu walked into a mortgage trading firm with an old signboard, and as soon as he entered, the wide-bodied and fat boss began his hospitality. I want to mortgage this. He took out the real estate license and handed it to the owner, who was smiling at him with a winking face. Yo! Rescue building real estate certificate. This thing is not common. It was passed down from your grandfather's generation, right? Little brother, no one cares about rescue buildings anymore. This thing is worthless. Lin Mu smiled slightly. He knew that this boss was pressurizing the price. Although the rescue building is unattended, the property right belongs to the municipality. The property license was not issued by the municipality 50 years ago, and the rumor is that the area of the rescue building is going to be transformed into a high-end villa area. The rumor is that this area will be transformed into a high-end villa area. Due to the reason that the real estate license has been issued before, this project has not been started, so the municipality is sending black market traders to vigorously recover the real estate license, which is the insider information he got when he was working in the municipality. I'll sell it outright, no mortgage, just say how much you can offer. I'll sell if it fits. Once he heard this, the boss smiled mysteriously. Little old brother, there are people in the municipality, right? How about this? Since you know the inside story, I won't press your price, $50,000 Union. Lin Mu nodded. The words he just said were intentionally said to the boss, to sell it outright without mortgaging it. For someone who lived in a salvage building, how could he easily make such a decision? There was only one reason, and that was because he knew that even if he mortgaged it, he wouldn't be able to get his real estate license back. Deal. But I'm not moving until a week from now. The owner waved his hand and said, you can live there if you want, but you can just move out when it's time for construction anyway. After saying that, the boss took out 5 piles of alliance coins from the counter behind him and handed them to Lin Mu. Little old brother, come to me if you need anything in the future, haha. Child and old man. Right on time, I need it now. Lin Mu said as he took the alliance coins and roughly looked at them, realizing that there were no fake bills, and took out a bunch of them and placed them on the counter. When you buy and sell things in the black market, you must settle it in person. Once you walk out of the store, you are not responsible for it. He had lived in the salvage building for 22 years and had seen too many bloodshed caused by counterfeit bills. The owner took the pile of Union dollars and weighed them in his hand, smiling, what do you need? A space-traveling bag. When the boss heard this, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect it, but it's still a big patron. This is becoming a cultivator and planning to go to the rift? Lin Mu didn't answer the boss's question and just asked, is there one? The boss didn't care and rattled the pile of alliance coins with his hand and laughed. There are definitely some, it depends on what price you want. For the worse ones, this pile is enough. For the better ones, you'll need to add 2 more piles. What's the difference? The owner laughed. The worse ones have about as much space as this house of mine, and the better ones have as much space as a soccer field. Just give me a worse one. Okay, you wait. Not long after, the boss took out a black backpack from the warehouse at the back and handed it to Lin Mu. Take a look. Lin Mu took the backpack and clicked on the backpack's control panel. It wasn't authenticated and could be used normally. Okay, this is it. After saying that, he carried his backpack and walked out of the merchant house. Gotta go, you take your time. Welcome to the next visit. When he walked to the door, he heard the yelling of the boss inside, smiled and shook his head and said, money is the master ah. Chapter 4 Eating Frenzy. When I got home, what was cooking inside the pot was already done. Lin Mu moved the soup pot down, and a strong aroma of meat came from it. This was some of the only meat left in the house, mainly some frozen dumplings, meatballs, ham sausages, and things like that. Opening the system panel, he added strength to 1000, and of the remaining 6000 attribute points, he added 3000 on his physique. With the lesson from the town hall, now he didn't dare to add indiscriminately. Based on the amount of food projected, the 10 or so pounds of meat in the pot should be able to hold up. After all, just now so much junk food can hold up 1002 physique points added. In an instant, a warm current in his head and a warm current in his stomach ran out at the same time. Lin Mu hurriedly picked up the things in the pot and frantically stuffed them into his mouth. He knew that after this burst of warmth, hunger would instantly come up, so he had to eat as much as he could while the warmth was in his stomach. Soon, the things in the pot bottomed out. His stomach was like a bottomless pit. As soon as he ate in, he digested it, the same as if he hadn't eaten. What's the matter? You added too much at once? Such a big pot of meat, it's not enough? Although he didn't pass out, his hunger was even more intense than when he was in the municipality, and the skin on his hands was slowly collapsing and his muscles were atrophying at a rate visible to the naked eye. Not only on the hands, but slowly, this was happening on the feet, stomach, and even the face was getting a little out of shape. Boom! Inside the rescue building, a loud slamming sound rang out, and a maddened youth ran wildly out of the rescue building. The owner of the marinated meat restaurant was cutting up the meat when he suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing in, and a youth was already sitting on the table shouting loudly, "Boss, 10 pounds of marinated meat, hurry up." Lin Mu was gulping water at the table, relieving his thirst while expecting to relieve the hunger in his stomach. The boss didn't dare to be slow. 10 pounds of marinated meat was a big business. Now that it was hard to earn alliance coins, the people in the salvage building ate meat and bought it 1 or 2 by 2. Not a moment later, steaming marinated meat was served on the table. Lin Mu had a piece of meat in one hand and frantically stuffed it into his mouth. When the boss's wife saw this scene, she forgot to eat the rice in her hand and watched Lin Mu eat like a gourmand. My goodness, how many days have you been starving? He's so skinny, he won't burst if he eats this much. It would be troublesome if he died in our store. The boss's wife came back to her senses and walked to the boss's side, quietly whispering in the boss's ear. The boss was also dumbfounded at this time. Now in this era, there are too many people who can eat, but any cultivator, 10 pounds of marinated meat is not a problem. But this young man in front of me is really too fierce. 10 pounds of marinated meat has just been served up, not even 5 minutes is gone. Boss, 10 more pounds. Good. Good Lou. The boss is also a little confused. 10 pounds of brisket, the average cultivator is absolutely enough. This skinny young man ate 10 pounds of surprisingly feel like nothing, so small stomach can load so many things? Another windy meal. Lin Mu licked the grease on his fingers and patted his stomach contentedly. He was still not full, but his hunger had disappeared, and his muscles had returned to their original state, and even hardened a bit, and his skin had regained its glory. Sure enough, to resist hunger, you have to eat meat. Boss, pack me another 50 pounds of marinated meat. How much is the total? Hearing this, the boss's eyes glazed over. Young man, our store is out of marinated meat. Are there any others you want? Marinated chicken, marinated duck, and those. I only like to eat marinated meat. Don't worry if we don't have any. Calculate for me how much. Lin Mu glanced at the store. This small store would be lucky to have 20 pounds of lo mein for sale. He was starving and fainted. He just saw a random store selling meat and came in. He won't buy brine chicken or duck. That stuff is full of bones, which is not as cost effective as brine meat. Now he can't afford to break $1 in half. Wait a moment, I'll do some math. Marinated meat is 102 alliance coins a pound. You ate a total of 20 pounds, a total of 2,400 alliance coins. Lin Mu nodded. Right now the price of pork was 101 alliance coins a pound. The boss wasn't making $10 a pound of meat, selling 10 pounds of meat to make a pound of meat. Walking out of the store, he strolled downstairs in the commercial street and strolled through all the brine meat stores before he managed to get 60 pounds of brine meat. Looking at the marinated meat in his hand, and the 4 remaining alliance coins in his hand, Lin Mu sighed. It's true that poor people study literature and rich people practice martial arts, so for a while it cost me 9,006 alliance coins. According to this amount of food consumption, 1 pound of meat can probably sustain 100 physique plus points consumption. Just now, he added 3,000 points and ate about 10 pounds upstairs and 20 pounds at the brisket store before his hunger completely disappeared. It seems that physique isn't added casually, and neither is strength. This system even has its own set of energy conservation. However, why did I add more than 1,000 points of physique in the elevator of the municipal building and carry through instead? Could it be? Lin Mu suddenly thought of a possibility, then touched his pants pocket before letting out a bitter laugh. Indeed. He touched a handful of ash from his pocket. This was the first rank foreign beast spirit core that Wang Miao Miao had just given him in the morning. It was used to help him advance to the first rank of Chen Jun. He didn't expect it to turn into ash all of a sudden, and after getting the system, he had completely forgotten about this. Opening his palm and letting the dust float away with the wind through his fingers, Lin Mu smiled. You've also completed your mission. Without this spirit core, he might have been drained of his flesh by the warm current and died in the city hall. Carrying 60 pounds of brined meat back home, these were what he was going to eat tonight to add his physical attributes. He planned to add his physique first, and his strength to a little over 1,000, enough to rise to the first rank of martial artist. Tomorrow to go to the Martial Artist Alliance certification. From an apprentice all of a sudden grew to a high-ranked martial artist, a bit too scary, so first add the physique, and then add the strength after going to the Cultivator Alliance certification, so that there is no fear of being suspected. Anyway, when the time comes, just find a random excuse and say that you picked up exotic flowers inside the crack. Right now, the 10th in the martial ranking was the reason why he had become a top 10 Earth Star powerhouse in a short period of time, because he had eaten a spirit herb. So Lin Mu began the happy days of eating meat while adding attribute points. He found that this method of adding points was the most comfortable, and he wasn't hungry, and the warm flow was still wandering around in his body all the time. As soon as the meat reached the inside of his stomach, it was absorbed by the warm flow. There wasn't even any dregs left. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Lin Mu looked at the attribute panel and smiled dumbfounded. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 10,835. Strength, 1325. Spirit, 12. Attribute points, 20,240. According to the current value of my physique, my strength can be increased to 40,000, and as long as I have enough attribute points, I can instantly become a wanding 4th stage cultivator. Lin Mu laughed as his haroms flowed out. Other people had to rely on absorbing aura to cultivate. His own cultivation relied solely on adding points. It was easy and cozy. It would be even better if his stomach wasn't hungry. Since the appearance of the beasts, the Earth Star Alliance found that there would be a kind of energy substance escaping from the cracks, and this substance could promote the evolution of the human body, and was named by the Alliance Aura. Thus, the Earth Star Alliance fused the essence of civilizations from different countries and spent 10 years to create a cultivation technique that can absorb aura. Cultivator's secret method, and all the citizens of the Alliance who are full of 18 years old can go to the Cultivator's Alliance to apply for the cultivation technique. After practicing the Cultivator secret method, if their strength reaches 1,000 kilograms, they can go to the Cultivator Union to be certified as a cultivator. Chapter 5, Cultivator Certification. I'm going to go buy more meat tomorrow and try to maximize my physique in one day. As long as the constitution was enough, the strength could be added to 5 times the limit of the constitution, and it didn't have to suffer any side effects. Just pity my wallet. Seeing the remaining 30,000 alliance coins on the table again, his face instantly crumpled. There were places that needed money everywhere, and the hypnosis system still had to come up with $10 million within a month, blue and thin. Taking the spatial traveling bag out and studying it for a while, he was already able to skillfully maneuver the spatial traveling bag so that he could quickly load up the alien beast corpses and materials in the cracks. There was a panel on the back of the space traveling bag, which would display the items in the backpack, and by scratching the items on the panel to the mouth of the backpack, the items could be taken out. As for loading things is simple, the mouth of the space travel bag can be extended, Lin Mu tried, the refrigerator can be loaded in, the beast corpse is even more not to mention. If you really can't fit it in, you can disassemble it and then reload it. Anyway, there are only fixed things that are worth money on the corpse of the beast. After playing with the spatial traveling bag for a while, he couldn't help but lament, sure enough, it's human evolution that promotes technological outbreaks. Sleep, sleep. Go to the Martial Artist Alliance for certification tomorrow. Packing the remaining 10 pounds of brisket into his spatial traveling bag, he whistled, took a gleeful shower, and lay down on his bed to enter dreamland. In his dream, he transformed into a god of war, decimating alien beasts in the major cracks of the Earthstar, becoming a great hero that everyone admired. Early the next morning, Lin Mu, who was woken up by the alarm clock, rubbed his eyes and remembered last night's dream. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew stronger. After washing up, Lin Mu rode his bike to the White City Municipal Building, which was opposite the Martial Artist Alliance. Lin Mu, how dare you come to the municipal building? You've been expelled. He was looking at the 100-meter-high building of the Martial Artist Alliance when a disgusting voice came from behind him. Zhang Zikai had gauze wrapped around his head and looked at him viciously. It's useless now even if you kneel down and beg me. Unless you let Wang Miao Miao accompany me for one night. Lin Mu looked at Zhang Zikai. Disgust grew from his heart. The more he looked, the more disgusted he felt. Miao Miao is a third-order martial artist, their group leader is the Exterminator. Even your father wouldn't dare to mess with the Exterminator so easily, so don't be a toad and try to eat swan meat. Zhang Zikai snorted coldly, humph. What I can't get, you don't want to get either. Now that you don't have a municipal salary, I'll see how you can survive in White City. Che, stupid X. Lin Mu snorted coldly and walked towards the Martial Artist Alliance building without looking back. Zhang Qilin looked at Lin Mu, who had stepped into the Cultivator Alliance, and said grimly, promoted to Cultivator? No wonder you're so arrogant. He then viciously spat in Lin Mu's direction. So what if you've been promoted to a Cultivator? A Cultivator of the first 1000 June rank, you can be born if I want you to be born, and you have to die if I want you to die. After saying that, he took out his cell phone from his mouth and made a call, then walked into the municipal building with a gloomy face. Inside the Cultivator Alliance building, Lin Mu looked at the various windows in confusion. There were more windows here than in the municipal hall. Merit Law Collection, Quest Submission, Exotic Beast Material Acquisition, Heavenly Material and Treasure Exchange, an exclusive window for Demon Defenders. There were more than a dozen windows densely packed, all related to cultivators, but Lin Mu just couldn't find the window for cultivator certification. This gentleman, what can I help you with? Seeing that he was at a loss for words in the hall, a staff member on the side walked over and inquired. Lin Mu scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I want to perform cultivator certification, but I don't see the certification window. Hearing his reply, the staff smiled and said, Sir, you can just go directly to the second floor. After saying that, the staff politely made a please gesture towards the stairway on the second floor. Lin Mu's face flushed, and it was only then that he saw that next to the first window, a large display screen was blatantly flowing and playing 8 big words Cultivator Certification, please go up to the second floor. He didn't even see such a large display and had to have a staff member come over to guide him. His face was lost. This damn inertia. Lin Mu cursed as he walked. His first reaction when he came in was that the authentication window should be together with the other windows, so he kept staring at the window area in the center, completely failing to notice that there was such a large display on the other side of the stairway. In his mind, he had to receive the corresponding number plate at the window before he could go to the corresponding floor to do the relevant business, because that was the process in the municipal building. Walking up the stairs to the second floor, he didn't take the elevator, he just wanted to escape from the sight of the staff as soon as possible, otherwise he always felt that the staff was watching him from behind. As soon as he went up to the second floor, there was immediately a staff member who took him to fill out the form, authenticate, and receive a number, a set of processes down incredibly fast, many times more efficient than the municipal office. After getting the form, Lin Mu came to the testing area for the test. The cultivator's test is very simple, as long as the strength reaches 1000 kilograms even if it is a formal cultivator, before that it can only be counted as an apprentice. There aren't many people doing the certification. Soon it was Lin Mu's turn. Facing the humanoid fist strength tester, he went up and clunked 3 times. Cultivator test to test 3 times the data. You can use their own think the strength of the largest 3 parts of the attack, the average value of 1000 even qualified. 1132, 1215, 1280. Lin Mu attacked with his left hand, right hand and right foot respectively, with his right foot being the most powerful. After the test was completed, a staff member quickly registered and then explained that Lin Mu's data would be uploaded to the Earthstar Alliance tomorrow, and that if there was a subsequent need to update the data, he could come directly to the second floor. After doing everything, he was ready to go to the business district to spend the remaining 30,000 alliance coins, pile up his physique as much as he could today, and go inside the rift tomorrow to directly raise his strength. Before he could walk out of the Cultivator certification hall on the second floor, a man in a black uniform scurried out from the side and took out a leaflet and handed it to Lin Mu. Get to know the demon removal guard, the benefits are top-notch. Lin Mu was taken aback by him and froze for a moment before taking the flyer in his hand, smiling awkwardly. Let's see. Then he went down the stairs without looking back, murmuring while walking, who doesn't know that the demon removal guards are treated well, but I'm afraid of this treatment, having a life to take and no life to spend. The Demon Removal Guards was an official organization set up by the Earthstar Alliance, and the welfare treatment was indeed a heaven and a earth compared to the civil organization, and there were even some special rights. But the Demon Removal Guards cannot refuse the task, above the task you have to go, or else it is the law disposal. He took the flyer and shook his head while looking at it, and when he walked out of the Cultivator Alliance building, he threw the flyer into the trash can by hand. He was more than clear about what a Demon Removal Guard was. A high-level Demon Removal Guard was an Alliance fighter, and a low-level Demon Removal Guard was Alliance cannon fodder, and he basically wouldn't remove Demon Removal Guards if he couldn't live anymore. His goal now is to be the strongest lone wolf. How can he be bound by the Demon Removal Guards? Chapter 6, Robbery. Ride the self-service bicycle to the busiest downtown area of White City. After searching for half a day, he was able to find a workshop specializing in marinated meat, and Lin Mu directly ordered 30,000 Alliance coins of marinated meat, causing the workshop owner to be shocked for a moment. 300 pounds of marinated meat, but their sales for a day, although I do not know what the young man in front of me is doing to buy so much marinated meat, but there is money not to be earned. In the workshop, boss yells 5 and 6 command sound, more than 300 pounds of brined meat quickly packaged. In order to transport this marinated meat, Lin Mu had the luxury of taking a bus once, costing him 100 Alliance coins. Because of the energy problem, nowadays it was basically rare to see private cars on the street except for buses, not that the cars were too expensive, but the oil was too costly. Want to drive, you have to bear the high cost of oil. This era can drive a private car, that a rich big brother. And electric cars have long been out of history. There is not enough electricity in commercial and residential areas, where is the electricity to charge the car? It's a good thing that everyone is in good shape these days, and traveling is all about legs and bicycles if you want to go faster. But this also solves the city's traffic problems, basically no more car accidents. Returning home, Lin Mu looked at the 300 Alliance coins placed on the coffee table and cried without tears. The system is simply too costly. Yesterday he was a $10,000 household, but today he has become a poor household. It'll be fine, everything will be fine. He carefully put the 300 Alliance coins into his pocket, took out the marinated meat and started the big business of adding points. At 8 o'clock in the evening, all the brisket was consumed, and Lin Mu looked at the system panel with satisfaction, giggling. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 42,535. Strength, 1325. Spirit, 12. Attribute points, 60,305. Looking at the more than 60,000 attribute points left, he resisted the urge to add them. With these 60,000 attribute points added, he would instantly become a strong person of the 5th rank of the Wanding. He had heard that there would be a big commotion when breaking through a big realm. In order to minimize unnecessary trouble, he decided that it would be better to wait until he was inside the rift before adding more points. By then, the sky would be high enough for the birds to fly, the sea would be wide enough for the fish to swim, and he could add as much as he wanted, standing up, lying down, or upside down. When he thought of these scenes, Lin Mu's harumphs flowed out. Hello, takeout. A knock on the door interrupted Lin Mu's thoughts and instantly brought him back to reality. Takeout? Delivery is wrong, right? I didn't order takeout. Lin Mu shouted loudly towards the outside. He must not just open the door in the relief building. Burglary cases abound in this unregulated area. He shouted towards the outside and didn't bother with the people outside the door anymore. That's right, 7208, Building 10, Area B, this is it. The person outside the door said with some confusion. Look whose name it is, I really didn't order takeout. Lin Mu quietly walked to the kitchen and picked up a kitchen knife in case the person outside the door broke in, but he had just gotten 40,000 Alliance coins, and he didn't know whether or not the black market boss would reveal the news. The person who received the food. Lin Mu, the person who ordered the food is called Wang Miao Miao. Are you Lin Mu? Ah. If not, I'll take away and eat it myself. Ah. It's such a hassle to come to the relief building to deliver food, making it look like a spy war. The person outside the door muttered and spat with some dissatisfaction. Hearing that the delivery man outside the door was able to accurately report his and Wang Miao Miao's names, Lin Mu sighed in relief. He hadn't told the black market boss what his name was, and it was even more unlikely that the black market boss would know Wang Miao Miao's name. Wang Miao Miao and himself, as municipal personnel, had encrypted files, so ordinary people couldn't get their information, much less know where they lived. Wang Miao Miao sometimes works overtime when ordering food, and occasionally will help him also call a copy, only usually call over to let him receive takeout. Nah, he was a crappy document organizer who didn't need to work overtime at all, so he would usually send it to the relief building. Thinking that maybe Wang Miao Miao was too busy to call, Lin Mu put down the chopper and opened the security door to call the delivery man. Ugh, wait. Has gone to the next room door of the delivery man with a face of impatience ran back and said, do you want it or not, do not want me to go. After saying that, his right hand lifted upwards, and a huge packing box was lifted up by him. Looking at this oversized packing box, Lin Mu knew that this box definitely couldn't be passed through the iron door, so he said, you put it on the ground, I'll come out to get it later. The takeout clerk looked at Lin Mu with contempt and muttered, living in a salvage building, making it look like you're a boss with millions of dollars, it's speechless. After saying that, he put down the packing box, handed Lin Mu a takeout order and said, please sign it. Ignoring the takeout clerk's complaints, after Lin Mu signed the takeout order, the takeout clerk turned around and left the floor. Through the iron door to see the delivery man into the elevator entrance, he dared to rest assured to open the iron door to get takeout. In the rescue building does not grow two more hard eyes, early death 800 times. The kind of robber who pretends to be a delivery man to deliver food, Lin Mu encountered a few years ago, but fortunately he was smart and did not take the bait. But there are still people on the same floor who can't resist the temptation to think that someone else has filled in the wrong address, and then they are robbed and killed in the house. Kid, you're indeed cautious, but Dao is taller than the devil, and I seem to be slightly better. Lin Mu had just stepped out of his room and was squatting down to get a takeaway when he suddenly stiffened, a sharp object pierced his skin and rested against his waist, and a low voice rang out behind him. Haven't you already left? He stood up a little by the sharp object behind him, but his mouth was unruffled. It's just this much distance, just 2 or 3 steps for me. Get in. The delivery man taunted and walked into the room with his dagger against Lin Mu. Yo, you've had a good little life. Eating so much brisket. The delivery man sneered when he saw the packages of marinated meat on the coffee table. Dude, have a conversation, you want money or something? Lin Mu was held by the dagger and didn't dare to move. Nowadays, although the medical skills are advanced, it is still difficult to treat a punctured internal organ. Boom. The delivery man slammed the security door shut with his foot and growled viciously low in his ear, of course you want money. Do you think I'm idle and running over to play with you? After saying this, he kicked Lin Mu down on the sofa, threw the dagger in his hand, removed the hat on top of his head, and said, take out all the money, don't let me go searching, and when I'm happy, I might let you off the hook. Well said. Good talk. Lin Mu agreed while opening the system panel to add points. 10,000 attribute points were directly added to the strength attribute. A powerful warm current wrapped around his body, a power that fascinated him slowly spread throughout his body. He presumed that this person definitely didn't have the 10,000 ding realm cultivation, or else he would have already broken through the door. The security doors and iron gates that the city had remodeled would at most stop cultivators at the 6th or 7th level of the 1,000 cauldrons because they thought that cultivators at the Wanding realm wouldn't do that kind of home invasion and robbery, or stealing chickens and dogs. Chapter 7 Who sent you? Lin Mu resisted the urge to growl lowly. The force that made him excited power hit his whole body. He wanted to release it, but right now he couldn't, he could only hold it back. After fumbling on the sofa for a while, he snuck out the $300 Union in his pocket, then stood up and showed it to the delivery man, saying, the money is in the bedroom. The delivery man grunted coldly, then what are you waiting for, so I can treat you? Immediately. Right away. Lin Mu pretended to be submissive and headed for the bedroom. As he passed by the takeout clerk, he suddenly threw an elbow strike that went straight to the head of the takeout clerk. The takeout clerk hurriedly blocked with his hands, still caught off guard and disoriented. While the delivery man was confused, he kicked the delivery man into the wall, and the decorative paintings on the wall were shaken off by the tremendous vibration. He rushed over with a step and stomped on the takeaway's chest, and choked the takeaway with his right hand. He then lowered his body and roared, speak. Who sent you here? The delivery man was choked by Lin Mu and couldn't catch his breath. His face reddened as he did his best to roar, aren't you? You? 1,000 Junes? Lin Mu sneered, thinking that I'm 1,000 June first order. You don't put me in your eyes, thinking that I can't help you even if I resist. As a killer, why are you so naive? With that said, the force on his hands increased a few more points, and the takeout man flailed his arms and legs in a flurry of Wang Beiji fists, trying to break free of his restraints. But the gap in strength is a little big, struggling for half a day, but tossed in more air, less out of breath. Seeing the takeout clerk in such a situation, Lin Mu loosened the force on his hand and asked, speak. Who exactly are you sent by? The takeout clerk coughed madly, cough, cough. As he got his breath back, he said, no one sent me, I set my sights on you. Hearing this, Lin Mu laughed out loud, ha. Do you think I'm stupid? But even if you don't say it, I know who it is. It's Zhang Zikai, isn't it? Seeing the terrified look in the takeout clerk's eyes, he laughed evilly, looks like I guessed right. After saying that, the strength in his hand gradually increased, and the takeout clerk gradually lost his breath after struggling for a while. Vomit. Seeing the takeout man completely cut off, Lin Mu only felt a churning inside his stomach, then ran to the kitchen sink and dry heaved. If it wasn't for the fact that all the marinated meat had been digested, it would probably have run out of his stomach to rejoin him. Although he had grown up living in a salvage building and was used to seeing burning and looting, he was still a bit uncomfortable with his first kill. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Mu looked at the body of the delivery man on the ground. After vomiting, he had already thought of a way to dispose of the body. Put the body into the space bag. Tomorrow find a place where no one threw it away will be fine. In a place like the rescue building, a corpse couldn't cause much of a stir, and sometimes when a corpse was found inside a room, the garrison would just come over and go through the motions. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Lin Mu saw a bit of tattoo on the back of the neck of the garrote, turned the body over, and used his cell phone to take a picture of it for research, which turned out to be the logo of the Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society is a medium-sized gang in White City, which mainly relies on extortion, blackmail and protection money to get by, and also takes on some unseemly dirty jobs. Zhang Zikai, Black Dragon Society. Lin Mu sat on the sofa, looking at the forum about the Black Dragon Society and murmured. The reason he guessed that the mastermind behind this was Zhang Zikai was solely because this Black Dragon Society assassin had spoken Wang Miaomiao's name. Wang Miaomiao belonged to the municipal special department, unless it was a supervisor-level figure who could view her specific information. On what basis could a robber know Wang Miaomiao's information? The only person who could clearly know Wang Miaomiao's relationship with himself and at the same time have a problem with him was Zhang Zikai, who had the ability to do this. Because he didn't need to check Wang Miaomiao's information, as long as he checked his own information, knew where he lived, and used Wang Miaomiao's name to make himself let his guard down, he was able to hook himself out of the room. He put down his cell phone and put the corpse away into the space travel bag, originally used to contain the corpse of a foreign beast. Space travel bag did not expect that the first time to contain would be a human corpse. Looking at Zhang Zikai's and his father's public messages, Lin Mu murmured grimly, Zhang Zikai, originally it was just a small conflict. If you want to play like this, then I'll play with you. When I come out from inside the rift, I'll play with you properly. He wasn't going to go looking for trouble with Zhang Zikai right now. He was going to disappear for a while so that Zhang Zikai would think that he was dead. Otherwise, if he was assassinated by an assassin of the Black Dragon Society at the first 1000th rank, and he was still walking on the street with great fanfare, and it so happened that the Black Dragon Society assassin had also disappeared, Zhang Zikai would surely become suspicious. Once the matter of him getting stronger quickly was exposed, it would be easy to attract some uninvited guests, so the first task at the moment was to go to the crack to find the chance. Moreover, 2 days had passed since the task time given by the system, and he still only had 300 alliance coins, so he had to hurry up and enter the rift to earn enough 10 million alliance coins. As for going to kill Zhang Zikai now is even more impossible. Zhang Zikai living place is a luxury villa area, security first class. Whether he can sneak into it is not easy to say. Even if he sneaks in, kill him will certainly trigger the alarm. Zhang Zikai's father is the Ninth Order of the Wanding, or the director of the Urban Reform Bureau. Want to find out Zhang Zikai and the Black Dragon Society's deal is very simple. Once the investigation to their own body, they may not even have the opportunity to escape at night. Lin Mu took a cold shower to calm himself down, and he, who had a good brain since he was a child, had quickly organized his thoughts. On the other side, Zhang Zikai, who was drinking wine in the luxurious villa, kept dialing with his cell phone, looking a bit impatient. Damn it, people from the Black Dragon Society, are they so unreliable in their work? After saying that, the wine glass in his hand was fiercely thrown on the ground by him. The next day before dawn, Lin Mu wandered around the various parts of the relief building with his space bag on his back, found an unoccupied place, pulled open a sewer manhole cover, and threw the body of the Black Dragon Society killer in. When he arrived at the city gates, the night ban had just been lifted, and the queue to leave the city had already begun to slowly surge out of the city. Activating the spatial traveling bag panel, going through the security check by the garrison, and going through the cultivator system authentication, Lin Mu arrived outside the city. This was his first time out of the city. In White City, ordinary people couldn't go out of the city, only cultivators could go out of the city to hunt foreign beasts. Outside the city, the trees withered, overgrown with weeds, a gust of wind swept the yellow sand constantly whistling past the city, cannot see any traces of life. Lin Mu saw the scene as not only heartfelt. When he was a child, grandpa also gave him to see the animal world, that inside the animals alive, the world colorful. Unexpectedly, just 100 years' time, the world has become so desolate, not even a hair can be seen, everywhere is dead branches and weeds. The reason for this was seen by Lin Mu when he was studying the exam material. Many animals were slaughtered in large numbers during the invasion of the foreign beasts, and the remaining animals were protected by the Earth-Star Alliance, so the animals that were seen in the wild now, those were really rare animals. Lacking the most important part of the ecosystem, the world naturally became more and more desolate. Chapter 8: The Rock Giants. After stopping for a while and seeing that the special bus to the rift on the side was about to depart, Lin Mu hurriedly boarded the Line 8 special bus and paid the fare of 100 alliance coins. This train was heading to Rift number 8, which was the smallest and the most stable of the 8 rifts around White City. Most of the beasts inside were of the first and second order, and the third order was basically unseen, and the bodies of the beasts in Rift number 8 were still worth money. Therefore, the cultivators who go to the 8th rift to hunt foreign beasts are the most numerous, and the people on the Line 8 special bus are all in the 1000 June realm, and the people in the 10,000 tripod realm don't see this thing on the 8th rift. Along the way, it was full of barrenness, dust, and sand, and occasionally a few flying birds could be seen circling in the air. In about half an hour, the special car stopped, the door opened, and everyone hurriedly got out of the car. It was Lin Mu's first time to come to the rift to hunt foreign beasts, so in order not to be targeted, he followed the large group and walked forward at a fast pace. The place where he got off the bus was town number 8, said town, but in fact it was just 2 rows of houses built on both sides of the road. The houses were not high, only 5 floors, which were built uniformly by the Earth Star Alliance. The style, and height were all exactly the same. The houses on the left side of the town were lodging areas, where one could spend Alliance coins to rest for the night if they were tired inside the rift. The houses on the right were some chambers of commerce and functional departments. Passing through the town brought you to the mouth of the rift. Crack number 8 was 4 or 5 meters wide and more than 10 meters high, standing quietly above the earth as if the space was engulfed in darkness, revealing a regal unknown mystery. 10 meters away from the mouth of the fissure, there were 4 Alliance Armed Forces personnel holding laser guns inspecting it. 2 were checking the information of those entering the rift, and 2 were checking the information of those exiting the rift, preventing those without cultivator certification from slipping into the rift. It also prevented some people from carrying large weapons into the rift and causing a riot of foreign beasts. Lin Mu followed the team to the front of the rift, and the armed officer took out a scanner and scanned his face, looking at the information on the instrument and frowning. A cultivator who was just certified yesterday? You're going into the rift today? Yes. Hearing his affirmative answer, the armed man didn't say another word, but just sighed, and then let him pass after checking his spatial traveling bag. Arriving in front of the rift and looking at the distorted light and deep darkness of the rift, he took a deep breath and took a step forward. A dizzying sensation of heavenly spinning hit him, and it was only the moment he felt the ground his feet landed on that he slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, what met his eyes was a bunch of large tents, which were the stationing points of the armed forces and the demon removal guards within the rift space. The garrison was the last line of defense within the rift, and when the garrison was broken, the foreign beasts would rush out of the rift space and enter the Earth Star. All garrison points are off limits to all but the demon guards and the armed forces. Looking up, it was dim, kind of like when the Terran sun is just setting but not quite yet. This cultivator, please do not linger here in case there is a stampede. Looking at Lin Mu, who was frozen in place, the armed personnel patrolling the stationing point hurriedly ran over and reminded him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Mu felt his back suddenly being stepped on, and he stumbled forward 2 steps. Whose brat is this, entering a crack and not leaving, looking at the scenery here? Lin Mu turned around. A bearded uncle was getting up from the ground, looking at him with an annoyed face. Sorry. He hurriedly apologized, not knowing that this would happen again the first time he entered the rift. Alas! Little fledgling, in the future, don't block people at the mouth of the rift and don't go deeper into the rift. The uncle patted the ash on his body, sighed, and walked towards the distance. Lin Mu looked at the helpless uncle and scratched his head awkwardly. Under the watchful eyes of the armed men, he took out his cell phone and opened the electronic map that the Alliance distributed for free, and rushed towards his destination. This time, his first target was the rock giant in the 8th rift. This kind of beast had high defense and slow speed, belonging to the top of the first order beasts, and there were very few cultivators who went to hunt the rock giant. This also led to the rock core in the rock giant's head being very valuable. One could be sold for 2,000 Alliance coins, equivalent to his 1 month's salary in the municipality. Moreover, he now had empty strength but no combat skills, so it was just the right time to use this rock giant to practice. Running furiously towards the north, he bypassed the territory of several second-rank alien beasts. Now was not the time to hunt second-rank alien beasts. Only after his combat skills were skilled could he add more points to kill second-rank alien beasts. For now, he had to stabilize at the first rank of the Wanding and hone his combat skills and combat awareness. Half an hour later, one rock giant after another appeared in his line of sight. Lin Mu swept a glance. The smaller rock giants were only as tall as 2 of him, and the larger rock giants were like a small 3-story building. Standing there were an intimidating presence. This was the bottom of a cliff. Hundreds of rock giants were hugging around the cliff, constantly picking fist-sized rocks off the cliff and sending them into their mouths. Lin Mu put his spatial traveling bag aside and slowly approached the crowd of rock giants. Before he could get completely close, the rock giants in the periphery had already discovered him. An unpleasant hissing sound emanated from the mouths of the rock giants, stinging his eardrums. Seeing this situation, his right foot stomped hard. His body was like a stray arrow running towards a small rock giant. In his mind, he repeated several times about the attacking movements in the Cultivator combat guide, figuring out how to attack and how to defend. When he reached the rock giant, he was blocked by a horizontal slap, and he hurriedly braked and dodged to the side. What a bull guide, eggless! Lin Mu spat out, and the originally thought-out fighting style was discarded by him like smoke. Those set movements from the Cultivator's combat guide were basically useless in real combat, and it was still necessary for him to slowly experience them on his own in order for his combat instincts to improve. Seeing several rock giants running towards him, Lin Mu's head got big. He could only rely on his instinctive sense to move around and dodge among several rock giants, giving the rock giants a blow every now and then. But this kind of hasty attack was irrelevant to the rock giants. Slowly, more and more rock giants surrounded him. Lin Mu kept weaving in and out of the middle of the rock giants with his excellent dodging speed, occasionally landing a heavy punch. More than half an hour passed. Lin Mu didn't have any fatigue. This is the perversion of the physique plus full, powerful physique dominates disproportionate strength. Simply don't be too easy. Moreover, he felt that his combat skills and combat awareness were improving. Every time he was about to be attacked by the rock giant, he could ghostly make some inhuman movements to avoid the attack. Die for me. He dodged the attacks of two rock giants, made a jump to the head of a small rock giant, and delivered a horizontal kick to the rock giant's head. Boom! The rock giant's head, as if it had been blown up by gunpowder, fell apart. A small stone glittering with white light was interspersed amongst the stones and fell to the ground. Lin Mu was quick on his feet and rushed over with a sprint to pick up the small stone. Holding the rock core and observing it for a while, feeling the abundant energy inside, Lin Mu smiled and threw it next to the spatial traveling bag. Again! He looked at the crowd of rock giants with a grin and hooked his finger, teasingly. As if sensing Lin Mu's provocation, the rock giants let out an unpleasant hiss and took big steps towards Lin Mu. However, as time passed, Lin Mu felt that all parts of his body were being utilized to the limit by him, and where he wanted to move only required a simple thought to react quickly. The various killing moves from the Cultivator's combat guide were incorporated into his fights and used in a coherent manner. Boom! Boom! The sound of rock giants' heads exploding resounded continuously as one after another rock giant fell to the ground with a bang after having their heads blown off by Lin Mu. Chapter 9, System Upgrade. Not playing with you guys. Feeling that the rock giant was no longer a threat to him, Lin Mu tapped on the attribute panel and started adding points. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 42,535. Strength, 11,325. Spirit, 12. Attribute points, 103,586. Looking at more than 100,000 attribute points, Lin Mu smiled so much that the corners of his mouth were tugging to the pressure root. Add points, add them all to strength. More than 100,000 attribute points were added to strength by Lin Mu in a brainwave. Roar! A powerful warm current wandered through all parts of Lin Mu's body, making him feel unprecedentedly comfortable, and a berserk roar came out of his mouth, venting the unwillingness he had felt for more than a decade. What's going on? Obviously the physique is so much, it should be able to add up to 200,000 strength. How come it can't add up to 99,000 again? Looking at the power on the panel fixed at 999,999, and the remaining attribute points returned to the road attribute points column in the same way, Lin Mu was a bit confused. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 42,535. Strength, 99,999. Spirit, 12. Attribute points, 14,935. At this moment, the rock giant had already rushed to the front of his eyes. Lin Mu couldn't think about it in time, and after closing the system panel, he stomped his right foot, and a huge dirt pit was stepped out by him. Then the whole person was like a cannonball, heading straight for the rock cliff. Only after bracing his forward tendency with his hand on the cliff wall did Lin Mu stop his forward tendency. Looking at the glittering eye holes on the rock giant's face, it was as if he saw doubt. He climbed on the cliff wall, touched his nose in embarrassment, and laughed awkwardly. Sorry, too many breakthroughs at once, wait for me to get used to it, and I'll be right back to finish you guys off. After saying that, he pushed back with his right hand with force, and his whole body glided in the air for some distance, followed by a dive, rushing into the crowd of rock giants. As he kept attacking, the power of his body was gradually mastered, and that state of being all connected returned. But now he wasn't a wanding first stage anymore. With the power of the wanding ninth stage, as soon as his fist touched the rock giant's strong body would also fall apart. Lin Mu was like a humanoid cannonball, constantly blasting the rock giant, just like building a road in the mountains to open up a mountain, all kinds of rubble flying in the sky. More than 200 rock giants were all quickly wiped out under his rhythm of punching one little friend at a time. Looking at the debris on the ground, Lin Mu bent down to pick up the glowing rock cores on the ground, and while picking them up, he counted 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000. 232 rock cores. 460,000 alliance coins. Got rich. Ha ha ha. He giggled while loading the rock core into his spatial traveling bag. After all the packing was done, Lin Mu took out his last possession, a bag of compressed cookies. This bag of compressed cookies totaled 10 pieces, which he had bought with his last 200 alliance coins in town number 8. It's so dark, something that sells for 100 a bag in town has doubled in turn. While nibbling on a compressed cracker, he took a water bottle and poured water into his mouth, muttering and spitting. Luckily, water doesn't cost anything here, and as long as you have a container you can catch water to drink in the town, or else you wouldn't even have water to drink right now. When he came in, he brought in all the pots and pans, that is, he plans to stay in the crack for more than 20 days and not go out. When he is hungry, he can eat the meat of the beasts, and the meat of the beasts can be much more expensive than pork. After eating, Lin Mu opened the attribute panel and started researching. Strange, I can't break through upwards. Do I need to add spirit to break through to the mountain shifting realm? Looking at the eye-catching 999999 on the strength attribute bar, he knew that it shouldn't have much to do with physique, it should have something to do with another attribute. He then added a little attribute on top of spirit, and then added strength and realized that it still didn't work. After a stream of warmth turned around inside his head, he just felt that the thoughts inside his head about combat techniques suddenly became clearer. However, checking the attribute panel again, the change in his physique caught his attention. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 42,435. Strength, 99,999. Spirit, 13. Attribute points, 15,368. No way, adding a bit of spirit and deducting 100 points from my physique? Could it be that the spirit has to be increased to a certain level before I can continue to add points of strength? But not now. I don't have any meat on my body, and a decrease in my physique will affect the utilization of my power. If we follow the system's conservation of energy, in order to withstand 99,999 power, we must have a physique of 20,000. How about adding 100 points of spirit to try? The remaining 30,000 physique should be enough. Saying yes, Lin Mu threw 100 attribute points into his spirit, and soon that warmth popped up in his head again. Miso. A metallic tapping sound in his head suddenly came to mind, and he felt that his eyesight had suddenly gotten better, and he could see the outside world clearly even with his eyes closed, and he could zoom in and out. No, you can see even with your eyes closed? This is spirit externalization. Thinking back to the description of the mountain-moving realm and the cultivator's secret method, those who moved mountains were spiritually powerful and could move mountains with their strength. Lin Mu finally understood why many people couldn't break through to the mountain-moving realm in their entire lives. The mountain-moving realm needed to comprehend spiritual power. It wasn't at all possible to break through to the mountain-moving realm by cultivating strength. However, there was no method about spiritual cultivation in the cultivator's secret technique at all. It was just a simple sentence: cultivate according to the secret technique, and you can achieve mountain moving by yourself. Perhaps cultivating the cultivator's secret technique to the 9th stage of the 10,000 ding realm would automatically switch to practicing spiritual power, but he had added the realm by adding points to it, and hadn't cultivated the cultivator's secret technique at all. So he didn't understand the doorway here, thinking that as long as his power broke through to 100,000, he would automatically become a mountain-shifting first order. After the spirit broke through to 100, Lin Mu realized that strength could be added on again, so he simply added all of his remaining 10,000 or so attribute points to strength. Adding 1 point of spirit consumes 100 points of physique, and strength can only be added to 5 times the physique. This system's conservation of energy is doing too well. Murmuring, Lin Mu opened the attribute panel, and at this time, his attributes had changed drastically. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 32,435. Strength, 115,796. Spirit, 114. Attribute points, 65. He also could not help but sigh. Hanging is really cool. Has been hanging is really a straight pleasure. Yesterday is still 1,000 June's first order. Now it is already a mountain moving first order of the strong. Say out, no one dare to believe this is not pure heavenly paradise? Congratulations to the host. Successfully opened the spiritual power. The system is being upgraded. The attribute panel then automatically disappeared, and not a moment later, the system prompt rang out again. System upgrade completed. Please have the host experience it on their own. Lin Mu opened the system panel again. The values and everything remained the same. There was just an additional attribute column. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 31,535. Strength, 115,796. Spirit, 114. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 65. System, what is this enlightenment? How come I only have 10 points? Should it be so down to earth? Gnosis can be raised through heavenly materials, and the average person's gnosis is between 8-12. That means my gnosis belongs to the middle. The rest of the functions are for the host to figure out on their own. Your Honor, is that all you know how to say? Lin Mu was furious and cursed. Why didn't the system upgrade this retarded voice? Chapter 10, Roadblock Robbers. In a fit of pique he added all of his remaining attribute points to enlightenment, which directly soared to over 100. Subsequently, he only felt as if some switch had been flipped in his head. Looking at everything around him became different, as if he had a little bit of seeing through the essence of the world. Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Mu hurriedly clicked on his cell phone and watched the Cultivator's Combat Guide. What was originally obscure and difficult to understand, at this time, in his opinion, it was just like reading elementary school compositions. It was simple and uninteresting. His mind understood all the difficult points in the Cultivator Combat Guide in an instant, and his body seemed to have become lighter as well. This was the manifestation of the great accomplishment of the Cultivator Combat Guide. However, it was only for a moment. That feeling of seeing through the world quickly disappeared, and when I opened the system panel again, the enlightenment changed back to 10. The feelings were only raised instantly. I thought it was a permanent boost to Gnosis. Lin Mu spat out, then threw this unrealistic thought to the back of his mind. Although the system was perverted, it seemed to follow some kind of law of conservation of energy. It was impossible to raise one's enlightenment that high all at once. It took a lot of effort to raise one's spirit, let alone one's enlightenment. Say, am I able to fly now? Thinking about the description of the mountain shifting realm in the Cultivator combat guide, Lin Mu wondered what it would take to fly. He then saw a stone on the side, so he controlled his spiritual power to wrap around the stone and slowly moved it in front of him. I see. He slapped his thigh and cried out in realization. Afterwards, only his body was seen slowly levitating, then slowly ascending into the air, and finally flying towards the distance. So that's how it is, you can fly by wrapping your body with spiritual energy. I didn't expect it to be this simple. It's just that this flying is a bit too spiritually draining. I'd rather use walking with such a little bit of spiritual energy. After flying for a while, Lin Mu landed. Just after flying for like 5 or 6 minutes, there was a feeling of emptiness in his head. It looked like the first stage of mountain shifting wasn't able to fly freely. Afterwards, he took out his cell phone and opened the electronic map, looking at the map and contemplating for a while. He wasn't going to continue hunting rock giants. Now killing rock giants didn't improve his combat skills anymore. Now he was going to incorporate his mental energy into the battle. He set his gaze deeper into the rift, where there were a few gathering points of second-order alien beasts. After looking at the information map for half a day, he used his finger to make a mark on the electronic map, where there was a second-rank alien beast named Three-Headed Dog that suited him perfectly. The three-headed dog, as the name implied, had 3 heads, and each head had the ability to attack independently, belonging to the category of alien beasts that were very good in speed and attack, and a little worse in defense. This kind of foreign beast is usually living in groups, and a large number of groups, so it is very difficult to deal with. Generally no one will mess with the three-headed dog in the 8th rift. But Lin Mu was going to go, not only because this place could exercise his fighting skills, but more crucially, the fur of the three-headed dog was worth a lot of money. A three-headed dog's fur was worth 5,000 alliance coins, and it was one of the main materials used to make low-end defense gear. Moreover, the meat of the three-headed dog was not only delicious but also had the effect of improving his physique. In White City, a pound of three-headed dog's meat was worth 200 alliance coins. Apart from being difficult to deal with, it could be said that this exotic beast's entire body was a treasure. Locking onto his target, Lin Mu advanced towards the depths of the crack. Hey, little brother, want to team up together? Halfway through the march, a middle-aged man with a large sword on the side stopped Lin Mu. Beside him were 3 other people, a charming woman in red, a young man in black with a long gun, and a yellow hair. Lin Mu frowned. This practice of stopping people halfway was annoying. Little brother, don't be nervous, our team was originally 5 people, one of us didn't show up today, so we want to pull you in with us. Look at you, you want to go to the Iron Armored Turtle gathering area in front to pick up a bargain. No need to go, there are too many people there. It's better to team up with us to hunt demon wolf spiders, just one of them will be worth 100 Iron Armored Turtles. The middle-aged man saw Lin Mu frowning and smiled as he walked towards Lin Mu, saying as he walked. Lin Mu reached out to stop and shook his head. No need, my strength is too poor, I'm afraid of dragging you guys down. I'm just here to practice inside the crack, I'm not thinking about earning money. The middle-aged man saw this and stopped. The woman in red behind him came out with a smile and said with a charming face, little brother, the 4 of us attacking and defending the same body is not good to do, you just help us press the line at the back. We are all at the 5th rank of 1000 June, we won't let you suffer. My strength is low, so I'd better not bother. After saying that, he turned around and left, but was stopped in his path by a brisk step from the middle-aged man. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man and said in a cold tone, what do you want? At this time, the yellow hair behind him spoke, boss, and he gabbed what, a brat, directly Rob not on the line. The middle-aged man crossed his sword, pointed at Lin Mu, and angrily rebuked the yellow hairs on the opposite side. What do you know, I'm training you. When you meet someone with similar strength, you have to act like this, so that you can take them down without any trouble. Yellow hair laughed, boss, even this kid doesn't trust us, let alone those veterans who have been mixing in the cracks for years. I think it's better to just stop it and then just go ahead and grab it. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Mu, spat, and cursed, this ungrateful brat, I don't know where he came out from, he's so vigilant. Alright, kid, no more nonsense with you, leave the space-traveling bag, you can go. The middle-aged man slowly walked towards Lin Mu with his knife. The 3 people behind Lin Mu also walked over, forming an encirclement to surround him. Lin Mu sneered, his eyes cold. I've already seen that you guys aren't good birds, why are you acting here? When the middle-aged man heard Lin Mu's words, his fire rubbed off. This brat in front of him, whose hair hadn't even grown, even disliked the script he directed. Then he lifted the knife in his hand upwards and instantly rushed towards Lin Mu, then slashed down. Lin Mu dodged and dodged gently, and the middle-aged man charged forward in the same direction. This kid is a bit solid, together. The middle-aged man stopped his stance, looked back at the leisurely Lin Mu, and commanded towards the remaining 3. Lin Mu coldly grunted, took a rushing step forward and kicked the middle-aged man in the neck. Before the middle-aged man could react, he felt a huge force on his neck, then he lost his breath and fell straight back. Lin Mu's quick eyes and hands, a hand received the middle-aged man's knife, a rampage rushed into the ranks of the remaining 3 people, hand up knife, 3 people have fallen to the ground. At your level, you also come to stop and rob? He turned around, looked at the 4 people lying on the ground, and shook his head. 4000 June 5th stage were indeed a force with good strength in the 8th rift, but to the current Lin Mu, they were nothing more than dirt, unbeatable. How can you be this strong? Yellowhair spat out blood, his mouth slurring his words. Seeing that Yellowhair was still alive, he walked over and squatted down to take a closer look. The force of his own knife was a little small and was blocked by the killer chain around his neck, not completely cutting his neck off. Subsequently, the knife in his hand swung, Yellowhair body head separated. Chapter 11, Hunting the Three-Headed Dog. Well, next time, you should still swing your sword with more strength, or else it'll be easy to kill it. Lin Mu held his greatsword and summarized after the battle. Just now, he used his spiritual power to integrate into the battle and realized the sluggishness of his opponent's movements would be, and he was also able to clearly perceive his opponent's weaknesses. But this time there isn't that nauseating feeling, it's not bad. Realizing that he didn't have that nauseating feeling he had when he killed the Black Dragon Society's assassins, he nodded in satisfaction and then began to search the 4 spatial traveling bags. From the day he started to learn about the rift, he had already understood the truth that in the rift, people were more terrifying than the foreign beasts, and in a place like this where there were no rules to bind them, strength was the only measure of reason. If you don't prepare your mind to kill, you have to be prepared to be killed. So that was why he was a lone wolf. Even the closest teammates would turn against each other because of a heavenly treasure. There were too many such cases in the ruling house. Pouring out all the stuff in the 4 spatial traveling bags, Lin Mu was shocked. Is it so rich to kill people and get rid of goods? How many things did this group of people rob? Looking at the one-person high pile of foreign beast materials, he unconsciously gulped a mouthful of water. Although the foreign beast materials in this mess were all first order, they couldn't help but be large in number. He roughly estimated that it was worth at least millions of alliance coins, which was more than what he had gained from fighting the rock giants for 3 hours. Seeing these things made him want to specialize in roadblocks, and he was expected to have no one stop him when he opened a robbery in the 8th rift. But after thinking about it, he still forgot about it. After doing this kind of thing, he couldn't live with it on his conscience. His code of conduct is, if people don't offend me, I don't offend. If people offend me, I'll pay back 100 times over. Once this kind of thing was caught by the ruling office, it was a death sentence. It wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to hunt and kill foreign beasts. There was no need to jeopardize his future for this small gain. The contents of these 4 packages were cluttered. These few people had probably robbed quite a few people to accumulate so many fey beast materials. He didn't have that kind of free time to stay inside the cracks and rob them. Throwing the 4 spatial traveling bags away, Lin Mu continued to rush. In fact, the spatial traveling bags could be worth a bit of money when sold on the black market, but this kind of certified spatial traveling bag couldn't be taken out and would probably be investigated by the garrison. Only the kind of people who have disappeared for more than 10 years after entering the rift, after their information is removed by the Cultivator Alliance, the space traveling bag will be discertified by default, and this kind of ownerless space traveling bag can be brought out. He wasn't going to end up being caught in confinement by the ruling institute because of a small loss. Continuing on, he was stunned when he passed by the iron-armored turtle area. Those 4 people were right, it was literally packed with people. Although the iron-armored turtle was breeding very fast and could lay more than 100 eggs at a time, it couldn't stand up to being killed like this. Moreover, the iron-armored turtle isn't worth much. A turtle shell is only 200 alliance coins. The people who kill the iron-armored turtle here are all below the 3rd level of the 1000 June. In order to make a living, they traverse through many dangers to come here. Lin Mu shook his head. This was the current situation of the lower-level cultivators of the Alliance, wearing the name of a cultivator, doing the hardest work in the cracks, and still not getting paid. He passed through the iron-armored turtles area and soon arrived at the 3-headed dogs area. As soon as the 3-headed dog that was in charge of guarding in the periphery saw Lin Mu, its 3 heads showed their teeth and growled low towards him, then started barking loudly. Dogs, their IQ isn't low. Lin Mu saw the scattered 3-headed dogs in the distance gathering towards this place at a rapid pace, which was a signal from the 3-headed dog just now. Watching more and more 3-headed dogs converge, he knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He must kill some of them before they converged. Once he was surrounded by hordes of 3-headed dogs, even if he was at the first level of mountain moving, he would be consumed alive. Spiritual power covered the leading one of the 3-headed dogs. His feet like a divine wind rushed towards it. His hands rose and fell. The 3 heads of the 3-headed dogs were chopped off with a single blade. He found that fighting with his mental power made his body more controlled, and it was also clearer exactly where he wanted to attack the enemy, and he could also feel the threat behind him. He didn't have this feeling when he killed the 4 robbers, but when he broke into the encircling group of 3-headed dogs, this feeling became stronger and stronger. No wonder it's said that all underneath the shifting mountains are mole crickets. This saying is indeed correct. Lin Mu murmured, and the more he killed, the more energized he became. Every time the 3-headed dog's encirclement was about to take shape, he would tear an opening, making it impossible for the 3-headed dogs to close in on him. Boss, look. Just as he was floating like a butterfly in the three-headed dog's combined group, 5 people came out from a hillside to the side. A little girl with a lollipop in her hand was pointing at Lin Mu with the lollipop and exclaiming towards the bald uncle beside her. Lin Mu was interrupted in his hunting rhythm by this exclamation, and then looked at the 5 people on the hillside, a cold light emerging in his eyes. There was still about a third of the 300 or so three-headed dogs left, and he hadn't had time to clean up the three-headed dog carcasses on the ground, so if this group of people came over to pick up the slack, they might disrupt his rhythm. Brother, sorry. You carry on. We're just passing through. When the bald man saw Lin Mu's stopped movement, he immediately covered the little girl's mouth with his hand and softly scolded, "Don't disturb others." The little girl looked at the bald man aggrievedly and muttered, "But this is the biggest gathering place for three-headed dogs? Now that they're all killed by him, why are we going?" Behind the two of them, the man whose left hand was a mechanical prosthetic arm sniffed and said softly, "AI, listen to the boss, we can't afford to mess with this person. There are plenty of three-headed dog gathering places, there are several in this area, we can find a few more." The bald man, watching Lin Mu's ethereal movements, one slash at a time, constantly harvesting the three-headed dogs, murmured, "Human thoughts united, combat skills perfected, cultivation at least 10,000 tripods high level, how did this kind of person show up in the 8th rift?" On the side, Xiao Ai looked at the bald man with an unbelievable face. "Boss, it can't be. Did you read it wrong? How could a person of this level come to the 8th rift to hunt such a low-level foreign beast? And he's still so young." The bald man pinched AI's face and doted, "AI, don't be deceived by other people's appearance, this world never lacks geniuses." The prosthetic man nodded and looked at Lin Mu, who was drifting and wandering in the three-headed dog's encircling group, and said solemnly, "AI, you have to believe in the boss's eyesight, the boss is a retired demon destroyer guard." The middle-aged man looked at Lin Mu, who was drifting and wandering amongst the three-headed dogs, and said solemnly, "I see the shadow of the great captain in this man." The prosthetic man stared at the youth with the large sword with wide eyes, incredulously, and murmured, "The demon removal guard's great captains are all strong at the mountain-moving realm, this person is so young, it's impossible." The middle-aged man stroked Xiao Ai's head and turned back to explain, "I just said I didn't say that he is the mountain-shifting realm. Let's go to another gathering place of three-headed dogs." After saying that, the middle-aged man once again glanced at Lin Mu at the bottom of the hillside and led the remaining 4 people around from the side. Xiao Ai held a lollipop and kept sending it to her mouth, looking at Lin Mu with a step and 3 turns back. Her eyes were full of envy. One person hunted and killed so many three-headed dogs, she got rich. Chapter 12, Returning to the Town. Seeing the 5 people leave by a side detour, Lin Mu also let out a sigh of relief. When lone wolves hunted foreign beasts, they were most afraid of encountering a team, and when they encountered a team with a good conscience they might leave on their own accord, and when they encountered a team with a bad conscience they would come over to pick up the pieces. He knew that his cultivation should belong to the only one in the 8th rift, but he was also afraid of the kind of 10,000 tripod cultivators who teamed up to come to the 8th rift to fry fish. The 5 people just now should be the kind with a better conscience, especially the bald man who had a familiar flavor. Lin Mu always felt déjà vu. With a flick of his big sword, the last three-headed dog became a dead soul under his blade. Demon removal guard. After killing the last three-headed dog, he finally remembered the smell from the bald man, the smell from the demon removal guard. The demon removal guards stayed inside the rift every day, entangling with the foreign beasts with each other, and over time there would be a faint killing scent on their bodies. This kind of aura is not the kind of ferocious aura produced by killing people, but the killing aura produced by frequently hunting and killing foreign beasts. He had encountered demon removal guards with this kind of state in town number 8, and they were all on the older side. The younger ones had not killed so many foreign beasts, and the killing aura on their bodies could not escape yet. Retired demon removal guards? Looking at the direction the 5 people were moving away from, Lin Mu muttered, then picked up the spatial traveling bag on the ground and began to load the three-headed dog corpse. The carcasses of more than 300 three-headed dogs could be sold for more than $1,600,000 just for the skin. A three-headed dog had about 10 pounds of edible parts, and the meat of more than 300 three-headed dogs could also be sold for more than $600,000. Lin Mu looked at the harvest in his spatial traveling bag, and the smile at the corner of his mouth involuntarily raised. The rock giants have 460,000, the materials obtained from killing those road-blocking robbers are about 1 million, and with these 300 plus three-headed dogs, I've earned over 3.5 million in half a day. Sure enough, to the strong, money is just a number. In this way, 10 million alliance coins a month is really simple. Let's go back and fix it up first, sell our stuff, and exchange it for a better sword. Lin Mu looked at the large knife in his hand that was full of gaps and threw it on the ground in disgust. This knife was the most ordinary steel knife. It looked quite powerful, but the sharpness was not high and the hardness was not good. If he wasn't really too poor, he wouldn't have used this kind of found knife. 2 hours later, Lin Mu returned to Town 8. In every town, there was a simple office of the Cultivator Alliance, which could recycle materials and also conduct some simple transactions, the purpose of which was to better serve the cultivators who hunted foreign beasts and not let the cultivators waste time by running back and forth between the rift and the city. At this time, it was already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were already quite a few cultivators repairing and gathering in the town, because the last special bus to the city would leave at 6 o'clock on time. If you didn't get on this train, you could only spend the night in the town. The consumption in the town was no joke. The price of everything was twice or even more than twice the price in the city. Lin Mu looked at the queue waiting in the waiting area of the specialized car and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Most of these cultivators were middle-aged people who had no choice but to come to the rift to hunt foreign beasts in order to make a living, and lived every day with their heads on their pants belts. The cultivators at the bottom were not even as well off as the employees of large companies. But there was no way around it. They had their parents and wives behind them, and they had to carry the burden of their families on their backs. If he himself hadn't gotten the system, he might have been just like them, and might have died in the cracks one day, or continued to beg for a living under Zhang Zikai's bullying. With the world as it was, one could only try their best to live. Lin Mu found the office of the Cultivator Alliance, and the inside of the 8th Rift was basically filled with Thousand June Realm cultivators, so the door to the office in the 8th town was also crowded. Because most of the cultivators in Rift number 8 were running towards the iron-armored turtle, they would bring the foreign beast materials to the black market in the town to sell them, so that they could get an extra premium of about 5%. Walking into the office, the staff behind the window was chatting away, and only after seeing Lin Mu come in did he straighten his posture slightly. It wasn't easy to get an easy job in this day and age, and if you got a complaint about losing your job, you couldn't even find a place to cry. Lin Mu quickly walked to the window for material acquisition and received a number plate. Good guy, number 1. Seeing his number plate, he called out good guy. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he was actually the first one to enter here to sell Fey Beast materials. Walking up to the second floor from the stairs, an inch-headed man of about 30 immediately walked over, then smilingly inquired, "Sir, is there anything you need to sell?" Probably because he hadn't seen anyone for a long time, the staff seemed unusually enthusiastic. "It's a little something for sale. This way please." The staff member bent down and made a gesture of invitation, leading Lin Mu to a separate room. "Sir, if you have any foreign beast materials that need to be sold, you can put them on the floor. After I finish counting them, I will report the price to you. If you think it's suitable you can sell them, if not you can choose not to sell them." Lin Mu nodded. He came to the Cultivator Alliance to sell his materials. The main point was because it wouldn't be forced to buy and sell here, and he didn't want to go back to the city. If he sold them in the black market, he would probably be subject to price suppression for so many things, and he would probably encounter forceful buying and selling. The people who could acquire materials in the black market were all backstage, and there was really nothing he could do if they wanted to force a deal. After all, there were too many eyes and ears in the black market to just kill someone. Lin Mu took a look at the size of the room. It was about the same as his own backpack space. "This place is a bit small, how about a bigger place?" The staff frowned when they heard this. This young man in front of him looked like he shouldn't have a high cultivation level, but his tone was not small. Their house here was designed according to the size of the space traveling bag, and the size of this room was the same as the smallest space traveling bag. What cultivation cultivators are on this side of the 8th Rift, the staff is clear, can have so many materials, it is impossible to come to the 8th Rift. However, since Lin Mu had made a request, he couldn't refuse and could only bring Lin Mu to change to a bigger room. "Sir, what do you think of this place?" Hearing the staff smiling and talking to him, Lin Mu had to marvel at the fact that the quality of the Cultivator Alliance's staff was really high. He had just seen the frowning expression of the staff member, and in the blink of an eye, he was smiling again and taking him to change rooms. His mental quality was really good. Lin Mu didn't care. If he was a staff member, he probably would have started spitting. Opening his spatial traveling bag, he dumped out all of his stuff in a brainstorm. In an instant, the foreign beast materials mixed with the smell of blood were piled up like a small mountain in the entire room. Lin Mu dodged quickly and didn't get hit by the materials. The staff member was miserable, because he didn't react and was buried half of his calf by the sudden appearance of the Fey material. The staff member burst out a foul mouth, his eyes glazed over with disbelief, and his mouth didn't close for a long time as if it was dislocated. Chapter 13, 3,744,000. Start counting. Seeing that the staff didn't make the next move for a long time, Lin Mu voiced out a reminder from the side. "Ah. Sir, I'm sorry. The value of the materials here, it's beyond the scope of my authority. I'm going to get the supervisor to come over." The staff member came back to his senses and respectfully explained towards Lin Mu. He only saw him pull his feet out of the pile of materials, then opened the door of the room in a flying manner and ran towards the distance. Not long after, 2 sharp footsteps came from outside the door. The inch-headed man walked in with a big-bellied, bald Mediterranean man. As soon as the balding middle-aged man entered the room, he let out a nationalistic cry at the mountains of Fey materials in front of him. Afterwards, he saw Lin Mu on the side and immediately stretched out his hands and walked over, holding Lin Mu's right hand and shaking it up and down, with a winking smile on his face and said, "This gentleman, how are you? I'm the office of the Cultivator Alliance in White City's town number 8, the head of the Material Acquisition Department. My name is Ma Dahai." Lin Mu pulled out his right hand with a fake smile and responded, "Hello, Supervisor Ma. Madahai rubbed his hands together, revealing his white teeth, and smiled. This gentleman, are all these materials for sale? Aha! Hearing Lin Mu's reply, Madahai's eyes glowed. He had never received such a large order in the more than 10 years since he had come to the 8th rift. Wait a moment, I'll arrange for someone to come over and count it right away. Madahai ordered 2 sentences towards the inch-headed man behind him, who ran out. Not a moment later, a dozen people rushed into the room with a hoot and a holler. Everyone's pupils were dilated and dumbfounded at the sight of this pile of foreign beast materials. When they then looked at Lin Mu, who was standing on the side, the expressions on everyone's faces could only be described with one word: shock. Such a young cultivator had hunted and killed so many foreign beasts, and it was the toughest of the second-rank foreign beasts, the 3-headed dog. Everyone couldn't believe the facts in front of them. What are you all frozen for? Move! Madahai was furious as he watched the staff that came in all freeze in place. He seemed to have forgotten how he reacted when he just came in. Hearing Madahai scolding, the staff that came in all started to gather around Xiao Shan to count the materials. Madahai, on the other hand, pulled Lin Mu and sat on a sofa to the side, drinking tea and eating pastries. Half an hour later, a list was printed out. Lin Mu slightly scanned the prices and numbers on the list and pointed to the breakdown of the 3-headed dog edible meat and said, I'm not selling this edible meat, I'm going to keep it for myself. After you guys strip the fur off, the meat will be given to me, and I'll pay for the cost of stripping the skin. Madahai looked at Lin Mu with surprise. Although the meat of the 3-headed dog tasted very good, it was not very useful for a cultivator like Lin Mu who could hunt 3-headed dogs at will. Then he seemed to think of something and smiled. Are you trying to make up for your body's consumption by consuming meat? Lin Mu nodded and didn't deny it. In fact, the reason he wanted to eat meat was because of his plus-point physique. He needed a lot of meat to replenish his body's energy. Madahai had a look of determination, then took out a tablet and handed it to Lin Mu. In fact, the mode of meat feeding is very old. Nowadays, higher cultivators are replenishing their energy in the form of absorbing elixirs. Elixirs don't need to be processed for cooking, and they're easy to carry. Lin Mu took the tablet. There were all sorts of elixirs inside, healing ones, cultivation enhancement ones, realm breakthrough ones. It dazzled him. One of the pills, called the energy replenishing pill, was labeled by Madahai. Energy replenishing pill, 1,000 alliance coins apiece. The energy of one is equivalent to 10 pounds of pork. He looked at the introduction about the energy replenishing pill. If the energy replenishing effect of this energy replenishing pill was really as the introduction said, then it was indeed a lot more convenient. After all, 10 pounds of pork would cost more than 1,000 alliance coins. The system's conservation of energy, converted, roughly adding a bit of physique, would require 1 alliance coin of meat energy. Can you bring one over to try it out? Yes. Before Lin Mu finished speaking, Madahai had already pulled out a small white elixir from his pocket. This is the energy replenishing elixir. I have a few here, you can try it. He took half a fingernail-sized energy replenishing pill and threw it into his mouth in one gulp, a rich feeling of satiety coming from his stomach. Lin Mu immediately added 1,000 attribute points to the top of the physique attribute. A warmth came over him, and the feeling of fullness in his stomach instantly disappeared, and there wasn't that feeling of hunger that came over him after adding the points. It's really good, so let's sell everything. Exchange it for me for 500,000 alliance coins of energy replenishing pills. After he tested it, he immediately made a decision. This thing was so much more convenient, especially in the cracks. There was no need to make his own fire to roast meat. When Madahai heard this, he immediately smiled and nodded his head, then asked the staff to pack up the materials, while he took Lin Mu to the settlement counter to transfer the money. Luckily, he guessed Lin Mu's purpose for keeping the meat, or else he would have lost hundreds of thousands of performance for no reason. Lin Mu came to the settlement machine to do face authentication and pupil recognition, and after Madahai gave an operation, $3,744,000 Union were transferred to Lin Mu's account. Looking at the balanced text message on his cell phone, Lin Mu's heart was ecstatic. A day's harvest is worth more than 100 years of work in the municipal government, and he was right to embark on this path. Mr. Lin, the material payment has been transferred, see what else you need. Madahai saw Lin Mu's name on the operation page and changed his address at this time. Lin Mu glanced at Madahai. This bald man did have the ability to sit in the supervisor's position. He didn't tell him his name and he didn't ask. Now after the deal was over, he knew that he must be in an excellent mood, so when he saw his name on the machine, he changed his address, not calling his full name to cause his own offense, and closed some distance between the two. Supervisor Ma, the other thing that's not there is where I'm going to buy that energy replenishing Dan you mentioned? According to the normal process, you have to go to the window below to get a number, but you don't need to do that with me. You can trade all the supplies on the tablet. Lin Mu took the tablet handed over by Madahai and shopped for 500 energy replenishing pills, and $500,000 was instantly spent. Then he went into the customer room accompanied by Madahai to drink tea and wait for the elixir to be delivered. Supervisor Ma, are there any better weapons on this side of town number 8? He sipped his tea and slid the tablet computer that was placed on his thigh, looking at the information inside the arsenal. Most of the weapons inside the arsenal were standard weapons, a little better than the greatsword he had grabbed, but not much better, just fine steel hammered twice more. All the weapons are here. Large weapons are not allowed to be sold, this you should know. Lin Mu shook his head. Madahai misunderstood him, thinking that he wanted to buy large fire weapons. What I'm saying is, are there any better cold weapons? Madahai glanced at Lin Mu, pondered for a while, came over and whispered in Lin Mu's ear, that's all I have access to, I don't have purchasing privileges for higher grade weapons. If your cultivator certification realm is high, I can contact the person in charge of the office to show you the high-level weapon arsenal. Actually, there weren't so many restrictions in the past, everyone with good weapons can naturally kill more alien beasts, and the Alliance is happy to see this kind of virtuous cycle. But ever since the Li Xiuming incident, all higher weapons have been managed separately from standardized weapons. Chapter 14 Exposing the Realm. Li Xiuming? That's the inverted sea realm powerhouse who hoarded a large number of weapons, caused a shortage of them, and then took them to the black market to sell them? I think he was sentenced to life imprisonment in the end. Hearing Madahai's words, Lin Mu was slightly shocked, not realizing that this big case that had stirred up the Earthstar was involved. That's right, it's him. It's also because of this incident that the upper echelons of the Alliance modified the conditions of the method of receiving higher weapons. Lin Mu nodded. He had seen people pouring out their bitterness on the forums about the issue of weapon limitations, but he hadn't realized that there was such a layer of reasons for this. Every higher weapon was made by the Alliance at great cost. In order to prevent the outflow of higher weapons, it was not wrong for the Alliance to make this restriction. If you need to buy a higher weapon, you need to have the corresponding cultivation level, and every higher weapon has the buyer's authentication information, in order to prevent the buyer from selling higher weapons. However, there are no absolutes in this world. After some purchasers die, those high-level cold weapons will still circulate into the black market. Lin Mu had once seen a group of people fighting over a high-grade cold weapon in the White City black market, and high-grade weapons were priced out of existence in the black market. My cultivator realm information hasn't gone to the city to update. That can't be helped. It can only be operated after the cultivator realm information is updated. Hearing this, Madahai spread his hands with a look of love. This was a dead rule of the Alliance. He as a small department head didn't have that much authority yet. But, I think this should prove my cultivator realm. Madahai hadn't understood what that meant when he heard it, but immediately his face changed, his pupils dilated, and his breathing became rapid. He saw the teacups on a side table suddenly floating in the air, circling around him and Lin Mu. Spirit control, mountain shifting realm. Madahai let out a cry of surprise and looked incredulously to the side, at the youngster who was leisurely drinking tea. He had been stuck in the mountain-shifting realm for more than 10 years, and finally had no choice but to come to this crack town as a department head. However, this young man in front of him, who was not even as old as his son, was actually in the mountain-shifting realm. At this moment, Madahai felt as if he had entered a fairy tale world, where everything was false. He thought Lin Mu was at most a 10,000 cauldron realm, and that he had killed foreign beasts in the rift for a long time before accumulating those materials. How could he not have expected that Lin Mu was at the mountain-shifting realm? He didn't dare to think in that direction either. A genius of this level was the meat and potatoes in the hands of all the major powers. How could they appear in a nook and cranny like the White City's 8th rift? Madahai came back to his senses and immediately stood up and arched his hand towards Lin Mu. I don't know that Patriarch Mountain Moving is here, so I hope you'll bear with me if I'm not well entertained. Lin Mu waved his hand, signaling that Madahai didn't need to be like this. Mountain Moving was just a dividing line. Above Mountain Moving was known as a Patriarch, below Mountain Moving could only be known as a Cultivator. There was also the saying that all below the Mountain Moving were ants, but he didn't like that kind of talk. He thought that as long as one was a cultivator, as long as one had done their best to kill the foreign beasts, they all deserved to be honored. Madahai looked at the easygoing young man in front of him and sighed in his heart. You wait a moment, I'll be right there. He then walked out of the client room, and in no time he brought with him a sharp-eyed, handsome middle-aged man. Lin Mu, right. I'm the head of the office of the Cultivator Alliance in White City Town 8. My name is Li Changqing. Li Changqing stretched out his right hand, and a faint spiritual force pressed towards Lin Mu. Hello, Director Li. Knowing that he was testing himself, Lin Mu extended his right hand to shake hands with Li Changqing without any fear. Inside the calm client room, a breeze appeared out of nowhere, and then the wind became stronger and stronger. Madahai stood aside, his eyes were blown open. Subsequently, the tables and chairs in the client conference room all floated out of thin air. Li Changqing smiled faintly, his spiritual energy dispersed, and nodded, not bad. Moving mountains at the first stage, spiritual power is stable, and the foundation is solid. Lin Mu let go of his hand, his spiritual energy dispersed with it, and smiled. Director Li, I'm flattered. He knew that Li Changqing's spiritual power was definitely stronger than him, and just by the fact that Li Changqing dared to disperse his spiritual power first and wasn't afraid of being mistakenly injured by his spiritual power, he was able to get a glimpse of the whole picture. I've seen quite a few geniuses in the Demon Removal Guard, but I've never seen a character like you. This is not a fallacious praise. Director Li, Mr. Lin, sit down and chat. Madahai immediately greeted the two when he saw them standing here chatting idly. After the three of them were done in their primary and secondary positions, Li Changqing took the tablet and operated it for a while before frowning. Lin Mu, I have a question for you. Go ahead. Yesterday you were still at the first rank of Qijun, how come today you're moving mountains at the first rank? Lin Mu secretly sighed, what's coming is really coming, this cultivation breakthrough of his own is too fast, but he had to expose it again for the sake of a handy weapon. I hadn't put out my full strength during the certification yesterday, and today I unintentionally devoured a spirit urban the crack, and in a blur, I broke through to the mountain shifting realm. Li Changqing smiled imperceptibly, how was this saying exactly the same as the one who was 10th on the battle power list? However, he wasn't going to ask more questions, everyone had their own secrets, just now he had already tested Lin Mu, there was no aura of a foreign beast on his body, it wasn't a high-level foreign beast possessing him. As for why Lin Mu had suddenly advanced 2 realms consecutively in one day, it wasn't something he was considering, he was just asking about it routinely. He believed the first half of Lin Mu's sentence that he must have hidden his cultivation before and only went to certify the cultivator yesterday. And the second half of the sentence, he took it all as a lonely listen. The one in the 10th of the battle power list, hell knows if he ate heavily materials and treasures, and in a year's time, he turned from the first order of 1,000 Jin to a great power of the 9th order of the inverted sea. Anyway, as long as he is mindful of the alliance, no one is going to care about him. As for why Lin Mu hid his cultivation, he didn't even want to know, some people just like to hide their clumsiness. He had encountered several of these young people when he was leading a team in the demon removal guards, obviously his strength was fine, but he just pretended to be a very good cook, and he didn't know if young people nowadays liked to play with this setup. However, it was the first time he had seen one who could pretend so well as Lin Mu. He even wanted to ask Lin Mu, wasn't it hard to hold it in? If Lin Mu heard his inner thoughts, he would probably cry with laughter. He didn't hide his cultivation, the day before yesterday he was just a battle scum at the apprentice realm. Madahai heard Lin Mu's reply from the side, his face turned red, he almost didn't hold it in, this was too capable of ghosting. Seeing Madahai's reddened face, Lin Mu touched his nose in embarrassment, this kind of rhetoric might still be of some use a few months later, but now it's only a day old, who would believe it if he said it? But he didn't need others to believe it, and looking at Li Changqing, it didn't seem like he would make things difficult for himself. Anyway, as long as it doesn't threaten the safety of the Earth Star, no one cares about this, multiple experts guarding the Earth Star is what the Alliance is most happy to see. As for not exposing himself in the city, one was that he had no money or resources at that time, and he couldn't raise his realm for fear of being missed by Zhang Zikai. The second was that he wanted to give Zhang Zikai a surprise, he could now make up in his mind the scene when Zhang Zikai saw himself appearing in front of him after more than 20 days. Now in the town, there was no need for that, there were no Zhang Zikai's eyes here. Chapter 15, The Human Condition. From what Supervisor Ma said, you want to exchange for a higher armament? Li Changqing looked at the awkward scene in the client room and took the lead in speaking to break the deadlock. Yes, it's hard to not have a handy weapon in my hand right now, so I can only swing my king's fists. Hearing Lin Mu's answer, Li Changqing expressed his approval. He had also experienced such days, relying on both fists to fight. In the end, he couldn't utilize his full strength. A handy weapon could increase the battle power by 2 to 3%. What kind of weapon do you want? A knife, hard, sharp, not too heavy. Lin Mu stated his needs succinctly. Li Changqing nodded and handed the tablet to Lin Mu after a beat on it. On this is the knife-type weapons that White City can apply for, they're all used in the mountain shifting realm, take a look for yourself. Lin Mu took the tablet and the weapons on it jumped out at him. Knife weapons were a big category, and White City still had a lot of them in stock. He looked at them for a while and selected 3 knives that he thought were more suitable. Meteorite iron tang knife, 106 centimeters in length, weighing 12 kilograms. Characteristics: sharp, moldable, tough, moderate hardness. Price: 280,000. Magnesium and gold belt knife, total length 90 centimeters, weight 6 kilograms. Characteristics: wear resistant, sharp, high hardness. Price: 2 million. Titanium gold saber, full length 85 centimeters, weight 8 kilograms. Characteristics: wear resistant, sharp, high hardness. Price: 2 million. Looking at the 3 knives, Lin Mu made a mistake. The style of the 3 knives was similar, only the Tang knife had more moldable properties and less wear resistant properties. Director Li, can you help me look at these 3 knives? He couldn't decide, and shifted his gaze to Li Changqing next to him, who, as the management of the Cultivator Alliance, must have a deep understanding of these things. Li Changqing took the tablet and looked at it, and immediately had his own insight. The waist sword and saber are both medium-length knives, and they are both made of super alloy, which is very hard, enough for you to use until the 9th stage of mountain shifting. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Mu and said meaningfully, however, I suggest you choose the Tang sword. Why? First of all, your height is suitable for the Tang blade to play, and the Tang blade belongs to the long blade, the so-called weapon, an inch long and an inch strong. Moreover, this Tang blade is a horizontal blade style, made from heavily meteorite iron. The subsequent plasticity is very strong. If you find any good material you can add it in, it can increase the strength and abrasion resistance of the blade. Knives made of alloy materials are molded once and cannot be shaped again. Lin Mu heard and understood, which simply meant that Tang swords could be upgraded, and waist swords and sabers could not. But, I see that the hardness and abrasion resistance of the Tang sword is rather mediocre, won't that be a problem? Li Changqing rubbed his chin, a question he could not guarantee either. The characteristics of meteorite iron are just like this, it's not as hard as an alloy, but it should be enough to deal with third-order foreign beasts. As for whether it can decapitate fourth-order foreign beasts, this I can't guarantee, after all, I'm not a refiner. And the materials needed for the subsequent forging of this blade are not ordinary metals, so this depends on your own choice. In fact, Lin Mu had his eye on this Tang blade from the start, but the characteristics aspect made it difficult for him. He was most afraid that the blade would break after killing it in the cracks. I'll choose this Tang blade. He still stuck to his first feeling. Currently he didn't need to fight against a fourth-ranked alien beast, having a weapon that could deal with a third-ranked alien beast was enough. Moreover, Li Changqing said that it could be remodeled subsequently, and this feature impressed him. If he could, he hoped that this sword would accompany him until the end. A weapon that he was used to using was a part of his own body, and it had feelings after using it for a long time. Moreover, if he wanted to upgrade it in the future, it would be a later thing. Would he still be short of that rare metal by then? Li Changqing nodded and smiled. Wise choice. You'll pay for this knife yourself, fill in my information for authentication, and I'll transfer it to your name later when you've gone to town and updated your information. Hearing this, Lin Mu looked at Li Changqing in surprise. This was a big favor for him. After all, right now, his certification was 1,000 June first order, and he didn't meet the conditions for purchasing a higher weapon, and using his information to purchase it. Even if he had Li Changqing as a guarantor, the top would still ask questions. At that time, his own ascension of two great realms in one day would definitely cause a huge uproar in the cultivator world, and just because Li Changqing and Madahai didn't have any other thoughts, it didn't mean that others wouldn't have any thoughts about him as well. By operating like this, Li Changqing had eradicated many hidden dangers for himself in advance. Thanks. Lin Mu softly thanked him. This favor he remembered. It's all about fighting for the Earth Star, there's no need to be so polite. Li Changqing waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to be polite. But he knew that when Lin Mu said those two words of thanks, his favor had already been sent out. Jianghu was not about fighting and killing, there were also human feelings. This Li Changqing understood very well. Madahai, on the other hand, smiled and said, the energy repairing pill has been delivered. As soon as the words fell, a staff member outside the door, holding a spatial traveling bag, walked in and handed it to Madahai. Mr. Lin, your energy replenishing pill. Lin Mu took the spatial traveling bag and always felt that something was wrong. He opened the panel and shook his head. Supervisor Ma, this isn't my spatial traveling bag. Madahai smiled. A mountain-shifting realm patriarch can receive a top-level spatial traveling bag for free in the Cultivator Alliance. The spatial traveling bag you used to have, I discounted the price and exchanged it for an energy replenishing pill for you. Mr. Lin, you won't blame me for trespassing, will you? When Lin Mu heard this, how could he not understand what Madahai meant? He had never heard of the matter of receiving a free spatial traveling bag before, and it looked like Madahai had bought it with his own money and gave it to him. Then thanks a lot. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Madahai smiled. His purpose had also been achieved. Sending out a small favor could be exchanged for heavenly riches in the future. The weapon is in White City, it will take more than an hour to send it over. It's not too early, let's go have a meal together. Li Changqing glanced at Madahai. He purposely waited for Madahai to finish delivering the favor before he said this. After all, they were working together, and he was happy to see it when he went along to let Madahai deliver the favor. Came to eat a simple meal in the restaurant, drank a little wine, the three of them on the strength of the wine, and chatted. The relationship between the three people also quickly warmed up. Madahai and Li Changqing, a mouth a Lin old brother, shouted with pleasure. Lin Mu, a mouth a big brother Ma, big brother Li, shouted that called it close. In the two people he learned a lot of things in the textbooks, the network cannot learn. Especially the two men's explanations of some special things in the rift made him feel like he had to take at least a few years less of a detour. The other staff members came into the restaurant to eat, and seeing Director Li drinking for the first time, they speculated on who the young man sitting with them really was. There is Madahai under the staff of the news disclosure. The entire office soon knew about this matter. Today the office came to a very powerful young man. To have Director Li as your companion at such a young age, I'm really envious. I envy you for going to kill foreign beasts too. Every day you stay in the office to make a living and talk about useless things. What realm do you think this young man is in? At least at the high level of the 10,000 Cauldron realm, otherwise he wouldn't be able to kill so many three-headed dogs. Do you guys think it's possible that it's a mountain-shifting realm grandmaster? It's impossible. There aren't many mountain-shifting realm patriarchs this young in Earthstar. How could he come to our nook and cranny? All the staff members, from today onwards, had a new topic of gossip after tea. What exactly is this young man's origin? Chapter 16, The Green Sea Sword. Lin Mu, who was not capable of drinking, collapsed on the table after 3 rounds of drinking and did not want to get up. Li Changqing and Madahai, 2 people are too able to drink. Lin Mu thinks that the physical toughness of the drink not drunk, but by the 2 people filled with 5 confused, simply lying on the table pretending to be drunk. Okay, stop pretending, let's go. Your knife is here. Li Changqing looked at Lin Mu, who was pretending to be drunk on the table, smiled and drank the last glass of wine, knocked on the table. Whether Lin Mu was drunk or not he could tell with his spiritual power. Lin Mu raised his head, shook his head and said, "Big brother Li really didn't pretend to be drunk. Can't even tell who's who." After saying this, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He couldn't tell who was who, and he still recognized that it was Li Changqing. He had exposed himself to himself. The three of them looked at each other and then laughed out loud. In the customer room, the three of them drank tea to quench their thirst. Even if they were all cultivators, more than 20 bottles of highly alcoholic beverages down their gullets were a bit too much to handle. There was also a rectangular wooden box on the tea table. Lin Mu drank 2 cups of tea and opened the wooden box. Inside the wooden box was quietly placed a tang knife. The sheath and handle of the knife was dark. The handle of the knife had a complex pattern, the overall mysterious and noble. He reached out and picked up the tang knife. The sheath was wrapped in some kind of unknown material, and after holding it, the comfort was excellent, as if holding the soul of the knife. Clank! Holding the sheath of the sword and drawing it out, a crisp sheathing sound rang out, and a cold aura flashed through, as if greeting Lin Mu, the new master. The body of the blade was also black in color, and there was a silver-white blood groove on the black blade that extended from below the hilt all the way to the tip of the blade. Phew! Lin Mu took the knife and gently swung it downward, and a sound of breaking air came out. Good knife! He ran his hand over the blade and exclaimed in admiration. It was not even in the same dimension as the large blade he had picked up. Give your blade a name. I hope it will accompany you on your invincible journey through the rift. Li Changqing put down his teacup and looked at Lin Mu, who was like a treasure, and said softly, "Let's call it the Green Sea." Lin Mu glanced at the two men and took his sword back into its sheath. Li Changqing and Ma Dehai looked at each other, the corners of their mouths spreading into a slight smile. The meaning of this name was self-evident. At the moment the name was taken, Lin Mu seemed to feel the emotions coming from Qinghai, ignorant and surprised. After Lin Mu put his sword away in his spatial traveling bag, he cupped his fists towards the two of them and said, "Thank you both for your hospitality. In the coming day, Lin Mu will definitely come to the door to express his gratitude." Li Changqing waved his hand and said, "It's just a matter of lifting my hand. Old brother Lin doesn't need to be so polite. Come and sit here often when you have time." Ma Dehai also nodded his head and agreed. Director Li is right. It's a small thing, nothing to be thankful for. It's getting late, so I'll leave first. When there are no more rooms in the lodging area, I'll come back to visit in a few days when I'm leaving town number 8. Li Changqing and Ma Dehai got up at the same time and sent Lin Mu out of the office. On the second floor, Li Changqing stood by the window and watched Lin Mu disappear from sight, and asked Ma Dehai behind him, "What do you think of Lin Mu as a person?" Ma Dehai took a sip of tea. A light flashed in his eyes and smiled, thoughtful, ambitious, and emotionally attached. Li Changqing turned around, picked up the teacup on the table and asked, "How so?" Ma Dehai stood up, walked to Li Changqing's side, and said softly, "From the time he entered the office until now, his thoughts have always been clear, indicating that he has ideas. His choice of that tang sword proves that he has confidence and ambition in himself. The fact that he named the sword, off the top of his head, the word Qinghai, proves that he values his feelings." Li Changqing pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed it to Ma Dehai, lit it up and gently spat out, "The submerged dragon is in the abyss, and it will soar to the 9 heavens." The two looked at each other and smiled, both understood each other's thoughts. Today this favor is worth sending. After Lin Mu left the office, he came to the accommodation building not far away to check in. Imagining today's encounter at the office, he realized the truth that it was the strong who could gain respect. This was the reality of this society. Although he hated this way, this was how society worked, and there was nothing he could do to change it. Returning to his room, he took stock of his gains for the day. All the Fey Beast materials were sold for $3,744,000. He spent $500,000 on the energy replenishing pills, and Ma Dehai gave him 100 of them, making a total of 600 energy replenishing pills. Buying the Green Sea cost $2,800,000. Ma Dehai also sent him a spatial traveling bag. The space inside was as big as a soccer field. So in the end, he was left with 440,000 Alliance coins, 600 energy replenishing pills, the Green Sea blade, and a spatial traveling bag. In fact, what he was most satisfied with was the Blue Sea knife. This knife gave him a very different feeling. After holding it, there was a feeling of sharing his heart, and he didn't know if it was because of the meteorite iron or something else. It's quick to earn and even quicker to use. After sighing, and going to the washroom to wash away his fatigue, Lin Mu began to add points, and the attribute points that had already been cleared were now more than 48,000. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 31,535. Strength, 115,796. Spirit, 114. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 48,650. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Mu decided to add the physique, leave 1,000 attribute points, then add the spirit. The role of spiritual power was clearly prominent after reaching the mountain shifting realm. Eating energy replenishing pills while adding physique, that mesmerizing feeling surfaced once again. After eating the 47th energy replenishing pill, the attribute points looked good with 1,000 remaining. He began to add the spiritual attribute. What's going on? I added it to 299 and then I can't add it anymore? Physique is enough. Is it because I don't have enough strength? Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 60,685. Strength, 115,796. Spirit, 299. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 815. When the warmth in his head ended, Lin Mu frowned as he looked at the attribute panel. The spiritual attribute of 299, which corresponded to what should be the second stage of mountain shifting, and now that it was stuck here, the only explanation was that there wasn't enough power, because according to 1 point of spiritual attribute deducting 100 physique, the physique attribute was completely sufficient. Enlightenment and the other 3 attributes were not next to each other at all, so Lin Mu speculated that it was related to the strength attribute. His spiritual attribute was the 3rd stage of mountain shifting when he added a little bit upwards, while strength was still at the 1st stage of mountain shifting. If he extrapolated in this way, Lin Mu had already figured out the system's conservation of energy. The energy purchased by 1 alliance coin is equal to 1 point of physical attributes. Now that alliance inflation is very stable and has been at this price for decades, the amount of energy that can be purchased with alliance coin shouldn't change in a short period of time. And to increase 1 point of spiritual attribute, 100 points of physical attribute need to be deducted. The strength attribute could only be increased to 5 times the physical attribute. The spirit attribute cannot be 2 orders above the strength attribute, and a first-order strength cannot have a third-order spirit. This set of energy conservation was Lin Mu's experience in adding points that he had summarized over the past few days. Whether a building is stable or not mainly depends on how much steel the foundation can carry, and how high it can be repaired depends on how high the steel can go, and the cement must be poured inside the steel, so the cement can't be too much taller than the steel. He suddenly remembered the concept of building repair from the exam textbook. If I were a house, my physique would be the foundation, my strength would be the rebar, and my spirit would be the cement. No matter how high the spirit and strength are, it will finally feed back to the physique. After figuring this out, he finally understood what was going on with the system's conservation of energy, and that it was the same concept as cultivating a house. Dog system, don't you just say it out loud, you have to make me fumble on my own. Lin Mu cursed and angrily closed the attribute panel. Right now, there weren't enough attribute points, so he could only wait until there were enough attribute points to add the strength attribute. Chapter 17, Chaotic Beast Harbor. Lin Mu, who couldn't do anything with the system, could only sleep blindfolded. Early the next morning, before dawn, he came inside the crack to look for a suitable foreign beast. There was no way around it. Now not only did he need to complete the system's quests, but he also needed a large amount of energy replenishing pills, and it was only right to work hard to earn money. Looking at the electronic maps labeling for the various foreign beasts, he finally decided to continue hunting the 3-headed dog. There were many alien beasts that were more valuable than the 3-headed dog, but they weren't as dense as the 3-headed dog, and going to hunt those alien beasts might not earn as much as hunting the 3-headed dog. Strangely enough, he searched around the map and didn't find any information on 3rd-ranked foreign beasts. Could it be that there are people in the 8th Rift who specialize in clearing 3rd-order foreign beasts? The information of the foreign beasts on the map were updated in real time. The scouts of the demon removal guards would scout inside the rift every day. The map basically had to be updated once every half a month, and the red light dots on the map represented the number of foreign beasts that had been newly scouted. Every rift had foreign beasts of the 1st to 4th order, but the 8th rift just didn't have foreign beasts of the 3rd and 4th order. Lin Mu felt very strange. Lin Mu's map was the one that had just been updated. The place he went to yesterday was the largest gathering place for the 3-headed dogs. Now he could only find a smaller gathering place to hunt the 3-headed dogs. Running wildly along the route, bypassing the territory of many first-order alien beasts, Lin Mu came back to the territory of the iron-armored turtle. At this point in time, the cultivators in the city hadn't come over yet, and there were only a few cultivators hunting the iron-armored turtle on the territory, and he presumed that these cultivators shouldn't have gone back to the White City last night and had spent the night killing here. But without the advantage of numbers, these left-behind cultivators were instead chased and bitten by the huge number of iron-armored turtles. They were able to harvest 1 or 2 of them occasionally while fleeing. There was absolutely no such situation as yesterday when the cultivators were robbing the iron-armored turtles. What a magical species, it was pretty much killed yesterday, but today there are so many again. Just how many turtle eggs are in that lake? Lin Mu couldn't help but let out a gasp as he watched a steady stream of iron-armored turtles climb from the lake to the shore. In the dimly lit environment, the densely packed iron-armored turtles, constantly climbing upwards, how this scene looked a bit like a biochemical crisis, as if there was a big monster in the lake driving away these iron-armored turtles. Continue to go forward, to the place where the 3-headed dog was killed yesterday. This place is darker than the iron-armored turtle, but for the cultivator, as long as the simple adaptation, there is no difference with the daytime. The blood on the ground still proclaimed yesterday's tragedy. This was the place where he earned his first bucket of gold. Strange, there's clearly a 3-headed dog gathering point here. How come I can't see any 3-headed dogs? There are bloodstains on the ground. Could it be that 5-member squad from yesterday? He crossed over to the place where he killed the three-headed dogs yesterday and came to the second three-headed dog gathering place shown on the map, only to find that there was not a single three-headed dog, only a trail of blood on the ground. Coming to the third three-headed dog gathering place, it was still the same scene. There's no choice but to switch to a different kind of foreign beast. 2 consecutive places were emptied of three-headed dogs, proving that there was definitely someone specializing in hunting three-headed dogs, and there was no point in continuing to the next point. Lin Mu thought for a while, took out his electronic map, and after searching for half a day, he couldn't find a suitable hunting target, so he could only direct his gaze to an area that was covered by the light spots of foreign beasts. Let's go here. Chaotic Beast Harbor. On the electronic map, the foreign beasts here were the densest, and the information given by the demon removal guards was that this place was home to a wide variety of first and second order foreign beasts, with a very high density, making it a dangerous zone. The 8th Rift was originally a place for the bottom cultivators to raise their families, and this large-scale gathering of foreign beasts could be considered a forbidden place for the bottom cultivators. It's so annoying to have to rush again. Why don't you get some flying machines in here, delaying me from earning money? No flying machine, bicycles can at least give a little. Relying on my legs is really tiring. The orientation of the Chaotic Beast Harbor was to the south of the entrance to the rift, looking favorably at the opposite of his position, and he couldn't help but complain about it. 2 hours later, Lin Mu, who was rushing around, finally arrived at the cliff next to the Chaotic Beast Harbor. I'll go, don't be so exaggerated. Don't these foreign beasts have a sense of territory? Standing on the cliff and looking down, a huge lake was bordered by a piece of land, all kinds of alien beasts were swimming in the lake, and all kinds of alien beasts were living in groups on the land, and there were also flying alien beasts circling in the sky. This overturned Lin Mu's cognition. The 2 alien beast gathering points he went to yesterday didn't find any other alien beasts, indicating that the alien beasts inside the rift all had their own group territories. But the foreign beasts in the Chaotic Beast Harbor were truly chaotic. He even saw a demonic wolf spider scratching the back of another giant power demonic ape with both of its legs. Where should I start? After looking at the cliff for a while, Lin Mu didn't find a suitable place to land. Every inch of space in the Chaotic Beast Harbor was crowded with densely packed foreign beasts. Going down there so rashly would definitely be a dead end. After looking at the map for a while longer, he decided to go around from the back. That side was a plain, suitable for running, and he could run if he couldn't. Now the place with the mountain cliffs, running is not even good to run, even if you can fly. Can you fly to win the flying beasts? Lin Mu shook his head. Absolutely can't go down from here. To go down from here is to go to death. After returning the same way from the cliff, he made a big circle before coming to the plains on the other side. As soon as he reached the plains, he saw scattered foreign beasts roaming around. Without saying a word, Lin Mu took out his green sea blade and harvested it. With this density of foreign beasts, he wasn't afraid of them gathering at all. 2-horned rhinoceros, rock giant, 2-winged serpent, demon tarantula, sawtooth tiger, giant power demon ape, 4-winged iris. In just 10 minutes, Lin Mu didn't know exactly how many types of foreign beasts he had killed, and there were all kinds of foreign beast materials in his spatial traveling bag. One thing that was troublesome about killing this kind of scattered beasts was that you had to keep recalling in your mind, recalling which part was useful, and then you had to cut it down with your hands. There weren't many types of exotic beasts like the 3-headed dog that could be sold all over. Most of them had only one part that was more valuable and had to be disposed of after killing it. Help! Help! Boom! Boom! Lin Mu's hunting operation had just been going on for 10 minutes when he suddenly heard a faint cry for help coming from the left front, which was still a bit familiar. Subsequently, a middle-aged man shouted for help over and over again while running out from the dense forest of the Chaotic Beast Harbor, and the direction of escape was running towards Lin Mu. When the middle-aged man escaped from the dense forest, Lin Mu exclaimed with a puzzled face, "Uncle?" The middle-aged man who escaped was none other than the bearded uncle he had encountered yesterday at the mouth of the rift, and he had even made the uncle fall. "Little chick, what are you doing here? Hurry up and run." The older man also recognized Lin Mu, and his face was lost for a moment, then he shouted loudly at him. Chapter 18. Still want me to call you uncle? Just as Lin Mu was puzzled, the next scene made his eyes glaze over. He was still wondering what that rumbling sound was, when he only saw a large group of foreign beasts behind the uncle running wildly out of the dense forest, chasing after none other than the frantically fleeing uncle. "I'll go, don't come towards me." Lin Mu was startled by this scene. He roughly estimated that the group of foreign beasts must be estimated to be in the thousands, densely packed. It looked like a swarm of ants from afar. The trees inside the dense forest were all knocked to the east and west. "If I don't come towards you, where do I go? You are the exit of the Chaotic Beast Harbor here." The uncle's feet were like an engine, and the frequency of his strides made Lin Mu sweat. Lin Mu looked at the uncle who was only 50 meters away from him, and then looked at the army of foreign beasts following 100 meters behind him, threw down the corpses in his hands, and immediately ran wildly. Just kidding, if this is wrapped up by the beasts, he is expected to be gnawed on with no crumbs left. Sure. A sharp bird call suddenly came from the sky, and Lin Mu turned around to see a large swath of crowed-flying alien beasts rapidly flying towards his side from above the dense forest. Uncle, what hornet's nest have you stirred up? The foreign beasts in this chaotic beast harbor won't all be lured out by you. Kid, what's the point? Hurry up and run. If the flying beasts catch up with you, you won't even have a hair left. At this moment, the uncle hadn't realized his situation. Lin Mu was running faster than him, and in the blink of an eye had already left him behind by hundreds of meters. This kid, how can he run so fast? Cultivated footwork? By the time the uncle reacted, Lin Mu had already turned into a dwarf in his sight, shrinking 4 or 5 times overall. Lin Mu wrapped his entire body in spiritual power, and as he ran, he used his impulse to fly at a low speed, comparable to the flying speed of a small airplane. Ah! He was running when a faint scream suddenly came from behind him. Turning back to look, the uncle had been hooked by a ghost-faced eagle on his shoulder and flew into the air. However, the uncle was not a vegetarian. His right hand grabbed the right foot of the ghost-faced eagle and then broke it with a force. Under the pain of the ghost-faced eagle, the left foot also let go of Uncle after free fall, a roll to climb up, and then continue to run. However, the four-winged kite and the long-sounding bird behind him had already caught up with him, hitting his body hard, knocking him to the ground and staggering him, and his running speed was greatly reduced. Not long after, another ghost-faced hawk swooped over, which was dodged by the uncle and escaped. Lin Mu frowned at the uncle being attacked by countless flying alien beasts. At this rate, the uncle definitely couldn't escape. To save or not to save? With so many flying alien beasts, even if it was him, he might not be able to get out even if he rushed in. But if he didn't save it, he couldn't live with his conscience. This uncle also taught him something at the mouth of the crack. He tripped the uncle, and the uncle kindly reminded him. The uncle, put up a fight, grinding like what kind of man? If you really can't save it, with my speed I should be able to escape as well. Lin Mu clenched his teeth, or decided to return to save the uncle, although there was only one side of the relationship, but as long as there is grace, no matter how big it is, you have to go to repay the favor. Moreover, he was confident that as long as he wasn't surrounded, these first and second order flying alien beasts couldn't do anything to him yet. After saying that, Lin Mu took the green sea blade in his hand, and with his right foot, he violently exerted force, and with ghost-like speed, he rushed towards the uncle who was gradually surrounded by the foreign beasts. Uncle, break out towards me! When he was almost at the uncle's side, Lin Mu shouted. The uncle, surrounded by flying alien beasts, saw Lin Mu through a gap. Kid, what are you doing back here? Hurry up and run, I can't escape. He desperately dodged the alien beast attack and shouted to Lin Mu. How do you know if you don't try? Lin Mu shouted, the green sea blade in his hand swung wildly, and the flying alien beasts that stood in front of him kept falling down one after another. As the beasts between Lin Mu and the uncle gradually fell, the encirclement surrounded by flying beasts was gradually torn open, and the uncle seemed to see hope and desperately rushed towards Lin Mu's side. When it was too late, the two quickly ran into each other. Lin Mu pulled the uncle's wrist with his left hand, and his right hand, the green sea blade, opened the way in front. Hold on to me. He let out a loud shout, then felt the uncle's hand grabbing his clothes. He then exerted his feet violently and rushed high into the air with his uncle, then utilized his spiritual power to wrap around the two of them, inserted the green sea blade into the sheath hanging on his waist, and after finding the right direction, he quickly flew in the direction of the entrance of the rift. The uncle was stunned by this scene, forgetting the pain coming from the countless wounds on his body, and looked at Lin Mu dumbfounded, murmuring, flying in the air, mountain-moving patriarch. After flying for some time, Lin Mu looked back. The flying foreign beasts behind him were still following very closely. He knew that going on like this wasn't a solution. His spiritual power wasn't strong enough to take an individual flying fast. Moreover, his spiritual power was consuming especially fast. Just this little while had already consumed a small half of his spiritual power. Uncle, hold on tight, I'm going to the ground. Lin Mu reminded the uncle, and then swooped down, using the impact force generated by his feet stomping on the ground to achieve a low-altitude speed flight. He flew like this for more than 10 minutes before he finally couldn't see any shadows of the alien beasts behind him, so he slightly slowed down a bit and switched to running to move forward. Continuously wrapping the two of them with his spiritual power for low-altitude speed flying, his spiritual power was too consumed and was on the verge of drying up at this point. However, he had just slowed down when the sound of a flying alien beast hissing came from behind him again. I'm going, it's not over. Hearing the chaotic hissing sound, Lin Mu was a bit desperate. The foreign beasts flying relied on their wings, and the flying relied on his spiritual power. This couldn't be compared. Uncle, what have you done? When these beasts see you, they are chasing after you like they are killing their father? The uncle looked at the sweat on Lin Mu's face, sighed, let go of his right hand that was gripping the corner of his coat, and whispered, you put me down and escape alone. Lin Mu frowned and chided, are you kidding? I've brought you this far to escape, and now you're asking me to leave you behind? Then wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? The older man pulled out a pill-sized orb from his mouth and shoved it into Lin Mu's hand, saying, my name is Wang Dano, I'm the captain of the 3rd Squad of the White City Demon Defenders 8th Brigade, so help me hand this over to our captain. Lin Mu took a look at the slimy thing in his hand and shoved it into Wang Die's hand, saying with disgust, "What the hell, slimy? If you want to hand it over, you hand it over yourself. I don't have that much free time. I look at your age before I call you an uncle. You do not want to take advantage of me, but also want me to call you a grandfather? Also, I'm not called a kid, or a brat, or a little chick, I'm called Lin Mu." When Wang Dano heard this, he was furious and yelled, "My name is Wang Dano, and wild is the wild of field, not the master of master." Of course Lin Mu knew that he wasn't called Master Wang, he was just trying to regulate the tense atmosphere. "Don't worry, without using spiritual power, this group can't catch me. I'll be able to run to death with these legs today just as well as I can run to death with this group of ghostly things." Chapter 19, Fire Coverage of the Garrison Points. System, add points. Lin Mu mumbled in his mind and opened the attribute panel. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 60,685. Strength, 115,796. Spirit, 299. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 38,450. Another 38,000 attributes, add 10,000 to physique and all the rest to strength. Lin Mu piked all 38,000 attribute points, 2 streams of warmth in his body instantly surrounded his entire body, exhaustion disappeared, and his sense of strength exploded. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 70,685. Strength, 144,246. Spirit, 299. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 0. 70,000 physique. Lord, I don't believe it today, I can't wear you out. After adding points, Lin Mu's confidence doubled. 70,000 points of constitution, which corresponded to the power of the third stage of mountain moving, was more than enough to drive his power of the first stage of mountain moving. Wang Dano, who was being pulled by Lin Mu, suddenly felt his speed soar. A temporary breakthrough? Or did you use some secret technique? The knowledgeable Wang Dano was also confused. The physical strength would gradually decrease during the escape process. How could there be this kind of reverse operation? An hour and a half later, the tent at the entrance of the rift came into view. "Uncle, hurry up and contact the demon removal guards within the stationing point and tell them to get ready." Lin Mu glanced behind him at about a kilometer. The sky was dark, and said in a hurry. The ground alien beasts didn't even seem to be chasing after them anymore, but this group of flying alien beasts had been unable to get rid of them. Wang Dano also saw the garrison point close at hand, then picked up the walkie-talkie hanging on his waist and shouted, "Command Center of the 8th Rift Garrison Point, I am Wang Dano, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the 8th Brigade. There are a large number of flying xenomorphs in the direction of the chaotic beast harbor that are approaching the garrison point. Please contact the armed forces immediately to do a good job of preventing and controlling them, and at the same time notify the ground to do a good job of defending itself. Repeat. Receive, please reply. Roger." Wang Dano called out the stationing point twice in a row, and there was finally a response inside the intercom. At the same time, the sharp-eyed Lin Mu saw that the tents at the stationing point had all disintegrated in an instant, and the laser cannons inside the tents were emitting an icy cold light aimed at them, and the demon removal guards in black uniforms were standing in front of the camp. "This isn't going to hit us even." Seeing this battle, Lin Mu was a bit flustered. He couldn't carry this kind of firepower. "Don't talk so much, the demon removal guards won't kill innocents indiscriminately." Lin Mu couldn't care less at this point, and ran wildly towards the stationing point, arriving in front of the demon removal guards camp in the blink of an eye. "Wang Dano, what's going on? You didn't really go to the chaotic beast harbor to steal a third-order foreign beast spirit core, did you?" Just as the two hands separated, a middle-aged man wearing technological glasses immediately ran over and asked Wang Dano. Wang Dano didn't reply directly. Instead, he glanced at the flying alien beast behind him that was already close at hand, patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and sighed, "Zhang Qianfeng, there's no time to talk about this now, prepare for battle." Zhang Qianfeng frowned, stomped his foot fiercely, and chided in a low voice, "Wang Dano, the captain has 3 orders not to go, you're disobeying the military order, you'll be punished. It's not like you don't know how severe the punishment of the demon removal guard is." Wang Dano didn't reply, his face just didn't look good, and Lin Mu didn't see an expression of regret on his face. "Uncle, that little ball of yours is the spirit core of a third-stage foreign beast? How come it's not the same as the spirit core I saw? That spirit core of mine can be as big as a walnut, this one of yours is too small for me to stuff my teeth with." Lin Mu suddenly remembered that Wang Miao Miao had also given himself a first-order beast spirit core, and that thing was as big as a walnut. First-order fey beasts and second-order fey beasts don't have spiritual cores. The kind of spiritual cores you guys are talking about that are as big as a walnut are actually the energy cores of certain fey beasts. They can't be called spiritual cores. Only third-order fey beasts or fey beasts above third order, which have condensed their spiritual energy, will have fey spirit cores in their bodies. Just like a rock giant's rock core, right? Wang Dano nodded and said, "People who haven't killed a third-order alien beast rarely know about this, and anyway, first-order and second-order energy cores also have energy, so they're all called spirit cores." After having a spirit core, the third order alien beasts will have a distinction between the early, middle, and late stages. The spirit core of the early third order alien beasts is as big as a pill, the middle stage ones are as big as a fava bean, and the spirit core of the late third order alien beasts are as big as a pigeon's egg. Only after hearing Wang Dano's explanation did Lin Mu understand the Tao here. When he was learning about foreign beasts on the internet before, he saw many people discussing spirit cores, but none of them could say why, the fundamental reason being that they hadn't killed any third order foreign beasts, and they simply didn't know about it. The official didn't do an explanation on this matter either, so on the forum, the energy core of the first and second order alien beasts was also called spirit core. No wonder how I couldn't find the spirit core when I killed the three-headed dog yesterday, the feeling that only specific fey beasts of the first order and second order have the energy core thingy. Lin Mu muttered and walked into the stationing point with Wang Dano. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the garrison point, but with Wang Dano as the squad leader leading the way, no one stopped them. Wang Dano is seriously injured and not capable of fighting. Lin Mu is not a member of the demon removal guards, no one can command him. Naturally, he won't be stupid enough to go up and kill the beasts. If he is rubbed by the laser cannon, he will have to take off a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. The two sat at the back of the demon removal guards camp. Lin Mu looked at the armed forces and the demon removal guards with a curious face. It was the first time he had seen this kind of large-scale battle. Everyone crouched on the ground, waiting for the war to open. Fire! He had just sat down on his butt on the ground, and he hadn't even set up his posture to watch the show, when he heard Zhang Qianfeng give the order. Shoo shoo shoo. Hundreds of laser cannons were activated at the same time within the stationing point. Beam after beam of dazzling white light flew over the heads of the people, heading straight for the group of alien beasts. The terrifying heat made Lin Mu feel his scalp heat up, and there was also a smell of burning hair coming from him. He didn't know which great god stood too high and his hair was burnt. Those flying alien beasts of the first and second rank, the moment they were touched by the laser, they turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. Thousands of flying alien beasts. In one round of laser baptism, there were only a few hundred left. After the laser cannon attack, the demon demolition guards stood up neatly, forming teams in 2s and 3s, picking up the standardized weapons in their hands and rushing towards the group of fey beasts. The flying alien beasts also swooped down after seeing the demon removal guards. The two sides instantly fought together, but in the face of the numerically superior demon removal guards, the remaining fey beasts were just moths to a flame. In about 5 minutes, the fey beasts that had been chasing Lin Mu for 2 hours were all cut down. He saw the tent behind him slowly rise, and looked at the laser cannons that were full of mechanical beauty, and his mouth watered. If this thing takes one to the inside of the rift, not to mention third-order alien beasts, even fourth-order alien beasts, I dare to go up and touch them. Wang Dano blankly glanced at the nymphomaniac Lin Mu and said, "Do you have electricity? Do you know how much energy it takes for a laser cannon to fire a laser?" Lin Mu was brought back to reality by Wang Dano's words and rolled his eyes. "Of course I know. I'm just thinking about it. I'm not saying I'm actually going to do it." In fact, he wanted to do it in his heart, but reality didn't allow it. If laser cannons could be brought out, humanity would have won long ago. Where would it still be struggling for decades? This thing consumes too much power. The entire garrison is a huge battery pack under the ground. There are hundreds of generators charging the batteries every day, just to prevent the beasts from suddenly gathering and attacking the garrison. The materials of the examination have all these contents, and there is even a course on battery maintenance. So Lin Mu can only talk about it. Really give him a laser cannon, he does not dare to ask for it, cannot afford to keep it. Chapter 20, The Person I Saved. You say kill? Where is Wang Dano? Tell him to get his ass over here. Just as everyone was packing up, a rough voice came from the back of the stationing point. "Great Captain, calm down." Ono was just confused for a moment. Lin Mu turned to look. Zhang Qianfeng was discouraging a sharp-eyed old man, and while doing so, he was also slightly stopping the old man with his hand to prevent him from crossing the garrison. The old man was also overbearing as well, pushing Zhang Qianfeng away and walking straight towards Wang Dano, who stood up. Pa! By the time he reached Wang Dano's side, a slap was hooted on Wang Dano's head. Zhang Qianfeng hurriedly stepped forward to pull the old man, and the other white-headed middle-aged man beside him was also on board together, trying to pull the fiery old man back. "You little brat guts are getting fatter and fatter, huh? What did I tell you guys? You can't go to the chaotic beast harbor. It's easy to cause a riot of foreign beasts. I've told you 1,000 times, you've taken my words as an earworm?" The old man's body shook and the two people lying on top of him were shaken away by him as he pointed at Wang Dano's nose and cursed. "Speak to the old man." Looking at Wang Dano, who didn't say a word, the old man kicked again, kicking Wang Dano to roll on the ground several times in a row. Wang Dano stood up and walked to the old man again, still not saying a word. "Nima stubborn donkey, I'll let you be stubborn." The old man looked at Wang Dano, who did not say a word, and the saber at his waist was instantly drawn. With the knife in his right hand, he pointed the tip of the knife at Wang Dano and roared, "Speak." Seeing this scene, Zhang Qianfeng immediately stood between the two men and used his hand to peel the old man's knife down, then scowled at Wang Dano. "Wang Dano, hurry up and apologize to the captain." Wang Dano's eyes were red as he yelled, "I'm not at fault, I just don't want the great captain to go, I don't want my brothers to be re-broken up and assigned to other cracks." Zhang Xianfeng was also convinced, "Wang Dano, this rash seed is really rash, all the demon removal guards of the 8th Brigade know that you think this way, but for you to say it openly like this, isn't this a slap in the face of the great captain?" As soon as the old man heard this, he pushed Zhang Xianfeng away and pointed his knife at Wang Dano. "Old me is only injured, not dead. Now that I haven't even left yet, you're acting in defiance. Let me ask you, unauthorized departure from your post and causing unrest amongst the foreign beasts, what is the crime according to the demon removal guard laws?" As soon as Zhang Qianfeng heard this, he immediately stood in front of the old man and rounded off the scene. "Great captain, Wang Dano was just out on a mission, and the Fey Beast riot was just an unintentional act." Wang Dano looked at the senior captain, his eyes red, and said loudly, "According to the demon removal guard laws, this offense is punishable." Zhang Xianfeng turned his head to look at Wang Deyi and yelled, "You rash bastard, will you die if you give in? 8 brigades, 12 squads, more than 1,000 people, you're the only one who's good, you're the only one who can play the hero? Get the hell out of my way." The old man kicked Zhang Qianfeng away and looked at Wang Dano with a cold snort. "Good. I respect you as a good man. Counselor Zhu, record." Wang Dano went out without authorization and triggered a riot of foreign beasts in Rift number 8. According to the law of the demon removal guards, he is to be beheaded. The white-headed middle-aged man behind the old man also shouted towards Wang Dano at this time, "Wang Dano, take the initiative to admit your faults, you can reduce the punishment." Wang Dano shook his head slightly and just stared blankly at the old man. The old man turned around and looked at the white-headed man with a calm face. "Shuyu, can't you understand what I'm saying? Record." The white-headed man sighed and took out a tablet computer, and after one operation, he said in a deep voice, reporting to the brigadier, "The record is complete." "Good." The old man's eyes stared, a brilliant light flashed, and the sword in his hand was raised high. "No." Zhang Xianfeng didn't dare to move at this time. After the counselor's record was completed, if he stepped forward to block it, he would be disobeying orders and would be beheaded, so he could only raise his voice to dissuade him. Wang Dano closed his eyes, a tear left in the corner of his eye, and murmured, "It was worth it." Dang. A sound of metal meeting metal came. Wang Dano heard a loud noise in his ears and opened his eyes. A black tang sword blocked the old man's knife above his head. "Both are fighting for the Earth Star, there's no need." Besides, Uncle was also looking out for the 8 brigades, and the Fey beasts were successfully repelled. "I don't think Uncle's crime is worthy of death. Moreover, Uncle was saved by my hard work, and you're just going to kill him? Are you messing with me?" Lin Mu struck the moment the old man swung his sword. He could see that this old man who was filled with killing aura really dared to kill Uncle. The key was that Uncle was still stupid and didn't do any self-rescue measures at all. "What are you? What do you care who I am? If you want to kill someone I saved, you have to ask me first." He wasn't one of the demon removal guards, he wouldn't be used to this bad old man. Zhang Xianfeng, people who are not from the demon removal guards where the armed forces appear within the garrison. As the person in charge of the garrison, what is your offense? The old man's spear turned to Zhang Qianfeng, who was on the side. Zhang Qianfeng immediately lowered his eyebrows and said, "You should be punished with a 50 large plank. Go get your punishment later." The old man snorted coldly and looked at Lin Mu again, saying coldly, "This is an internal matter for my demon removal guards, so I'll give you a warning now, leave the stationing point immediately. Otherwise, shoot on sight." Lin Mu was not happy to hear this. "Old man, I'll put my words here today, I'll make sure that Uncle, if you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Don't press me with your identity as the captain of the demon defenders, I'm not a demon defender." "What a big mouth. Trespassing on the garrison, you should be killed." The old man flipped the knife in his hand and instantly slashed at Lin Mu. Lin Mu's fire also came up. This old man played the official authority to play the habit, really take the crack as his home. In his hand, he lifted the green sea knife upward, blocking this blow, and then a step pressed up, a fierce tiger downhill split to the old man. The old man was knocked back by this strike, frowning at Lin Mu. He looked at Lin Mu and said incredulously, "Mountain Shifting Realm Grandmaster?" Lin Mu coldly snorted, "Mountain Moving Realm Patriarchs enjoy the right to enter the Rift stationing point to rest, you should know this, right?" Being educated by Lin Mu by bringing out the Alliance Law, the old man couldn't refute. The Alliance Law was greater than everything. The demon removal guards were only a subordinate force of the Cultivator Alliance. They didn't dare to openly violate the Alliance Law yet. Even if you have this right, but you didn't interfere in the demon removal guards' internal affairs. The old man didn't continue to dwell on Lin Mu's trespassing on top of the garrison, and turned his head to say that Lin Mu was interfering in the internal affairs of the demon removal guard. Lin Mu now knows why a lot of people want to remove the demon guard as an official position. In the demon guard is really a big level of pressure, people. "Okay, old man, you play official authority with me, right? You just wait for me." After saying that, Lin Mu lifted Wang Dano and flew towards the mouth of the crack. "Lin Mu, put me down. If you escape with me like this, you'll be blacklisted. Once you're blacklisted, all the cracks can't be entered. It's the same as cutting off your future. It's not worth it for a lousy life for me. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid, I just can't stand that old man. You're also really stupid, others are going to kill you, you're still standing stupidly and letting him kill you. Wang Dano didn't retort, he just murmured softly, this life of mine was saved by the great captain, so what if I give it back to him? And the great captain is also out of options, if he doesn't kill me, the entire 8th Brigade will be implicated. What a stupid fool. Lin Mu angrily cursed, then led Wang Dano out of the rift. Chapter 21, I just want to punch him in the face in public. Let them go. There's no need to offend a mountain-shifting realm grandmaster and lose their lives for nothing for a 10,000 cauldrons realm. The old man watched Lin Mu fly out of the crack with Wang Dano and didn't go after them, but only stopped the demon removal guards and the armed forces who wanted to chase after them, then shouted. Counselor Zhu, check this young man's information, report his obstruction of the demon removal guards' law enforcement to the Cultivator Alliance, and have the Cultivator Alliance blacklist the two of them. Seeing the two of them leave, the old man instead lost his murderous aura and turned around inside with a sense of relief. Seeing this, Juyu did not hesitate and immediately walked out of the crack opening, sending a message with a flat plate. Looking at the two people standing at the crack opening, he persuaded, you guys hurry up and leave. It's rare for the great captain to be kind enough to let you guys go. Anyway, Wang Dano was rescued. Such a young mountain-shifting realm patriarch must have a background, and even if the two of them were pulled into the blacklist, the young man called Lin Mu had a way to lift it. Do I need him to show great kindness? I'm going to punch him in the face in public in front of so many people from the demon removal guard. Lin Mu didn't run with Wang Dano as he glanced at Juyu, who was walking towards the mouth of the crack, and muttered in a low voice. He then made a phone call in front of the demon removal guards, and now the only person who could help him put the old man's official authority down was Li Changqing. He also can only have a thick skin and then go to beg him to help. Anyway, the favor owed more, not pressure. The big deal is to slowly pay back later. He just want to take this breath out today. Li Changqing is the head of the office of the Cultivator Alliance in town number 8. The Demon Removal Guard is only a subordinate combat department of the Cultivator Alliance, and Li Changqing is the old man's superior in theory. However, although the Demon Removal Guard was a subordinate department of the Cultivator Alliance, it was an independent combat department, and the office belonged to two departments. Common sense would say that the head of a city's Cultivator Alliance is the head of the Demon Removal Guards, but the Cracktown office is too special, it belongs to the Cultivator Alliance branch. And a city's Demon Removal Guard belongs to the direct responsibility of that city's Cultivator Alliance, and the 8 brigades don't belong to the city's Demon Removal Guards, they belong to the Demon Removal Guards that are stationed at the 8th Rift, so he didn't know if Li Changqing could overpower that old man. However, what Lin Mu didn't expect was that after he called Li Changqing to explain the cause of the matter, what he got were two light words: small matter. 5 minutes later, Ma Dahai ran his ass over and enthusiastically shouted, old brother Lin. Brother Ma. Seeing Ma Dahai running over, Lin Mu knew that the matter was resolved. Yo, Captain Wang, did you commit a crime? Ma Dahai obviously knew Wang Dano and joked as soon as he came over. But it's good that you met my old brother Lin. Things are settled. Ma Dahai took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Mu. Elder brother Lin, take this piece of paper and give it to that stubborn old man Su Hushan, he won't be able to turn over the sky. There's also the blacklist application submitted by Su Hushan. Director Li directly rejected it. Although their 8 brigades don't belong to the jurisdiction of our office, all the materials he wants to apply for have to be conveyed to the White City Cultivators Union through our office, wanting to move the earth on the head of a Teiyuyu against him. Hearing Ma Dahai's words, Lin Mu was completely relieved, and at the same time, he was clear about the relationship between the Demon Removal Guard and the Cultivator Alliance. The headquarters of the White City Cultivator Alliance was responsible for the work arrangements of the entire Demon Removal Guards, and the Demon Removal Guards defending the city and the Demon Removal Guards stationed in the crevices within the city were under the control of the headquarters. But the Demon Removal Guards stationed in the Rift, they couldn't leave the Rift in the town to go to the White City, so if they wanted to apply for anything, they needed to be conveyed through the town's office, and then approved by the White City Cultivator Alliance headquarters. This is actually a kind of divided management, not allowing the town office to directly manage the Demon Removal Guards within the Rift, preventing the head of the town office from taking the Seam Removal Guards stationed within the Rift out of their control, as some cities to towns are very far away from each other, which can easily lead to problems. At the same time, letting the town office be responsible for the news transmission of the Demon Guard within the Rift will enable the town office to supervise the situation of the Demon Guard within the Rift, avoiding the Demon Guard within the Rift from lying about the truth and embezzling the supplies. This model actually constrains both the office and the Demon Removal Guards, allowing the Cultivator Alliance headquarters to accurately know what's going on inside the Rift even from thousands of miles away. Lin Mu admired the person who created this management model, using the least amount of effort to solve the biggest problem. Brother Ma, what's the situation with this Su Hushan? Why is he so unkind? Hey, he's just an old fart, rigid. This is not going to be transferred soon. Brother Ma, then I'll go into the cracks first, and come find you and Brotherly for a drink in a few days. Ma Dahai nodded, anytime. After the two said their goodbyes, Lin Mu brought Wang Dano back to the Rift. The Demon Removal Guards and armed forces within the Rift saw Lin Mu return again and their eyes glazed over. How did these two dare? Just escaped and came back again, isn't this a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Zhang Qianfeng sensed the commotion at the stationing point and limped out of the tent, just in time to see Lin Mu and Wang Dano, and hurriedly limped over. What's wrong with you two? The first captain is still here, what are you guys doing back here? Lin Mu looked at Zhang Qianfeng, who was limping. He knew that he must have just received a board. Even if he was a Wanding Realm cultivator, receiving 50 big boards, he would not be able to walk normally for a short period of time. Su Hushan, this bad old man was really ruthless. Call Su Hushan out, I'll see what he can do to me. Lin Mu was currently holding the paperwork given by Ma Dahai and arrogantly shouted out. Aren't you going to press me with official authority? I'll give you a way to return the favor. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. In his heart he was secretly happy. Now that he has the imperial sword, he is still afraid of you, a border guarding general? Su Hushan also heard the chattering outside the tent, and hurriedly stepped out of the tent, and at a glance, he saw the arrogant Lin Mu with Wang Dano. You two are really looking for death, how dare you come to the garrison? Men, surround them for me. Counselor Zhu, did the blacklist application go up? How can they still enter the rift? Su Hushan's face was gloomy. Letting them go was already the most against the law move he had made in so many years. How did they still dare to run back? The rest of the people heard Su Hushan's order and immediately surrounded the two in layers. Great Captain, the blacklist application has been rejected. Zhu Yu took the tablet out of the rift and immediately came back in. There was no signal inside the rift, so he could only run out of the rift and come back after receiving the information. He then handed the tablet over to Su Hushan. The 4 big red words on the tablet rejecting the application stood out. Arrest Wang Dano, this mountain-shifting realm patriarch doesn't need to be taken care of. Wait. Show me what this is. Lin Mu shouted and took out the paper given by Ma Dahai, which was clearly stamped with the seal of the Cultivator Alliance. As soon as Su Hushan saw the seal, he knew that it was real. No one dared to forge the seal of the Cultivator Alliance. It was a great crime to exterminate a whole family. Chapter 22, Crack 8 Dangerous, Go Quickly. Su Hushan gave Zhu Yu a look, and Zhu Yu took the paper in Lin Mu's hand and read it aloud. Transfer order. It is decided today that Wang Dano, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the 8th Brigade of the Demon Removal Guards, is to be transferred to the office of the Cultivator Alliance in Town Number 8. White Town Cultivator Alliance Headquarters. A few short sentences put a lid on everything. Old man, do you hear me? Wang Dano is not a member of your Demon Removal Guard now. Who are you arresting here? Who gave you the right to arrest someone from the office? Once Lin Mu said this, he felt that the whole person was refreshed, otherwise it was hard to keep being pressed by Su Hushan with the Demon Removal Guard's laws. When Su Hushan heard Lin Mu's mockery, he laughed instead, and the murderous aura on his body converged. Good. Good. He smiled broadly and said 2 good words in a row, turned around and went into the tent. Lin Mu looked at Su Hushan, who turned to leave. Why did it all feel wrong? Zhu Yu also came over with a smile and patted Wang Dano's shoulder. Dano, do a good job at the office, and when you're free, come to the stationing point to sit down, or go to our residence building in the town to sit down as well. He then looked at Lin Mu and said sincerely towards him, Patriarch Lin, thank you for saving one of Dinyao's lives. When Lin Mu heard this, the more he heard it, the more wrong it became, so he hurriedly pulled back Counselor Zhu, who turned to leave, and asked with a frown, when did you guys start acting? Counselor Zhu turned around and whispered in Lin Mu's ear, from the moment you blocked the first captain with your sword. He instantly understood when he heard this and murmured, he wouldn't really cut Uncle, would he? It's all an act for me. But I don't understand why he's so sure I'll save Uncle. Counselor Zhu smiled mysteriously. The great captain has been in the cracks for decades. He hasn't misjudged anyone for a while. Then how do you guys know that I know Li Chongqing? How long has Li Chongqing been in town? How long has the captain been here? There's an idiom called deep roots, do you understand? After saying that, Zhu Yu looked deeply at Lin Mu, turned around and left. Looking at Zhu Yu, who was walking away, Lin Mu asked aloud, then how did he know that I would definitely be able to catch that blade? You guess? Looking at Zhu Yu's fading figure, he experienced the 3 words he left behind. Taking another look at the somewhat confused uncle beside him, Lin Mu patted his shoulder. Your great captain is a good man. And also a bad guy. What do you mean? Wang Dano was listening in confusion. Lin Mu shook his head. You're really a dilettante. With so many demon removal guards and armed forces here, why do you think we escaped? When Wang Dano heard this, tears instantly flowed down his face as he knelt down towards where Su Hushan was and kowtowed 3 times on the ground. Uncle, let me ask you a question. Ha? You ask. Wang Dano on the ground raised his head and looked seductively at Lin Mu. What realm is your great captain? Lin Mu looked at the tent where Su Hushan was and said softly. Before he was injured it seemed like he was moving mountains at the 6th rank, after he was injured I don't know, the great captain hasn't made a move since he was injured. Wang Dano pondered for a while and said, Lin Mu looked at Wang Dano and then looked at the tent where Su Hushan was in the distance. No wonder he was so sure I could catch it, everything was calculated by him. What do you mean? Lin Mu shook his head without explaining, he just pulled Wang Dano up from the ground. Uncle, I'm going to go make some money, report to the office. Wang Dano stood up and glanced around thievishly, realizing that no one was paying attention to them, and then took out a small folded piece of paper with his right hand and quietly shoved it into Lin Mu's hand. This is what Counselor Zhu quietly slipped to me just now. He asked me to pass it on to you. After slipping the note to Lin Mu, Wang Dano turned around and left the stationing point. He was not a member of the demon removal guards anymore. It was not appropriate for him to stay here for a long time. Lin Mu also walked out of the garrison. This paper, Zhu, did not blatantly give it to him. It proves that there are people at the garrison staring at them. Crack number 8 in danger, go quickly. Seeing the 7 words on the note, he instantly reacted that this note was not for him. This note was for Li Changqing. The last 2 words were a reminder for him to leave quickly, and the first 5 words were for him to relay the message to Li Changqing. Crack number 8 was in danger. Why didn't they report it? There's a situation inside the garrison, they can't get their message across. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes at the stationing point, remembering Zhu Yu's perverse behavior. He clearly could have told himself face to face that there was a danger in the 8th rift, but he had to convey it in this way, so there was only one reason. There was a situation at the stationing point that they couldn't control, and they didn't dare to take the risk of sending someone to the office to notify Li Changqing. With his intelligence, he quickly reacted to the significance of this note to him. Deeply rooted. Lin Mu remembered the idiom Zhu Yu had told him, remembered the look in Zhu Yu's eyes, and now he understood that it was telling him that someone was breaking the roots of the 8th rift. Grandpa, it's a good thing I'm smart and have a quick mind. Knowing that the situation was urgent, he immediately flew out of the 8th rift and arrived at the town office. Inside the rift, Su Hushan sipped his tea and looked at Zhu Yu with a sad face. Counselor Zhu, do you think he can understand us? Zhu Yu takes a deep breath. I hope he can. Being so young to be in the mountain-moving realm, his brain should be good. Su Hushan squeezed his hands, the crumbs of the cup fell freely, gritting his teeth. Son of a, dare to play tricks under my nose, don't let me catch you. Lin Mu, who came to the office, directly found Li Changqing, handed him the note, and also repeated what Zhu Yu said as it was. After listening to Lin Mu's words, Li Changqing fell into deep thought with the note in his hand, and only after a while did he look at Lin Mu. Elder brother Lin, what message do you think Zhu Yu is trying to convey? In my opinion, Counselor Zhu is trying to tell you that there are people with ulterior motives mixed in at Garrison Point 8, and that they're now under the other side's surveillance and can't move, so he wants you to find a way to support them. Li Changqing nodded, but sighed. The key is now I don't know what's going on inside the rift, how can I report to the top? That said, isn't Counselor Zhu able to transmit information to you, big brotherly? How come he didn't use the tablet to transmit the information, but had to go through me and use this obscure way to transmit the information? There's no network inside the rift, you can only use the tablet when you go outside the rift. They don't know who this person really is, and they don't know if the town has this person's eyes, so they don't dare to use the tablet to send a message over. They're afraid that the other party will be in a hurry. Lin Mu heard this and realized Li Changqing's difficulty. The enemy is in the light, I am in the dark, I don't know what the other side is going to do, it's very passive. Li Changqing paced back and forth in the office. The Su Hushan and Zhu Yu is to give him a difficult problem. Now to how to break the situation all depends on him. As long as the crack inside a move, I guess the other side will not give them time to react, so Su Hushan they do not dare to move. Chapter 23, Stealing Spirit Nuclei. Lin Mu, I want to ask you for something. After a while, Li Changqing seemed to have an idea, and suddenly looked at Lin Mu. Big brotherly, you say? Lin Mu knew that the time to return the favor had come. I'd like to ask you to make a trip to the Chaotic Beast Harbor. Chaotic Beast Harbor? The crisis of the 8th rift has something to do with the Chaotic Beast Harbor? But I feel that apart from the fact that there are more First Order and Second Order alien beasts inside the Chaotic Beast Harbor, there isn't any special danger. Li Changqing shook his head. What you've seen is just the surface. If that was the case, Rift number 8 would have long since become a backyard for us humans to obtain alien beast materials. The Chaotic Beast Harbor is the core area of Rift number 8. Inside the lake there is a 4th order 9-headed python. This 9-headed python is so cunning that it sinks to the bottom of the lake when it encounters danger. The city lord and the Grand Metropolitan Governor joined forces and were unable to kill it. If there is danger in the 8th rift, then it must have something to do with the Chaotic Beast Harbor. Lin Mu was dumbfounded. He thought that the 8th rift only had 1st order and 2nd order foreign beasts, but he didn't expect there to be a 4th order foreign beast. The White City Lord and the Cultivator Alliance Grand Capital Governor are both pouring sea realm powerhouses. They couldn't kill it like this? It can't be killed. A cultivator's combat power will be greatly reduced when they enter the water. We've long wanted to pocket the 8th rift. It's because of this 9-headed python that the 8th rift has never been taken control of. Then what do you want me to go to the Chaotic Beast Harbor for? He was a bit vain. The 4th order alien beast that 2 inverted sea realm powerhouses couldn't kill was actually lurking in the Chaotic Beast Harbor, and he even saved Wang Dano in the Chaotic Beast Harbor, which was a bit scary now in retrospect. You went to the Chaotic Beast Harbor to cause an alien beast riot. When Li Changqing said this, Lin Mu was a bit confused. Now that the 8th rift was in danger, he still had to go and cause a foreign beast riot by himself? Lin Mu, listen to me. The reason why the foreign beasts in the chaotic beast harbor coexist peacefully without any distinction between species or territories is because there's a 9-headed python sitting there, and the first and second order foreign beasts don't dare to grab the territory. There used to be a lot of third order alien beasts in the 8th rift, but then they were all killed by the 9-headed python. Why? Lin Mu was a bit puzzled. The 8th rift was also this big, and third order foreign beasts wouldn't go to steal the 9-headed python's territory. What was the 9-headed python doing killing third order foreign beasts? This is where the 9-headed python is cunning. The spirit cores of the 3rd rank foreign beasts have a fatal temptation for the 1st and 2nd rank foreign beasts. It puts the 3rd rank spirit cores there, allowing a large number of 1st and 2nd rank foreign beasts to gather, which is equivalent to forming a protective circle for it. Why don't those 1st order 2nd order foreign beasts take away the spirit cores? That's where it's smart. It left its scent in the place where it placed the spirit core. 1st and 2nd rank fey beasts that feel the scent of a 4th rank demonic beast won't dare to come close, unless it's a race. Lin Mu was stunned. This was really something a fey beast could do? Hanging a low-ranked foreign beast there with a spirit core and giving it a bodyguard. All you have to do is steal a spirit core out like Wang Dano did, and then lure the foreign beast to the stationing point. There's one thing you have to pay attention to: make sure to lure out the land alien beasts. I'm afraid the flying alien beasts alone won't be able to break through the fire coverage of the garrison point. Lin Mu looked at Li Changqing with disbelief. Is this crazy? Letting the foreign beasts rush past the stationing point and come directly to the Earth Star? He exclaimed, unable to believe that this was what Li Changqing had said. Since the enemy is hiding in the shadows, let's lure the snake out of its hole. Li Changqing looked out the window, his wise eyes radiating a spiritual light. Lin Mu understood what Li Changqing meant, but there was a big problem with this. In case the beasts rushed out of the 8th rift and rushed towards the White City, a lot of people would die, and even he would have a hard time escaping. Big brother Li, aren't you afraid of being bitten by a snake? Li Changqing turned around and smiled. Don't worry, I'll make good preparations. In case I get bitten by a snake, I'll bear all the consequences. Good, I'll go now. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded and turned around to leave. Since Li Changqing wanted to fight, then he would accompany him to fight once, as a way to return his favor. Lin Mu, be careful, take the spirit core and run, don't attract the attention of the 9-headed python. Got it. Taking the map that Li Changqing had given him, Lin Mu returned to the 8th rift and set off towards the chaotic beast harbor. He flew directly over the top of the garrison, causing some minor commotion at the garrison. Su Hushan looked at Juyu, who walked in from outside, and asked, "How is it?" Juyu nodded and said, "It's him who has returned. It looks like the message has been delivered." Then where is he going this time? It looks like he's going to Chaos Beast Harbor. Su Hushan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he immediately stood up and commanded towards Juyu, "Contact our people, Li Changqing is trying to make a sound." Juyu nodded and immediately stepped out of the tent, walking around inside the various tents, beautifully saying that the laser cannons had just gone through firing, and he wanted to check the equipment. 2 hours later, Lin Mu appeared on the plains of the chaotic beast harbor. In order not to attract the attention of the beasts, he was to bypass the scattered amount of beasts. Really can't avoid, only then will draw the knife to hunt. Looking at the information on the map, the hiding place of the spirit core was in the dense forest, but not in the periphery, but in a location close to the lake. It was already dim in the rift, and the dense forest was even darker. It was good that Li Changqing had given him a night vision device so that he could move in the dense forest. But after wearing the night vision device, he always felt uncomfortable, and in the end, he had no choice but to use his spiritual power to probe his way forward all the way. But the good thing is that he now has 5 powerful senses, and his eyes are slowly adapting in the darkness. Only where the woods are particularly lush you will turn on his spiritual power, otherwise his spiritual power is really not enough. In the dense forest, there are a lot of foreign beasts inhabiting the shrubs. After Lin Mu sensed these foreign beasts, he would go up the tree to avoid them. Don't be discovered by the beasts before you get the spirit core, and then you'll lose all your efforts. Uncle a 10,000 Cauldron Realm also dares to come in and steal the spirit core. He's really gambling with his life. Passing through the dense forest, Lin Mu finally saw a glimmer of light reflecting off the lake, and on the periphery of the lake, a circle of foreign beasts, which made his scalp numb to see. At the edge with the dense forest, a large stone caught Lin Mu's attention. There wasn't a single foreign beast next to the boulder, and the top of the stone emitted a dull white light. That should be where it is. No wonder Uncle dares to come in. As long as he goes through the dense forest, there's no fey beast by the boulder that would even notice him. Lin Mu muttered, carefully going around from one side to the other. Walking to the edge of the boulder, he realized that he had been a bit overcautious. There were no foreign beasts at all within a 50-meter radius of the boulder, and as soon as he came out of the dense forest, he was able to come into direct contact with the boulder. He took off in a soaring flight and flew to the top of the boulder. At the top of the stone was an alcove, in which were densely placed dozens of spirit cores of different sizes. The big ones were as big as quail eggs, and the small ones were only a little bit as big as pills, about the same as the one Wang Dano had stolen. I go, so many spirit cores, rich. Seeing so many third-order spirit cores, his mouth was watering. If he brought them all back, they would be worth tens of millions of dollars. However, thinking of the mission he had on him, he sighed and took one before glancing fondly at the remaining spirit cores. I'll take you when I have the next chance, little darlings. He didn't dare to take all of these away, in case the 9-headed python in the lake was lured out, then even if he had 9 lives, they wouldn't be enough for the 9-headed python to kill him. Sure. He had just picked up a spirit core the size of a pigeon egg when a sharp cry came from the cliff opposite the dense forest. Linmu looked up. No wonder there were no foreign beasts guarding the side of the boulder. It turned out that the one guarding the spirit core was actually a night demon eagle on the cliff wall. This kind of beast has excellent eyesight, and its flying speed is especially fast, as a second-order beast it is faster than a third-order beast. As soon as the night demon eagle's voice came out, all the surrounding fey beasts all turned their heads to look at the boulder. However, Lin Mu discovered something very interesting. These foreign beasts just surrounded the boulder and roared. They just didn't dare to approach the boulder. Chapter 24, Snakeskin Positioning. A bunch of big idiots. I'm leaving. I won't play with you anymore. Lin Mu shouted loudly, attracting the gazes of more fey beasts. Then with a turn he rushed into the dense forest. Rumble. The sound of foreign beasts running, mixed with the sound of trees falling, rang out behind Lin Mu. The flying foreign beast didn't enter the dense forest, but followed Lin Mu closely, hovering above his head. He weaved through the dense forest without slowing down, deliberately slowing down his speed just to let the land alien beasts follow. Since he was in no hurry to escape, the alien beasts behind him gathered more and more, and wherever he traveled, the trees were basically flattened. After escaping from the dense forest with a group of fey beasts, he realized that this matter was far from being as simple as he had imagined. It was very tricky. Flying fey beasts were too much faster than ground fey beasts, and if he were to seduce a large group of ground fey beasts, he would have to be surrounded by oodles and oodles of flying fey beasts. If he wanted to get rid of the flying alien beasts, the ground alien beasts would return to the chaotic beast harbor because they had lost their target. Big brotherly, you've really given me a problem. Lin Mu frowned as the green sea blade in his hand continuously shot down the flying alien beasts that swooped down. Although they were all first-ranked alien beasts, his mobility was greatly hindered after the number of them increased. From time to time, there would be a foreign beast on his body that would give him a blow. Fortunately, his physique was strong and he was basically uninjured, but the clothes on his body were already unclothed. Moreover, with the passage of time, there was a stratification between the second-order foreign beasts and the first-order foreign beasts, and there were some first-order foreign beasts that had begun to return to the chaotic beast harbor because they couldn't catch up. Going on like this isn't a solution. By the time I run back, in 2 hours, the ground alien beasts probably won't be able to keep up. Lin Mu frowned, taking the time to look at the returning fey beasts and murmured, the cells in his head not knowing how many had been killed just to think of a way out. Snake walk. He suddenly thought of a type of alignment he used to use when he used to play the game, a way of walking that could perfectly evade the opponent's attacks. Thus, Lin Mu started his snakeskin alignment. Of course, there was still a difference between his alignment and the kind of short-range alignment inside the game. In the game, it was a short-range S-shaped walk, while he was a long-range Z-shaped walk. This way he could sneak past the flying alien beasts and still wait for the ground alien beasts to catch up, and when the ground alien beasts caught up, he was controlling his speed to move forward, and when the ground alien beasts lagged behind, he would then move sideways. Slowly, Lin Mu mastered this kind of rhythm. Flying alien beasts and ground alien beasts were all slipped by him. But there were still some foreign beasts that fell out because of their physical strength. Only the ones that fell out were all first-order beginner foreign beasts, and he didn't care. These foreign beasts attracted to the stationing point weren't much use anyway, and didn't satisfy Li Changqing's requirements. What Li Changqing wanted him to bring back were foreign beasts that could break through the stationing point, not to bring back some cannon fodder. Just as he was happily slipping the foreign beasts, a group of familiar figures appeared in the valley not far away. Lin Mu's scalp tingled when he saw the familiar bald head and the little girl with the lollipop. How come they were everywhere? Xiao Ai Lin Mu behind that overwhelming beasts hastily interrupted the bald man who was killing the beasts, with the lollipop in his hand pointing in the direction of the beasts, exclaimed, "Captain, look quickly." The bald man slashed the foreign beast in front of him, his eyes widened wider than a lantern, and hurriedly shouted towards the people around him, "Quickly run, the foreign beasts in the chaotic beast harbor are rioting." After saying that, he hurriedly hugged Xiao Ai and ran like crazy in the direction of the stationing point. After the remaining 3 reacted, they didn't even want the corpse of the alien beast on the ground and desperately ran after the bald man. Xiao Ai looked behind her in the bald man's arms at Lin Mu, who was constantly pulling the foreign beasts, and frowned. Why does this person look somewhat familiar? Boss, that person seems to be the young man who hunted the 3-headed dog. The bald man didn't even turn his head back and broke AI's head upright. Whoever you like, it's none of our business. Watch the road ahead and sense if there are any other foreign beasts. Xiao Ai hurriedly closed her eyes tightly, sensing the situation in front of her, but muttered, "But I don't feel like he's being chased by the fey beasts, it feels like he's seducing those fey beasts." The bald man didn't care about this, he only thought that Xiao Ai was babbling. So many foreign beasts, even if a mountain-shifting realm patriarch was trapped in it, he would die 10 deaths. As long as there was no serious illness, no one would go to seduce those foreign beasts. The 5 people fled to the stationing point like crazy, but were stopped by the demon removal guards of the stationing point. Rift stationing point, idle people, forbidden to enter. The alien beasts in the chaotic beast harbor are rioting. At the very least there are tens of thousands of alien beasts coming towards this place. You guys hurry up and get ready. After saying that, the bald man didn't talk nonsense, and led the remaining 4 people in a circle, circling around to the mouth of the rift from one side, and hurriedly exited the rift. Boss, are we leaving? The 5 men who had returned to the town, dressed in ragged breaths, asked the man with the prosthetic leg on one side. Walk? Walk where? Now there is no special car. You dare to go to the wild, encounter a sandstorm, die, do not know how to die. What are we going to do? What else can we do? Hurry to the office and notify the person in charge. If the demon removal guards of the White City can support us, that's fine. If they can't get through, we'll have no choice but to go out into the wilderness and make a break for it. After saying that, the 5 of them hurriedly walked towards the office. The people in the town, seeing the 5 people with thick breaths running out of the rift in a hurry, speculated what had happened. Inside the office, after receiving the report from his subordinates, Li Changqing's eyes looked towards the mouth of the rift, his right hand clenched his fist tightly, and he let out a long breath. Lin Mu, good job, now we're just waiting for the snake hiding in the shadows to show its head. Inside the crack, the demon removal guard, who was startled by the words of the 5, hurriedly reported to Zhang Qianfeng. 2 consecutive riots in one day in the chaotic beast harbor, are you teasing me? But that's what the 5 people who came out from the direction of chaotic beast harbor said. Zhang Qianfeng cracked his mouth, and the demon removal guard could only explain with a stiff upper lip. This demon removal guard was also puzzled. This kind of thing had never happened in the 8th rift before, but not reporting hidden information was to exterminate the entire clan. Zhang Qianfeng had no choice but to give orders for the demon removal guards to set up a formation, while informing the armed forces side to remove the laser cannon's dust-proof tent, and reported the situation to Su Wushan. Su Wushan and Zhu Yu were not there. He was the person in charge of the stationing point. Su Wushan and Zhu Yu were there. Naturally he had to report the situation to them. Watching Zhang Qianfeng walk out of the tent outside, Su Wushan's eyes narrowed slightly. How are the arrangements for our people? Zhu Yu said in a deep voice, everyone has been arranged. Once the beast tide comes later, faint. Su Wushan stood up violently, his aura erupting violently. Good, I want to see who's really messing around. I don't believe you're still not showing up. As for Lin Mu, who was being chased by the group of foreign beasts, at this time, he also crossed the valley and saw the densely packed tents at the stationing point. Who? Finally, I'm here, but I'm exhausted. Lin Mu let out a long breath. For a 2-hour journey, he had run for more than 3 hours, not to mention him. The legs of the alien beasts chasing him behind his ass were all soft, and only the flying alien beasts with the help of the air didn't have any abnormalities. If these beasts had a high IQ, they would have started cursing. Every time the ground beasts were about to catch up, he ran. Every time the ground beasts wanted to return, he took a snakeskin position. If it wasn't for the aura of the third order spirit cores that attracted this group of beasts, he estimated that this group of beasts would have dispersed a long time ago. Chapter 25, Chaos. When the demon removal guard scout with binoculars saw Lin Mu who appeared outside the valley, he immediately reported to Zhang Qianfeng, Captain, it's that person from the morning again. Which person? Zhang Qianfeng was still a bit confused, so he took a look at the scout's binoculars and cursed under his breath. What does this kid want? One wave in the morning and another in the afternoon? Does he really think that a mountain-shifting realm patriarch can do whatever he wants? Before he could curse too much, the foreign beast behind Lin Mu also popped out. I'm going to you, defense. Zhang Qianfeng's scalp tingled as soon as he saw the densely packed foreign beasts behind Lin Mu. This was not even on the same level as the wave in the morning. In the morning there were just over 1,000 flying alien beasts. This time he roughly estimated that at least tens of thousands of ground alien beasts had followed. When all the Fey beasts all appeared in the sight of the demon removal guards, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Some people who had just joined the demon removal guards sat down directly on the ground as their legs went weak. All nymphets give me a good crouch, no sitting on the ground. The armed forces first beat down the foreign beasts in the sky. Zhang Qianfeng's face was grim as he hurriedly ordered. The head of the armed forces also felt bad when he saw this situation and hurriedly commanded his men to start aiming. Fire! With a command, the lasers from all the laser cannons fired out like they didn't want money. Lin Mu saw hundreds of lasers flying over his head, and the corpses of the alien beasts behind him kept falling down like dumplings, and his legs ran frantically towards the stationing point like an engine had been installed. Charge the laser cannons, prepare for the second strike. Zhang Qianfeng hurriedly ordered as he looked at the flying alien beasts that were still in huge numbers in the sky. Captain Zhang, the laser cannons have fired 2 rounds today, and the underground batteries don't have enough energy. The head of the armed forces shouted from the back. Hearing this, Zhang Qianfeng felt bad and quickly shouted, charge as many as you can and fire another round for me. At this time, Su Wushan and Zhu Yu also walked out of the tent. Zhu Yu saw the densely packed alien beasts, his face was shocked, and he whispered, Big Captain, is Li Changqing crazy? So many alien beasts will cause a big problem. Su Wushan was also frowning. He also couldn't imagine that Lin Mu would attract so many foreign beasts. Not only would this garrison be destroyed, even the town might not be able to defend itself. Did Li Changqing not explain clearly to Lin Mu? Su Wuxian was also confused now. This wasn't how to play the Sound East and strike the West. This is not a Sound East strike, this is to die together. At this moment, Lin Mu had already run into the garrison. Zhang Qianfeng stopped him and roared, "What do you want to do? If you cause a beast riot and the garrison is destroyed, even if you're a mountain-moving realm grandmaster, you'll be executed just the same." He glanced at Zhang Qianfeng and pushed his hand away. "It's not like I did it on purpose." He then walked towards Su Wuxian and said arrogantly, "Old man, I didn't do it on purpose this time. I don't know how the foreign beasts in the chaotic beast harbor suddenly rioted, it's none of my business." Su Wuxian sighed helplessly, "You're not a member of the demon removal guard, you can escape if you want to. With Li Changqing protecting you, I wouldn't dare to do anything to you." He knew that Lin Mu was sending him a message, meaning that his mission was accomplished, and the next thing is your business. Lin Mu's eyes shrunk slightly. Su Wuxian was asking himself to ask Li Changqing for help? He looked at Zhu Yu on the side and saw that Zhu Yu nodded imperceptibly, so he knew that his guess was correct. "I'll leave then, you guys go for it." Lin Mu changed his clothes inside the tent and hurriedly ran towards the crack opening on the side. "What's the situation with this Suhu mountain? This kind of small matter can't be solved, and you need Li Changqing to come and help." Walking out of the crack, at this time, the sky of the Earth star has already darkened. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Li Changqing. "Brotherly, the foreign beasts I lured over, but Su Wuxian seems to be unable to cope with it, and asked me to pass a message to you, so that you can hurry and go to help." Li Changqing froze in his office for 2 seconds, then asked, "How many foreign beasts did you lure over?" "About 10,000 or so. I didn't count in detail." "What?" Lin Mu only heard an exclamation from Li Changqing's side, and then the phone was hung up. "Wasn't it you who said that you wanted the beasts to rush past the stationing point and come to Earth Star?" He looked at the hung-up phone and was depressed for a while. When he left, Li Changqing had also explained that he had attracted more foreign beasts. Now wasn't it just right that there were more than 10,000 foreign beasts? It wasn't much. In no time, Li Changqing hurriedly arrived at the mouth of the rift with a group of people. "Big brotherly, I'm here." Lin Mu thought that Li Changqing had come to look for him, who knew that Li Changqing instantly looked sad when he saw him. Li Changqing walked up to him and whispered, "Don't call me big brother, I should call you big brother. How did you attract more than 10,000 foreign beasts out of the chaotic beast harbor? I just thought that the ground foreign beasts couldn't keep up with your speed, that's why I asked you to try to attract as many as possible. But this is too outrageous of you. I thought it was pretty good if you attracted over 3 or 4,000 of them." Destroying the stationing point allowed the alien beasts to cause some minor damage to the town. Then I can find an excuse to break up the 8 brigades and let the snake hiding in the shadows burrow out on its own. But now with these 10,000 plus Fey beasts, the town might not even be able to defend itself. Lin Mu was also stunned when he heard this. "Didn't you tell me to try to attract as many as possible? So I tried to slow down as much as possible and lured all the foreign beasts that I could keep up with. And with so many laser cannons at the stationing point, with a few rounds of random bombardment, not many of the 10,000 or so alien beasts would be able to come out." Li Changqing cried and laughed as he looked at Lin Mu. "I was wrong, I shouldn't have let you attract more, I let you just play normally. The laser cannons at the stationing point can bombard up to 3 rounds, they bombarded 1 round this morning, it's still unknown if they can bombard 2 rounds now." Lin Mu was puzzled. "I read that the laser cannons inside the rift can bombard more than 10 rounds. Li Changqing's scalp went numb and scratched his scalp. "That's a large rift, how big is rift number 8? The batteries underneath the 8th rift stationing point don't have that large a capacity." Hearing this, Lin Mu froze. The things in the books really can't be trusted in their entirety. "Then what now?" "I've already notified the Grand Duke, the city's demon removal guards will come over immediately to provide support. Whether or not we can hold the town depends on our lives." Hearing this, and looking at the dozen or so people behind Li Changqing, this should be his backhand, but these dozen or so 10,000 cauldron realms were of little use in front of tens of thousands of foreign beasts. Knowing that his tawdry maneuver had caused a big mess, Lin Mu turned around and headed inside the rift. "What are you going for?" Li Changqing pulled Lin Mu. "I'm going to kill the foreign beasts, I caused the chaos, I can't just walk away." "Are you going to die now? Hurry up and go, I'll take care of the back." Li Changqing pulled Lin Mu back. Now that there were so many foreign beasts down there, a mountain-shifting realm going down there wouldn't be able to do anything at all, unless a sea-pouring realm powerhouse came over. Lin Mu broke away from Li Changqing's hand and shook his head. "I won't be a coward." He then rushed into the crack with a single step, and Li Changqing jumped anxiously at the mouth of the crack. When he had asked Bai Chang for help just now, he had already told the Grand Metropolitan Governor about Lin Mu, and the Grand Metropolitan Governor had told him to make sure to protect Lin Mu. Now that Lin Mu had gotten off the crack, what was he going to protect? "All follow me down the rift." Li Changqing roared, bringing more than a dozen people behind him to also go down the rift. These people were the demon removal guards that he had temporarily transferred from the number 1 rift. All of them were at the 7th rank of the Wanding, and their combat power was not to be underestimated. Chapter 26, The Snake Has Come Out of the Hole. Lin Mu had just entered the rift, and all the demon removal guards and the alien beasts were already battling to a standstill, and the members of the armed forces were constantly filling in at the back with their laser guns. Although the laser cannons had knocked out some of the beasts, there were still at least 8,000 or 9,000 beasts that were charging towards the stationing point. The demon removal guards, more than 1,000 people plus the armed forces several hundred people, looked so small in front of the nearly 10,000 alien beasts. When he saw the scene, the hand holding the green sea sword gradually exerted itself, and his knuckles turned white. Kill! He roared and flew towards the battlefield. Facing first and second order foreign beasts, Lin Mu formed a vacuum wherever he passed, and one foreign beast after another turned into the souls under his sword. However, facing the beasts that came after him, the other demon defenders were in a miserable state, and the demon defenders that had just joined were constantly falling to the ground, screaming continuously on the battlefield. Lin Mu, who had seen a large-scale war for the first time, was shocked by the scene in front of him. He who had become accustomed to hunting and killing fey beasts had seen so many people die in the mouths of fey beasts for the first time. Back off! The demon removal guards were being pushed back by the hordes of fey beasts. Su Hushan gave the order on the spur of the moment. Those cronies he had arranged for were originally going to run for their lives when the fight broke out, but now they were being held back by the hordes of fey beasts. All the demon removal guards, after receiving the order, frantically retreated backwards. The armed forces retreated and took cover at the same time. The laser gun batteries in their hands were changed one after another. Only Lin Mu, killing tirelessly in the surroundings of the alien beasts, the blood all over his body, didn't know whether it was his or the alien beasts. When did that kid come back? At this time, Su Hushan also noticed Lin Mu, who had gone crazy killing in the group of foreign beasts. A prancing flight came to Lin Mu's side, blocking Lin Mu's unconscious slash with his sword. He grabbed Lin Mu's clothes and flew out. Kid, wake up! Seeing Lin Mu, who had already been mesmerized by killing, Su Hushan shocked with his spiritual power. Lin Mu only felt that he was caught in a dream in which countless foreign beasts were pouring towards him, and he tirelessly waved the knife in his hand, and wherever the tip of the knife passed, the foreign beasts were turned into shadows, until he was unconscious and was fighting with his consciousness alone. Suddenly, with a roar, the dream shattered. Looking at Su Hushan, who grabbed his collar, he murmured, "Are the foreign beasts done killing?" Su Hushan snorted coldly, "Kid, what are you running back for? Sending yourself to death? You were just mesmerized by the killing and fell into an illusion. You almost died, do you know that? Illusion? Too much killing, the mind is lost, fighting by instinct. Many people who participate in their first large-scale battles have this phenomenon, just because they have never been exposed to so many dead people. The emotional tension coupled with the smell of blood induces them to fall into self-delusion. Lin Mu at this time heard the hissing of the foreign beasts coming from behind him. Only then did he slow down. If he had been in that state and couldn't wake up, he would have been torn alive by the foreign beasts. But your fighting instincts aren't bad, you even lasted this long under the siege of so many foreign beasts. Su Hushan praised, having a mountain-moving realm cultivation at a young age and excellent fighting instincts. It was indeed a moldable talent, which was also the reason why he ran back to save Lin Mu. At this time, Li Changqing with more than 10 people also broke through the encirclement of the foreign beasts and killed their way into the garrison. He had long noticed that Lin Mu's state was not right, but he had been pestered by the demonic beasts and couldn't move until he saw Su Hushan make his move, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Hushan flew back to the stationing point with Lin Mu and immediately let go of Lin Mu's clothes. Go to Li Changqing's place, the stationing point can't be defended anymore, go to the small town to defend it. He gently pushed Lin Mu forward, then shouted, "Everyone, lean towards the crack, abandon the stationing point." When Zhang Qianfeng heard Su Hushan's order, he yelled, "Great Captain, we'll be severely punished if we lose the stationing point." Su Hushan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Zhang Qianfeng, who was surrounded by the alien beasts, and coldly grunted, "I'm the first captain, I'll say what I want. Everyone, back off." Zhang Qianfeng was furious, "I'm the person in charge of the stationing point, I say no retreat, even if you die, you have to defend it." A brilliant light erupted from Su Hushan's eyes, "You dare to disobey orders? After being in charge for a few days, you can't tell the difference between big and small kings anymore?" He then rushed towards Zhang Qianfeng and slashed down, "Disobeying orders, kill without pardon." Zhang Qianfeng snorted coldly, an aura erupted from his body, the sword in his hand backhandedly shocked away Su Hushan's blade. Su Hushan looked at Zhang Qianfeng and laughed out loud, "Mountain-moving realm higher stage? So it's you. Hiding really well, surprisingly hiding under my nose for so many years." The two of them stood in the air, and the occasional foreign beasts that flew beside them were all chopped down by them. "When did you start suspecting me?" "I didn't suspect you, it's just that every time the scouts brought back a map I felt something was wrong, as if someone was driving the foreign beasts towards the chaotic beast harbor." "Just based on that, you suspect that there is a mole inside the garrison?" Su Hushan laughed merrily, "Ha, I've stayed in the 8th rift for more than 30 years, I know every blade of grass and every tree here like the back of my hand, and I still don't suspect that there's such a big change in the foreign beasts inside the rift." Zhang Qianfeng looked at Su Hushan with cold eyes, "So you set up this trap to lure me in? Destroying the entire garrison in order to lure me out?" Seeing this scene, Li Changqing flew over and said in a cold voice, "I set up this trap. We can rebuild the garrison if it's destroyed, but if the mole is not removed, we won't be able to live in peace for a single day." Zhang Qianfeng glanced at Li Changqing and then at Lin Mu and laughed out loud. That little brat is the one who delivered the message to you, right? I said what's he doing coming in and out today? So it's like this. Su Hushan, it was our mistake to not be able to kill you in the first place. But how did you know that I would definitely take the bait? When Su Hushan heard these words, his eyes were fierce and a terrifying aura emanated from him. It was you who ambushed me in the town back then, wasn't it? The person who wanted to transfer me away from the 8th rift was also one of yours, wasn't it? Zhang Qianfeng laughed out loud. That's right, it was me. It's just a pity that I wasn't able to kill you, causing us to be in so much trouble now. Trouble? You think you can still walk out of the 8th rift today? What you guys want is the energy core of rift number 8, right? Drive all the foreign beasts to the chaotic beast harbor, then use the spirit core to trigger a riot of foreign beasts and seduce the 9-headed python out, then you can steal the energy core. Lure the 9-headed python over and use the laser cannons at the stationing point to stall the 9-headed python. That's why you're dying to keep the stationing point, am I right? Zhang Qianfeng looked at Li Changqing and praised. They say that you, Li Changqing, are overly talented and intelligent. At 35 years of age, you are sitting in the position of office director. They were right, you are indeed awesome. We paid such a big price to lure you on the hook, you think you can still succeed? Li Changqing snorted coldly, and the knife in his hand instantly slashed at Zhang Qianfeng. Zhang Qianfeng's eyes stared as he made a bizarre horizontal shift to dodge the blade that brushed against his body. Phantom step? Someone from the War God Temple? Li Changqing frowned, feeling a bit tricky. Humph. Good eyesight. Zhang Qianfeng laughed wryly. So what if it's the War God Palace? If you dare to hit the energy core, you'll all die. Captain Su, strike together. After saying that, Li Changqing let out a roar, while calling on Su Hushan. The two of them shot at Zhang Qianfeng together. Chapter 27, The Great Metropolitan Governor. However, just as the two of them had all their mental powers locked onto Zhang Qianfeng still escaped from their attacks. Ha ha. Without some ability I dare to steal the energy core. If it wasn't for that damned Hydra, I would have gotten my hands on it long ago. Would I still care about a small stationing point? Just you two want to kill me? Li Changqing and Su Hushan's faces became ugly. This phantom step was so fast that their spiritual power couldn't even capture the exact location. Captain Su, the phantom step consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Stall him and wait for the Grand Metropolitan Governor to come over. As soon as he heard the name of the Grand Metropolitan Governor, Zhang Qianfeng's face instantly changed, his foot movements began to change, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body had already arrived at the mouth of the rift. This time, I count you guys as powerful, but don't be complacent, I'll be back. Zhang Qianfeng looked at the two of them and snorted coldly. Before he could finish fooling around, a black blade came out of nowhere behind him and chopped him heavily to the ground. Want to leave, did you ask me? Lin Mu had been listening to the conversation between the three, and when he saw Li Changqing and Su Hushan teaming up, he knew that Zhang Qianfeng was definitely going to run. So he took advantage of the people's inattention and secretly came to lie down inside the grass at the mouth of the fissure, and when he saw Zhang Qianfeng running towards this place, he took a flying leap and appeared behind Zhang Qianfeng, followed by a slash. This knife chopped straight on Zhang Qianfeng's back. His back was chopped out, a wound through his back, all the flesh at the wound turned outward, blood bubbling out. Kid, you seek death. Zhang Qianfeng forced himself to endure the pain and climbed up from the ground with great difficulty, gritting his teeth and roaring lowly. He had lived for decades, but it was the first time he had suffered a loss at the hands of a brat, and the first time he was in the gutter, he almost lost his life. Who are you calling a brat? I've gone through a lot of trouble to lure the foreign beasts over here, just to catch this big fish of yours, letting you run away. Didn't I do it for nothing? Lin Mu crossed the knife in his hand and instantly rushed towards Zhang Qianfeng. When he first met Zhang Qianfeng was pleading for Wang Dano. He felt that this person was not bad. He did not expect to know the face of a man. Zhang Qianfeng was the snake hiding in the dark. When the sound of metal clashing rang out as Zhang Qianfeng's sword and Lin Mu's blade collided with dazzling sparks. Leaves fall without sound. Zhang Qianfeng let out a loud shout and instantly disappeared in place. Lin Mu dodge. Seeing this scene, Li Changqing, who had chased after him, hurriedly warned loudly. An inexplicable sense of crisis arose in Lin Mu's heart, and a chill ran down his back. Zhang Qianfeng bizarrely appeared behind Lin Mu, and the sword in his hand stabbed straight at Lin Mu's head. When Lin Mu turned around, a sword was suspended less than 2 centimeters from his head. Dudo? Zhang Qianfeng felt as if the sword in his hand was imprisoned by some mysterious force, unable to move, and he exclaimed loudly. Are all the traitors of the War God Temple so arrogant now? How dare they go straight to the Dragon Kingdom's territory to blatantly snatch the energy core? Lin Mu hastily backed away. It was the first time he felt the threat of death directly. The cold sweat on his forehead slid down to the tip of his nose and he wasn't even aware of it. Only after he backed away did he realize that an old man in a Chinese mountain suit had appeared at the mouth of the crack, stepping into the void and was walking this way. I'll come back to clean you up later. The old man glanced at the imprisoned Zhang Qianfeng and then at the messy garrison, and with a flash, the person had appeared above the garrison. Gravity domain. The old man shouted angrily, and all of the alien beasts within the stationing point were all pressed to the ground by an unknown force that prevented them from moving. Everyone back off. Seeing this scene, Su Hushan immediately organized the demon removal guards to retreat backward, and the demon removal guards who were not entangled by the foreign beasts took only a minute to exit the stationing point. Demon subduing chop. Afterward, only the old man's hand was seen wiping at his waist, a long spear appeared, and with a wave of the spear, a white curved moon visible to the naked eye shot out, and all the foreign beasts were all cleaved into two sections the moment they came into contact with the white curved moon. Thousands of foreign beasts, under the strike, those that could move were only 100, leaving some of the leaky ones still struggling. Su Hushan, I'll leave the rest to you. The old man glared at Su Hushan and coldly grunted. Su Hushan hurriedly cupped his fists and said, as you command. Everyone, kill for me. He then gave the order, taking the brunt of the charge and leading the demon removal guards to rush towards the remaining Fey beasts. When Lin Mu saw this scene, his mouth was open enough to stuff an ostrich egg. Is this the battle power of a great power of the inverted sea realm? Looking at the old man who easily solved thousands of foreign beasts, he was inwardly incomparably exuberant. Wouldn't it be easy to make money with this kind of battle power? After the old man had done all this, he returned to Zhang Qianfeng's side and asked softly, what favor did the war god palace give you? Letting you, a native of the Dragon Kingdom, betray your own country? Did the demon removal guard give you a bad deal? Zhang Qianfeng snorted coldly. Zhang Hongyuan, as the Grand Commander of the White City Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Removal Guards, you know very well what the Demon Removal Guards have given me over the years. Zhang Hongyuan let out a cold laugh. The big pie that the War God Temple drew for you, you love to eat it. It's better than working for you in the Demon Removal Guard. Zhang Hongyuan shook his head, another brainwashed fool. He then pointed his finger towards Zhang Qianfeng's forehead, and Zhang Qianfeng fell straight back without breath. After Zhang Hongyuan finished off Zhang Qianfeng, he looked at Lin Mu again. You're Lin Mu, right? Let's talk about you later. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the stationing point, found a tent that hadn't been completely destroyed, and shouted, Su Hushan, Zhu, Li Chongqing, you three, get your asses in here. At this time, the alien beasts at the stationing point had been pretty much cleared, and there were a few scattered second-order alien beasts, which were also shaking under the siege of the demon removal guards. The three of them all walked into the tent with serious faces when they heard the Grand Metropolitan Governor's rebuke. When Lin Mu saw this scene, he muttered in his heart, should we run away now? By the looks of it, it's about to get mad. Alas, if you can hide for a while, you can't hide for a lifetime. After thinking about it, he sighed and still planned not to run. Where could he run to? Being blacklisted by the Cultivator Alliance was no joke. Originally, he thought that there would be an educational meeting inside the tent, but the tent was terribly calm, and Lin Mu, who was 100 meters away, couldn't hear any movement coming out from inside the tent at all. The great capital governor wouldn't have killed all three of them. Such a quiet image that shouldn't have been born at this moment. Lin Mu's heart surged straight up. However, not a moment later, the three of them walked out from within the tent. All three of them had calm faces, unable to tell if they were happy or sad. When Li Chongqing saw Lin Mu outside the stationing point, he rushed over and whispered in Lin Mu's ear, the Dudu is looking for you, go in. Big brotherly, will it be alright? Lin Mu asked cautiously. He was really a bit scared. He had seen Zhang Hongyuan's murderous tactics before. In case he got upset and killed himself in passing, wouldn't that be a big loss? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Why do you look like this? You're a bit afraid of the Grand Metropolitan Governor. Li Chongqing was surprised and glanced at Lin Mu. In his current impression, this kid was not afraid of the sky and the earth. More than 10,000 foreign beasts were chasing him. He was not afraid. How come he was a bit weak now? Chapter 28 Rejection. Joking aside, thousands of foreign beasts are gone in one go. Zhang Qianfeng was turned into a corpse after being fingered. Aren't you afraid? Lin Mu muttered. When Li Chongqing heard his muttering, he laughed and said, don't worry, the great metropolitan governor is ferocious to foreign beasts, but he's still good to people, as long as it's not a rebel like Zhang Qianfeng. What's going on in your kid's head day in and day out? Lin Mu looked at Li Chongqing half-heartedly. You didn't lie to me? I'm one of the culprits for the destruction of the garrison. When Li Chongqing heard this, he made a gesture to kick him, and he hurriedly made a dodge to avoid it. Hurry up and go, don't let the great capital governor wait long. Under Li Chongqing's urging, Lin Mu reluctantly walked into the tent. He really didn't want to face this kind of oppressive and depressing person to himself. Inside the tent, Zhang Hongyuan was drinking tea. When he saw Lin Mu come in, he pointed to the chair opposite and said, sit down. Lin Mu hesitated and sat down stiffly. What, after grinding with Li Chongqing for so long, you're afraid I'll eat you? He had just sat down when he felt an aura pressing down on him, and Zhang Hongyuan looked at him with a smirk. He always felt panicked when he saw that curved moon-like eyes. This unimpressive old man across the street was how he killed Zhang Qianfeng. After all, I'm the one who caused such a big mess, still a little panicked. Lin Mu knew that he couldn't run away even if he wanted to now, so he could only be honest and say what was in his heart. The dead horse is a living horse. Zhang Hongyuan really wanted to pursue his responsibility. He wanted to hide, also cannot hide. Thought of this, he instead calmed down. Don't be nervous, I don't eat people. Actually, what about finding you here? Is that Li Changqing and I probably talked about your situation. I'll just piggyback on that and ask if you want to join us? Zhang Hongyuan opened the door and directly stated the reason for finding Lin Mu over. Join the demon removal guard? Lin Mu frowned, he had a bad impression of the demon removal guard, it was a cannon fodder group, joining in was to be a puppet. But now that Zhang Hongyuan asked him so bluntly, he didn't know how to refuse. Seeing the embarrassed Lin Mu, Zhang Hongyuan smiled and said, "It's not the demon removal guard, it's the Dragon King's house." Dragon King's mansion? Lin Mu was a bit confused, he had lived for 22 years and had never heard of this name before. Let me explain it to you briefly. Seeing Lin Mu's puzzled look, Zhang Hongyuan drank a cup of tea and explained. The Earthstar Alliance set up the Cultivator Alliance, but nearly 100 years have passed, the Cultivator Alliance has long been scattered, all minding their own business and not interfering with each other. The Dragon Kingdom's Cultivator Alliance is controlled by the Dragon King's palace, while the West has the War God Temple controlling everything, and there are also some organizations founded by small and medium-sized countries like the Shadow Alliance and the Divine Power Alliance. The current Cultivator Alliance is still nominally under the control of the Earthstar Alliance, but the Earthstar Alliance has long since existed in name only, and the headquarters of the Earthstar Alliance is basically under the control of the Dragon King's mansion and the War God Temple. After listening to Zhang Hongyuan's explanation, Lin Mu was confused, no one had ever said these things before. Since the alliance was dissolved a long time ago, why didn't anyone announce this fact? Right now this news is still only known to the upper echelons, and the reason for not announcing it is because we don't want to cause confusion. After all, this isn't the time for a civil war, the rift is the biggest crisis right now. Lin Mu frowned, in his impression, the establishment of the Earthstar Alliance seemed to have happened yesterday, and for someone to tell him today that the Earthstar Alliance had long since dispersed, was truly a bit absurd. Why did the War God Temple come to the Dragon Kingdom to steal the energy core? A rift will collapse if it loses its energy core, an active rift can produce countless materials, but a collapsed rift only has an energy core that serves a purpose. What you mean is that the War God Temple is deliberately depleting the strength of the Dragon Kingdom? I don't know the exact reason, but it definitely has this purpose. After Zhang Hongyuan finished explaining, a silence fell over the tent, and he didn't rush Lin Mu, because he knew that this needed a digestive process. After a long time, Lin Mu sighed, "Great capital governor, I don't want to join any forces yet." He knew Zhang Hongyuan's purpose, to bind himself to the Dragon King's mansion ship so that he wouldn't be scooped up by the Battle God Palace or pitched against the Battle God Palace. Joining the Dragon King's mansion definitely had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that he would obtain a large amount of resources, the disadvantage was that he would most likely be caught up in the disputes between the two forces, or even be involved in the internal disputes of the Dragon King's mansion. But with the system in place, he didn't need a large amount of resources. Hunting and killing foreign beasts would allow him to level the playing field and stand at the top of the human race. In order not to be disturbed by those trivial matters, he still decided not to join any forces. As long as he joined the forces, he couldn't hide from these strife. He had lived in the salvage building for so many years, and had realized the truth that being strong on one's own was the only way to be truly strong, and that the strength of the forces behind him was ultimately an external object, and an external object would have a day when it got out of control. Alright. You go find Li Changqing. Zhang Hongyuan calmly sipped his tea and didn't continue to persuade him, he just told him to go find Li Changqing. Lin Mu was a little surprised, just let himself go? The matter of the garrison is not pursued? What, don't want to go? Then I'll put you in the ruling institute's prison? Seeing Lin Mu hesitating there, Zhang Hongyuan said with a smirk. Want to go? Wants to go. As soon as he saw the smile, Lin Mu whooshed and stood up, immediately running out of the tent. Kid, although you'll be bound by some restrictions if you join us, it's too hard to get to the top on your own. Zhang Hongyuan looked at the teacup in his hand, gently playing with it, and murmured. He had been in the business for decades, and now that he was sitting in the position of the White City's Grand Metropolitan Governor, he had gone through a lot of ups and downs, so he was profoundly aware of the benefits and disadvantages of having a big power on his back, and he also knew the reason why Lin Mu had refused to join the Dragon King's mansion. Li Changqing was waiting for Lin Mu outside the tent at this time, and when he saw Lin Mu come out, he immediately went forward and asked, "Elder brother Lin, how's it going?" "What about?" "About the Dragon King's mansion." Lin Mu shook his head and spread his hands. "I didn't join, I'm not interested in joining a certain power." When Li Changqing heard this, he slapped his thigh straight and said, "You kid is really. Alas. I don't even know what to say about you." Lin Mu curiously looked at Li Changqing, who was beating his chest, and felt a bit puzzled. "Isn't it just the biggest power in the Dragon Country? It's not like this even if you don't join. Do you know how many people who wanted to join the Dragon King's mansion didn't even have the qualifications, yet you refused?" Li Changqing sighed as if he had lost millions. "What's so special about the Dragon King's mansion? Even if it's special, he's still just a big power, not joining it won't affect me much. What do you know, the Dragon King's mansion is an official force, with more resources in its hands than you dare to imagine. If you join it, you'll be able to fight for decades less. And the Dragon King's mansion has a lot of power. The members of the Dragon King's mansion basically have the identity of an inspector. Do you understand what an inspector is? In ancient times, it's a minister who has the right to decapitate a person after he has been sentenced to death. Chapter 29, Promoted at the same time. What? So much power? Then is it too late for me to regret now? Lin Mu was shocked. In his impression it was all the great governors who assisted the city lord. This was the first time he had heard of an inspector who could preempt the city lord. He didn't care about resources or anything. Anyway, as long as there was a supply of energy, the system would help him solve all his problems. But the identity of the inspector, he can be too envious. Take this identity to kill Zhang Zikai. Zhang Zikai's father did not dare to put a fart. Li Changqing gave Lin Mu a blank look. You've refused, and now you want to join. Why are you so thick-skinned? Lin Mu smiled and said, just kidding, I still like to be alone and free. That said, Big Brother Li, you're so excited, you wouldn't have joined the Dragon King's mansion yet. He was also just getting high on his mouth to mobilize the atmosphere. Although the inspector's identity was special, it wasn't so special that he could give up his principles. When Li Changqing heard Lin Mu's inquiry, he muttered, which pot is the wrong pot? Lin Mu put his arm around Li Changqing's shoulder and laughed, go, Big Brother Li, I'll buy you a drink. Li Changqing, however, shook his head and pushed Lin Mu's hand away. There's no time. Dudu told me to go back to White City right away. Back to White City? You've been promoted? Not promoted either, just transferred over flat, to be the person in charge in White City. That's not a promotion. Can you compare it to the 8th town? If you leave, who will be in charge of number 8 town from now on? I recommended Ma Dahai to the great governor. Lin Mu smiled slightly, so it seemed that Li Changqing had indeed been promoted, and even pulled Ma Dahai along with him. But isn't Ma Dahai a Wanding realm? Is it appropriate for him to be the head of the office? Li Changqing patted Lin Mu's shoulder and laughed. Ma Dahai is at the 9th stage of the Wanding realm, just one layer of membrane away from the mountain-shifting realm. The great metropolitan governor should find a way for him to break through. Even if he can't break through, it's still enough in town number 8. With Su Wushan here, there's absolutely no danger unless there's an accident in rift number 8. Lin Mu nodded. This was reasonable. The office in town number 8 was basically a message relay station, and there wasn't much good stuff in there. No one would hit the idea of this place. Alright, I should go. I'll go to the office to hand over and go back to White City. Remember to look for me when you return to White City after a while. Sure. The two of them walked out of the rift together. Lin Mu returned to the accommodation building to rest, while Li Changqing went straight to the office. Today he was physically and mentally exhausted. Seducing so many foreign beasts used up a lot of physical strength, and he was also frightened by Zhang Qianfeng's sword, which really scared him, and now he still has a shadow in his heart. Lin Mu, who was tired all day, didn't even take a bath, and muttered that he wanted to buy 2 battle techniques when he earned money, and fell asleep in a short while lying on the bed. The next day, the sun shone into the room. Woken up by the heat, Lin Mu hurriedly climbed up. A look at the time, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Hurriedly took a bath. Opened the attribute panel and took a look. The attribute points that had already been zeroed out at noon yesterday, now there were nearly 80,000 attribute points again. After adding 70,000 strength attribute points, he realized that spirit could be added again. His presumption was indeed right. Adding the rest of the attribute points there to strength, his attributes had another big increase. His strength had more than doubled. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 60,685. Strength, 223,854. Spirit, 399. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 0. After waiting for the baptism of warmth to end, Lin Mu moved his body and a low rumble came from within his body, like the sound of a tiger or leopard hissing. This was the sound produced by the fascia colliding with each other after they had evolved. He came to the mirror and carefully surveyed his body. His physique hadn't changed much, he was only slightly stronger than before. But the muscles had changed a lot. Normal when not exerting themselves, with a slight exertion they would be in a state of pulling, and with more strength they would bulge, and even hold up the wide t-shirt. The skin has become much smoother, with a blown-out look, and the scars left on my stomach from a childhood quarrel have disappeared. I didn't make any money all day yesterday, so I have to work twice as hard today. Dudu is also really, they don't know to give some rewards even if they don't join the Dragon King's mansion. Big Brother Li also got promoted. Big Brother Ma also got promoted without doing anything. He spat as he packed up his things. After entering the rift, Lin Mu went straight to the Chaotic Beast Harbor. He was going to harvest for a day at the Chaotic Beast Harbor and then go to the 7th rift tomorrow. The 8th rift didn't have 3rd order foreign beasts, his combat skills couldn't be honed, and 2nd order foreign beasts didn't have spiritual power, and their combat power wasn't a bit worse than that of 3rd order foreign beasts. In fact, he wanted to take away those 3rd order spirit cores. Those 3rd order spirit cores sold, he could rise to the inverted sea realm while lying down in the White City. But doing so would be pursued by the 9-headed python, and he only dared to think about it. He came to the beach of Chaotic Beast Harbor where the foreign beasts are more dense, and killed the foreign beasts after luring them out, and then came back to continue seducing them, so that he could not be targeted by the 9-headed python. After repeating this for an afternoon, the trees in the dense forest were all dyed red before he stopped inserting the green sea blade into its sheath and stopped hunting. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when he returned to the town. Lin Mu came to the office and found Ma Dahai. Dumping all the materials in the room, he had the staff count them, while the two of them went to Ma Dahai's office to rest. Brother Ma, congratulations. What's there to congratulate? The offices in town number 8 are a mixed bag. Although Ma Dahai said this on his lips, the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed the truest thoughts of his heart. Lin Mu smiled and didn't say anything. An office supervisor and an office head, the rights of these two were worlds apart. By the way, Brother Ma, are there any better battle techniques here? I'm planning to go to the 7th rift tomorrow. Leaving so soon? Rift number 8 doesn't mean much to me anymore. It's also true that a genius like you is going to break into a bigger rift. Ma Dahai understood Lin Mu's meaning. The 8th rift had no third-order foreign beasts besides the 9-headed python, so it was indeed a waste of time for Lin Mu to stay here. He picked up the tablet and handed it over to Lin Mu after an operation. This is the mountain-shifting realm battle techniques that the Cultivator Alliance has in reserve. The most I can apply for with my current authority is battle techniques suitable for mountain-shifting realm cultivation, and it is estimated that the battle techniques for the inverted sea realm can only be applied for by the Grand Metropolitan Governor. Lin Mu took the tablet handed over by Ma Dahai. This issue of permissions was a dead law of the Cultivator Alliance, and Li Changqing had also talked to him about this permissions issue more than once. Peach Blossom Swallow Double Fly, Nanshan Blade, Golden Snake Swimming Body Palm, Chaotic Windsword, 9 Curve Blade, Divine Fist 8 Strikes, Treading Snow Without Trace. Lin Mu looked at the names of these battle skills and frowned. This was too much. Looking at the densely packed 100 pages of battle techniques, this must be more than 10,000 sets of battle techniques, I'm afraid. He had originally thought that battle techniques were something very scarce, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Elder Brother Lin, you can choose the type of battle technique and then filter it through the realms. There are a lot of low-end battle techniques in here. They're all bluffs. Bluffing stuff? That's right. In the past, there were a lot of cultivators who uploaded ancient martial arts with a few modifications in order to make money, and as long as others purchased them, the uploader would get a cut. Later on, the Alliance realized that this situation was getting more and more serious, and only then did they make an audit on this uploading of battle techniques. So there are a lot of previous martial arts with bluffing-sounding names that are actually just a change of soup and not a change of medicine. Lin Mu smiled when he heard this. This kind of wool-gathering was like when he used to help people write papers in school, change the name and slightly modify the content, and 1,000 Alliance coins would arrive. It was a pity that later on, the papers were returned too much, and his behavior of ghostwriting was discovered by the school, and he was even given a big demerit by the school. Chapter 30, Choosing a Battle Skill. After Ma Dahai explained, Lin Mu sifted through the battle techniques, firstly looking at the sword technique. As a swordsman, not even having a decent sword technique was really a bit of a stretch. When he adjusted the screening conditions of the battle techniques to the mountain-shifting realm, there were a lot less battle techniques all of a sudden, and the screened-out blade techniques were even only 5. The Thrilling Thunder Blade Technique, the 5 Tiger Gate Breaking Blade, the 8 Square Blade Technique, the Shura Blade Technique, and the Wind Wrapping Blade Technique. Each of the 5 blade techniques has its own strengths and weaknesses, and each of them is reviewed by the reviewer. He first eliminated the Shura Blade Technique and the 5 Tiger Gate Breaking Blade, both of which belong to the Insanity Blade Technique, which was about growing up in the midst of killing. For the Enlightenment can be directly added points for him. Some chicken ribs can add points to directly comprehend. Why be stupid to go to their own comprehension? The Thundering Blade Technique only has 3 strokes and emphasizes the word fast, and in the end, it was also ruled out by him. This kind of blade technique that only attacks and does not defend is fierce, but once the enemy grasps the set pattern, it will be passive. The 8 Directions Blade Technique is about everything, attack and defense, but there is one biggest drawback. The killing power is a little bit smaller compared to the power of the Thrilling Thunder Blade Technique. It is simply can't be seen straight. Wind Knife Law and 8 Square Knife Law is almost the same, but Wind Knife Law pay attention to a winding word, wrapped up the opponent, a set after a set, not to achieve the goal will not stop, but there is also a big disadvantage, that is, the need for moves too complex, rely on their own to understand the winding word. Looking at the review behind the Wind Wrapping Blade Technique, Lin Mu smiled. It didn't matter if the moves were complicated, he had attribute points. It didn't matter if it was too difficult to realize the word winding, he still had attribute points. Taking another look at the price of the Wind Wrapping Blade Technique, the corners of his mouth rose even more. Of the 5 blade techniques, the Wind Wrapping Blade Technique's price was the most touching. It only cost 1.5 million Alliance coins. The other 4 books of blade techniques, all of them were priced at over $2 million, and the Thrilling Thunder Blade Technique even required a terrifying 3 million Alliance coins. It was because the Wind Wrapping Blade Technique was very difficult to practice and no one was buying it, so the price dropped again and again. Lin Mu saw that the original price of the Wind Wrapping Blade Technique was 4 million, and the internal price was 1.5 million. When he saw this internal price, he rolled his eyes. He's a mountain-moving realm master, and he still can't get an internal price? That would really be a waste of time. After adding wind wrapping blade technique to his cart, Lin Mu started looking at the footwork, and after seeing Zhang Qianfeng's phantom steps, he couldn't stop thinking about it. After seeing Zhang Qianfeng's phantom steps, he couldn't stop thinking about them. He was drooling at the thought of the brush steps that could be used after a few swipes to make a ghost appear and disappear. When he opened the mountain shifting realm's footwork, Lin Mu was stunned that it was even less than the sword technique. To say that there were fewer sword techniques, he could understand. After all, the sword was only one classification among many weapons. But footwork was something you could use if you had feet. How could there be so few? And he'd just seen quite a few footwork before he'd sifted through it. Ma Dahai, who saw that Lin Mu's expression wasn't quite right, hurriedly asked, "Elder brother Lin, is there something you don't understand?" Lin Mu raised his head and handed the tablet over. "Brother Ma, are there so few steps in this mountain-moving realm? Is there a mistake in the system?" Ma Dahai glanced at it and laughed. "Elder brother Lin, you don't know about this, the steps themselves are very rare. There are some good ones that people don't upload, they're not that bad for a cut. The battle techniques stockpiled by the Cultivator Alliance are all big-ticket items, the really good ones are all in the hands of the big powers or the inverted sea realm, the average person can't get them." When he said this, Lin Mu immediately understood that the good stuff was all privatized, and the ones sold in the Cultivator Alliance were either roadkill or difficult to cultivate. He now has some regrets. If he agreed to Zhang Hongyuan, join the Dragon King's house, now where we'll still worry about battle skills, in the Dragon King's house casually find a realm of the sea to worship a master, battle skills are not to hand. And not ordinary goods, are the bottom of the good goods. Ugh. Lin Mu sighed and brought his tablet over, looking at the 3 footsteps. With just a little glance, he eliminated 2 of them, leaving only 1. Instantaneous 1,000 miles, the name sounded quite powerful, but it was actually a recluse method of escape, and after using it, it would lead to the crippling of both legs. It was simply a case of failing to injure the enemy and becoming disabled. Shadowless steps sound similar to the phantom steps, but the reality is too much difference, just a little faster. There is no phantom steps that kind of shifting effect. The last book No Phase Ghost Step Lin Mu read very confused. This step reviewer only commented a sentence, no phase then no I. He suspected that this phaseless ghost steps was not uploaded by the auditor himself, and made such a godless comment. Moreover, compared to the other 2 footwork books, Phaseless Ghost Steps was the most expensive, surprisingly costing 5 million alliance coins. "Brother Ma, do you have any understanding of this Phaseless Ghost Steps?" There was no other way, Lin Mu could only turn to Ma Dahai for help. Unexpectedly, Ma Dahai shook his head and said, "I'm only at the 10,000 ding realm, so I don't know much about mountain shifting realm battle techniques, you can ask directly." Lin Mu had no choice but to take out his cell phone and call Li Changqing. "Elder brother Lin, what kind of trouble have you encountered?" Hearing this, he didn't even want to speak. It seemed like every time he called Li Changqing, something was wrong. Li Changqing now received the call and formed a natural reaction, opening his mouth to ask if he had encountered trouble. However, if you think about it carefully, it is true that every time he calls, he is always asking for something. He is a man who aspires to be at the top of the human race, and now he keeps troubling other people, so he can't keep his face up. However, face to face, what should be asked is still to be asked. After the phaseless ghost steps was set out, Li Changqing was silent instead. After a while, Li Changqing spoke out, "Lin Mu, if you really lack footwork, I can help you find a book, but this phaseless ghost steps you must not learn." Hearing Li Changqing's words and combining them with his reaction, Lin Mu asked with some confusion, "Why? This footwork is poisonous?" "No, but this footwork has practiced many people crazy, even the auditors who reviewed this footwork have gone crazy." "Ah. It can't be. So evil? Then why don't you take it off the shelves?" The fact that it's on the shelves means that someone has practiced it, and the person who has practiced it has high battle power, so it doesn't meet the requirements to be taken off the shelves. Which is more powerful, this phaseless ghost steps or Zhang Qianfeng's phantom steps? The phaseless ghost steps. Hearing these words, Lin Mu's original desire that had been suppressed by Li Changqing popped out again with a bang. "Lin Mu, listen to me, this footwork is really evil, you shouldn't try it easily." "Big brother Li, I know." After saying that, Lin Mu snapped and hung up the phone. He was afraid that if Li Changqing said a little bit more, he would be discouraged from practicing the phaseless ghost steps. Seeing Lin Mu hang up the phone, Ma Dahai knew that it was useless to persuade him, because he saw that Lin Mu had already added the phaseless ghost steps to his purchase list. After selecting the sword and footwork, Lin Mu started to select spiritual attack battle techniques again. However, he was greatly disappointed next. The Cultivator Alliance didn't have a single spiritual attack battle technique. Chapter 31 Spiritual Battle Skills. "Big brother Ma, the kind of gravity field that the great metropolis has, doesn't the Alliance have any to sell?" Ma Dahai glanced at Lin Mu suspiciously. "Are you talking about spiritual battle techniques?" Lin Mu nodded frantically. He didn't expect Ma Dahai to be quite knowledgeable, which meant that the Alliance did have this kind of battle technique. Don't even think about it, all spiritual battle techniques are exclusive, even closed disciples don't necessarily teach them, and if they do, they don't necessarily learn them. Hearing this, Lin Mu was struck by lightning. "Why? Didn't you read the secret law of cultivators? What does this have to do with the cultivator's secret law?" I broke through to the mountain shifting realm by chance, and I haven't read what's behind the mountain shifting realm. Lin Mu was dumbfounded by the question and hurriedly explained. He read the hell out of the Cultivator's secret method, he added some points to it, he read the 1000 June chapter of the Cultivator's secret method, and everything after that was just a cursory look and then he stopped reading. Oh. Sorry, forgot about it. But you have time to take a good look at the contents of the Cultivator's secret method. There is a mention in the mountain shifting chapter that all people's spiritual power characteristics are different, and this has to do with personal experience. So no two people's spiritual battle techniques will be exactly the same, and naturally no one will learn someone else's spiritual battle technique, unless it's that kind of particularly perverse spiritual battle technique. But if you want to learn that kind of battle skill, others may not necessarily be willing to teach it, and if you learn it, you may not necessarily be able to learn it. Moreover, the mountain shifting chapter has a method of teaching how to comprehend spiritual battle techniques, and all people will comprehend their own spiritual battle techniques when they reach the mountain shifting realm. Madahai took a sip of tea after finishing, his mouth was a bit dry after speaking so much at once. After listening to Madahai's explanation, Lin Mu decided that after he returned to the accommodation building later, he would read over the Cultivator's secret method. He didn't realize that inside what he thought was useless, there was such important information hidden. If he had read it earlier, he might have comprehended the spiritual battle skills long ago. Brother Ma, then please buy these 2 battle techniques for me. Lin Mu returned the tablet to Madahai, who glanced at it and clicked buy. 1.5 million for the wind wrapping blade technique, 5 million for the phaseless ghost steps, the total is 6.5 million alliance coins. The foreign beast materials you brought today are worth a total of 4,200,000 alliance coins, why don't I pay the remaining 2,300,000 alliance coins for you? Lin Mu sighed helplessly when he heard that the foreign beast materials were only worth 4,200,000 alliance coins. He had killed thousands of foreign beasts today, but there were very few foreign beasts that were worth as much as the 3-headed dog. It was true that the old saying, the more things there are, the less valuable they are. Brother Ma, no need. I still have a 3rd order spirit core here, it should be almost enough. Rejecting Madahai's good intentions, 2,300,000 alliance coins was not a small amount. Madahai would probably have to break his back if he took out such a large sum of money. After all, there wasn't much money to be a supervisor in a place with little oil and water like Rift 8, and now that he was the head of the office, he might be a little better off. This 3rd order spirit core was stolen from him when he attracted the foreign beasts. Li Changqing didn't ask him for it, so he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to hand it over. A spirit core of a late 3rd stage foreign beast is worth 1 million, and there are 1,300,000 alliance coins. I'll pay it out for you. Madahai took the 3rd rank spirit core in Lin Mu's hand and said towards Lin Mu. Brother Ma, no need, you've already helped me a lot. Lin Mu hastily stopped it, but Madahai shook his head. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to sit in this position. It's only $1,030,000, so don't push your luck. Brother Ma, I really didn't excuse myself. I still have money. I can just borrow the rest from the Cultivator Alliance. 1,300,000 is really too much. Besides, you took this position because Big Brotherly recommended it to the Grand Metropolitan Governor. It has nothing to do with me. Madahai said with a stern face, if you keep pushing back, I'm going to be unhappy. This is my gift to you as a brother, wishing you a great success in the 7th rift in advance. In the future, when you're rich, don't forget to bring up your brother. Moreover, do you think that Li Changqing really has that much face to persuade the Grand Metropolitan Governor? The Grand Metropolitan Governor only agreed to let me sit in this position because of your face. Seeing that Madahai was so tough, Lin Mu couldn't refuse, and could only silently write down this favor in his heart. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, this money is really, the more you earn, the more you spend. Now it has been out for 3 days, the mission time is only 26 days left, the result is still only that 440,000 in the pocket, but also owes a lot of favors. The cultivation methods for the 2 battle techniques have been sent to your cell phone, and the key has also been sent to you. But listen to my advice, that phase-less ghost steps can't be practiced, don't try to be brave. Li Changqing has been in the Cultivator Alliance for so many years, he's still very knowledgeable. Madahai handed the item over to Lin Mu, and then advised, although he knew that Lin Mu would definitely be practicing the phase-less ghost steps, he still had to be reminded of what he should be reminded of. Lin Mu nodded, don't worry, when I notice something wrong, I'll stop practicing. After saying goodbye to Madahai, the first thing he did when he returned to the accommodation building was to open the Cultivator's secret methods inside his cell phone and read it. Right now, the spiritual battle technique was the most important, the blade technique and the footwork technique were put to one side first. Finding the mountain shifting realm cultivation chapter, he found the introduction and cultivation method about spiritual battle skills at the end of the chapter. Can't read it. For him, who had only practiced the 1000 June chapter, the entire mountain shifting chapter was as unreadable as astronomy, knowing what that word was pronounced, but combining it just didn't know what the hell it meant. Add 100 enlightenment. Lin Mu read it over a little bit, and after having a rough impression in his mind, he directly added 100 points of enlightenment attribute. With the enlightenment breakthrough of 100 points, the originally obscure spiritual battle technique cultivation method instantly became easy to understand. He then began to follow the understanding in his mind and mobilized his spiritual power to diffuse around his body, feeling the characteristics of spiritual power. According to the description of the Cultivator's secret method, his spiritual energy was on the pure and positive side, suitable for that kind of large area attack battle technique. As his spiritual power continued to change, a field formed by his spiritual power continued to take shape, but it was empty inside, just a pure field without any killing power. Not enough enlightenment? Can't realize a battle technique with killing power? Raise it to 1,000. Feeling the formation of the field, but faced with a field that didn't have any attributes, Lin Mu skimmed his lips and added the enlightenment attribute to 1,000. Boom! The role of the field in his mind became instantly clear. Opening his eyes, he looked at the field formed by his spiritual power, irregular spiritual power flowing in an unorganized manner, and he manipulated the spiritual power to slowly change and modify the rules of the field. The field became murderous at one point, heavy at another, and light at another, holding up his body. Lin Mu tried many times, but he didn't get the kind of battle technique effect he wanted. He had just simulated Zhang Hongyuan's gravity field, but it felt like that wasn't what he wanted. The gravity field was just an auxiliary field. It had a miraculous effect on people with a lower mental strength than himself, but against people with a mental strength similar to his own, the effect was minimal. Chapter 32, Absolute Field. The field will change with the spiritual power, but what exactly is the principle of this? After changing many field types, Lin Mu never found his preferred type. Gnosis increased to 10,000. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and directly added the Gnosis attribute to 10,000. 1,000 enlightenment would allow him to see clearly the effect of spiritual power on the field, but he couldn't see through the essence of the field, so he could only add more enlightenment in an attempt to see the essence of the field. Buzz! There was a roar in his head, and Lin Mu felt like the passage of time had slowed down. Looking at the field again, at this time the field turned into a rotating aperture in his eyes. The spiritual power was pulled by a mysterious force in the aperture. When he controlled the movement of the spiritual power, the aperture would naturally change into various shapes along with the changes in the spiritual power. What is this aperture? Why can't my spiritual power break through to the outside of the aperture? Just as Lin Mu was puzzled, the aperture turned round again, and the spiritual power went from the inside of the aperture, wrapping around to the top of the aperture, and the inside of the aperture was completely devoid of spiritual power flow. This is... When the spiritual energy wrapped around the top of the aperture, Lin Mu felt that there was nothing left in the field but him. Even the air had disappeared. I understand. The so-called field is using spiritual power to manipulate matter within space. This field of mine has nothing but space. He then controlled the aperture to keep changing its shape, but let his spiritual power always wrap around it. Inside the room, Lin Mu saw that the space within the field began to distort. The more the aperture changed, the greater the distorted deformation of the space, and when the aperture turned into an oval shape, there was even a hint of the space being torn apart. Boom! Lin Mu's spiritual energy was instantly consumed. When there was no spiritual energy inside the aperture, it was fine if he didn't control the aperture to change shape. Once he controlled the aperture to shapeshift, the greater the magnitude of the shapeshift, the faster the spiritual energy was consumed. Am I manipulating space? But this aperture shouldn't be the final form of the field yet, and I don't know if 100,000 enlightenment can see the final essence. Lin Mu's face paled. As soon as he had this thought, an inexplicable crisis appeared in his mind. What do you mean? Isn't my current strength enough? Sensing this sense of crisis, Lin Mu gave up on continuing to add points to his enlightenment attribute. Although he didn't have 100,000 attribute points anymore, he still had 50,000 attribute points. He was very sure that the essence of the field was definitely not that aperture. The aperture was just a deep form. Maybe with 100,000 enlightenment he could see the deeper essence, but that sense of crisis made him give up. Maybe the deeper level of essence is not something that can be controlled by his realm now. However, this field he had already understood how to manipulate it, and although it was difficult to do some abnormal operations, as long as he kept the field in place, he was an invincible existence inside the field. Once this field was formed, the space inside the field was under his control. He didn't even need to move. He could fix the enemy in place, and then let the enemy who entered the field slowly die of suffocation. Of course, if the opponent's spiritual power was very strong, the field might be broken directly. But Lin Mu felt that after his spiritual power wrapped around the aperture, as long as the opposite party didn't have a spiritual power that was several times or a dozen times higher than his, it would be very difficult to break through his field. This was the qualitative change in the field after seeing the deep essence. Because the aperture could not be seen in the field, even he himself could not see it. He could only feel the existence of the aperture in his mind, because he had already touched the aperture. So as soon as the field was molded, the aperture would automatically surface in his mind through his spiritual power. While studying the aperture, there were also some basic uses of spiritual power that he knew, such as spiritual power into needles and spiritual power into knives. This simple attack form was not very useful, but it allowed him to have a more subtle control over his spiritual power. What should I name it? Inside this field space, I am the absolute king. Let's call it absolute domain. When his spiritual energy had recovered a bit, Lin Mu unfolded the field and murmured, He realized that after the physique attribute was added, the recovery of his spiritual energy also became faster, and through the simple vomiting method of the Cultivator's secret method, he could quickly recover his spiritual energy. With the addition of the absolute domain, hunting foreign beasts would become very simple in the future, as maintaining this field didn't require too much mental energy, and by directly lassoing the foreign beasts into the absolute domain, he could just sit back and enjoy the benefits. Having comprehended his own spiritual battle technique, Lin Mu began to study the wind-wrapping blade technique and the phaseless ghost steps. However, without the added power of enlightenment, he only understood the general idea of both of these battle techniques, and the moves could barely be utilized, but he was practically clueless about the deeper level of application. Sure enough, my 10 points of enlightenment can only be considered mediocre. I still need to rely on the system. On the road to enlightenment, the further I go. After 100 points of enlightenment were directly disliked, the winding wind blade technique's winding meaning he quickly gained his own unique understanding. The green sea blade in his hand became faster and more bizarre as he flipped his wrist, and what was clearly a downward slashing motion ended up becoming an upward pick. Lin Mu took the clothesline as his opponent. The knife in his hand kept turning on the clothesline, dancing like a butterfly around a flower. As his speed grew faster and faster, all that could be seen in the room was a flash of knife light, fluttering back and forth on the clothesline. Clang! As the green sea blade was sheathed, the bracing hanger looked like it had been groomed, and all the stains on the wooden surface fell off. Wind-wrapping blade technique, fast, precise, and vicious, between inches, winding silk around the fingers, winding wind and making clouds. With the addition of enlightenment, Lin Mu quickly gained a deep understanding of the word winding in the wind-winding blade technique, and now this battle technique had his own flavor. Adding another 100 points of attributes to his enlightenment, Lin Mu looked at the Phaseless Ghost Steps, a step book that he couldn't even understand when he first read it, because it was full of explanations for the phaselessness of all the twists and turns. No phase, he had seen it when he was reading ancient books. It seemed to be an ancient philosophical idea. How could he not understand how this thing could be combined with the footwork? After adding 100 points of enlightenment, Lin Mu felt like he understood some of it, yet he felt like he didn't understand it instead. He understood the meaning of no phase, but was confused by the benefits between the lines. No phase means that the outer skin appearances are all gone. But how is it possible to make oneself non-existent when one is born between heaven and earth? 100 enlightenment is not enough? The more Lin Mu looked at his head, he finally understood why many people cultivate this footwork will go crazy. Really, the deeper the study, instead the more confused. As long as it is a normal person, looking at this footwork for a long time will probably go crazy. 100 is not enough, then 1000. He opened the attribute panel, and 1000 attributes were directly tapped on Gnosis. That feeling of emptiness and clarity appeared once again, and when he turned over the Phaseless Ghost Steps again, his understanding of phaselessness changed again. Chapter 33: The Path of the Assassin. No phase is a state that has no shape or nature. But Lin Mu's current understanding of no phase was freedom, the so-called freedom from the intrusion of phenomena and feelings, carefree. When Lin Mu sank into this state of mind, and then looked at the Phaseless Ghost Steps, everything became free and easy, and all the difficult semantics, all of them turned into essences that were incorporated into his mind. No phase is also no self is also no phase. He mouthed the words, but his person was in a state of breathlessness, and if it wasn't seen by the naked eye, one wouldn't even be able to feel his presence. Subsequently, only to see his feet move lightly, but the person has already appeared from the bed in the washroom, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in the balcony. His entire person was like a ghost, just a little bit of inattention and disappeared in place, like an instantaneous movement. And his state was even more bizarre and terrifying. When he stepped out of his steps, his entire body seemed to be devoid of any life breath. Even when he landed on the ground, there wasn't even the slightest sound. I get it, no wonder it is said that this footwork is difficult to cultivate, consuming 1000 of my enlightenment. It is indeed extraordinary. When he opened his eyes again, the room was once again filled with his active vitality. Knowing that no phase is useless at all, you have to inflict no phase on yourself and enter the state of no self. The hardest part of this footwork is not understanding the no phase, but getting into the no phase state and becoming a true ghost. This word ghost is the essence of this footwork. Lin Mu stared at the gongfu on his phone. When he understood this, after looking at this gongfu, all the obscure philosophies in it were full of meaning to him. When he was performing the footwork, he could clearly feel as if he had disappeared, without any breath, and yet he could see him with his naked eyes. When entering that realm of freedom, the footwork would also become free, thus becoming untraceable, like a true ghost. No wonder Li Changqing said that the phaseless ghost steps are even more powerful than the phantom steps. They really aren't on the same level. After Lin Mu learned the phaseless ghost steps, he realized why Li Changqing said that. The phantom ghost steps were just fast, changing directions in a split second so that people couldn't tell the difference between real and fake, but as long as one's mental power was strong enough, one could capture the figure of the person who performed it. The phaseless ghost steps were just as fast, but the difference was that after performing the phaseless ghost steps, the entire person's vitality would disappear, and could not be captured even with spiritual power. And when the speed is so fast that it is difficult to be captured by the naked eye, phase-less ghost steps will make the person who performs the steps become a real ghost, thus killing people invisibly. Moreover, Lin Mu had also realized something else. This state could not only be used to perform the phase-less ghost steps. When entering the phase-less state, it could be used to sneak around as long as it was well hidden. And since he had the absolute domain, he could completely fold the space inside the absolute domain to hide his form and enter the phase-less state, which was perfect for assassination and running away. Why does it feel like I've changed from a warrior to an assassin? Lin Mu laughed to himself. He had gone from a warrior who could only slash away with a sword to a god of death who hid in the darkness, simply because of 3 battle techniques. With these battle skills, he even felt that he could go and tease a 4th-rank alien beast. Anyway, in this state, unless the absolute domain failed, absolutely no one would find him. Fear is afraid of not having enough spiritual power, halfway to let the 4th-ranked foreign beasts find out. After all, folding the space is not as simple as maintaining the field to unfold. Spiritual power that is falling down, this is something that he deeply experienced when he started to give the space a whole crack. Forget it, it's better not to make it. The spiritual power of a 4th-order foreign beast is not double that of mine, it's more than 10 times as much. After having his mind wandering in his head for a while, he still dispelled his stupid little thoughts. Everything should still be based on stability, just mess around with the 3rd-ranked foreign beasts. After doing all this, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. The comprehension of the phase-less ghost steps took a lot of time, longer than the time it took to comprehend the spiritual battle skills. Lying on his bed, adding the remaining 40,000 attribute points to his strength, Lin Mu murmured with a smile on his face, "It'll get better and better." Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 60,685. Strength, 265,854. Spirit, 399. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 0. At 6 o'clock the next day, Lin Mu was woken up by his alarm clock. The special bus to the 7th rift departed at 6:30 sharp. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. He only slept for more than 2 hours last night. He was a bit uncomfortable after his sleep time was drastically reduced. He washed his face with cold water and forced himself to get refreshed. After packing up his things, he first went to the office. The result is that Madahai is still not awake. He can only use his cell phone to send a message to Madahai, telling Madahai that he is left. On the number 7 special car, Lin Mu looked out the window in solitude, looking out the window at the desolate world. He was alone in the entire car, and it was awfully quiet, with only the wheels crunching. Crack number 8 was the novice village, and crack number 7 was the novice graveyard. The names of the 8 cracks in the White City were taken from the largest to the smallest, with crack 8 being the smallest and crack 7 the next. But in fact, except for crack number 8 which was very small and crack number 1 which was very large, the other 6 cracks were about the same size. There was no other reason for him to go to rift number 7 this time, simply because rift number 7 was the closest to rift number 8, and it took more than 30 minutes to get there by special bus. In fact, there was another rift number 5 that was even closer, but the map confidence of the number 5 rift had already been closed, not allowing entry. Lin Mu guessed that rift number 5 should be under the control of the Cultivator Alliance, and the 3rd and 4th order alien beasts inside had been cleared out, becoming a backyard for the Cultivator Alliance to obtain materials. He squinted in the car for a while before he was reminded by the driver that he had already arrived at town number 7. Small Town 7 was quite a bit larger than Small Town 8, where Small Town 8 was a single road from end to end, while Small Town 7 was a crossroads formed by the intersection of a large main road and a small side road. The houses and layout were still the same though. The houses on the left side of the main road were the lodging areas, the houses on the right side were the relevant departments and chambers of commerce, and the secondary road served only to add a few more houses. Lin Mu hadn't been to the Chamber of Commerce in town number 8 since there wasn't any big Chamber of Commerce there either. It was all stores run by small chambers of commerce. It was different in town number 7. The stores opened by the Chamber of Commerce were decorated with opulence and splendor, compared to even the shopping streets of White City. Lin Mu made his way along the main road and soon arrived at the mouth of the rift. The demon removal guard guarding the mouth of the rift glanced at Lin Mu's message and asked, "Did you take the wrong bus? This isn't rift number 8. Lin Mu nodded and said, "That's right. It's just to come to rift number 7. The demon removal guard looked Lin Mu up and down, stepped aside to allow Lin Mu to pass, and muttered, "Young people are really bold nowadays. It's only been 3 days since Cultivator certification, and they dare to come to rift number 7. Chapter 34, How Come It's You Guys Again? As soon as he stepped inside the 7th rift, Lin Mu sensed that this place was very different from the 8th rift. The overall environment of both rifts was similar, both were kind of dim and depressing. But the stationing point of the 7th rift was huge, more than double the size of the stationing point of the 8th rift. Moreover, he could hear the hissing of the alien beasts even when he stood at the mouth of the rift, and he could see cultivators fighting with the alien beasts on the slopes not far away. He knew that there was not a single beast in the 20-mile radius around the 8th rift station, which also proved the danger level of the 7th rift. When he opened the electronic map of the 7th rift, the map was full of densely packed beast cursors, and most of them were mainly 2nd order and 3rd order beasts, and it took him half a day of searching to find a 1st order beast gathering point. Moreover, this first order beast was still the most worthless snot beast. It should be that no one went to kill it, which led to the survival of this first order beast gathering point. In the deepest part of the rift, there are still a few first order beasts gathering places, but to get there, one has to pass through the territory of a few fourth order beasts, and even more so, no one is going to hunt them. Lin Mu now understood why the seventh rift was a novice's grave. There were no first order alien beasts that could be hunted here, and all the ones that could be killed had been killed. He opened the map, found a gathering point for third order alien beasts, and set off directly. After the absolute domain opened, he kept moving forward in a bizarre manner, utilizing the spatial control of the absolute domain to pull himself from this end of the field space to that end, like an instantaneous movement. It was just that his spiritual power was not strong enough right now, and the area of the absolute domain was not large enough yet. He could only instantly move a distance of about 300 meters, but it was also much faster than flying on his own, and the amount of spiritual power consumed was almost negligible, about the same as the amount he consumed by unfolding the absolute space. This was a usage that he had researched yesterday when he studied the absolute domain. This method together with the phase-less state could be truly divine, and if it was coupled with the spatial folding concealment, he would be the god of murder that was hidden in the void, which was why he had the idea of hunting a fourth-order foreign beast yesterday. In more than half an hour's time, Lin Mu crossed a distance of 500 kilometers and arrived at the target location. Looking at the pile of water elves on the ground that were wandering around blindly, his harums flowed out. Water Elf, early third stage Fae, specializes in using water pillars to attack enemies, and when attacked it will turn into a stream of water to avoid attacks. This kind of beast's attack power is not strong, and its defense power is not strong either, but its ability to save its life is extremely strong, and one spirit core is worth 300,000 alliance coins, which is a bit more expensive than the spirit cores of normal early third order beasts. But this water elf's life preservation ability was a joke in Lin Mu's eyes. After he landed, the absolute domain instantly fixed these 10-odd water elves in place, and after a spatial distortion, the water elves exploded one after another, leaving behind a field of glittering spirit cores. With a single thought from him, the dozen or so pill-sized spirit cores on the ground all arrived in his hands. Cool. A total of 18 spirit cores, roughly worth 5.4 million alliance coins. With just a thought, 5,400,000 alliance coins had arrived. This speed of earning money stunned him. He was exhausted in the 8th rift, and it was only 5 million alliance coins a day. No wonder it was said that money was nothing more than numbers to the strong. La 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 la. Lin Mu hummed with a song on his lips and flipped the map to continue looking for hunting targets. Today he was going to complete the system quest. You're it. He saw the three-headed dog, his old buddy from Crack 8, again, and not far from him. For now, it was the most cost-effective for him to kill early third-order Fey beasts, and too many mid-third-order Fey beasts might be too much to handle. But the early third-order beasts are too far apart and not too easy to deal with, so he can only take the valuable second-order beasts. After the number of second-order beasts is large, the benefits are the same as killing early third-order beasts. After only a few minutes, Lin Mu arrived at his destination, and before he could be happy, his face fell. Grandpa, why are you guys again? Lin Mu not only saw the old fellows from Crack 8, he also saw a group of old acquaintances. That bald man was leading the remaining 4 people in the three-headed dog encircling group, and the situation didn't seem to be too optimistic. The girl called Xiao Ai, at this moment, was surrounded by the bald man and the remaining 3 people in the center, the 4 people hugging the three-headed dog's encircling group, fighting and retreating at the same time. Boss, it's that guy again. Xiao Ai's eyes were sharp and she saw Lin Mu suspended in the air with a glance. The bald man and the other 3 were disrupted by Xiao Ai's shout, and the woman in the trench coat was bitten by the three-headed dog on her arm, but was fortunately saved in time by the prosthetic man. Mountain-shifting realm patriarch. The bald man exclaimed as he glanced at Lin Mu with his afterglow. He had still said that Lin Mu couldn't possibly be in the mountain-moving realm at the 8th rift, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face after only 2 days. Yesterday, when he was chased by the foreign beasts from the chaotic beast harbor, he still used to run. How come he can fly all of a sudden? Xiao Ai looked at Lin Mu curiously and muttered. The flying speed at the early stage of the mountain-shifting realm isn't as fast as the running speed. It's normal to use running. But it's not right. How could a mountain-moving realm grandmaster not be able to outrun a second-order foreign beast? Could it be that the group of Fey beasts was attracted to the stationing point by him on purpose? But I heard later that the great capital governor came. How come he wasn't arrested? Hell knows what they're up to. The 4 of them were chattering and discussing, and Lin Mu used his spiritual power to extend over and hear them clearly. Boss, should we ask him for help? We won't be able to hold out at this rate. It's hard for us to walk away with this three-headed dog that's about to advance here. The blood on the wind-clothed woman's hands continued to flow downwards. The formation of the 4 had already started to mess up. The prosthetic man had to help the wind-clothed woman block the three-headed dog from time to time, causing the fat man on the other side of the table to have his hands full. Hearing this, the bald man pondered for a while and shouted towards Lin Mu in the sky, Master Patriarch, please also help. We are willing to pay 1 million alliance coins. Lin Mu smiled when he heard this. Forget about 1 million alliance coins, we're still destined to be together, just give me the bodies of these three-headed dogs. He loved money, but it was also divided into situations. This group of people he had encountered 3 times. Even if they didn't ask for help, he would still make a move to save them. After all, they were all human beings. The other party is not some kind of evil person, and encountered him also took the initiative to detour, proving that the conscience and morality is not bad, so he can't see death to save. Although they robbed him of many 3-headed dogs. Seeing that the 4 people just couldn't hold out any longer, Lin Mu arrived above the 3 people's heads with an instantaneous movement, and after the absolute domain enveloped over, he pulled all 5 people behind him in an instant. The 5 were still fighting fiercely, and were still a bit confused when they were suddenly pulled up into the sky by an unstoppable force. Lin Mu didn't care about them, he just gave a small portion of space for them to breathe and move, then instantly moved to the ground, the absolute domain spreading out in both directions, enveloping the 3-headed dog army. No. Not moving. AI exclaimed with some hand-wringing as she watched the 3-headed dogs all stand still. The other 4 were also seeing this kind of tactic for the first time, and for a while they all froze and didn't dare to speak. Chapter 35 Talent. Die. Lin Mu lightly shouted, the space within the absolute domain instantly distorted. In order to ensure the integrity of the 3-headed dog's corpse, he didn't distort the space by a large margin, and precisely controlled the distortion range to the position of the 3-headed dog's head. In fact, as long as there was no air inside the absolute domain, these 3-headed dogs would suffocate and die, but the second-order alien beasts were estimated to be able to last for a few minutes without air, so he thought that it would be too long and too troublesome, so he simply consumed some of his spiritual energy to directly sever these 3-headed dogs. Uncle, it's that biggest 3-headed dog, he's about to be promoted to the 3rd rank, must kill him to avenge Sister Min. Looking at the surrounding 3-headed dogs that had no life breath, although she didn't know what was going on, AI knew that Lin Mu was very powerful and hurriedly shouted. Just as the other 3-headed dogs were rushing forward and backward inside the absolute domain, a particularly large 3-headed dog instead turned around and ran. AI, how are you talking to Sovereign Sama? The bald uncle hurriedly covered Xiao Ai's mouth while apologizing towards Lin Mu. I'm sorry, Xiao Ai is spoiled by us and doesn't know any better, I hope that the patriarch won't be angry. Lin Mu froze, this little girl actually called herself uncle. However, her big-hearted personality reminded Lin Mu of Wang Miao Miao, who had been out for 4 days and had sent her so many messages every day asking about his whereabouts. In order not to let Wang Miao Miao worry, he just returned a don't worry. He estimated that the girl is now anxious crazy when there is time to return a phone call over, lest that crazy girl to find Zhang Zikai to fight for his life. No, am I that old? You call me uncle? You should call me big brother. Lin Mu came back to his senses and asked, crying and laughing. Boss told me that when you meet someone who is more powerful than him, you have to call him uncle. Last night we met someone younger than you, he said he was over 100 years old. Xiao Ai looked at Lin Mu without fear, because she didn't feel an aura of danger from Lin Mu. The bald uncle could only smile awkwardly when he heard this. He did say that those who could be better than him, even if their talent was good, they were almost 30, Xiao Ai should indeed be called uncle. He also didn't expect that this freak in front of him, so young, had already become a mountain-shifting realm grandmaster. Xiao Ai's cultivation level shouldn't be too high, you guys brought her inside the rift, aren't you being a little too ambitious? The bald man touched his head. Xiao Ai has just turned 18 this year, and is now a 1000 June first-stage cultivator with a somewhat unsound mind. Her parents, who were my teammates during my tenure in the Demon Removal Guard, died when she was very young. Xiao Ai has awakened a crisis response talent, so that's why I brought her around for a bit of practice. I see that AI isn't very old and her cultivation isn't very high, so you guys brought her along with you. I was curious. The bald man said so he understood. There are very few people who will awaken their talent after cultivation. This kind of people are generally known as awakened people. It will be quite a bit higher than the average cultivator's combat power. You guys have also encountered a Skybreaker Venerable? I met him by chance in the 7th town. He wanted to take Xiao Ai as his disciple, but he only left his contact information, and that venerable Skybreaker seemed to have something urgent to do. Coming to town number 7 with urgent matters? Could it be that something went wrong in town number 7 or the number 7 rift? As soon as Lin Mu heard that he was more than 100 years old and younger than himself, he knew that he must be a hollow-breaking venerable. There was only one chance to return to old age when he advanced to the hollow-breaking realm. This was still something that he only knew after he had practiced his cultivator's secret method yesterday. That 3-headed dog is running away. Seeing Lin Mu and his boss chatting idly, AI, who was staring at the large 3-headed dog, hurriedly spoke out to interrupt the conversation between the two. Lin Mu smiled, don't worry, it can't run away. Seeing the large 3-headed dog that had already run out 2 or 3 miles, he continuously made 4 instantaneous transitions to catch up with the 3-headed dog, and as soon as the green sea blade at his waist came out, the large 3-headed dog instantly collapsed to the ground, and each of the 3 heads had an extra bloody hole, constantly bleeding out. This actually has some spiritual intelligence. It seems that it is not far from the 3rd stage. The biggest difference between a 3rd-order alien beast and a 2nd-order alien beast was that one had spiritual intelligence and the other didn't. Although the spirit intelligence of the early 3rd-order foreign beasts was not high either, they at least knew that they had to run if they couldn't beat them. Next it was time for Lin Mu's harvest. He opened the space traveling bag and used his spiritual power to control the mouth of the space traveling bag. Then he walked while loading the corpses of the three-headed dogs inside the spatial traveling bag. The 5 people next to him were dumbfounded as they only saw one three-headed dog after another, lining up from the air and automatically entering the spatial traveling bag. Lin Mu dispersed the absolute domain so that Xiao Ai and the 5 of them could move around freely, and after cleaning up the corpses on the ground, he waved his hand towards the 5 and said, "I'll leave first, see you again sometime. Big brother, goodbye." Hearing Ai's change of address to himself, he smiled, then instantly moved towards the distance, looking for his next target prey. Seeing Lin Mu walking away in the distance, the prosthetic man stepped forward and asked, "Boss, have you ever seen such a powerful mountain-shifting realm?" The bald man shook his head. "No, this kind of unbelievable means of killing the enemy should be his spiritual battle technique. Only this kind of spiritual battle technique is unheard of by me. It's not just enemy killing techniques, didn't you guys realize that he can even instantly move? Air-breaking realm exalted masters all use flying, he can actually move instantly, unbelievable." The woman wearing a trench coat on the side looked at Lin Mu's departing direction with a shocked expression, unable to calm her inner shock for a long time. "You all overlooked the most important point, he didn't have any life breath when he came. If it wasn't for AI's sharp eyes spotting him, we wouldn't have known that someone was approaching." "Fatty, are you sure?" "Sure. I'm very sensitive to the scent of life, I'll definitely know when someone is near, you know that, boss." The woman in the trench coat also stepped forward and said, "I trust Fatty on this point. Although his life sensing talent is not as strong as AI's crisis sensing talent, his sensing of life scent has never failed." The bald man and the prosthetic man glanced at each other and both saw each other's horrified expressions. "The phase less ghost steps. Phase less." The two said in unison, startling the remaining 3. AI looked at the two in confusion and asked, "What is no phase?" The bald man looked to the sky and murmured, "It is a realm that we can never understand. Boss, if I remember correctly, it seems like the phase-less ghost steps were only practiced by the phase-less Zen master." "That's right, but now there's another person who has practiced it. You guys don't go out and talk nonsense about today's matter, or else it will easily lead to murder. AI, especially you." The bald man warned, and to AI, a solemn warning. "Got it." AI bristled, unconvinced. "Boss, who do you think is more powerful, this big brother or the old grandpa we met yesterday?" The bald man laughed. "Right now it's definitely the old grandpa you met yesterday who's more powerful, but in the future it's probably this big brother who's more powerful." When he thought of the image of Lin Mu killing the three-headed dog, he still had palpitations in his heart. Even in his dreams, Lin Mu had never thought that there would be 2 awakened ones inside a 10,000 Cauldron Realm team. Chapter 36 Agreement. Lin Mu continued to instantaneously move towards the depths of the rift for more than half an hour and finally found new prey, a group of fire elves. After using the same way he dealt with the water elves to pocket these 12 fire elves, he looked at the spatial traveling bag panel with satisfaction. 30 spirit cores of early 3rd stage Fey beasts, more than 500 three-headed dog corpses, $10 million has been earned. This $10 million has to be saved for system quests. We'll return to White City after killing a few more waves and settle Zhang Zikai. He had been thinking about Zhang Zikai in his mind, being assassinated by someone sent by Zhang Zikai. This was something he would not forget. Boom boom boom. Just as he was about to head to the next 3rd-rank alien beast gathering point, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. What's the situation? An earthquake? After a few seconds of shaking, everything was calm again. Holy, what the hell? Before he could come back to his senses, densely packed foreign beasts in the distance were running madly towards him. He immediately ascended into the air, unfolded his absolute domain, utilized spatial folding to conceal his figure, and entered the phase-less state. Tens of thousands of alien beasts were running like mad, and among them, there were quite a few 3rd-order alien beasts and a handful of 4th-order alien beasts. The air was full of flying beasts, crowding each other and running towards this side. Behind the army of foreign beasts, followed by countless black silhouettes, all of them were demon removal guards. Demon removal guards chasing after Fey beasts? That's not right either. How do these 2,000 or so people dare to chase after 20 to 30,000 foreign beasts? Seeing this scene, Lin Mu was a bit confused. When did the demon removal guards become so brave, daring to chase and kill foreign beasts that outnumbered them 10 to 1? No, these foreign beasts aren't being chased by the demon removal guards, they're in a hurry, and the demon removal guards are heading there too. After watching in the air for a while, Lin Mu realized something was wrong. The group of foreign beasts didn't care about the demon removal guards behind them at all, they were just running forward one after another. The demon removal guards didn't tangle with the beasts either, but followed closely behind the beasts, and when they encountered beasts that couldn't keep up with the group, they didn't even look at them. That direction is the deepest part of the rift. Opening the map and glancing at the direction where the Fey beasts and demon removal guards were advancing, Lin Mu frowned. Recalling back to what Xiao Ai and the others had said about Venerable Skybreaker, he knew that something big might have happened in the 7th rift. To go or not to go? Although he didn't know what had happened, with so many demon removal guards, it could be that all of the demon removal guards from the 7th rift garrison had come out. Attention everyone, we are the demon removal guards of Rift number 7. Rift number 7 is in danger, please leave immediately. By the time the demon removal guards passed under Lin Mu's feet, he realized that the front row of demon removal guards had a large stereo strapped to their bodies that was cycling through the broadcast. Only the hissing and roaring of the alien beasts covered down the sound of the speaker, and it could only be heard clearly at a range of about 200 or 300 meters. Follow me up and see, I'll run if there's any danger. Driven by curiosity, Lin Mu lifted his spatial folding and followed in the distance behind the demon removal guards and slowly transiently moved. Spatial folding was too mentally taxing. Following in the distance, no one should notice him. After all the foreign beasts and the demon removal guards were desperately running deeper into the rift. No one was paying attention to the back. Where is this going? He realized something was wrong as he followed behind. At this point he was at the edge of the map, and further ahead was the end of the rift space. It was rumored that the end of the rift space was a barrier, and beyond the barrier was an endless void that was impossible to step into. The map of the rift was accurately drawn by the scouts of the demon removal guards, who had spent decades and given countless lives, and it was absolutely impossible for it to be incompletely drawn. If the information on the map was incomplete, and a cultivator entering the rift walked into an unknown area and encountered danger, they would be committing murder. The Cultivator Alliance wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, and had never encountered such a thing in all these years. Once we go beyond the edge of the map, I'll return immediately. Lin Mu hovered in place for a while before finally gritting his teeth and following. When he had 2 instantaneous transmissions to catch up, he saw a scene that shocked him. A shimmering barrier blocked the path of tens of thousands of foreign beasts, and the demon removal guards stood in strict formation less than a kilometer behind the foreign beasts. Through the glowing barrier, one could see the regal black void outside the barrier. There was not a single light in the void, only endless mystery. And in front of the foreign beast, there stood a young man and a 4th-rank foreign beast, the Devil Flame Tiger. At this moment, the one man and one beast seemed to be confronting each other, and the foreign beasts that formed an encirclement didn't dare to move forward, so they just quietly looked at them. Demon Flame Tiger, what are you trying to do by calling so many fey beasts over? The young man glanced at the surrounding foreign beasts and walked slowly towards the apprehensive Devil Flame Tiger not far away. As soon as the Devil Flame Tiger saw the young man walking forward, it immediately roared, and the surrounding foreign beasts immediately surrounded it. Gu Minglan, let me go and I can give you this rift. After the Devil Flame Tiger finished speaking, he also pulled out a fist-sized stone emitting a dazzling light from the tiger's skin on his chest, which emitted an eye-opening light that illuminated half of the sky. Lin Mu was stunned to hear the Devil Flame Tiger spit out human words. This was a 5th-order fey beast, a fey beast king. The stone in its hand that was emitting a dazzling light should be the energy core. Devil Flame Tiger, your king once signed an agreement with the Cultivator Alliance that no 5th-ranked foreign beasts are allowed to appear in each city except for Rift number 1, and you're violating the agreement between the two sides by trying to advance to the 5th rank now. Gu Minglan took one step towards the Devil Flame Tiger. That's what they signed, what does it have to do with me? Besides, there is also a stipulation in the agreement that human hollow-breaking realm Zunis can't enter other rifts, so aren't you coming in now? The Devil Flame Tiger let out a hysterical sound and frantically retreated backwards. You're the one who violated the agreement first. I just came over to deal with the trouble. It doesn't count as a violation of the agreement. Hand over the energy core and I can let you go to Rift 1. Gu Minglan said indifferently, not taking the words of the demonic flame tiger to heart at all. Lin Mu was stunned to hear this from the side. The Cultivator Alliance and the Crack Fae had even signed this kind of agreement? No wonder those void-breaking realm Zunis on the battle power list didn't go to those small rifts to deal with those 4th-order foreign beasts and then take control of the rifts. He used to simply think that the void-breaking realm exalted masters just didn't have the time, but he didn't think that the two sides actually had an agreement like this. The purpose of this agreement should be to prevent the top-tier combatants of both sides from slaughtering the low-end combatants of the other side, but from this agreement, it could also be seen that the Earth Star had now passed through the toughest period and had been able to figure out a way to constrain the foreign beasts. Going to the number 1 rift to die? Don't bully me too much, big deal, we'll die together. If it wasn't for me letting you off the hook back then, would you have been able to walk out of rift number 7? Could you have advanced to Skybreaker? The Devil Flame Tiger trembled, looking at the incomparably indifferent Gu Minglan in front of him. Gu Minglan smiled. If you could kill me back then, you would not? You a 4th-ranked foreign beast that hasn't broken through the 5th rank yet and just melted away its horizontal bones, you're also worthy of negotiating with me? When the Devil Flame Tiger heard this, it let out a roar, and the surrounding foreign beasts instantly swarmed towards the young man. Chapter 37, Kid, don't go. Gu Minglan glanced at the charging beasts, and with a wave of his hand, a spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, blocking the path of all the beasts. All the foreign beasts looked at this oozing spatial rift and all stopped in their tracks. The fey beasts that rushed in front were toppled into the rift by the fey beasts behind them because they didn't break and completely disappeared. Afterwards, the spatial rift began to heal. The Devil Flame Tiger roared loudly, but no foreign beasts dared to go forward. These foreign beasts that had called over no longer listened to his command. With these low-ranked foreign beasts, you still want to resist, aren't you too whimsical? After saying that, he took out a lance from somewhere and made a sweep at the surrounding foreign beasts, and a light visible to the naked eye rushed towards the foreign beast group. Any foreign beasts that were swept by the light, no matter if they were of the first or second or third rank, were all cut in half. The white light extended from Gu Minglan's feet to the outermost part of the beasts, and wherever it passed, all the beasts died. With just one strike, a large portion of the beasts that surrounded Gu Minglan were reduced. When the remaining beasts saw such a scene, they instantly went into chaos, frantically fleeing outward, and many of them were trampled to death by their own kind. The demon removal guards at the back saw this situation and immediately withdrew an opening for the beasts to escape. They didn't dare to confront more than 10,000 beasts head-on. When Lin Mu saw these foreign beasts rushing over to his side, he even directly climbed up from the grass and ducked towards a nearby rock, his phase-less state preventing all the foreign beasts from noticing his presence. He had seen several demon removal guards running slower, and were directly trampled into mush by the beasts. He had only come over to watch the fun, and didn't want to be used as a nutrient in the cracks. Demon Flame Tiger, I'll say it again, put the energy core back and I can let you go to Rift number 1. After Gu Minglan expelled the foreign beasts that had gathered over, he once again pressed the Devil Flame Tiger step by step. Don't you push me. If I go to Rift number 1 now, your human skybreaking realm will let me safely enter the depths of the rift? I can only guarantee that I won't make a move against you. I'm not sure about the others. Maybe you're lucky and there's no Skybreaker realm sitting inside Rift number 1 for the time being? In that case, let's die together. The Devil Flame Tiger roared, and the energy core on its paw was swallowed into its stomach in one gulp. Its body then began to expand rapidly, like a balloon that was about to burst. An inexplicable pressure suddenly appeared above the head of the Devil Flame Tiger, and a huge dark cloud suddenly took shape, with tiny lightning bolts looming in the cloud. Trying to forcefully transform in front of me? You think I don't exist? Seeing this scene, Gu Minglan let out a low shout, the gun in his hand picking up a gunflower, followed by the long spear aiming in the air at the Devil Flame Tiger. Thrilling god stab! Only to see him let out a roar, the lance in his hand rushed towards the Devil Flame Tiger in a bizarre way, somewhat similar to instantaneous transportation. 1 second it was in his hand, the next second it was in front of the Devil Flame Tiger's body. Where the lance passed through, the space was scorched, creating countless tiny cracks, and the head of the lance was like an iron block that was burned red. Before Lin Mu could react, the spear had already passed through the demonic flame tiger's body and returned to Gu Minglan's hand. However, the Devil Flame Tiger acted as if it hadn't been stabbed, still alive and kicking as it looked at Gu Minglan and laughed coldly. Hey, under the suppression of the Great Tao laws, you're still trying to kill me with the power of your crude laws? Afterwards, he only saw purple-black flames igniting on the demonic flame tiger, and in no time, it had completely transformed into flames. Gu Minglan frowned and looked at the dark clouds in the sky, murmuring, transformation tribulation, there's even a law suppression. This was also the first time he had encountered a 4th-ranked foreign beast transforming into a form, and he didn't expect that there would be such a powerful force of laws in the transformation revenge, making his force of laws directly ineffective. Demon removal guards follow the order, go to the entire rift and inform all cultivators to exit the 7th rift. Yes. Gu Minglan bellowed, and all the demon removal guards scattered, running in all directions towards the crack. Seeing this scene, Lin Mu knew that he also had to leave. If he didn't, he might die here. The dark clouds above the head of that demonic flame tiger gave him a great sense of oppression, making him feel like he couldn't breathe. Kid, don't go, stay here and help me. Just as he was about to leave, a spiritual transmission suddenly came from his mind, and there was a faint spiritual force in the surrounding area of tens of meters. Lin Mu was confused. Gu Minglan could actually feel his presence? He hadn't lifted his phase-less state, so how did Gu Minglan sense him? Could it be that his phase-less state was not perfect? So many questions popped up in Lin Mu's mind all at once, but sensing the spiritual energy that still remained by his side, he responded towards the spiritual energy, Senior, how do you want me to help you? My cultivation level isn't much use here, is it? The Devil Flame Tiger will definitely spit out its energy core when it transforms, and it can't withstand the energy impact of the energy core. It keeps staring at me, so it's not good for me to make a move, and he'll swallow the energy core as soon as I move. Wait, I'll attract his attention. You enter the phase-less state and steal the energy core when it's not prepared. Hearing this, Lin Mu was speechless for a while. Last time Li Changqing also told him to steal something, this time it's stealing again. Why does he look like a thief? Senior, are you sure this will work? Don't worry, the Devil Flame Tiger hasn't yet comprehended the power of the laws. He can't sense the presence of the phase-less. You just have to be careful and not appear in front of his eyes. He won't be able to discover you. Is it because of the power of law that Senior can discover me? Lin Mu didn't understand what this power of law was. Was this thing so powerful? No phase is actually a law. The deeper you comprehend no phase, the lower your presence in space will be. Your comprehension of the law of no phase is actually very profound, and the Zen master of no phase is not even close. I can't sense your existence. He was speechless for a moment when he heard this. So how did you find out about yourself and still let yourself stay to help? I could tell you were there because you moved your position, I saw the marks on the grass, and now your coattails are still out there. Eh? Lin Mu was speechless for a moment as he looked at the human-shaped imprint on the grass and the half-exposed corner of his coat. He suddenly remembered a famous internet saying, "Eyes don't can be donated." When he gets out, he must buy a book on disguise techniques. He had always utilized spatial folding to conceal his figure and was so used to it that he didn't care about such small details. Moreover, after the mountain-shifting realm, he had gotten used to using his spiritual power to observe everything around him, and he could observe in greater detail. Just like that, the most important eyes, on the contrary, lost their function and became a decoration. I didn't expect to find myself in front of such experienced and old people through the slightest imperfection. Although this flaw was indeed a bit big, Lin Mu asked himself that he wouldn't pay attention to this kind of detail when he was fighting someone else, especially from such a distance. What the eyes see is always the truest, mental power can only be used as a supplement. Lin Mu muttered in his heart and didn't make a sound for fear of revealing any more cracks for the demonic flame tiger to see. Chapter 38, Then We'll Die Together. Gu Minglan wasn't in a hurry to kill the devil flame tiger at this time. He knew that he couldn't kill a devil flame tiger in this state without the power of the laws to add to it. Devil flame tiger, so what if you've transformed into a form? Do you think you can escape from me? The purple-black flame that the devil flame tiger had transformed into pulsed, and a painful voice came out from within. The energy core is in my hands, so you don't dare to kill me. Although I can't beat you, I can definitely crush the energy core before I die. With the energy core, it had the capital to deal with Gu Minglan, and it was profoundly aware of this, otherwise it would have died long ago, much less called out to so many foreign beasts to support the scene. Don't worry, I won't take away the energy core. If I take away the energy core, the 7th rift will collapse. You won't let me go. When I break through to the 5th rank and safely walk out of the 7th rift, the energy core I will stay in the 7th rift. Only at that time, I want you to cooperate and wait here. You can't chase me. The devil flame tiger seemed to know what Gu Minglan was thinking, and actually spelled out the back way. Gu Minglan's eyes narrowed slightly. This devil flame tiger's IQ was truly not low, it had actually made all the plans. And the dark clouds above the head of the devil flame tiger were getting thicker and thicker. The devil flame tiger coldly grunted, "You see how you humans are favored by the great Tao? You don't even have a lightning tribulation when you are promoted to break through the sky, whereas our beast race needs to go through the transformation tribulation." Just as it finished speaking, a bucket-thick lightning bolt suddenly fell from the dark clouds and struck straight at the devil flame tiger with lightning speed. The flame that the devil flame tiger transformed into was shaken by the lightning, as if it was about to be extinguished. After the strike, the dark clouds began to change color, slowly turning into gold. In the twinkling of an eye, the pitch-black dark cloud turned into a golden auspicious cloud, and a golden light shone down from the golden auspicious cloud, and the flames transformed by the devil flame tiger slowly grew bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the golden light, the flame became bigger and began to gradually take on a human form. Not a moment later, a naked man, topped with long black hair and a circle of black tattoos super encircling his body, slowly walked out of the flames. When he came out of the flames, he waved his hand and the flames were sucked into his body. Is this the 5th rank? He clenched his fist, and a flame instantly wrapped his fist, and he looked at the flame in his hand obsessively with an expression of enjoyment. It is said that humans are favored by the great Tao. Isn't it also true for you fey beasts? As long as you succeed in transforming into a form, you can immediately comprehend the power of laws that are uniquely your own. We humans still have to work hard to comprehend the laws before we can be promoted to Skybreaker. Gu Minglan looked at the devil flame tiger that had taken human form and sneered. Cut the crap and send me out of the rift. The devil flame tiger snorted coldly, and the energy core appeared in his hand. Kid, it's now. Lin Mu, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly received Gu Minglan's mental transmission. Yes. As soon as Lin Mu received the message, spatial folding was immediately executed and he instantly moved towards the demonic flame tiger. The devil flame tiger, on the other hand, looked at Gu Minglan with a cocky face as the energy core in his hand levitated. This thing is really a good thing. In order to keep it, you guys really went through a lot of trouble. But thanks to this thing, or else I really wouldn't be able to leave today. Gu Minglan, on the other hand, looked at the devil flame tiger in shock. He wasn't shocked by the devil flame tiger's words, but he suddenly couldn't see the figure of the kid hiding in the shadows, and couldn't feel where that kid had gone. He didn't understand what was going on. Clearly 1 second he had gotten a spiritual response from that kid, and the next second he had disappeared. However, the next scene, his eyes were glaring out. The demon flame tiger was still arrogantly playing with the energy core, and the next second the energy core was gone. Who? The devil flame tiger roared. A spiritual force pressed furiously from his body to the surroundings. He just sensed as if there was a person who took something from his hand and touched his arm, but he couldn't see that person, and his spiritual force couldn't feel that person's existence. Lin Mu's absolute domain was shattered by the demonic flame tiger's raging spiritual power at once, and his figure emerged from the air. Kid, you seek death. The devil flame tiger roared, and all of its spiritual energy frantically pressed towards Lin Mu, trying to pull him down. Senior, help! He took the energy core and frantically fled outside, the pressure of the demonic flame tiger's spiritual power all over him, barely suffocating him. It was only then that Gu Minglan came back to his senses. His long spear was in his hand, and then the spear came out like a dragon, instantly stopping the devil flame tiger's spiritual power. Only then did Lin Mu have time to catch his breath. The absolute domain covered his body once again and disappeared once again under the watchful eyes of the two. Seeing this scene, the devil flame tiger frantically searched the air with its spiritual power, but could not sense any breath of life. Good boy, is this comprehending the laws of space? Spatial laws combined with the laws of invisibility, you'll definitely be the king of the darkness in the future. Gu Minglan had a face of surprise. He didn't expect to meet such a demonic young man here. Not only had he comprehended the very rare phaseless laws, but he had also comprehended the spatial laws of the two supreme laws. If it wasn't for this young man today, he really wouldn't have been able to keep the demonic flame tiger. He then looked towards the devil flame tiger, his lance came off his hand, and a terrifying energy gathered on top of the lance. Devil flame tiger, now that you don't have the energy core, what are you threatening me with? After saying that, the lance that was suspended in the air was struck by his palm and flew straight towards the devil flame tiger. The lance cut through the space, and a roar resounded through the heaven and earth. Force swallows mountains and rivers. Gu Minglan let out a loud roar. The long spear in his hand steeply accelerated. A terrifying energy emanated from his body. The surrounding space was shaken and distorted by this terrifying energy. The devil flame tiger was like an enemy, but it found that it couldn't fly up, and was pressed to death by an intimidating force. Starflame prairie fire. Knowing that he couldn't hide, the flames on his body began to blaze. A terrifying heat erupted from his body from the inside out, and a huge fireball instantly took shape in his fist. A gun and a fist clashed together in just a split second. The flames instantly disappeared, and the lance pierced through the demonic flame tiger's fist, directly penetrating his chest. You're a newly promoted 5th rank, you can't even use the power of laws, and you still want to block me? The head of Gu Minglan's spear made a spin, and a large hole instantly appeared in the demon flame tiger's chest. Gu Minglan, since we're going to die, let's die together. The devil flame tiger grasped the lance with a death grip, revealing a wry smile. When Gu Minglan saw this smile, he was instantly startled and hurriedly shouted into the air, "Kid, quickly throw the energy core. Die together." Boom. The devil flame tiger laughed coldly as its body suddenly exploded, a huge ball of flame instantly wrapping around Gu Minglan. Chapter 39 Awake. Lin Mu was watching the two exchange blows in the air and was mesmerized, still thinking about the two's application of the laws. Gu Minglan suddenly let out a loud roar, and only then did he feel that the energy core in his hand had actually started to heat up, and hurriedly threw it out and instantly moved outwards. The energy core was just out of his hand, and he was halfway through the instantaneous movement, when a fierce white light suddenly rose up, and then he only felt a powerful force behind him, mercilessly tearing down the absolute domain. A violent impact flipped him over a long way, and a sharp pain spread from his back to his entire body. Sensing that the host has suffered a fatal attack, his body is damaged to a degree close to death, the system automatically repairs the host's body. This was the last voice he heard in his mind, and then he was unconscious. By Chang, the city center hospital, the lights of the resuscitation room were on all night, and all the experts in the hospital didn't dare to breathe in the resuscitation room. Because on the operating table lay a man without a human form. Because of this man, they did not close their eyes for one night, and only then they were able to utilize the nano-robots to put together his countless broken bones. All broken bones spliced, intracranial bruises and broken bones cleaned up, no serious damage to the brain tissue, perfect skull repair, perfect scalp suture. Start sewing up the internal organs. Blood pressure is too low, increase the pressure on the blood exchange equipment and increase the blood transfusion. The 7 or 8 experts, looking at the messy internal organs in the stomach, were all numb, and if it wasn't for the heart that was still intact beating every now and then, they wouldn't have thought that anyone could survive this kind of injury. But as soon as they thought of the dean's words, the movements of their hands became even more careful, fearing that a slip of the tongue would take away that faint vitality as well. Everyone thought that the person lying on the operating table was hopeless, but the dean gave a death order. Even if he died, he couldn't die in their hospital, or else all of them would be buried with him. Don't move the heart first, pick up all the internal organs and put them together, don't move the aorta. The doctor who gave the order was also shocked. All of this person's internal organs were broken, only the aorta was undamaged, and the aorta was still radiating a wave of energy that had been slowly repairing the heart, only to preserve the heart's weak beating. All internal organs are sorted and ready to be sutured. Fortunately, with the advanced medical technology nowadays, with the help of the robots, all the internal organs were quickly picked out from the abdominal cavity, and then under the precise operation of the nanobots, all the internal organs were stitched up in only half an hour. Heart repair is complete, turn off the blood exchange equipment, prepare for blood transfusion, and see if the internal vessels are perfectly sewn up. Internal organs repaired perfectly, no blood seepage points found. Blood pressure is steadily rising, heartbeat is stabilizing, breathing. With the help of specialized machines, the examination of all internal organs was soon completed. Close the cavity and prepare the flesh for suturing. 2 hours later, the door to the resuscitation room opened, and a group of people outside the resuscitation room looked expectantly at the experts who came out. Gu Minglan went forward and asked, "How's it going?" The deputy dean, who was in the lead, tied off his mask and let out a long breath. "The vital signs are already there, and all the broken bones, internal organs, and muscles are all perfectly sewn up. Whether or not we can come back to life depends on God's will." The feedback given by the nanobots on the brain's condition is that there is no damage, but the human head is a very magical thing, and with our current technology, we can't anticipate the unknown. Gu Minglan looked at the dean on the side and said in a cold voice, "Didn't you say there's no problem?" At this moment, the dean was on the verge of crying out, and hurriedly looked to the side of the municipal medical minister, but the municipal medical minister acted as if he didn't see it, and just stared at his own leather shoes dead in the face. "Just kidding, this is an honored one that even the city lord has to bow when he meets him. He dares to talk nonsense? Your Holiness, as long as the vital signs are stabilized, there's usually no problem." Seeing that the municipal medical minister was ignoring him, the dean could only explain stiffly. "Vice Dean, it's not good. The patient's muscles are rapidly collapsing and his skin is becoming dry." The dean's words had just fallen, but the nurse in the resuscitation room ran out to report such news, and he barely fainted on the floor. The lights in the resuscitation room came back on as soon as the vice president's mask was on. "What's the situation?" "The machine is giving feedback that the patient is losing a lot of energy. Inject advanced nutrient solution. Large quantity, quick." 10 minutes later, the door to the resuscitation room opened again. The vice president walked out of the resuscitation room with a horrified look on his face, and the dean rushed forward and asked, "How's it going?" "I've never seen this before. In 10 minutes' time, all the scars have scabbed over, even the bones have started to heal." When these words came out, except for Gu Minglan, the rest of the people all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was touching a ghost? Ignorant. This is a strong physique, the body absorbs energy and repairs itself. Although Gu Minglan said so, he was also slightly shocked inside. He had seen that kind of hollow-breaking realm exalted who had comprehended the laws of flesh-body strengthening. Their physique was very strong. As long as the energy kept up, they could recover from their injuries quickly. Only it wasn't as exaggerated as this kid. "It'll be fine if his body starts to actively repair itself. Make sure he absorbs the energy well, and contact me immediately when he wakes up." Gu Minglan spoke towards the dean, then turned around and left the hospital. He still had things to attend to. The rest of the people were relieved to hear this, and hurriedly pushed Lin Mu into the advanced ward, where nutritional fluids were fed into Lin Mu's body 24 hours non-stop. As for Lin Mu, who was lying on the hospital bed, he only felt like he was having a long, long dream. In the dream, two blurred figures were talking about something in a white space, and he wanted to hear it clearly, but he couldn't hear it clearly. He wanted to move forward, but realized that no matter how much he walked, the distance between him and the two people could never be drawn closer. Then, one of the figures waved his hand, and he felt himself return to a warm place. Opening his eyes, the early morning sunlight shone on his eyes with a slight sting. A nurse next to him who was changing the nutritional solution suddenly exclaimed, "Someone come. The patient is waking up." In no time, a group of people ran in hooting and hollering in the room, and an old man with glasses, old and tearful, touched Lin Mu's hand. "It's been 10 days, you finally woke up." Lin Mu was confused by this scene. He only remembered that he helped Gu Minglan grab the energy core in the 7th rift, and then the energy core exploded. How come in the blink of an eye, he was in the hospital? He remembered that he hadn't been in that white space for long, so how had 10 days passed all of a sudden? Crunch! He sat up with his hand on the armrest next to the bed, a wave of weakness surging through his body as the bones in his body made crunching noises. "You just woke up now, you still need to recuperate for a while." Seeing this, the old man immediately explained, and the nurse next to him immediately held his back and made him sit up. Lin Mu frowned. This feeling of powerlessness was not a physical discomfort, but a feeling that his body was not as obedient as before. However, as he became more and more awake, that out-of-control feeling of powerlessness was slowly disappearing. Chapter 40 Compensation. "Wait, how long did you say is past now?" Lin Mu suddenly reacted and hurriedly opened the system panel to check the time of the mission. Mission, obtain 10 million alliance coins within 1 month, 14 days remaining. The nurse next to him was confused by his query, and only returned after a while. "It's been 10 days since you entered the hospital, what's the problem?" Lin Mu shook his head and said towards the doctors surrounding the hospital bed, "You guys go out first, I want to be quiet for a while." The old man nodded. Now that he was awake, they could kind of breathe a sigh of relief. With the medics all out, Lin Mu opened the attribute panel. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 1000285. Strength, 265,854. Spirit, 399. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 1456. System, what's going on? How did my physique turn into a million all of a sudden? Detecting that the host has suffered a fatal injury, the system automatically repaired the host's body, consuming a total of 939,600 attribute points. Hearing the answer given by the system, Lin Mu was speechless. The 10.5 days worth of attribute points were all added to the physique by the system. However, listening to the system, if he hadn't repaired his body, he might have died by now. Right, where's my space traveling bag? Lin Mu glanced around and scanned the ward, and his spiritual power covered the entire ward, all without finding the shadow of the spatial traveling bag. Nurse, have you seen my spatial traveling bag? Pressing the call button, he hurriedly asked towards the nurse who walked into the hospital room. No, you didn't have anything on you when you arrived. You can ask the young man who sent you. I see, get out. After he let the nurse leave, he murmured, Gu Minglan shouldn't care about my little bit of material. It won't be lost in the explosion. Thinking about this, he was in tears. Those materials were what he was going to use to submit his quests, and now they were gone before he could even exchange them for alliance coins. Lin Mu looked at the infusion tube inserted in his arm and pulled it off. After this thing entered his body, there was a wave of energy that kept running through his body, making him hot and uncomfortable. Where should I go now? Lin Mu, dressed in a hospital gown, propped his chin up and pondered what he was going to do next. His cell phone was also gone, and he couldn't get in touch with Wang Miao Miao. He hadn't contacted this girl for 10 days, and he didn't know how she was doing now. Alliance account is still 44 million. It looks like all the things have to be repurchased again, and then go to a crack. When he came to the washroom, what met his eyes was a shiny bald head with a long scar on it, but new flesh had already grown. Staring at his bald self for 3 seconds, he laughed. It's true that good looks have nothing to do with hairstyles. Looking at the scars on his body, crisscrossing all over his body, he knew that without the system to repair his flesh, he would probably be a corpse by now. Lin Mu. He had just taken off his clothes and hadn't even showered when a familiar voice entered his ears. Senior Ancient? Without his clothes on, he walked out and looked at Gu Minglan, who was holding a bunch of things. Are you planning to take a bath? Or are you planning to admire the scars? Seeing the naked Lin Mu, Gu Minglan asked. Getting ready to take a shower. You go ahead and wash, I'll wait for you. Good. Seeing that Gu Minglan wasn't in a hurry, he hurriedly took a shower, all sticky and slimy. He could smell a stench of sweat even as he breathed. Elder Gu, what's the matter? He wiped his body with a towel and walked out of the washroom, looking at Gu Minglan, who was sitting on the sofa eating fruit, and asked. I almost got you killed. No, as soon as you woke up, I ran over to see you. Thanks to Elder Gu's concern, there's nothing wrong now. Lin Mu patted his chest and looked up and down, indicating that there was no problem. It's good that you're fine. Your physical quality is also really good. All the bones in your entire body were broken, your internal organs were blown into pieces, and you recovered in 10 days. Unbelievable. Gu Minglan ate a mouthful of fruit and marveled. Maybe we usually like to exercise more, and we ate a spirit herb, so I guess the residual energy of the spirit herb saved my life. Gu Minglan rolled his eyes. I'm not here to pry into your secrets. Whether you eat spirit grass or not has nothing to do with me. He knew the meaning of Lin Mu's words, moving out the spirit grass to hide his secret, properly here and now. Besides, you now have the 2 great laws of space and phaselessness in your body. Who cares if you eat spirit grass or not? But the doctor who saved you did talk about this, saying that there is an energy protecting your heart, otherwise you would have died long ago. Lin Mu knew what that energy was. That should be the system using attribute points to add to his physique. I'm here this time to return your stuff. After saying that, Gu Minglan picked up a spatial traveling bag from the side and threw it over. Lin Mu picked up the spatial traveling bag and was about to check it out when Gu Minglan said, Don't look, there's nothing in it. Your spatial traveling bag was blown up. This is the new traveling bag I bought for you. The cell phone is in the backpack outside the traveling bag. It's also new. It's been certified for you. That knife of yours, I had the refiner refinish it for you, inside the space traveling bag. As for those materials inside your traveling bag, they were scattered all over the place at that time, and I didn't clean them up. I gave your account $100 million as compensation for you. Lin Mu was stunned. A hollow-breaking realm exalted was really taking money for nothing. Out of the blue, it was $100 million. Elder Gu, those materials of mine aren't worth $100 million. At most $15 million would be great. He was not related to Gu Minglan, and he was not at ease with this money. If I give it to you, you take it. If it wasn't for you, the 7th crack would probably be gone by now. How did the 7th rift end up? The energy core seems to have burst its license. Gu Minglan sighed. There's still half left. That damned demonic flame tiger injected the power of law inside the energy core, and after he blew himself up, the power of law inside the energy core self-destructed as well. But the good thing is that there's still a big part of it left. After half of the 7th rift collapsed, Xing Hongyuan led the people to clean it up and took control of the 7th rift. Then I'll take this money. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt that he took this money with peace of mind. If it wasn't for him, the devil flame tiger would probably have run away. He definitely wouldn't have left the energy core behind, and the Cultivator Alliance wouldn't have been able to take control of the 7th rift. This devil flame tiger was so bad that everything he said was to stall for time. One more thing, Zhang Hongyuan told me that you refused to join the Dragon King's mansion? Lin Mu played with his cell phone for a while and saw $100 million inside his account. He was about to take out the green sea blade to take a look at it when he was interrupted by Gu Minglan's question. I have no intention of joining any forces. He pondered for a moment, knowing that Gu Minglan was here as a lobbyist. I spoke to the Dragon King about you, and he said it's fine if you don't want to join, but he wants you to meet him once you've advanced to the Skybreaking realm. Dragon King? The Dragon King who is the second in the Earth Star battle power ranking? Actually, Zen Master Phaseless also quite wants to see you. Don't say it, right now. Your image and Zen Master Wuxiang really do resemble each other a bit. Zen Master Wuxiang, the fifth in the battle power list? They want to meet me? Gu Minglan nodded. The Dragon King wants to see you because of other things, and the Phaseless Zen Master wants to see you because you're the second person to comprehend the Phaseless law. Can I not see it? Lin Mu said in a depressed voice. As soon as this person became stronger, something came to him. Chapter 41, You come back quickly. Actually, I know why you don't want to join the Dragon King's mansion. You don't want to be bound by the rules, right? When Gu Minglan heard Lin Mu's words, a strange light flashed in his eyes, as if he could see through Lin Mu's mind. That's right, I'm used to being free and easy. Having me suddenly join an organization and be subjected to layers of constraints, I don't like it. Lin Mu also didn't hide it and directly stated his thoughts. In fact, the constraints of the Dragon King's mansion really aren't as powerful as you think. As long as you don't do anything that violates public order and morals, there's usually nothing much going on, and the Dragon King's mansion isn't the demon removal guard. The Dragon King said that if you really don't want to join, he can give you the name of an honorary elder. Honorary elder? Elder is a position that can only be held by a void-breaking realm exalted. Honorary elder enjoys the treatment of an elder, as well as the rights of an elder, but doesn't have to do anything. There's such a good thing? Lin Mu was stunned. Did this Dragon King think so highly of himself? Putting down such a huge amount of blood to pull himself together? I'm the elder, do you see what I do? Every month it's just inspecting the number 1 rift everywhere. Things like the Devil Flame Tiger I only encounter once in a dozen years. Then do I need to inspect the number 1 rift? What are you going to do? You only have the cultivation of the mountain shifting realm right now, and you can't go to the core area. Lin Mu was moved when he heard this, not having to do anything, but still being able to enjoy treatment and power. Who wouldn't be moved when they heard this? Forget it. You don't get paid for what you don't do. However, he still had to decline. Although he could gain great benefits without having to do anything or listen to commands, he would still inevitably be dragged into some of the strife after joining the Dragon King's mansion. Gu Minglan smiled, as expected, as the Dragon King said, "You won't join. A demon like you wouldn't give up your freedom for some benefits." Oh? Did the Dragon King really say that? Actually, the Dragon King used to be just like you, free and unrestrained. It's just that later on, when the alliance had a split, he really had no choice but to come forward and form the Dragon King's house. Lin Mu looked at Gu Minglan thoughtfully. Was the Dragon King originally a lone wolf like himself? Alright, since you don't want to join, I won't force you. Your file has been sealed, only the Dragon King is qualified to view it, so don't worry about some of the has-beens. When he heard this, his face instantly turned red. He knew that Gu Minglan was talking about the matter of the spirit grass. You can contact me if you run into any trouble, or contacting Shenzhen and Zhang Hanyuan. The contact information is all stored in your cell phone. Come to Kyoto when you reach the hollow breaking realm. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Elder Gu, wait. Gu Minglan turned to look at Lin Mu. Is there anything else? I'd like to ask for advice about the laws. Gu Minglan smiled, and after walking out of the room, a mental voice transmission came. That field you comprehended is the law of space, and the phaseless state is the law of phaselessness, except that your mental power is too low right now to utilize them. The skybreaking realm also has only a shallow utilization of laws. I can't tell you exactly what a law is. Cultivate at ease, the laws have already been initiated for you. Breaking the sky is only a matter of time for you. With your enlightenment, by the time you reach the skybreaking realm, you might know more about what the laws are than I do. Lin Mu sat on the hospital bed, pondering Gu Minglan's words. If this was a law, then wasn't the circle of light he saw with his 10,000 enlightenment the essence of a law? Then why did he feel that he could still see something deeper with 100,000 gnosis? Moreover, he felt that his absolute domain wasn't as strong as he had imagined. He was only able to slightly manipulate space, and he couldn't do anything about deeper uses of space, such as entering other spaces. No matter how much he manipulated space, he was never able to break through the limitations of the aperture and always existed within this space. Perhaps it really had something to do with spiritual power, as how far he could manipulate the aperture depended entirely on the strength of his spiritual power. If the skybreaking realm was only slightly utilizing the laws, then the aperture he saw might be the most primitive state of the laws, and if he wanted to go deeper, he would have to use his 100,000 gnosis to see something deeper. But what about that inexplicable sense of crisis? Could it be because there wasn't enough spiritual power to forcefully comprehend the deeper levels of the laws would harm the brain? Lin Mu thought about it for half a day, but he couldn't figure it out. After all, his strength was too low. La 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 la. He hadn't even thought about it yet when his cell phone suddenly rang and an unfamiliar number called. Hello, who is it? Lin Mu, you brat, where have you been? A river of roars came out from the headset microphone, and Lin Mu hurriedly took his cell phone farther away. I called you hundreds of times, all of them were off. I thought you were dead. Hearing Wang Miao Miao, slightly crying voice, Lin Mu couldn't help but feel a heartache. These 10 days he had been lying on the hospital bed, he knew that this girl would definitely go crazy looking for herself. I've encountered something in the past few days, my cell phone was turned off. He explained helplessly, and to his surprise, he was greeted with an even more violent scolding. Are you so annoyed with me that you've blacked out my cell phone? No. Lin Mu felt that he had been misunderstood by the heavens, but facing Wang Miao Miao, who was in a rage, he could only endure in silence. No? I couldn't get through with my own and other people's cell phones a few days ago, and I still believed you when you said it was turned off. Now take someone else's and get through again. Take your own and still can't get through. What is it if it's not pulling the plug? It's really a misunderstanding. I really just turned it on now. Don't believe me, you use your own cell phone to call now. Before Lin Mu could finish his sentence, the call was hung up, and then he immediately received another call from none other than Wang Miao Miao. How about it, now you believe it? So what if I believe it? Where are you now? Hurry up and get your ass back here. Woohoo! Listening to Wang Miao Miao's crying voice, Lin Mu sensed that something was wrong. Sister Miao Miao, what happened? As soon as those words came out, the sound of crying within the cell phone got louder. Sister Miao Miao, what's wrong? Where are you now? Hearing Wang Miao Miao's growing cries, he asked anxiously. Xiaomu, mommy. Mommy can't hold on much longer. Lin Mu froze for a moment, then asked, isn't Auntie taking her medicine every day? How could it not work all of a sudden? Where are you now? In the hospital or at home? I'll be right over. I'm at home. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Mu immediately packed up his things and headed out with his space-traveling bag. This lord, you've just woken up, you can't leave the hospital yet. The nurse who was guarding outside the ward, as soon as she saw Lin Mu walking out, immediately went forward to stop him. Tell your dean to wait downstairs, I'll be right back. Lin Mu explained and returned to the room. Oh. Right. If I don't see your dean when I come back, you know the consequences. As if he thought he hadn't made himself clear, he opened the door again and said towards the still fuming nurse. He then closed the door and appeared directly outside the room with an instantaneous movement. When the nurse heard this, she didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran to the dean's office to report. As soon as the dean heard this, he immediately stood up from his chair and hurried downstairs in a hurry. The scene outside the resuscitation room that day is still fresh in his mind. The municipal medical minister did not dare to say anything, enough to see that the young man's identity is unusual. This young man in front of him must not be simple. Chapter 42. Follow me. Looking in the direction of the salvage building, Lin Mu directly began to instantly move. Just as he transitioned to the outskirts of the hospital, a voice came over. This sect master, I'm a member of the White City Demon Defenders Squad 8. Flying is prohibited in White City, please land immediately. Lin Mu looked back. A demon removal guard wearing a black uniform and holding something like a compass in his hand was shouting at him with a loudspeaker on the ground not far away. He looked at the hospital gown he was wearing, which was unusually conspicuous in the sky. He hadn't utilized spatial folding to hide his form in order to hurry, and it wasn't like he was engaging in any assassination, so he didn't feel the need. I did not expect that just flying out of the hospital, it was targeted by the demon elimination guards. His instantaneous speed is not slow, this demon elimination guard's equipment is too good, so can find him. Before he could reply, another spiritual transmission came from his mind. This sect master, I am the chief of the White City Demon Removal Guards, please also abide by the order of the White City, and don't fly within the 100 cities in a non-wartime state. Behind him, a middle-aged man in a black uniform was rapidly approaching. So annoying. Lin Mu cursed. This White City's demon removal guards really had nothing better to do than eat too much. What were they doing staring at the sky with their scanning equipment every day? My name is Lin Mu, I'm in a hurry. If you have any problems you can go to Li Chongqing. If you can't find Li Chongqing, you can find Zhang Hongyuan. He didn't pay attention to the demon removal guard chief behind him, and after leaving a sentence, he continuously instantly moved and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Mu's disappearing figure and murmured, what kind of footwork is this? How come it's so fast? However, he immediately stopped when he heard Zhang Hongyuan's name. The White City's rules were only for ordinary sect masters, and there was really nothing he could do when facing such a connected sect master. He then dialed Zhang Hongyuan's phone number, and after telling him the situation, he only got a 4-word reply, don't worry about him. Getting a reply from the Grand Metropolitan Governor, the middle-aged man knew that this was another super genius. He started to see that young man's footwork and knew that it was not simple. Only geniuses could enjoy this kind of privilege, or else it would be the inverted C mighty who could enjoy this kind of privilege. Continue to scout the sky situation, memorize this person's characteristics and upload them into the system. He will fly in White City from now on, don't worry about it. The middle-aged man landed beside the demon removal guard holding the compass and ordered. A minute or so later, Lin Mu had already crossed half of White City, from White City's busiest city center to the most remote outlying relief building. For fear of scaring Wang Miao Miao, he didn't go directly to Wang Miao Miao's house, but instead instantly moved directly to his own home before opening the door to his room from the inside and arriving at the 71st floor. Room 7106. The doorway of the room was surrounded by people, all of them were the neighbors of several nearby rooms. After hearing Wang Miaomiao's cries, they rushed over to see the fun. Lin Mu pushed everyone away and roared, "What are you looking at? Are you guys idle? Isn't this Lin Mu from the 72nd floor? What's the point of being so fierce? It's not like I'm going to lose 2 pieces of meat by taking a look. What's the big deal about wearing a hospital gown? I heard that before his mom and dad died, they were very close, so he's probably here to mourn. Maybe even engaged in a baby marriage? Wang Miao Miao is a year older than Lin Mu, isn't this a young cow eating old grass?" The people who had been pushed away talked in a chorus. Lin Mu pushed open the hidden door of the room and slammed it shut with force. This group of 8 women are really idle. Inside the bedroom, Wang Miao Miao, who heard the commotion, came out, crying into tears, and finally couldn't help herself when she saw Lin Mu. "Xiao Mu!" With a howl, she rushed into Lin Mu's arms and hugged him to death. Lin Mu stroked Wang Miao Miao's back and soothed her, "It's okay, it's okay. How is Auntie now?" After Wang Miao Miao cried for a while, she raised her head to look at Lin Mu and sobbed, "There's still a little pulse, but she's already passed out. Why are you wearing a hospital gown? Why did you shave your head? What's with this scar on your head? You've been hospitalized all these days? Are you alright?" "I'm fine, hurry up and take Auntie to the hospital." Facing Wang Miaomiao's series of machine gun-like questions, Lin Mu didn't know how to answer. Hearing this, Wang Miaomiao's tears fell again, and she said in a self-abashed manner, "I don't have any money." Whoops. After going to the community hospital for 5 days and running out of money, the doctor told me to come back and prepare for the aftermath. Lin Mu glanced at Auntie Zhang in the bedroom, and after his spiritual power covered it, the breath of life was indeed very weak. Go to the city center hospital." Wang Miao Miao shook her head, "There's no money." Come with me." After saying that, Lin Mu walked into the bedroom and picked up Auntie Zhang with one hand. Wang Miao Miao, however, blocked the bedroom doorway. "You need to keep that money for graduate school, you've been preparing for 2 whole years, are you just going to give up?" With a thought, Lin Mu used his spiritual power to drag Wang Miao Miao up, and then used his spiritual power to wrap Auntie Zhang on the bed with a quilt. "Do you think I still lack money now?" With an instantaneous movement, he brought the two to the outside of the house. Looking at Wang Miao Miao, who was floating in the air and shivering, Lin Mu instantly moved towards the city center hospital. Wang Miao Miao reacted only after a long time. "Little Mu, when did you become a zone master?" "A lot of things have happened recently, it's too much to explain in a sentence or two, but listen to me, you don't have to worry about money anymore in the future, okay?" "Aha!" Wang Miao Miao was attracted by the unique aura that suddenly emanated from Lin Mu and only knew how to nod her head, her eyes all filled with a strange luster. Downtown hospital, the president was waiting at the door with the vice president and a whole bunch of experts, and the patients passing by thought that some leader was coming to inspect. The dean paced back and forth in front of a group of people, looking agitated. Not a moment later, the figure he had been waiting for so long suddenly appeared, and he hurriedly greeted him, "My lord, I wonder what orders you have for me." Lin Mu lifted Auntie Zhang next to him with his spiritual power. "Help me revive her." Looking at the middle-aged woman who was breathing in less and out more, the dean could not cry. How come every time he could encounter this kind of thing? However, he didn't dare to refuse Lin Mu's request. He knew that with just one word from this young man, his position as dean would be taken away, and he might have to spend the rest of his life in the prison of the ruling institute. With a wave of his hand, the experts behind him immediately surrounded him. 7 or 8 experts circled around Auntie Zhang. "It seems to be uremia." Lin Mu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. The specialists at the downtown hospital still had a few skills. They could tell that it was a uremia just with the naked eye. "How is the situation?" "It's from taking too many drugs. The kidney load has reached its limit. It needs a kidney transplant." "Does the hospital have a kidney source now?" "There are mechanical kidneys now, which function the same as normal kidneys, and there's no need to worry about rejection." "Then why don't you hurry?" Hearing Lin Mu's words, a nurse immediately pushed Auntie Zhang into the resuscitation room with a mobile hospital bed, and a group of experts hooted and hollered as they all went in. Wang Miao Miao stood aside and didn't dare to speak. So many experts she usually even meets are difficult, but at this moment because of Lin Mu's words, busy diagnosis for mom. She looked at Lin Mu in front of the door of the resuscitation room. This little boy who used to snatch lollipops with him has now grown to the point where he can protect her. Thinking of this, she looked at Lin Mu's tall figure, and tears quietly flowed from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 43, You Don't Be Impulsive. Sister Miao Miao, don't worry, with so many experts going in, Auntie will definitely be fine. Looking at Wang Miao Miao, who was sitting on a bench and shedding tears, Lin Mu sat down and took her shoulders and comforted her. Wang Miao Miao obediently leaned on Lin Mu's shoulder and closed her eyes without speaking. Half an hour later, the lights in the resuscitation room went out and a group of experts walked out. Lin Mu and Wang Miao Miao instantly stood up. "How's it going?" the two asked in unison. The surgery was successful, but the patient's body is already very weak due to the long-term medication, so it is recommended to convalesce in the hospital for half a month, and then he can be discharged. Hearing this, Wang Miao Miao hugged Lin Mu. Tears could not stop flowing down her face, sobbing, "Xiaomu, thank you. Lin Mu patted her back and said softly, "This is what I should do." The dean stood out at this time and said, "My lord, ma'am, the advanced ward is ready. Should we send the old lady to the ward together?" As soon as Wang Miao Miao heard this, her face swished and turned pink, lowering her head and playing with the corner of her coat without speaking. Lin Mu looked at her little woman's appearance and smiled imperceptibly, not realizing that the big-hearted Wang Miao Miao had such a cute side. "Dean, please." "No, no, you're welcome, my lord." The dean smiled like a 200-pound cutie when he heard Lin Mu's thanks. He knew that no one could move his position as dean for the time being. Inside the advanced ward, Zhang Chuifeng, who had already awakened, looked at the advanced ward that was like a hotel and said towards Wang Miao Miao, who was peeling an apple, "Miao Miao, it costs a lot of money to be hospitalized here, right? Let's go back. Mom's body won't last much longer." Wang Miao Miao put down the knife in her hand and persuaded, "Mom, you can rest assured that you'll be hospitalized. This money is all paid for by Xiaomu." Zhang Chuifeng looked at Wang Miao Miao angrily. "Xiaomu doesn't have any money. The money he saved is all for his graduate school. How can you use his money?" "How can you use his money? You don't know how hard this kid Xiaomu has suffered, don't you?" After saying that, she was about to pull out the 4-tube on her body. Seeing this, Wang Miao Miao immediately went forward and pulled her hand. Mom. Didn't use the money from Xiaomu's exams. Xiaomu is now a zongsher, where else would he need to take exams? Patriarch? Yes, otherwise you think you can stay in this high-class ward? This is not something you can get into just because you have money. There are only a dozen or so wards of this standard in the entire city center hospital, and you can't even get in without connections. Afterwards, Wang Miao Miao told her what happened along the way. The dean all had to nod and bow to Xiaomu? "You didn't lie to me?" "Really, why would I lie to you? Besides, the small amount of money Xiaomu has saved is not enough to live in this kind of ward." After hearing this, Zhang Suifan smiled with relief in her eyes and said, "Xiaomu has grown up, his parents should be relieved if they know about this." Lin Mu happened to walk in from outside at this time. Seeing Auntie Zhang, who had already woken up, he hurriedly went forward to greet her. "Auntie Zhang, you're awake." Zhang Chuifeng smiled and touched his head. "Xiaomu, you've got it made." When he heard Auntie Zhang's praise, he said with tears in the corners of his eyes, somewhat aggrieved, "At first, you said that as long as I succeeded in my exams, you would tell me the truth about my parents' deaths. Can you tell me now?" Zhang Chuifeng's thoughts were immediately pulled back to the past as she slowly said, "Back then, your parents and Miao Miao's father were both bottom-level cultivators who made a living by killing the iron-armored turtle in the 8th rift. Once, they inadvertently discovered a secret about the bottom of the lake. Originally, relying on this secret, they could take us to a good life. However, at that time, it was good to see that there was a demon removal guard passing through the iron-armored turtle area and saw this secret as well, and in the end, they died at the hands of that demon removal guard. Miao Miao's father went to the outhouse because he had a stomachache at the time and looked favorably on dodging a bullet. Later, after he handed you over to me, he went down the rift a few more times, wanting to go to the bottom of the lake to make a fortune, and in the end there was no news." A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lin Mu's body, startling both Zhang Chuifeng and Wang Miao Miao. Realizing that he had lost some control, he hurriedly collected his aura. "Auntie Zhang, sorry, I didn't control it at once." Zhang Chuifeng looked at Lin Mu with some horror. Just now Lin Mu's appearance was really a bit underbearing, as if he was a devil coming out of the abyss. She shook her head, knowing that Lin Mu's status was different now. Having become a zongsher in such a short time, he must have gone through a lot of difficult processes. "Who is that demon removal guard?" "I don't know." Miao Miao's father just roughly described what that person looked like. Not very tall, a bit short, like dwarfism, with a big red birthmark on his forehead. "No more?" "No more." Lin Mu frowned. This bit of information wasn't enough, but fortunately, the characteristics were obvious, so he should be able to find relevant information. "Auntie Zhang, what exactly is that secret?" What his father said was that there was a very large piece of extraterrestrial meteorite iron inside the lake, and his father had brought back a few small pieces, only that they were later sold by me to subsidize the family. "Is it because of this?" Zhang Chuifeng nodded. In her opinion, this kind of heavenly meteorite iron could be worth old nose money. A small piece in the black market would buy tens of thousands of alliance coins. Lin Mu, on the other hand, was shocked at the darkness of this society. For a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite iron, he had to kill people to exterminate them? He could only lament the hardship of the bottom-layer cultivators. A piece of extraterrestrial meteorite iron was only a few days of work for him to buy one. However, for the bottom-layer cultivators, it was equivalent to a life-saving stone to get out of poverty. "Auntie Zhang, take a good rest. I'll come back to see you when I have time." Zhang Chuifeng nodded. She had just finished her surgery. She was indeed very tired. "Sister Miao Miao, come out for a moment." Lin Mu saw Auntie Zhang, who was resting with her eyes closed, and said towards Wang Miao Miao, who was listening intently to the story next to her. "The doctor told me that there's something wrong with the medicine Auntie took recently, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten sick so quickly." As soon as Wang Miao Miao heard this, her teeth crunched. "Zhang Zikai." Lin Mu was confused. How could this matter even involve Zhang Zikai? "Didn't you get the medicine at the pharmacy? What's going on?" After you left the municipality a while ago, Zhang Zikai heard the news from somewhere and heard that my mom had uremia. He then told me that there was a special medicine and asked me to buy it from the community hospital in the relief building, saying that there was a discount for reporting his name. I thought at the time that he was just trying to curry favor with me, so I didn't care and went to the community hospital to buy that medicine. I was wondering, Zhang Zikai has been asking about my mom's condition for the past few days. I feel like he already knew there was something wrong with that medicine. Wang Miao Miao said through gritted teeth. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed. This Zhang Zikai was really an old man hanging himself too long to live. He's doing this because he wants you to beg him. Because of the people you know, he's the only one who can save Auntie. What a good plan, but it's a pity that there's such a variable as me. Wang Miao Miao felt Lin Mu's aura become cold and immediately knew what he was thinking. Xiao Mu, don't be impulsive. Zhang Zikai's father isn't to be messed with. I heard that he's a member of some big power. And it's not necessarily Zhang Zikai's doing in this case, maybe it's just that the medicine doesn't work. Lin Mu smiled. Sister Miao Miao, don't worry. I won't be impulsive. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. You take good care of Auntie here. Xiao Mu, don't be impulsive. Looking at Lin Mu's faraway figure, Wang Miao Miao could only shout. She thought that even if Lin Mu was in the Zongshe realm, after all, he didn't have any power, and it was unwise to mess with Zhang Zikai, whose father had also befriended many Zongshe realm powerhouses. Chapter 44. Accompany me. Lin Mu, however, had already sentenced Zhang Zikai to death in his heart. The second-generation government official who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth had already provoked him not once or twice. Even without the incident of Auntie Zhang, he would have sent Zhang Zikai to meet the king of hell recently. He walked out of the hospital and instantly moved towards the community hospital in the relief building. This matter could not be solved by one Zhang Zikai. If he did not wake up fast, Auntie Zhang might have died. Wang Miao Miao's character he knew, even if he died, he would not condescend to Zhang Zikai. Hello, I want to buy uremia medicine. Where should I go to buy it? Lin Mu came to the community hospital and the first thing he did was to find the guidance staff. The guidance staff took one look at Lin Mu, who was dressed in casual clothes and his strikingly bald head, and said without any goodwill, go to the third floor and look for Dr. Su of the nephrology department to make a list, and go to the pharmacy to get the medicine after you've made the list. He didn't get angry. It's useless to get angry with this kind of snob. It's important to do the right thing. After walking quickly to the third floor, he quickly found the nephrology department, pushed open the door. There is only a young man wearing glasses sitting in the clinic. Hello, what can I do for you? Su Ningxing looked at Lin Mu who walked in, a little surprised. In his impression, shaved head is usually late, come to them is useless. Doctor, I want to get some uremia medicine. Pre, mid or late stage? He said as he lowered his head and clattered on the paper and began to write. I'm Wang Miao Miao's cousin, she didn't have time today and asked me to come get the medicine. Hearing this, Su Ningxing looked at Lin Mu with a sudden realization, didn't say so earlier. Nah, this is a special medicine. If you are not feeling well lately, take it in extra quantity. This is a normal reaction. After this period of time, you will be fine. Afterwards, he took out a bottle of medicine without a box from the drawer and handed it to Lin Mu. He also took out a collection code and gave it to Lin Mu. Scan the code here, a total of $3,000. He lowered his head, completely not noticing that Lin Mu's eyes looking at him had changed, becoming cold and murderous. Take it. Seeing Lin Mu's delay in taking the medicine, Su Ningxing raised his head and said impatiently. Only when he saw Lin Mu's eyes did he lean back in fear. What are you doing? How much money did Zhang Zikai give you? For you to abandon the medical ethics of a doctor and do this kind of unscrupulous thing? Lin Mu's tone was very flat, but the anger in his eyes erupted and could not be concealed. SH. What Zhang Zikai? I don't know what you're talking about. This is a hospital, hurry up and leave, if you don't I'll call security. Su Ningxing's eyes were evasive, and he couldn't speak well. Seeing him in this state, Lin Mu had understood all. He stepped forward and grabbed Su Ningxing's neck. Then you'll accompany me. Let's me go. Su Ningxing tried to break free with his hands and feet, and was directly stunned by Lin Mu with a spiritual shock. He lifted Su Ningxing in his right hand and instantly moved outside the community hospital, glanced at the direction of the villa area and instantly moved towards that side. Half an hour later, inside the community hospital, due to Su Ningxing's sudden disappearance from the clinic, the hospital was already in chaos. By the time the garrison saw the surveillance inside the consulting room, everyone looked at each other with a look of disbelief. Because they saw that the two people were directly disappearing into the room. Should we send a notice of assisted investigation to the demon removal guard? A member of the garrison, looking at the captain leading the team, inquired. The notice definitely needs to be sent out. This person's methods are bizarre. He is estimated to be in the 10,000 tripod realm. With our abilities, it's fine to investigate cases in the 1,000 tripod realm. This kind of case definitely needs to be handed over. Our garrison is frankly a handful for the demon removal guards. That is, we write the indictment and submit it to the adjudication office, and we don't have the ability to catch high-ranking cultivators. I don't feel like we can handle this case. After the captain finished speaking, he turned his head towards the community hospital director who was waiting on the side and said, Dean Su, things are more complicated. The surveillance we will take away first. The dean, who wore glasses, said anxiously, "Captain Lu, you must think of a way to save my nephew. The case should be transferred to the demon removal guard side. If you have someone familiar there, you can consult them." Captain Lu patted Dean Su's shoulder and rushed to the next place with his team members. Dozens of cases a day on this side of the rescue building were waiting for him to handle them. He didn't have time to listen to this Dean Su's blind bull here. "Captain Lu, don't go." Seeing that the garrison's people were about to leave, Dean Su immediately chased after them, and a thick envelope was stuffed into Captain Lu's hand. "Captain Lu, you must help. I'm a vice president of a community hospital. Where do I know the leaders of the demon removal guard?" Captain Lu took the envelope in his hand and waited. The corner of his mouth raised a smug smile. "Dean Su, don't worry. I will definitely keep an eye on Dr. Su. I will definitely tell you if there is any news from the demon removal guard side." The garrison member on the side saw this scene and hurriedly ran over and whispered, "Captain, does this matter still need to be handed over to the demon removal guard?" Captain Lu shook his head. "The money has been collected. The matter must be done for others, otherwise it will tarnish our image. In this case, you send a concordance notice to the Cultivator Alliance side, send the surveillance video over and let them help find the person. This person is so young, at most he's in early stage 1 ding, it's just that his methods are more bizarre. The case will be pressed on us for now. This old man looks like he can still squeeze some out." After saying that, he took the money out of the envelope and divided half of it and handed it to the team members. "Divide this money among the brothers." A group of people waddled out of the community hospital, not caring at all about other people's strange gazes. At the headquarters of the White City Cultivator Alliance Center, the Cultivator Case Processing Department, the staff who was already planning to leave work, looked at the concordance notice that had just been uploaded in by the system, sat down helplessly, and cursed. The garrison is really a bunch of rice buckets. When he clicked on the video, he froze for a moment when he saw that it was a clinic. There are still cultivators who dare to go to a hospital to cause trouble? However, when he saw that the two had disappeared into thin air, he realized that the matter was not simple and immediately reported it upwards. The supervisor above was also shocked when he saw the video, and he couldn't decide what kind of cultivation it was, and didn't dare to jump to conclusions. The video quickly reached Li Changqing's hands. His first reaction when he saw the video was, "This person is a bit familiar." When he saw the front face only to realize that this bald head is not Lin Mu. After listening to the conversation between the two for a while, Li Changqing's eyes flashed a cold light. The rescue building that places to rectify the rectification, hospitals are beginning to grasp people. Although he didn't know exactly what happened, but with his understanding of Lin Mu, this doctor definitely did something that made Lin Mu very angry, otherwise Lin Mu wouldn't have run straight to the hospital to arrest someone. When he saw that the two had mysteriously disappeared, he stood up from his chair with a bang. It took him a while to re-watch the video, and he even used the software to analyze it frame by frame. There's no stealth, it just disappears straight away? What kind of tactic is this? Could it be the phaseless ghost steps? No, the phaseless ghost steps aren't in this state. Li Changqing looked at the video footage on the computer for a long time. He couldn't regain his senses. How come Lin Mu had become so powerful after not seeing him for a few days? Chapter 45, Avoid Surveillance. Li Changqing didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly sent the video to Zhang Hongyuan. He didn't do it to check on Lin Mu, but to let Zhang Hongyuan see if Lin Mu was possessed by a foreign beast. For that doctor, he didn't care. Just by looking at that doctor's expression, he knew that there must be something in it. Not a moment later, Zhang Hongyuan's phone call came. "Evergreen, destroy this video. All the people who have seen the video, bring them back for memory erasure surgery. You help get Lin Mu's affairs in order, as long as you don't cause a big mess. Also you notify Lin Mu. Try to avoid surveillance when you do things." "Understood, Grand Metropolitan Governor." Li Changqing hung up the phone, picked up the landline on the table, and asked the chief of demon removal guards to bring a team of demon removal guards to rush to the hospital immediately, and additionally arranged for someone to trace back exactly how many people have seen this surveillance. For a while, the entire White City was filled with a solemn flavor. The demon removal guards used the excuse of investigating the case to take away all the people in the community hospital surveillance room. The director of the community hospital thought he had messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with, and sat in a chair with a snotty nose and a tear in his eye, crying. Captain Lu of the garrison, before he could react, was controlled by the demon removal guards. When he saw the director of the community hospital in the demon removal guard case processing center, he gritted his teeth and said, "Dead old man, you seek death." However, what greeted him was a slap from the demon guard. Half an hour later, everyone appeared at the entrance of the Cultivator Alliance's headquarters, looking around with a bewildered expression. They didn't understand because of what they were brought here. They only felt that there was something they forgot, but they couldn't remember exactly what it was. It just felt as if there were 10 minutes missing from today's experience, that is, from the time of the hospital pandemonium to the time when the garrison left. The memory was gone. The garrison's Captain Lu knew that he might have been subjected to a memory wiping operation, and he thought that he had been reported by Dean Su. But when he thought about his memory being erased, he knew that the matter of the community hospital was definitely not simple. It must have involved some powerful person, otherwise the demon removal guard wouldn't have made such a big deal out of it. He only had one thought now: hurry up and return the money, don't steal the chicken. He hurriedly called the team member aside and pulled out a handful of cash from his pocket. "You hurry up and give the money back to that old man, we must not get involved in this matter." The team member looked flustered. He had been in the garrison for so many years, he had rarely seen the demon removal guards make such a big deal of arresting so many people back. After he heard the captain's words, he immediately reacted. Today's matter was not something they could meddle in. The most aggrieved ones are still the staff and supervisor of the case processing center. The two were told in advance to erase their memories because they watched the video. This surgery is done too much, is going to affect the brain. Despite the two people are not happy, but also can only obediently comply with the dead order passed down from above. Do not do it, waiting to go to the ruling institute of the prison. And into the prison will be asked to do the same surgery. This is the system of the Cultivator Alliance, only obedience, no resistance. Lin Mu didn't realize that he just took one person away from the hospital, but it made the demon removal guards make such a big deal out of it. He brought Su Mingsheng straight to Zhang Zikai's home. At this time it was already 5:30 p.m. The municipal government had already been off work for half an hour. La 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 la. He was sitting on the sofa in the living room of Zhang Zikai's home when his cell phone suddenly rang. "Brotherly, what's the matter? Duda told me to tell you to pay attention to the surveillance when you're doing your job." This has reached you guys so quickly? What did you expect? It's a hospital there. Even if it's a community hospital, it's still a place where Bai Chang treats the sick and saves lives. Ha! Treating the sick to save people? Brotherly, I suggest that you closely investigate the community hospital in the relief building. This has bumped into my hands. What about the ones I didn't bump into? How many other nasty things are there in the shadows that we don't know about? I've already had someone look into it, so do your business in peace. Don't go too far. Going too far will easily cause public anger. Don't worry, I know. Alright, you get busy. Come find me at the Cultivator Alliance when you have time. Good. Hanging up the phone, Lin Mu destroyed all the surveillance in Zhang Zikai's house. Li Changqing had called him, so he thought that the surveillance in the hospital must have been exposed. Nowadays, in the city, with advanced technology, anything that happens will soon be known by the garrison and demon removal guards. This is something he doesn't find strange. At that time, he was so infuriated by Su's reputation that he didn't care that much, and he had recently become accustomed to being free inside the rift, and he wasn't as cautious as he used to be. On the side of the rope trapped hands and feet of Su Mingsheng, mouth was Lin Mu with a smelly gutter next to pick up the rag cover. At this time is on the ground with a face of panic looking at Lin Mu, want to speak but cannot say. Lin Mu pulled the rag from his mouth. "What do you want to say?" "Big brother, I was wrong. It's none of my business. It was Zhang Zikai who told me to do it. Please let me go." Su Mingsheng was smothered in tears and snot by the rag, crying on the ground in tears. "Finished? Big brother." Lin Mu didn't listen to him anymore and smoothly shoved the rag back into his mouth. Glancing at the slanting sun outside the window, he frowned and murmured, "Did Zhang Zikai hear something? Hasn't come back after so long?" He stood up and strolled inside the small villa of Zhang Zikai's. The villa was not large and only had 2 floors, but the decoration was extremely luxurious. There was a smell of alcohol in the air, and an inexplicable flavor that mixed together, making Lin Mu inexplicably a little nauseous. Inside the rows and rows of wine cabinets, they were filled with high-end drinks. After the emergence of the otherworldly rift, the prices of these drinks were not cheap, and any bottle of the worst would be enough to cover half a year's living expenses for a bottom-level cultivator. Taking out a bottle of wine, Lin Mu just sat down on the sofa and drank it. He thought it over. His action should not have leaked out. Zhang Zikai would definitely come back. Zhang Zikai, who was unaware of this, was walking out of a bar at this time. He had a sultry woman in his left arm, and the two of them were laughing and joking on the street, with the appearance of a nobleman. The two got into a small red sports car together. Zhang Zikai stepped on the gas. The sports car issued a loud roar, attracting the attention of the surrounding pedestrians. Under the envious gazes of the surrounding people, Zhang Zikai felt a burst of inexplicable satisfaction, and then the sports car scurried out like an arrow off the string. "Meow meow, I'm going to take a shower first, later we'll go to the Dragon King Chamber of Commerce building to eat together. I've heard that a new batch of seafood has recently arrived. Young Zhang, let's wash together." "Ha ha. Okay, together then." Listening to the sound of Zhang Zikai flirting with a woman outside, Lin Mu put down the bottle of wine in his hand, a heart-stopping glint flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, "Finally, he's back." When Su Ningxing, who was lying on the ground floor, heard the voice, he began to struggle frantically again, and the sound of in his mouth became louder and louder, as if he wanted to attract the attention of the two people outside the door. Lin Mu made a mental shock. Su Mingsheng fainted again. Looking at Su Mingsheng, who fainted in front of the sofa, Lin Mu frowned and said, "Annoying." Chapter 46, Begging for Mercy After Arrogance. As the intelligent door opened after face recognition, a sound of clothes falling to the ground rang out, and a woman's panting mixed with a man's low growl echoed within the villa's hall. "Mr. Zhang is really a good man." A ghostly voice rang out, causing the two men who were in the middle of their pleasure to be startled for a moment. "Who?" Zhang Zikai shouted and flipped the headlight switch on the side. He only saw a bald young man sitting on the sofa, and since the lights in the villa had been modified by him into that kind of ambient lighting, and the bald man was facing him sideways, he couldn't see the bald man's face. The sultry woman, on the other hand, hurriedly picked up her clothes and hid behind the entrance hall, and her cell phone began to dial the garrison. Who are you and how did you get in here? Seeking money? Zhang Zikai picked up the baseball bat on the side and slowly walked towards the sofa. Mr. Zhang is really a nobleman who forgets things. It's only been a few days and you've forgotten about me? Hearing this familiar voice, Zhang Zikai shouted, Lin Mu. Aren't you dead? Lin Mu turned around and after using his spiritual power to nullify the cell phone in the woman's hand, he coldly looked at Zhang Zikai. Thanks to Mr. Seng's blessing, I really haven't had a very good time these past few days. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's you, this punk. The Black Dragon Society's people are really losers too. They couldn't even do a job on a trash like you and even let you escape. Even if you escaped, that killer dared to take my money and hide. Don't let me find him. After seeing that it was Lin Mu, Zhang Zikai relaxed instead. He saw the scar on Lin Mu's head and thought that it was the assassin who did it, only that Lin Mu had dodged a bullet. But you're indeed a genius, a senior computer science major. How could you break through my state-of-the-art security system and enter my home? I heard that you still want to go to graduate school? He threw away the baseball bat in his hand, opened the liquor cabinet and took out a bottle of wine, and took a big sip of it in front of Lin Mu. How's it, is the wine in my house good? Seeing the empty bottle of wine on the sofa, Zhang Zikai scoffed recklessly. Lin Mu just smiled and didn't say anything, quietly watching Zhang Zikai perform. What do you want to come to my house for? It's not because you want to threaten me with the Black Dragon Society's assassin. Ha ha ha. Zhang Zikai leaned against the wine cooler, his face suddenly changed as he snapped, Lin Mu, daring to trespass on people's homes, you're afraid that you don't know how to write the word death. Meow meow, has the garrison gotten through yet? The sultry woman hid behind the basement door and slowly stood up, holding the black screen cell phone and said, the phone suddenly broke down. Zhang Zikai threw the wine bottle and angrily cursed, useless waste. After saying that, he took out his own cell phone and dialed, staring viciously at Lin Mu, since you have a great life, I'll send you to retire inside the prison. Lin Mu shook his head. Zhang Zikai was really used to being arrogant and domineering. He was sitting in his house, he was even so arrogant, not a little bit of fear at all. Then he had a thought. Zhang Zikai, who wanted to make a phone call, was directly thrown by him in front of the sofa, lying together with the fainted Su Mingshang. Ah! Seeing Zhang Zikai suddenly fly up, the demonic woman screamed in shock. Shut up! Lin Mu let out a cold snort, shocking the demonic woman to the ground. Who? Zhang Zikai, who was lying on the ground, tried to get up with great difficulty, but he was stomped down by Lin Mu. No wonder you're so arrogant, so you found an expert to help you. Zhang Zikai braced his hands on the ground, laboriously trying to hold up his body, but found that he couldn't do so no matter how, and said with disdain. So what if I hired a helper? You think you're too good to be invisible? Do you dare to kill me? My surveillance here is connected to the villa's security office. People from the security office should have rushed over by now. Lin Mu was laughed at by Zhang Zikai, stepped on his back with his foot, grabbed his hair with his hand and sneered, do you always turn off the surveillance? Doing those unseemly things is to turn off the surveillance, huh? This surveillance I destroyed a long time ago, how come this defense team hasn't come now? Hearing this, Zhang Zikai was a bit flustered. He did often turn off the surveillance, because he often brought women back, and he also explained with the defense office that he didn't need to care about the surveillance in his house when it was turned off. So what if there is no surveillance? Your fingerprints are everywhere here, you can't escape even if you kill me. Zhang Zikai utilized what little brain he had left at this time and came up with this sentence. Fingerprints? Wouldn't it be fine to burn down the villa? Lin Mu was in no hurry to take his life now. He wanted to see Zhang Zikai's dying struggle. He wanted to torture him slowly. Lin Mu, don't be impulsive. I have money. I'll give you as much money as you want. I'll never hit Wang Miao Miao again. Spare me. At this time, Zhang Zikai completely panicked. He knew that Lin Mu was not afraid of wearing shoes with bare feet. He really dared to kill him. Lin Mu coldly snorted, young Master Zhang, is that all you've got? Your obsession with Miao Miao is really deep. You want to call yourself Miao Miao even if you're looking for a wild woman outside? He glanced at the demonic woman who had collapsed in the foyer and mocked. Lin Mu, you let me go. I promise not to hit Wang Miao Miao again, and I'll stay far away from you guys from now on. Zhang Zikai said in panic. He only wanted to stabilize Lin Mu first now. He was afraid that Lin Mu would really kill him if he went crazy. Young Master Zhang, when you say this, do you believe it yourself? Ka-ching. Lin Mu's foot exerted force, and a bone-cracking sound rang out. Ah! Lin Mu, you shall not die. Kill me, my father won't let you go. Zhang Zikai let out a miserable scream, not forgetting to threaten Lin Mu a little. Your dad? It's not like your dad knows that I killed you. My dad knows that I want Wang Miao Miao, and if you kill me, he'll definitely find out about you. In your dad's eyes, am I not already dead? How could he suspect me? The Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society's assassin didn't come back. My dad will definitely suspect it. I beg you, let me go, I won't come after you afterward. At this moment, Zhang Zikai felt the power behind him getting bigger and bigger. He was already tongue-tied, throwing everything out in his head, just wanting to live. Oh. Right, forgot one thing. Hearing this, hope rekindled in Zhang Zikai's heart. Let me go, I'll give you a large sum of money, and both you and Wang Miao Miao can live a good life. Lin Mu laughed coldly and woke up Su Mingsheng. As soon as Su Mingsheng opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Zikai lying on the ground just like him, and his mouth immediately screamed, "Whoa! Don't be in a hurry, I'll let you open your mouth right away." He removed the rag from Su Mingsheng's mouth, and Su Mingsheng immediately cried out, "Young Master Zhang, save me. You made me do all the things, it has nothing to do with me." At this moment, Su Mingsheng's head was not clear, and he had yet to realize that Zhang Zikai's situation was no better than his. "Pudding nasty bull, what did I let you do? Don't you falsely accuse me." Zhang Zikai let out a furious curse. At this time, Su Fancheng was still adding culpability to him. Was it because he didn't want to die fast enough? "Young Master Zhang, you can't turn the other cheek." Seeing Zhang Zikai's appearance, Su Ningxing didn't know that Zhang Zikai was also a fish on the chopping board right now, to be slaughtered. Chapter 47. It doesn't matter, you all have to die. It's all because Zhang Zikai asked me to do it. He said that as long as I give that chronic poison to Wang Miao Miao, he'll get me a house in Baichangye Yuan. You let me go, it has nothing to do with me. Where did he care about that much at this time? Hurrying to take himself off the hook was the most important thing. He fought and squirmed like a maggot, constantly arching his head over Lin Mu's feet. "Lin Mu, don't listen to his nonsense, I haven't done any of these things. I haven't seen this person before. I don't know why Wang Miao Miao went to him to get the medicine. Maybe he saw Wang Miao Miao as pretty and wanted to use this medicine to blackmail Wang Miao Miao." "Zhang Zikai, you put nasty bull, that medicine is poison, it's a fatal threat to your remake patients. If it wasn't for you, how would I sell that drug? Su Fame, I advise you not to fabricate facts. I don't know anything about medicinal properties, how could I let you sell this kind of medicine to Wang Miao Miao?" "Zhang Zikai, you've exposed yourself. Didn't you say you didn't recognize me? You said at first that you used this medicine to make Wang Miao Miao's mother half dead, then you came out to save her heroically, have you forgotten?" "Bull." Hearing this, Zhang Zikai couldn't hide it any more completely and looked at Su Mingsheng angrily, itching to eat him alive. Lin Mu watched the two of them, Zhang Zikai and Su Mingsheng, dog eat dog here, exposing each other's shortcomings, and he inexplicably felt amused and pathetic at the same time. If he didn't have this cultivation today, if he wasn't a mountain-moving realm patriarch, could he stop them himself? The two of them were working together, and there was no telling how many people they were going to harm. "All finished?" Lin Mu said indifferently, looking at the two people on the ground, not wanting to delay any longer. "It was all Zhang Zikai's idea, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Mu, don't listen to his nonsense, he just wants me to take the blame." The two let out a final struggle, still accusing each other. Lin Mu shook his head, "It doesn't really matter what the truth is, you're all going to die today." When he said this flatly, Su Ningxing's head swam and he murmured deliriously, "It's none of my business. Lin Mu, you shall not die." Zhang Zikai realized at this moment that Lin Mu just wanted to see him and Su Fancheng bite each other. With a single thought from Lin Mu, Su Mingsheng bled from his 7 orifices and fell straight down in front of Zhang Zikai. Looking at the corpse of Su Mingsheng that was close at hand, Zhang Zikai retreated with a shiver. A stream of yellow liquid penetrated his underwear and flowed on the floor, and an unspeakable Thai odor filled the air. Don't kill me." Zhang Zikai struggled frantically, wanting to break free from Lin Mu's bonds, but at the 1000 June second stage, he couldn't even break Lin Mu's toes. "Actually, from the day you sent an assassin to assassinate me, your life doesn't belong to you anymore." Lin Mu bent down and murmured in Zhang Zikai's ear. Zhang Zikai then floated out of thin air, the bones in his body began to twist and distort, and his entire body twisted together like a twist. Ah! The intense pain caused Zhang Zikai to pass out, but every time he passed out, Lin Mu would use his spiritual power to forcefully wake him up again. "Kill me. I beg you to kill me." Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth, in a state worse than death, and he didn't beg for mercy, only wanting to be relieved quickly. Ka-ching! A crisp sound rang out, and Zhang Zikai's neck was instantly broken, drooping straight down. Lin Mu, who had done all this, poured all the wine in the wine cabinet onto the floor, picked up the lighter on the side, and set the entire villa on fire. As for the demonic woman, he didn't bother. If she can escape even if her life is great, if she can't escape even if her life is ugly. He also did not expect this woman to keep her mouth shut, and he was not afraid of Zhang Zikai's father to retaliate, so he did not even collect the body of Su Fancheng. With Zhang Zikai's father's power, after finding out about Su Fancheng, he would soon be able to find out about Wang Miao Miao, so he didn't intend to hide anything. Wang Miao Miao is now in the city center hospital with her mother. Zhang Zikai does not have the ability to find Wang Miao Miao's trouble, and Wang Miao Miao has an alibi, he cannot take Wang Miao Miao. The only hidden danger is that the Black Dragon Society has a record of Zhang Zikai looking for a killer, but Lin Mu doesn't care. The big deal is to let the White City have one more corpse. Under the fueling of alcohol, the villa soon burst into flames. Lin Mu destroyed the villa's fire extinguishing system, so the fire spread very quickly, and in no time the second floor also started to burn. When the security office at the entrance arrived with fire extinguishers, the villa had already been burned down to just a shelf. The garrison, on the other hand, entered the villa and began examining the bodies and speculating on the circumstances of the crime. At the same time, Zhang Tianfen, who had gotten the news, hurried over, pushed aside the members of the garrison, and looked at his son's charred body, and was overwhelmed with grief. He only gave birth to this son at the age of 35, and usually spoiled him like a baby, trying to fulfill any request. Now he even died, and not even a whole body, only leaving a dry corpse. How could he not be sad? Is the fire extinguishing system of your villa a fake? Why isn't there any reaction at all? Zhang Tianfen roared towards the captain of the security office. The security captain also knew that he was not to be messed with and explained, Director Zhang, the fire extinguishing system has been artificially destroyed. This fire wasn't caused by natural causes either, it was artificially set. The entire first floor hall was all fueled by alcohol, that's why we didn't save young Master Zhang. As soon as Zhang Tianfen heard these words, he took a closer look at his son's corpse. It was obvious that he had been twisted and broken all the bones in his body, and even his body was in a twisted shape. Taking another look at the other two corpses in the villa, Zhang Tianfen's eyes flickered, turning his grief and anger into strength as he roared, "Don't ever let me know who you are!" Ah! At this time, the garrison's people were also ready to leave, and the garrison's captain, who obviously knew Zhang Tianfen, walked up to Zhang Tianfen and said, "Director Zhang, I'm sorry for your loss." "Captain Wu, who are the other two people?" "It's already been detected through the genetic testing equipment. The female corpse is an escort from the Black Dragon Bar, and the male corpse is a doctor from the Rescue House Community Hospital. This doctor is called Su Ming Shang. He suddenly disappeared within the community hospital this afternoon. According to reliable sources is that before this doctor disappeared, a bald young man went to look for him, and then the two disappeared together." Hearing this, Zhang Tianfen hurriedly asked, "Who is that bald man?" Captain Wu shook his head. "The hospital's surveillance today was transferred by the demon removal guards, so we can't see it. The doctors, nurses and patients of the hospital don't have too deep an impression of this person. On the contrary, there were a few people who saw it, but it was a hurried glance, and only the guides paid a little attention to it. We're having the portraitist paint the portrait based on the guide's description." Zhang Tianfen nodded. "Trouble Captain Wu, once the portrait is out, please contact me immediately." "Good." Captain Wu answered and left again in a hurry with his men. Zhang Tianfen's eyes were ice cold. "Demon removal guard? Even if you're from the demon removal guard, you still have to pay for killing my son." After saying that, he walked out of the villa area holding Zhang Zikai's corpse with malicious eyes. Chapter 48, Investigating Old Matters from 7 years ago. Lin Mu concealed his figure in the sky and watched everything that happened after the fire. He didn't expect the garrison of this rich area to be so efficient, even investigating the matter of him going to the community hospital in the afternoon. Thinking about the garrison over at the relief building, it was simply two extremes. Rescue building side, after the death of a person, the garrison to make a statement and then left, completely will not care about the case detection. However, he didn't care about this. After Zhang Tianfen left, he also left the villa area. He knew that it would only be a matter of 2 days before he was exposed. The garrison couldn't do anything about him without evidence, and only Zhang Tianfen would come looking for him. As for whether Zhang Tianfen could find him, he was not worried at all. With the portrait he was still very easy to find. The university and the municipal government had his photo. But if he wanted to see his current information, he probably couldn't, unless he went to the Dragon King. Not to mention his information, even the information of ordinary demon removal guards was encrypted, except for the people of the Cultivator Alliance who had the right to view it. No one from other departments had the right to view it. "Zhang Tianfen, whether you can live or not depends on how you choose," he murmured, but his person had already appeared at the Cultivator Alliance building. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening, and he didn't know if Li Changqing was still in the office, so he dialed Li Changqing's number. "Brother Li, I'm downstairs in the Cultivator Alliance. Are you inside the building? I'm on the 32nd floor. I'll have someone bring you up." Not long after, a staff member walked out from the building, glanced at Lin Mu, and immediately jogged over. "Mr. Lin, please follow me." Arriving at the 32nd floor, Li Changqing had already prepared the tea. Drinking tea was the best pastime in this era. "Brother Li, this office can be you can just make it a home. It's much more luxurious than the one in town number 8. Looking at the cozy environment inside the office, it was practically a small apartment, so Lin Mu flirted as soon as he entered. "There are more affairs in White City, and I work late at night, so I sleep here. It's normal to be a bit bigger." "You're still flirting with me? You're now the key target of the Dragon King's palace. It's not easy for you to get a job in the Cultivator Alliance? I'm afraid your office is even bigger than mine." Li Changqing let out a laugh and similarly flirted. "Say it, what is it that you are looking for me for?" Handing the teacup in his hand to Lin Mu, he asked bluntly. "What, I can't be the one who came to you to talk? It's fine for you to come to the Cultivator Alliance to look for me to talk? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to find a hotel to eat and drink well and talk? The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. It's nothing really, I just want you to check out a few people for me. Oh? What kind of people? Li Changqing put down his teacup and looked at Lin Mu with some suspicion. Coming to him to check on people was not an ordinary person. Lin Minsheng, Hu Kai. And these two are? Hearing these two names, Li Changqing immediately realized that these two had an unusual relationship with Lin Mu, because there was a faint sadness when Lin Mu said these two's names. My parents. Wait, I'll check. Lin Mu nodded and sipped his tea with a teacup. His eyes were a bit mesmerized as he recalled bits and pieces of his parents when they were alive. Lin Minsheng, Hu Kai, the two of them died 7 years ago. Their bodies were brought back by Wang Ziyi, who was traveling with them. Wang Ziyi entered the 8th rift 3 months after the two of them died, and so far there is no information about any entry or exit from the pass. Hiss. Li Changqing looked at the two people's information and slowly read it out. He always felt that something was wrong and couldn't tell where. There were too many dead people inside this kind of crack. When your parents died, you were still only 15, right? Then how did you survive the rescue building? Hearing this question, Lin Mu's thoughts pulled back 7 years ago. After Uncle Tian returned with his parents' remains that day, he and Auntie Zhang explained some things and gave his parents a simple funeral. Since then, he has been followed by Auntie Zhang to eat. Uncle Wang and Auntie Zhang take him like a son to treat, although the four people live a very hard life, but at least there is no lack of food and drink. Until later, Uncle Wang did not come back. Auntie Zhang every day to work 4 jobs, for him and Wang Miao school. That's when Auntie Zhang suffered from uremia. Fortunately, Wang Miao later entered the municipal logistics. The family's financial situation has eased. Originally, Lin Mu did not intend to go to college, but couldn't argue with Auntie Zhang, so he agreed to go to graduate school. Listening to Lin Mu slowly tell the story of these 7 years, Li Changqing sighed. This is the situation of the bottom cultivators, and also the sadness of this era. Since you know all about your parents, then you should know that we don't actually have any more information on our side. I know, I want you to help me see if there was a person, very short and with a birthmark on his forehead, inside the demon removal guards of Rift 8 7 years ago. Your parents' deaths had something to do with this person? Aha! Lin Mu nodded. Although Auntie Zhang didn't describe many features, she should be able to find them. After all, a birthmark is something that grows on the forehead is still very obvious. Li Changqing took the tablet and operated it at once. After a while, his brow frowned and said, I checked the Demon Defenders database from 7 years ago. Inside the Demon Defenders of the 8th Rift, there is no such person as you said. Hearing this, Lin Mu also frowned. Big brotherly, do you think it could be a demon removal guard from another rift that came over? Impossible, the demon removal guards inside the rift aren't allowed to leave the rift they're guarding to go to other rifts. This is an iron law. Unless this person is a demon removal guard within the city, going inside the rift on business. But I checked, the year your parents died, the city's demon removal guards didn't receive any assignments to go to rift number 8. Then could it be someone else wearing the demon removal guard's clothes? This is even more unlikely. The tops of the demon removal guards have locks. If you want to take them off, you need to send a report to the squad leader to apply. If the clothes are lost, it's a serious punishment, and there will be a record, and no one else would dare to wear the lost clothes. That's strange. Since Uncle Wang said that person is a demon removal guard, he must be wearing a demon removal guard's uniform. How could he not be able to find out the information? There is one possibility. Li Changqing thought for a while and suddenly thought of something. What's possible? Transfiguration. Bone shrinking. Lin Mu's eyes flashed out when he heard this. Since this person was a demon removal guard, he must not want others to see his true appearance. Once it was discovered that a demon removal guard had brutally killed a cultivator, it was a capital offense. And in the case of not being able to lift his demon removal guard's iconic uniform, disguise is the best means, so that even if others see it, they can't find out about this person. In fact, just now when you said that this person was short, I felt that something was wrong. Although the demon removal guards have difficulty recruiting people, not everyone can join the demon removal guards. Being too short will be screened out. Unless the person's qualifications are very good, only then will they break the rules. But people with good qualifications are usually in crack number 1 and won't go to crack number 8. And the clothes of the demon removal guards can change according to body size. It's a very good nanomaterial. That is to say, it's basically certain that it's a bone shrinking disguise. After listening to Li Changqing's explanation, Lin Mu bit his lip. If it was a clavicle disfigurement, it would be hard to find. He scratched his head. He originally thought that with 2 very distinctive features he could find this person, but he didn't think about the point of the disguise. You don't have to be in a hurry. Think about any other features, and why this person killed your parents. We can rule out some people. 7 years ago, there were only a total of 1,000 people in the 8th rift. After excluding some, just slowly sift through the remaining people. It's just that some people went to other cities after leaving the demon removal guard, so there might be some trouble. Looking at Lin Mu scratching his head, Li Changqing began to persuade. Chapter 49 Benevolent Chamber of Commerce, Lu Qingming. When Lin Mu heard these words, an aura flashed through his head, but he just didn't catch the aura. Is there something missing? Seeing how he looked sad after his frown was stretched, Li Changqing asked. Big brotherly, you just said why they killed my parents? Right. Li Changqing froze for a moment, only reacting after a long time. Big brotherly, what do you think the demon defenders will do after they have money? Of course it is to leave the demon removal guard. The demon removal guard wanders between life and death every day, with money of course. Said here, Li Changqing reacted, immediately began to search for that year to leave the demon removal guard on the tablet. It suddenly occurred to Lin Mu that the demon removal guard had killed his parents and Uncle Wang for that piece of heavenly meteorite iron. Since he had killed people, the heavenly extraterrestrial meteorite iron would definitely be gotten by him, and the heavenly extraterrestrial meteorite iron could only be sold for money in the hands of ordinary cultivators. What would the demon removal guards do with money? The first thing is certainly to leave the demon defenders. The demon defenders live in the cracks every day, always have to face the attack of the beasts, have money not to leave the demon defenders that is sick in the head. Unless the demon defenders have been mixed inside the position of the captain, then it does not matter. But how can a captain go and kill someone because of a piece of meteorite in the sky? Being found out, the loss would outweigh the gain. And even if he killed someone, he wouldn't let an Uncle Wang of the Thousand June realm escape, knowing that the great captains could all be mountain-shifting realm sect masters, and all of them were veterans who had been mixing in the rift for many years, and wouldn't let go of any traces. This was something Lin Mu had experienced in Su Hushan and Gu Minglan. Strange, there were no departing demon removal guards from the 8th rift this year. None of them died in battle. But with this muttering from Li Changqing, another stick knocked Lin Mu back to reality. This isn't right. I have to call and ask Su Hushan. Li Changqing put down the tablet. It wasn't Lin Mu's problem anymore, it might also involve data falsification. What's wrong? Lin Mu froze. Wasn't he checking on his parents? How did it involve Su Hushan all of a sudden? The reason why the demon removal guards can't recruit people, besides the harsh laws and regulations, there's also the extremely high death rate. But this year, there hasn't been a single dead demon removal guard from Rift 8, not even those who left. You know, many people leave their jobs because they can't stand the environment in the rift, and 5% of the demon removal guards leave every year. That's why I say that this figure is not normal. Li Changqing explained, immediately picking up the phone and dialing the number of the number 8 town office. Madahai was still a bit incredulous the moment he received the call, thinking that Li Changqing was looking for him again for something good. But when he heard Li Changqing say that there were no battle damages in Rift 8 7 years ago, he smiled instead. Director Li, you weren't here 7 years ago, so you probably don't know. That year, Town 8 encountered a huge sandstorm, and the signal tower that received the satellite signals collapsed, so all the data was pressed into the town office that year. The data from that year was uploaded to the headquarters along with the data from the year behind it. Hearing Madahai's explanation, Li Changqing let out a long breath. He thought that he had just come to White City and encountered a data anomaly incident. Nowadays, in this era, everything was data-driven. Once the data was wrong, if the person on duty didn't realize it, it was punishable by beheading after it was discovered by the people above. Just like today, Lin Mu had approached himself to look at the data, and if the data was really wrong, then the previous director of the White City Cultivator Alliance would be beheaded because it was a data anomaly during his tenure. And if it so happened that someone in Kyoto checked this data today and found an anomaly, then Li Changqing would be beheaded because he was the one who didn't find the data anomaly in time. I'll check the data for the year behind you. Li Changqing took the tablet and said with a palpitating heart. Not a moment later, he smiled mysteriously. I think I should have found the person you're looking for. After saying that, he handed the tablet to Lin Mu. In those 2 years, there were a total of more than 80 demon defenders who left their jobs, of which more than 50 have been confirmed dead, and there are more than 10 others who are lost, so the odds are that they're dead as well. Of the remaining dozen or so, half of them rejoined the demon removal guards again, and half of them gave up hunting foreign beasts and found some bottom-level jobs within White City. Only this Lu Qingming, after leaving the demon removal guards, he started a business instead, and now has a small chamber of commerce. Moreover, this person didn't leave his job the year your parents died, he left the demon removal guard the following year. Most importantly, this person is a scout, and has the bone shrinking technique within his skillful battle techniques. Lin Mu looked at the information on the tablet and thought that there was a 70% probability that this person was the demon removal guard that killed his parents and Uncle Wang. Rini Chamber of Commerce, Lu Qingming, still know that you left the demon removal guard 1 year late. Unfortunately, people's calculations are not as good as heaven's calculations. The information of the demon removal guard happened to not be uploaded in that year, or else you would have really let you hide the information from the world. He murmured after returning the tablet to Li Changqing. Elder brother Lin, how about it? Let me help you with the trial, or do you want to take care of it yourself? Li Changqing also thought that 8 or 9 was not far off. The treatment of the demon removal guards was good, but it was not enough to support the creation of a chamber of commerce. No need. I'll do it myself. Lin Mu's eyes were like vipers, emitting a dangerous light. Then you're on your own. Don't get me into big trouble, haha. There was an arson case just now that said the bald guy was you, right? Are my features that obvious? He touched his head, not realizing that this case had reached Li Changqing's ears so quickly. What did you think? You disappeared with that doctor, someone else saw you at the hospital, and the doctor's body is still at the scene of the fire, so it's not just you who's the best to recognize? I guess I'll have to go buy a hat. Alright, just don't cause a big problem. A director's son just killed that hospital person. I also let the demon removal guard to investigate, simply lawless. Thanks. Linmu smiled faintly. It's true that there are people above who are good at what they do. A director's son, just kill him, no big deal. Who would normally dare to talk like that? Right, there's something else. Go ahead. Brotherly, do you have 10 million alliance coins here? Linmu had wanted to leave, but suddenly thought that there were still 14 days left before the mission ended, so he might as well submit it now, lest he had something to get out of the way again later. He said that it couldn't be deducted directly from the account, it had to be in cash. You want to borrow money? No, I have money, I want $10 million in cash. Li Changqing didn't ask much when he heard this. There were some things that everyone knew in their hearts. Only going to the black market to trade would require so much cash. You wait, I'll have someone go downstairs to get it for you. Good. Chapter 50 Mission accomplished, Inverted Sea Powerhouse. In no time, the staff came up with a large suitcase. Director Li, as you ordered, here are 1,000 denominations of alliance coins, totaling $10 million. Pay up. Brat. Don't get screwed over inside the black market. Hearing this, Linmu froze for a moment, then immediately exclaimed, I'm not going to the black market with this money. Li Changqing waved his hand, if you're not going, then you're not going, don't yell. Hurry up and take the money and leave, it's 8:30, I still have things to do at 9. Linmu knew that he couldn't explain himself, so much cash seemed like the only way to digest it was to go to the black market. However, when he heard Li Changqing say that he had something to do, he glanced at him wistfully, just came to White City for half a month, and you found a match? Li Changqing's face flushed red and he kicked Linmu's ass, don't talk nonsense, what half a month, I've been talking for years. Yo! Long distance relationship ah. When will you let me get to know you? That's my boyfriend, why do you want to meet him? Take the money and get lost. Li Changqing scolded in a bad mood. What I mean is, I'll bring mine, you bring yours, and get to know each other. Isn't your reading comprehension a bit too poor? Yo! You kid found it too? I've been here for 22 years, but I haven't settled down yet. What the hell are you talking about if you're not in a relationship? Li Changqing made a move to kick again, but Linmu dodged it with a horizontal shift. After the two of them messed around for a while, Linmu transferred $10 million to the Cultivator Alliance's account, took the suitcase, and swaggered out of Li Changqing's office. Brat, getting less and less big and small. Li Changqing laughed and scolded, but he knew that this was a sign that the relationship between the two was heating up extremely fast. He knew Linmu's potential, a genius that even the Dragon King's mansion desperately craved. Zheng Hongyuan had even said that as long as Linmu didn't tear down the White City, he could do whatever he wanted. Such a future skybreaker venerable, having struck a good relationship before he even grew up, Li Changqing knew that in the future, his path would be a lot smoother because of Linmu. Not to mention anything else, just because of Linmu, he was transferred to 100 cities, and that was even before Linmu had grown up. When Linmu grew up, Li Changqing didn't even dare to think about what position he would go to. After walking out of the Cultivator Alliance, Linmu didn't go looking for Lu Qingming, but instead found a place where no one was, and submitted the system quest. He had just submitted the quest when he watched the money in his suitcase disappear into thin air, and he didn't even see how it disappeared. Congratulations to the host, completing the mission, rewarded with 1 fixed point instantaneous transfer. Fixed point teleportation, fixed point at any place, can teleport back to the fixed point at any time at any place. Given that the host has completed the mission ahead of schedule, 1,400,000 attribute points are awarded. Detecting the host's current planet's poor general environment, issue a new mission to destroy an arbitrary fissure within a year's time. A series of system beeps sounded in Linmu's mind. System, have you got it wrong? I've just completed a mission here, and you're immediately releasing a new mission? The production team's donkey, there's no way you're making it this easy. Please try your best to complete the mission. Failure of the mission will result in obliteration. Your ass. Linmu cursed angrily. He was used to this kind of feckless operation of the system, but he still couldn't help but curse. But this quest reward is really fragrant. Fixed point teleportation, you can teleport to a specified location at any place, it's simply an escape weapon. In the future, if we encounter any predicament, a fixed point teleportation will directly send us back. Looking at the system's rewards, what the system had forced him to do just now was already behind him. After thinking about it for a while, he set the positioning point directly at the entrance of the White City Cultivator Alliance building. As long as the White City wasn't overrun by foreign beasts, this place wouldn't be demolished. White City now had a lot of housing renovation projects, and demolition was going on everywhere. He didn't want to encounter danger teleporting back and teleporting into the middle of a ruin. Then look at the other, because the task was completed early, the system gave extra rewards. Linmu harumphing on the ground. Completing the mission 14 days ahead of schedule gave a total of 1,400,000 attribute points, equivalent to giving 100,000 a day. The system is still quite good if it's a bit more humanized. Just after cursing the system, Lin Mu turned around and boasted. Add some points. Now that he had 1 million physique and 1,450,000 attribute points, he was almost ready to advance to the inverted sea realm. According to the system's conservation of energy, after Lin Mu gave an operation, every corner of his body began to be wrapped in warmth. Boom! As the spiritual attribute broke through to 1000, there was a sudden roar in his mind as all the spiritual energy began to converge towards his mind. In his mind, a mysterious space was slowly rushed open by the spiritual energy, and then began to crazily absorb the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy turned into drops of liquid that slowly dripped down into the space in his mind, filling up the bottom layer of the space. Upper Dantian, Spiritual Sea. Lin Mu let out a murmur, knowing that he had successfully advanced to the inverted sea realm, becoming an inverted sea power. The biggest difference between the inverted sea realm and the mountain-moving realm was the qualitative change in spiritual power. The spiritual power of the mountain-moving realm was ethereal, and the spiritual power of the inverted sea realm was materialized. The pouring sea realm could even materialize a certain weapon through its spiritual power. This was what he had learned in the Cultivator's secret method, and the inverted sea realm was about opening the upper Dantian and condensing his spiritual energy into a spiritual sea. Human beings had 3 upper, middle and lower Dantians, which housed the body's essence, chi, and God respectively. The lower Dantian stores energy, which is where the chi is stored. The middle Dantian stores its own essence, which is where the essence is stored. Last time, he wasn't blown up by the energy core because the essence in the middle Dantian saved his life. The lower Dantian and middle Dantian were opened as soon as a person was born, and only the upper Dantian, the place where God was stored, needed to be opened with a large amount of spiritual power impacts in order to store the qualitatively changed spiritual power. In fact, Lin Mu also had an understanding of his own about all this. Based on the system panel, combined with the Cultivator's secret method, he believed that the upper Dantian corresponded to the spiritual attribute, the lower Dantian corresponded to the strength attribute, and the middle Dantian corresponded to the physical attribute. No wonder when he fought, his power didn't burst out from his flesh, but extended out from his meridians. When the physical body received feedback from the opponent's power, it was also all concentrated through the physical body into the meridians, and was finally digested by the essence at the heart. The physical body was just a carrier that carried one's essence. As for enlightenment, it should be related to the mind, and has nothing to do with the upper Dantian. It wasn't until he had added all his attribute points that Lin Mu let out a breath of contentment, at which point the attribute panel had turned upside down. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 740,285. Strength, 171,4854. Spirit, 2,999. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 0. A strength of 1,700,000 made Lin Mu feel like he could even burst the void out of thin air. The spiritual attribute had also reached the peak of the second stage of the inverted sea realm, and his physique had deducted 260,000. The secret method of cultivators would cultivate spiritual power after reaching the mountain-shifting realm, and would not go back to cultivating strength, and he had seen Gu Minglan and Li Changqing, whose physical strength was about the same as that of a ninth stage of the Wanding Realm cultivator. However, Gu Minglan was an exception. Lin Mu felt a very majestic power in him, presumably it had something to do with the laws he had comprehended. However, Lin Mu felt that just by competing with the power in his body, he wasn't afraid of Gu Minglan, and could even suppress him. Chapter 51, Strength Surge. Opening the Absolute Realm again with his spiritual power, the range of the Absolute Realm expanded to 30 kilometers, more than 100 times larger than when he had cast it in the mountain-shifting realm. When opening the Absolute Domain at 400 spiritual attributes, there was only a range of about 500 meters. Now at 2009 spiritual attributes, there's actually a range of 30 kilometers. Is this the power of spiritual power after a qualitative change? Lin Mu did some calculations. A point of spiritual attribute in the mountain-moving realm corresponded to a range of 1 meter. After the pouring sea realm spiritual power metamorphosis, 1 point of spiritual attribute corresponded to a range of 10 meters, which was a tenfold increase. The most important thing is that I can make the aperture undergo more changes now. With the opening of the Absolute Domain, Lin Mu sensed that the aperture wasn't in his mind anymore, but appeared in his upper Dantian. In the upper Dantian, the spiritual energy turned into a liquid that was wrapped around the aperture, and controlling the shape of the liquid could easily deform the aperture. In the range covered by the Absolute Domain, space was constantly being torn apart, and was even torn open with a large mouth, just like the alien beast rift. However, while the Fey Beast crack had a profound power behind it, the crack he tore open only had a raging power that swirled crazily in the blackened crack. He knew that this was because what he had torn through was only the current space, and the rift didn't connect to any other space, so there was emptiness behind the rift. After he advanced to the inverted sea realm, he could also sense the imperfections of the spatial laws. The biggest drawback was that he couldn't sense the space outside the aperture, like the emptiness behind the rift. Even though it was in his absolute domain, he couldn't control it. If he could control this raging force, he was confident that he could destroy all the cracks on the Earth Star within a day, allowing the Earth Star to return to the era of peace. He speculated that if he saw the deeper nature of space, he would be able to make his spiritual power detach from the aperture and take full control of the space within it. And with a deeper understanding of space, he thought that the aperture he saw in the absolute domain he comprehended was not considered a law at all, and could only be considered a bit of a crude application of space. He also realized that his no phase was actually not perfect. Under the coverage of the absolute domain, he was able to detect his life breath through his spiritual power. But without being in the absolute domain, he couldn't detect his existence with his spiritual power. This was a far cry from the true no phase, which he understood would not be detected under any circumstances. Perhaps my spatial law and the law of no phase are just next to the edge of the law. The essence is still spiritual power at work, and it has nothing to do with the law. Earthstar's cultivation system is still too backward after all, for things like laws are all groping, crossing the river by touching the stones. No one can explain what laws are, let alone comprehend them. Lin Mu thought that true laws must be law-based spiritual power, which was the complete opposite of his current state. Especially after the opening of the upper dantian, this feeling of his grew stronger and stronger. Looks like it's time to open a wave of 100,000 enlightenment. Lin Mu muttered, then took out the green sea blade from his spatial traveling bag. As soon as the green sea knife was in his hand, he felt something was wrong. The whole thing became lighter, and instead of being bright silver, the blood groove on the blade turned into the same black color as the blade. Gu Minglan helped me add some rare materials into it. Lin Mu originally thought that Gu Minglan had just helped him repair the green sea blade, but he didn't realize that it was a direct reforge. Although he didn't know what materials Gu Minglan had added, it was definitely expensive, probably worth more than the 100 million alliance coins he had sent. Because he felt a mysterious aura from the green sea blade, a vague feeling of taking in one's soul, which was not present before the recasting of the green sea blade. Moreover, this soul-taking feeling, if it could make him feel palpitations, it was definitely not something that could be done by simple materials. Most importantly, the hardness of the green sea blade had been increased by an unknown number of times, and with a strength of over 1,000,000, he had to exert himself to break it. With this high hardness, there was still very good toughness, enough to see that Gu Minglan had added a lot of good materials. Lin Mu took the green sea knife and gently swung it. The boulder that was dozens of meters away from him was split in half. This was a knife that he swung out with pure strength. There was no spiritual power attached to it. If spiritual power was invoked, it wouldn't be this kind of effect. After the spiritual power qualitatively changed, it could drive the energy in the air to attack, and it would have a materialized effect. Such an attack would have that kind of light wave appearing, which was actually spiritual power materializing with some aura. Just like the blade that Zhang Hongyuan swung in the crack, the light wave of the attack was visible to the naked eye. Slinging the green sea sword around his waist, that familiar feeling returned. Touching the handle of the green sea knife, Lin Mu smiled faintly. I'll let you see blood tonight. The White City at night had two extreme display sides. On one side is the brightly lit, red light business district. On the other side are the silent, sleepy slums. Come, Mr. Liu, let me toast you. Mr. Chen, happy cooperation. Come on everyone, raise your glasses. In the White City, inside the VIP room of the Heavenly King Business Club, the huge crystal lamps emitted a mesmerizing glistening light, and all of the people at the table were all drinking in a five-colored frenzy. The two leaders were hooking up with each other in the first place, and the other subordinates were drinking as hard as they could, as if the more they drank, the more they could show their extraordinary side in front of their bosses. After 3 rounds of drinking, there are only a few people who can sit steadily on the table. Just as the people were helping each other and preparing to leave, a man in a black suit walked towards the two people at the head of the table. Boss, there's a man named Lin Mu looking for you. He held a phone in his right hand and handed it to the mesmerized middle-aged man, who opened his slightly drunken eyes, the scars at the corners of his eyes slowly squirming, revealing somewhat fierce eyes. Lin Mu? I don't recognize this person. The man took the phone and confirmed that it was an unfamiliar number. He turned his hand and hung up. Xiaoqin, remember in the future, don't answer any unfamiliar numbers. After saying that, he handed the cell phone to the man in the suit. Xiaoqin was just about to take the phone when it rang again. The middle-aged man looked at the cell phone with a hostile face, and after connecting it, he cursed, "Kid, I don't know where you got my number from, and I don't know what your intentions are. From now on if you call me again, I will let you die without a burial place." The people in the private room, who were already drunk, were awakened by this angry curse and looked at him. The pot-bellied man on the side was pacified. Boss Liu, this kind of little yakuza is very annoying, just don't pay attention to it. Dad, save me. Just as Boss Liu was about to hang up the phone, a tender and crying voice came out from the cell phone's microphone. Who are you? Hearing the familiar voice, Boss Liu's pupils shrunk as he roared. Lu Qingming, Boss Liu, you're so elegant. Leaving your daughter alone at home. Actually, I don't want to use my cell phone to call you. The key is that these men of yours seem to be so poor that they don't even have a cell phone. I can only get your phone number from your daughter's mouth. A teasing voice came out from the microphone. Chapter 52, Unrecognizable. Who are you and what do you want? Lu Qingming was anxious at this moment. His wife died 2 years ago, leaving this one precious daughter to depend on him. For the sake of his daughter's safety, he specially hired several Wanding realm powerhouses to guard the villa. Unexpectedly, someone had entered his villa today and had taken his daughter as a hostage. I'll give you 10 minutes, if I don't see you after 10 minutes, you'll collect your daughter's corpse. Dodo. Without waiting for Lu Qingming to speak again, the phone was directly hung up. Xiao Qin, go back immediately. Mr. Chen, I still hope you can help. Lu Qingming commanded towards the man in the suit, then turned towards the man with the big belly for help. Don't worry, I'm familiar with the Black Dragon Society, I'll contact them immediately. It's just that you know the price that the Black Dragon Society offers, this. Boss Chen made a gesture of counting the money and said with some difficulty. Don't worry about this, I, Lu Qingming, have been working in the White City for 4 or 5 years, my reputation's still very high. As long as you save my daughter, money is not a problem. It's just that the opposite side might not be alone, otherwise my villa's defense system wouldn't have been breached so quickly. You talk to the Black Dragon Society, it might take a mountain-shifting realm grandmaster to make a move. Boss Chen smiled when he heard this instead. Don't worry, as long as the money is in place, it's not a problem for a mountain-moving realm patriarch to make a move. Then I'll go back first, Boss Chen, please hurry up. Lu Qingming dropped a sentence and hurriedly ran out of the Heavenly King clubhouse, getting into his luxury car in a hurry. Xiao Qin, contact the garrison guard and demon removal guard, just say that someone is kidnapped for ransom. Okay, boss. With a bull-like roar, the limousine instantly scurried away. Boss Chen looked at the distant limousine from inside the private room, the corner of his mouth lifting up an evil smile. Lu Qingming, this is what you asked me to help you with. Blame me. Afterwards, he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number, just a simple sentence, notify the Black Dragon Society, the big job of the Wanding high ranks, Fu Lin Villa area. After hanging up the phone, he also immediately left from the Heavenly King Club and went straight to the Fu Lin Villa area. And at this moment, in the Fu Lin Villa area, outside Villa 13, it was already surrounded by people from the villa's defense team, who were observing the situation inside the villa through drones. Villa number 13, covering an area of about 1 acre, had a main building and 2 secondary buildings. Inside the main building, a young man wearing a duck-tongue cap was sitting on a sofa, and next to the sofa was a tied-up little girl. The tear stains on the little girl's face hadn't dried up yet, and at this moment, it seemed as if she had already slept through it. I don't know if it's because of the shock, or because of the highly tense emotions or too tired. There were 2 corpses lying on the grass outside the villa, 2 corpses in the hall inside the villa, and a nanny in a maid's outfit hanging from the hall chandelier, struggling continuously. Lin Mu also saw the reconnaissance drone outside the window through the floor-to-ceiling window. He didn't care about this thing. Anyway, he was wearing a hat now, the drone couldn't see him. Listen up thugs inside, you've been surrounded, now immediately walk out of the villa and surrender obediently, it can still be counted as active surrender. Outside the door, the people from the defense team also didn't dare to enter the villa, they were also afraid of death. Fu Lin Villa area can be said to be the better villa area in Baicheng. Of course there is still a gap with the top villa area, but in Baicheng's population of more than 10 million people, the ones who live here are already considered the top tycoons. The owners of these villas usually hired cultivators to do security work, like the private bodyguards hired by the owners of the Fu Lin Villa area were all at the 10,000 Ding realm cultivation level. The captain of their defense team was only at the Wanding realm cultivation level, and now that the private bodyguards in the villa were dead, a group of them at the 1000 June realm naturally didn't dare to rush in and send themselves to their deaths. So they could only put continuous pressure on the thugs inside the villa so that the owner wouldn't say that they were not acting. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and Lu Qingming soon arrived outside the villa. The captain of the security team stopped Lu Qingming and said, Mr. Lu, the thugs inside the villa are very ferocious, I suggest you wait until the garrison and the demon removal guards come. Lu Qingming pushed his hand away and roared, you guys are incompetent, do I have to be incompetent along with you? The one kidnapped inside is my daughter. And what's with this security system of yours? The kidnappers even called me before you guys realized that something happened to me here? When I rescue my daughter, I'll settle the score with you. After he finished venting his emotions, he walked into the villa compound with large strides, looking at the corpses on the grass. He knew that this matter definitely wasn't going to be solved that easily. For the sake of his daughter's safety, he had purposely spent a large sum of money to hire a cultivator of the 6th rank of Wanding, but at this moment, he had turned into a corpse. Pushing open the hidden door of the villa, Lu Qingming walked straight to the back of the sofa, looking at the man with the duck-tongue cap, and his daughter who was breathing comfortably next to the sofa and had fallen asleep. What are your demands? Lu Qingming said as he opened the door. He knew that with his strength it was absolutely impossible to save his daughter alone, and since this person hadn't harmed his daughter, he must have a need. Do you know Lin Minxing and Hu Kai? Lin Mu leaned on the sofa and faintly inquired. Lu Qingming froze for a moment when he heard these 2 names, and his mind quickly retrieved these 2 names, hoping to find a hint of a clue. Don't recognize it. But after thinking about it for half a day, he couldn't recall what these 2 people were for, and even these 2 names didn't exist in his mind. You killed them without even knowing their names? Lin Mu roared as if he were an angry beast. Lu Qingming was startled, then calmed down and said, "Are you recognizing the wrong person? I really don't know these two people." Lu Qingming, a member of the 8 Crack 10 squad, 6 years ago suddenly left from the Demon Removal Guard, came to White City to run and open a supermarket, 6 years to run a supermarket into a small chamber of commerce, jumped to become one of the richest people in White City. I would like to ask you a question. Where did you get so much money from a Demon Removal Guard to open a supermarket, and how did you manage to run a supermarket into a chamber of commerce in 6 years' time? As soon as Lu Qingming heard these words, he knew that the young man sitting on the sofa in front of him was not simple, he actually knew everything about him. But his years of experience in gaming in the mall allowed him to quickly clear his thoughts. My wife is the lady of the Sanjin Chamber of Commerce, all my money is from her. This is something that the people from the White City Chamber of Commerce can testify to. As for why it's growing so fast, it's because my old husband is helping behind the scenes. Hearing this, Lin Mu coldly snorted, "Humph. Lu Qingming, at this point you still want to pretend?" The Sanjin Chamber of Commerce was on the verge of bankruptcy 6 years ago, but suddenly received an investment worth $200 million before coming back from the dead. The next year, the Miss Kim Sang-hee of the Sanjin Chamber of Commerce married the unknown Yu. This is too much of a coincidence. Hearing this, Lu Qingming's heart jolted straight up. It was easy to find out information about him, but trying to find out about the Sanjin Chamber of Commerce was difficult. This was because the Sanjin Chamber of Commerce had long been incorporated into his own benevolent Chamber of Commerce, and the Sanjin Chamber of Commerce's records had long been cancelled at the municipality. Chapter 53, You're lying. Who the hell are you? You're investigating me so well for those two people? But I really don't know them. Lu Qingming knew that the other party must have already stripped him clean, but he thought that he didn't recognize those two people, so he guessed that this young man had found the wrong person. Lin Mu turned his head, looked at the innocent Lu Qingming, and said in a chilling voice, 7 years ago, Rift 8, Iron-Armored Turtle Gathering Place, Heavenly Meteorite Iron underneath the lake. Do you want me to say it more clearly? When Lu Qingming heard this, his pupils instantly shrunk, and past events from 7 years ago surfaced in his mind. But he quickly said with a confused look on his face, 7 years ago, I was working as a demon removal guard at the 8th Rift, but what heavenly meteorite iron you're talking about, I really don't know. His heart was racing. He already knew the young man's purpose for kidnapping his daughter, but he still had a calm face and didn't dare to reveal the slightest crack. But what he didn't know was that Lin Mu, as a strong person of the inverted sea realm, had already covered him with his spiritual power from the moment he came in. All of his vital signs, everything was under Lin Mu's surveillance. That pupil shrinkage, as well as the acceleration of his heartbeat, let Lin Mu know that he hadn't found the wrong person. Oh? So I'm the wrong person? Lin Mu stood up from the sofa and shook his head, asking rhetorically with some skepticism. Seeing this, Lu Qingming immediately said, You must have found the wrong person, I can forget about it if you leave now. Then do you know Wang Zi? Before he could finish his words, Lin Mu stared at him dead in the face and suddenly asked. As soon as he heard this name, Lu Qingming took a step back, looking a bit flustered. Lu Qingming, how long are you going to pretend? Lin Mu walked towards Lu Qingming step by step. His spiritual power was continuously released, wanting to use spiritual pressure to crush Lu Qingming's psychological defense. Lu Qingming laughed miserably and leaned helplessly against the wall. You are Wang Zi's son? I didn't kill him back then, so I did leave behind a future problem. But you know what? That piece of meteorite iron was originally discovered by me first. That woman had nothing to do but go to the lake to wash what apple? That damn apple coincidentally fell into the lake. Lu Qingming suddenly let out a roar, then rushed towards Lin Mu like a madman. Lin Mu grabbed him by the neck. So you killed them both? Lu Qingming looked at Lin Mu in horror. His cultivation of the 6th stage of the Wan Ding didn't even have the slightest ability to resist in this young man's hands. I only killed that couple. I didn't kill your father. Back then when I was going to kill him, the cultivators who were earning a living wage in the city came. I was afraid of being discovered, so I let him go. His face was red and he struggled hard to say these words. He thought that Wang Zi was Lin Mu's father. He didn't kill Wang Zi and let him go, so Lin Mu wouldn't kill him. Lin Mu suddenly sneered and roared, My name is Lin Mu. Hearing this, Lu Qingming's eyes widened, then his eyes became listless as he murmured, How can that be? Wang Zi told me that that couple didn't have an heir, and said that he had a son and a daughter to raise before I let him go. Where did Wang Zi go afterward? Lin Mu knew that the reason why Uncle Wang said that was to protect her and prevent Lu Qingming from decimating her. Let my daughter go and I'll tell you. You don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. If you don't tell me, I'll kill your daughter now. No, don't. I'll say it. Seeing Lin Mu carrying his neck towards his daughter, Lu Qingming pleaded, tears from the corners of his eyes dripping along his cheeks and down Lin Mu's hand. Back then, it wasn't me who wanted to let Wang Zi go, it's because the 9-headed python passed by there and took Wang Zi captive. Didn't you just say that it was because the cultivators came and you were afraid of being discovered? I said that on purpose because I wanted to lower your hatred. I just didn't expect that you weren't Wang Zi's son. Then how do I know if what you're saying now is true or not? The 9-headed python has nothing to do after eating too much? To go and take 1,000 June realm captive? Lin Mu threw Lu Qingming to the ground and used absolute space to immobilize his form as he coldly grunted, "You're lying." I didn't tell a lie. The scar on the corner of my eye is because I was scraped by the prongs of an extraterrestrial meteorite when I was hiding from the nine-headed python. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Then tell me, why did the nine-headed python go and take 1,000 June realm captive? He drew out his green sea blade and put it on the little girl's neck. I advise you to think clearly before you say anything. Seeing his sleeping daughter, and the sharp knife, Lu Qingming roared in frantic rage, "Don't hurt my daughter. I did what happened, it has nothing to do with my daughter." Hearing this, Lin Mu's knife gently pressed downwards, and a wound instantly appeared on the girl's neck. The intense pain caused the sleeping little girl to wake up. Looking at her father lying on the ground in the distance, she cried out, "Daddy!" Woo! Wang Ziyi didn't die. Hearing his daughter's cries, and the blood dripping from her neck, Lu Qingming roared loudly. "Where is the person?" "In the basement." Lu Qingming looked at Lin Mu with red eyes and said feebly. Lin Mu coldly snorted, "Where in the basement?" With a sweep of his mental power, he didn't find a basement underneath the villa. From the time he asked about Wang Ziyi, Lu Qingming's heartbeat was not normal, especially when he talked about Wang Ziyi's whereabouts. His heartbeat was even more bizarrely fast for a while and slow for a while. He knew that Lu Qingming must be lying. What the nine-headed python captured away, what the cultivators came and didn't have a chance to do it, were all lies. Moreover, this Lu Qingming was very cunning. He even knew to use his qi and blood to suppress his heartbeat. If he wasn't at the inverted sea realm, he was really fooled by him. The spiritual power of the mountain-moving realm could only observe roughly. Such subtle changes could not be seen. Watching Lu Qingming roar loudly one moment and vocally the next, Lin Mu sneered, "Your acting skills are not bad." Lu Qingming went limp, like a dead fish, and murmured, I'll say everything, you let my daughter go." Back then, your parents and Wang Ziyi discovered the meteorite iron, but unfortunately, their defenses were too poor, thinking that the people who hunted the iron-armored turtle were gone, so they could feel free to dig for the meteorite iron. Hunting the iron-armored turtle in the past was different from now. In the past, they used to go in groups to kill it and leave together, because at that time, there was also a second-order beast, the three-eyed wolf. A few people would not dare to spend the night there. It just so happened that day when I went on inspection I saw your parents sneaking around transporting meteorite iron from the lake to the shore, so I got greedy. Originally, their bodies were hidden behind a rock by me, and when I went to look the next day and the bodies were gone, I knew that couple had accomplices. Wang Ziyi was smart. He didn't go digging for meteorite iron every day, he only did it every few days. And I had inspection duties. I couldn't squat by the lake all the time, causing me to wait for Wang Ziyi there at the lake for months before I waited for him. Originally, I wanted to kill him, but I realized that the meteorite iron had been dug up by him for a small amount of time, in order to get that meteorite iron from him, so I transported him out of the 8th rift through a chance to transport supplies in a supply crate. Chapter 50 for the Brainless Patriarch. I locked him up for 7 years in order to get that small half of his meteorite iron, and he just wouldn't let go. I even managed to get words out of his mouth, and found out that he has a son, a daughter, and a wife, and he didn't even let go when I used his son and daughter as a threat. Lin Mu looked at Lu Qingming, who was calmly narrating. This time he didn't have any heartbeat fluctuation, he should have completely given up resistance. "Where did you keep him?" Lu Qingming glanced at Lin Mu and said in a pleading tone, "After I tell you, please spare my daughter." "Say it." "I don't need to be inspected as a demon removal guard going out of the rift to transport supplies, but when I enter the White City, I have to go through security no matter who it is, so I didn't bring him to the White City. I hid him inside the basement of the Rini Chamber of Commerce in town number 8. After hearing this, Lin Mu sneered, "You really will do anything for money. Didn't you ever think that this day would come?" Lu Qingming let out a bitter smile. Bottom layer cultivators want to jump out, and when they find an opportunity they have to do whatever it takes. I originally wanted to cut off the roots and even wanted to find you guys and use you to threaten Wang Ziyi. But all these years I have not been able to find out information about Wang Ziyi. There are nearly 1 million people in the salvage building. If I take the photos and ask them one by one, I will definitely scare the snakes. I also got through to the municipal government. Checking the information of the residents of the rescue building didn't even find this person. I even specifically asked people to keep an eye on the black market to see if there was any meteorite iron for sale, but none of them found any large quantities of meteorite iron for sale. Ha 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 ha. Lin Mu laughed out loud, then looked fiercely at Lu Qingming and growled lowly, "Do you know there's a thing called 3 generations of returning the clan?" When Lu Qingming heard this, he suddenly realized, Wang Ziyi is not surnamed Wang? The Wang surname is his ancestral surname. The information he entered is not Wang. Impossible. I scanned his face with the security equipment. It's just called Wang Ziyi. Don't you know there's a thing called a once-used name? The city doesn't bother to count the information of the rescue building once in 800 years, so how could they update his new name? That's right, Uncle Wang followed his mother's surname, Lu, and his original name was Lu Changkai. It was only later after his mother died that he changed his name to Wang Ziyi. Uncle Wang went to the Cultivator Alliance to change his name to Wang Ziyi. If you can go into the Cultivator Alliance's system you'll be able to see that his former name was Lu Changkai. But the name on the municipal side didn't matter to him, so he never bothered to change it. This was still one time when they were playing at home and turned over the real estate license. Lin Mu happened to be playing at her house. He saw that the name on the real estate license was Lu Chunkai, and after asking Wang Miao explained it to him. Hearing Lin Mu's explanation, Lu Qingming laughed madly. Huh? This is all fate. No wonder the security equipment swept his face, showing that his name is Wang Zi, but the rescue building doesn't have any information about this person at all. So it turns out that he changed his name. It's just that the name Wang Zi was used when registering the cultivators, and the municipality never updated the name. Lin Mu also laughed. Yeah, that's fate. If you weren't a scout, you wouldn't have found out that they were digging for meteorite iron. Uncle Wang was lucky that he didn't hand over the meteorite iron to us, or else you would have really found out. Auntie Zhang only got 2 tiny pieces of meteorite iron, and after putting them on the black market and selling them, they didn't attract Lu Qingming's attention at all, otherwise they might have been caught by Lu Qingming a long time ago. You were babbling so much with me in front of you, you just wanted to wait for the people outside to come over. He glanced at the densely packed garrisons and demon removal guards outside, looked at Lu Qingming who was lying on the ground waiting to die, and said in realization, I didn't expect a child from a rescue building to become a mountain-moving realm master. I know I can't escape this calamity, I only beg you to spare my daughter. Lu Qingming was lying on the ground like a dead fish, without any desire to survive. The moment he was controlled by Lin Mu's spiritual power, he already knew that he was out of breath. Don't worry, I'm not heartless enough to kill a little girl. I'm not like you, not as heartless as you. As for you saying you can't avoid this? I don't think so. This mountain-shifting realm patriarch is here, you still have 2 skills. Lin Mu murmured, and with a grab towards the roof, a man in a night suit was grabbed in by him from outside the villa. Lu Qingming hadn't even stepped into the villa for 2 minutes when he had sensed the Nightwalker with his spiritual power, only that the Nightwalker had been lying on the roof of the villa, so he didn't bother. How did you do it? The night person who was caught in by Lin Mu looked at Lin Mu with a horrified expression, stunned by the means. He was lying down on the roof, and this person had grabbed him into the villa across 2 floors. This kind of tactic was completely beyond his understanding, unheard of. You've been listening upstairs for over 10 minutes, have you had your fill? Lin Mu did not explain, for this kind of irrelevant and like to come together to listen to other people's secrets, he has always seen one to kill one. Kid, I don't care who you are, hurry up and let me go. I'm the Black Dragon Society's Grand Elder, if you kill me you won't be able to walk out of White City. The Nightwalker was dead pressed to the ground by Lin Mu's absolute domain and couldn't move. He knew that this young man wasn't something he could deal with, and hurriedly brought out the Black Dragon Society to try to deter Lin Mu. Black Dragon Society? Lin Mu murmured with a frown. Seeing Lin Mu frowning, the Nightwalker thought that Lin Mu was afraid of the Black Dragon Society, and hurriedly said, hurry up and release me and Boss Lu, and we, the Black Dragon Society, can forget about it. I almost forgot if you didn't say it, I haven't settled the score with the Black Dragon Society yet. It's just as well that I killed you first today, I'll slowly settle the score with the Black Dragon Society on its side. Lin Mu suddenly remembered that the assassin that Zhang Zikai had sent out back then was from the Black Dragon Society. Kid, you don't know the heights of heaven, our chairman is a strong person of the 6th rank of mountain moving, how dare you, a brat, make a big deal out of this. Although the night person was suppressed on the ground by Lin Mu, his mouth was filled with one set of harsh words after another. Noisy. Lin Mu's one thought, the Nightwalker directly turned into blood mist. He also didn't know how a mountain-moving first-rank sect master's brain was so unintelligent. Couldn't he see that he was much stronger than him? Boss Chen, who was outside the villa, saw this scene through the binoculars. His eyes went straight. This is the Black Dragon Society's Grand Elder. His cultivation is second only to the Black Dragon Society's president, but he was killed so easily? In his eyes, the mountain-moving realm patriarch was a god-like figure. Realizing that things were not good, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and called the president of the Black Dragon Society, describing what had happened. Who let you get the Grand Elder to go out on a mission in private? Once the Grand Elder dies, our Black Dragon Society's territory is going to be compressed, do you know that? Listening to the angry roar coming from within the cell phone's microphone, Boss Chen knew that this partner of his was fuming. President, I'm just a middleman, the mission was taken by the Grand Elder himself, it has nothing to do with me. Don't you blame me for the death of the Grand Elder. Shen Wangdao, you were the one who lied about the cultivation of the mission target. The other party was clearly a mountain-moving 3rd stage or higher patriarch, and you even said it was a Wanding. This is what the Golden Master said, I only relate it truthfully. I'll settle the score with you and Lu Qingming after I kill that patriarch who doesn't know what he's doing. Shen Wangdao looked at the hung-up call page and murmured, I have to hide in a hurry, Li Huashan, this lunatic, when he's mad he really dares to kill me. He then immediately left the scene, preparing to go to his secret base to hide for a while. However, he had just gotten into his car when he felt a sharp pain coming out of his neck, and then he saw his body appear above his head. The driver who was driving for him saw his head suddenly fall off and was so scared that he fainted directly. Chapter 55, Traveling to Town 8. Lin Mu was inside the villa, watching every move of everyone outside clearly. This one called Chen Wangdao he had been observing for a long time and had been using binoculars outside the villa area to look this way. When Chen Wangdao finished his phone call with Li Huaxiang, the president of the Black Dragon Society, he directly ended Chen Wangdao and murmured, "Li Huaxiang, Black Dragon Society. When I'm done with the matter at hand, I'll take care of you White City assholes." After saying that, Lin Mu brought Lu Qingming and instantly moved in the direction of Town 8. Outside the villa, the garrison and demon removal guards who were preparing to force their way in were stunned when they saw this scene. How did the two people who had been talking so eloquently inside the villa just now suddenly disappear into thin air? When the garrison's Captain Wu saw the scene, he immediately remembered the case of Zhang Zikai in the evening, and the community hospital Su Fame disappeared for no reason. Moreover, this person was wearing a duck-tongue cap, which reminded him of the description of the community hospital's guidance personnel, and he was 80% sure that this young man wearing a duck-tongue cap was the bald man who killed Zhang Zikai. Thinking of this, Captain Wu immediately used the tablet to call up the portrait and handed it over to the small team leader of the demon removal guard who was on duty. "Captain Knight, I have a feeling that this case, and the Zhang Zikai case from earlier in the evening are the work of the same person." Captain Knight took the tablet and frowned. "We've checked the evening case, and we've compared this portrait. If the portrait is correct, this person should be called Lin Mu." "Oh? You found it?" Captain Li pulled Captain Wu to one side and whispered, "This Lin Mu's information is in a state of secrecy. We can only see the name and avatar, nothing else can be seen. Even the cultivation level is in a state of secrecy. Even our chief administrator doesn't have the authority to view it. Get it?" When Captain Wu heard this, he instantly understood what Captain Knight meant. This person was not something they could check. "Then what about these two cases?" "All of them will be forwarded to our side of the demon removal guards. We will report them upwards. If there is feedback from the top is that they can be investigated. If there is no feedback, just pretend it never happened." The two looked at each other, knowing that the water here was too deep. A mysterious person whose information was not even visible to the White City Demon Removal Guard's chief director was not something that their two squad leaders could look into. In fact, Captain Wu knew this would be the case in the evening. They had no evidence, and even if they found out, they couldn't do anything about Lin Mu. And after a few hours, there was no feedback from the demon removal guard side on what to do, proving that this Lin Mu's identity was definitely extraordinary. In this era, there were too many personal grudges, and if it wasn't a deep hatred, no one would kill someone within the White City. Cultivators with high cultivation levels like this, as long as they didn't go too far, the higher-ups usually didn't care. Rules were made for the weak, and the strong would only make the rules. Just as the two were wrapping up their team and hitting the road, the alarm of the White City suddenly sounded, and the two's originally relaxed nerves instantly tightened. "What's going on? It seems to be an alarm over at the city gates. Hurry over there." The two led their respective teams and frantically rushed towards the city gates. Meanwhile, at the White City's entrance, the chief demon removal guard looked at the radar alarm with a puzzled expression and questioned, "What's the situation?" Just now, two people flashed past above the city gates, triggering the alarm. "Where are the people?" the chief asked in disbelief as he watched the radar go blank. "The speed is too fast, it's beyond the radar detection range." "Do you have the physical characteristics of these two people in the system?" "One of them did. It was uploaded this morning. It was reported by you and signed by the Grand Metropolitan." Hearing the staff's words, he immediately remembered the young man named Lin Mu that he had met outside the city center hospital during the day, and then remembering the words of the great metropolitan governor, he sighed. "Deactivate the alarm, broadcast an explanation, and say that the alarm was mistakenly triggered." "Yes." The chief steward rubbed his temples and looked in the direction of the city, murmuring, "What's the point of going outside the city at this hour?" Captain Wu and Captain Li, who were rushing, both looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The radio even said that it was an alarm false contact. They had stayed in the garrison and the demon removal guards for so many years. An alarm false contact was rare to encounter once in a few years. How could it be so coincidental? "It's that Lin Mu out of town, isn't it?" "It should be." The two of them knew in their hearts that this must be an alarm triggered by someone forcibly breaking into the city gates, except that there didn't seem to be much the chief steward could do about it, so he could only find an excuse to put it off. Town number 8, starry lights were flickering. At this time it was already 12 o'clock in the late night. Most of the cultivators who were begging for a living had already returned to the city, and the lodging area was only sporadically lit up with a few lights. Commercial area, from the entrance to the front counting the third, Rini Chamber of Commerce inside the lights. These chambers of commerce are 24 hours business, even if the town of the 8th night thinning of the crowd, but also opened as usual. The Rini Chamber of Commerce mainly sells some supplies in the town of number 8, and the consumer power here can only sell these low consumption products. "President? It's so late, why are you here?" The clerk in the store was playing with his cell phone, and when he saw the two figures, he immediately stood up, not realizing that it was his boss. Lu Qingming let out a bitter smile. "I'm going to count the inventory over here, you get off work first." Looking at the somewhat eccentric boss, and the young man wearing a duck-tongued cap behind the boss, the clerk was a bit puzzled as to why he came to clear the inventory at this point though. But in the face of the boss's order, he still nodded, packed up his things, and left the Rini Chamber of Commerce store. After the shopkeeper left, Lin Mu loosened the prohibition he had imposed on Lu Qingming. "Lead the way." Lu Qingming nodded and led Lin Mu through the front hall to the back warehouse. Inside the warehouse was piled up with all kinds of drinks and food, and in the innermost corner, there was a safe that contained the chamber's business cash. There was also a small combination box inside the safe, and after opening the combination box, there was a small Buddha statue inside. Lu Qingming pressed the small Buddha statue and turned 90 degrees to the left, and then rotated 180 degrees to the right. Z. A sound of electric current rang out, and in the middle of the warehouse, a crack appeared in the ground steeply, and as the crack grew bigger and bigger, an automated elevated staircase extended from the ground to the mouth of the crack. This 4-square hole was just enough for a person to pass through. Lu Qingming took the lead and walked down the hole, entering the underground space. Lin Mu followed closely behind. The stairs weren't that high, it only took more than 10 seconds to reach the bottom. He looked at the rough excavation marks on the ground, and felt that this underground space should have been dug for a long time, and the surface of the excavated soil had begun to dry out. Down the stairs there was only a very small space, opposite was a thick stainless steel door, and Lin Mu had already felt the faint breath of life from inside. Open the door quickly! Lin Mu didn't dare to directly destroy the door for fear of metal residue splattering everywhere. After Lu Qingming successfully authenticated himself on the face reader on the door, a sound of gears turning rang out, and after a while, the iron door, which was half a meter thick, slowly opened. Chapter 56 Rescuing Uncle Wang. The lights came on, and inside the dirty room, there was only a bed and a table, as well as a large wooden barrel, which had a sickening stench coming from within it. Packages of instant food products were piled up all over the floor, and there wasn't even a place to land. On the bed lay a bone-thin person, messy hair long to the waist, the naked upper body can clearly see the rib cage protruding, the belly has collapsed, and even vaguely see the heart in the slow beat. I said that I would give you the meteorite iron after 10 years, the time hasn't come yet, and the food hasn't been eaten, what are you doing here? A low, hoarse voice came out, the weak voice seemed to signal that this person's life was about to dry up. Hearing the door open, the man sat up from the bed. The man lifted the hair that was spread out in front of his face, his eyes stared straight at Lu Qingming. Seeing that he was still carrying someone, the man was a bit puzzled. He always felt that the young man behind him with the duck-tongue cap looked like déjà vu. Uncle Wang. Lin Mu's voice was a little trembling. He couldn't believe that this bone-thin man in front of him was Wang Ziyi. The Wang Ziyi in his impression was tall, with a body of tendon flesh that could burst his clothes. He even more couldn't believe that Wang Ziyi had survived in this environment for 7 years. Are you Xiao Mu? Hearing that familiar name, Wang Ziyi was a little hesitant, and only after a long time did he dare to exit his mouth and call out Lin Mu's name. Uncle Wang, it's me. Lin Mu hurriedly responded, took off the duck-tongue cap on top of his head, and quickly walked towards Wang Ziyi. Seeing that familiar face, Wang Ziyi propped up the edge of the bed with his hands and stood up from the bed trembling. Xiao Mu, you've grown up and gotten taller. When Lin Mu approached, Wang Ziyi reached out his hand to pat Lin Mu's shoulder, but after seeing the dirt on his hand, he stopped patting his shoulder. After hesitating for a moment, he then looked at Lu Qingming on the side, then circled around a bit, bypassing Lin Mu, and stood in the middle of Lin Mu and Lu Qingming. Xiao Mu, you were found by him? Wang Ziyi walked between the two, looking at Lu Qingming warily, with a look of desperation. Ha! Do you see that I dared to say a word after I came in? Lu Qingming laughed at himself, helplessness written all over his face. Since your mission is complete, I won't torture you anymore, I'll entrust your assets to someone to pass on to your daughter, have a good trip. Lin Mu stood out and said faintly, then Lu Qingming collapsed straight down. There was still a tear in the corner of his eye. He didn't know whether it was because of his sadness, or because of his repentance, or because of Lin Mu's last words. Wang Ziyi was speechless for a while. He was somewhat unable to understand what had happened between the two. He originally thought that Lu Qingming had taken Lin Mu hostage, but now it seemed that the opposite was true. Uncle Wang, a lot of things have happened recently, I'll talk to you slowly later, let's go back first. Looking at Uncle Wang, who was puzzled and even a little alarmed, Lin Mu pacified him. What about Lu Qingming's corpse? Let him stay in town 8. He walked out from here, and now it's time to return to his roots. Without waiting for Wang Ziyi to react, Lin Mu led Wang Ziyi out of the small store of the Extraordinary Chamber of Commerce. As for Lu Qingming's corpse, he didn't deal with it, he wanted Lu Qingming to confess to his parents here. 10 minutes later, the White City's alarm sounded again. The chief of demon removal guards helplessly instructed towards the staff, just say that in order to prevent false alarms, do a test. Along the way, Lin Mu and Wang Ziyi talked about their own matters. Of course the system matter definitely couldn't be said, just a general recounting, referring to the system as a spirit herb. Wang Ziyi was in tears as he raised his head to look up at the sky and murmured, you guys can rest in peace. Seeing that Lin Mu was about to bring himself towards the hospital, Wang Ziyi hurriedly called out to stop Lin Mu. Xiao Mu, stop. Uncle Wang, what's the matter? It's better for me to go home and clean up in this state before meeting the mother and daughter. Wang Ziyi pointed to his hair, as well as his worn and blackened clothes, and the dirt and grime all over his body. Was in a bit of a hurry and didn't pay attention. Lin Mu then remembered that he had been imprisoned by Lu Qingming for 7 years, and he hadn't bathed for 7 years, so the stench on his body was very strong. Bringing Uncle Wang with this appearance over there, Auntie Zhang and Wang Miao Miao didn't know what they were going to cry about. Thinking of this, Lin Mu made a turn and flew towards the business district. When he let Uncle Wang into a high-class bathing center, the attendants at the entrance were shocked that there were still vagabonds in this era. But even if he disliked it, he still had to come up to greet him with a stiff upper lip. "Two gentlemen, what do you need?" The waiter approached a little closer. The strong stench, like a rural dry toilet under the sunny day, smoked his eyes could not open. "Arrange a full-body fine washing for me." "Yes, inside please." Lin Mu opened his mouth and said indifferently. The waiter nodded. If it wasn't for this bald young man standing here with an imposing presence, he wouldn't have come forward to entertain the homeless man next to him. Under the waiter's lead, the two came to a private room, and in came 3 technicians. As soon as the 3 technicians came in, although the waitress had already greeted them, it was still a bit hard to accept. Here is a high-grade bath center. They usually receive people who are either rich or noble, or have they ever encountered this situation? However, they have been working in this kind of place for a long time, and they know the rules inside. They can't refuse customers, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. After freezing for a while, the 3 of them still welcomed them with smiles on their faces. The first thing was to trim the hair, nails, and beard, and it took a while for the 3 men to get their hands dirty before they cut off a patch of hair. In order to soften these hairs, Lin Mu looked at the side of the heartache, used more than 10 bottles of softener, only to soften the crusted hard hair down. I do not know how Uncle Wang these years. I don't know what kind of will is holding Uncle Wang alive. Next is the sweat steam. Due to a long period of time without bathing, Wang Ziyi's skin has a thick layer of dirt, with the bath products cannot be rubbed down, can only be through the high humidity of the sweat steam, so that the dirt is softened and fall off. This steaming is a full steam for more than an hour. Lin Mu in the bed next to him is almost asleep. As a thick layer of dirt was gouged off, blood oozed out of his skin in many places because it had been sticky for so long. After this step, the next step was the essential oil treatment and whatnot, a bunch of messy treatments done for almost another hour. Lin Mu went out to buy a few clothes for Uncle Wang to come back. The last care is just about to end. The originally weak Wang Ziyi, under this operation, lay on the bed and huffed and puffed. Looking at the time has reached 3 o'clock in the morning, Lin Mu simply let Uncle Wang continue to sleep for a while before going to the hospital. At this time to go to Auntie Zhang and Wang Miao Miao are probably asleep. Chapter 57 Doll Marriage. Early the next morning, Lin Mu let Uncle Wang to settle the bill and walked out of the bathing center, which has good service and really expensive prices. Last night's meal operation surprisingly required 30,000 alliance coins. In the past, Lin Mu would never have dared to step into such a place. But now it was different. After having money, the bottom line had hardened a lot. In the senior ward of the city center hospital, Wang Miao Miao was feeding her mother breakfast. Every meal here was carefully prepared by the hospital and then sent directly by the nurses. Knock knock. A crisp knock sounded on the door, and Wang Miao Miao vaguely saw the familiar bald head through the frosted glass on the door. Is it Xiaomu? Wait. Sister Miao Miao, it's me. Miao Miao, go open the door. Without even having time to put down the bowl in her hand, Zhang Chuifeng urged Wang Miao Miao to open the door. After knowing that Lin Mu had gone to look for Zhang Zikai, Wang Miao Miao had locked the door last night, and after the nurse brought breakfast this morning, she also locked the door, just for fear that Zhang Zikai would come to take revenge on them. As the door lock was opened, seeing Lin Mu's familiar figure, Wang Miao Miao breathed a sigh of relief. You really went to look for Zhang Zikai last night? Is it all right? It's fine. Lin Mu took a step forward, and behind him, Wang Ziyi's figure was exposed to Wang Miao Miao's eyes. Clang! Wang Miao Miao froze. A man she had been haunting day and night appeared in front of her. A man who had only appeared in her dreams 7 years ago now stood in front of her. Miao Miao, what's wrong? Hearing the sound of the rice bowl hitting the ground, Zhang Chuifeng hurriedly looked towards the door and asked anxiously. Miao Miao, long time no see. Wang Ziyi looked at his daughter who was standing in front of him. His eyes were red, and the tears in the corners of his eyes couldn't stop flowing down. In these 7 years, he has been missing his wife and children all the time. In order to prevent Lu Qingming from finding them after his death, he has only agreed with Lu Qingming for a period of 10 years. 7 years of hellish life, endless suffering and torture. What kept him going was none other than Zhang Chuifeng and Wang Miao Miao and Lin Mu. He had to protect them and stall Lu Qingming. Dad. Although at this time Wang Ziyi's body was thin and his face had already lost its appearance, but that familiar fatherly love, she would never forget it. Wang Miao Miao made a flying leap and directly jumped into Wang Ziyi's arms. Bawling resounded throughout the entire corridor. Wang Ziyi gently patted Wang Miao Miao's back and sobbed, all these years, it's been bitter for you too. Zhang Chuifeng, who was on the hospital bed, saw the familiar figure and hurriedly got up. She didn't expect that she could still see the man who made her think day and night and couldn't sleep at night in her life. Seeing Auntie Zhang trying to get up, Lin Mu hurriedly supported her with his spiritual power and flew to the side of the father and daughter. Chuifeng. Shanghai. The two shouted each other's names as the 3 of them hugged each other tightly. Seeing the scene of the 3 embracing each other, Lin Mu couldn't help but feel a sourness in his heart and silently left the entrance of the room and walked to the end of the corridor. He looked at the rising sun in the east. The two clouds next to the sun were dyed gold, like a warm quilt covering the sky. Dad, Mom, how are you guys doing over there? A soft murmur spoke of his endless thoughts. Mac, do you miss Mom and Dad? At some point, Wang Miao Miao came to Lin Mu's side, and looking at Lin Mu, who was in deep thought, she said heartily, "It's a bit." Lin Mu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, then looked at Wang Miao Miao with a smile. "Today is the day of your family reunion, so I won't spoil the fun here. Why don't you go inside and keep Uncle Wang company? Go ahead and yell at me if you need anything. I'll leave first." Looking at the playful Lin Mu, Wang Miao Miao knew the pain in his heart. She was okay, although her father had disappeared, at least she had her mother with her. But Lin Mu was different. His parents were confirmed dead, and their bodies had been buried in the barren mountains behind the 8 building for 7 years. Seeing Lin Mu about to leave, Wang Miao Miao stepped forward and pulled his hand. "My dad wants you to come over." "What's the matter?" "I don't know, I think I'm looking for you about your parents." Hearing this, Lin Mu frowned. Could it be that there was something Lu Qingming hadn't said? "Go." Wang Miao Miao pulled Lin Mu's hand and walked towards the hospital room. Before reaching the hospital room, she shyly put Lin Mu's hand down again, her cheeks red like a ripe apple. "Uncle Wang, are you looking for me?" Seeing that both Uncle Wang and Auntie Zhang were waiting for him, he walked to the hospital bed and asked. Wang Zi pointed to the chair next to him. "Xiaomu, sit." "Good. Actually, I'm looking for you to talk about those meteorite iron things. Back then your parents discovered meteorite iron. We were discussing to share it equally together." Seeing Lin Mu sitting down, Wang Zi said bluntly, "Uncle Wang, you can just take those meteorite iron. It's not very useful to me." Lin Mu shook his head. With his current strength, if he wanted to get a piece of meteorite iron, wouldn't it be easy? Wang Zi also shook his head. "Those meteorite iron must be given to you. If it wasn't for you, your Auntie Zhang and your sister Miao Miao still don't know what they are like now. Without you, our family of 3 wouldn't be able to reunite." "Uncle Wang, you're out of line to say that. Without Auntie Zhang and you, I would have starved to death 7 years ago." Wang Zi knew that he couldn't argue with Lin Mu. He grew up watching Lin Mu. He knew very well what kind of character Lin Mu had. Just like his dead old son, both were stubborn donkeys. Then he changed his mind. "You don't want it. When Miao Miao marries over, when the dowry accompanies the dowry." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu was confused. Why is a sharp turn in conversation popular now? As soon as Wang Miao Miao heard this, her face flushed and she shyly said, "What are you talking about, Dad?" Wang Zi's eyes glared. "The marriage between you and Xiaomu was finalized when Xiaomu wasn't even born yet. There's no room for you to go back on your words. I'm the one who has the final say in this matter." Lin Mu looked at Uncle Wang dumbfounded. "No, Uncle Wang, when was it finalized? How come I don't know?" "Back then, before you were born, your father and I said that if it's a daughter we'll be sisters with Miao Miao, and if it's a son we'll let Miao Miao marry you." "Uncle Wang, you're not bluffing me." Wang Zi bristled. "What am I bluffing you for?" "Ask your Auntie Zhang. You still had your footprint stamped when you were born, and that marriage certificate is still in my house." "What marriage certificate? Why haven't I seen it?" Wang Miao Miao also had some questions. After so many years, which of the family's things she was not clear about? How come she didn't know that there was a marriage letter? She also felt that her dad was bluffing Lin Mu. Zhang Chuifang nodded. "Then the marriage certificate is on the back of our family photo." "Xiaomu, do you not see our Miao Miao?" Wang Zi asked, seeing that Lin Mu was a bit embarrassed. No. It just feels too sudden." Lin Mu hurriedly shook his head. He and Wang Miao Miao were childhood sweethearts. It was just that he hadn't reacted a bit to the sudden mention of marriage. "Since there isn't, then hurry up and set a date." "No, Dad, don't you even consult me?" "Consult you on what? What's there to consult about?" "The words of the parents, the matchmaker's agreement. What's there to consult about? Don't you agree?" Wang Miao Miao blushed, stomped her foot and ran out. Lin Mu couldn't help but sweat for a while as he listened to Uncle Wang's domineering words, worthy of being father and daughter. They both spoke in exactly the same tone. This dead kid. Happy in his heart and still pretending here. Wang Zi looked at Wang Miaomia, who ran out and skimmed his mouth. He knows his daughter's character very well. What she thinks in her heart is also very clear to him. Chapter 58. Do you know the soul? Wang Zi glanced at Lin Mu and realized that Lin Mu was also blushing. Xiaomu, I'll hold an engagement ceremony for you guys in a while. If you have friends, you can call them all over. Lin Mu was still in shock and hadn't slowed down. When he heard this, he immediately said back, Uncle Wang, isn't it a bit too fast? You should at least give us some time to adapt. What do you call Uncle Wang? Call your father-in-law. My body won't last much longer. I just want to see Miao Miao get married before I die. Can't you even fulfill this wish? Lin Mu had a big headache. He knew Uncle Wang's body very well, although his body was weak, but he was still able to make up for it through the later stages. Not to mention more, he could still live for at least 20 to 30 years, but if he wanted to say that, Lin Mu really had no way to refute it. He could only nod helplessly. I'll try my best. Wang Zi saw Lin Mu concede and nodded with satisfaction, while in his heart he was secretly happy. I've lived for so many years, but I still can't rule you? Right, there's one more thing. It's about your parents. One more thing? Lin Mu thought that Uncle Wang called him over just to talk about this marriage, but he didn't realize that there was something else. He straightened his body slightly and sat upright. Uncle Wang, you say? What are you shouting at me for? Wang Ziyi's eyebrows slanted. Father-in-law, you say? Lin Mu scratched his nose and shouted out those two words with difficulty, a little less adapted to the sudden addition of a father-in-law. Wang Ziyi, on the other hand, nodded with satisfaction, then frowned and said, actually, I suspect that your parents aren't dead. What? Hearing this, Lin Mu stood up with great enthusiasm and looked at Uncle Wang with disbelief. His parents' bodies were buried by his own hands. He would go to pay tribute every year. How could they not be dead? Is there a hidden agenda here? Don't you get so excited. Wang Ziyi waved his hand, signaling Lin Mu to sit down. I'm also just skeptical. Not very sure, because that matter is a bit beyond my imagination. After Lin Mu sat down, he listened to Wang Ziyi begin to speak slowly. I had a stomachache that day and escaped, but there was one strange thing. The nine-headed python passed by there after your parents' deaths, but appeared to be in a panic. The nine-headed python really went there? I thought Lu Qingming lied to me. Wang Ziyi shook his head. He didn't lie to you. The nine-headed python did go there, but it didn't take anyone captive that time. It even took a look at me and left in a hurry. Does the nine-headed python often take cultivators captive in the 8th rift? Not often, anyway. 10 years ago, it would come out every month or two. We even projected the time it came out and specifically avoided it. So what does this have to do with my parents' death? Maybe it just didn't want to take you captive that day? Wang Ziyi shook his head. It's not the nine-headed snake that's weird, it's the nine-headed python after it's gone. After the nine-headed python flew away that day, I was going to go and help your parents collect their corpses, but I didn't realize that a huge palm that was infinitely close to being transparent fished out from above your parents' corpses. In that very instant, I felt like my soul was going to be pulled out of my body by the palm, and all of the iron-armored turtles around me were lying on the ground, not daring to move. I suspect that the huge palm took your parents' souls, and the nine-headed python must have sensed something and hurriedly fled from there. Speaking here, Wang Ziyi didn't continue to speak further because he didn't know how to explain such things. Soul? Giant palms? Nine-headed python. Lin Mu softly chanted under his breath. These things that Uncle Wang had spoken about were beyond his comprehension. Uncle Wang, do you believe that people have souls? Wang Ziyi nodded and looked at Lin Mu with steely eyes. I believe it because I've seen human souls go out of body with my own eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said that big hand is here to fish for your parents' souls. A word of stone, Lin Mu didn't expect Uncle Wang to have such an experience. Can you tell me about it? Wang Ziyi took a deep breath and slowly said, when I was little, my health was not good, so my father took me to recognize a foster father, saying that it could block disasters. At that time, I didn't understand why I had to recognize a little cutie as a foster father, but because of my young age, I could only listen to my dad's arrangement. We would send something to the foster father's house every New Year's Eve. I remember it was when I was 10 years old, and my dad was unavailable, so he let me go to my foster father's house alone. That was the day I saw a translucent little man fly out from inside my foster father's body, scaring me to death. The next day, I learned that my father had died. Then I heard from my mom that it was because my father had recognized a son who he shouldn't have recognized, and that the son's calamity was so deep that my father couldn't stop it and died. Lin Mu listened to Wang Ziyi finish like listening to a ghost story. This kind of sending father thing he also knew, but there was no evidence to prove that this thing worked. Before the Earth Star alteration, there were indeed some unbelievable things circulating in the folklore, but since entering the cultivation era, these things were slowly becoming unbelievable. Nowadays, people believed in the idea that martial arts could lead to God. Moreover, he had opened his upper dantian now, so if there really was such a thing as a soul, then he should be able to see Lu Qingming's soul after he killed him. But looking at the way Uncle Wang swore, Lin Mu was also a little shaken. Maybe some things really existed, they just couldn't see them. Thinking of this, Lin Mu suddenly remembered someone. Maybe he would know something. Uncle Wang, I'm going to make a call first, wait a moment. After saying that, Lin Mu took his cell phone and walked out of the ward. Hey, Elder Gu, I want to ask you a question. You say, do you know about souls? There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Where did you learn that? One of my elders told me about it. Is there something wrong with you for asking this? It's about my parents' death. There was silence on the other end of the line again. Lin Mu, I can only tell you that souls do exist, and I've seen them. Really? Lin Mu was stimulated by Gu Minglan's words and asked with some excitement. But what I want to tell you is that as far as within the people I know, there isn't anyone who can prove that the soul exists. If everything in the world has laws to speak of, only the soul seems to have no laws. Out of the hundreds of skybreaking realms on Earthstar, I've never heard of anyone who can control the soul. Gu Minglan uttered these words after deep thought. Elder Gu, what do you think the soul is? If I take the perspective of a cultivator, I can't explain it. But from a scientific point of view, the soul should belong to something at a high latitude. Our bodies are at a low latitude, and the soul is controlling our low latitude bodies at a high latitude. Lin Mu was confused by these words. He had read a lot of information and had indeed heard the scientific community's explanation for the soul, but how could something that wasn't in 2 dimensions create a control reaction? If one had a soul, then where exactly was it? It doesn't seem to be in one's body, yet it exists in a unique way, controlling one's consciousness. Chapter 59 Prying, Backlash. Lin Mu, what's wrong with you? Gu Minglan asked somewhat anxiously as he listened to the sound that didn't come out of his cell phone for half a day. Elder Gu, I'm fine. Just thinking about something. Lin Mu was recalling the records about souls in his mind, and only came back to his senses when he heard Gu Minglan's voice. Lin Mu, this soul thing definitely exists. I saw it once when I was a kid before the Earth star mutated. But this is something I advise you not to study. There used to be a vastness-breaking realm venerable who specialized in souls, and then died without a sound. Someone studied it? Lin Mu became interested when he heard this. The fact that someone had studied it proved that the soul was indeed something that could be studied. Of course, there are people who have studied it. In the thousands of years of history of the Dragon Kingdom, there are not a few cases of out-of-body souls. In the past, the said feathered immortality might be soul ascension. But no one has ever been able to say what the soul actually is either. Did that void-breaking realm venerable leave any information behind? No. Elder Gu, thank you for clearing up the confusion. Small matter. After hanging up the phone, the 2-word soul kept echoing in Lin Mu's mind. Returning to the ward, he said goodbye to Uncle Wang and Auntie Zhang before returning to his home in the 8 building. This matter is something he must understand. If not, there will always be a hurdle in his heart that he can't get past. Now that he knew the existence of the soul, the big hand that Uncle Wang told himself about must be real. Back home, he began to frantically look up information on the internet. There used to be a lot of records about souls inside the ancient books of the Dragon Kingdom. Nowadays, scientists have never interrupted their research on souls, and there are even laboratories specializing in soul research. After looking at it for a whole day and night, Lin Mu felt like his head was mush, and all kinds of knowledge about the soul filled his mind. In fact, modern science hadn't made much progress in the knowledge of the soul. It was only studied with faith, and some laboratories kept a lot of people who were on the verge of death in order to gain some progress from them. And the ancient arts of the Dragon Kingdom don't have many descriptions of the soul, just a few sentences back and forth. A human being is born in the soul of heaven, and is formed in the spirit of Yuan. The root of the celestial soul is born, and the fetus of the spirit is born. The beginning of life is said to be prana, that is, the birth of prana. Yang is said to be the soul with the essence of the material more, then the soul is strong. Soul, the name of the gods, this from the form of gas and half form of gas is different, the soul is different. Essence is in terms of things, soul is in terms of people, ghosts and gods are in terms of people. Therefore, the explanation of the ancient art for the soul is that the soul is an invisible being, a form of chi expression in the human body. Moncler outlet, Bo. After reading the literature for a day and getting little useful stuff, his heart crossed, forcibly suppressing that sense of crisis in his heart. The 30,000 points of attributes he had accumulated were all added on top of his enlightenment, and then he physically realized the existence of the soul in his mind. Buzz. A loud boom rang out in his mind, and Lin Mu's spiritual energy automatically diffused out from his upper dantian, and he only felt that his spiritual energy had arrived above the Earth star. As his spiritual energy moved farther and farther away, Lin Mu felt like he had broken through countless layers of space and arrived in a space where no time passed. Countless rivers of stars could be seen rotating in a particular pattern in the space. A long, hidden river ran through the entire space, which shimmered with warm light, and upon closer inspection those lights were made up of small dots one after another. Just as he wanted to move closer to the long river, an inexplicable greatness instantly attacked him. Ah! Lin Mu screamed miserably. His spiritual energy instantly shrunk into his upper dantian, which was almost shattered by that great force, and the surrounding spiritual chi madly surged towards it. He found that he couldn't mobilize his spiritual energy. The upper dantian was in a state of closure, and the buzzing sound in his head went on and on. His face was pale and the sweat on his cheeks kept falling down. It was only after a while that an opening reopened in the upper dantian, and spiritual energy slowly flowed through it. A little brat who hasn't transcended life and death has actually come here. Interesting. Above the long river, a middle-aged man who was taking a stroll looked at Lin Mu's departing direction and muttered, "If it wasn't for my strong physique, my upper dantian would have been shattered this time." Lin Mu looked inside the upper dantian with some fear. At the moment, although it had been repaired quite a bit, he could still see the horrible cracks on the inner wall of the upper dantian. What is that space? What is that long river? Are those points of light souls? Why do souls exist in that way? He had originally thought that souls existed in human form, which was a huge contrast to his perception. However, Lin Mu was certain that what was in that long river must be a soul. The system never made mistakes, otherwise he couldn't have comprehended the laws of space and the laws of invisibility. But he also didn't dare to continue to peer into that long river. Just now that one time, it almost killed him. His spiritual power couldn't recover without a few days. For the next 4 days, Lin Mu, apart from visiting Auntie Zhang every day, spent the rest of the time staying at the rescue house home, slowly repairing the upper dantian. The Black Dragon Society and Zhang Tianfen didn't come looking for trouble either, which made him feel strange. However, the Black Dragon Society did not come. He would go to the Black Dragon Society. Together with the Grand Elder this time, the Black Dragon Society had practiced a total of 2 assassinations on him, and it was not his character to not report a grudge. As for Zhang Tianfen's side, he only had a grudge against Zhang Zikai, and Zhang Tianfen really didn't have any deep hatred. If Zhang Tianfen didn't come to look for him, he didn't intend to look for Zhang Tianfen's trouble either. Thinking of this, Lin Mu got up and picked up the green sea sword, instantly disappearing into the room. Black Dragon Nightclub, the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. At this time it was afternoon, the slanting sun was shining, there was no one inside the nightclub. Can come to the nightclub to play, basically are some rich second generation or official second generation, or else some small hooligans. At this point, these people are nestled in their homes to sleep, the nightclub naturally also cooled down. This gentleman, may I ask what can I do for you? At the entrance of the nightclub, the brawny man in a suit stopped Lin Mu. What, is your nightclub closed today? Lin Mu asked, dumbfounding the big man. The nightclub was open 24 hours, but those who came to the nightclub in the daytime basically had something to look for. No one would come to the nightclub to spend money during the daytime, this was common sense. Here is the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. Some unseemly hooks are booked during the day, because fewer people are convenient to talk about things. Business, only now the girls are off duty, there's nothing to play inside, you can come back at night. The big man looked at Lin Mu's young face and thought it was a young chick who came to a nightclub to play for the first time, and explained. It's fine, I just came over to have a drink. Hearing this, the big man frowned, but still stepped aside. As a nightclub, one couldn't turn away guests. Chapter 60, Making a Ruckus. Walking into the interior of the nightclub, on the wall behind the front desk, a large black dragon was painted. Lin Mu went straight to the front desk, and the little girl at the front desk gave him a curious look and asked, Sir, may I ask if it's a kill order or a hurt order? The little girl at the front desk treated Lin Mu as a gold master who came to place an order and asked directly. I just came to drink. The young girl was confused when she heard this, it was the first time he had seen someone come to a nightclub to drink in broad daylight. Air. Private room minimum consumption 18,000, do you have cash or brush your face? However, as the receptionist of the Black Dragon Club, although she did not receive drinkers at night, she had a good mental quality and immediately responded. Give me 2 bottles of top quality white wine, brush your face. Okay. With Lin Mu's successful authentication on the spending machine, the affiliate account was instantly missing $80,000. Sir, please follow me. As soon as the money was swiped over, a waiter immediately ran out from the side and led Lin Mu up to the second floor. Ha! This wine is really expensive. No wonder the Black Dragon Society can sit at the top of the White City's underground forces. He spat behind him as he walked. When he was a child, he heard his grandfather say that in the past, the better white wine was only a few thousand a bottle, and although prices are higher now, it's not like they've doubled 10 times at once. Because the stock of liquor is still a lot, plus there are still a lot of breweries, so the price of liquor is not much more expensive. So expensive, a bottle of wine down, the Black Dragon will have to earn a few times the difference in price. Sir, what did you say? The waiter in front heard Lin Mu muttering and turned his head to ask. Nothing, lead the way. Lin Mu calmly replied back and quickly arrived in the private room. Soon, 2 bottles of white wine were brought in, and there were also 2 plates of small dishes attached. He ate them unhurriedly, like a drunkard who was borrowing wine to drown his sorrows, 1 mouthful of wine and 1 mouthful of vegetables. His spiritual power, however, had long been locked onto the general manager's office at the end of the second floor. He watched with interest as the 2 people in the office chatted, and one of them turned out to be Zhang Tianfen. President Li, then it's just like what was talked about, you help me with this trouble, and I'll help you take a piece of land in the relief building. Director Zhang, don't worry, if it's true as you said, this Lin Mu is at most a mountain-moving 3rd stage, then it's simpler for me to kill him than pinching an ant. Don't worry about this point, I spent a great deal of money to get his information from inside the demon removal guard system, this information is said to have taken the same path as Li Changqing, there's absolutely no mistake. Happy cooperation then. Happy cooperation. Listening to the conversation between the two, although Lin Mu didn't know what they were talking about in front of him, he could be sure that Zhang Tianfen was looking for Li Huaxiang to buy his life. Especially when he heard Li Changqing's name, the wine in Lin Mu's mouth almost spewed out from inside his nose. Big brother Li, you're really good at earning money. Looking at Zhang Tianfen, he must have paid a great price to get his information. When he said those words, Lin Mu could clearly feel his blood flow speeding up. Li Changqing had only given a little bit of fake information to get a huge payoff, this money came too easily. However, when he heard him say that the rescue building to give a piece of land, Lin Mu realized that this Tianfen's power is really not general, a director is always a piece of land promised out, no wonder Zhang Zikai dared to be so arrogant in the municipal. Waiter! What's going on with this wine of yours? Since he had arrived here and was originally here to collect Li Huaqiang's life, Lin Mu started his own show. Sir, what's wrong with this wine? The waiter saw the service light come on and immediately ran in, looking at the red-faced Lin Mu and asked. What's the problem? This wine is the same as plain water, how am I supposed to drink it? Lin Mu took the bottle and shook it twice, pretending to be drunk. Sir, you are drunk. How can wine be the same as water? When the waiter saw Lin Mu in this state, he immediately reacted that he was drunk. Put your mother's bowl, I started drinking when I was 3 years old, can I not know if there's a problem with the wine? After saying that, he smashed the bottle in his hand. Fortunately the waiter dodged fast, otherwise that ceramic bottle smashed into the foot is not easy. The waiter's nameless anger surged to his heart and roared, Sir, you're drunk. If you keep this up, I'm going to call security. The corner of Lin Mu's mouth popped up in a wry smile. He wanted this effect, otherwise a small waiter would be able to dodge the bottle he threw. I'm drunk your ass, I started drinking when I was 3 and haven't gotten drunk since I was 5. After saying that, another empty wine bottle was thrown over, this time favorably hitting the waiter's paw. Ah! The waiter let out a scream, covered his paw, and stared fiercely at Lin Mu. You stepped on a horse, did you give your face? Do you know what this place is? Dare to make trouble here? He then took out the walkie-talkie on his waist and roared, Brother Chang, 203 someone is causing trouble, hurry and bring someone over. Roger! A raspy voice came over the intercom, and in no time at all, the outside of the private room was filled with people. Brother Chang, it's this kid, drinking and acting crazy here. The waitress said to a bald man with a fierce look on his face at the door, who went straight to Lin Mu as soon as he entered the room. He grabbed Lin Mu's collar and said viciously, Kid, dare to come to our Black Dragon Society to cause trouble, you're afraid your life is too long. After saying that, he raised his hand and clenched his fist and was about to punch Lin Mu. Lin Mu directly dropped the bald head on the ground with an over-the-shoulder slam. What kind of bull Black Dragon Society, selling fake alcohol and still dare to be so arrogant? He staggered and tried to walk out, but the bald head grabbed his pants leg by death. Together, kill this brat for me. As soon as the burly men gathered outside the door heard this, they rushed towards Lin Mu. In no time, everyone fell to the ground, leaving only Lin Mu to slowly walk out of the room. The waiter was stunned at this scene, and hurriedly took his walkie-talkie and called out, Get all the brothers outside to come to the second floor of the nightclub, there's a 10,000 cauldron realm cultivator smashing up the scene here. Lin Mu smiled heartily when he heard this. The reason why he was pretending to be crazy here was to wipe out the Black Dragon Society. He staggered towards the first floor, and just as he reached the stairway, a bunch of people came crowding outside the nightclub, at least 100 of them, all holding machetes in their hands. Seeing this scene, he immediately turned around and headed upstairs. Chop him up for me. A man in a suit at the head of the group raised the knife in his hand and rushed toward Lin Mu. Outside the door, there was also a steady stream of people getting off the bus to rush inside the nightclub, and among them, there was no shortage of Wanding Realm cultivators. Inside the general manager's office, listening to the commotion outside, Li Huaxiang frowned and picked up his cell phone to make a call. What's going on outside? President, there's a Wanding Realm cultivator causing trouble at the nightclub. Hurry up and solve it. Yes. Li Huaxiang hung up the phone and smiled at Zhang Tianfen. Director Zhang, it's just a little bastard, don't worry about it, let's keep drinking. After saying that, he picked up the wine glass in his hand and clinked it against Zhang Tianfen's. Chapter 61, My brother is Zhang Tianfen. Lin Mu walked inside the private room and blocked the door of the room with his spiritual power, and no matter how much the people outside bumped into it, they just couldn't open it. What's going on? Can't even bang on a door? The middle-aged man who was leading the group frowned at the little brother who was banging on the door and rebuked. Brother Tiger, this kid's strength is not small, he's blocking the door inside, we can't ram it. Get out of the way. Tiger pushed his little brother out of the way and kicked at the door, only to be shaken back by an equal force. Notify all the hall masters, bring all the brothers who can come and gather in a hurry, this kid is estimated to be a Wanding late stage. Mustn't let him escape, surround the nightclub for me. He instructed the junior brothers on the side, then shouted towards Lin Mu inside the door, Kid, hurry up and come out and admit your mistake, we can forget about it, otherwise you can't escape even if you're in the Wanding realm. You're not very old and you have the cultivation of the 10,000 cauldron realm, I think you must have suffered a lot, don't refuse to do so and waste a good cultivation for nothing. Seeing that the person inside didn't say anything, Tiger's face was gloomy, but he could already tell that the kid inside had a late Wanding cultivation from the force of the recoil just now, and he couldn't crash through that door. Lin Mu, on the other hand, didn't care about that much. He used his spiritual power to look at the downstairs of the nightclub as car after car drove by. In just 20 minutes, the nightclub had already gathered nearly 1,000 people. This Black Dragon Society's execution is really not low. Seeing the last few cultivators of the middle to late Wanding stage walk in, he knew that all that could come should have come. Boom! A few hall masters had just entered the hall on the first floor of the nightclub when the door closed for no reason, and a few people were startled. Go open the door. They thought that it was one of the juniors who didn't know how to close the door, but when 5 or 6 juniors couldn't pull the door open, they realized that it wasn't that simple. Hurry up and inform the president, there is a mountain-shifting realm sect master causing trouble. To be able to close this door from afar and still have it not open, there was only one possibility that a mountain-shifting realm had come over to look for trouble. Li Huaxiang, who was drinking comfortably inside his office, frowned when he saw the call from his men. What is it? President, a mountain-moving realm patriarch has come to cause trouble, and the doors of the nightclub have been shut down. What? Any idea who it is? Is it the Brotherhood or the Four Seas Alliance? As soon as he heard the anxious voices of his men, Li Huaxiang stood up. Since the death of the Grand Elder, the other two underground organizations in White City started to steal their territory. He was tired of running around alone, and these days he was resting in the nightclub, just for fear of being stolen from his old home. Fortunately, his cultivation, higher than the other two organizations of the oldest cultivation, otherwise the Black Dragon would have long lost. It was hard to be quiet for a while today, but I didn't expect to be beaten at the door. I don't know. Li Huaxiang hung up the phone and arched his hand towards Zhang Tianfen. Director Zhang, I'll go and take care of it first. If there's no hurry, you can stay here with me for a while. When I've finished with that person, then I'll send you away. Zhang Tianfen waved his hand and said, Chairman Li, you go ahead and get busy. After saying that, Li Huaxiang turned around and headed out of the office, heading towards the place where people were gathered at the end of the corridor. Chairman! Everyone shouted in unison when they saw Li Huaxiang walking over. What's going on in there? Chairman, we thought it was just a wandering realm, but we didn't expect it to be a mountain-shifting realm patriarch. Tiger stepped forward and replied. Is it a familiar face? No, haven't seen it. It's a youngster, doesn't look like someone from the Brotherhood or the Four Seas Alliance. As soon as Li Huaxiang heard this, his spiritual power cautiously probed towards the door, only to be blocked by a spiritual power that was almost as powerful as his. Li Huaxiang purposely asked before he dared to probe with his spiritual power. He was afraid that inside were the experts invited by the Brotherhood and the Four Seas Alliance. If it was the bosses of the Four Seas Alliance and the Brotherhood, he was completely unafraid of just one person coming. Brothers inside, I am Li Huaxiang, the president of the Black Dragon Society. I don't know where we have any poor hospitality. Lin Mu was crossing his legs inside. The absolute domain had already blocked off the entire building, and he wasn't in a hurry. I'm here today, I'm here to punish evil. You guys report your sins, and I'll punish you at my discretion. Li Huaxiang originally thought that the other party's cultivation wasn't bad, and that they might have come to amuse themselves and be angered by their own people. I didn't expect the other party to come to pick a fight. Your Excellency, our Black Dragon Society has no grudge against you. Li Huaxiang narrowed his eyes and said in a chilling voice. The other party could stop his spiritual power, and he didn't dare to act rashly. There's a grudge. Your Black Dragon Society has taken several of my assassination missions. Lin Mu said slowly inside the private room. It might be that the brothers below don't know what they're doing. I'll immediately revoke the assassination order against you now, and give you another compensation. Do you think that's okay? Li Huaxiang frowned. Could it be that the middleman lied about the cultivation of the target again? I said, I'm here today to punish the wicked. Kid, don't give your face away. Hearing this reply once again, Li Huaxiang roared in anger. His spiritual power directly skyrocketed, and a raging spiritual power impacted above the door of the room. But the door didn't open, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from Li Huaxiang. Inverted Sea Realm Powerhouse. He felt like his spiritual power had hit a steel plate, instantly understanding the cultivation level of the person inside the door. Director Zhang, please also help me through this. Li Huaxiang knew that this matter was not something he could solve anymore. He could only hope on Zhang Tianfen. He knew the ability of the person behind Zhang Tianfen. Maybe the inverted sea realm inside the private room would give him a face. When Zhang Tianfen heard Li Huaxiang's call, he immediately got up from the office. He was still counting on Li Huaxiang to help him solve his son's murderer. Mighty man inside, I'm Zhang Tianfen, the director of the Municipal Urban Reform Bureau. The Black Dragon Society should have been undermined. I still hope you can give me face and spare the Black Dragon Society for once. After he came over, Li Huaxiang told him what happened. Zhang Tianfen felt that the problem shouldn't be too big. After all, the person behind him wasn't ordinary, and a normal inverted sea realm would give some face. Zhang Tianfen? What salty fish and stinky shrimp? You're a 10,000 ding realm. You're also worthy of making me give face. When Lin Mu heard this, he instantly reacted. This Zhang Tianfen definitely had someone behind him, otherwise he would never dare to talk to an inverted sea realm like this. My cousin is the founder of the Heavenly King Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Tianfen, your excellency should have heard of it. Seeing that the people inside were completely ignoring him, Zhang Tianfen could only move the person behind him out. Lin Mu, on the other hand, picked up his cell phone to check Zhang Tianfen's messages, and without looking, he was shocked. No wonder Zhang Tianfen dared to talk to himself like this, so this Heavenly King was indeed not simple. Zhang Tianwang, Inverted Sea Realm 8th Stage Cultivator, founder of the Heavenly King Chamber of Commerce, or honorary Vice City Lord of the Sea City Cultivator Alliance. Because of his status as a merchant, he could not join the Cultivator Alliance, and so he was just hanging on to a name. You said that your brother is Zhang Tianwang. How do I know that you're not bluffing me? I have the black gold card of the Heavenly King Chamber of Commerce here. This kind of card the Heavenly King Chamber of Commerce has only given out a few in total, and all of them were given to Void-Breaking Realm Exalted. This should prove it. After saying that, Zhang Tianfen pulled out a black card from his pocket, which was surrounded by a gold border all around. Lin Mu didn't expect that this Zhang Tianfen was so deeply hidden. Li Changqing didn't even see him in the Cultivator Alliance database. Moreover, the information on the internet showed that Zhang Tianfen was also completely absent from Zhang Tianwang's character relationships. He checked the black gold card, and it was indeed only issued to Void-Breaking Realm Exalted, so it was impossible for Zhang Tianfen to get it with his cultivation level. Chapter 62. Has the Dragon King's mansion heard of it? Does your brother, as an honorary elder of the Cultivator Alliance, know that you hooked up with the Black Dragon Society? This great power, the Black Dragon Society and I are just normal business cooperation, there is no other relationship. Hearing this, Zhang Tianfen's hanging heart instantly fell halfway down. He was afraid that this great power inside wouldn't give face to his brother, but judging from these words, the person inside still knew his brother, Zhang Tianwang. Oh? Just normal business cooperation? This business cooperation of yours is quite wide-ranging. It even includes assassinating me. Who are you? As soon as he heard this, Zhang Tianfen felt that something was wrong and immediately asked back. As soon as the words fell, the door of the private room was suddenly opened, and a young man who had just grown a little stubble on his head sat on the sofa, looking at him with a smile. It's you! Zhang Tianfen and Li Huaqiang exclaimed out in shock at the same time, their faces incredulous as they stared at the graceful young man in the room with wide eyes. Is it strange? Director Zhang, President Li. Lin Mu stood up. When he moved, the people outside the door retreated back, but they were blocked by the people behind them. After a commotion, only Zhang Tianfen and Li Huaqiang were left at the door. The two of them knew that if Lin Mu was really a pouring sea realm powerhouse, they couldn't run away. Who is Li Changqing to you? Zhang Tianfen immediately realized that the information he had received was not accurate. A friend. Lin Mu replied with a smile. So young to be a great power of the inverted sea realm, the power behind you must not be simple, then why are you mingling at the lowest level of the municipal government? Is it just to kill my son? Zhang Tianfen roared. He thought that even if Lin Mu was at the inverted sea realm, he wouldn't dare to kill him. I'm a bottom should be born to be bullied by you guys? Your son is arrogant and bossy, sooner or later he will cause a big trouble. I'm helping you deal with the hidden danger in advance, you should thank me. What's wrong with my son being arrogant and bossy? His eldest uncle is Heavenly King Zhang, doesn't he have the capital to be arrogant and bossy? Lin Mu was shocked. It's true that the kind of son you have, the kind of father you have. The old saying that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse hits a hole in the ground was really true. As a pouring sea realm, the backbone of humanity, what's wrong with me killing your son? Don't I have the capital to kill your son? He returned Zhang Tianfen's words, one sentence at a time. Zhang Tianfen's face turned red as he roared. So what if you're a great power of the inverted sea realm? If you killed my son, you still have to pay for it. Ha! You ask Zhang Tianfen to come and try. He's at the headquarters of the Heavenly King Chamber of Commerce in Haichang. I'd like to see if you can get him to come over and kill me. We'll see. Zhang Tianfen knew that it was impossible to kill Lin Mu today. He didn't expect Lin Mu to be an inverted sea realm powerhouse. Even his brother, Zhang Tianwan, wouldn't easily mess with a young inverted sea realm powerhouse. This kind of demonic level genius must have a big power behind him to protect him. His brother wouldn't do it easily for a nephew, but he had the capital to make Zhang Tianwan help him take revenge. He had checked Lin Mu's information in the municipality. Lin Mu had been a bottom-level cultivator a month ago, and in a month's time he had advanced to become a great power of the inverted sea realm. Even if he had hidden his cultivation in the past, such a young inverted sea realm, even if he had the support of a great power, there must be a secret in his body. He was going to use this secret to stimulate Heavenly King Zhang, so that Heavenly King Zhang would make a move to kill Lin Mu. He could only put down a harsh sentence, then turned around and left. Did I tell you to leave? Zhang Tianfen had just turned around when a ghostly voice sounded from behind him, and then he realized that he couldn't move. You still want to kill me? If you kill me, the power behind you won't be able to protect you no matter how strong it is. You're a 10,000 cauldron realm, even if you're a cousin of Heavenly King Zhang, you're still just a cousin. Where did you get such confidence to talk to me like that? Lin Mu snorted coldly. He realized that Zhang Tianfen was even more arrogant than his son Zhang Zikai. His son still knew how to beg for forgiveness, but he was still arrogant at the end of his life. Ha ha. Just now I have sent your name to my brother. I asked my brother to check your details. If you kill me, my brother will surely find out about you. He will surely take revenge for me. If I kill you, your brother won't avenge you either. Do you believe me? You can try. You think I'm just his cousin? You can check on the internet. I'm not even in Heavenly King Zhang's character relations. Lin Mu frowned. It was really like that. It was reasonable to say that the cousins of such a big shot would be listed online. Cousins were still relatively close. Surprisingly, they weren't inside Heavenly King Zhang's network of relationships. My brother spent a large amount of money to remove my name from inside his relationship network. Even inside the Cultivator Alliance's database, our relationship has been deleted. Do you think I just came to White City to hang around? Hearing this, Lin Mu suddenly thought of something and murmured, you were arranged by your brother to come here, specifically to help him mess around with White City's land. Zhang Tianfen laughed out loud and said, "You're really a bit smart, you can guess all this through my mere words, now do you still dare to kill me?" Lin Mu smiled slightly. "No wonder you, as Zhang Tianfen's cousin, are working as a director of the Urban Reform Bureau in Baichang, so it's to facilitate Zhang Tianfen's acquisition of land in Baichang. However, what makes you think that I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Zhang Tianfen froze for a moment, he kind of couldn't believe his ears, knowing his importance, Lin Mu even wanted to kill him? Scare me? Lin Mu snorted coldly, "Do you know about the Dragon King's mansion?" Zhang Tianfen's eyes widened, his pupils gradually dilated as he looked at Lin Mu with a face of disbelief. "You're from the Dragon King's mansion? You should have gone to the Cultivator Alliance and checked my information." "Can't see it." "Why do you think you can't see it?" "Ha ha. A demon so young and with information so well protected, it seems like only the Dragon King's mansion can do it." Hearing Lin Mu's indifferent language, Zhang Tianfen laughed out loud, then immediately said in a cold voice, "But all the people from the Dragon King's mansion have the position of inspector in their possession, you don't. The identity of an inspector can't just be hidden." "Honorable elder, ever heard of it?" Zhang Tianfen was shocked and stunned for a long time before he roared, "Impossible, honorary elders are all void-breaking realm exalted. Absolutely impossible. You know quite a lot. The honorary elder of the Dragon King's mansion killing an insignificant cousin, Heavenly King Zhang wouldn't dare to do anything about it yet." Lin Mu was actually pulling up the tiger's skin to make a big drum, he just wanted to see if Zhang Tianfen knew about the Dragon King mansion. If Zhang Tianfen knew about the Dragon King mansion, then Zhang Tianwang must have known about it as well. Apart from the Dragon King, no one else could read his own information, which belonged to the highest level of secrecy. By the time Zhang Tianwan realized that he couldn't read his information, he would definitely guess his identity, so he could stabilize Zhang Tianwan. Even if he couldn't be stabilized, he could still make Zhang Tianwan consume a certain amount of time in this regard. "Since you know so much, let's send you on your way." "Don't! You can't kill me." Zhang Tianfen truly felt fear at this moment. If the people from the Dragon King's mansion killed him, Zhang Tianwan would not necessarily take revenge for him. That arrogant and domineering aura of relying on his cousin instantly wilted, and he began to be afraid. Chapter 63: The Black Dragon Society's Destruction. La 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 la. Lin Mu was about to get down to business when the phone suddenly rang. He pursed his lips. Who would call at this time? Taking out his cell phone, he was surprised to see that it was someone he knew, only not too well. "Hey, Elder Zhang, what's up?" "Lin Mu, do you have Zhang Tianfen?" "I have him." Lin Mu hesitated for a moment before replying. He didn't expect Zhang Tianwang to move so fast. In such a short time he had found Zhang Hongyuan as a lobbyist. Heavenly King Zhang must have seen that the confidentiality level of his information was too high and suspected that he was involved with the Dragon King's mansion, so he called Zhang Hongyuan to confirm. Just now, he had damaged Zhang Tianfen's cell phone with his spiritual power, just because he was afraid that he would call Zhang Tianfen. But man's plan was not as good as heaven's plan. He did not expect that Zhang Tianwang would check his information at this time, and it was good to see that Zhang Tianfen could not be contacted. "Heavenly King Zhang asked me to ask you for a favor and let Zhang Tianfen go." Sure enough, exactly as he expected, Zhang Hongyuan had come to be a lobbyist. "Elder Zhang, do you know about Zhang Tianfen and me?" Zhang Hongyuan on the other side of the phone was also silent. After a while he said, "Li Changqing and I talked about some of it. Zhang Zikai's matter. Zhang Tianfen promised to make amends and apologize to you." "Make amends and apologize and that's it?" "The two of them, father and son, but they wanted to kill me. If it wasn't for my sudden rise to power, I'm afraid that I would be a corpse by now." "I know, but listen to my advice. Killing Zhang Tianfen is a small matter, but if you still kill Zhang Tianfen even though Zhang Tianwang personally begged for mercy, he'll feel that you've slapped his face. Zhang Tianwang has a dark nature, although he doesn't dare to blatantly make a move on you, but you can't defend yourself against small moves in the dark. You are not afraid, but what about that childhood friend of yours and his parents?" When these words came out, Lin Mu also frowned. Zhang Hongyuan had said the thing he was most worried about. He had the amulet of the Dragon King's mansion. Heavenly King Zhang didn't necessarily dare to touch him, but he couldn't guarantee the safety of Wang Miao Miao and Uncle Wang's couple. "Ha ha. Lin Mu, now do you still dare to kill me?" Zhang Tianfen, who was on the side, heard the conversation between Lin Mu and Zhang Hongyuan, and he also knew that the one who called was Zhang Hongyuan, a voice he was familiar with. So he arrogantly roared, thinking that Lin Mu no longer dared to do anything to him. "Messing with my Dao. You seek death." Lin Mu roared, a thought directly causing Zhang Tianfen's head to fall to the ground. Zhang Tianfen's head fell to the ground, his eyes stared blankly. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. How could he not expect Lin Mu to dare to kill him? "Elder Zhang, tell Zhang Tianfen, I killed Zhang Tianfen. If you have the ability, come directly to me. If he dares to make an issue out of Miao Miao and the others, I remember he still has an old mother alive." "Alas! You're on your own." Zhang Hongyuan sighed. He also didn't expect Zhang Tianfen, that fool, to dare to be so arrogant. This is not able to distinguish the reality of the situation. He asked himself. He stood in Lin Mu's shoes. If Zhang Tianfen dared to talk to him like that, he would also kill directly. On the path of the strong, there was no room for the weak to provoke. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mu's brows furrowed as he pondered what to do next. Although his words had been put out, according to what Zhang Hongyuan had said, Heavenly King Zhang would definitely not stop. He had to find a good place to hide Miao Miao and the others. After he heard Zhang Honyuan's words, he originally planned to let Zhang Tianfen go. But this Zhang Tianfen didn't put him in his eyes at all, and he knew that if he still let Zhang Tianfen off like this, his path as a cultivator would become difficult. Zhang Tianfen would become a thorn in his heart, and even if he killed Zhang Tianfen again in the future, this thorn would still exist. When Zhang Tianfen died, Li Huaqiang realized that he could finally speak, and immediately begged for forgiveness. Your Excellency, the assassination mission was all commissioned by Zhang Zikai's father and son, it has nothing to do with me. When you were on the phone with Chen Wandao, didn't you say that I don't know the heights of heaven? Didn't you also tell Zhang Tianfen that you could pinch me to death at any time? I have eyes but don't recognize a Matai. I hope that your honor will have the grace to let me off the hook. Li Huaqiang, if he couldn't move, he would definitely give Lin Mu a knee. Zhang Tianfen's background was so hard that he was killed, and he, a mountain-moving realm, in the eyes of a sea-pouring realm powerhouse, was nothing more than an ant that could be pinched at any time. In fact, I didn't come here today specifically to take your life, I said I came to punish evil. My lord, how do you want to punish? I will definitely cooperate fully. Lin Mu smiled slightly as he thought of a fun way. You have your people line up and come over one by one to report their crimes, I'll be the judge for a while. Okay, I'll get right on it. With the end of the clamor of voices, a very interesting image appeared inside the Black Dragon nightclub. A group of big men, lined up in a long line, from the second floor all the way to the stairway, the first floor hall of the nightclub, thousands of people crowded together, slowly lining up towards the stairway. Everyone knows that today this robbery cannot be dodged, all want to be early after the trial, early end of this process of fear and trepidation. Name: Wu Bold. Crime: burglary and illegal debt collection. Lin Mu used his spiritual power to sense the heartbeat and blood flow of the visitor. Although this person's heartbeat was fast, there was no obvious change in his heartbeat when he said his crime, so he shouldn't be lying. He is not a lie detector, he can't be that accurate, he can know a general idea. Ha! Wu Bold, I see you have guts. Wasting one of your hands can be undone after 1 year. After saying that, he used his spiritual power to leave a mark on Wu Bold's right arm, which would block the meridians of the arm and would only disappear after a year. The next speed was faster. Lin Mu tried more than 20 people in a row, basically robbing, collecting debts, and smashing up competitors' turf. There were also a few who had killed people, all Black Dragon Society assassins, who were tossed aside by Lin Mu for the time being. After half an hour of interrogation, he felt a bit bored and dialed Li Changqing's phone. In no time, the Demon Removal Guard Brigade arrived and brought everyone from the nightclub back to the hall, leaving only Lin Mu and Li Huaqiang in the private room. For things like interrogation, the Demon Removal Guards were much more professional than him. He also had nothing to do and was having fun here, he didn't need to cultivate anyway, just wait for the attribute points to arrive. Li Huaqiang knew that from today onwards, the Black Dragon Society would officially become history. My lord, can I leave now? Li Huaqiang said groveling. Yes. Lin Mu nodded indifferently. Li Huaqiang turned around and was about to leave, but he realized that his arms and legs were not listening to him, and his limbs and body were actually separated. He stabilized his limbs with his spiritual power and turned his head to look at Lin Mu with a resentful face. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Lin Mu stood up. I did say that I didn't come here specifically to kill you. So just killed you in passing. Have a nice trip. As soon as the words fell, Li Huaqiang's head fell off, his eyes wide, a bit dead. After instantly moving out of the nightclub building and watching all the members of the Black Dragon Society being taken away by the Demon Removal Guards, he confirmed that there was no one left inside the nightclub building. Lin Mu controlled the absolute domain to perform spatial compression, and the entire nightclub building collapsed. Chapter 64 Gotta buy a villa. A loud roar mixed with a cloud of dust floated in the air. People from the neighboring casino ran out to look, and some passers-by were scared to the point of hiding by the commotion. Isn't this the Black Dragon Society's nightclub? Yes. Why did it collapse all of a sudden? The quality is too poor? What do you know, just now the Demon Removal Guards went inside and arrested a lot of people. I guess they offended someone they shouldn't have offended. You mean the Black Dragon Society is down? It should be. It's a shame about the building. What a pity, it's for the people. Everyone looked at the building, which was already a pile of rubble, and murmured. There were also people who clapped their hands on the side, looking like people who had been persecuted by the Black Dragon Society. Lin Mu, on the other hand, returned home, and just as he stepped into the house, the phone rang. Lin Mu, are you crazy? A building that good, you say you'll collapse it? Brotherly, don't you think that destroying this building is good for White City? Look at how it's all praising you demon defenders outside now. It's good, but it's also too wasteful. Even if you don't want this building, you can still take it over and sell it. Ah. There's still this kind of operation? He was stunned. This tawdry operation of Li Changqing was really one after another, first selling fake information, then selling the building upside down. Lin Mu guessed that he hadn't done this kind of thing secretly. But when he heard this, he himself slapped his thighs. Why hadn't he thought of that? This building of the Black Dragon Society, the Brotherhood, and the Four Seas Alliance must be coveting it. They can sell it to them. At that time, just for the sake of cool, nothing thought, so ruined a few $100 million, really wanna cry. What's the use of talking about this now? You've done it all. But you're also really powerful. Li Huaqiang moved Mountain Realm 6th stage, and you got him killed so simply? Li Changqing also sighed. He didn't expect Lin Mu to be so strong that he was able to kill Li Huaqiang if he wanted to say that the Black Dragon Society's property could be completely taken over. In the past, no one touched the Black Dragon Society because those who had the strength couldn't look at that, and those who didn't couldn't handle the Black Dragon Society. Now that Lin Mu, the Great Master, is looking for trouble with the Black Dragon Society, the Black Dragon Society can't make any waves at all. Right, I'm getting engaged the day after tomorrow, at the White City Business Hotel. Remember to come over for a drink. You're engaged too? What do you mean, you're engaged too? The two men snapped at each other, both full of incredulity. I haven't yet, father-in-law said to set a date. Your kid is fast enough. A few days ago he said he hadn't finalized the relationship, and it's only been a few days since then that he's getting engaged? Hi. The old man is just anxious. My daughter-in-law and I have been putting it off for years. Okay, I'm done with you, I've got a lot on my plate. Remember to come the day after tomorrow morning. Oh. By the way, the great governor asked me to remind you to be careful of Zheng Tianwang. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mu sat on the sofa and looked at the family portrait of his family of 3 on the wall, and fell back into his memories. After a long time and a half, he sighed, the deceased has passed away, now he has to live each remaining day. 3 of the most important people in his life were now dead, the remaining 3 he would have to protect. His parents, who had given birth to him and raised him, were dead, and his grandfather, who had loved him, was also dead. Now, the 3 people who raised him, Auntie Zhang and Uncle Wang, as well as Wang Miaomiao, who was in love with him, are his last relatives. Li Changqing, Ma Dahai, they can only be regarded as friends a little deeper friendship to become brothers. Alas! Where should we send Miao Miao and the others? From the tone of Zhang Hongyuan's voice, one could hear that he didn't really want to mess with Heavenly King Zhang either, thus showing that Heavenly King Zhang was really difficult to deal with. Now that he had offended Heavenly King Zhang, there was a high probability that he would be retaliated against, so the safety of Wang Miao Miao's family had become a top priority. It was just that he didn't think of where to send the 3 of them now. In White City, no matter if it was a neighborhood or a villa area, no matter if it was low grade or high grade, their security force was just a setup for cultivators above the mountain moving realm. Let Elder Gu help me look after them for a while? No way. Elder Gu was inspecting the cracks all over the place every day. How could he have the time to look after Miao Miao and the others? The first thing Lin Mu thought of was Gu Minglan, and he was the only one who wasn't afraid of Zhang Tianwang's backstabbing, and Zhang Tianwang didn't dare to go to Gu Minglan's trouble. But soon this idea was vetoed by him. Gu Minglan is an elder of the Dragon King's mansion. How could he have so much time in a day to help himself take care of the 3 people? He then thought of Li Changqing, but soon felt that it was impractical. Li Changqing was not as high as his cultivation. How could he defend himself against Zhang Tianwang? Zhang Tianwang might not be personally involved, but the people he sent out would definitely not be too weak, and he might send a great power of the inverted sea realm over. Putting someone at Li Changqing's place was equivalent to giving them away for nothing, and it would also implicate Li Changqing. Grandpa, I'll buy a villa. I don't believe that an ordinary inverted sea realm can curry favor in my hands. Lin Mu had no choice but to think of this solution, to move Miao Miao's family to the villa to live with him, so that the general inverted sea realm should not be able to make small moves on his hands. Although he is now only the 2nd stage of the inverted sea, but the absolute field is exerted. Without the cultivation of the 6th or 7th stage of the inverted sea, simply cannot break his absolute field. As long as the absolute domain was not broken, he was an invincible existence. He did not believe that Zhang Tianwang would personally take action, let alone believing that Zhang Tianwang had a cultivator of the inverted sea 7th order under his command. A 7th level inverted sea cultivator would be able to develop a big career on his own, so why would he need to mingle under Zhang Tianwang? Moreover, right now, Heavenly King Zhang shouldn't know that he was an inverted sea realm powerhouse. Zhang Tianfan's message should have been sent before. His spiritual power had been locked onto Zhang Tianfan and Li Huaqiang, and Zhang Tianfan hadn't sent a message at the Black Dragon nightclub. So he presumed that Zhang Tianfan shouldn't have sent anyone too strong. After all, the foundation is still too shallow. Thinking about this, Lin Mu murmured, it had only been a short month since he rose from the bottom, and he didn't have a good network of contacts yet. Within his current network of contacts, Li Changqing could be said to be the most powerful. Zheng Hongyuan and Gu Minglan he also just dealt with. Friendship is not deep. As for Ing Chenzhen he did not even contact, just Gu Minglan gave a phone call to him. In fact, he also thought of Ing Cheng'en, as the White City Lord. As long as he opened his mouth, even Zhang Tianwang would not dare to come to wantonly. But when he thought about the fact that the 2 of them had never met before, and the moment they met, they had something to ask for, he also felt that it was inappropriate. As soon as he thought of it, Lin Mu immediately took his cell phone and started looking at villas on the internet. Ooh. This price is really bull. He saw from the highest grade villa to the lowest grade villa, none of them cost less than $50 million, and the cheapest villa, all of them cost more than $53 million. The most upscale villa was surprisingly $1 billion, but the publicity was very interesting, saying that the city lord's villa was also in it. Seeing this propaganda, Lin Mu laughed. This is ready to pit who? The city lord is estimated to have a villa, but it should be a gift from the developer. The city lord usually lives in the city lord's mansion. Where would he go to buy a villa? Both the city lord and the Grand Duke have specialized residences. Where would they need to go and buy a villa? Their mansions were also places of office, and they simply would not change their exact location at will. Moreover, the city lord's mansion seemed to be fixed, and after the White City had changed 3 city lords, the city lord's mansion hadn't moved its location. If people do not understand, it is really easy to be deceived by this propaganda language. After all, people straight said that the city lord's villa is there, and did not say that the city lord lives in it. But generally rich people for these things certainly clear, no money people cannot afford to buy, so this propaganda language feel is used to improve the tone. However, this villa area is indeed the most upscale villa in the White City, covering an area that is also very large. Each villa covers an area of nearly 10 acres. And the site is the camp of the demon removal guards. The security aspect is indeed counted as the first in White City. Chapter 65 Castle Peak Villa Area. After looking around, Lin Mu still had his eye on a $60 million villa. The place he was looking at was located in the northern part of White City, far from the city gates in the west, and some distance from the city center. But there was a very attractive condition here, which was that it was backed by a big mountain, and there was a small stream leading down from the mountain inside the villa area. The environment is considered to be very good inside a villa in the $60 million price range. The only drawback was that it was rather remote, and this place was even more remote than the location of the relief building, which was already close to the edge of the city wall. Nowadays, in this era, rich people don't look at the location or the occupancy rate when they buy a villa, they only look at whether there are any high-level cultivators inside the villa area. It is also because the location is not very good and the high-level cultivators can't see this place, so there are not many people who buy villas here, and the price has also dropped from 90 million to 60 million. But Lin Mu chose for a long time or decided to choose this place, because there is a high mountain behind the villa area. In case of danger, this is a very good place to avoid danger. After he instantly moved out from the rescue building, he arrived at the villa area sales office in just 2 minutes. Although the place was remote, because of the beautiful environment, the occupancy rate of the neighborhood on the side was still good. This is also considered to be a relatively prosperous place in the northern part of the White City, with all kinds of supporting facilities. Inside the sales hall of the Castle Peak Villa area, a few salespeople were bored playing with their cell phones, completely not noticing Lin Mu walking into the hall. It wasn't until Lin Mu looked around the model of the villa area that someone noticed that there was one more person in the sales hall. "Good day, sir. May I ask if you're looking to buy a villa?" The salesperson, who was the first to see Lin Mu, immediately jogged over and asked cordially. "Are all your villas here $60 million? Lin Mu pointed at the model and asked directly. "Sir, the 3 villas at the top of the hill are $86 million, the others are $60 million. The environment at the top of the hill is very good, overlooking the entire northern part of the White City." Seeing that Lin Mu had the intention of buying a villa, the salesperson immediately introduced it with enthusiasm. "They are basically taking dead wages to sell houses here. This villa area has been built for more than a year, and there are only a few villas that have been sold, so you can count them on one hand. Although selling a set of villas out, they can get a bonus of tens of thousands of dollars, but no one to buy, the bonus is no longer high." So when they saw Lin Mu's intention to buy, the sales staff never stopped talking, following Lin Mu's buttocks and promoting the goodness of their villa area. Lin Mu looked carefully for a while. The whole villa area has more than 40 villas. There are 3 villas finished zigzag at the top of the hill, all of them haven't been sold out yet. There were 20 or so villas on the hillside, and 2 were sold. There were about 20 villas at the foot of the mountain, and 1 was sold, and the one that was sold was still in the best location, right at the mouth of the creek. "Are there any deals on the villas at the top of the hill?" As soon as he heard that Lin Mu wanted a villa at the top of the hill, the salesperson's face smiled. The bonus for a set of villas at the top of the hill was as high as $80,000. "Sir, the Hilltop Villa is indeed the lowest price. If it wasn't for the bad market, the selling price of the Hilltop Villa would be more than $100 million. The salesperson was honest and said whatever he had to say. After all, the people who came here to buy villas were all rich, and the situation in the Castle Peak Villa area must have been understood. Seeing the salesperson chatting with Lin Mu for such a long time, the other salespeople also muttered in whispers, and all of them hung their heads with their cell phones. If it wasn't for playing with their cell phones, this order would have been theirs. A reward of tens of thousands of dollars was 2 or 3 years of salary for them. They were also all at the bottom of the White City, unable to find good jobs, and could only come to this villa area where no one was buying to work as salespersons. The hot villa area doesn't need salesmen at all. The villas have been booked even before they are built. Lin Mu hesitated at the top of the hill and the hillside. There was a good villa on the hillside, and the creek passed right in front of the door. The villa at the foot of the mountain was no longer good, and the only villa facing the creek had already been sold. The villas at the top of the mountain were all designed to be next to the creek, but he only had $89 million on him right now, so buying a villa at the top of the mountain would be going back to pre-liberation. During this period of time, he also did not plan to go to the rift to kill the foreign beasts. At the very least, he would leave the city after a few months, when there was no movement from Zhang Tianwang's side. 3 million seemed like a lot, but Lin Mu knew that it was definitely not enough. The villas in the Castle Peak Villa area were only simply decorated, and the home appliances and intelligence systems inside had to be installed by themselves. These things add up to $4 or $5 million is to be, and now the better intelligence systems are more than $2 million. Moreover, he had a big head that consumed money. His physique attribute was eating money without blinking. Right now, adding points could easily cost millions of dollars, and right now, his physique was only enough to support him up to the third stage of the inverted sea, and then after the spiritual attribute additions consumed his physique wouldn't be enough. He knew that as long as he reached the sixth stage of the inverted sea realm, he would be an invincible existence under the broken sky, and Zhang Tianwang would definitely not dare to come and cause trouble, and he could even go to Haichang to find Zhang Tianwang for a showdown. But now this money issue was a big problem. Sighing, Lin Mu decided that it would be better to buy the villa on the hillside so that he could have more than $20 million left over, and he wouldn't have that dilemma of being short of money. Just this one on the hillside. He pointed to a villa by the creek and said toward the salesperson. The salesperson looked at the villa Lin Mu was pointing at and said with an embarrassed face, "Sir, I'm sorry. This villa has already been sold." Lin Mu frowned. "Isn't this showing up for sale?" He pointed to the small display board on the villa, "For sale," 3 big bright words on the display. He felt that this salesman just wanted him to buy the villa on the top of the hill, so that the commission could be much higher. "Sir, this villa has just been sold. The customer is signing the contract with the manager up there." The salesperson saw that Lin Mu was a bit angry and hurriedly explained. Lin Mu's spiritual power looked toward the second floor, but he saw a familiar figure. Li Changqing, who was sitting and drinking tea on the second floor, suddenly felt a weak spiritual force and immediately stood up. The general manager who was signing the contract was startled by him and quickly asked, "Director Li, is something wrong?" Li Changqing shook his head. "You continue, I'll go out and take a look." That spiritual power flashed by and was not easy to detect. If he hadn't survived in the rift for many years and developed the habit of checking his surroundings from time to time with his spiritual power outward, he probably wouldn't have been able to feel this spiritual power. He walked out of the office and saw Lin Mu at a glance. "Lin Mu, you came to buy a villa too?" "Brotherly, I had my eye on a villa, but I didn't expect you to sign it first. This proves that we brothers have the same heart." "Ha ha. It's going to cost me a lot more money." Lin Mu shook his head. There were no other villas to choose from right now. He could only choose the one at the top of the hill. Chapter 66, Directly Cutting in Half. "What, you don't see anything else besides this set? Fancy the one at the top of the hill, you'll have to pay tens of millions more." Hearing Lin Mu's reply, he realized why Lin Mu said it would cost so much more. "You come up first. I'll talk to you in detail." Li Changqing smiled slightly. Lin Mu was estimated to buy the villa at the original price. He was different. This villa he didn't even need to spend money on in the first place. The boss gave him a set directly. However, in order to owe less favors, he just let the boss discount the cost price plus a little to get his hands on it. After all, when a villa is sold, the boss still has to pay taxes, and he can't do nothing about it. As soon as Lin Mu heard this, he knew that Li Changqing must have something to say and quickly flew to the second floor. "There are a lot of salespeople here, and a lot of surveillance," Li Changqing just said to him a few days ago. To avoid the surveillance, he wouldn't dare to instantly move in front of Li Changqing, lest he would be chattered about it again. Come in and talk." Li Changqing led Lin Mu directly into the office. The sales staff below saw this scene and instantly wilted. The duck in hand flew away again. "Director Li, who is this?" The general manager, who had already signed the contract and was operating the invoice matters on his cell phone, immediately stood up and asked when he saw Li Changqing bringing in a person. "This is my brother, just call him Patriarch Lin." As soon as the general manager heard this, he immediately farted over, extended his hand and said with a smile, "Patriarch Lin, how are you? I'm the general manager of the Castle Peak Villa area. My name is Yu Datsai." "Hello?" Lin Mu extended his hand and shook Yu Datsai slightly. "Is Patriarch Lin also buying a villa?" "Aha. Which set do you fancy?" "The set I had my eye on was picked out by Big Brotherly, so I had to go with the one at the top of the hill." When Yu Datsai heard this, he glanced at Li Changqing next to him, and then remembered what his boss had explained. He hurriedly smiled and said, Okay, since you're Director Li's brother, I'll just give you a set." When Lin Mu heard this, he quickly waved his hand and refused. "No need, I'll just pay for it." He knew that the people behind Yu Datsai must be trying to flatter Li Changqing, and that he, a manager, didn't have that much power to give away a set of tens of millions of dollars of villas just by saying so. If he took the villa, it would be equivalent to Li Changqing owing the other party a favor, and at the same time he himself owed Li Changqing a favor. "It doesn't matter. With your strength, staying in our Castle Peak Villa area is the greatest affirmation for us. Yu Datsai was also a man of character, beating around the bush to elevate Lin Mu's identity, wanting Lin Mu to accept the villa. Manager Yu, don't even say give it away, give my brother a discount, just follow that standard of mine. Li Changqing knew Yu Datsai's purpose, and he also saw that Lin Mu didn't want to make things difficult for himself, so he spoke up. When Yu Datsai heard Li Changqing say this, he didn't dare to refute. He was afraid that Li Changqing would get angry and not even want the villa. The news that Li Changqing wanted to buy a villa was only after their boss purposely let his boss's wife and Li Changqing's fiancé come to a few chance encounters before he inquired about the news. That's how Li Changqing was willing to come to Castle Peak Villa area to choose a villa, and refused to give it away as long as it was discounted. To know to Li Changqing's identity, as long as the news is released, the villa of the White City randomly pick him, where the turn of the remote Castle Peak Villa district. Okay. The selling price of the villa on the top of the hill is $86 million, plus taxes and some mess. The cost price is $46 million. Once he heard this offer, Lin Mu was stunned and glanced at Li Changqing, who nodded to indicate that the price was right. How could he not expect that a villa could earn more than half as long as it was built and changed hands? Real estate was really picking up money. Although there is no relationship cannot do this line, but this is too profitable. There's still a lot of money to be made after the money for the connections. 4,680,000 it is. I'll pay for the salesman's commission. People can't work for nothing after they've worked so hard to speak for so long. Hearing Lin Mu say this, a strange light flashed in Yu Datsai's eyes. This young man was different from other powerful people. Alright. Just do as you say. The next thing is simple. Lin Mu directly transfer money to the Green Mountain Villa area of the company's account above, and then Yu Dakai began to operate the contract. Lin Mu, on the other hand, and Li Changqing went next door to the customer room to drink tea. Buy a house need to go through the procedure is still quite a lot. Brotherly, why did you think of buying a house? Just now you said to me on the phone that there was an emergency, is this it? Hey, stop it, isn't this about getting engaged? I don't have any real estate in White City either. Your sister-in-law heard the news from her friend, saying that villas are cheap here, and insisted that I come over to buy one, saying that it saves money. Actually, I know it was arranged by the owner of Castle Peak Villa, and I didn't say anything about it. Anyway, it's the same wherever you live, and the environment here isn't bad either. Brotherly, you're not that bad. Speaking of this, Li Changqing shook his head instead. Don't look at me, I've been mixing for so many years, but I actually don't have much money. There's basically no oil and water outside the city, it's all on my own. This year, or thanks to your blessing, I was transferred to the White City, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to afford a good house right now. Lin Mu looked at Li Changqing incredulously. No way. With your cultivation of mountain moving realm, even if you go down to the rift to hunt foreign beasts, you won't be short of money. Alas. Mountain moving realm patriarch sounds quite impressive, but in fact, it doesn't make any money at all. The valuable foreign beasts in White City are all in rift number 1, and there are valuable foreign beasts in the other rifts as well, but they're too scattered. Your sister-in-law won't let me go down to the rift either, saying that it's too dangerous, so I can only stay at the office and occasionally go to the rift to kill some worthless foreign beasts. But you know, cultivator cultivation is the most expensive. I also came up from the bottom, and only climbed up after getting the Grand Metropolitan Governor's respect. Otherwise, relying on myself to kill foreign beasts to support myself, I'm still estimated to be at the 10,000 cauldron realm. Li Changqing sighed helplessly, and in one breath, he said all the pent-up frustrations in his heart. So when you refused to join the Dragon King's mansion, I kinda felt sorry for you. A cultivator without resources really can't move an inch, especially at the mountain shifting realm. That's also why many mountain shifting realm would rather work under someone else's hand than go to the rift to kill foreign beasts. Lin Mu nodded. This was something he recognized. He had the system plus, and all of them needed to spend a lot of resources to maintain the growth of their physical attributes. Like a cultivator without resources, even if their talent was high, their cultivation would increase very slowly, and if they relied on themselves to kill foreign beasts to make money, they wouldn't even make enough for cultivation. And not everyone is like him. The Gongfu is comprehended when he says it is comprehended. How can someone have time to kill foreign beasts in order to learn a battle technique? When they reached the mountain shifting realm, they needed money for everything, and they also had to bear the risk of being killed by foreign beasts, which was the fundamental reason why the mountain shifting realm was seldom seen in the rift. The biggest reason was still that the income was disproportionate to the risk. Chapter 67, Losing Money. But it's good that now that I'm here in the White City, my status isn't low enough to have some spare money. Your sister-in-law also knows that it hasn't been easy for me all these years, and I also know how she feels, so I'll just fulfill her and buy a set here and forget about it. Li Changqing drank a mouthful of tea, lying down on the chair and stretching his body cozily. He is really getting better now. He can't even push all the banquets every day. Then why don't you choose the ones at the top of the hill? It's not that expensive. You've really drifted now. Over $10 million is not money in your mouth? Lin Mu touched his nose in embarrassment. Since Gu Minglan gave him $100 million, he had really drifted a bit. But you also have the capital to float. The Dragon King's mansion wanted you to join several times and you refused. You are truly floating. Li Changqing sighed. This gap between people was still a bit big. Lin Mu was already able to equal him after only a month. He had been hanging out in White City for more than 10 years, but he still couldn't match up to someone else's 1 month. Tell me the truth, what exactly is your current cultivation level? Li Changqing quietly came over. He was now curious about what realm Lin Mu was in, why he couldn't even detect Lin Mu's spiritual power state. If he hadn't been cautious just now, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect Lin Mu's spiritual power, knowing that he had advanced another rank after returning to the White City, and was now at the 7th rank of mountain moving. Lin Mu didn't say anything, he just raised a finger. Mountain shifting realm first stage? It can't be Just now, your spiritual power swept by, I almost couldn't even detect it, and I can't even feel your spiritual power right now. It's definitely not mountain shifting realm first stage. I'm talking to you about business. Don't fool me. Li Changqing thought Lin Mu was joking with him and said with a stern face. Lin Mu shook his head, his finger never letting go, his eyes signaling Li Changqing to keep looking. Li Changqing's brows furrowed, a bit confused as to what Lin Mu meant. Then he saw the mysterious smile at the corner of Lin Mu's mouth and instantly thought of something. He looked at Lin Mu with wide eyes and whispered, "You've advanced to the inverted sea realm?" Lin Mu nodded and slowly leaned back on the sofa. Li Changqing stayed on the sofa, not slowing down for half a day. Are you not a god reincarnated to save Earthstar? After a long time, Li Changqing looked at Lin Mu with a shocked face, and a muddled sentence popped out of his mouth. What god reincarnated, fever? Lin Mu touched Li Changqing's forehead and was pushed away by Li Changqing. You're the one with a fever. No, last month when you first met me you were still in the mountain shifting realm, you went to the 7th rift and you've fallen to the sea realm? This cultivation speed of yours, even riding a rocket isn't as fast as you. No wonder you were able to kill Li Huaxiang. I thought you killed Li Huaxiang with the phase-less steps in conjunction with that mysterious spiritual battle skill of yours. Li Changqing looked at Lin Mu with some speechlessness. The 10th in the battle power list didn't have Lin Mu playing like this. I ate another spirit grass in the 7th crack. Lin Mu now pushes towards spirit grass when he doesn't have anything to do anyway, and the 10th in the battle list learns from it. He didn't even say that he was the 2nd stage of the inverted sea realm, or Li Changqing would have been even more surprised. After the Earth-Star mountain shifting realm, only the spiritual power was looked at. His current spiritual power was already at the 2nd stage of the inverted sea realm, only his power was still at the 1st stage of the inverted sea realm. Li Changqing slanted a glance at him. You are really able to bull. No, you're at the 1st stage of the inverted sea realm, and you still come here to buy a villa? Why don't you go apply for a set? Lin Mu looked at Li Changqing with a confused expression. What do you mean? Li Changqing slapped his forehead. Don't you kids read the Cultivator Alliance announcement? Don't read it. What's there to read in that thing? Every day it puts something on it about which alien beasts have been repelled. What's there to read? That's true, but sometimes you still need to take a look. Li Changqing took out his cell phone and tinkered with it for a while before handing it to Lin Mu. The title on it was striking. Welcome Inverted Sea Realm Powers to White City. From today onwards, Inverted Sea Realm Powers can apply for a set of villas in White City headquarters. No, when did this announcement come out? Lin Mu was confused. Such big news, how come no one said anything on the forums? Although he doesn't read the Cultivator Alliance's announcements, but the forums would definitely have someone say something this big. This announcement has been out for 3 years, don't you know? It was still a big deal in 100 cities at the time, and this topic has been discussed by White City cultivators for a month. Li Changqing was also a bit confused. This matter had been hanging on the official website of the Cultivator Alliance for a week in the headlines. It was reasonable to say that it was the natives of White City who should know about it. 3 years ago? Lin Mu tried to recall what he was doing 3 years ago. He should know about such a big thing. Could it be that he had lost his memory? I remember that it would be like July. It would coincide with a group of students graduating and coming to the Cultivator Alliance office for internships. I would have met them on my errands in White City. I'm going to him. Hearing Li Changqing's words, Lin Mu suddenly burst out in foul language. What? Li Changqing was startled. Why did this good suddenly go crazy? I happened to be demerit at that time. I lost my mood and stayed in the dormitory for 2 months. No, you stayed alone in the dormitory during summer vacation? Aha! Lin Mu nodded, his face full of chagrin. That year he was written up for his thesis and the school leaders told him to wait for a specific notice. For the sake of this matter, he didn't go home for those 2 months, always waiting for the school's notice. Wang Miao Miao also came to comfort him several times during that period. At that time, Wang Miao Miao's special logistics department to assess the newcomers, come and go in a hurry, did not talk to him about this matter. In the end, or school leaders in the beginning of the school notified the whole school of this matter, just a major fault, not repeat the grade, he only walked out of that matter. At that time, Wang Miao Miao in order to reduce the burden of the family, early withdrawal is for Lin Mu school. If he was retained, failing Wang Miao Miao a peace of mind, he maybe a lifetime cannot come out. Then you're also a talent. Li Changqing gave a thumbs up. So can I still apply now? I shouldn't be able to. This policy was set up because at that time, when Lord Ing had just taken office, White City's power was empty, so in order to attract external inverted sea realm powerhouses to White City, such a policy was set up. In order to prevent inverted sea realm great powers from selling their villas, it seems that those who have villas in White City can't apply. But you can apply for it, maybe Lording City will approve it. Linmu shook his head and frowned. Forget it, I've bought my villa anyway, I'm living anywhere, there's no need. He didn't want his cultivation to be revealed. In Shenzhen he didn't know well and hadn't dealt with. For tens of millions of dollars there was no such need to take risks. Although Ing Cheng'an will not say, but the Cultivator Alliance rewarded a set of house. This matter will definitely be found by the people who have the heart. At that time may be more troublesome. After all, he promoted to the sea of pouring speed a little too fast. This world is not as beautiful as imagined. Lu Qingming can kill for a piece of meteorite iron, and with such a big secret in his body, the hollow-breaking realm will probably hit the idea. Li Changqing understood from Lin Mu's expression that he didn't want everyone to know that he had been promoted to become the inverted sea realm so quickly. It's fine, it's only a few tens of millions of dollars, you'll earn it back after a trip to the number 1 rift and a turn, is no need to bother the city lord. By saying this, he was also telling Lin Mu that he wouldn't go out and talk nonsense. Lin Mu understood what Li Changqing meant. He dared to talk to Li Changqing because he believed that Li Changqing wouldn't go out and talk nonsense. Chapter 68 I Want to Eat Wontons. The two of them chatted for a while longer in the client room before Yu Dakai walked in with 2 documents and handed them to each of them. Under Yu Datsai's respectful escort, the two left the sales hall of Castle Peak Villa area. That salesperson who served Lin Mu thanked Lin Mu with tears in her eyes. $80,000 was enough to pay her salary for 4 years. Elder brother Lin, then I'll leave first, I need to go home and organize things. By the way, do you need an intelligence system? I'll have the Demon Removal Guard install one for you. The Demon Removal Guard still has this service? Just kidding, the Demon Removal Guard's intelligence system is state-of-the-art, the City Lord's mansion uses this. I'll take one then, how much will I transfer to you at that time? Hey, what more money do you need for your own family? It's free. Afterwards, the two of them agreed to move together tomorrow, and when that time comes, the two sides will get to know each other, and by the way, they will install the intelligence system together. After separating from Li Changqing, Lin Mu took the title deed of Castle Peak Villa to the city center hospital. In the senior ward, only Uncle Wang and Auntie Zhang were there. Wang Miao Miao had to work today and was still in the municipal building at this hour. Xiao Mu, have you eaten yet? Zhang Chuifeng saw Lin Mu walk in and asked in a hurry. Auntie Zhang, I ate. By the way, there's something to tell you guys. Lin Mu took out the title deed and sat down next to Uncle Wang. What are you calling Auntie Zhang? Call your mother-in-law. Got it, father-in-law. Just say what's up. Wang Ziyi wiped his head with a towel, obviously having just taken a bath. Because of his long life underground, the doctor told him to take more medicinal baths. I bought a villa, I'm going to let you guys move there with me. A villa? That's going to cost a lot of money. Why don't we just buy a small apartment? It's enough for you and Miao Miao. We'll just live in the relief building. Zhang Chuifeng received the title deed with a heartbroken look on her face. Having lived in poverty for half her life, she had never even seen what a villa looked like. The two of you and Miao Miao will just live a good life, your mother-in-law and I don't need you to worry. Wang Ziyi also took the title deed and took a look at it. As soon as he saw the size and location of the villa, he knew that this villa must be very expensive. Lin Mu knew that the two would definitely not move easily. Having lived in the salvage building for half a lifetime, they would definitely not be able to adapt to switching to an upscale villa area all of a sudden. Rescue building should be demolished in a few years. I'm preparing in advance. At that time, the resettlement housing in the relief building is not expected to be much better. Besides, I don't lack this amount of money now. No, I still don't think it's appropriate. You two go live there. We don't need much space either. By the time it's demolished, we'll be better off living in the resettlement house. Yeah. There are many neighbors in the rescue building. When the time comes, your mother-in-law and I will both be old and still have a place to string together. The two people's meaning was clear. Wang Miao Miao will just go, they won't follow, for fear of disturbing the young couple's life. In fact, the older generation of people are for the sake of their children, but they do not care how they live. Lin Mu had no choice but to whisper in Wang Ziyi's ear, I recently messed with a powerful person, that's why I bought a villa and wanted to take you and my mother-in-law over. We live together, that person wouldn't dare to play tricks. Hearing this, Wang Ziyi frowned. He had been mixing in the cracks for many years, and even more so, he had experienced what happened to Lu Qingming, and knew that some cultivators would do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. When will we move over? Tomorrow. So soon? Well, I'll get things organized in the next few days. Wang Ziyi's sudden change of words confused Zhang Chuifeng. You dead old man, what are you doing bothering Xiaomu and Miao Miao's life? Men are talking, what's a woman doing sticking her nose in? Seeing Uncle Wang's domineering side, Lin Mu hurriedly headed out of the house, knowing that there would be a big battle coming up next, a big battle where Auntie Zhang beat up Uncle Wang. Xiaomu, I'll see you off. Wang Ziyi saw Lin Mu about to leave and hurriedly got up. No need, father-in-law, you and mother-in-law get well, tomorrow I'll pick you up and discharge you from the hospital. After saying that, Lin Mu ignored his grudging eyes and ran out in a huff, not giving him time to react at all. Could you Lu Chengkai, you haven't come back for a few years, you're going to turn over a new leaf aren't you? Aya, listen to me. I'm not listening, you're even daring to be mean to me now. What? I waited for you all these years. Bringing up Meow Meow and Xiaomu with hard work. How can you live up to me? Snap. A sound of a slap on flesh came. Linmu felt pain even hearing it outside the door, and his father-in-law insisted on not saying a word. What a man! He exclaimed, hurrying away from this place of wrongdoing. Leaving from the hospital, he directly came to the municipal building, taking advantage of the early time to make an appointment with Wang Miao Miao, after all, is now an unmarried daughter-in-law. In these few days, he also had to buy all the appliances in the villa so that he could install the intelligence system at that time. At 5 o'clock and 5 minutes, Wang Miao Miao came out of the municipal building on time and bounced towards Lin Mu. Her father, who had been missing for 7 years, had returned, and she was in a good mood these days. Mac, what are you planning to treat your sister to today? Wang Miao Miao wrapped her arms around Lin Mu's neck, just like when she was a child, with a big sisterly look. What Xiaomu, you have to call me husband. Lin Mu was not allowed to, and wrapped his arm around Wang Miao Miao's waist. Wang Miao Miao felt the warmth coming from her waist and blushed. What husband? 8 words haven't even begun yet. Why do you want to regret the marriage? You dare not listen to your father-in-law's words? Wang Miao Miao slapped Lin Mu's hand away. Don't have a straight face, this is a municipal building, pay attention to your image. Let's go eat. Lin Mu didn't care about Wang Miao Miao, his left hand wrapped around her waist again. What's to eat? Wang Miao Miao struggled for a bit and slowly gave up her resistance, her head slowly leaning on Lin Mu's shoulder. What do you want to eat? Lin Mu smiled contentedly, both of them actually understood each other's feelings, there was just a layer of paper that hadn't been pierced, so they had been getting along as siblings. I want to eat small wontons. The one in the shopping street of the relief building? Aha! Let's go then. Lin Mu hugged Wang Miao Miao, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the salvage building's commercial street. He was now nearly 30 kilometers in one instant, faster than taking a plane. Little Mu, what kind of tactics are you using? The municipal building to the relief building is nearly 20 kilometers. How are you so fast? Spatial teleportation. Wang Miao Miao was a bit confused. She was at least a Qianjun 4th stage cultivator now. This kind of means was simply unheard of for her. If it wasn't for dodging these buildings, I would have arrived in 2 seconds. Lin Mu didn't explain. Wang Miao Miao wouldn't understand even if he did. The cultivation gap between the two was a bit big. Even the inverted sea realm probably couldn't understand his tactics, let alone Wang Miao Miao. I didn't expect that in a month's time, you became a zone master, it's unbelievable. Wang Miao Miao didn't continue to ask, she knew that what should be said Lin Mu would naturally say. Although the two of them didn't have a substantial relationship yet, they had long since transcended the boundaries of kinship and could be said to be indistinguishable from each other. Lin Mu didn't say anything. If he let Wang Miao Miao know that he was now an inverted sea realm powerhouse, he guessed that Wang Miao Miao would just faint. Chapter 69, A Nest of Snakes and Rats. Rescue House Commercial Street, located in the middle of the 4 districts of Rescue House, was a cross street. Although the consumption here was not high, it couldn't be helped by the fact that there were a lot of people, and where there were people, there was money to be made, and the black market was also next to the commercial street, so this place was very chaotic. In the past, in order to grab a better storefront, there would often be fights between merchants and traders. Plus, there were all kinds of bullies inside the salvage building, so the garrison had to set up a special spot here. In fact, the so-called setting up a point is collecting protection money. However, with this kind of mess, the commercial street was considered peaceful, at least that kind of scene of fighting and killing in the street was gone. Mac, do you remember when the two of us used to come here with the pocket money given by Mom? Wang Miao Miao looked at the familiar old shopping street and her thoughts were pulled back to the old days. Of course I remember, mother-in-law gave you the money, and as a result, you wanted to eat wontons, completely disregarding my feelings. Considering your what feelings? Eating chili fries can fill up your stomach? Wang Miao Miao's eyes glared as her hand reached for the soft flesh around Lin Mu's waist in a death spin. Hiss. Lin Mu pretended to take pain and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This is the killing power is not lower than mother-in-law. Grandma Wan, 2 bowls of wontons. The two of them walked into a small store with only a dozen square feet, and Wang Miao Miao shouted towards the hunched-over old woman inside. Yo! Miao Miao and Xiaomu. You two haven't been here for a long time. Granny Wang turned around and saw the two of them with a delighted smile on her face. It hasn't been long, I even came to eat last month. I'm old. I don't remember well. Sit down. Granny Wang laughed, lifted the lid of the pot, and dropped the wontons into the steaming pot. Lin Mu glanced at the old small store and felt another inexplicable pang in his heart. In the past, his mom also liked to bring him here to eat wontons. Only later, after his parents passed away, he was a bit resistant to coming here, and every time Wang Miao Miao brought him here, it always brought back memories. Hey! What are you thinking about? Wang Miao Miao looked at the dazed Lin Mu and waved her right hand in front of his eyes. It's nothing. Lin Mu smiled, the dead had passed away, and there were still people in front of him to protect. The wontons were quickly cooked, the clear soup base with scallions, a rich aroma came to his nose. Lin Mu dug up a large spoonful of chili and added it to Wang Miao Miao's bowl, which was Wang Miao Miao's habit of eating wontons. He. Wang Miao Miao glanced at Lin Mu with satisfaction. It was still this man in front of her who understood her. Granny, pay this month's sanitation fee. The two were burying their heads in dry wontons when an annoying voice suddenly came from behind them. A man wearing a black suit and black sunglasses with a man wearing a black undershirt stood in the doorway, looking at the store with a disgusted expression. Granny Wang wiped the oil on her hands and trembled as she walked over. I've already paid this month's sanitation fee. One of the men in suits removed his sunglasses and looked at Granny Wang with a ferocious face. What paid it? That's the Black Dragon Society. Now this street is taken over by our Four Seas Alliance, pay it all over again. Hearing this, Lin Mu frowned. He had only scrapped the Black Dragon Society at noon, and in an afternoon the turf was divided up. This Four Seas Alliance and Brotherhood were really fast. Damn old woman, hurry up, don't be a grunt, we're still in a hurry to get to the next one. Granny Wang sighed, wait a bit. Wang Miao Miao also frowned at the man in the suit. She had heard a lot about this kind of thing, but it was the first time she had seen it. Wasn't this a fish and meat for the people? What are you looking at? The man in the suit had just put on his sunglasses when he saw Wang Miao Miao's eyes, raked his eyes downward, first cross-eyed, and in no time at all, he looked like he was salivating. Yo! Still a beauty. He patted the companion next to him, and the two ran over with thieving eyes. Beauty, alone. The man in the suit propped his hand on the table and flirted. You're blind. Snap. Wang Miao Miao was not a good person, standing up and slapping the man in the suit. Bitch, you seek death. The man in the suit was only 1000 June 2nd stage level, Wang Miao Miao was 1000 June 4th stage. Before the man in the suit reacted, Wang Miao Miao kicked the man directly out of the doorway. Get out! Wang Miao Miao let out a furious cry. You wait for me. The man in the suit put down a harsh sentence and walked away with the man in the undershirt in a grayish manner. Awesome! Lin Mu put down the whistle in his hand, gave a thumbs up and praised. Don't be poor. Wang Miao Miao blanked Lin Mu. Granny Wang came from inside the house with a bunch of alliance coins, just in time to see this scene, and immediately ran over. Miao Miao, Xiaomu, you guys hurry up and leave. From her tone, Wang Miao Miao heard a hint of worry, and a hint of helplessness. Granny Wang, what's going on? Isn't the commercial street of the rescue house managed by a garrison? How come there are still gang organizations coming over to collect protection fees? Alas! These people are in collusion with the garrison, and in the past, they only had to pay the club's share. Since the garrison came, not only do they have to pay the garrison's share, the clubs can't be less either. You guys hurry up and leave. This group of people are not to be messed with. They'll definitely bring them over later, I'll just pay more to get rid of them. Granny Wang was persuading them, but Wang Miao Miao was getting more and more angry. Isn't this black and white collusion? Is there no law in White City? Granny Wang, haven't you gone to the city to report this? In today's world, there are no laws. We've been to the municipal government several times before, and all we've gotten is that we should either go to the garrison headquarters or the demon removal guards. The municipal government can't do anything about it. The garrison was established by the city. How can they not control it? This is a nest of snakes and rats. The more Wang Miao Miao said, the more angry she became. She had worked in the municipal government for 3 years, but it was all in the special logistics department. She couldn't come into contact with these things, so she had never thought that the municipal government was even so dirty now. Alas! Now this era, it's too hard for ordinary people. Granny Wang said with tears streaming down her face. In fact, in the end, it's still a problem within the municipality. The corruption within the garrison is too serious. In the busy areas they are still restrained. In places like the relief building they really have their hands full. Lin Mu sighed. He had personally seen the garrison out on the scene twice, once in Zhang Zikai's villa area, and once in Fulin's villa area. The garrisons in the rich area and the poor area were simply two teams. Mac, can we help them? Can't help, this is the sadness of this era. Order exists in name only. Whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. Lin Mu shook his head. He didn't want to care about this kind of thing, nor could he. It wasn't something he could solve, unless he could enter the top echelons of the Earth Star Alliance and maybe even have a say. There were still more than 60 cities in the Dragon Kingdom right now, and this phenomenon existed in every single one of them, and it wasn't just White City that had this situation. Just like he had just settled the Black Dragon Society at noon today, the Brotherhood and the Four Seas Alliance had divided up the Black Dragon Society's territory. By knocking out the Brotherhood and Four Seas Alliance, there are still the Zhang San Association and Li Si Alliance appearing, and without solving the problem at the root, this problem is just insoluble. Chapter 70, You're a Patriarch. However, the most fundamental reason was not on the garrison either. The main thing was that nowadays, every city was not interconnected, and everyone was jailed in a city as soon as they were born. From birth to death, some people might not even leave the gates of the White City. Not everyone could become a cultivator. Lin Mu hadn't obtained the system, he probably wouldn't be able to become a cultivator either. Even if he became a cultivator, without that strength, he wouldn't be able to cross the storm area to another city at all. It was because the cities were not interoperable with each other and all cities were self-sufficient that there were naturally these gangs that ate human blood buns. There are also municipalities and garrisons that are in cahoots and collusion with these gangs. Is there really no way out? Wang Miao Miao was still undeterred. After all, she was also at the bottom of the social ladder. Although she had a good job in the municipality, she still couldn't cross the class divide. Miao Miao, the 3 city lords of White City couldn't solve this problem. Is it because they don't want to? It's that there are too many things involved. Even if they can manage for a while, they can't manage for a lifetime. If these gangs are knocked down, it won't be long before new gangs pop up again. Lin Mu didn't explain too much. Wang Miao Miao didn't ask about the world and the logistics department and didn't understand how society operated in this era at all. You guys should go quickly. It'll be too late if you don't leave. Want to leave? Asked me. Brother Crazy, it's this that's hindering us from collecting sanitation fees. As soon as Granny Wang finished speaking, more than a dozen brawny men surrounded the doorway, and the surrounding merchants and customers ran out to see what was going on. This Auntie Wang has gotten fat with guts. How dare she mess with the Four Seas Alliance? I guess she doesn't know that the rescue house site has been taken over by the Four Seas Alliance. It's also true that the Black Dragon Society's sanitation fee has only been paid for half a month, and the Four Seas Alliance has come to collect it again, simply not letting people live. Keep your voice down. If you're being watched, the store will be smashed for you. Granny Wang is in deep trouble. At her age, this little store probably won't survive. There are 2 young people sitting inside, they might be implicated too. The surrounding merchants were talking, and the customers watching the show beside them were also gathering more and more. A few big brothers, the little girl doesn't know any better. I'll pay double for the sanitation fee. Do yourselves a favor and let them go. Damn old woman, get lost. The madman pushed away Granny Wang, and the moment Granny Wang was about to fall to the ground, she was gently lifted up by a force and did not fall to the ground. Granny Wang hurriedly propped up the table with her hands and immediately came over and continued to plead, "A few big brothers, have mercy." The madman raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, "Old woman, hurry up and get lost. This matter has nothing to do with you. It looks like it wasn't Granny Wang who messed with the Four Seas Alliance. It should be that little girl who caused the trouble. That little girl is quite good looking, so I guess she was taken in by the Four Seas Alliance. These 2 young people are finished." Seeing that there was a reversal of events, the merchants next to them began to speak in different ways again. "Big brother, have mercy." Granny Wang still stopped in front of Crazy Brother and kept begging. "You stepped on a horse, I told you to get lost." The madman raised his right foot and kicked at Granny Wang. Ah! Outside the door watching the crowd, another little girl let out a scream. Age so old Granny, if by this kick to certainly not life, so she could not help but shout out. However, Granny Wang was not kicked, but instead, the kicking lunatic brother backed up 2 or 3 steps before stabilizing himself. Who? The madman knew for sure that someone was messing around and hastily glanced out, but he didn't find anyone acting out of the ordinary. No matter who you are, if you dare to hinder the Four Seas Alliance from doing its job, I'll let you have no return. Don't think that I won't be able to find you just because you've learned some stealthy battle skills. The madman looked around. The kick he was about to kick over just now was countered by a kick, and there was no one in sight. He wondered if someone had learned stealth. This kind of battle skill can be learned in the Thousand June realm. It is a simple camouflage art, but some people learn it well and can play a big role. Wang Miao Miao, on the other hand, was stifling his laughter as he watched Brother Crazy perform there, and he knew that it must be Lin Mu who was up to no good. After a while, the crazy man circled around the small store and didn't find the stealthy person, spitting a mouthful of spit on the ground. What ing bad luck. Stinking, beating up our Four Seas Alliance's people, come with us. The madman walked towards Wang Miao Miao and reached out to touch her face. If you want me to go with you, you'll have to ask my husband. Wang Miao Miao blocked the madman's hand, her eyes looking across to Lin Mu who was watching the show. Your husband? The madman glanced at Lin Mu and chirped, "Kid, let your wife play with us for 2 days, you don't mind, do you?" Lin Mu glared at Wang Miao Miao, but Wang Miao Miao made a face. Yeah. Count on your kid's sense. The madman smiled faintly, his hand reaching out to Wang Miao Miao once again. But when his hand reached mid-air, he realized that he was being pinched, unable to take half a step forward. Who? He bellowed, swinging his right hand violently forward, only to find that it hit nothing, and kicking his left foot forward as well, still not hitting anything. At this time Crazy Brother realized that something was wrong, an ominous feeling turned upwards from his heart. Who are you people? Let the person in the invisibility cloak come out. He looked at Lin Mu, who didn't have a trace of fear, and Wang Miao Miao, who was smiling, and immediately felt something bad. This is not an invisibility technique, this is an invisibility suit. An invisibility technique reveals its form when it moves, only an invisibility suit can move without revealing its form. Invisibility cloak is not cheap. Is it that these 2 people are rich kids out to play? They kicked the steel plate themselves? Crazy Man calmly thought. He saw that the 2 people were not very old, and their temperament was also good. There was a real possibility that they were the children of a rich family. But he felt that the power wasn't big. The person in the cloak of invisibility was at most an early stage of the 10,000 cauldrons like him, and their Black Dragon Society wasn't afraid of this kind of family with a little bit of money. The madman's inner thoughts changed rapidly, and he felt that he had already seen through the two men. Even an idea was slowly born in his mind that he would kidnap the two and extort a ransom. Go kneel outside and tell your boss to come and collect them. Lin Mu said in a flat tone. He had played enough. Who do you think you are? You don't know the heights of heaven when your family has a little money? Making me kneel down? Looking at the young Lin Mu spouting out crazy words, the madman raised his right hand and smashed it towards Lin Mu's head, but found that it was still blocked by that force. Brothers, together, waste them for me. When both hands were grabbed, he began to call out to the little brothers gathered at the entrance to come together. But after waiting for half a day, none of the juniors at the door came forward. All of them looked at the two people sitting on the chairs with frightened faces. Let you go and kneel, where are all the words? Lin Mu raised his eyebrows, and Crazy Brother and the rest of the Four Seas Alliance were all sent flying. They were about to get up when they realized that a huge force was pressing down on them, causing them to kneel down. You're a mountain-shifting realm grandmaster. It was only at this moment that the madman realized that all of his guesses were dead wrong. How could he not expect that someone so young would be a mountain-shifting realm patriarch? What invisibility techniques, invisibility clothes, and rich people were all wrong, and his idea of kidnapping two people to make a fortune was dashed. Chapter 71. Then you kneel too. Wow. The merchants and customers watching outside the door were in an uproar. Such a young mountain-shifting realm patriarch. The Four Seas Alliance has hit an iron plate this time. That's not necessarily true. The Four Seas Alliance's ally is at the 5th stage of the mountain-moving realm. This young man won't necessarily be able to defeat him. You say that, is there no power behind such a young mountain-shifting realm master? I told you that these two young men are not afraid of danger. They must have strength and background. Che, horse hindsight. Just now you said that people are going to be miserable. Everyone looked at the members of the Four Seas Alliance kneeling in front of the small wonton store and made a lot of noise. Kid, our alliance master is a powerful person of the 6th stage of the mountain-moving realm. Let us go now and we can settle this peacefully. When our alliance master comes, you won't be able to leave if you want to. Crazy Man could only continue to put out harsh words at this point. He was a small leader. How could he have that much face to invite the alliance master? He could only use the Four Seas Alliance to pressure Lin Mu. Granny, give me another bowl of wontons. Meow meow, are you still eating? No more. You'll get fat if you eat too much. Wang Meow Meow shook her head. She was just craving, not really hungry. Ah. Okay, I'll cook it for you right away. Granny Wang only reacted in fear at this moment. She looked at this young man who had been eating wontons at her place since she was a child, and felt an overwhelming sense of shock in her heart. Did you hear that? Patriarchs aren't invincible. If you piss off our alliance master, you'll die for sure. The madman's teeth itched with anger when he saw Lin Mu ignoring him. Call your alliance leader and tell him to come over or shut up. Lin Mu swept a glance at him, and then he only saw the right side of his face swelling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The lunatic only felt a huge force slapping on the right side of his face, and immediately closed his mouth, not daring to continue shouting, and hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed the number of the hallmaster. Hey, crazy, what's the matter? Boss, we've encountered a tough fight over at the rescue house. What kind of trouble? Can't you handle a shopping street with a dozen of your men? A mountain-shifting realm grandmaster. What? You're looking for death. It's okay to mess with a grandmaster? Boss, you'd better hurry up and inform the alliance master to come over. This person isn't afraid of our Four Seas Alliance at all. If the alliance master doesn't come to our rescue, the prestige of the Four Seas Alliance will be all gone. Wait. Lin Mu listened to the conversation inside the phone, and the reason he did so was because he believed that the Four Seas Alliance's ally would definitely come over. The Four Seas Alliance had just taken over the Black Dragon Society's territory, and if they couldn't convince the people at this time, there would be a lot more people who would disobey them in their territory in the future. Only when Lin Mu finished his bowl of wontons did 4 middle-aged men in suits run over. This patriarch, I'm Wu Jinye, head of the Four Seas Alliance's East Sea Hall. I hope you'll bear with me if I've offended you much. As soon as the middle-aged man in the lead arrived at the entrance of the store, he immediately arched his hand towards Lin Mu and greeted him. When he saw Lin Mu's appearance, he was also shocked. How could there be such a young mountain-shifting realm patriarch? Where is your alliance master? Lin Mu didn't pay any attention to him, just playing with his cell phone carelessly. The ally master has other things to deal with. He instructed us to come over to make amends to you. How much compensation is more than fine? Wu Jinye thought that Lin Mu just wanted money and immediately stated his willingness to compensate. Since he has something to do, then you guys can kneel here and wait for him to come. Patriarch. Before Wu Jinye could react, he felt a huge force pressing his body downwards, and without even a chance to resist, he fell heavily to his knees. This patriarch, our Four Seas Alliance, isn't easy to bully. Whether or not you can beat our alliance master is still another matter, so why make such a mess? Lin Mu ignored this and just looked at the furniture on his cell phone with Wang Miao Miao, discussing where to go next to buy what furniture. Wang Miao Miao wasn't worried at all. He knew that Lin Mu only did things he was sure of. Ooh. The 4 Hall Masters of the Four Seas Alliance are all strong at the 8th stage of the Wanding Realm, and they just kneel down like that? What's the use of the 10,000 Cauldron Realm? Haven't you heard the saying? Everyone under a moving mountain is a mole cricket. The Four Seas Alliance has really kicked down a steel plate this time. I don't know who's more powerful between this young man and the Four Seas Alliance Master. For Seas Alliance Master Wu Sihai is a veteran mountain-shifting realm grandmaster. This young man shouldn't be a match. That's not necessarily true. Looking at this young man's calm and relaxed demeanor, it's hard to say. There were more and more people watching around. The commercial street hadn't been this lively for a long time. Even the garrison had rushed over. Patriarch inside, I'm Lu Bingran, the captain of the rescue building garrison. Isn't it not too good for your excellency to cause trouble here? Lu Bingran looked at this figure with some familiarity. He always felt that he had seen it somewhere, and he didn't dare to be unbridled in the face of the mountain-moving realm patriarch. Garrison? Lin Mu turned to look at Lu Bingran, his eyes full of disgust, condoning the club to collect protection money even if it was not enough, but also had the audacity to run over to save people. But as soon as Lu Bingran saw Lin Mu, his pupils instantly widened. It's you. You recognize me? You're the bald guy from that hospital case. Lu Bingran finally knew why this person looked familiar. He also knew why he had his memory wiped. The person in the emotional portrait was actually a Zhongsher, or a Zhongsher who was so young. When Captain Wu looked for him to cooperate with the investigation, he realized that the one who took Dr. Su was a bald head, otherwise he had no impression at all. Lin Mu instantly understood that this person was the garrison captain who had gone to the community hospital to investigate. Didn't you have your memory wiped? He remembered that Li Changqing had said to him that all the relevant people had their memories wiped. Even the staff of the Cultivator Alliance had their memories wiped, so how come a garrison captain was fine? I was wiped of my memory, but then Captain Wu from the city center approached me to cooperate with the investigation, and I've seen your portrait. Lu Bingran knew that this young man in front of him was not to be messed with. He just wanted to leave, but he found a force wrapped around him. He could only answer truthfully. Oh. Then you kneel too. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the garrison knelt down, looking at Lin Mu with a horrified expression. You're openly provoking the laws of White City. Don't think that just because you have some connections in the Demon Removal Guard, you can act recklessly. Lu Bingran was also angry at this moment. He didn't expect Lin Mu to dare to make them kneel. They were the garrison, representing the municipality. Doing this was like slapping the municipality's face, slapping the garrison's face. The same goes for you. Call your first captain to come here and collect them. Lin Mu just said lightly, then looked at his cell phone with Wang Miao Miao again. Lu Bingran looked at Lin Mu in shock. What did this young man want? He wanted to fix the security of White City by himself? Or does he want to get a piece of the pie? Seeing this scene, Wu Zhenye asked in a low voice, Captain Lu, what is this person's origin? Lu Bingran shook his head. I don't know exactly what the origin is. I only know that there is someone in the Demon Removal Guards, and the position is not low. Then what now? What else can we do? Call someone? Lu Bingran glared at Wu Zhenye. This is really pure unadulterated disaster. He just came over to show off, and not to save the Four Seas Alliance. Did not expect to kneel here. Chapter 72. You also want to step in his footsteps? This scene confused the merchants and customers watching from the side. Making the garrison kneel was the first time they had heard of it. What is this young man's origin? Daring to make the garrison kneel. Isn't this a slap in the face of the municipality? What business is it of the municipality? It's a slap in the face of the garrison. I'll bet you that the municipality will never care about the garrison. The captain of the garrison is not a good guy. He's said to be backed by a big shot. Who knows? Keep watching. I have a feeling something big is going to happen today. The crowd of onlookers grew, surrounding the road outside. Some people thought there was a murder, desperately trying to squeeze in to see. I did not expect to hear about it after more reluctant to go. This can be more interesting than the murder. Xiaomu, don't you not care? Wang Miao Miao quietly asked in Lin Mu's ear. I don't care if they collect protection money. But if he dares to molest you, I have to care. Who made me your husband? Lin Mu also said back quietly, and Wang Miao Miao was aroused, her heart beating faster and her face red. And Lu Bingran and Wu Zhenye, who were kneeling on the ground, were not idle and immediately called their bosses. I say you too, your alliance leader and first captain are coming or not, if not I'm leaving. Don't blame me for not reminding you too. If I leave, you'll have to kneel here until you die. Lin Mu sat for more than 10 minutes, looking at the sky. It was getting late, and was ready to go buy furniture with Wang Miao Miao. His absolute domain had 30 kilometers, and he was able to suppress these two groups of people in the city center. Immediately. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Wu Zhenye thought that Lin Mu wanted to kill them and responded in a hurry. After a few more minutes, Lin Mu's patience was completely depleted. Looks like you people aren't very important in your boss's eyes. Patriarch Lin, you're so elegant. Lin Mu's words had just been spoken when a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses walked over with a smile, accompanied by an old man in a Zhongshan suit. You're the Grand Captain of the garrison? He sensed an aura of a long time and a high position from the man with the golden glasses and immediately guessed it. These two people were also interesting, two mountain-shifting realms they actually walked over. It looked like they had already thought of countermeasures along the way. And the man with the golden glasses was able to accurately call out his name. He should have done a brief investigation on himself. My humble self, Zhang Shihong, Brigadier General of the White City Garrison. This is Wu Sihai, the ally of the Four Seas Alliance. Zhang Shihong introduced himself and also introduced Wu Sihai in passing. Lin Mu knew that Zhang Shihong was trying to solve the problem to come, otherwise he would not be so amiable when he was a garrison captain and his garrison members were kneeling on the ground. And the person behind this Zhang Shihong may really be as uncomplicated as the onlookers said. Come in and talk. Lin Mu glanced at the two men and resumed his seat next to Wang Miao Miao. Xiaomu, I'm going to go shopping in Electric City first, you guys chat. Wang Miao Miao got up. He knew that this kind of occasion was not appropriate for her to be here. Outside she had to give face to Lin Mu. After all, the head of the family was talking about things. It was all a group of old men. It was not appropriate for her to stay here. Lin Mu knew Wang Miao Miao's thoughts and patted her on the back. Then you go shopping first. In order to prevent accidents, Lin Mu purposely marked her body with his spiritual power, and within a 30-kilometer range, the moment there was a breeze, he could immediately know. Wang Miao Miao nodded with the two of them and walked through the crowded crowd, which automatically divided a path for her to pass through. Granny Wang, serve these two bowls of wontons. Seeing the two sitting down, Lin Mu said with a smile towards the at-a-glance Granny Wang. Granny Wang bought a lifetime of wontons. Where have you seen this kind of scene? Quickly responded, good. Good Lu. Not a moment, 2 bowls of hot wontons served up. Zhang Shihong and Wu Sihai see Lin Mu did not speak. They also do not speak. On the way here, Zhang Shihong had already learned some information about Lin Mu, knowing that behind Lin Mu there was a void-breaking realm Exalted One, and also a key object of concern for the Dragon King's palace, so he had already explained to Wu Sihai not to speak out of turn. Both of you never ate in this kind of small store before, right? Try it tastes great. After the ravioli was brought up, Lin Mu made a gesture of please taste towards the ravioli in front of the two of them. Zhang Shihong smiled, I'll be polite then. After saying that, he picked up a spoon and ate. Wu Sihai on the side saw this and hurriedly followed suit. How about it? Does it taste okay? It's good, the ingredients are fresh and the flavor is sweet. Zhang Shihong picked up a paper napkin and wiped his mouth. So do you know how much this bowl of wontons costs? Once he heard this, Zhang Shihong knew that Lin Mu was about to get to the point. The rent shouldn't be expensive for a store of this size on Commercial Street. This bowl of wontons uses about 1 or 2 pieces of meat. 30 alliance coins a bowl should be wanted, so there can be a profit of about $10. Lin Mu laughed. This Zhang Shihong was also old and cunning. Knowing that he was going to start with the money aspect, he directly calculated out the profit of a bowl of wontons. Captain Zhang, you stay inside the office every day. You really don't know the suffering of the people. What do you mean? This bowl of wontons is 15 lead coins. After deducting the materials, rent and utilities, it's just enough for personal labor. Impossible, this bowl of wontons is such a large amount that it would cost at least $40 Union to eat at the municipal side. You also know that there is the municipality. What is this place? This is the largest slum in White City, where the people living here are the lowest class of society. Who's going to eat it if it's so expensive? Hearing this, Zhang Shihong did not say anything. He never paid when he went out to eat, only occasionally ate a late-night snack, deduced that this bowl of wontons cost about 40. But I didn't expect that in the relief building, 15 bowls of wontons were so massive. Wu Sihai, right. Seeing that Zhang Shihong didn't say anything, Lin Mu turned his head to look at Wu Sihai. Yes, Patriarch Lin, speak. Seeing that Lin Mu had aimed his spear at him, Wu Sihai immediately returned. Do you know whose territory this place used to be? No. Then do you know where the Black Dragon Society that used to collect protection money here has gone? No. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed and he slammed the table, knowing that you're still so licentious? I just sent Li Huaqiang away and you want to follow in his footsteps? Sweat broke out on Wu Sihai's forehead, and he didn't know if it was from the heat of eating wontons or from Lin Mu's fright. Zhang Shihong had already told him something about Lin Mu on the way here, and he knew that the Black Dragon Society was eradicated by this young man. Do you know why I would let you and the Brotherhood remain in White City? No. Because your two families didn't do some killing and killing. I also know that in this present day and age, you have your reasons for existing. We're not like the Black Dragon Society, we're just making a living too. Wu Sihai hurriedly agreed. Chapter 73, Being a Good Person. What a way to beg for a living. That's quite a high cost of living for you. Lin Mu sneered. This Wu Sihai was really good at taking advantage of the situation. Zhang Shihong lit a cigarette. Lin Mu, do you want to meddle in this matter? My uncle and I said you're not the type to meddle in things. Your uncle? Zhang Hongyuan. So it is. Lin Mu had a look of realization. No wonder Zhang Shihong came over and didn't play official. It turned out to be Zhang Hongyuan's nephew, which was not surprising. Actually, I don't want to be in charge of these things. I know that with my current ability, I can't be in charge of this kind of thing. Hearing Lin Mu say such words, Zheng Shihong nodded. It seemed that uncle was right. Lin Mu wasn't a reckless person, he just didn't know why he would let himself come over today. If you have something to say, just say it. Zheng Shihong exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said bluntly. The purpose of my calling you guys here is because the Four Seas Alliance's little brother molested my wife, and secondly, I also want to give you guys a word of advice. You guys really need to stop in moderation when you're squeezing oil out of the poor people. As soon as he heard this, Zheng Shihong glared at Wu Sihai. Your men seem to be very ignorant of the rules. What did I tell you when you took over the Black Dragon Society's territory? As soon as he heard that Zheng Shihong was a bit angry, Wu Sihai hurriedly explained, recently, the plate has gotten bigger, and quite a few juniors have been recruited. I will be sure to be strict with my discipline when I get back. Brigade Zhang, you know our Four Seas Alliance, we never do that kind of forcing good people into prostitution. Once Lin Mu heard this, he laughed. Alliance Master Wu, you're being a bit too arbitrary. That one called crazy, he should be an old man of your Four Seas Alliance. Wu Sihai glanced at the madman kneeling outside and frowned. I don't recognize this person. Alliance Master Wu, isn't it too pointless to be sophomoric at this time? I'm telling the truth, I really haven't seen this person before. He then looked at Wu Jinye, who was kneeling outside, and roared, Wu Jinye, who is this person below? Wu Jinye said with a difficult look on his face, Uncle Wu, recently, there is a lack of manpower, so I took in a little bit of Black Dragon Society members, and this lunatic is a small leader of the former Black Dragon Society. When Wu Sihai heard this, his blood pressure rose sharply and his spiritual power directly hit Wu Jinye's face. How many times have I told you? You can't have people from the Black Dragon Society, we're not the same as the Black Dragon Society. Lin Mu pursed his lips when he saw this scene. It seemed that Wu Sihai really didn't know about this. He knew about the matter of the Black Dragon Society having leaks. The Black Dragon Society had nearly 2,000 members, he had only knocked out 1,000 or so, and a portion of them had become stragglers. These people had no other place to go, they could only continue to fool around outside. Some with good strength would definitely be absorbed by the Brotherhood in Four Seas Alliance. Don't talk about your family matters here, I don't have time to listen. Lin Mu interrupted Wu Sihai's attempt to continue lecturing Wu Jinye. He had also heard about the ethos of the Four Seas Alliance, and compared to the Black Dragon Society, it was a world away. Wu Sihai, this old man is actually still a little conscience, will not condone the killing and looting of his men. Looking for you guys for just one purpose, I hope you'll think about the people at the bottom. Wu Sihai glanced at Zheng Shihong, who spoke nicely of being a gang leader, but was actually a wage earner. Since you've said so, I don't want my share of the relief building in the future. Zheng Shihong knew that Lin Mu must have wanted to have a say when he said that, and he couldn't afford to dismiss him, as there wasn't much oil and water on the rescue house site anyway. As soon as Wu Sihai heard Zheng Shihong say that, he immediately took over. Since Brigadier Zhang has given the word, I won't charge for the rescue house side. The rest of the people's share, I'll gouge it out from somewhere else and give it to them. Lin Mu nodded. He knew that being able to make this kind of concession was already Zheng Shihong's greatest sincerity. After all, it's not like the oil and water went into his stomach alone. In fact, he also did not want to get involved in this, just grew up in the relief building, know how difficult the bottom cultivators and people can help a hand. As for those affluent places, whether or not their protection fees will rise because the rescue house's protection fees are not paid, this is not something he cares about. Then I'll leave first. Lin Mu got up and stood, but Zheng Shihong called out to him, wait. Anything else? You haven't paid. Seeing Zheng Shihong playfully asking himself to pay, Lin Mu smiled slightly and walked over to the payment machine to swipe his face to pay. The two of you have eaten well, so take the people back. Lin Mu slowly walked out of the small store, and all the people kneeling on the ground stood up. When he walked up to the madman, he paused for a moment. A leaky member of the Black Dragon Society? You like women a lot. No. No. The madman immediately shook his head in denial, and was relieved to see Lin Mu leave after just saying that. His breath hadn't even finished coming out when a sharp pain hit him in the lower part, causing him to directly faint on the ground. Together with him, there was also the suited junior who collected the sanitation fee. Seeing this scene, the man in the undershirt was so scared that his legs were shivering, and after a while he realized that he was fine, and a yellow liquid flowed from his crotch down his pants to the ground. From today onwards, the area of the aid building, the sanitation fee and the management fee of the garrison are all free. Waiting for Lin Mu to leave, Zheng Shihong stood at the entrance of the store, looked at the people watching around him, and left a sentence before leaving in a hurry. Kneeling on the ground, Lu Bingran quickly followed. He knew that he would face a wild storm next. Having made the garrison lose such a big man, Zheng Shihong would definitely not let him have a good time. Wu Sihai took Wu Jinye and let the people rack the madman. His eyes were cold as he said, take care of this person yourself, notify the other hall masters, come to the headquarters for a meeting. I'd like to see how many Black Dragon Society people you've taken in. As the two groups of people left, the surrounding merchants erupted into a joyful chant. From today, for the next month, we at Dingjin Clothing City, all merchandise will be discounted by 70%. See Dragon Food City, half price for a week, welcome. 70% off for half a month. As more and more merchants began to discount, everyone began to run around, and in less than 10 minutes the entire shopping street knew the news. That young sect master is a good man. Yeah. It made the rescue house's consumption drop a lot all of a sudden. That's not true. It's because of these messy protection fees that the merchants in the commercial street are selling at very high prices. Being able to make the garrison admit defeat, the energy behind this young man isn't simple either. Who cares if he's simple or not, doing a good deed is a good deed. While the merchants and residents of the rescue building were celebrating enthusiastically, Lin Mu locked onto Wang Miao Miao, who he realized seemed to be in some trouble. Chapter 74: Buying Electrical Appliances. About 5 kilometers away from the salvage building, Commercial Street was the largest electrical appliances and furniture city in White City. At this time, Wang Miao Miao was surrounded by a group of people, and the flyers in his hands were constantly stuffed into his arms. Beauty, take a look at our home appliances, the most cost-effective place in the whole electrical city. Beauty, do you need furniture? All solid wood furniture. Solid wood furniture is a rare commodity these days. Beauty, our appliances are all new, unlike some people who sell parallel imports. Beauty. A group of people surrounded her, and Wang Miao Miao felt her brain buzzing with pain. She couldn't have imagined that an electrical city would have so many salesmen. I'll take a look first. Good. Good. She had 7 or 8 flyers in her hand, and she was still picking up flyers, and if she didn't, these salespeople would keep surrounding her. While taking the flyers, she had to try to concur, or else these salespeople would think she didn't hear them, and would still keep chattering around. Lin Mu, who was in the air, saw this scene and smiled with his teeth showing. He had never seen a picture of Wang Miao Miao in such a sorry state. Looking at the exhausted Wang Miao Miao, Lin Mu couldn't bear it and directly pulled her to his side. Ugh, where are the people? See a ghost? Wearing a cloak of invisibility to buy appliances? Invisibility, right. The salesmen surrounding Wang Miao Miao were all confused when they saw the person suddenly disappear into thin air. However, they soon found a new target and surrounded the family of 3 who had just entered the electrical appliance city and began to promote their own products in a gushing manner. Wang Miao Miao, who was originally surrounded by the salesman, felt a huge pull and instantly realized that Lin Mu had come, and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Standing beside Lin Mu, Wang Miao Miao sighed, "This isn't selling anything. This is completely robbing people. It's so late, these salesmen are really hardworking too. Those who can come to do sales are all housewives, out to earn some living expenses, so of course they have to rob customers. But why don't you go to the west side of Electric City? It's all high-end appliances over there, and the salespeople aren't this crazy." Wang Miao Miao was on fire as soon as she heard this. "I followed the navigation and rode a self-service bicycle to get here. This crap navigation must have gotten my big data? I navigated Electrical Appliance City, it brought me directly here. It means I'm poor and only deserve to come to the east. I want to go to the west, and it gives me a line jam." Looking at Wang Miao Miao's exasperated look, Lin Mu put his arm around her waist. "Let's go, I'll take you to the west." The two of them instantly moved to the western part of the electrical city. The stores here were all decorated a lot more luxuriously than in the east, and the shopkeepers were all standing in front of the store in a very qualified manner, and wouldn't gather around in a brain like in the east. "By the way, how are things being handled over there?" Wang Miao Miao leaned against Lin Mu's shoulder, feeling incredibly smooth. "The sanitation fee will be cancelled from now on in the aid building." "Really?" Wang Miao Miao asked in surprise. "Can I still lie to you?" "Thank you." She knew that the only reason Lin Mu would be in charge of this kind of thing was purely because she had wanted to be in charge of it twice, and Lin Mu didn't want to let her down. "A thank you and that's it? I've offended a lot of people. Then what do you want?" As soon as Wang Miao Miao heard this, she knew that Lin Mu was teasing her. The two of them had lived together for so many years. She knew whether it was true or not the moment she heard Lin Mu's tone. "Give your body to me," Lin Mu said with great righteousness. "You don't have a straight face. Hurry down and buy something." Wang Miao Miao slapped Lin Mu's back, her face blushing. "Ha ha." Lin Mu laughed out loud and landed on the ground with Wang Miao Miao. Seeing the two of them fall from the sky, the eyes of the surrounding clerks lit up, only that they didn't dare to go to the customers. It will do to the rules of the store. High-end brands are all about customers coming to the door themselves, and they, the sales staff, are not allowed to go around customers like a vegetable market mom. But they all have a voice in their hearts crying out, "Come to me. Come to me." Those who could be salespeople here were not stupid, knowing that there was definitely a mountain-shifting realm patriarch between the two men, which was a walking alliance coin, and as long as they were received well, the commission would not be small. Which brand to buy? The reason why Electric City was called a city, it was like a small town full of people selling electrical appliances. The eastern part of the city is basically filled with low-end brands competing, while the western part of the city is filled with high-end brands. With Lin Mu's current financial resources, it was impossible to buy low-end stuff. It wouldn't last too long before it broke, and he didn't have the effort to repair it. There are also good low-end brands, but only focus on making a certain appliance, and he doesn't want to bother to go out and run. Just buy the Dragon brand. It's Dragon's own brand, and the quality is guaranteed. Okay. Lin Mu still had a good feeling about the brand Dragon, which had existed before the Earth Star mutation, and it was a first-tier brand at that time. After the Earth Star mutation, there weren't many brands left, because if you want to be a good brand in this era, not only do you have to have good quality, but you also have to have a high level of boss cultivation. If the owner's cultivation is not high, the relative influence will become smaller, and like if you want to ask a high-ranking cultivator to endorse it, it may not be enough to make a year's profit. The signboard of Dragon brand was also eye-catching. A dragon prancing in the clouds was the signboard. There were no words on it, only this one pattern. Welcome to Dragon brand Electric. May I ask what you two need? The dragon salesperson, who had seen the two men land from the sky with her own eyes, saw the two men walking towards her and her eyes glowed. I recently bought a villa with all the furniture. Get your designer to come here and design it for me based on my villa design. Hearing this, not only did the salesman's eyes light up, even his teeth began to chatter. This way please, both of you. The salesman was in an excited mood and his speech was a bit shaky. Under the salesman's leadership, there was soon a specialized designer who gave an electrical layout plan based on Lin Mu's villa design. Mr. Lin, do you think you're satisfied with this design? Lin Mu shook his head. Show it to the person in charge of my family. He then pointed at Wang Miao Miao, who blushed and hurriedly took the tablet in the designer's hand. Good looking is quite good looking, but isn't this too expensive? All these appliances cost more than $3 million. If you add the intelligent system, it must not be more than $6 million? Wang Miao Miao frowned. She was a bit distressed about the money, although she knew that Lin Mu had saved a lot of money by buying the villa, but that's not how money is spent. The more high-grade the appliances, the more expensive the intelligence system that needed to be adapted. Don't worry, the intelligence system has brotherly to help us out. The internal system of the demon removal guard is better than any system on the market. Lin Mu gave Wang Miao Miao a look that reassured her. When the designer on the side heard this, he immediately agreed. If there's an intelligence system for the demon removal guard, there's really no need to buy an intelligence system. The demon removal guard's internal intelligence system is several generations ahead of these systems on the market. Just these. Arrange for someone to send it to me tomorrow. Looking at Wang Miao Miao's hesitation, Lin Mu directly clapped his hands. After leaving the address and paying the money, the two of them hoofed it to Furniture City again. Chapter 75 Moving. After some careful selection, the two of them still decided to choose Dragon's furniture, only Dragon still insisted on making Dragon Kingdom-style furniture. After buying electrical appliances and furniture, Lin Mu sent Wang Miao Miao back to the hospital. I'll go back first, you go to bed early. Aha! At the entrance of the ward, Lin Mu and Wang Miao Miao said goodbye. There were exclusive patient escort rooms in the advanced ward, and there were two of them, so Wang Miao Miao and Wang Ziyi had been staying at the hospital. Ugh! Wait! What else? Lin Mu, who had already turned around, looked at Wang Miao Miao curiously. Sip! Wang Miao Miao flew and kissed Lin Mu's cheek and immediately fled back to the hospital room. This girl! Lin Mu laughed and touched his right cheek, as if it was still warm from Wang Miao Miao's lips. Returning to the 8 building, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Lin Mu lay on the bed and looked at the system panel. At this time, 4 days had passed since he broke through the inverted sea realm, and he had another 320,000 attribute points. Lin Mu unfolded the absolute domain, wanting to add 100,000 attribute points to enlightenment and comprehend the laws of space at a deeper level. However, just as the thought rose, a sense of crisis arose. Still not working? Feeling this sense of crisis, Lin Mu knew it was a warning. He didn't know where the sense of crisis came from. It had appeared once when he was peering into his soul, and with that experience, he didn't dare to act rashly now. It seems that the inverted sea realm is not yet able to peer into the deeper nature of space. Lin Mu murmured to himself and added all of his remaining 300,000 attribute points to strength. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 740,285. Strength, 202,9414. Spirit, 2,999. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 0. As the cultivation level got higher, the more attribute points one needed for each rank, and now it would take 24 days to advance to the first rank, and that was even if the physical attributes were sufficient. By the time he reached the 3rd stage of the inverted sea, the attribute points would be limited by the fact that his strength could not exceed his physique by a factor of 5. By that time, he would have to increase his physique to 3 million before it would be enough, so when he did the math like this, Lin Mu felt that the speed of upgrading was still a bit slow. It takes a full 7 months to advance from the inverted sea first stage to the sky-breaking realm. Lin Mu murmured and opened the quest panel. There were still 360 days left in the quest time. If he promoted to the sky-breaking realm after 7 months, then he would only have about 150 days left in the quest time. Maybe when he reached the 8th stage of the inverted sea realm he could try to go to some small cracks to steal a piece of the energy core, but it wasn't realistic to go and get the energy core now. Not to mention whether or not he could beat the alien beasts guarding the core. He was afraid that the beasts would destroy the core when they fought, and although the mission would be accomplished, he would be cold along with the collapsed cracks. Last time, the 7th rift was lucky to have a little bit of energy core left. The mouth of the rift did not close, or else he and Gu Minglan would have died in the 7th rift. Thinking about it, Lin Mu fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lin Mu came to the city center hospital and picked up his father-in-law and mother-in-law along with Wang Miao Miao. Today, he had to move and install the intelligence system, so he was busy enough. Tomorrow is Li Changqing's engagement, so he'll be busy for another day. Lin Mu organized all the things inside the salvage building and threw away everything that should be thrown away. He only left some photos, the rest of the things were all unwanted, and the villa was bought new anyway. But the mother-in-law's side is different. Is this also want that also want, even a frying pan to move over? Lin Mu persuaded her to give up this idea. The key is that it is useless to bring this thing over there. After half a day of organizing, from the morning until 11 o'clock at noon, the things were all sorted out. Lin Mu took the 3 people and a bunch of boxes directly to the villa in an instantaneous transfer. Mother-in-law felt the instantaneous transfer for the first time, was shocked. This villa of his was located at the very top of the mountain, and the first stop for the melting snow water from another high mountain to pass through was here. The entire villa covered an area of 3 acres, with 1 main building, for secondary buildings, 2 utility rooms, and 2 gardens. There was also a small fountain inside the garden in the front yard, and the water inside the fountain was drawn from the creek. Xiaomu, this villa costs quite a bit of money. Looking at the palace-like villa in front of her, Zhang Chuifeng couldn't help but ask. It wasn't like she hadn't seen pictures of villas before, and she had seen fewer villas of this scale in atlases. In the past, she also had a dream of living in a villa, only to be gradually smoothed out by life, not realizing that after half a lifetime of poverty, she was now letting her dream shine into reality instead. No, this villa my friend helped me get a discount, it's not that expensive. A few people walked and chatted. The installer in the house was furniture and electrical appliances. Dozens of installers around the whole villa kept turning. Lin Mu had to sigh. It's true that money makes the devil work. In the course of the morning, most of the electrical appliances in the main building had been installed, with only a few monitors still being debugged, and the side of the secondary building was almost finished. Only the furniture was progressing more slowly. The cabinets in the main building had only just been nailed down, the beds hadn't started to be installed, and none of the side buildings had even started yet. More than 30 workers and another 20 were installing the furniture, and were busy in the villa. But the good thing is that they are all customized furniture, no need to saw on site, and there is no formaldehyde in all this mess, you can use it directly after installation. Several people strolled around the villa, and finally after a joint discussion, Lin Mu and Wang Miao Miao lived in the main building, and Wang Ziyi and Zhang Chuifeng lived in the secondary building on the left-hand side of the main building. Since they were not yet engaged, Wang Miao Miao had said early on that they could not sleep together yet, so the 2 of them occupied 1 room each. After finalizing the rooms, Lin Mu put everyone's things in the room. Just as several people wanted to go and organize their things, Li Changqing came with his daughter-in-law. Lin Mu, introduce me, this is my wife Fan Meiting. Li Changqing shook Fan Meiting's hand and introduced her. Hello sister-in-law. Lin Mu greeted and introduced Wang Miao Miao and his in-laws to Li Changqing. After chatting for a while, Wang Ziyi and Zhang Chuifeng went ahead to the secondary building to pack up their things, and they couldn't get involved in the young people's topic. Wang Miao Miao on the other hand took Fan Meiting to her room. Women always talk the most. Not for a while he heard the sound of laughter like silver bells coming from the room on the 2nd floor. Not a moment later, 2 uniformed demon removal guards also walked in. Director Li, the intelligence system on your side has been installed. Install the intelligence system here as well, so you guys can go back. Thanks for your hard work. No hard work. It should be. The 2 demon removal guards carried a large pile of things and nodded towards Lin Mu, then walked into the villa. Lin Mu, on the other hand, went to a side pavilion with Li Changqing, dismantled a new set of tea utensils, and drank tea. Lin Mu, yesterday you cured Zhang Shihong? Neither, it's just that I'm leaving the rescue house, and I'm going to help the neighbors of the rescue house one last time. As the 2 of them chatted idly, Lin Mu always felt that Li Changqing had something to say, but was too embarrassed to say it, and kept stammering and changing the subject. Big brother Li, are you up to something? Li Changqing sighed, there is indeed something to ask. Just say what you need. After we met, you helped me a lot. How come you're squirming when you ask me for help, looking down on me? Then I'll be blunt. Chapter 76, Marriage Tomorrow. Aren't I getting engaged tomorrow? The hotel and everything was booked, but Mei Ting's father suddenly backed out. Li Changqing sighed. This was the reason why he didn't want to talk about it. The family scandal couldn't be publicized, but it seemed like there was no one who could help him now except Lin Mu. What's the situation? Engaged tomorrow and suddenly backtracked today? Lin Mu was confused. There's such an operation? Last night, he suddenly called and asked Mei Ting to return to Kyoto. Sister-in-law is from Kyoto? Well, she's from the Kyoto Research Institute, came to White City to do scientific research, and has been here since she met me. Then why the sudden reversal yesterday? It seems like I can't help with this kind of thing. Lin Mu didn't know what to say. According to Li Changqing, Fan Meiting's family should have agreed to it, and it seemed like he couldn't do much to help if the person's father didn't agree. Actually, it's not her father who doesn't agree, it's her brother who doesn't agree. You mean her brother doesn't know that her sister-in-law is marrying you? He knows. What's her brother been doing all this time? He knew about the engagement and suddenly said no? Lin Mu's brows furrowed. This was really a dog blood drama. To be engaged and out pops a brother who disagrees. Her brother went to guard the 4th rift in Jade City. He hasn't been home for 6 years. He just came home last week. Her brother is a demon removal guard? Aha! Vice Lord of Jade City. Her brother is basically in charge of their family. TSK. Lin Mu's brows were furrowed. Jade City's Vice City Lord. This wasn't easy to fix. Originally, we wanted to delay it for a while, so that when we get engaged, the raw rice will be cooked and the water will be ready. But yesterday his father said that her brother has already set off to catch her in 100 cities. Li Changqing was worried. For this matter, he had searched for a lot of connections, but all of them were useless. In fact, sister-in-law her father is still not against it. He even revealed the news to you, just to see if you have a way to deal with it. If not, then it can only break up the two of you. Lin Mu instantly analyzed the meaning of Li Changqing's words. It should be this kind of idea, but I've searched all my connections, and even went to the Grand Metropolitan Governor, but his brother just won't let go. So how do you want me to help you? He had now guessed what Li Changqing was thinking, he just didn't know if his guess was accurate or not. I want you to help me stop his brother, and your sister-in-law and I will directly organize the wedding tomorrow. Li Changqing looked at Lin Mu with a hopeful gaze. He knew that only Lin Mu could help him right now. It was impossible for the great metropolitan governor to stop the White City's Vice City Lord for something like this. It didn't make sense. But Lin Mu didn't have a position on his side, so there was no need for this kind of bending and twisting on the surface of the official world. Marry directly? Big brotherly, you're making a break for it. You have to think clearly. Even if I help you stop her brother, you won't be able to straighten things out later. Could it be that you won't bring your sister-in-law home for the rest of your life? And her brother, as the Vice City Lord of White City, can make you lose your reputation with the move of a finger. Lin Mu looked at Li Changqing with some surprise. This was not like the Li Changqing he knew. Was this washed out? I know, your sister-in-law and I also said, the big deal is that we live an ordinary life. I'm not so bad that I can't support your sister-in-law at the 4th stage of the mountain shifting realm. Looking at Li Changqing's voice of conviction, Lin Mu knew that the two of them had a deep bond, probably no worse than his and Wang Miao Miao's. If he were to separate him and Wang Miao Miao now, it would be impossible, and the two of them would probably be even more out of character if they were to encounter something like this. With Wang Miao Miao's character, if there was really no other way, she might just take herself to martyrdom. I would like to ask, why does sister-in-law her brother disagree? Simply can't see you? Li Changqing nodded. I haven't been able to let Mei Ting have a good life all these years, so his brother has always disagreed. Originally, the two of us were planning to secretly get married without his brother's knowledge, but I didn't realize that his brother suddenly came home and didn't see Mei Ting. That's why we came to 100 cities to arrest her. Hearing this, Lin Mu narrowed his eyes. That's a bit of bullying. You're at least the director of the Baicheng office now, and you're still viewed as you were before? What's the use of a division chief? In his eyes, I still can't give Mei Ting a happy life. Is two people's happiness measured by these things? The more Lin Mu thought about it, the angrier he got. This kind of person who had been in a high position for a long time seemed to have a bit of a stinky problem. What realm is her brother in? The 3rd stage of the inverted sea realm. Li Changqing said it with some embarrassment. This was one of the reasons why it was difficult for him to say. It was indeed a bit difficult for Lin Mu, a 1st stage of the inverted sea realm, to stop a 3rd stage of the inverted sea realm. But within the people he knew, the Grand Metropolitan Governor wouldn't go, and it would easily cause the relationship between the two cities to deteriorate. The only person he could think of was Lin Mu, whose spiritual battle skills were exceptionally bizarre, so maybe he could give it a try. If you don't think you can stop it, don't go. Maybe this is the life of Mei Ting and I. Seeing that Lin Mu didn't reply for a long time, Li Changqing could only say with a sigh, making such a request was indeed a bit difficult for Lin Mu. It's not that I can't stop him, I'm wondering how he became a Vice City Lord at the 3rd stage of the inverted sea realm. Li Changqing had a question mark on his face. He thought Lin Mu was unsure. He didn't realize that he was thinking about this kind of question. Inverted Sea Realm 3rd rank as a Deputy City Lord is already very good. Some cities' City Lords are only at Inverted Sea Realm 2nd rank, our White City's Grand Governor is only at Inverted Sea Realm 4th rank, and the City Lord is also at Inverted Sea Realm 5th rank. Lin Mu was stunned. Why was this different from what he thought? It's not right. Zhang Tianwang, an honorary Vice Lord of Sea City, is at the 8th stage of the Inverted Sea Realm. Li Changqing slapped his forehead. Lin Mu's brain was quite good sometimes. How come he couldn't turn a corner sometimes? Kyoto, Haichang, and Bianchang are the 3 biggest cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Kyoto and Haichang were even cities before the mutation. These 3 cities are big cities with a population of over 50 million. That's why the defense power of these 3 cities is quite a bit higher than the other cities. Like the Sand City, which is a bit more remote, the City Lords are only at the 1st stage of the Inverted Sea Realm, and this has something to do with the number of cracks in the city as well. Moreover, Zhang Tianwang is the honorary Vice City Lord, and in order to obtain this titular title, one would have had to have a high cultivation level, and Zhang Tianwang's cultivation level is the same as that of the City Lord of High City. Lin Mu heard Li Changqing's explanation and realized that the defense strength of each city was different. He thought that there should be no gap between the city lords and grand governors designated by the Cultivator Alliance for each city. The key to these things is that people who don't care won't check, who has nothing to do with looking at the information of the heads of more than 60 cities. No, are you thinking that the inverted sea realm is a big cabbage? Looking at Lin Mu's expression of sudden realization, Li Changqing said in a depressed manner. If he had the cultivation of the inverted sea realm, he should have been able to be a vice city lord in White City as well, and would have been able to talk to Fan Junsi very stiffly. Where would he have been as passive as he was now? No, just don't understand, ask. Lin Mu awkwardly touched his nose. Chapter 77. Leave it to me. By the way, what's your great-uncle's name? Van Jonsi. When are you coming? He should have left this morning, and at his speed, if there are no delays on the road, he should arrive tonight or early tomorrow morning, counting rest time. Li Changqing wasn't sure of the exact time, he could only project based on the flight speed of the inverted sea realm. The straight line distance from the capital to the White City was more than 1,600 kilometers, and the flight speed of the third stage of the inverted sea realm was about 300 kilometers per hour, but the spiritual power needed to be restored. Also counting the time to avoid storms on the way, if there are many storms, there may be some delay, so Li Changqing can only give an approximate time. Alright, I know, I'll wait for him outside White City at 8 tonight. With me around, he won't be able to enter. Are you sure? When have I ever done anything I wasn't sure of? Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Li Changqing remembered his crazy behavior in the 8th rift and quickly said, "You're stopping me, don't get serious." He was worried that in case the two really fought, it wouldn't end well then. Don't worry. By the way, you're having a wedding tomorrow, are things ready? Not yet. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. You're not ready yet, why are you telling me this? Li Changqing also rolled his eyes. I'm not sure if you'll say yes, so why am I preparing so early? If you say you can't stop me, I'm going to take your sister-in-law and run away tonight. Lin Mu gave a thumbs up to say a tawdry maneuver. It had to be Li Changqing. Don't worry. As long as you can stop her brother, I'll arrange the wedding in a few hours. I still have this confidence. Okay. Make the wedding better. Tomorrow after I stop your great uncle, I'll still come to drink the wedding wine. That's enough. As long as we finish the wedding tomorrow, I'll see how he can still take Mei Ting away. Li Changqing knew very well in his heart that as long as the ceremony was held tomorrow, Fan Junshi would definitely not take Mei Ting away again. As long as the ceremony was held, it would be a done deal according to the current Longhua customs. At that time, if Fan Junsi took away Mei Ting, it would be against the public conscience, and he, a deputy city lord, would not dare to risk such a great taboo in the world. And it's useless to bring it back, no one else will marry Mei Ting again, and he won't do it for his sister's sake. The family rules of the Fan family don't allow him to do that either. Don't worry, if I can't stop him tomorrow, I'll carry my head. Lin Mu and Li Changqing clinked glasses, confident. He was at the second stage of the inverted sea realm, and he had also comprehended the power of spatial laws, so as long as the absolute domain wasn't broken, he was an invincible existence. How strong could the spiritual power of a pouring sea third stage be? It was only a little bit stronger than his spiritual power, so he didn't panic at all. Thanks. Li Changqing whispered his thanks. His heart had been hanging in the air from last night until now, and only now did it fall a little. Go eat. Lin Mu barred his mouth. They had eaten a couple of buns from the morning until now. A group of 6 people came to the restaurant outside the villa area, and on the way, the two of them, Fan Meiting and Wang Miao Miao, didn't stop their mouths. The two were intimate as if they had been girlfriends for years, hugging each other and not letting go. After dinner, of course, they went to their own homes. The two Li Changqings had to prepare for the wedding, and they had to pack their things. Miao Miao, I'll transfer $5 million to you later, go buy some congratulatory gifts. Is it about Sister Mei Ting and her two getting engaged tomorrow? It's not engagement, it's marriage. Ah. Sister Mei Ting told me about engagement. There's some trouble with the two of them, and I'm going to go and help him out so much tonight, so he's decided to get married straight away tomorrow. Sister-in-law should know about it, but she wasn't sure earlier, so she didn't dare to talk to you too sure. Wang Miao Miao and Fan Mei Ting had been chatting for more than an hour, and knew some of the generalities of the matter. Xiaomu, it's a good thing no one stopped us both. Wang Miao Miao was leaning in Lin Mu's arms. She really sympathized a little with Fan Mei Ting. Obviously the two were very much in love with each other, but they had to encounter this kind of doggone thing. Don't worry, no one can stop your husband me. Lin Mu patted Wang Miao Miao's back. He knew that Wang Miao Miao must be a little worried. At 6 o'clock in the evening, all the furniture and electrical appliances were all installed, and the intelligence system was also installed. Zhang Suifang cooked the first meal in her new home, and for the first time, she, who was used to using the old-fashioned equipment in the salvage building, felt that cooking was so easy. All thanks to the frying machine inside a pour. Set the flavor preferences on the line, do not have to do it yourself. After eating, the bowl to the dishwasher inside a throw, finished. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Mu explained to Wang Miao Miao not to go out and run around, and turned on the villa's defense system. He himself quickly instantly moved towards the city gates, but this time he didn't fly from above the city gates, he flew twice, triggering the alarm twice, and the chief demon removal guard even sent him a special message. However, at this time, the city gates were already closed, and Lin Mu took the pass given by Li Changqing before he was let in smoothly. Outside the city, the yellow sand was flying wildly in the sky, the weeds everywhere danced with the wind, and the wind blew the fine sand and gravel, making a rustling sound. White City was built on a mountain, so there was only this one gate, and if one wanted to enter White City using the regular method, one could only pass through here. As the Vice Lord of Jade City, Fan Junsi would definitely not tumble into White City from the mountains behind him. In the night sky, the stars were twinkling, and the moonlight poured down like water, only to be blocked by the dust, and the ground remained dark and murky. Lin Mu found a dead tree 30 kilometers from the city gates and lay down at the fork in the trunk, looking at the sky above him. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the demon removal guards at the White City's gates began to change shifts. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the White City also quieted down, and the group of people who lived the nightlife left the noisy nightclubs and bars. What's going on? It's not coming at this hour? Looking at his cell phone with only 7% of power left, Lin Mu frowned. He had been waiting for 6 hours, and if he hadn't been observing the movements at the city gates, he would have wondered if Fan Junshi had already left. Idly bored, he also added 1,000 up to his spiritual attributes. His current spiritual power was already at the third stage of the inverted sea realm, and the range of the absolute domain had come to 40 kilometers. For the remaining 80,000 attributes, he added his physical attributes while knocking down energy replenishing pills, and after eating more than 80 energy replenishing pills, the remaining attribute points were also consumed. But the 100,000 physique consumed by adding spirit was also made up for a large portion. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 709-2485. Strength, 202-9414. Spirit, 3,999. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 0. Lin Mu looked at the panel. Now with this strength, not to mention the inverted sea third order, even if the inverted sea seventh order came he wasn't afraid, even if Heavenly King Zhang came now, he dared to touch it. Yawn. Lin Mu was so sleepy that he yawned, and he wondered if this Fan Junsi had been swept away by the storm. He had just rubbed his eyes when he sensed a powerful aura that was rapidly approaching towards the White City side. It wasn't very fast, but it was much faster than the mountain-moving realm. He knew that the person he had been waiting for almost 7 hours had finally arrived. Chapter 78. How is my Lin Mu's brother unworthy? City Lord Fan, why are you running so fast? Fan Junsi has a belly full of fire, his well-behaved and obedient sister, even for a brat, Kyoto are not returning, but also engaged. This was completely not putting him in his eyes, so she specially rushed over from Kyoto, just to catch Fan Mei Ting back. Seeing that the gates of the White City were close at hand, a voice came and interrupted his continued progress. Who? Fan Junsi squinted his eyes, his mental power quickly covering his surroundings, only to see a graceful young man lying on the trunk of a dead tree in front of him. City Lord Fan, you've kept me waiting. Lin Mu didn't get up from the tree trunk, his absolute domain had already covered Fan Junshi. As long as Fan Junshi moved around, Lin Mu would be able to confine him in an instant. Who are you? What's the purpose of waiting for me here? Fan Junsi was a bit cautious. In his impression, White City did not have such a young inverted sea realm powerhouse. Me? I just want to fulfill a beautiful deed. You were sent by Li Changqing? His brows furrowed. How could Li Changqing, a mountain-moving realm, command a sea-reversing realm to stop him? It wasn't sent, we're brothers. Brothers? I've never heard that Li Changqing has a brother like you. That's because you are uninformed. I don't care who you are, get out of the way. Fan Junsi snorted coldly and turned around to run, but realized how he couldn't move. If you want to leave, you can. After they finish paying their respects and get married, I will naturally let you go. Lin Mu was still lying on the tree trunk with a weed in his mouth, not taking Fan Junsi seriously at all. Spiritual battle technique? Fan Junsi struggled for a moment, but realized that the force that sinewed him was not moving. Break for me. He let out a furious cry, and the spiritual energy in his body erupted violently as a terrifying aura rose steeply. However, the thunder was loud and the rain was small, and as soon as his spiritual energy left his body, it disappeared without a trace. The power of the law? A void-breaking realm exalted? Fan Junsi knew that this was definitely not a spiritual battle technique. If it was, his spiritual power would at least cause his opponent's spiritual battle technique to fluctuate. However, the spiritual power he had just erupted had not stirred up a single splash. Your Excellency, I have no grudge against you, I just want to bring back my sister. Fan Junsi erupted 2 more waves of spiritual power, and even used a spiritual battle technique, only to find that it was of no use. I know, I don't want to do anything to you either, I'm just fulfilling my promise. As a void-breaking realm exalted, you openly stopped me, a Vice City Lord. Aren't you afraid that the Dragon King's mansion will find you in trouble? I'm not in the sky-breaking realm, and I'm not from the Cultivator Alliance, so why should I be afraid? Lin Mu stood up and arrived in front of Fan Junsi with an instantaneous movement. I have one thing I don't understand. Your sister likes Big Brotherly so much. Why do you want to break them up? Humph. Li Changqing is still a division chief after so many years in the White City. How can I be assured of handing my sister over to him? Is he worthy? I told him a long time ago that without a cultivation of the inverted sea realm or being a deputy city lord, there's no way I'd agree to their marriage. Fan Junsi snorted coldly and uttered a bunch of crooked ideas. My Lin Mu's brother, how is he not worthy? Hearing these words, Lin Mu made a space compression to give Fan Junsi a taste of suffering. Ah! Fan Junsi howled in agony. He hadn't suffered this kind of damage since he became a great power of the inverted sea realm. You're a vice city lord, what capital do you have to show off in front of me? Seeing that some of Fan Junsi couldn't withstand it before he lifted off the spatial compression, he said disdainfully. This Fan Junsi is very high-minded and proud, thinking that he is invincible because he is a deputy city lord. Cold sweat continued to flow down on Fan Junsi's forehead. He looked at Lin Mu with a tense expression. He felt that as long as the other party was happy, he would die at any time. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you are also Big Brother Li's great uncle. Lin Mu shook his head and with a flash returned to the tree trunk to continue lying down. What the hell do you want? Fan Junsi roared. He hadn't received this kind of humiliation for a long time. As the vice city lord of Jade City, who wouldn't say a few words to him when they saw him? I said that I will naturally let you go when their business is done. Let go of me. Fan Junshi roared in frantic rage, but there was nothing he could do. Both of you, in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, what are you doing here? Just as Fan Junsi was about to despair, a voice came from above his head, and he immediately looked up in surprise and cried out, Elder Gu, save me. Lin Mu also saw the person above his head and immediately got up and instantly moved over, arching his hand and saying, Elder Gu, goodbye. Gu Minglan looked at Lin Mu in front of him and said incredulously, you kid is really a freak, it's only been a few days since you've seen the inverted sea realm? I also have to thank that energy core for making my cultivation soar. Lin Mu knew that talking about spirit herbs and stuff in front of Gu Minglan was bull, so he simply dumped the pot directly onto the energy core. Anyway, he didn't lie, his current cultivation could be so high, and the energy core explosion couldn't be separated from it. It looks like the energy of that energy core was partially absorbed by you passively. Gu Minglan nodded, and he could only blame it on the energy core. In the middle of the night, why did you confine Fan Junsi? Gu Minglan glanced at Fan Junsi and asked with some confusion. Nothing, helping Li Changqing with something. What are you doing in White City all of a sudden? I'm going to Border City for some business, just passing through. Elder Gu, save me. This brat completely disregards the Dragon King's mansion, confining me here and openly provoking the Cultivator alliance. Seeing that Gu Minglan and Lin Mu also knew each other, Fan Junsi immediately begged for help, wanting to use the Dragon King's mansion to suppress Lin Mu. Fan brat, it's not that I'm talking about you, it's not good for you to mess with anyone, you wanna mess with him. I can't control him, it's more like you let the Dragon King come. Just now, Lin Mu gave him a voice transmission, he already knew the cause and effect, he didn't want to be in charge of this. After saying that, Gu Minglan didn't even look back and directly flew away. Seeing Gu Minglan fly away, Fan Junsi was dumbfounded. Was this the elder Gu he remembered who had a clear distinction between public and private? Then recalling what Gu Minglan said when he was leaving, Fan Junsi knew that it was impossible for him to take his sister away again. Seeing that Fan Junsi no longer struggled, Lin Mu also returned to the tree trunk and continued to lie down. Time passed quickly, and the two of them just remained frozen until noon the next day. Lin Mu stood up from the tree and stretched. This kind of work should be taken up less in the future, a night without sleep is really too painful. Looking at the blinding sun in the sky, he took out his cell phone to check the time, but found that the phone had long been turned off due to lack of power. He turned his gaze to the side of Fan Junsi, an instantaneous movement came to Fan Junsi's body. Not a moment later a cell phone was taken out of Fan Junsi's pocket by his spiritual power. What do you want? Don't be so nervous, I'm just checking the time. Lin Mu gave him a blank look. This Fan Junsi looked like he was suffering from some major disease, himself an inverted sea realm rare him a broken cell phone? Chapter 79, I'll help you take over. It's almost 12, the wedding is about to start. I have to rush back. Glancing at the time on his cell phone, Lin Mu stuffed it back inside his pocket. What about me? You do what you want. Lin Mu returned directly to the city gates with an instantaneous movement. He didn't want to bother with Fan Junsi. Once you worship heaven and earth, twice you worship the high hall, and husband and wife worship each other. The rite is complete. Lin Mu rushed to the hotel booked by Li Changqing, and the ceremony was already halfway through. Hey, one step too late. He actually wanted to observe and learn. After all, he and Wang Miao Miao would definitely be organizing a wedding in the future, but unfortunately he missed the time. Seeing Lin Mu walk into the hall, Li Changqing smiled, knowing that the big picture had been decided. But when he saw the people walking not far behind Lin Mu, he panicked a little. No way. Still coming? Lin Mu also sensed Fan Junsi behind him and directly immobilized him. No, I said, are you sick? What are you still doing here after the ceremony? I'm Mei Ting's brother, I can't come to my own sister's wedding? Eh? Hearing this, Lin Mu released him, a reason that left him speechless. I'm warning you, don't pull any tricks on me, or I'll beat up your dad so much that he won't even recognize you. Lin Mu smiled and transmitted his voiceover. There were too many people here, and as Li Changqing was the head of the Cultivator Alliance office in White City, the number of people who came to support him was overwhelming. This hotel was the largest hotel in the White City, and the entire layer wrapped up felt a bit crowded, enough to see how many people there were. On such a grand occasion, Lin Mu couldn't be bothered to make a face, and could only walk in with a smile on his face. Li Changqing and Fan Meiting were also nervous with sweaty palms. But Fan Junsi didn't do anything after walking in, but was guided by the receptionist to the first table, which was the table where the maternal family sat. Fan Junsi sat down at the table and drank his wine without saying a word. Everyone else looked at Fan Junsi curiously, and Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Cheng'en also saw him, but feeling that the aura was off, they didn't go over to greet him. Li Changqing glanced at Lin Mu, only to see Lin Mu nod, before he took Fan Meiting's hand and went down to toast. Li Changqing's parents were both dead and he didn't have many relatives at home, so there were no elders on his side, only a few distant relatives, and the two of them could only start toasting from Fan Junsi. Brother, please drink. His voice trembled as he spoke, and the hand holding the wine glass began to shake slightly, fearing that Fan Junsi would suddenly go berserk. Li Changqing, you have a good brother. I'll let you off the hook this time. Li Changqing, you have to treat my sister well, if I know that you bullied her, I won't be able to spare you. Mei Ting, congratulations. Fan Junsi took the glass of wine from Li Changqing's hand and drank it down. After this cup of wine, Fan Meiting's eyes turned red and she almost didn't cry. Don't cry. It's a pity that mom and dad didn't see you get married. Seeing that Fan Meiting was about to cry, Fan Junsi looked at her and smiled, then said regretfully. This time he came to take Fan Meiting away. Naturally he didn't bring his father over, and he didn't expect to be stopped by Lin Mu outside of White City for a whole night without being able to move. Lin Mu walked over at this time and quietly whispered in Li Changqing's ear, call your father-in-law and tell him to wait at the entrance of Kyoto City, I'll go over and pick him up. Li Changqing frowned, it's too far, and it's too late to pick him up. And there are many storm areas on the road. Lin Mu bristled, you still don't trust me? When I say pick him up, I'll make sure he shows up at your wedding. I'm off, remember to call, I won't be in Kyoto. Seeing that Li Changqing was still considering, Lin Mu left directly with an instantaneous movement, leaving behind a mental voice transmission. Before Li Changqing could reach out his hand, Lin Mu was already far away, and he could only take out his cell phone to call his father-in-law. Father-in-law received the caller stunned, originally thought that his son went over to organize the wedding, did not think that the passed into congratulations. He is an old father, but did not attend his own daughter's wedding, anxious. But when he heard that someone had come to pick him up, he also felt that it was inappropriate, too far away and unsafe. Who knows that his son said that he should just wait outside Kyoto, so he had no choice but to walk out of Kyoto. Lin Mu was on fire. For a distance of 1,600 kilometers, he instantly moved at a speed of 40 kilometers per second, but in 2 minutes, he had already arrived at the entrance of Kyoto. If it wasn't for the fact that he took a little detour in order to avoid the 2 storm zones, he would have made it to Kyoto in a minute. Taking advantage of the fact that Li Changqing's old man hadn't arrived yet, Lin Mu wandered around outside of Kyoto. Kyoto was worthy of being a big city, the gates were a lot bigger than the White City, and there were a lot more people guarding the city, and none of their cultivation levels were low, the lowest was the 10,000 Cauldron Realm. Unlike White City, the demon removal guards guarding the city still had the 1,000 June 4th rank. Not a moment later, an old man with white hair hurried over with a group of people. Lin Mu could tell at a glance that this old man was Fan Meiting's father, and that the old woman on his side and Fan Meiting were practically carved out of the same mold. May I ask if this is Fan Meiting's father, Fan Zhenyu? I am. Are you Mr. Lin? Fan Zhenyu hurriedly nodded his head while looking behind Lin Mu and realized that there were no airplanes. He asked with some confusion, how are we going to depart? Lin Mu smiled, are all these people going to the wedding? Yes. These are all my family's relatives. Hearing Fan Zhenyu's reply, Lin Mu was stunned. He didn't realize that the Fan family was still a big family. There were hundreds of people. Wait a moment, we'll go back to White City right away. Lin Mu's absolute domain directly covered the crowd, and without waiting for them to react, they had already instantly moved out 40 kilometers. What is this? Spatial teleportation? Who is this person? What kind of means is this? I don't know, I heard it's a friend of your Aunt Li. Mom, can I become a strong person like my uncle in the future? Yes, you can. The relatives of the Fan family were talking, and 2 minutes later the crowd had appeared outside the hall of the banquet building. This is it? Fan Zhenyu didn't react at all, this distance of more than 1,000 kilometers, and it took 2 minutes to arrive? In his impression, even a void-breaking realm exalted didn't have this speed. No wonder his son agreed to this marriage. It turned out to be that Li Changqing had such a powerful friend beside him. A large group of people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, and everyone gathered their gazes over. Fan Meiting held Li Changqing's hand and ran all the way to them, crying in a small voice, "Dad, Mom, sister-in-law, second uncle." Fan Zhenyu looked at his daughter, who was wearing a phoenix cape, and nodded his head, old tears streaming down his face as he hurriedly agreed. Li Changqing was shocked and joyful on the side. The joy is that Fan Meiting's family are here, fulfilling a piece of her heart. The shock was that Lin Mu was too perverted. In less than 10 minutes, he had brought someone back from the capital? Fan Junsi looked at his parents and wife. His heart was also shocked. He thought Lin Mu was bragging and wanted to destroy Lin Mu's prestige, but he didn't think it was really so fast. He knew that his parents weren't that fast and had to wait for other people, which meant that Lin Mu had made a round trip from the capital to the White City in about 5 minutes. He also finally understood Lin Mu's remark that his Lin Mu's brother was indeed more than enough to match his Fan Junsi's sister. He glanced at Li Changqing, this cheap brother-in-law of his, evening out his elephant legs. Chapter 80 Future Star. On the side, Zheng Hongyuan and Ing Chenjian were also stunned. They just came to attend Li Changqing's wedding for a little while and act as witnesses on the way. They didn't expect to see such a shocking scene. This kid's spatial laws have refined again? It doesn't look like it to me. It should have been promoted to the inverted sea realm, otherwise it couldn't have been so fast. Do you think the spiritual power of the mountain-shifting realm is enough? According to you, wouldn't this kid be invincible under the broken sky now? With this kind of speed, it would be hard for Skybreaker to even try to catch up. Amazing. No wonder the Dragon King thinks so highly of him. He's simply a demon. Zheng Hongyuan and Ing Chenjian exchanged mental sound transmissions, both seeing the incredulity on the other's face. This cultivation speed of his is also too fast. I've been at the 5th stage of the inverted sea realm for 3 years and still haven't made a move. This kid went from Thousand June to the inverted sea realm in a month. He's simply not human. Ing Chang'an listened to Zhang Hongyuan's voice transmission and deflated his mouth without saying anything. How could he not be? As for Lin Mu, he sat down next to Wang Miao Miao and started to dry his meal. He ate more than 80 energy replenishing pills last night and didn't eat breakfast. Now his mouth is light out of the bird. You eat slower. No one is stealing from you. Everyone at the table looked at Lin Mu, who had just sat over, and all looked at him in surprise. Those who could come to Li Changqing's wedding were either relatives or rich and powerful people, and none of them had ever seen such eating at a wedding. Wang Miaomia was a little embarrassed by the look, and hurriedly pulled the corner of Lin Mu's coat. Lin Mu held a chicken leg in his hand and glanced at the others on the table, realizing that no one else had moved, and he was the only one who was hollering and eating. Cough. Hungry, hungry, he said with some embarrassment as he placed the chicken leg in the bowl. Not a moment later, Li Changqing came over to make a toast, and after he toasted his father-in-law's side of his mother's family, and drank a glass with Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Chenjian, he hoofed it over with Fan Meiting. This table is sitting on the top tycoons of the White City. Originally Li Changqing was going to arrange Wang Miao Miao to Zhang Hongyuan's table. But Lin Mu said that he didn't like those scenes and wouldn't go over there, so that's why he arranged for them to be here. The other tycoons were shocked to see Li Changqing come over, and there were many other highly placed municipal staff and Cultivator Alliance officials over there. Li Changqing didn't go to toast them first, but instead came to their table first, and they looked flattered. Director Li, congratulations. Everyone lifted their glasses to say congratulations. Everyone, eat and drink well. Li Changqing drank a cup of wine and the other tycoons sat down. When they saw Li Changqing picking up a cup of wine again, they were all a bit overjoyed. Toasting 3 cups of wine was the highest etiquette. Just as they picked up their glasses and wanted to get up again, they realized that Li Changqing wasn't drinking with them at all, but handed the glass to the young man who didn't have any food. Elder brother Lin, thank you for today. Our couple toasts the two of you 3 times. Li Changqing handed the wine to Lin Mu. Lin Mu took it smoothly and smiled. I won't say anything polite. Come to the house often in the future. Give birth to a baby early. We'll settle for a baby marriage. As soon as he heard this, Li Changqing smiled and grinned, and hurriedly said, definitely, looking forward to your wedding with Miao Miao. Wang Miao Miao was on the side, red-faced and silent, just drinking silently. While in her heart, she muttered, this brat Xiao Mu, he's talking more and more out of turn. The eyes of the other tycoons at the same table were glazed over. This unheard-of young man was actually the duo of Mr. and Mrs. Li Changqing toasting together. This is only when toasting extremely honorable people, such as parents, elders, superiors. This kind of only 2 people will toast together. And this drink was 3 cups. Everyone understood that this young man at the same table was not simple. After the 3 cups of wine were finished, Lin Mu patted Li Changqing's shoulder. Brotherly, you go ahead and get busy. Good. Then I'll go to another table first. Let's eat together tonight, haha. Fan Meiting also said towards Wang Miao Miao, Miao Miao, for our family dinner tonight, bring your uncle and aunt along. Oh. Definitely. Wang Miao Miao nodded. Today mom and dad went to the hospital for treatment, so they didn't come. They definitely need to make a trip there in the evening. After all, the 2 families will definitely come and go very closely in the future. The other tycoons were even more guilty of sudden attacks in their hearts. A family dinner? This is not something that ordinary people can go to. After Mr. and Mrs. Li Changqing left, Lin Mu took Wang Miao Miao and went straight to Zhang Hongyuan's table. Miao Miao, I'll give you a new job. When the other tycoons saw the two of them heading towards Zhang Hongyuan's table, they were even more shocked. How come they didn't have a good relationship? Especially the moment they saw Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Chenjian take the initiative to stand up, they knew that they had missed an opportunity to go further. Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Chenjian immediately stood up when they saw Lin Mu leading people over. Now Lin Mu was in existence at the same level as them, so they couldn't be treated as juniors like before. This table was full of powerful executives from White City, and when the others saw Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Chengyan standing up, they also stood up. They didn't know what this young man was about that made the city lord and the Grand Metropolitan Governor rise to greet him, but since the city lord and the Grand Metropolitan Governor had both stood up, they had to rise to greet them as well. Only Zhang Shihong stood up with his uncle at the first opportunity, but he knew Lin Mu's arrival. "Old man Zhang, this is City Lord Ing, isn't it?" Lin Mu looked at the imposing Ing Chenjian beside Zhang Hongyuan and asked respectfully. These two were seniors after all, even though they were now at the same cultivation level as him, the respect that should be there should still be there. "Lin Mu, hello. It's good to see you." Zhang Hongyuan didn't say anything. Instead, Ing Chenjian took the initiative to open his mouth, knowing that this young man would stand in a place that was beyond their reach in the future, so he didn't put up any airs. "Elder Ing, how are you?" Lin Mu directly picked up his wineglass and drank a cup, and Ing Chenjian also drank a cup with a smile. "Come, I'll introduce you." Zhang Hongyuan began to introduce Lin Mu to the people at this table, and at the same time, he was also warning his fellow robes at this table not to mess with the young man in front of him. "This is the Deputy City Lord, Zheng Tianqua. This is the head of the municipality, Feng Dawei. This is the White City Demon Removal Guard Chief, Yu Mancheng. This is the garrison Zhang Shihong, whom you've met before. This is..." As Zhang Hongyuan introduced them one by one, Lin Mu nodded his head one by one. These were the real power controllers of the White City. Although he didn't mix with this circle, it still didn't hurt to get to know them. "Gentlemen, this is Lin Mu, the future star of White City." Hiss. When these words came out, everyone at the table sucked in a breath of cool air. Hearing Zhang Hongyuan evaluate Lin Mu in this way, everyone knew that this young man was not simple. "Elder Zhang, you flatter me." Zhang Hongyuan's face slumped. "You kid don't want me to reveal your old self in public." Lin Mu hemmed and hawed. He knew that Zhang Hongyuan should already be clear about his promotion to the Inverted Sea realm. "By the way, when did your brat promote to the Inverted Sea? How come I didn't hear anything?" Zhang Hongyuan pulled Lin Mu to one side. Ing Chenjian also gathered around. The three of them formed a small circle and spoke quietly. No one dared to eavesdrop on them either. It was a death wish. "Just promoted after coming back from the 7th rift. Elder Gu said that I should have absorbed some of the energy from the energy core." Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Chenjian glanced at each other and sighed. It's true, there will be a blessing after a great calamity. Chapter 81, The Alarm Comes. "Gentlemen, raise your glasses together and drink one." The three people surrounded and dispersed quickly. Ing Chenjian saw that the others were still standing, and hurriedly raised his glass and said. Lin Mu picked up the wine cup and spun it around before drinking it all in one go. After everyone sat down, Lin Mu took Wang Miao Miao's hand and walked to the center of Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Chenjian. "Elder Zhang, Elder Ing, this is my wife Wang Miao Miao." "Good day, old man Zhang." "Good day, Elder Ing." You're a beautiful man and a beautiful woman. You two also know about Zheng Tianwang. I want to give her a new job." Lin Mu spoke directly. "Where does she work now?" "Municipal Special Logistics." Hearing this, Ing Chenjian picked up. That really isn't very safe. Zhang Hongyuan also nodded his head in agreement. The municipal staff was too diverse, and if Zheng Tianwang really sent someone over, it would be easy for something to happen. "You kid, also really reckless, that Zhang Tianfen and cannot turn what waves, you kill him for what?" "Messing with my mind, should be killed." "Alas. So where do you want her to work?" "I'd say it's best to simply stay at home." Zhang Hongyuan frowned. Zheng Tianwang's difficult to deal with. He was aware of it. He had dealt with Zheng Tianwang before. This person was sinister and cunning, a typical smiling tiger. "I also said to let her stay at home. The key, she can't be idle. This is not to come over to see if you two have any good place to give arrangements." Zhang Lao pondered for a while. This demon removal guard is not a good place to hide people, or to run around. The office is not safe. "How about this? You let Miao Miao work at my city lord's residence. The city hall is still available for work?" "That's for sure. A city lord's mansion that big can't be just us few city lords." Ing Chengyan opened his mouth to let Wang Miao Miao go to work in the city lord's mansion so that Zheng Tianwang's people at least wouldn't dare to play any underhanded tricks. The security level of the city lord's mansion wasn't normally high. There were also the city lord and vice city lord, the Inverted Sea realm, working inside, so ordinary people wouldn't dare to go wild inside. "Elder Ring, what does the city lord's mansion do?" "Let Miao Miao go to the foreign affairs department. It's similar to the work of municipal logistics? What do you think, Miao Miao?" Lin Mu turned his head and asked. "Anyway, just don't let me idle around the house." "Then thank you, Elder Ring." "Alright, when the time comes, I'll have someone transfer Miao Miao's information to the city lord's mansion." "Thank you, city lord." Wang Miao Miao thanked towards Ying Chang'an. She really didn't want to stay at home. She had been active since she was a child. Making her stay at home was worse than killing her. But Lin Mu also said that the municipal government was not safe, so she could only listen to Lin Mu's arrangement and change her job. Lin Mu and the two had a few more drinks before returning to the original table. When the others saw the two return, there was a commotion, wanting to walk around the table. But before they could get up, a shrill alarm sounded. Woo, 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 woo. Attention all White City residents, a special situation has occurred in White City Rift number 1. Please keep all residents out and protect your personal safety. All demon removal guards, immediately gather at Rift number 1. All garrisons as well as reserves, gather at the city gates immediately. The originally rowdy hall instantly quieted down. Zheng Hongyuan and Ying Chang'an immediately stood up and commanded towards the people around them, immediately go to the city gates to gather. A table of people got up and flew towards the gate. Li Changqing, you're getting married today, you stay here. Zheng Hongyuan ordered when he saw Li Changqing who was taking off his robes and coats. But? No buts, that's an order. After saying that, Zheng Hongyuan glared at Li Changqing, then immediately flew towards the city gates. Fan Junxi also patted Li Changqing's shoulder. You stay here, with so many people here, you can't have no one in charge. After saying that, he also got up and flew in the direction of the city gates. Although he was not an official of the White City, resisting the alien beasts was the mission of the Earthstar humans, regardless of you and me. Brother, be careful. Fan Meiting knew she couldn't stop him, so she could only shout. Don't worry, wait for me to come back for a family dinner tonight. Only Fan Junxi's faint voice came from the distance. All of the guests also lost the desire to eat, and got up and came to the window, looking in the direction of the city gates. Brotherly, what's wrong with this number 1 rift? It's triggered the alarm 9 times in this half year's time, and it's basically coming once every half month. I don't know the specifics, I only know that the alien beasts of Rift number 1 are impacting the stationing point, and they are impacting very frequently. Li Changqing shook his head. In the last half a year, the foreign beasts inside the number 1 rift were like crazy. They had to impact the rift once every half a month. In the beginning, it was only the first and second order beasts that impacted the stationing point, but later on, even the fourth order beasts started to impact the stationing point. Moreover, it was as if these beasts were under a compulsion, completely not caring about their own lives, only knowing to rush outside. 4 hours later, the sound of the alarm disarming that the crowd was expecting still hadn't sounded, and some people in the banquet hall were already getting restless. However, it was fortunate that Li Changqing was here and still had some effect. Under his deterrence, everyone quickly regained their calm again. Not normal. Li Changqing was actually muttering in his heart. This time the alarm had been going on for too long, the alarm had been delayed, this situation was very abnormal. In the past, the alarm would be lifted after 3 hours at the most, this time it hadn't been lifted for 4 hours. He used his cell phone to keep refreshing the Demon Removal Guard's internal message group, but there was no useful information coming out. He only knew that the stationing point was still there, and that the number 1 town hadn't been impacted yet. Time kept passing and Lin Mu also kept observing the direction of the city gates. All of Ying Chang'an and Zheng Hongyuan as well as Zheng Tiangao and the others were standing on the city walls. All the demon removal guards were on standby outside of the city. The garrison stood inside the city gates with their guns in a tight formation, and there was no sign of the foreign beasts. At 5 p.m., some guests were too hungry to stand, and had already started the second round of dinner. Li Changqing ordered the hotel to reserve a round of dishes. Even those tycoons who usually behaved very civilized, also sat down to eat, really hungry. After Lin Mu ate and drank his fill, he took 2 packed meals with him and went to the downtown hospital with Wang Miao Miao. The downtown hospital didn't have a stockpile of meals, they were all sent from fixed hotels, and now that the White City was on alert, the downtown hospital's meals had stopped. Watching his father-in-law and mother-in-law finish their meal, Lin Mu pulled Wang Miao Miao to one side. Miao Miao, stay here, don't open the door without anything. Where are you going? I'm going to Brother Li's to see what's going on, he should have the latest news there. As soon as anything goes wrong, I'll come to you. Good. You be careful. After saying goodbye to the 3, Lin Mu returned to the hotel banquet hall. Big Brother Li, how's it going? Seeing Li Changqing looking out the window and constantly refreshing his messages, Lin Mu ran over and asked. I don't know, it's already 6 o'clock, and there's no news coming out of the Rift garrison. Logically speaking, if we can't hold it, the alien beasts inside the Rift should have rushed out long ago, and the laser cannons at the number 1 Rift stationing point will last for 2 hours at most. Why don't I go over and take a look? Don't ever, if you leave the city at this time, you'll be killed by the defense system as a Fey. Li Changqing hurriedly stopped Lin Mu's idea. White City's defense system was no joke. As long as it was activated, a void-breaking realm exalted would have to shed his skin if he came. Chapter 82, White City in Danger. Lin Mu also felt that something might be about to happen to Rift number 1 this time, but what did it mean that 6 hours had passed and not a single movement had been transmitted? Could it be that the void-breaking realm exalted and the 5th order alien beasts within the number 1 Rift were fighting? At 7 o'clock in the evening, the sun had already retreated into the mountains, the sky became gray, and a solemn aura permeated the White City. Everyone now knew that this number 1 rift riot was not normal, and they were all praying that the foreign beasts would not rush out. Drip. 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 A large number of messages suddenly came from Li Changqing's cell phone, and he hurriedly checked them up. What's the situation? Lin Mu immediately ran over and asked. The rift garrison was broken 2 hours ago. 4 fifth-order alien beasts entangled 3 hollow-breaking realm exalted, and the scouts that went in all died, causing the news to not come out. All the foreign beasts gathered inside for 2 hours, and in less than 10 minutes, town number 1 was lost. Now the latest news, at least 300,000 Fey beasts are rushing towards White City and are expected to arrive in half an hour. Li Changqing dropped his hands powerlessly. White City was in danger this time. What? Lin Mu couldn't believe it. These foreign beasts could actually play tricks now. They even knew to gather after breaching the garrison. More than 300,000 foreign beasts shouldn't be able to break through White City yet. He had once read about White City's defense system in a book, and White City's defense system could stop at least 500,000 foreign beasts, and played well, 800,000 foreign beasts could be taken care of. 300,000 is not enough to fear, but there are still alien beasts pouring into the Earth Star from the first rift, and it's not just the first rift now. What do you mean? Lin Mu had a very bad feeling that White City might not be able to hold on. The moment town number 1 lost its defense, the 9-headed python from rift number 8 also came out, and town number 8 has just declared that it's lost its defense as well, and Su Wushan and Juyu died in battle. Aside from rift number 7 and rift number 5, the other 4 rifts are also about to lose support. No wonder Li Changqing was lifeless, so the situation was already this bad. Is brother Ma dead too? Lin Mu thought of Ma Dahai, who always smiled all day long with a big belly and was kind to everyone he met. Ma Dahai isn't dead yet. He came back with the people from the office and brought back the office's supplies as well. The news of the town being broken was spread by him. It's just a pity for Su Wushan and Juyu. These two are the most loyal demon removal guards. Their wish is to guard the rift and protect the Earth Star. Li Changqing's voice became hoarse. Lin Mu also remembered that pedantic Su Wushan and Juyu, who was full of wisdom. Although the two of them had set themselves up, they were indeed fighting for the Earth Star and dying for their homeland. Good people don't live long, but woe betide them for 1,000 years. He sighed. 2 dedicated demon removal guards died. These corrupt politicians in the city are well protected. How unfair is the heavenly Tao? Lin Mu, if the White City should be broken, please take Mei Ting and her family members with you to escape. Li Changqing said solemnly. He didn't have much hope for the beasts attacking the city this time. He knew that once the White City was broken, the only one who could escape was Lin Mu, and even Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Shenzhen couldn't escape. Moreover, Lin Mu was not a member of the Cultivator Alliance. No one would dare say anything if he left. What about you? Lin Mu frowned. Why did he feel that Li Changqing had a feeling that he was going to give up his life for righteousness? I'm the director of the Cultivator Alliance. I can't leave. Why? The law of the Alliance, if the ruler runs away from the battle, he will be executed by 9 clans. Li Changqing shook his head helplessly. They appeared to be the rulers of a city, but once the city was broken, they would have to be buried along with them. Just when both of them had no hope for White City, a broadcast added fuel to the fire, as if to shatter their confidence. Attention all White City residents, White City rifts number 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8 have been lost. From now on, all power in White City is supplied to the defense system. We call on all cultivators to fight against the foreign beasts and get through this tough time. Be united in defending our homes. Keep your faith and never retreat. After the radio broadcast 3 times, White City was plunged into darkness, and all civilian and commercial electricity was cut off. On the streets, all the people trapped indoors rushed out, crying and shouting in succession. Inside the banquet hall, everyone was in chaos. Li Changqing could not stop these people at all. In the end, the only people left in the entire banquet hall were Li Changqing and Lin Mu, as well as Fan Meiting's family. They were from Kyoto and had no place to go at all, and there were 2 children who were still young and had already wailed. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, I'm the one who harmed you. Fan Meiting knelt guiltily towards Mr. and Mrs. Fan Zhenyu at this moment. Child, it's not your fault. Everyone in this era doesn't know when they will die. Fan Zhenyu helped her up. He had seen through this kind of thing a long time ago. Being born in this era was their sorrow. Brotherly, why don't I send them to Kyoto now? No, right now the outside of the White City is full of Fey beasts, unless you promise not to stay in the air, otherwise you will be trapped by the flying Fey beasts. When the White City is broken, the foreign beasts at that time will go crazy and eat people. That's when you can escape most peacefully. Actually, Lin Mu wanted to say that he wouldn't stay in the air at all, but in order to put Li Changqing's mind at ease, he didn't have the idea of continuing his actions anymore. With his speed, the moment the White City was broken he would be able to escape with his people, and although more than 100 people was a bit of a big target, Lin Mu was confident that he could escape. Then go to the villa first. I'll pick up Meow Meow and the others as well. Good. Li Changqing nodded. The villa area forced the city gate was far away. After the White City was broken, the foreign beasts couldn't reach the villa area at the first time. Before the crying Fan Meiting could react, Lin Mu directly enveloped them and brought them to Li Changqing's villa. After 2 more instantaneous transmissions, Wang Miao and Mr. and Mrs. Wang Ziyi were also picked up by him. Miao, father-in-law and mother-in-law, you guys stay here. The defense system here is generally not able to enter the 10,000 cauldron realm. Send me a message at the first time if there's any situation. Xiaomu, where are you going? As a member of the White City, I'm going to go and contribute to the White City. You must be careful. Don't worry, as long as the 5th order Fey beasts don't come, no one can trap me. Even if the 5th order Fey beast comes, I'll still be able to escape. Wang Miao looked at Lin Mu reluctantly. She knew Lin Mu's ability, but she still couldn't help but worry. Wang Ziyi and Zhang Chuifang also instructed him to be careful. However, Wang Ziyi also said, give me a hard time to kill this gang, but also pay attention to your own safety. When this comment came out, it again provoked Zhang Chuifang's descending dragon 10 slaps. Lin Mu looked at his mother-in-law who was enforcing the family law and kissed Wang Miao on the cheek. Wait for me to come back. He then took, with him, Li Changqing, who had already explained the aftermath and was romantically involved with Fan Meiting, and instantly moved directly towards the city gates. Chapter 83, Coming. As long as Li Changqing didn't die, once the White City was broken, Lin Mu would definitely bring him back, but he wouldn't let him foolishly wait for death in the White City. Inside the city, the panic was still going on. Everyone embraced their loved ones on the street looking at the situation at the city gates. Every place in the White City where the population gathered had a huge screen, a screen that usually played advertisements for the Chamber of Commerce, and at such moments would put up real-time situations of the war. This screen will broadcast the latest battle situation in real time. Once the White City is lost, it is also good to let the residents of the White City know that it is time to cut themselves off. Being eaten alive by the beasts is very painful, sometimes even being torn by several beasts together. Apart from these people who hugged and warmed each other, there was also a portion of people with a bloodthirsty nature who gathered towards the city gates with various weapons. These people were some retired demon removal guards, as well as retired garrison guards, and Lin Mu even saw quite a few club members. They knew that once the White City was lost, they wouldn't be able to survive, so they might as well put up a fight and spell out a clear sky. Lin Mu brought Li Changqing to the top of the city wall, and in the distance, they could already see the black pressurized flying alien beasts converging, and the flying alien beasts were followed by countless ground alien beasts. Zheng Hongyuan's brows were furrowed, Ying Qingyan's face was ugly, an aura of solemnity was spreading on the city walls, and there was a layer of gloom on everyone's faces. City Lord, Grand Governor, how is the situation? Coming to the side of the two, Lin Mu opened his mouth and asked. It's not optimistic. All 6 rifts have been broken, and less than 1/10 of them have escaped back. It's expected that at least 2 million foreign beasts are leaning towards White City. That many? It's not much. The 6 rifts have tens of millions of alien beasts combined, and there's still a steady stream of alien beasts coming out of the rifts now. Ying Qing was filled with sadness. He had encountered this kind of thing after more than 3 years in office, and could only sigh that his luck was not good. Is there no support from the Cultivator Alliance side? Looking at Ying Qingyan, this time, White City was afraid that it would be very difficult to get through this crisis, and the 1,000-year-old city was afraid that it would be destroyed. It has already been reported to the Dragon King's palace. There have already sent a few sky-breaking exalted to go and suppress the number 1 rift. The White City side will have to rely on ourselves. Can't the demon removal guards from other places come to provide support? Most of the cities are too busy to take care of themselves, so where would they have the extra combat power to support us? The ones that are capable of supporting us are too far away to rush over. Zheng Hongyuan also sighed. In fact, they had long anticipated this situation, they just didn't expect this day to come so quickly. What exactly has happened to Earthstar recently? Lin Mu was a bit confused. At the moment the situation in Earthstar was considered relatively good. Why would he say that most cities were taking care of themselves? Ying Qingyan glanced at Lin Mu and shook his head. The situation in the last 10 years is much better, but the last 6 months have been very uneventful. Especially the number 1 rift everywhere, the 5th-ranked foreign beasts commanding the foreign beast armies to madly storm the rift, a bit like 100 years ago. Lin Mu shook his lips. We carried it over 100 years ago, now we're so much stronger than 100 years ago, and the number of cultivators is so high, can't we still carry it over? Hearing this, Zheng Hongyuan laughed miserably. 100 years ago, there weren't this many foreign beasts, there were only 6 5th-order foreign beasts back then. Now, not to mention the entire Earthstar, there are hundreds of 5th-order alien beasts in the Dragon Kingdom. We're growing, and the foreign beasts are also progressing. And as there are more and more 5th-ranked Fey beasts, the Fey beasts' offense has become more structured. Lin Mu was silent. If this was really the situation, it was only a matter of time before Earthstar was overrun by foreign beasts. The biggest difference between humans and foreign beasts was the remaining capacity and fighting strength. Foreign beasts had dozens or even hundreds left in a litter, humans had up to 2 at a time. Fey beasts give birth several times a year, like the iron armor turtle even lay hundreds of eggs a day. Humans have to progress slowly through cultivation, and Fey beasts can easily kill dozens of ordinary humans as long as they reach adulthood. If it wasn't for the demon removal guards and the armed forces stationed at the rift to hunt down the alien beasts all these years, the Earthstar might have been long gone. Today, White City was a good example. After those alien beasts attacked the garrison, they actually knew to gather. This was the effect of having a fifth-order alien beast in control. What exactly happened to Rift Number 1? Lin Mu asked the core question. This time, the White City's foreign beasts attacked the city. It seemed like it was because of a special situation that happened to Rift Number 1. In the past half a year, 10 riots had occurred in Rift Number 1, and Lin Mu, who had lived for 22 years, had met this situation for the first time. According to reliable sources, the energy cores of the Number 1 rift in all cities are mutating. All fifth-order alien beasts are guarding the energy cores, while other alien beasts have begun to attack the Earth Star. The energy core of Rift Number 1 doesn't seem to be quite the same as the other rifts. Ying Chengyan didn't seem to know much. He only knew that there was a relationship between the alien beast riots and the energy core, but he didn't know exactly what the relationship was. Energy core mutation, this was the first time Lin Mu had heard of it. And what exactly is this thing called an energy core? No one can say clearly, only that the energy inside the energy core is unusually rich. The last time he snatched the energy core from the hands of the demon flame tiger, he felt as if this thing was not a normal substance and was very heavy. A fist-sized energy core unexpectedly weighed thousands of pounds. The three of them were on the city wall, looking at the group of foreign beasts like a black tide, analyzing the situation of this foreign beast attack. Li Changqing had already returned to the office and was mobilizing all the supplies towards the city gates for support. Coming! As the sound of the ground shaking grew louder and louder, the leading group of alien beasts had already rushed to a position 2 kilometers from the city gates. Ying Chengyan held a walkie-talkie in his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Everyone listen up, when the Fey beasts enter the range of 1 kilometer, immediately turn on the attack. Garrison teams cooperate with the laser cannons to attack the flying alien beasts, make sure to slow down the alien beasts' attack. As long as we can stall it, we still have a chance." On the city walls, thousands of laser cannons had risen from within the walls, the strongest means of defense for White City. The city wall that stretched for 2 kilometers was all made of cast steel, and it was filled with laser cannons. Underneath the entire White City were countless energy storage batteries that could allow these thousands of laser cannons to keep blasting for nearly 2 hours, more than 100 times the firepower of the garrison. Outside the city walls, the demon removal guards had already toppled forward, the demon removal guards of the White City and the demon removal guards that had escaped back from within the rift, nearly 30,000 people, forming a human wall outside the city walls. More than 50,000 garrison members were holding laser guns in their hands, standing behind the demon removal guards, ready to attack at any time. As long as the laser cannons went off, their laser guns were going to move. Inside the city walls, the various people who had rushed to support them waited at the city gates. It was not the time for them to make their appearance yet. Dozens of mountain-shifting realm patriarchs formed a small team and were poised on the city walls. They wanted to intercept the flying alien beasts that had leaked over, so as to avoid the destruction of the city's power system. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and all the residents of White City were waiting with bated breath in front of the screen projection TVs within the city. Chapter 84, I'm coming. Attack! As the group of alien beasts entered the attack range, Ying Chengyan made a snap decision and immediately gave the order to attack. Thousands of laser cannons were activated at the same time, illuminating the night into day, and the targets hit by the lasers immediately burst into flames, the ground burned to black. 50,000 garrison members, laser guns swept into the sky. A large number of sky alien beasts fell from the sky, but there were still leaks that flew over, and as soon as the mountain-shifting realm patriarch flew up, several hundred of the leaks were instantly destroyed. They were all first and second rank flying alien beasts. The mountain-moving realm patriarch could deal with hundreds of them by himself with just one strangle of his mental power. Some of the beasts that were swept by the laser cannons were not dead yet, they were just rubbed a little bit and still charged forward fearlessly. The demon removal guards had their standardized long knives in their hands, and took in all these scattered alien beasts that had missed over. It feels like these foreign beasts aren't that terrifying. Just this round of attack has exterminated over 100,000 foreign beasts. Lin Mu said with some disbelief as he watched Bai Cheng's first round of attack, which had basically emptied the front line of Fey beasts. These are all cannon fodder, the real offensive hasn't come yet. Zheng Hongyuan, however, did not look optimistic. Although he had killed nearly 1/10 of the foreign beasts in this wave, his heart was extraordinarily heavy. Most of these killed were first-order Fey beasts, second-order Fey beasts are few and far between, and third-order Fey beasts are even more absent. Now the beasts are getting smarter and smarter, letting these beasts with low combat power attract firepower. Laser cannons have limited lethality against fourth-order Fey beasts, but look at these Fey beasts that basically die at the touch of a button. They're obviously not the main force. Ying Shenzhen was also full of worry. Looking at the effect was good, but the main force of the alien beasts had not appeared until now. Charge the laser cannons, get ready, he explained before ordering the laser cannons to recharge. Lin Mu felt that the two of them were a bit too pessimistic. 2 million alien beasts, the first and second order alien beasts accounted for at least 9/10 of the total. Where are there so many third and fourth order alien beasts? After the beasts in the front were cleared out, there was a gap of 5 or 6 minutes before the beasts in the back moved forward. It's still predominantly first-rank foreign beasts, this is really not right. Lin Mu also saw the foreign beasts that had replenished their ranks, and it was still the same old story. There was a big problem: the attack and defense of the first-order Fey beasts were not good, and there was no ability to fight back in front of the laser cannons. If they waited for the first-order and second-order alien beasts to die, then the remaining third-order and fourth-order alien beasts would also have a hard time. Without cannon fodder, they would become the main target. Another round of laser cannons fired in unison, and more than 100,000 alien beasts died in place again. Outside the 2-kilometer defense line, there were piles of corpses of all kinds of alien beasts, most of which had turned into black charcoal. However, after this wave of attacks ended, there was no gap, and the alien beasts behind quickly made up for it. Charge the laser cannons quickly, don't stop the garrison's attack. Ing Qianzhen commanded calmly with his walkie-talkie. He knew that the real siege was coming. A large number of first-order alien beasts in conjunction with the second-order alien beasts, under the cover of the flying alien beasts, the garrison's laser guns simply couldn't hit them. But fortunately, the laser guns recharged quickly, and the alien beasts that replenished behind them were emptied again. But when Lin Mu saw that a large number of flying alien beasts had already flown to less than 500 meters from the city wall, he knew that the real war had come. At this time, he also understood the purpose of the foreign beasts. The first-order foreign beasts were used to send them to their deaths, and the foreign beasts that attacked behind them would use the corpses of the first-order foreign beasts as a cover to avoid the laser attacks. Now the garrison's laser guns were basically useless. The flying alien beasts were spread out, and their hit rate was frighteningly low. Soon enough, flying alien beasts rushed onto the city walls, and dozens of mountain-shifting realm patriarchs spread out, lengthening the battle line. Before the laser cannons could recharge their energy, the third round of Fey beasts had already arrived in front of the demon removal guards, and the two sides began to fight in close quarters. Laser cannons continue to hit the Fey beasts in the back. The garrison guards will cooperate with the demon removal guards to strangle the front row of Fey beasts. All patriarchs, stop the flying alien beasts. Make sure not to let the flying alien beasts enter the city. Ing Cheng-en-hai was still calm. He was born in a time of turmoil, so he had experienced many wars. To be able to survive and achieve the position of the lord of a city, he did have two skills. However, when the army of foreign beasts began to spread out, scattering their attacks towards these 2 kilometers of city walls, the defensive formation of the demon removal guards was quickly broken through. The mountain-shifting realm patriarchs on the walls had to go down to help, but when they left from the walls, the pressure on the walls increased. With a new round of laser cannons being fired, a lot of precious time was bought for the demon removal guards. But when a large number of third-order alien beasts appeared, the demon removal guards were truly pressurized. Facing thousands of third-order foreign beasts, the 1,000 June Realm and 10,000 Ding Realm demon removal guards had no ability to resist at all, and Zhang Hongyuan and a few vice city lords began to personally go down to block the third-order foreign beasts. Leaving Ing Qianzhen alone on top of the city wall, looking dead ahead. There he sensed dozens of powerful auras that were rushing towards White City. Leave 100 laser cannons behind and don't move, the rest of them are rapidly charging up for strikes. Ing Cheng was frowning on the city wall. The current situation was still barely holding up. After a few of the inverted sea realm powerhouses went down, the pressure on the demon removal guards was a lot less. Facing a large area of spiritual battle techniques, it would be difficult for a third-ranked foreign beast to escape death. Lin Mu stood on the city wall and didn't move. He also sensed the dozens of powerful auras, and there were even a few auras that gave him a sense of crisis like an aura. City Lord, have the 5th-ranked foreign beasts within the number 1 rift not been put to rest yet? Ing Cheng-en shook his head. No news has come out, I guess it's still entangled. Hearing this, Lin Mu knew that Bai Chang might really be in danger this time. He hadn't made a move because he wanted to save his mental energy to wait for the 4th-ranked foreign beasts to come over, but the moment those powerful auras appeared, he knew that the absolute domain might not be able to trap them. City Lord, have the laser cannons all stop. Let the demon removal guards and the mountain-shifting realm patriarchs all come back as well. Lin Mu bit his lip. He knew that he could only fight for it now. What do you mean? Preserve your strength to meet the dozens of 4th-ranked alien beasts behind us. I'll take care of these lower-ranked alien beasts. What he was going to do now was to clear out all the low-ranked foreign beasts and gather all of White City's strength, all of which would be used to deal with the 4th-ranked foreign beasts. This was because he knew that with those powerful 4th-ranked foreign beasts around, his absolute domain would probably be broken, and it would be better to help kill the lower-ranked foreign beasts now so that he could maximize his strength. But there are still more than 1 million foreign beasts here. You can kill them alone? Ing Cheng-en glanced at Lin Mu with a bit of disbelief. He knew that Lin Mu's spatial laws were perverse, but more than 1 million foreign beasts, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, could a single person really kill them all? Don't worry. I'm sure. Lin Mu gave Ing Qianzhen an affirmative look. Chapter 85 War God. And even if I can't, it's not too late for you guys to get back on. When Ing Cheng-en heard this, he pondered for a moment before immediately ordering over the intercom, all laser cannons stop attacking, everyone retreat back, and all mountain-shifting realm patriarchs go up to the city wall. The demon removal guards and mountain shifting realm patriarchs who were fighting froze for a moment. How could they be told to retreat at a critical moment? It wasn't that kind of extremely dangerous moment yet, right? If they retreat now, aren't they letting the beasts into the city? Everyone thought that Ing Chang'an had given up resisting, but as the order came out from the intercom once again, everyone could only stop their hands and get rid of the entanglement of the fey beasts on their hands. Military orders were like mountains. Disobeying military orders on the battlefield was punishable by death. The residents of the city, seeing Ing Chang'an who was so commanding, all stared with wide eyes. In their opinion, now that the two sides were fighting on equal footing, why did he suddenly order a retreat? Could it be that something unforeseen had appeared in front of them, so that Ing Chang'an had to order a retreat? How to retreat? Is the city lord giving up on White City? Then what are we going to do? Oh, I don't want to die. Inside the city, under the screens that projected the battle, everyone was complaining. Outside the city, after everyone got rid of the fey beasts, they realized that the fey beasts didn't catch up, but instead stood stupidly in place. What's going on? How did the fey beasts suddenly stop moving? What kind of tactic is this, city lord? As everyone pushed to the edge of the city wall, they were shocked to find that all the foreign beasts had all stopped moving. Inside the city, all the residents of White City who were watching the battle also quieted down. They were also stunned by this scene. The camera panned, and a young man stood in the air outside the city walls. Who is this man? Don't recognize him. Such a young mountain-shifting realm grandmaster? These foreign beasts not moving is his means? How could it be? With so many foreign beasts, not to mention the mountain-moving realm, even the sea-reversing realm can't control them. There was a lot of talk in the city, and everyone didn't understand what was going on. Outside the city, everyone looked at Lin Mu, who was standing in the air, and gazed at him. There must be a reason why the city lord gave the order to retreat. There was no way that the White City would just be given away for nothing. Then the only argument now could be this young man outside the city walls. But most people didn't recognize Lin Mu, and only a few knew him. Fan Junsi murmured, the youngest inverted sea powerhouse, an existence that has comprehended the laws. Let me see what you actually have. Zhang Hongyuan narrowed his eyes. Lin Mu, can you do it? Zhang Shihong stared at Lin Mu, one person single-handedly fighting over 1,000,000 foreign beasts? Crazy? Li Changqing saw Lin Mu stand up and silently said, Lin Mu, go for it. The lives of over 10 million people in White City are in your hands. Yu Manqing looked at Lin Mu. To be able to make the city lord and the great capital governor compromise and make us back off, what exactly are your means? Ma Dahai, who was guarding the supplies in the city, looked at Lin Mu's figure and bragged with the people around him. See, that's my brother. The people next to him gave him a blank stare. They had never seen someone who could brag like that. Ing Chang'an just looked on without saying anything. He hadn't seen Lin Mu's methods, but he had learned from Gu Minglan that Lin Mu's spatial laws were war machines. Why isn't he moving? Seeing that Lin Mu had been standing in the air on the city wall without making any movements, some people began to mutter. Inside the city, everyone was also watching Lin Mu's every move, wondering what he was up to. What, not moving? Can't you see? The foreign beasts close to the city walls are all motionless, and the ones behind them are also motionless once they enter the designated spot. When you say it like that, it seems to be true. What kind of tactic is this? I don't know. Look. Lin Mu used the absolute domain to control all the foreign beasts within 40 kilometers. He didn't kill them directly but waited for the foreign beasts behind him to enter the range, intending to kill them together. Feeling that the foreign beasts outside the boundary of the absolute domain could no longer squeeze in, Lin Mu abruptly opened his eyes and a powerful aura erupted from him. Die! He let out a low shout, and the space within the absolute domain began to slowly distort, gradually tearing apart, with countless tiny cracks, spreading across the 40 kilometers in front of him. All the foreign beasts were pulled into pieces of meat by the distorted space, and in just an instant, hundreds of thousands of foreign beasts lost their lives. Among them, there was no lack of third-order foreign beasts. All of them died tragically, unable to even scream out a single cry of sorrow. The alien beasts behind them saw this scene and stopped in their tracks, not daring to continue forward, and the humanized eyes of some third-order alien beasts revealed incomparable fear. This. Watching the foreign beasts fall in groups, everyone's mouths couldn't close, especially the mountain-moving realm masters and sea-pouring realm great powers who had spiritual power. Wherever their spiritual power passed, it was filled with the corpses of foreign beasts. The drones, carrying high-definition cameras, stretched out to the periphery until they saw a dividing line formed between the corpses of the fey beasts and the living fey beasts behind them, and then they flew back. This scene was transmitted by the camera all the way back to the screens in the city, and everyone's mouths were wide open. Deafening cheers then erupted within the city as everyone hugged together in joy. He's the White City's god of war. He's come to save us. War god. War god. God of war. Everyone started chanting the words war god. They didn't know Lin Mu's name and could only call him that. The sound traveled to the city gates, and even the people from the demon removal guards and the garrison guards started chanting war god. Fan Junxi's mouth was wide open, his spiritual power covered about the same range as Lin Mu's, and he witnessed the death of the Fey beast with his own eyes. This kind of unimaginable means was unheard of for him. Ying Cheng'an also looked at Lin Mu incredulously and murmured, "This is something that the inverted sea realm can do?" After saying that, he glanced at Zheng Hongyuan next to him, who shook his head and looked at Lin Mu with the same shock. "This son is not human. The name of God of War is well deserved." His gravity domain was also a ranged battle skill, but to achieve this kind of effect, he didn't think he could do it. The size of the mental range did not represent the size of the range of the battle technique. His mental power could also extend over 40 kilometers, but his gravity field could not do anything to make all the foreign beasts within the range get down. Zhang Shihong didn't even dare to blink his eyes and looked at Lin Mu blankly. No wonder he's valued by the Dragon King's palace. This kind of combat power, it's simply not something that can be done by a human being. Li Chongqing muttered, "Are you really a god reincarnated to save Earthstar?" Ma Dehai shouted from within the city, "That's my brother, the god of war." Lin Mu returned to the top of the city wall with a pale face. Controlling a 40-kilometer range of spatial collapse in one go was too much mental energy consumption. "It's okay." Ying Qingzhen saw Lin Mu's face was not right and immediately supported him, and Zhang Hongyuan also surrounded him. Lin Mu's kind of fighting strength was the key to this White City defense battle. He couldn't fall down. "It's fine, overuse of spiritual power, just rest for a while." Lin Mu waved his hand, signaling that there was no big problem. With his physique in conjunction with absorbing spiritual qi, he would be able to recover in half an hour. Hearing this, Ying Qingzhen breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said on his walkie-talkie, "Set up a formation and take precautions." The demon removal guards in garrison under the city gates immediately set up their formation, but they were relaxed now. A glance at them was full of alien beast corpses, not a single one that could move. Chapter 86. What's the harm in dying in battle today? Everyone was cheering. Only the dozens of fourth-ranked foreign beasts on the foreign beast side had shock written all over their faces. Right now, no matter how much they drove away the lower-ranked Fey beasts, these Fey beasts just didn't dare to go any further. Without cannon fodder to clear the way, they didn't dare to move forward either. Although those laser cannons couldn't kill them, they could still make them shed a layer of skin. They had witnessed Bai Cheng's laser cannons with their own eyes, and with that kind of firepower covering them, even a fourth-order alien beast would have to fall. They could not figure out what in the world just now, how all the beasts died in an instant, and the torn space was even more intimidating to them. At this moment, the 3 fourth-ranked beasts walking at the end of the team hissed, and the other beasts trembled, obviously very afraid of them. The power of laws. White City has a void-breaking realm exalted in town? Unlike that, it should be a pouring sea realm that has comprehended the laws in advance. It doesn't look like it to me either. The range is too small. The spiritual power range of the sky-breaking realm is at least 100 kilometers. Then what should we do now? The little ones don't seem to dare to continue forward. The 3 fourth-ranked foreign beasts, spitting out human words, were actually existences that had already refined their horizontal bones and were about to advance to the 5th rank. 9 heads, use charm. These cannon fodder will die if they die. We will be executed by the emperors if we fail to complete the mission. My amethyst barrier is unfolding. The laser cannons won't be able to break it for a while. An amethyst demon bear as tall as a 2-story building said towards the 9-headed python. I'm in favor of it. This is a task given by the Emperor. It concerns whether we can advance to the 5th rank. A 4-armed demonic ape of even greater size on the side also spoke up. The 9-headed python contemplated for a moment, and a low voice came out from its 9 heads as a bizarre black ripple began to cover the group of low-ranked foreign beasts. All of the foreign beasts that didn't dare to advance, after hearing this voice, their eyes were lifeless and they began to slowly move forward. Seeing this scene, the other 4th-ranked Fey beasts immediately followed closely behind, knowing that the 3 leading big brothers were going to make a desperate move. White City. The residents of the city also quieted down at this time. At this time, there were no more shadows of the foreign beasts on the screen, but everyone knew that the foreign beasts hadn't finished dying. Will the Fey beasts still come? Now that the alarm hasn't been lifted, it should come again. There shouldn't be many foreign beasts left. They shouldn't come. So what if it comes? With the war god around, what are we afraid of? The residents of the White City within the city were in an exceptionally relaxed mood at this time, and they thought that this wave of strikes had already caused the Fey Beast army to be greatly wounded. Don't talk, you guys look. Just as the people let their guard down, the army of foreign beasts reappeared, only that their numbers were already much smaller and not in that dense state. Is that followed by a 4th-ranked Fey Beast? That big? Some people with sharp eyes had already seen the 4th-order alien beasts following behind the army of alien beasts, and that large size gave a powerful sense of oppression at a glance. Attention everyone, wait a moment, all laser cannons aim at those 4th-order alien beasts. Other alien beasts put in to kill. Ying Cheng'an raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the Fey beasts to be able to reorganize their attack so quickly. He hadn't seen such a crazy Fey beast before when he was a small soldier. How is Lin Mu doing? He finished giving his orders and asked towards Zheng Hongyuan next to him. Still recovering. It's only been 10 minutes. With his recovery speed, it'll take at least another half an hour. Zheng Hongyuan's brows were furrowed. The number 1 rift didn't know what was wrong. 6 void-breaking realm exalted were inside, and at this time there was still no news coming out. All hope now lay in Lin Mu, but Lin Mu had just executed a large-scale spiritual battle technique. He definitely couldn't recover now. Wait and see how much damage the laser cannons do to the 4th order alien beasts. If it's not possible, we can only use the mass murderer. Ying Qinzhen knew that with their strength, it was impossible to stop so many 4th order alien beasts, and originally wanted the void-breaking realm exalted to come over and finish off these 4th order alien beasts. But now that there was no movement inside the number 1 rift, they could only use a great killing weapon. Humans were able to fight the ferocious alien beasts for nearly 100 years. If they relied on ordinary weapons, they would have been finished long ago. It was because of atomic weapons that humans were able to beat the alien beasts back into the rift. The city gates will have to be rerouted if we use the big killers. Zheng Hongyuan was actually not in favor of this practice. After the use of the big killer, it could not be recovered for hundreds of years. The residual radiation would always corrode the surrounding environment, the reason why the environment of Earthstar was so bad now, and the use of the big killer could not be dissociated from it. Don't worry, we don't use big ones, just use small ones. A small-scale big killer, the impact on the environment isn't too big yet. It shouldn't be able to affect the White City yet. Otherwise, how are we going to stop so many 4th order alien beasts? Especially those 3 in the back. Do you dare to go up and fight hard? It's a no-brainer. At least we can save White City. Ying Qinzhen also knew the side effects after using a great killing weapon, but there was no other way now. It was better than having the city broken by the beasts. Not a moment later, the alien beast army had already marched down to the city. These remaining alien beasts, although there were less than 400,000 of them, they were all 2nd order and 3rd order alien beasts, and the 1st order alien beasts were basically invisible. Fire the cannons. Aim at the 4th order foreign beasts and hit them for me. Demon removal guards to the top, garrisons to the back to cover. Ying Chang'an made a snap decision and immediately ordered the attack. All the laser cannons, aiming at the dozens of 4th order alien beasts, opened fire en masse. The white lasers converged together, gradually turning into orange, and finally into crimson, and wherever they passed, space was burned and distorted. Humph. Amethyst barrier. However, what Ying Chang'an could never have imagined was that a purple barrier stopped all the lasers, and not a single one of the dozens of alien beasts was injured, not even a single hair was lost. Silver-winged rock, ghost-eyed demon eagle, destroy all those turrets for me. Sure. The amethyst demon bear let out a loud roar, and the 2 4th-ranked flying exotic beasts, spreading those huge wings, whistled towards the city wall. 2 vice city lords, meet the battle. Ying Chang'an bellowed, and Zhang Tianhua and the other vice city lord directly met the 2 flying alien beasts. Laser cannon charge. I don't believe his amethyst barrier can be used all the time. Ying Chang'an's eyes were filled with worry. This amethyst demon bear was on the verge of being promoted to the 5th rank. A foreign beast famous for its defense had reached such a point that a great killing weapon might not even be able to kill it. Especially the sight of the 9-headed python is even more difficult to deal with. 3 years ago, he and the great governor of the 2 joined forces could not kill it, and now it seems to grow by leaps and bounds, but also about to be promoted to the 5th order. Holding the energy core cultivation speed is really too fast. The other 4-armed devil ape is from the 4th crack, equally difficult to deal with. A brute force can be described as heavenly. The 4th-ranked foreign beasts in the 6 crevices were almost pouring out, and Ying Qinzhen could only pray that the void-breaking realm exalted would come soon. Grand Commander, I'm afraid we're going to die in battle this time. Ying Chang'an sighed. With so many 4th order alien beasts, and 3 more that were about to break through to the 5th order, it was useless to use a great killing weapon. Instead, Zheng Hongyuan laughed openly. The old man has lived for 80 years and witnessed everything after the Earthstar's mutation, so what's the harm in dying in battle today? Old me is to die, but also to take away a 4th order. Chapter 87 Ying Chang'an dies in battle. The demon removal guards had already fought with the Fey beasts at this point, but in the face of the huge number of Fey beasts, the demon removal guards didn't have any solutions at all. Even though the mountain-moving realms patriarchs were desperately trying to kill the Fey beasts, when they were surrounded by 2 or even 3 third-stage Fey beasts, they were only able to take care of themselves. The garrison's laser guns, due to the continuous and rapid firing, had lost their effectiveness at this point. Fellow citizens of the White City. Whether or not today's defense of the city will be successful, success or failure is at stake. Kill. Charge. Kill these. Inside the city, seeing the retreating demon removal guards, all the cultivators who had come to support them, carrying their own weapons, swarmed out of the city gates. With the support of this new force, the demon removal guards were able to stabilize their position. After all the laser cannons have recharged, all of them will kill the low-ranked alien beasts on the ground first. Don't bother with the 4th-ranked alien beasts. Grand Metropolitan, let's go too. After Ying Qinzhen gave the order, he glanced at Zheng Hongyuan and nodded at him. Yes. Zheng Hongyuan shouted, and the 2 of them quickly flew into the sky, rushing towards the group of foreign beasts under the city wall. Fan Junsi watched from the city wall and shook his head. The two of them killing those low-level alien beasts were useless. Those fourth-level alien beasts still couldn't be solved. The White City was still going to be broken. But he also saw the meaning of the two people. Try to kill some low-level alien beasts, the people of White City can still survive some more down. No matter how strong the fourth-ranked foreign beasts were, without the advantage of numbers, they couldn't kill too many people. Fan Junshi sighed and followed suit, rushing down the city wall. Kill those humans at the inverted sea realm for me. The 9 heads of the 9-headed Python 9 looked at each other and understood what these fourth-ranked powerhouses wanted to do, immediately commanding towards the fourth-ranked foreign beasts at the side. The next battlefield turned into a chase. Several inverted sea realm powerhouses were weaving in and out of the group of foreign beasts. The fourth-ranked foreign beasts were chasing after them, but they couldn't catch up. In the end, it evolved into several fourth-ranked foreign beasts chasing one another. Ing Qingzhen and Zhang Hongyuan both received different degrees of heavy blows, and Fan Junsi was almost stung by a 10,000 poison scorpion. The other two deputy city lords also gave up on blocking the two fourth-order flying foreign beasts and joined the team slaughtering the lower-order foreign beasts. But while they were slaughtering the low-rank alien beasts, the fourth-rank alien beasts were also slaughtering the humans. The entire battlefield was like a Shura purgatory, with broken limbs everywhere. Bai Cheng's side was clearly at a disadvantage, but even if they died, no one took a step back. Inside White City, the residents, who were still in high spirits, shed tears after seeing this scene. This kind of tragic battle situation, they had only read about it in textbooks and had never experienced it personally. It was only after they experienced it personally that they realized that the war between humans and foreign beasts was so brutal. Go for it! Go for it! Why isn't there a void-breaking realm venerable coming to save us? Woo! Where's the war god? Where did the war god go? The war god seems to have been injured. He must have suffered a backlash after killing so many foreign beasts. It's over. White City is going to be finished. For a while, sadness spread throughout White City. Especially after the two fourth-rank flying alien beasts, one claw and one turret, destroyed all the laser turrets, everyone thought that White City was finished. Some couples hugged each other and expressed their final love for each other. Relatives gathered around and prayed to see each other again in the next life. There were still some cultivators who hadn't left the city, but seeing this scene, they also inspired bloodlust, taking their weapons and saying goodbye to their families before rushing towards the city gates. The three fourth-rank alien beasts that were about to transform into forms watched this scene from the back with disdainful expressions on their faces. This time, all 8 emperors have come out to take White City into their pockets. We've been in the rift long enough. Stupid humans, thinking that by trapping us in the rift, we can stop us from occupying the Earth Star? It's just a negative resistance. When we capture the White City, the cracks elsewhere will surely launch a counterattack rallying cry by then. This world must be ours. The expressions on the faces of the 3 Fey beasts were wonderful. Watching the humans retreating, they had their chests full. City Lord. Yu Manchu Cheng mingled in the group of foreign beasts, taking away a low-ranked foreign beast from time to time, but he kept a constant eye on Ing Qingyan's state. He had followed Ing Qingyan all the way to White City and could be considered Ing Qingyan's most capable assistant. At this moment, Ing Cheng was surrounded by 5 fourth-order alien beasts, covered in blood and in a sorry state. The lance in his hand was still poking at the alien beasts below. Yu Manchu, carry out your own mission. Seeing that Yu Manchu Qing was about to come towards his side, Ing Chengyan turned his hand to block the attack of the glistening Tiger King, only to be stomped away by a hoof of the vigorous demonic bull, and once again, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Yu Manchu Qing looked at the critical Ing Chengyan, his heart filled with anxiety, and wanted to rush over, but was engulfed in a mouthful of flames by a 4th-ranked Fire Earth Dragon. Yu Manchu Qing. Watching his right-hand man being killed, Ing Qingyan roared in anger. Like a shadow. He shouted and turned into a gust of wind, quickly breaking away from the 5 4th-ranked foreign beasts. Die for me! Before he could react, the 4-armed demonic ape appeared behind him, his forepalms combined with force, and Ing Qingyan's leg was directly broken. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hongyuan ignored the siege of the 4 4th-rank alien beasts and hurriedly used the gravity domain to hold down the 4-armed demon ape. Unconscionable. The 4-armed demonic ape simply ignored the restraints of the gravity field, and the 2 palms above it grabbed both of Ing Cheng's arms and yanked them with such force that Ing Cheng was torn into 2 sides. City Lord. Seeing Ing Chengyan's body fall, Zhang Hongyuan roared in anger, but was sent flying by a firebomb from a fire-stepping demon wolf. City Lord. The others shouted when they saw Ing Chengyan die, but there was nothing they could do. The residents of the city cried and wailed when they saw the scene. Even the strongest city lord had died. They were not far from death. As soon as Ing Chengyan died, the demon removal guards were in disarray, and an opening was torn open by the group of Fey beasts, exposing the city gates to the Fey beasts' view. All of you, stabilize, don't mess up the formation. Zhang Hongyuan let out a loud shout and quickly blocked the gap with the gravity field, and the demon removal guards also quickly replenished people towards the gap. There's another one that can scream? The 4-armed devil ape glanced at Zhang Hongyuan, and with a catapult, rushed towards him. Great capital governor, be careful. Zheng Tianque rushed out to warn him, but it was too late, as Zheng Hongyuan was slapped away by the four-armed demonic ape. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Zheng Hongyuan's gravity field was focused and covered the four-armed demonic ape, and he was only slightly injured, not to the point of death. Fan Junsi was also on his own at this time, and after he saw that the two fourth-order alien beasts had finished destroying the laser turrets, he immediately guarded Lin Mu's side. The two Vice City Lords were going to fulfill their tasks, and the task of guarding Lin Mu was only for him to perform. But facing two fourth-rank foreign beasts, he appeared to be overwhelmed, and the wounds on his body continued to increase. Spiritual power was also pretty much spelled out. Now it was all up to physical strength to support him, but how could a human's physical strength be compared to that of a fey beast? Lin Mu was also saving his eyebrows at this time, but he didn't wake up because he had comprehended another use of the laws of space and was making an attempt at this time. Chapter 88, Bastard, finally awake. He knew that with his spatial laws wanting to face the three soon-to-be advanced fourth-ranked foreign beasts, there was no way he could have a chance of winning. His spiritual power was not enough to bind these three foreign beasts, and once the absolute domain was unfolded, it would definitely be broken. So he thought of another method, controlling the aperture within his body, not spreading it out, and letting his body become a carrier of the spatial laws. This way, his body would become a barrier to block the opponent's spiritual power, and the strength of the absolute domain would be several times stronger, so that anyone who wasn't in the sky-breaking realm wouldn't be able to break through his absolute domain. Moreover, he was able to utilize the state of spatial superposition, allowing his body to be in a superimposed space and make small spatial leaps. What he was trying now was this state, where the person was in space, but couldn't feel or touch it. Because of the spatial superposition, he was surrounded by other spaces. But it was difficult to control this state, because to turn the aperture into the shape of a person was too demanding on the spiritual power, which had to be precisely controlled. Lin Mu had never done such a precise shape change with his spiritual power before, so he was trying over and over again, and had even added 1,000 points of enlightenment. But this kind of control state was very difficult to master, and even if one had enough enlightenment, it would take time to become skillful at it. Under the city wall, less than half of the demon removal guards were left. The garrison was also heavily killed and injured, and the other stragglers were even more casualties. The distance between the beasts and the city gates is only one step away. As long as they break through this layer of defense, the White City is within reach. The three leading fey beasts had smiles on their faces, especially the nine-headed python, whose 9 heads smiled in an unusually oozing manner. Inside the city, the residents of White City who saw the scene had already begun to frantically flee. White City was about to be broken. Hiding now, might still be able to escape. But there were also smart people, knowing that if the White City was broken, everyone could hardly escape death. They still prayed quietly under the screen, praying for a void-breaking realm exalted to come and help. Retreat, enter the city and rely on the city gates to fight a blockade battle. Zheng Hongyuan was still struggling when he saw the scene. He was expecting Lin Mu to wake up quickly. Fan Junsi, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. If Lin Mu didn't wake up, he wouldn't be able to hold it. The two flying alien beasts were making it difficult for him. When the other fourth-rank alien beasts got on the walls, it would be impossible for him to hold it. The moment everyone heard the command, they all retreated towards the city. The city walls were made of steel. It was impossible for the foreign beasts to break the walls. If they wanted to come in, they had to use the city gates. They just had to hold the opening inside the city gates. Little ones, charge for me. The four-armed demon ape laughed madly as it looked at the retreating humans outside the city walls. The beasts that had been energized by their bestiality had no fear at this time, and were desperately trying to squeeze into the city. The demon removal guards soon couldn't hold it anymore, although the opening was only this big and the beasts could only come in so much at a time. But there was only so many of them that could make a blockade inside the city entrance, which actually reduced casualties and delayed time. Retreat again and enter the city to rely on the buildings for guerrilla attacks. Zheng Hongyuan saw that the situation at the city gates was not optimistic and commanded on the spot. Not good, the fourth-order alien beasts have entered the city. Fan Junsi's heart trembled in fear on the city wall. He had already seen two fourth-ranked foreign beasts enter the city, and at this moment, these two fourth-ranked foreign beasts had already noticed him and were flying towards the city wall. Lin Mu, wake up. I can't carry it anymore. Fan Junshi looked at Lin Mu, whose eyes were still tightly closed, and said anxiously, if it continued like this, he really couldn't carry it anymore. The formation of the demon removal guards kept retreating. The camp at the entrance of the city had already been occupied by the beasts, and large areas of the buildings were destroyed. However, when they reached the city, the pace of the Fey Beasts' attack slowed down a lot because of the blockage of the buildings. Did Dudu use a killing weapon? We can't cheapen this group of people. The big deal is to die together. Zhang Tianque watched the Fey Beasts enter the city and knew that the Fey Beasts breaking through the city was unstoppable. Now that the city lord was dead, the only one who could turn on the killers now was the Grand Metropolitan Governor, and if Zhang Hongyuan died as well, the killers could not be activated. By then, the White City will be broken and the Fey will still be alive. It would be better to just turn on the killers now and die together. Zhang Hongyuan didn't say anything. It's too late to turn on the killing weapon. Even if he kills all these foreign beasts, the White City can't be inhabited. Alas! When it's time to break, it's time to suffer. If Ing Chang'an had activated the killing weapon when he was still alive, there might have been a slight chance, but now it was already too late. Let's fight a little more. Spell out this old life, and I'll be able to give an explanation to the fathers and mothers of the White City. He shook his head as a mournful aura emanated from him. Everyone, I'll stall for a while and attack with all my might. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Zhang Tianque, the authority of the killing weapon will be handed over to you after I die, just watch out. Gravity domain. Wreak havoc. He roared, and the ground at the entrance of the city seemed to have received 1,000 hammers, violently shortening by a large margin. All the foreign beasts within the domain were all crushed to the bone due to the powerful gravity. Doo-doo. Zhang Hongyuan faced the endless number of foreign beasts alone, blocking the city gates alone as the gravity field continued to pressurize. Everyone knew that Zhang Hongyuan had already held the determination of certain death. This kind of large-scale use of battle techniques was very consuming of mental energy. Goli country life and death, will you not avoid it because of misfortune? Old man, it's worth it. Ha ha. Zhang Hongyuan laughed out loud, his pale face showing wantonness and frenzy, covered in blood. That was with his battle results. Seek death. The four-armed demonic ape said contemptuously when he saw his men being crushed to pieces. Then with a leap, he crossed over the more than 10-meter-high city wall and smashed into Zhang Hongyuan like a meteor. Great capital governor, be careful. Zhang Tianque shouted loudly, but Zhang Hongyuan had no strength left at this point, and just fell straight down, unable to dodge the falling blow that was like a stream of fire. Zhang Hongyuan closed his eyes, recalling his own life, born in the initial era of turmoil, 16 years old into the Demon Guard, life and death for more than 60 years, there are successes and failures, there are triumphs and downfalls, has been worthy of the birth of this piece of land he raised him. Who? However, Zhang Hongyuan did not feel death coming for a long time. Instead, he was caught by a soft force, and when he opened his eyes, a young man with a black tang sword was standing on top of the city wall, looking down at him. Elder Zhang, in such a hurry to go to heaven, are there any beauties waiting for you? Lin Mu teased with a smile. The moment the four-armed demonic ape leapt into the air, he finally mastered the absolute domain zonization. Brat! Finally woke up. Bai Chang, over to you. Zhang Hongyuan murmured softly as he was held up by the power. He was then slowly propped up in the middle of the team of demon demolition guards, and immediately a large number of demon demolition guards surrounded him. He would smile. Lin Mu wasn't dead, so there was still a chance. Everyone, retreat back. Lin Mu arrived in front of the four-armed demon ape with an instantaneous movement, and with a spatial tremor, all of the surrounding foreign beasts turned into minced meat. Seeing this familiar scene, all the low-level foreign beasts retreated backwards. That feeling that made them fearful was back. Chapter 89: The People's Heart. The four-armed devil ape looked at the dinky Lin Mu in front of him and frowned. Nine-headed python, control the foreign beasts to enter the city. The nine-headed python had just come in from the city gates at this time. The head of the middlemost one said, I just controlled it once with a single blow. I can't control it now. If I force it to control it, the little ones will die a violent death. They are afraid of the aura on this young man. He must be dealt with first. The amethyst demon bear also walked into the city gates at this time, looking at Lin Mu with a disdainful expression. It could sense that this young man had only comprehended the laws, and was not strong in himself. The other fourth-ranked foreign beasts also all gathered over. Now that the White City had been broken, as long as they solved this last kid who was blocking the way, they would have succeeded. Lin Mu, I'll withdraw first, can you make it? Fan Junxi was also physically and mentally exhausted at this time, and had already hidden behind the demon demolition guards. Lin Mu pulled a blade flower with the green sea blade in his hand and laughed, tough on you, leave it to me next. He looked at the group of fourth-ranked foreign beasts with powerful auras in front of him, the knife in his hand carried diagonally, without a trace of fear at all. He, who appeared extraordinarily small in front of the foreign beasts, had an even more powerful aura. Big talker brat, die for me. Seeing Lin Mu being so arrogant, the four-armed demonic ape's four hands slammed over. However, it couldn't understand the next scene. Its arms clearly smashed into Lin Mu, but Lin Mu just took a step forward and his arms went through his body. Illusion? When the nine-headed python saw this scene, the nine heads looked at each other, not understanding what it meant. Holy, what the hell? Fan Junxi was also stunned when he saw this scene. He also saw the four-armed demonic ape hit Lin Mu, but how come Lin Mu looked like air? Zhang Hongyuan watched Lin Mu's four-armed demonic ape's arm pass through Lin Mu's body, and a brilliant light blossomed in his eyes. Spatial laws can still be used like this? Everyone else was stunned, not knowing if the Lin Mu in front of them was a human being or a ghost. First that kind of mass-killing tactic, and now this kind of bizarre tactic. Could it be that a god had descended from the heavens? Madahai was inside the team of demon removal guards. At this time, his head was pudgy, his body was densely packed with wounds. At this time, he ignored the pain and stood up. That's my brother, the god of war. Egu. Before he could finish his sentence, he was squeezed in the wound, which almost killed half of his old life. War god. War god. God of war. The demon removal guards began to shout inside their ranks, their voices getting louder and louder, resounding above the entire white city. Because of that, the people inside the city who were watching the real-time battle also began to shout, and with all their strength, they shouted with red faces and thick necks. The rest of the people who were fleeing around also ran out, and when they saw that familiar figure, they first howled, and then they also joined the shouting team. Lin Mu, who had originally felt speechless at this name, suddenly felt an inexplicable energy injected into his body, hovering in his mind. In the upper dantian, the spiritual energy that hadn't recovered to its optimal state was quickly filled with this energy. What's going on with the system? In his understanding, only the system would bring energy inexplicably and wonderfully. His first reaction was that the system was up to something. Could it be a reward given by seeing him fight dozens of foreign beasts of the same realm alone? The host has gained the support of the people, inducing the energy of heaven and earth to infuse his body, physique plus 100,000. The host has gained the support of the people, inducing the energy of heaven and earth to imbue his body, his physique has increased by 100,000. The host has gained the support of the people, inducing the energy of heaven and earth to imbue his body, his physique has increased by 100,000. Before Lin Mu could react, a powerful energy began to run at his heart, and his physique was instantly increased by 300,000. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 100-9485. Strength, 202-9414. Spirit, 3,999. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 78,456. Looking at the physique attribute that went back to 1 million without any hunger, Lin Mu looked dumbfounded. Is this the power of the people's hearts? Heaven and earth energy infusing the body. Grandpa, a few more times, aren't I going to take off? But with the word war god still hovering in the air, the physique didn't increase anymore. It seems that only the initial one can trigger the heaven and earth energy to infuse the body. Lin Mu said unknowingly, he thought he could always have heaven and earth energy infusing his body, he still wanted to gather a wave of wool. Even how to glean he had thought about it, every time he was hit at a critical moment, and then rushed up again, so that it wouldn't inspire the hearts of the people? Since you guys call me the god of war, then I'll defend White City for you in the name of the god of war and return a clear sky to you. After Lin Mu finished speaking, he began to move, and the four-armed demon ape, who was still in shock, reacted, grabbing at Lin Mu with his four hands at all sorts of bizarre angles. The Hydra, on the other hand, used its spiritual power to impact Lin Mu, wanting to break his spiritual battle technique, but the spiritual power only sensed an inexplicably hard humanoid form, which could not be destroyed at all. Lin Mu simply ignored the nine-headed serpent's spiritual energy and passed through the body of the four-armed demon ape, sneering, I'll come back to take care of you guys after I've taken care of these dozens of little minions. Seeing Lin Mu arrogantly pass through its body, the four-armed demonic ape roared angrily and turned around to smash at Lin Mu again, but it was still just a futile endeavor. Then, a Hydra and the four-armed demon ape saw the most unforgettable scene of their lives. Lin Mu was holding the green sea blade, which was wrapped in a layer of black cracks, and he kept leaping through the fourth-ranked beasts using spatial folding, and every time he reached the head of a fourth-ranked beast, the green sea blade gently swung, and one of the fourth-ranked beasts collapsed to the ground. The fallen fourth-rank alien beasts didn't have any wounds on their bodies, and they couldn't defend themselves against Lin Mu at all. Lin Mu, who utilized the phase-less state to make spatial leaps, simply couldn't capture it. He appeared in every corner in a godly manner, and it wasn't until more than a dozen fourth-ranked foreign beasts were killed that all of them reacted and gathered in a circle. In more than 10 seconds, more than 10 fourth-ranked foreign beasts died, which made the eyelids of the three leading fourth-ranked foreign beasts jump. What the hell is this? Even the scheming nine-headed python was very puzzled. Its 9 heads looked at me and I looked at you, just none of them spoke. This person seems to be using spatial laws. At this time, the amethyst demon bear was shocked as if it had thought of something. Spatial law? Are you sure? When the four-armed demonic ape heard this, its eyes glared like two large lanterns. Not quite sure, but it's very similar. That large-scale tearing of space, as well as this space-ignoring leap, both resemble spatial laws. And didn't you guys realize? These dozen or so fourth-ranked alien beasts that just died, all of them had their internal flesh and blood chopped off. What kind of law can ignore flesh and cut off the interior? The amethyst demon bear looked large and a brainless muscle bear, but its senses were instead the sharpest. Little bear, good analysis. I'll give you a little reward. Lin Mu listened to Purple Thorn Bear's analysis. This dull bear, I didn't realize that his mind was quite meticulous. He smiled wryly and his entire body disappeared. Chapter 90 Sky-Eating Slash. The amethyst demon bear was like an enemy, its entire body wrapped around the amethyst barrier. It thought that its amethyst barrier defense was invincible, but it was really afraid of facing the laws of space. In the heritage of its race, space and time were the supreme laws, and everyone who comprehended these two laws were all god-like existences. Air-devouring slash. When the amethyst demon bear heard that faint voice, it was as if it had heard the call of a demon. However, it realized that nothing happened to it, and then laughed out loud. The laws of space are nothing more than that, isn't it just as powerless in the face of my amethyst barrier? What are you laughing at? Lin Mu had appeared behind it, looking at it somewhat breathlessly. Hadn't it gone crazy? The amethyst demon bear turned around and looked at Lin Mu with a confident face. Don't you want to kill me? You can't break my amethyst barrier. Ha ha. Idiot. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. Boom. Afterward, a sound of bodies falling to the ground continued to resound, and all the dozens of foreign beasts around them died. Seeing this scene, the three leading fourth-ranked foreign beasts immediately stood back to back. In an instant, killing more than 44th order alien beasts, this Nemo was not human. The amethyst demon ape's head was in a cold sweat. Is this the law of space? This is the devil. Lin Mu took the green sea blade in his hand and gently stroked the blade. After killing a large number of fourth-ranked foreign beasts, the green sea blade seemed to be all excited. This was the latest use of the spatial law that he had researched. The spatial law wrapped around the physical body and the knife, and it could leap recklessly through space like a ghost. Moreover, the knife could pass through the enemy's surface space and directly destroy the enemy's interior. This move was named by him Air Devouring Chop, meaning an attack that ignored space, devoured space, and launched an attack on the inside of the enemy's body. This. Zheng Hongyuan was being held up, his mind was blank inside. He had been conquering the cracks for decades and had seen many geniuses, but it was the first time he had seen a demon like Lin Mu. He didn't know what to say about Lin Mu. Even the Dragon King who had risen in the era of turmoil wasn't this perverted. Even Zhang Hongyuan didn't know what to say. The others were even more confused. In their cognition, killing foreign beasts had to be cut and killed with a knife and a gun. When did killing foreign beasts become so easy? Madahai originally wanted to brag, but found that the surrounding Yazhou sanitation, although he wanted to be a conspicuous package, but also cannot be too conspicuous, easy to be hacked. Like just now he was squeezed wounds, he thought it was someone's intention. Inside the city, all the residents of the White City didn't understand some of this and started cheering excitedly. They only knew that these dozens of fourth-ranked foreign beasts were very powerful. Even the city lord had been killed by them, and the Grand Metropolitan Governor had been seriously injured. But now the God of War had come, and the God of War had resolved the battle in just a minute. I'll give you three a chance to say why you attacked White City, and I'll consider letting him live for the first one to say it. Lin Mu was holding a sword. He wasn't as tall as the four-armed demonic ape's knees, but the four-armed demonic ape was trembling in fear of him. Silly monkey, why are you shaking? Why don't you speak first? Seeing the reaction of the four-armed devil ape, Lin Mu laughed. This gorilla had 2 feet and 4 hands, shaking like a seaweed shaking. It had screamed the most earlier, and now it was also the fastest to wimp out. The emperor told us to come. We captured the White City, and the cracks in the other cities will counterattack. Wait. Gorilla, shut up. Do you want to die? When the amethyst demon bear saw the four-armed demon ape speak with a brain, he immediately spoke out and scolded. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes and looked at the amethyst demon bear. Big dog bear, you want to die? The amethyst demon bear immediately shook its head. You don't know, this gorilla doesn't know much. I know a lot, I'll tell you. Hearing this, the surrounding demon removal guards in garrison were all confused. Was this still those 3 reigning 4th-ranked foreign beasts? Now in order to survive, they had started dog-eating dog? Suddenly, Lin Mu felt a spiritual force drilling into his mind, and a demonic voice rang out, submit to me. Do it. The 9-headed python let out a roar as it briefly invaded Lin Mu's mind with its spiritual power, which should be somewhat effective. Hearing this, the four-armed demon ape and the amethyst demon bear immediately exerted their spiritual power towards Lin Mu, wanting to trap him. Although Lin Mu had a barrier inside his body that deadlocked their spiritual energy, they still had a chance as long as they suppressed Lin Mu. I submit to Nima. Lin Mu let out a roar and instantly moved to the side of the 9-headed python, reappearing after 8 consecutive invisibilities, and all 8 of the 9-headed python's heads fell off, leaving behind only the centermost head. How are you? You unaffected? The head in the center of the 9-headed python revealed a look of fear and looked at Lin Mu with disbelief. Its confusion art had failed. Do you know why I left you alive? No. I want to ask you something, and I'll let you go if the answer satisfies me. The moment the 9-headed python's mental power drilled into his mind, he expelled that mental power, being able to inflict mental charm on him through the barrier of spatial laws. The 9-headed python's mental power was indeed very powerful. However, that was all. His absolute domain was not broken, so he was able to travel at will, so that the 9-headed python's spiritual power could not lock onto him. As for the spiritual power suppression of the amethyst demon bear and the four-armed demon ape, he didn't feel it at all of it was shielded by the folding space. The reason why he had left the 9-headed python alive was that he wanted to ask what happened to the hand that his father-in-law had seen back then. You say. The 9 heads of the 9-headed python all had independent minds, and it was usually the one in the center that made the call, which was why the 9-headed python was so hard to kill. Chopping off 1 or 2 of its heads is no use at all. After a while it can recover and grow new heads again. At this time it only wanted to save its life. Anyway, the head in the center was still there, and all the other heads could grow out by then. 7 years ago, when the iron-armored turtle gathered, what were you afraid of? Back then, when the 9-headed python passed over the iron-armored turtle gathering ground, it must have seen something and fled in panic. Hearing Lin Mu's words, the nine-headed python revealed an expression of horror. What's your relationship with that big hand? I'm asking you words. Not you asking me. I don't know, all I know is that the big hand was terrifying. My soul was uncontrollably attracted to the big hand and I almost died. What was that big hand? I don't know, I feel the big hand, yet I feel that the big hand is not in our space. As soon as the nine-headed python recalled the threat of death that big hand brought to him back then, he backed away, not daring to think back. In that case, you go to hell. You said you would. With a swing of Lin Mu's sword, the nine-headed python's head fell to the ground in response, not even uttering a final word. I said I'd let you go if you answered satisfactorily, but your answer makes me very dissatisfied. His eyes narrowed as he recalled the radiant long river he saw that day, which was clearly not in the same space as the Earth star. It seems that what was inside that long river was the soul, just whose hand was that big hand? To be able to fish away a person's soul, how strong must it be? The more Lin Mu thought about it, the more he felt that it wasn't simple. Chapter 91, Temporary Safety. Since you guys don't want to talk about it, then go to hell together. I'll personally go to Rift number 1 to take a look. He looked towards the four-armed demon ape and the amethyst demon bear. The three of them were even trying to resist and put on an act here. Having comprehended a brand new use of the laws of space, Lin Mu was confident that he could go everywhere in the size of the Earth star. As long as he didn't encounter that kind of exceptionally strong 5th-ranked foreign beasts, ordinary 5th-ranked foreign beasts wouldn't be able to break through his absolute domain. Ever since the absolute domain had covered his body, his spiritual energy had some sort of special connection with his upper dantian, and his strength was several times higher. Lin Mu didn't want to talk nonsense with them, and carrying his sword, he instantly arrived in front of the four-armed demonic ape. This blade, it's a reward from the city lord. This blade is rewarded to you by the great capital governor. This blade is rewarded to you by the demon removal guards and the garrison guards. This blade is a reward for you from the thousands of residents and cultivators of White City. Lin Mu's 4 slashes severed the internal flesh and sinews of the forearms of the four-armed demonic ape. Roar! The four-armed demonic ape let out a heart-rending roar, and the foreign beasts outside the city gates fled outward when they heard the hiss. The remaining ones were all third-order and second-order fey beasts. Their spiritual intelligence wasn't low. If they hadn't been controlled by the nine-headed python, they probably wouldn't have come at all. Seeing the alien beasts fleeing around, Lin Mu didn't go after them. The remaining tens of thousands of alien beasts weren't enough to be feared even if they fled to other places. Moreover, he knew that these remaining fey beasts were all very smart, and would definitely return to their original rift, where they would feel safe, because there was their territory. After a while, the four-armed demonic ape was still roaring lowly. It looked at Lin Mu resentfully, but there was not the slightest thing it could do. What are you looking at? Come and hit me if you don't want to. Lin Mu made another chop, this one, the air-devouring chop, directly chopping from the head to the feet of the four-armed demon ape. Boom! With the corpse of the four-armed demonic ape reaching him, the amethyst demon bear immediately unfolded its barrier and flew outward. Want to run? Did you ask me? The flying speed of the amethyst demon ape was no different from an ant in his eyes, and after instantly following him, he brought it across with a slash. It also wanted to unfold the amethyst barrier, but the amethyst barrier, which appeared to others to be sturdy and more than a match, was no different from air in front of Lin Mu's blade. Boom! The body of the amethyst demon bear fell heavily onto the ground, raising huge clouds of dust. 3 corpses that were taller than a 2-story building lay silently on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of foreign beasts and humans, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. For a while, the entire entrance to the city was silent, with only gusts of whistling sounds coming from the gusts of wind that raged past. What are all looking at me for? Pack up the battlefield. Seeing everyone around him standing still and not moving their bullets, Lin Mu rolled his eyes. This foreign beasts had all run away, and those that should be killed had been killed, and they were still waiting for him to organize the battlefield? What are you waiting for? Clean up the battlefield. Zhang Tianhua also came back to his senses and immediately shouted out a rebuke. It was no wonder the others were confused, even he himself was confused. Originally, Bai Cheng was already in a situation of certain death, but he didn't expect that he would turn defeat into victory in just a moment, and it was true that high-end combat power could only determine the victory or defeat of a war. Demon removal guards organized the corpses of the foreign beasts, garrison guards organized the corpses of their compatriots, city lord and chief administrator and vice city lord Lu, their corpses are preserved. When the time comes, we will hold a city burial. Municipal people, tally up the losses and apply to the Cultivator Alliance for a new laser turret. Repair the other places as you should. With so many alien beast corpses, don't be afraid of running out of money. Zhang Hongyuan was being supported by Zhang Shihong at this time and came to Zhang Tianhua's side to order. Tianhua, you'll be in charge these days. You are the only one left out of the 4 city lords now. Vice City Lord Qian hasn't even come back now. He's probably already dead in the second rift. After White City is cleaned up, start recruiting demon removal guards, and when the laser battery arrives, you'll lead the people to recapture the town and the rift. There shouldn't be any 4th-ranked alien beasts inside the rift now, so you shouldn't have much of a problem on your own. Yes. Zhang Tianque was also under a lot of pressure. In the past, he only had to manage the third rift when he was the vice city lord, but now he had to manage the entire White City. He was inexperienced. But now that the Grand Metropolitan Governor is obviously exhausted and doesn't have the energy to manage it, there's no one left to manage it if he doesn't care. He was the only one left out of the 3 deputy city lords, and the city lord was also killed in battle, as was the chief of the demon removal guards. Now that the demon removal guards and garrison personnel were too severely vacant, and they had to find a way to recover the cracks, it was really a headache. Lin Mu came to Zhang Hongyuan's side and checked Zhang Hongyuan's condition, and found that it was just a spiritual power overdraft. The injury wasn't too serious, and recuperating for half a month should be about right. Old Zhang, is there any news coming out of the number 1 rift? He was actually most concerned about rift number 1, as long as rift number 1 was fine, then the next step would be stable. If something happened to crack number 1, then things would be really big. Zhang Hongyuan knew what Lin Mu meant. If something happened to the Dragon King's palace's void-breaking realm exalted master at rift number 1, White City would definitely not be able to defend itself. Lin Mu, I want to ask you for something. You say. I want you to go to rift number 1 to see if the void-breaking realm exalted is entangled. If they die inside, you come back and talk to me immediately, and I'll organize a transfer from White City. Zhang Hongyuan voiced out his concern. If all the void-breaking realm exalted died in the number 1 rift, then it would be better for White City to give up before it's too late. He had the spatial laws in his body, so going to the number 1 rift was the most suitable. Good. He agreed without hesitation. He also wanted to see what the number 1 rift was up to. 6 void-breaking realm exalted, they couldn't all have died inside. Lin Mu didn't move right away, but found Li Chongqing and brought him back to the villa. Seeing Lin Mu come back, Wang Miao immediately crashed into his arms. There was no live screen on this side of the villa, and her heart had been hanging without letting go. It wasn't until Lin Mu came back that she finally felt relieved. It's fine, it's fine. The foreign beasts have been repelled. Lin Mu pacified Wang Miao, then immediately led him to his in-laws. The situation isn't very optimistic right now. Although the foreign beasts have been repelled, I don't know if there are any new attacks. I'm going to send you guys to Kyoto for a while. To Kyoto? Wang Ziyi frowned. What were they doing in Kyoto when they were so unfamiliar with the city? Kyoto has the Dragon King sitting in the town. The defense force is the strongest. Recently the Earth Star is not peaceful. I feel more at ease if you guys go to Kyoto. What about you? Wang Miao sensed something was wrong when she heard this. Lin Mu seemed to be separating from them again. There's a problem over at rift number 1. I'm going to take a look. As soon as these words came out, Wang Miao's eyes began to redden. Xiaomu, can you not go? Although Wang Miao didn't know what had happened in rift number 1, she could tell from this foreign beast attack on the city that things were definitely not simple. If I don't go, no one can go. Lin Mu shook his head. He definitely had to go to the number 1 rift. He had already promised Zhang Hongyuan. And going to the number 1 rift wasn't just for White City. He was going to see what happened to the energy core and have a plan. If the situation was too bad, he was going to take Wang Miao and the others into seclusion and wait until they were strong enough to come out. Chapter 92, Traveling to Rift number 1. Seeing Lin Mu's solemn expression, Wang Ziyi pulled Wang Miao, let Xiaomu go. Dad, don't you know how dangerous the number 1 rift is? There's a 5th order foreign beast in there. I know. Wang Ziyi looked at Lin Mu, but do you know what Xiaomu thinks? Holding up the sky and carrying the sun and moon, pulling up 1,000 shoots to right spring and fall. This is the responsibility and bearing of a strong man. If Xiaomu was an ordinary person, I would never let him go. But if the family state is in trouble, and everyone cowers and doesn't go to take responsibility, will there still be a family and a state? Lin Mu nodded. Right now he's the only one who can move the inverted sea realm in White City. If he doesn't go, who will? Oh. Wang Miao also stopped talking. Her man was a hero, but she didn't want her man to be a hero. Li Chongqing also explained to Fan Meiting over there that he had to stay in the White City. He couldn't leave. Fan Meiting also cried, or Fan Zhenyu calmed her down. After the people had discussed the matter, Wang Miao and his father-in-law and mother-in-law would first stay at Fan's house for this period of time, and he would go to Kyoto to pick them up when the situation of crack number 1 became clear. Although the Fan family is not a big family, but with Fan Juansi as the deputy city lord, no one dares to go to the Fan family to make trouble yet. Kyoto, the ancient capital of the Dragon Kingdom, an ancient city with thousands of years of history and culture. At the same time, it is also the city with the most geostar cracks, bar none. Around the entire Kyoto, there were more than 30 cracks. In order to guard against foreign beasts, Kyoto had expanded 2 or 3 times, and its population was up to hundreds of millions. The original ancient city wall was turned into an attraction at this time, and the wall was now cast in steel as well, except that it was a few meters taller than the White City's wall, and it was also much thicker. To say that the prosperity is definitely more prosperous Kyoto, but compared to the White City is not too prosperous. After all, the White City is also a 1,000-years-old city. Only the sense of technology in Kyoto is more adequate. All the latest technology in the Dragon Kingdom are verified in Kyoto before they are implemented in various cities and towns. The Fan family, within the walls of the ancient city, was a new Chinese-style quadrangle villa, and the entire quadrangle had more than 10 houses that housed a large portion of the Fan family. This is also after Fan Junci developed. The relatives of the Fan family all pitched in. Wang Miaomio and her in-laws lived in the same building as Fan Mating, so that Wang Miaomio would have a companion here. This building was reserved by Fan Junci for Fan Mating alone, so there was no one living there, just a few of them, and it was quite comfortable to live there. As for Fan Junci, after the end of the White City defense battle, he hurried back to Jade City. Lin Mu hadn't even had time to say thank you to him before he had already gone back, and it looked like the situation in Jade City was also very bleak. After having a meal at Fan's house, Lin Mu brought Li Changqing back to White City. As soon as they arrived in White City, the power supply was restored to the whole city with a buzz. Immediately afterward, a clear voice came over the radio. "Greetings, residents of White City. We paid a terrible price for this defense of White City. The city lord bowed and died, and the 2 vice city lords and the chief of the demon removal guards sacrificed their lives. 3 days later, White City will hold a city funeral, and all entertainment venues in White City will not be allowed to open. Now let's observe a moment of silence for the deceased, and let's remember every hero who has shed blood for White City." A piece of mournful music rang out, and Lin Mu and Li Changqing stopped and stood in place, observing a moment of silence for their fallen compatriots. This was war. If the foreign beasts did not end, there would never be any peace for the human race. There is one more person we have to thank. He was the one who saved the White City in a time of crisis. It was he who, with the strength of one man, held back 1,000,000 foreign beasts. It's him, fighting 47 fourth-ranked foreign beasts all by himself. Because of him, we can continue to live in peace and happiness. He is the god of war, Lin Mu. Let's remember his name. With the announcer's impassioned words, another wave of fervor was created within the White City. God of war, Lin Mu. Everyone in the White City was chanting, and everyone knew that without Lin Mu, they had become rations for the foreign beasts. So the god of war is called Lin Mu. This person seems to be an employee of the municipal government. Bull, he left the municipality a long time ago. Don't stick it in the municipality's face, okay? The god of war is mighty. Brothers, donate money and erect a statue for the god of war. Everyone was talking about it, and as soon as they talked about donating money to set up a statue, the crowd immediately dispersed in a big pile, but there were still people who really donated, and they didn't know if this money was for Lin Mu to set up a statue. The White City was in chaos right now, and some opportunistic elements had already begun to act. Lin Mu and Li Changqing hadn't taken 2 steps before they saw the fat man wrapped in gauze walking towards them, directly, Lin Laodi. He shouted with his mouth stuttering. As soon as he heard this voice, Lin Mu immediately knew who it was. "Brother Ma, why are you still working here in this state? You still have the nerve to say that. You ran away with Li Changqing, and as a result, the great metropolitan governor caught me doing hard labor, so can I not stick to my post? Egu. It hurts." Madahai was close to shedding tears. He felt that his body wasn't even his own anymore. There wasn't a single place in his body that didn't hurt. He was the one who managed the supplies, and as a result, he was dragged into the battlefield and almost died under the hands of a third-order alien beast. Ha ha. Looking at Madahai's comical appearance, Lin Mu and Li Changqing glanced at each other and laughed out loud. "Okay. Fatty Ma. Now it's all taking my place." Li Changqing slapped Madahai on the shoulder. "I'll go, you lighten up." This slap made Madahai grimace. "You two chat, I'm going to make a trip to Rift number 1. Lin Mu looked at the 2 people who were laughing and joking. If there was no trouble from the foreign beasts, why wouldn't it be a beautiful thing to live like this every day? "Elder brother Lin, what are you doing in Rift number 1? Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and organize your supplies." Li Changqing gave Madahai another slap. "This dead fat what should ask what should not ask, so old, the heart is still no points. There are so many people here, how can you ask this kind of question?" Lin Mu laughed and didn't say anything, just told the 2 of them to be safe. Then with an instantaneous movement, he headed towards the number 1 rift. Rift number 1, the largest rift in White City. The mouth of the rift was twice as big as all the other rifts. At this time, the number 1 town had been completely destroyed, and there were still some foreign beasts resting in the ruins. Lin Mu casually sent them back home with a spatial crush. Looking at the entrance to the number 1 rift, he frowned and entered the phase-less state before hiding his figure and walking in. What's going on? Where is everyone? Looking at the wreckage of the stationing point, but there wasn't even a single foreign beast around, Lin Mu felt that something wasn't quite right. There were at least 2 to 3 million foreign beasts in the first rift, but at this moment, there was no sign of any foreign beasts. According to Zhang Hongyuan's information, only 500,000 beasts came out of Rift 1. Where are the other beasts? Glancing at the depths of the rift, Lin Mu hurriedly instantaneously moved that way. Chapter 93 Crack Within a Crack. Along the way, all the gathering points labeled with Fey beasts on the map information did not see the shadows of Fey beasts. Could it be that they've all gone to deal with the hollow-breaking realm exalted? After continuously transmigrating for thousands of kilometers without seeing the shadows of the foreign beasts, that odd feeling grew stronger and stronger. However, the number 1 rift was also really big, and after walking more than 1,000 kilometers towards a deeper part of it, it had only managed to get halfway there. The entire first rift was an oval shape, with the mouth of the rift on this side of the apex and the deepest part on that side of the apex, so the straight line distance was almost 2,000 kilometers. When Lin Mu arrived at the depths of the rift with trepidation, the scene in front of him froze him. In front of him was another crack, only this one had a very small mouth, probably only able to accommodate a large truck. What the hell? This kind of situation Lin Mu had never encountered before. He had been to the depths of the 8th rift and the 7th rift, and there was a barrier there. But never had he seen a rift opening in the barrier. Could it be that this crack opening could lead to other cracks? Did all the foreign beasts in the void-breaking realm exalted ones run to the other rift? Lin Mu's mind was constantly speculating, but he was hesitant to make a decision. At the same time, he was clear that this crack was definitely the reason why rift number 1 was so quiet. The number 1 crack was really quiet and a bit weird. There wasn't even a single mosquito, and now that there was such a big crack here, saying that it didn't have anything to do with it, Lin Mu wouldn't believe it. Moreover, he saw a lot of footprints on the ground. These footprints were disorganized and had all kinds of shapes. It was obvious that a large number of foreign beasts had entered the crack. Not only were there footprints, he also saw a red stone at the bottom of the crack. The stone was buried in the land below the mouth of the crack, and it was absolutely invisible without a closer look. An energy core? Lin Mu felt the aura of the energy core of the 7th rift from this stone, but this energy core had no more light and its energy had become imperceptible. It was reasonable to say that the energy core of rift number 1 had a higher energy than the energy core of rift number 7, but not only was the color of this energy core different, the energy wasn't right either. Could it be that this crack appeared as a result of the energy core mutation? Lin Mu recalled Ng Qingyan's words, who had said that the energy core of the number 1 rift was mutating. To enter or not to enter? He hovered at the mouth of the crack. He didn't know what was behind this crack, and he didn't dare to just step in. However, before he could react, a huge suction force suddenly appeared in the crack, sucking him in, along with the surrounding ground. His absolute domain failed at this moment, and the power of the laws could not be used at all. I'm going to you up. Lin Mu's voice echoed from the mouth of the rift, and then calmness returned. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Lin Mu opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him made him open his mouth wide. In the sky, there was broken space everywhere, and a tiny crack covered the entire sky. Stones, trees, dirt, all sorts of things mixed together and floated in the air in ball form. In the valley in the distance, 6 humans were trapped inside a huge barrier, and countless alien beasts guarded the huge spherical barrier. On the barrier, countless bizarre symbols rotated on it, seemingly without a pattern, yet with a certain regularity. Fortunately, the moment he was sucked in, he entered the phase-less state, and the moment the vertigo ended, he immediately used spatial folding to hide his figure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that barrier that these foreign beasts were surrounding right now, but him. He held his breath and quietly flew slowly in the direction of the barrier, not even daring to instantly move. Because he saw several 5th-ranked foreign beasts incarnated as people, although they looked like people, they still had a little bit of foreign beast features, with big tails, long ears, and big long horns, and he didn't know if they were intentionally left in place, or if they were incompletely incarnated. He knew that as long as there was the slightest hint of spatial fluctuation here, or the leakage of life breath, he might have to die here today. The mental power and senses of 5th-ranked foreign beasts were extremely sharp, and he didn't know if he could hide in this imperfect phase-less state of his or not. Brother Min, have you studied it or not? What exactly is this barrier? I've seen through it a bit. It seems to be an application of heaven and earth energy. Then is there a way to crack it? Can't see it. It's kind of like the ancient Shimen Dunjia symbols, but not exactly. So we're going to be stuck here today? Inside the barrier, the 6 people looked at the barrier, their faces filled with helplessness. The country face known as Brother Min frowned as he looked at the barrier, countless golden lines swimming in his eyes. Everyone looked at him with bated breath, as he had a pair of breaking eyes that could see through all weaknesses. But more than 3 hours had passed since they were trapped by this barrier, and Min still hadn't found the barrier's weakness. It's my fault, I shouldn't have insisted on coming in. The only middle-aged woman among the 6 blamed herself. Hyan, you can't be blamed for this, and you weren't the only one who said you wanted to come in, it was a decision we made together. The middle-aged man who had just opened his mouth to ask about Min had a big back-combed hair, and while comforting Hyan, he also didn't forget to touch his own big back-combed hair a handful of times. There's also something wrong with this group of foreign beasts. What's the point of trapping us in here? He had just finished comforting Hyan and cursed again, then he looked at the 5th-ranked Fey beasts outside. White Jade Wolf King, let us out if you have the ability. The White Jade Wolf King with a large tail smiled contemptuously, let you guys out? Sima Ling, what kind of daydream are you having? When the Honorable Lord comes, you'll all die. Causing us to waste an energy core for nothing, you guys wait for death. The young man with a pair of large antlers on top of his head on the side also chimed in. Behi, dear master, you a waste of space now dare to speak out here. If you have the ability to let grandpa out, let's see if grandpa doesn't pull out your antlers. Sima Ling cursed profusely, but no one paid any more attention to him. Lin Mu was hiding on the side, and he listened to the conversation between this group of hollow-breaking realm Zunis and the 5th-ranked foreign beast over there in disbelief. But he heard and understood one thing: this group of 5th-order foreign beasts were forced into the rift. They were being chased by the 6th void-breaking realm Exalted and had no choice but to run over. That red stone should be the energy core of Rift number 1, because the White Jade Wolf King said that the energy core was wasted, and that red stone fulfilled the conditions he said very well. What exactly is this place, and what is the Exalted Lord in the mouth of the 5th-ranked Fey Beast? Looking at the shattered space, the dim sky, everywhere was a landscape of the end of the world. This environment brought Lin Mu a great sense of depression. Not a moment later, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Westerner. Lin Mu was very sure that he was a human being, because he didn't have any characteristics of foreign beasts on him. There was another person with black hair and purple eyes, with obvious gill slits on both sides of his cheeks, just like a shark's gill slits, one after the other. As soon as the two showed up, all the 5th-ranked foreign beasts all knelt down and shouted, "Greetings to your holiness, long live your holiness." Chapter 94: Exalted Lord and War God. The black-haired, purple-eyed man looked at the 5th-ranked foreign beasts kneeling on the ground and said in a chilling voice, "What's wrong with you guys? Why did you suddenly return to the 10,000 Beasts planet?" Before the 5th-ranked foreign beasts on the ground could speak, Sima Ling, who was imprisoned within the barrier, suddenly exclaimed, "It's you, the god of war, talk." The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Westerner smiled faintly and said, "Sima Ling, long time no see." A light flashed in Sima Ling's eyes. "So the War God Temple has been colluding with the Fey Beasts." Tak laughed out loud. "What collusion? We were originally trained by Lord Venerable." The Exalted Lord glanced impatiently at Sima Ling. He waved his right hand and the barrier instantly turned black. The images and sounds inside were all blocked. "White Jade Wolf King, why did you guys suddenly come back to the 10,000 Beast planet?" he asked in a deep voice. The White Jade Wolf King, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled and said, "Your Holiness, the energy core suddenly changed. We wanted to drive the little ones out, but we didn't realize that those 6 hollow-breaking realms suddenly came in, and we were caught off guard. It was too late to bring the energy core out of Rift number 1. The energy core began to vaporize, and then opened the passageway to the 10,000 Beast star. We couldn't beat it, so we could only take the little ones back to the planet of 10,000 Beasts." The Exalted Lord looked at him with icy eyes and chided, "Useless trash, 8/5 steps can't beat 6 skybreakers. What did I explain to you guys back then? Once the energy core is deflated, it must be brought out of the rift so that the energy core is deflated in the Earth star. That way, the people of the Earth star won't be able to discover the passage to the star of 10,000 Beasts." Hearing the Venerable Lord's rebuke, the White Jade Wolf King knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. "Venerable Lord, please give us another chance." With a wave of his right hand, the Venerable Lord coldly grunted, "I never give wastes a chance." As soon as the words fell, all 8 5th-ranked foreign beasts turned into blood mist. Countless low-ranked foreign beasts on the ground shivered and knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. The deathly aura brought about a sense of oppression that made their bodies go numb. "Your Holiness, you can't actually blame the White Jade Wolf King and the others. Sima Ling's battle power is low. It's normal for them to be unable to defeat 6 hollow-breaking realms." The Venerable Lord snorted coldly. "What normal? They are merely afraid of death. They don't dare to bring the energy core that has just begun to vaporize out of the Earth star for fear of being blown up. Let's not talk about them. Tell us what's going on your side." Tak lowered his head and said respectfully, "The large core has fused 35 pieces, and the small core has fused 457 pieces. Why is the progress so slow? Why is the large core only so small? Your Holiness, the great cores are all scattered in the Dragon Kingdom in the west. The smaller countries are basically absent. These 32 great cores are still the ones I snatched from the side of the big western countries." The Exalted Lord snorted coldly. "You said that you wanted to create turmoil before I detonated a little bit of the laws within all of the great cores to make the cores deflate, and the result is still no progress at all? The main thing is that the Dragon Kingdom is difficult to deal with. The Dragon King's battle power is not weaker than mine, and there is also a god of slaying eyeing us. That's why our activities within the Dragon Kingdom are hindered." Tak helplessly explained up. He also wanted to be faster. Now all the cities in the Dragon Kingdom's number 1 rift energy core had begun to vaporize and collapse. If he couldn't bring out the rift in time, it would be like wasting the opportunity for the Fae to help. Once the Venerable Lord's plan was delayed, he knew what consequences he would face. "Rubbish, I let the energy core deflate to urge the foreign beasts within the rift to cooperate with you. With so many foreign beasts cooperating, you can't even do this well?" The Exalted Lord waved his hand, and Tak was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. A mouthful of old blood spurted out from Tak, but instead of fleeing, he flew back and stood respectfully by the Venerable Lord again. "I'll give you another 3 years. By that time the energy core of the 10,000 Beast star will not be able to complete its fusion with the world core of the Earth star. You know the consequences." "Yes, Venerable Lord." Tak responded in a deep voice. 100 pieces were needed for the large core and 1,000 for the small core. How could it be accomplished so easily? The rest of the big cores are in the west and Dragon Kingdom, so we can only start with the western side first. Wait and take the White Jade Wolf King and their big core to the Earth Star. The vaporized energy core is very good at fusing, don't tell me you can't do it. A bunch of useless wastes. If you weren't afraid of being detected by the Earth Star's world consciousness, where else would you be needed? The Exalted Lord coldly glanced at Tak again and chillingly said, I advise you to be sensible, don't think that I really can't go to the Earth Star. I destroyed the world core of my territory all for the world core of the Earth Star, and if I fail, it's useless wherever you hide. After saying that, he slashed through space, one large crack appeared, he stepped into it, and as the crack closed, the person disappeared. Ah! Seeing that the Exalted Lord was already far away, Tak roared out in a violent rage, and then a blood-red energy from his body shot steeply to the ground. On the ground, all the foreign beasts within 100 kilometers died, and those that didn't die outright fell into a state of madness, attacking frantically towards the surrounding foreign beasts. Damned Dragon Kingdom people! After he finished venting, he turned his gaze to the black barrier and slapped it down, staining the black barrier with several streaks of red blood. Only after doing this did he let out a cold snort and flew into the entrance of Rift number 1. The two of them, the Exalted Lord and the God of War, were communicating in the cosmic language the entire time, and Lin Mu could hear that clearly. In retrospect, it seemed that the cosmic language was also announced by the War God's palace a few decades ago, and was said to have cracked the language of the civilization beyond the heavens. The War God Palace had vigorously promoted the cosmic language, and the alien beasts spoke the cosmic language, and now it seemed that this cosmic language was what the Exalted Lord had passed out. Now that the cosmic language had become the official language of Earthstar, only the Dragon Kingdom was still using the dragon language, and all the other countries had taken the cosmic language as their mother tongue. Thinking about this, Lin Mu felt terrible. This was cultural invasion. Lin Mu saw the God of War leave and wanted to follow him, but he didn't dare to. This god of battle talk was worthy of being the number 1 existence on the battle power ranking. He had killed 6 hollow-breaking realms with a single slap, and he didn't dare to move for fear that he would be discovered in case he was found out. That venerable lord was even more terrifying, and with a single palm, he sent Torque flying. Lin Mu could see that Exalted Lord had definitely saved his hand, or else Tak would have been killed. Recalling the aura on the Exalted Lord, he could be certain that the Exalted Lord was definitely not in the skybreaking realm. Although the skybreaking realm could also slice through space, it definitely didn't dare to step into a spatial rift. This kind of crack without energy support, inside is full of violent power, broken space realm to go in, either dead or injured. Crack Lin Mu now also dare not go back. The God of War must have gone to get that piece of energy core. Once the energy core is taken away, the number 1 crack will instantly collapse. We can only use the system's reward of fixed point instantaneous transfer. He had already had a plan. He absolutely could not be discovered. Being discovered was a word of death. In front of the Exalted Lords and War Gods, it was impossible for him to display an absolute domain, and if he wanted to instantly move he had to unfold a large absolute domain. That would be purely looking for death. The God of War had been gone for less than 2 minutes before the rift opening leading to Rift number 1 disappeared. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Mu saw the foreign beasts start to flee in all directions before he dared to move. Coming to the edge of the barrier, at this point, the barrier had turned from black to white and translucent, and inside there was a huge palm print, and in the middle of the palm print lay 6 corpses. The 6 hollow-breaking realm exalted masters inside, all of them collapsed on the ground with no breath of life, and all 6 of their bodies were in a shattered state. In the center of the palm imprint, the skybreaking realm exalt called Brother Min had already turned into a pile of broken flesh. Grandpa, is the gap between the skybreaking realm that big? Just a single palm had killed 6 hollow-breaking realm exalted. This war god's strength was as terrifying as it was. Chapter 95, I want to see the Dragon King. Lin Mu came to the barrier and touched it with his hand, on which he felt a strong force of laws, more than several times stronger than his. His spatial laws didn't have laws left behind after using them, but the power of laws on this barrier flowed all the way through. I don't know if it was because of these characters or because the exalted one was too strong. On this barrier, Lin Mu felt an aura that was exactly the same as the honored one. A good planet has turned into this. Lin Mu got up and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the crumbling world. This exalted one didn't know what purpose he had, but he had actually dismantled the world core of a planet and split it into countless pieces. And these energy cores became the source of energy in the cracks. Lin Mu also wondered why the fissure was so much like the environment of the Earth star, but didn't have any sunlight. It turned out that everything inside the crack was all transferred in from the 10,000 Beast star. The land, rivers, lakes, and trees of the 10,000 Beast star, after being transferred into the rift, were solidified by the energy core and firmly absorbed onto the Earth star space. Only what exactly was this so-called world core and the will of the world that the exalted Lord spoke of? That venerable Lord cared about these two things and didn't know what purpose they served. The things he heard were limited, and Lin Mu couldn't surmise much. Come all the way here, take a stroll around this 10,000 Beast star. He cast open the absolute domain, but didn't dare to cast it to a range of 40 kilometers for fear of being detected by that exalted Lord. Half an hour later, Lin Mu returned to his original location. He strolled around the world and verified his thoughts. The land in the cracks was indeed grafted in from the 10,000 Beast Star, or rather, someone had stuffed the 10,000 Beast Star into one crack after another and then stabilized the cracks with an energy core. He wandered around the Wan Beast Star and found a lot of missing land with the mantle of the Wan Beast Star exposed underneath. It was due to the absence of these lands that the broken rocks and clumps of earth were suspended in the air. Because the planet was missing a piece here and there, special force fields were formed in particular places, and all of these things were sucked in by the force fields. The entire star of all the beasts was already fragmented. The energy in the center of the earth was constantly flowing away. Some places were cold, some places were hot. The heat was spread extremely unevenly. One beast star better place. There are a lot of beasts coiled, only are a look of death. Should in one beast star's energy disappearance has a relationship. Moreover, because of the disappearance of the Earth's surface, the water flow has been cut off, and the plants have become scarce. Those herbivorous beasts have all died out, and the remaining carnivorous beasts are killing each other. In some places, there were huge lakes formed due to the spread of underground water, with uncountable corpses of alien beasts floating on top, emitting a pervasive stench. Seeing this tragic scene, Lin Mu wondered if that exalted lord was going to make the Earth star look like this as well. System use fixed point instantaneous transfer. Lin Mu sighed. He was heartbroken that the rewards he was going to use to save his life were now being used up as well. But there was no way around it. Following the god of war, Torque, into the rift was definitely a dead end, and he didn't dare to run ahead of Torque. As soon as Tokei exited the rift, the entire rift collapsed, and he still had to die. Lin Mu's body glowed with a white light, and in the twinkling of an eye, the person disappeared. Not a moment after he left, the exalted lord suddenly appeared at the location he left, frowning as he looked down below and murmured, "Complete law fluctuation? A palm heaven realm is here?" After feeling it for a while, he murmured again, "What's the situation? No life breath? No phase and no self? A palm heaven realm comes to this crappy planet and has to use the phaseless and selfless state? Can it be that it's an inspector from the Silver Host Empire? That's not right either. The inspector found out that the world core was gone, so why didn't he look for me, the Star Lord?" The exalted lord stayed here for more than a minute and couldn't figure out what was going on, so he could only shake his head and leave unhappily. After a while, he came back, looking at the empty valley. His spiritual power swept violently but found no abnormality. Strange. There's no one there. How could spatial laws suddenly appear? The world consciousness of the planet of 10,000 beasts hasn't disappeared yet? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it became, and in the end, he could only shake his head and leave. Lin Mu returned to the entrance of the White City Cultivator Alliance, not realizing that after he left, the exalted lord had actually detected the spatial fluctuations caused by his departure. Moreover, this venerable lord would even kill back. When he returned to the White City, the sky of the Earth Star had already begun to lighten slightly. The corpses of the foreign beasts at the city gates had not yet been cleared, but there was already the usual smell of fireworks in the White City. The first thing he did when he returned to White City was to find Zhang Hongyuan. At this time, Zhang Hongyuan was resting in the great capitalist mansion, and when he heard the news of Lin Mu's arrival, Zhang Hongyuan immediately got up from his bed, put on a jacket and hurriedly ran out. Inside the parlor, Lin Mu looked a little agitated. "Lin Mu, what exactly happened to Rift number 1? How did it suddenly disappear? Where are the 6 exalted ones?" As soon as Zhang Hongyuan came in from the gate, he saw Lin Mu pacing back and forth. He had received the news half an hour ago that the number 1 rift had disappeared. It's a long story. The number 1 rift collapsed, and all 6 Zunis are dead. Lin Mu didn't say anything about what happened in the rift. He knew that it wouldn't be useful to tell Zhang Hongyuan about this kind of thing. "I want to see the Dragon King. Is the situation so serious?" Zhang Hongyuan asked. "Are things already this serious?" Lin Mu does not say naturally have Lin Mu's reasoning. Zhang Hongyuan understands that the matter here, afraid that he is not a big capital, can be solved. "What about White City?" "Don't worry about White City for now. I have to go see the Dragon King before I can decide exactly how this matter is going to be resolved. But for now, White City is safe for now." Lin Mu knew what Zhang Hongyuan was worried about. Now that crack number 1 had collapsed and there were still 5 of the other 7 cracks that were not under control, would there be any chaos? "Okay, I'll contact right away." Zhang Hongyuan picked up his cell phone and called the person in charge of the Dragon King's mansion, and after briefly explaining the situation, he immediately said to Lin Mu, "The Dragon King is waiting for you in Kyoto." "Good." Lin Mu left behind a sentence and instantly moved in the direction of the capital. Zhang Hongyuan looked at Lin Mu's departing figure and picked up the phone to call Zhang Tianque. "Don't worry about the rift side for now, let's get the White City's defenses up first." "Great Commander, did something happen again?" Zhang Tianque, who was burnt out at this time, heard this and muttered in his heart. "It's not clear yet, but all 6 Zunis of Rift 1 are dead." "What?" Lin Mu said it himself. There can be no mistake. Zhang Hongyuan's brows were furrowed. The death of 6 void-breaking realm exalted masters was not a small blow to even the Dragon King's mansion. Moreover, from Lin Mu's state and his words, it could be seen that there was something very serious at the back. Right now, all they could do was to rearrange the defense force of the White City as soon as possible, and who knew if the foreign beasts from the other rifts would suddenly appear again. Good. Zhang Tianhua hung up the phone and immediately stopped everything in his hands to work around White City's laser turrets and defense forces. Chapter 96, Speak Slowly. In the inner city of Kyoto, Lin Mu glanced in the direction of the Fan family, and after hesitating for a moment, he headed in the direction of the Dragon King's mansion. Right now, the matter of the War God Palace was the top priority. Although he didn't know what the Venerable Lord and the War God were up to, it definitely wasn't simple. What the Exalted Lord coveted by destroying the world core of the 10,000 Beast Star was definitely not simple. Stand still. What man? Lin Mu had just reached the sky above the Dragon King's mansion and was about to go down when a mountain-shifting realm guard shouted at him from below. Let him in. Before Lin Mu could reply, an old voice came out from the Dragon King's mansion. Hearing this voice, the guards immediately stood back up and didn't bother with Lin Mu anymore. After Lin Mu landed, he walked into the Dragon King's mansion. The entire Dragon King's mansion was a former king's mansion, and the pavilions and courtyards were very skillfully designed. Seeking the source of the sound, Lin Mu found a small pavilion with lights on. Come up. That old voice came out again. Lin Mu wasn't polite and directly stepped onto the stairs and pushed open the door to the attic room. An old man with white hair was boiling water on the tea table, and when he saw Lin Mu come in, he pointed to the chair across from him. Sit. I don't know why, Lin Mu's heart, which was originally a bit anxious, became calm after entering the room. You are Senior Dragon King, aren't you? Lin Mu arched his hand towards the old man after sitting down. Dragon King is just the title outsiders give me. My real name is Long Yuekong. You can call me Old Dragon. I've heard Gu Minglan talk about you. Comprehending the spatial laws at such a young age, it's truly not simple. I originally thought that you would have to wait for a while before returning. I didn't realize that this spatial law rushes so fast. The tea might have to wait a while before I can drink it. Long Yuekong touched the purple sand kettle that was boiling water and said slowly. Elder Long, this time I'm here to talk to you about a very important matter. Looking at the Dragon King's slow movements, Lin Mu was in a hurry. There's no rush. What kind of guest comes and doesn't have a cup of tea? Long Yuekong shook his head and looked at Lin Mu with a smile. It's hard to concentrate with a disorganized mind, and it's hard to achieve success with an impatient mind. Come, drink this cup of tea and talk slowly. Long Yuekong didn't have any fancy tea-making techniques. He picked up a teacup and put a little bit of tea leaves for Lin Mu, poured a little bit of water, and it was a cup of tea. Lin Mu smiled. He understood what the Dragon King meant, picked up the teacup and drank it. The Dragon King wasn't in a hurry. What was he in a hurry for? When the sky collapses, there is a high one to hold the roof. Good tea. Lin Mu took a sip of the tea and felt that his state of mind had changed. A feeling of being unperturbed by everything was born. Now it was the sky that was collapsing. He was not in a hurry. It's just a tea picked by the old man when he was bored. It's not much of a good tea. It's just that the state of mind for drinking tea has changed, and the flavor of the tea has naturally changed. The Dragon King picked up the teacup and took a sip, shaking his head in satisfaction. Lin Mu heard and understood. This was the Dragon King helping himself to improve his state of mind. Ever since he had the system all the way up, his heart became a bit restless, and he didn't have the same kind of mindset that he used to have when he was dealing with things. Say it, what's going on with White City Rift number 1? Long Yuekong put down his teacup, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Crack number 1 is gone. Oh. Long Yuekong still had his eyes closed. A crack disappearing was nothing unusual for him. He had destroyed several cracks himself. I saw the god of war. As soon as he heard this, the Dragon King sat up straight. The Battle God Temple had been robbing energy cores recently, a matter he had been following for a long time. Lin Mu told him what happened after he entered the number 1 rift in its entirety. Your Holiness. 10,000 Beast Star. World Core. The more Long Yuekong listened, the stronger the aura in his body became, and he narrowed his eyes until Lin Mu finished speaking before he stood up. How did you come back from the 10,000 Beast Star? Everything Lin Mu said was true, but he just didn't say how he returned to the Earth Star. This involves some of my personal secrets. I hope you'll pardon me, Elder Dragon. Lin Mu said apologetically. There was no way he could say anything about the system. Long Yuekong didn't say anything. He knew that Lin Mu was hiding something, but everyone had their own secrets, and if Lin Mu could grow so fast, he must have his own secrets as well. According to you, the energy core in the crack is actually a fragment of the world core of the 10,000 Beast Star? That's right. That's what I heard. Then where is the Earth Star's world core? How did they fuse the energy core into the Earth Star's world core in the War God Temple? Hearing this question, Lin Mu was also at a loss. The God of War Temple was in the west and had little contact with the Dragon countryside. How could they be stopped? No wonder the War God Temple has destroyed so many rifts in the west recently, so their goal is the energy core. Long Yuekong propped his chair with his hand, his brows furrowed. Originally, he thought that it was only White City's number 1 rift that had a problem, so he wasn't worried because recently, all of the cities in the Dragon Kingdom's number 1 rift had special circumstances occurring. Now after he heard Lin Mu's reply, some things instantly cleared up. What do you think about this matter? The Dragon King asked Lin Mu as he sat down again. I think it's better to take the initiative rather than sitting around waiting for death. Lin Mu had actually had an idea for a long time. Rather than being subjected to the Battle God Temple, it would be better to make it impossible for the Battle God Temple's actions to continue. How do you take the initiative? Going to fight the War God Temple? Our overall strength is a little bit worse than the West can be, and besides, there's still a venerable lord who's eyeing us. The Dragon King sipped his tea. It wasn't without reason that the War God Palace could keep pressing the Dragon King's mansion. If it wasn't for the fact that it was in the Dragon Kingdom's territory and had a large number of cultivators to support it, the Battle God Palace would have been able to walk completely sideways in the Earth Star. What I mean is, instead of letting the War God Hall snatch the energy core away, we should take it ourselves. Lin Mu thought that as long as the energy core was snatched away, the Battle God Hall's mission would not be completed. And now that he only had to grab the big core was starting to deflate, and the War God's Hall would definitely be very active lately. They came to take it for themselves, grabbed the energy core, and also made all the number 1 cracks in the Dragon Kingdom disappear. His idea was good, but Long Wukong shook his head. Do you know how many cultivators a rift can support? Just asking. Lin Mu didn't say anything else. He knew what the Dragon King meant. Right now there were many cultivators who relied on cracks to eat. If the rift was lost, many people in the Dragon Kingdom would fall into a state where they had no food to eat, and when the time came, the War God Temple didn't mess up, but the Dragon Kingdom messed up first instead. Do you know where all the energy cores that the War God Temple robbed came from? He doesn't get them from their own country, they all rob some small Western countries. Long Wukong pointed out the problems here in one sentence. The War God Palace didn't even dare to do something that digs its own grave. If the Dragon Kingdom takes the lead, I'm afraid that it's not far away from pandemonium. But now the energy core has been deflated. Once the energy core's energy becomes less, it won't last long. Lin Mu understood what the Dragon King meant, but could a rift without energy still feed so many cultivators? Chapter 97, Niao Mao's Disappearance. Lin Mu, remember one thing, never risk the world to do something. If you do it well you might be famous for ages, but if you don't do it well you'll be stigmatized for years to come. Long Wukong shook his head. The number 1 rift had to produce materials worth trillions of alliance coins a year. Making a move rashly might be the opposite of what was intended. Then should we just let it go? Lin Mu didn't understand what the Dragon King was thinking. Could it be that when one gets old, one's concerns about doing things also become more numerous? Manage, of course. Long Wukong smiled when he heard this. But not in the Dragon Kingdom pipe. Hearing these words, a brilliant light instantly flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. What do you mean? Just what you think. The Dragon King poured Lin Mu a cup of tea and drank it slowly. Will this be too risky? Lin Mu frowned. He understood the Dragon King's idea. Since the War God Temple's goal was the energy core, as long as a certain number of energy cores were controlled, the War God Temple's mission would be put on hold indefinitely. Taking a risk? The War God Hall can come to the Dragon Kingdom, but we can't go to the West? Is there anything I need to do then? Lin Mu asked. He actually wanted to go and join in the fun. He still had a system quest that he hadn't completed. There's no need for you to do anything. The God of War Temple wants the Dragon Kingdom's energy core, and the Western defenses are bound to be empty. We've been laying out in the West for so many years, it's time to play a role. A confident aura rose steeply from Long Wukong's body. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed, worthy of being an old man with deep foresight. From within the Dragon King's words he could hear that the Dragon King's mansion should have arranged many people in the War God's palace as well. The 2 biggest forces of the Earth Star did not only have an open fight, but also a secret fight. Elder Long, then I'll leave first. Lin Mu arched his hand and said goodbye. He had said what he needed to say, and since the Dragon King had his own arrangements, he didn't need to bother bearing his head to worry about it. Anyway, this was a matter between the Dragon King's mansion and the War God's palace, and he couldn't get involved. It was impossible for him to intervene even if he wanted to. The threat of the hollow-breaking realm was still too great for him. If you're free, you can go steal a few energy cores. I've heard that you've not only comprehended the laws of space, but also the laws of infinity. I'm talking about the Dragon Kingdom. After Long Wukong finished speaking, he closed his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. Lin Mu glanced at the Dragon King and smiled slightly. It was true that other people would be discovered if they went to move the energy core, but who would know if he went to steal it? The Dragon King is also really cunning. This is planning to catch it with one hand. When Lin Mu left, Long Wukong opened his eyes and murmured, War God Temple. What exactly do you guys want? In fact, he had only said so much to Lin Mu to put his mind at ease. He could see the potential in Lin Mu and didn't want him to get involved in the strife with the Battle God Hall ahead of time. Ever since the Earth Star's mutation 100 years ago, the War God of the War God Palace had been leading the Earth Star forward, and the concept of a cultivator was also something they came up with, and they controlled the direction of the Earth Star step by step. He knew that the purpose of the God of War and the venerable man behind him was definitely not to destroy Earthstar, but the information about it was too little, and he had no way to do anything about it. He could only see what he could do. Many of the people he had arranged in the War God's palace over the years had also climbed to high-level positions, but there had never been any information coming from the relevant side. If Lin Mu hadn't unintentionally seen these things this time, he wouldn't have been able to believe that there was even a mysterious exalted lord behind the War God Palace. Therefore, Long Yuekong's heart was also a bit uneasy. All these years of explicit fighting between him and the War God Palace was actually more than the energy he had consumed in the Dragon Kingdom. After Lin Mu left the Dragon King's mansion, he went directly to the Fan family, but as soon as he arrived at the Fan family, he sensed that something was wrong. The entire Fan family was in an uproar, and everyone was in chaos. With a sweep of his mental power, he realized that his father-in-law and mother-in-law and Wang Miao Miao were no longer in Fan Meiting's small courtyard, and his father-in-law and mother-in-law were wandering anxiously in the parlor. In the entire Fan family, Wang Miao Miao and Fan Meiting were just nowhere to be seen. He hurriedly instantly moved to the parlor, where his father-in-law and mother-in-law and Fan Zhenyu hurriedly greeted him. "What's going on? Where are Miao Miao and Meiting?" Lin Mu was the first to speak. "After you left, we had planned to rest. After all, we were all quite tired after a night of heartbreak. But Miao Miao said she was a bit hungry and didn't eat much at the wedding, so she went to the kitchen with Mei Ting to look for food. This search was for half an hour. We felt something was wrong and went to the kitchen, no sign of the two. The phone also can't be reached. The bodyguard at the entrance also said that he didn't see anyone enter the mansion, and the intelligence system inside the mansion didn't penalize either. We've already reported the case to the Demon Defenders, and Mei Ting's brother has also contacted the chief of the Kyoto Demon Defenders and is now waiting for news." When Wang Ziyi saw Lin Mu coming, it was as if he had seen his backbone, and immediately told the whole story. Lin Mu's brows knitted. To be able to quietly kidnap two people from the Fan family in Kyoto was at least a cultivation of the inverted sea realm. As the deputy city lord, Fan Junsi usually offended a lot of people, and in order to protect his family's safety, he had specially hired two mountain-shifting realm 6th stage patriarchs as bodyguards. Moreover, there were more than a dozen cultivators of the Wanding Realm in the courtyard, and Fan Junsi had made a bloody effort in this regard. To make a great power of the inverted sea realm ignore the danger and go to Kyoto to kidnap someone, Lin Mu couldn't think of a second person besides Zheng Tianwang. But there is one thing that is very strange. He should know about his killing in White City. Why would he still dare to kidnap Wang Miao Miao? And this person who kidnapped Wang Miao Miao should be the people in Kyoto, the general inverted sea realm. Without 7 or 8 hours, it is impossible to go from the White City to Kyoto. Someone must have revealed the news, so that someone would know that Wang Miao Miao had come to the Fan family in Kyoto. And this person should be from the White City, because after they came from the White City, the villa was empty and the only place they could go was the Fan family. Because yesterday was the day of the Fan family's wedding, Fan Junsi was on the city walls to protect him from the foreign beasts, and this was something that someone with a good mind could definitely notice. There were black market traders in the White City who specialized in selling information, and they had probably already checked out anything related to him. The Fan family can't be ruled out either. The Fan family's relatives shouldn't be able to reveal the information. They still have to rely on Fan Junsi for their meals. No one should be able to do this kind of thing. Of course it can't be absolutely ruled out. Maybe someone will sell out the Fan family for profit. But someone from the Fan family shouldn't have anything to do with Zheng Tianwang. The most suspicious ones are still the Fan family's bodyguards, who are just paid to do their job and have no so-called loyalty. Moreover, these bodyguards were all contacted by Fan Junshi through the black market, and who knows if these people would sell the information. Heavenly King Zhang might have put a bounty on information related to him in the black market, and these bodyguards would do anything for money. The target that was locked now was Heavenly King Zhang, as he hadn't sinned against anyone else either. And there were too many people who could betray the information, and he didn't have a very good target that he could target. But right now it was only a suspicion, and he had no evidence to prove that the person was captured by Zheng Tianwang, and going to Haichang rashly might cause unnecessary trouble. Miao Miao and Mei Ting should still be in Kyoto, Lin Mu said after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 98, It wasn't me who tied it up. He was well aware of the security checks in Kyoto, and it was impossible to fly over the walls of Kyoto. Kyoto was not the White City, and it was impossible to cross the city walls if you were not a void-breaking realm exalted. This is the Dragon King's territory. Which life-threatening person would dare to mess around here? Even he honestly walked into the city walls and only instantly moved when he reached the city. So Lin Mu was certain that Wang Miao Miao and Fan Mei Ting must still be in Kyoto. Have you found any clues or anything like that at home? The kidnappers must have had a purpose for kidnapping the two. Lin Mu looked at his father-in-law and Fan Zhenyu. The two were the only ones who were relatively calm in the parlor right now, and his mother-in-law and Fan Meiting's mother were already a bit at a loss for words. No, I had everyone search the entire Fan family compound and didn't find any clues left behind by the kidnappers. Fan Zhenyu shook his head. Lin Mu frowned. With Zhang Tianwang's character, kidnapping someone away would definitely leave clues. The person he wanted to deal with was himself. Grabbing Wang Miao Miao and Fan Meiting could only be used as a hostage to threaten himself. Why didn't he leave a message? Could it be that Zheng Tianwang was so sure that he didn't have any other enemies? The more this happened, the more uncertain Lin Mu became instead about who had kidnapped Wang Miao Miao and Fan Meiting. It seemed like he hadn't offended anyone else besides Heavenly King Zhang. I'll make a trip to Haichang, you guys wait here for my news. Lin Mu thought about it and decided to make a trip to Haichang. Even if Wang Miao Miao wasn't kidnapped by Zhang Tianwang, he still needed to have closure between him and Zhang Tianwang, or else he'd be on edge all the time. Wang Ziyi and Fan Zhenyu nodded their heads. They are also headless right now. They don't have a clue. They can only wait for news from Fanjuancy. Xiaomu, be careful, Haichang is not Baichang. Wang Ziyi instructed. Although he had been trapped for so many years, he still understood the strength of Haichang. Lin Mu nodded. Haichang, as one of the three major cities in the Dragon Country, no matter whether it was the economy or the overall strength, it was a notch higher than Baichang. Li Changqing had once told him that Haichang's strength was actually no worse than Kyoto, only that Kyoto had the Dragon King sitting on the throne, which was why it had been sitting firmly on the throne as the #1 city in the Dragon Kingdom. Wait for my news. Leaving behind a sentence, Lin Mu directly teleported to the city gates, and after passing through the security check, he headed straight to Hai City. Kyoto and Haichang were actually not far away, but a distance of 1,000 kilometers. With his speed, he arrived in less than a minute. Sea City, the size in Kyoto was about the same, but there is no Kyoto that kind of ancient vicissitudes, replaced by a sense of technology. Its sense of technology can be seen from the walls of the city, 1 or 2. Other cities have walls that are either black, silver, or earthy painted. The walls of Sea City were a sky-like blue color that shimmered strangely in the sunlight. After passing through the security check, Lin Mu turned around and arrived at the Heavenly King Mansion. There wasn't really anything to check, all of his information was in a state of secrecy, and the security machine could only see his name. The Heavenly King Mansion was the headquarters of the Heavenly King Chamber of Commerce. The entire building was 108 floors high, in the best location in Haichang. It was adjacent to the sea, with beaches, sunshine, beautiful women, and everything in between, a prosperous scene. Good day, sir. May I ask what can I do for you? As soon as he walked into the Heavenly King Mansion, the staff at the front desk noticed him. Lin Mu walked over and smiled. I'm looking for Heavenly King Zhen? Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? No. Then I'm sorry, but you have to have an appointment to see the president. Oh. Lin Mu nodded lightly. He had already seen where Heavenly King Zhen was. Under the receptionist's gaze, Lin Mu directly disappeared with an instantaneous movement. The receptionist rubbed her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating, but it felt incredibly real. She immediately called the building's security section, which immediately pulled the alarm after checking the surveillance. In an instant, the alarm of the entire Heavenly King Mansion rang loudly. But after ringing for a while, it stopped ringing again, as Heavenly King Zhang picked up the phone in his office to have the alarm cancelled. Lin Mu. You have a lot of guts to come to my place alone. He looked at the young man who suddenly appeared on the office couch and hung up the phone. Why do I not dare to come? Do you think there's someone inside this Heavenly King Mansion of yours who can kill me? Lin Mu sat on the sofa, his absolute domain already spread out within his body, not fearing Heavenly King Zhang in the slightest. Worthy of being the White City God of War, ever since I became the honorary Vice Lord of High City, you're still the first one to talk to me like this. Zhang Tianwang touched the scar on his arm, then took out a cigar and smoked it. There's a precedent for everything, no one dares to talk to you like that, so I'll do it. Lin Mu spread his hands indifferently. Cut the crap and hand over Miao Miao and Fan Meiting. Lin Mu didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. Heavenly King Zhang glanced at Lin Mu and said with some annoyance, do you think I'm stupid? You're killing 4th-ranked people like dogs in White City, and I'm going to kidnap your woman? I have such a big chamber of commerce in my hands, and I'm giving up such a big industry for a cousin to get back at you? Lin Mu's face became gloomy when he heard this. Looking at Zhang Tianwang, he didn't look like he was lying, but he didn't dare to be sure. Zhang Tianwang's words also made sense. With such a large industry, it was impossible for him to seek revenge on himself just for the sake of a Zhang Tianfen, especially since he also knew that his battle power wasn't something he could deal with. However, Zhang Hongyuan had also told him that Zhang Tianwan was a sinister and cunning person, and what he said could not be trusted. Ask yourself, other than you, I have not sinned against anyone else. There's a saying that a gun hits the head. Do you understand? Zhang Tianwang put his cigar down hard in the ashtray and pressed it out, leaning back on the recliner and said leisurely. What do you mean, someone has their eyes on me? Lin Mu looked at Zhang Tianwan's expression and muttered in his heart, could it be that the person really wasn't kidnapped by him? You killed so many foreign beasts in White City, those videos have long been spread all over Earthstar. You're a small employee of the municipality, and you've grown to this level in a little over a month, don't you think? Zhang Tianwan leaned back in his boss chair and rocked up and down. Lin Mu just stared at him, trying to see if there were any breaks from him, but didn't see any. In that case, excuse me. He got up and clasped his fist, ready to leave. Wait. He had just reached the doorway of the room when Heavenly King Zhang called him back. What else? You killed Zhang Tianfen and you just want to leave it at that? Zhang Tianwang looked at him with a teasing expression. Lin Mu had killed Zhang Tianfen in 100 cities, causing his 10-year layout of the real estate industry to go up in smoke and all his efforts to vanish. Although he knew that Lin Mu wasn't one to be messed with, but as a strong person of the 8th stage of the inverted sea realm, with so many people under his hand, it was impossible for him to just be bullied by Lin Mu for no reason and still not say anything. What do you want? Lin Mu looked at Heavenly King Zhang with interest. This person really wouldn't stop until he reached his goal. Knowing that he could easily kill him, he still dared to negotiate with himself. He did have 2 skills. Is he betting that he wouldn't dare to kill him in Hai Chang? Chapter 99. What secrets do you want to know? There's nothing else to ask for. I'll claim to the public that you gave me $1 billion to go private. What do you think? Zhang Tianwang sat up straight. He was an honorary deputy city lord and had such a large chamber of commerce under his hand. It would be detrimental to his image if he was being ridden over his head and on it but didn't say a word. Lin Mu understood what Heavenly King Zhang meant. This bastard was trying to use his current fame to raise his status. The video of him killing a 4th-ranked foreign beast in White City had already gotten out, and his current status wasn't lower than that of some hollow-breaking realm Zunis. After Heavenly King Zhang announced it outwardly, his fame, as well as the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce, would be shot up. As long as he didn't refute it himself, no one else would think there was a problem. The people outside would only think that their own battle power was something that Zhang Tianwang couldn't stop, and if Zhang Tianwang dared to spread such information outside, something like this must have happened. They would think that Heavenly King Zhang wouldn't dare to offend such a powerful figure. As long as he, Lin Mu, didn't refute it, the others would think it was true. The compensation of a void-breaking realm exalt, even though it was only claimed to the public, was enough to take Heavenly King Zhang's Chamber of Commerce to the next level. It's fine, from now on, our wells don't offend each other. Lin Mu nodded, although this would be detrimental to his reputation, but after all, he had killed someone else's cousin, and the thing called reputation was not worth much, so if Heavenly King Zhang wanted to use it, he could lend it to him. Moreover, he came here to look for Wang Miaomia. Since Wang Miaomia wasn't here, it wouldn't be a bad idea to settle the conflict with Zhang Tianwang by the way, and it wouldn't be bad to use a reputation in exchange for peace in the future. Then, thank you very much. From now on, you walk your sunny path, I'll cross my one-tree bridge. Neither of us will owe the other. Seeing Lin Mu nodding his head in agreement, Heavenly King Zhan was also in an extremely comfortable mood. Although Zhang Tianfen was dead, but now with this wave of operations, he was able to earn back all that money that Zhang Tianfen had lost. A cousin is just a cousin, not that important in his heart. Dead is dead. What he cared about was money. If Lin Mu wasn't so perverted, he might even help Zhang Tianfen take revenge. But now, he wouldn't be foolish enough to offend an inverted sea realm whose battle power was comparable to that of a Zunshur for the sake of a cousin. There was nothing he could do if Lin Mu didn't agree, so the moment Lin Mu nodded his head, Heavenly King Zhang's mouth went askew with laughter. Lin Mu glanced at Heavenly King Zhang and realized that there really wasn't much difference between him and those businessmen, just profit-seeking. Closing the door, he disappeared into the corridor. It was only after half an hour that Zhang Tianwang stopped his work, his smiling face instantly becoming gloomy as he picked up the cell phone on his desk and dialed a number. Hey, Holy Monarch, he came just now. You didn't reveal your flaws. On the other end of the phone, a tongue-twisting Longua language rang out. No. It's just a brat, I casually acted and fooled him. He's probably gone to the capital to look for his little girlfriend now. Zhang Tianwang smiled smugly, his eyes like cobras, full of viciousness and cunning. Hide that woman, the other one find time to do it. Make sure to find out the secrets on Lin Mu. You can rest assured. No one dares to break into the base over in Kyoto. That's a cooperative project between me and the Dragon King's house. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Tianwang snorted coldly, silly foreigner. If it wasn't for the fact that you still have value to utilize, I would take care of you. Lin Mu's secret can only be mine. You still want a piece of it? Dream on. Heavenly King Zhang's face was written with the flavor of a successful conspiracy as he smiled sinisterly. What secret do you want to know? A black knife appeared out of thin air and was placed on Zhang Tianwang's neck as Lin Mu stood behind his chair looking at him with a smirk. Zhang Tianwang's smile froze on his face. He looked at the silhouette behind the computer monitor with an expression like he had seen a ghost and said in horror, You didn't leave. Old Zhang and I said that you are a sinister and cunning person who wants to take 2 bites out of anyone you meet, and that what you say cannot be trusted, so I kept an extra eye out. Actually, if you had waited a little longer, maybe I would have left. It's a pity that you can't stay calm. Lin Mu looked at Zhang Tianwang with a smile. He did want to leave just now, but remembering what Zheng Honyuan had said, he came back. In his phaseless state, he had been standing behind Heavenly King Zhang. Speak. Where is Miao Miao? Hearing this, Zhang Tianwang relaxed instead and said with a provocative face, Want to know the whereabouts of your woman? Tell me your secret and I'll tell you. Lin Mu snorted coldly, and the green sea knife cut directly into the flesh of his neck. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, I'll plow through Kyoto with my spiritual power. I don't believe I won't be able to find her. Zhang Tianwang laughed out loud, You can try. Let's see Your Heavenly King Chamber of Commerce and the Dragon King's mansion have a total of 2 cooperative projects, and only one of them is in Kyoto, the Heavenly Dragon Pharmaceutical. Lin Mu picked up his cell phone and searched for relevant information. But Zhang Tianwang's face didn't change when he heard this. Lin Mu's heart thumped. What this old six and that saint ruler said couldn't be a lie as well. Smarty pants. Heavenly King Zhang also saw Lin Mu's collapsed face through the reflection of the computer screen and sneered. Lin Mu frowned. This Heavenly King Zhang was like a viper in winter, hiding in the shadows, striking only at critical moments, and when he struck, it was a fatal blow. I have a question for you. How did you know that Meow Meow is in the fan family? This I can tell you. Your information now can be worth old nose money in the black market, and I paid a lot of money for the exclusive information. Indeed. Lin Mu had guessed earlier that the information had been leaked from the black market, and it was true that as soon as a person became famous, whatever they did would be watched by countless pairs of eyes. How about it? Have you thought it through? Is it to exchange your secret for your woman, or keep the secret and kill me? Heavenly King Zhang laughed recklessly. What he was holding in his hand right now was Lin Mu's lifeline, the key to whether or not he would be able to advance to the hollow-breaking realm. Lin Mu was also experiencing a brainstorm inside his head at this time. Since Heavenly King Zhang was so confident, then this place must be very secretive. And the security level of this place must be very high, otherwise he would have been able to find Wang Miao Miao even if he swept through Kyoto with his spiritual power. There was only that kind of place with a high security level that Lin Mu couldn't enter, that's why he couldn't find it. A place that was both hidden and safe. Lin Mu could only think of one place when he thought about it, the Forbidden City of Kyoto. The Forbidden City had been forbidden to enter since the Earth Star mutation, and the inside had been turned into a place to store special materials. Because the Forbidden City was located at the very center of Kyoto, the materials were kept here, and no one could hit these things. Moreover, the Dragon King's mansion was located right at the edge of the Forbidden City, so once something happened, the Dragon King would be able to come out from the Dragon King's mansion at the first opportunity to respond. But the Forbidden City was a place that, with Zhang Tianwan's identity, he definitely couldn't enter. Lin Mu couldn't think of a second place that would fit his guess even if he thought about it. Or if this place was simply a high security level, then it didn't need to be hidden, as long as he couldn't get in. But Zhang Tianwang should know that he was inextricably linked to the Dragon King's mansion, and if he wanted to go to these places with high security ratings, it would be fine to have the Dragon King's mansion issue a release slip. Chapter 100 Confused? Do you mind if I borrow your cell phone for a while? Lin Mu suddenly saw the cell phone lying on Zhang Tianwang's table and turned his hand to take it. TSK. A cell phone used by a big boss is different, it doesn't even set a password. Opening his cell phone screen and not seeing the lock screen password, Lin Mu smiled. This Heavenly King was really confident. The phone is not even locked, so I guess he would not expect someone to snatch it from his hand. Zhang Tianwang had wanted to snatch it, but he was deadlocked by Chung Hai blade on his neck and couldn't move. Lin Mu's strength was no joke, no venerable of the skybreaking realm had as much strength as him. You see. It doesn't matter. Zhang Tianwang tried to resist for a bit, and after realizing that it was useless, he said in an indifferent tone again. The more indifferent he was, the more Lin Mu felt something was wrong. He flipped through Heavenly King Zhang's cell phone address book and found that there was surprisingly only one call record, which was the call he had just made with that saint ruler. Lin Mu, do you know why my cell phone is unlocked? It's because I have a habit of not putting important information in my cell phone, and I delete all the records after making a call. Heavenly King Zhang looked at Lin Mu's frowning expression and began to taunt again. This saint ruler should be the dark saint ruler who was ranked 8th on the battle power list. You have quite a wide range of business. And you even contacted someone from the Bear countryside. But, what do you think would happen if I made a call? Don't you dare. Hearing this, Zhang Tianwang looked a little panicked. He had just finished his phone call and hadn't even had time to delete his phone number before Lin Mu put a knife to his neck. Da. As the voice came from within the phone, Zhang Tianwang struggled to get up, but he was held down by Lin Mu to death, and the green sea knife even directly missed his neck, and blood began to flow out. Hello, what's the matter? Dark Saint Ruler, hello, this is Lin Mu. There was no sound on the other side of the phone for a while before another voice came out. What the hell are you up to, Heavenly King Zhang? Didn't you say you'd contact Lin Mu only after you shipped that woman out of the Dragon Kingdom? Maybe you don't know yet. Heavenly King Zhang doesn't want to share my secrets with you. Saint Sovereign, don't listen to his nonsense, I've been undermined by him. Heavenly King Zhang knew that Lin Mu was stirring up a conflict between him and the Holy Monarch, so he quickly spoke out. There was silence on the other side of the phone again. You idiot, how can you ship people out of the Dragon Kingdom now that you've been captured by him? Saint Ruler, don't worry, the person is in my hands, he can't make any waves. Heavenly King Zhang immediately explained, fearing that the Dark Saint Sovereign would say something he shouldn't and Lin Mu would catch a trace. Watch yourself, if I don't get Lin Mu's secret, I'll personally go to the Dragon Kingdom and take your life. Da. A busy tone came from the other side of the phone, the call was interrupted, and when Lin Mu called again, he was prompted that the user had turned off the phone. Ha. Do you have another way now? If you're capable, turn Kyoto over. Heavenly King Zhang laughed out loud as he used his spiritual power to stop the blood from his wounds. Did you know that operators can check call records? Humph. Do you think I'm stupid? I can't think of such a simple thing? I'm a Western card, go check if you can. Looking at Heavenly King Zhang's smug look, Lin Mu's teeth gnashed. There's no need to make that face, as long as you tell me the secret of rapid promotion. I'll make sure your woman is unharmed. Heavenly King Zhang narrowed his eyes, he only wanted Lin Mu's secret of rapid promotion. Actually, I've already roughly guessed where you've hidden Meow Meow. Don't try to get words out of me, if you really guessed it, go find it. Hearing this, Heavenly King Zhang said disdainfully, this was all leftover tactics he used. 10 years ago he didn't use such tactics to deceive people, it was too low end. Actually, Meow Meow should already just not be in Kyoto. Humph. You keep talking. I'll watch you perform. Heavenly King Zhang snorted coldly and ignored Lin Mu. Actually, when this person speaks even if they tell a lie, they will subconsciously mix two sentences of truth into it. Because it's too hard to make up a complete story, it's easy to find loopholes. But it's different when it's half true and half false, as long as it confuses the other party. Am I right? Heavenly King Zhang. Heavenly King Zhang sneered, you've read quite a lot of deduction novels. Kyoto's security is so strict, how am I going to transport two big living people out? Ask yourself, if I were you, I would definitely take the people into my own hands, and would definitely not hand them over to someone else with confidence. Just like you and the Dark Saint Ruler, you would definitely not hand people over to the Dark Saint Ruler. What is in your own hands is the truest. Lin Mu said slowly, observing Zhang Tianwang's face as he spoke, but he couldn't see any change. It's true that I didn't intend to share it with the Dark Saint Sovereign, it's just that I've cooperated a few times before, and this time, I'm also utilizing his power. But so what? The Dark Saint Ruler doesn't even know the exact location. Do you think you can find Wang Miao Miao? Heavenly King Zhang said disdainfully, thinking that he hadn't divulged any information and that it was impossible for Lin Mu to find it. In fact, at first, I also fell into a misunderstanding. I also thought that Miao Miao was in Kyoto. After all, it's impossible for you guys to blatantly walk out of the capital with two big living people on your back. But with your line about having the ability to turn Kyoto upside down, I knew that the two of them were no longer in Kyoto. Turn Kyoto over and you can't even find them, that's your subconscious sentence, but it's also the truest sentence you've ever spoken from start to finish. Originally, with this sentence, you just wanted to irritate me, not realizing that it would reveal a crack. Lin Mu spoke slowly, as he recalled in his mind every single sentence that Heavenly King Zhang had said, only this one sentence, which was probably the truest. Moreover, when I was on the phone with the Dark Saint Sovereign, you kept emphasizing that Miao Miao was in your hands. This proves that the one who helped you kidnap people has already handed Miao Miao over to you. And the Dark Saint Ruler is quite interesting. He said that he asked you to transport people out of the Dragon Kingdom. Since you have the ability to transport people out of the Dragon Kingdom, a Kyoto shouldn't be too difficult for you. After listening to Lin Mu's analysis, Heavenly King Zhang suddenly applauded, splendid. Splendid. It's too bad that you don't go write speculative fiction. Since the person is not in Kyoto, where is it? Detective, please reason again. Lin Mu smiled mysteriously, actually, the person is in Tianlong Pharmaceuticals, your denial is just trying to divert my attention. Zhang Tianwang skimmed his lips, good reasoning, you go to Tianlong Pharmaceuticals to find the person. Didn't you say that the person isn't in Kyoto anymore? How come they're at Tianlong Pharmaceuticals again? Reasoning and confusing yourself? Chapter 101, A Wise Man's Thousand Ways of Thinking. No, Miao Miao and Fan Mei Ting are at Tianlong Pharmaceutical. Bewitched. I advise you to give up your secret earlier, your little girlfriend and her friend can still suffer less. What, are you in a hurry? Lin Mu looked at Heavenly King Zhang and smiled mysteriously, then his hand reached for the folder on the table. Seeing that, Heavenly King Zhang immediately went to grab it, but Lin Mu used space folding to hide the folder in space, and Heavenly King Zhang fished for it. You don't even care about your cell phone, why do you care about this tiny list? Lin Mu said teasingly. From Zhang Tianwan's reaction, he already knew that his guess was correct. That's the confidential material of the Dragon King's mansion. If you dare to look at it, the Dragon King's mansion won't be able to spare you. Zhang Tianwang said viciously. Ha! This is what you call classified material? Since when is a transportation list called classified material? Lin Mu pulled out a bunch of lists from inside, on top of which were the numbers and quantities of some materials. Actually, Miao Mao and the others are indeed in Tianlong Pharmaceutical, only they're not at the Tianlong Pharmaceutical base in Kyoto, but on the Tianlong Pharmaceutical's transportation plane. It's this trip, isn't it? As the saying goes, a wise man must be wise. He pulled out a newly dated one from the list of goods that were sent to the Sea City by Kyoto Tianlong Pharmaceutical. No wonder you've been leading me to Kyoto. As it turns out, this airplane will be entering Haichang in half an hour. Lin Mu glanced at the estimated time for this flight to land and instantly understood. Heavenly King Zhang laughed and said, pretty good reasoning, then you go to the plane to save people. At this point in time, why are you still talking tough? Actually, I didn't figure out at first, by what means are you going to transport Miao Miao and the others out? But that Western phone card of yours gave me the answer, that's why I dared to be sure that there were Miao Miao and the others inside the cargo on this transportation plane. Lin Mu picked up Zheng Tianwang's cell phone and said with a sigh. In today's Earthstar, there are only two ways of transporting goods, a water transport and an air transport, and because of the sandstorms, land transport is no longer feasible. This cell phone card of yours was transported by water from the west, right? Now the communication carriers in Terra are all one, that is the Terra Union, it's just that the data in the west has to be checked in the west. And the most efficient way to get something out of Kyoto is by transporter. As it happens, your Tianlong Pharmaceutical has a partnership with the Dragon King's palace, so you can be exempted from inspection, and stuffing 2 people inside the cargo is a breeze. Am I right? Heavenly King Zhang. Lin Mu slammed his cell phone heavily on the table and said in a low voice. Then go look for it on the airplane. Heavenly King Zhang shrugged indifferently. Lin Mu laughed. I know what you're thinking, I just need to grab you and go to the airport, it's bound to cause a counterattack from Hai Cheng's defense force. I've still heard a little about Hai Cheng's defense system, you think I'm stupid? The defense system attacks me and you take the opportunity to escape? It doesn't matter, the goods will be delivered here sooner or later anyway. I'll just wait here. As soon as he heard this, Heavenly King Zhang was not calm anymore, and a wave of spiritual energy erupted out, heading straight for Lin Mu's head. I advise you to better not move, I'm going to kill you with nothing more than a single slash. Lin Mu snorted coldly, and the knife in his hand advanced another point inside Zheng Tianwang's neck. The Hydra's spiritual power hadn't even been able to affect him, let alone a Zheng Tianwang of the 8th inverted C stage. With the folded space, Zheng Tianwang's spiritual power couldn't lock onto him at all, and all he had to do was move the angle of the folded space and the spiritual power would fall short. Now, he was very sure that his guess was definitely right, or else Heavenly King Zhang wouldn't have reacted so dramatically. Release me. All of these things were done by the Dark Saint Sovereign, and the kidnappers are also his men, it has nothing to do with me. I've only worked with him a few times, and this time he came to me for help. At this moment, Zheng Tianwang no longer had that feeling of a sure victory and hurriedly brushed off the relationship. Oh? You seem more like the mastermind to me. Lin Mu sneered. This heavenly king had a lot of guts. At this point in time he didn't even beg for forgiveness, thinking that it would be enough to just clear the air? Lin Mu is not a little cutie. He's not a cutie pie, so who's the mastermind? Isn't that right in front of his eyes? You don't dare to kill me. I'm the honorary vice lord of High City. If you kill me, High City won't let you go. The last person who spoke to me like this should have been Zhang Tianfen, but he's dead. You're afraid you're delirious. I dare to offend anyone from the Dragon King's mansion, let alone you, a titular vice city lord? Lin Mu rolled his eyes. This group of sand sculptures are moving backgrounds when it comes to critical moments. Last time, Fan Junsi also moved backgrounds, his brain is watered down? Or the Dragon King is right, only their own strength is the greatest capital. I don't believe that Hai Chang will take revenge for you. Yikes. 7 stars reverse. Heavenly King Zhang roared as a powerful spiritual force erupted, and 7 shining points of light in the room formed a spoon-like pattern. The 7 points of light then spun rapidly, like a vortex, spinning non-stop as they rushed towards Lin Mu. He knew that if he didn't fight, he would die under Lin Mu. He was at least a pouring sea realm 8th stage, and although Lin Mu was perverted, he wasn't completely hopeless. What a nasty disease. Netting some fancy stuff. Lin Mu looked at Heavenly King Zhang, who had fled to the couch, and with an instantaneous movement, he went over and chopped off his head. That what 7 stars inverted looked quite bluff, the actual even his hair did not touch one, is a pure spiritual power to change a way of attack. Similar to a rotating gyroscope, look good, half useless. The reason why he dared to kill Zheng Tianwang was because Lin Mu had already sensed Wang Miao Miao and Fan Meiting's aura when this airplane flew overhead. The reason why Heavenly King Zhang suddenly stormed out was probably because he had also sensed that the airplane was about to land. His mental power was a bit stronger than Lin Mu's, so he was able to sense the airplane's arrival in advance. If this transportation plane hadn't flown over his head, Lin Mu really wouldn't have dared to kill Heavenly King Zhang. He was afraid that Zheng Tianwang still had some kind of backhand. This dog had been mixing for so many years, his strength wasn't great, and he was playing one set of plots and tricks after another. Waiting for the plane to land, a transportation vehicle slowly drove towards the Heavenly King mansion. Lin Mu directly wrapped the 2 boxes with the absolute domain and instantly moved the boxes into the room. Inside the box, the 2 men's mouths were gagged and they could only make sounds through their noses. Lin Mu opened the box and tore off the tape on the 2 people's mouths, and the moment Wang Miao Miao saw him, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Wow! Wang Miao Miao hugged Lin Mu as she cried her eyes out. Fan Meiting also had tears in her eyes. The 2 women were scared to death when they encountered this kind of thing. Alright, don't cry. Lin Mu patted her back and soothed her. He then took the 2 of them and instantly moved directly out of High City, and for a while, the alarms of High City were loud, and the chief of High City demon removal guards looked at the defense system with a confused face. There was clearly nothing on the radar, but suddenly the alarm was loud. This was the first time this had happened in Sea City, and it had never happened before. He tensed for a while before finally guessing that it might be a broken alarm. Then the engineers of the Cultivator Alliance, after a lot of operations, couldn't figure out what went wrong and could only leave it unsettled. Chapter 102 Fan Jun-si seeks help. Moreover, the culprits who had caused the alarm to go off in High City had already arrived at the gates of the capital, and at this time, they were stopped by the demon removal guards outside the gates. The reason was also very simple: the two of them, Wang Miao Miao and Fan Mei Ting, had no record of leaving the city. They had a record of entering the capital, but no record of leaving Kyoto, and by appearing outside the city at this time, the demon removal guards considered them to be illegally leaving the city. But since Lin Mu's information secrecy status was high, the demon removal guards didn't do anything to the several people, just let them wait at the city gates for notification. It was only after 5 minutes that one of the demon removal guards ran over quickly, and hurriedly waved his hand towards the demon removal guards on the side. Release. He greeted Lin Mu and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Lin Mu shook his head. It's all a matter of duty, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. After saying that, he led Wang Miao Miao and Fan Mei Ting towards the city gates. He made a call to Zhang Hongyuan and contacted the chief of the Kyoto Demon Defenders before he was released without any problems. Most of all, Kyoto was the territory of the Dragon King, and he didn't want to make a big commotion, or else he would have instantly moved in. Inside the Fan family courtyard, everyone was relieved to see Wang Miao Miao and Fan Mei Ting return safely. After a simple lunch, the two of them went back to their rooms to rest. After being trapped in the box for a night, and having been poisoned with ecstasy, the two of them were in a poor state of mind. Lin Mu also hadn't slept all night, he just wanted to go take a rest, but he received a call from Fan Jun-si. Lin Mu, Yuqing is also in chaos, can you come and help? As soon as the phone was connected, Lin Mu heard these words. He couldn't refuse when the words had been said. After all, Fan Jun-si had helped him block 2 fourth-order alien beasts in 100 cities. Moreover, listening to the voice on the other side of the phone, the Fey beasts seemed to have begun to gather. Yes. Lin Mu hung up the phone, greeted his father-in-law, and instantly moved in the direction of Jade City. Lin Mu on the way here passed through Lu City, good guy that spread out the beasts, and White City is almost the same. However, Lu City has 4 more cracks than White City, and the defense force is also a lot more than White City, so there is no risk of being breached. At this moment, Fan Jun-si was standing on the city wall, and on the side, Jade City Lord Tan Hongyi stood beside him. Jun-si, you contacted Lin Mu, what did Lin Mu say? Fan Jun-si nodded. Lin Mu promised to come, something just happened at home in Kyoto, he just finished solving it. The first time Wang Miao Miao and Fan Mei Ting were rescued, he got the news, that's why he called Lin Mu. It's a good thing you made a trip to White City this time and happened to help him out, or else Yuqing would really be in danger. Tan Hongyi stood by his side, inexplicably sighing. Who didn't know the name of the White City god of war Lin Mu now? Who didn't know that Lin Mu's spatial laws were unrivaled in the world? But no one could contact him, all the information was all in a state of secrecy, not even the venerable masters of the skybreaking realm had any way to view it. Tan Hongyi also personally called Zhang Hongyuan, and Zhang Hongyuan just said, it's impossible for him to give the phone number. More than 30 city lords asked him for the phone number. If Lin Mu knows that the phone number was leaked by him, how can we get along in the future? However, Zhang Hongyuan also showed him a way. Fan Junshi knew Lin Mu's phone number, so at the first moment when the beasts breached the rift, Tan Hongyi asked Fan Junshi to look for Lin Mu. It was also just a fluke. My sister and his brother got married. I was supposed to go and arrest someone, and I was confined by him for more than 10 hours. In the end, we didn't fight. Then this brother-in-law of yours took off. The phone is probably going to be busted. Tan Hongyi sighed. Now everyone wanted to find Lin Mu to help. The Dragon Country was basically in chaos except for the 3 major cities and a few smaller cities. The cracks in all the cities were being impacted, and there were only so many hollow-breaking realm Zunis. All of them had to go and tackle the 5th-ranked alien beasts in crack number 1, so defending the city was only as good as their original forces could be used, and there was no support at all. With Lin Mu, it was different. Lin Mu's ability to kill 4th-order foreign beasts was even stronger than a skybreaking realm exalted, and that terrifying spatial law was even able to directly kill foreign beasts through a 40-kilometer radius. And what Tan Hongyi said was indeed right. Li Changqing's phone was almost busted. Not only Li Changqing, even Ma Dehai's phone was busted. These city lords were all smart people and knew that they couldn't directly call Lin Mu's relatives, it would cause Lin Mu to resent them. So Li Changqing and Ma Dehai, the 2 people within the system, became their best targets. Or had Li Changqing ever seen this kind of scene before? The city lords, grand capitals, and vice-city lords of more than 30 cities had called him, just wanting him to help talk to Lin Mu and go to their cities sometime. He was a division chief who usually couldn't even touch the corners of these bigwigs' clothes, but now because of Lin Mu, he had become the guest of honor of these people. But Li Changqing didn't agree either, just responded by saying to help contact them to try, jokingly treating his brother as a machine? More than 30 cities, even if Lin Mu had a diversion, it was impossible to help. Ma Dehai's side was even more flattered, but he was also a smart person and knew that Lin Mu's current force value was a walking killing weapon. So he and Li Changqing unified their caliber, both saying that they would help ask, not daring to say for sure. With Lin Mu, the 2 of them have been on the up and up, that's a sure thing. Ma Dehai has now become the director of the White City office. As for Li Changqing, he had already been transferred to the Grand Metropolitan Governor's side, working as a secretary for the Grand Metropolitan Governor, cultivating him for a period of time, and it was estimated that he was going to be sent down to the White City Cultivators Union, becoming the real chief of the White City Cultivators Union. So the two of them wouldn't do that kind of self-destructive thing, but they couldn't offend these bigwigs either, so they could only respond vaguely. Jade City wasn't too far from Kyoto, but the environment was harsh. It was in the middle of the desert itself, and with the current severe sandstorms, it wasted a lot of Lin Mu's time. By the time he arrived at Jade City, the attack with a wave of foreign beasts had already been repelled. Ever since the incident in White City, the other cities had begun to place a large number of demon removal guards in the rift, and laser turrets and underground energy storage batteries had been added, so Jade City was still doing well, and there weren't too many fey beasts rushing out. Only the 4 towns that passed along the way seemed to have been destroyed. Seeing Lin Mu suddenly appeared, Tan Hongyi was startled. All knew that Lin Mu was godly, and didn't expect him to appear truly. He thought what a 5th-order alien beast had come. Lin Mu, let me introduce you, this is Jade City's City Lord Tan Hongyi. As soon as Lin Mu landed on the ground, Fan Junsi introduced him to him. Hello? City Lord Tan. Lin Mu extended his hand. He still had quite a bit of respect for this kind of city lord as well as the Grand Metropolitan Governor. These people had fought for Earthstar for their entire lives and deserved to be honored. Hello, thank you for coming to Jade City for support. Tan Hongyi smiled and shook Lin Mu's hand. He knew that as long as there were no major accidents, this time Jade City was stable. Right now, Jade City was just him and Fan Junsi. The other 2 vice city lords and the Grand Metropolitan Governor had entered the rift. Chapter 103, Mission Completion, 35 million attribute points. What's the situation now? It seems to me that the first wave of the Fey Beast attack has been repelled. Lin Mu asked as he glanced at the corpses of the foreign beasts outside the city. There aren't many foreign beasts that rushed out this time, and of the 9 cracks in Jade City, only 5 of them have been lost, and the other cracks are currently quite stable. What we're anxious about this time isn't these low-ranked foreign beasts, but those 20-odd 4th-ranked foreign beasts. Since the incident in White City, Jade City's overall defense has been strengthened, and the laser cannons have nearly doubled, so we're not very afraid of these low-rank alien beasts. Tan Hongyi introduced the situation to Lin Mu. The situation in Jade City was much better than White City, and there were only about 1 million low-ranked alien beasts, which could be defended by Jade City's laser cannons. But the trouble was those 4th-rank alien beasts, more than 24th-rank alien beasts, although they were all beginner-ranked, they were still a considerable force. They had all witnessed the killing power of the 4th-rank alien beasts in the White City defense battle. It was a good thing that the 4th-order alien beasts in Rift number 1 hadn't rushed out, or else Jade City would probably have to cool off as well. You guys wait here for me, I'll be right back. When Lin Mu heard Tan Hongyi's words, an idea popped into his head and he decided to try it out first. Watching Lin Mu suddenly disappear, both Tan Hongyi and Fan Junsi looked at each other with a bewildered expression. What is he going for? I don't know, is he going to kill those 4th-ranked foreign beasts? But won't those 3rd-order, 2nd-order foreign beasts have an effect on him? The two were still discussing when Lin Mu had already returned. I've killed all the 4th-ranked foreign beasts, I'll leave the rest to you. When these words came out, the 2 men's scalps were numb. More than 30 seconds of time, killed more than 24th-order alien beasts, are you kidding me? However, when Tan Hongyi stretched out his spiritual power, he was stunned. The corpses of more than 24th-order alien beasts, lying intact on the ground, without a trace of injuries on their bodies, but they already had no breath of life. He had heard that Lin Mu had killed 4th rank like a dog, but this was too much. Are those 4th-level beasts stupid? They just stood still and let him kill them? Good. Good. Tan Hongyi couldn't even speak properly, just nodding his head blankly. By the way, Fan Junsi, give Mei Ting a call to appease her. This time, she has received quite a shock, and this matter also started because of us. Count me as owing you a favor. Okay. I know. Fan Junshi nodded. If it wasn't for the sudden attack on Jade City, he would have been in Kyoto investigating the kidnapping of the 2 by now. Lin Mu nodded at him and disappeared above the city walls. Now he had more important things to do. He suddenly remembered what the Dragon King had told him when he left from the Dragon King's mansion, that he could steal some energy cores when he had time. Now that he thought about it, the Dragon King was really resourceful. Knowing that the Dragon Kingdom would erupt into a large-scale alien beast riot, these words were telling him to take advantage of this time to hide to get some energy cores and jam the neck of the War God's palace. Anyway, that's what he understood. As for whether the Dragon King thought so, he didn't know. It was just as well that there was such an opportunity right now, as he arrived at Jade City's town number 4, which had already been overrun by the beasts, and the garrison in the rift had been destroyed as well. Now that there was no one inside the rift, it was a good time to take away the energy core. The energy core of the first fissure has already been vaporized, so there's no point in taking it, and then the Dragon King's side should make a move on the large energy core of the first fissure. What he had to do now was to steal the energy core from those rifts that the Dragon Kingdom had already lost. Those cracks that hadn't lost their guard yet, he didn't need to go to them. The Dragon Kingdom still needed the materials from the cracks to cultivate now, and it wasn't the right time to close all the cracks. Jade City's 4th rift was about the same size as White City's 7th rift. Lin Mu glanced at the map and instantly moved towards the deepest part. The energy cores were all in the deepest part of the rift, and this was prevented in order to prevent human powerhouses from grabbing the energy cores, and in the event of such a situation, it would also be possible to have the energy cores explode at the first opportunity, and both sides would be defeated. But now, the 4th-ranked foreign beasts guarding the energy cores in the cracks had already gone, and there were simply no foreign beasts that could block Lin Mu's footsteps, let alone detonate the energy cores. Lin Mu searched in the depths for a while and finally found the energy core in a cave. This cave looked like the cave of a bear-type exotic beast, with bear fur floating everywhere. The moment Lin Mu took the energy core out, the mouth of the crack in the Earth Star began to shrink, then slowly disappeared. Without the energy to support it, the crack would soon be obliterated by the space of the Earth Star, and the space inside the crack would collapse. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarded with 1 cosmic shuttle. Cosmic shuttle randomly shuttles to any location in the universe, then shuttles back to the original location. Given that the host has completed the mission ahead of schedule, 35 million attribute points are awarded. Detected a major crisis on the host's current planet, issuing a new mission. Within 10 years, destroy all cracks. 3. 35 million attribute points. Seeing the system's reward, Lin Mu was shocked beyond words. If he were to let himself accumulate, it would take a full year to accumulate this many attribute points. Completing the mission 1 line ahead of schedule, rewarding 100,000 attribute points, this was the same as the reward from the last mission. There was also this cosmic shuttle reward. Did it mean that he could go to an alien planet for fun and then shuttle back? Of course, this was just his idea. There was a great deal of uncertainty in the word random in this thing. In case it got into the mouth of any big monster, there wasn't even a chance to escape. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 100-9485. Strength, 202-9414. Spirit, 3999. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 3513256. It's a pity that the physique isn't enough, or else I could directly advance to the skybreaking realm. He thought about collecting energy cores after adding all of these 35 million attribute points, but after doing some calculations, he realized that his physique wasn't enough. Advancing to the skybreaking realm required 10,000 spiritual attributes and 10 million strength attributes, which meant that 2 million physical attributes were still needed after adding the spiritual. Plus, there was still a need to deduct 700,000 physical attributes to fulfill the spiritual attribute addition. A total of 1,700,000 physical attributes were still needed. However, there were only 400 or so energy replenishing pills left, and they were only able to increase the physical attribute by 400,000, which was still a big difference. So he made a call to Li Changqing and asked him to collect another 1,500 energy replenishing pills for himself, and when the time came, he would go directly to the White City to get them. Li Changqing directly said that it was fine for him to go and get it. There were plenty of mending energy pills in the White City warehouse, and it just so happened that there was also a sum of alliance coins to be handed over to him. After thinking about it, Lin Mu felt that it wasn't too bad for him, so he turned around and flew in the direction of White City. Jade City to White City was a bit far. Jade City was in the western part of the Dragon Kingdom, and White City was in the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Going directly from Jade City to White City, one would also have to pass through the desert area, and the current sandstorms in the desert area were big and scary. In order to prevent accidents, Lin Mu still decided to take a detour from the side. In case he encountered a tornado that caused the space to become unstable, there was a possibility that he would be swept away. Chapter 104, Collecting Energy Cores. By the time he returned to White City, half an hour had passed, and when he passed by Lu City on the way, he stopped by to do a small favor and killed all of Lu City's 4th-rank alien beasts. Entering White City, Lin Mu directly found Li Changqing. Inside the great governor's mansion, Li Changqing was counting the remaining supplies in White City, and as soon as he saw Lin Mu coming over, he directly shoved a large and a small box to him. This is the energy replenishing pill, and this is the spirit core of a 4th-stage foreign beast. I don't know if you have any use for it. I've collected them all for you. Lin Mu took the box and took a look. The large box was filled with the spirit cores of 4th-ranked foreign beasts, emitting a rich light and filled with majestic energy. The other small box contained energy replenishing pills, 1,500 of them, a quantity that was only too much. Lin Mu returned the large box to Li Changqing. This is for you. I don't have much use for keeping it. You need this now. Li Changqing was about to take over the White City's Cultivator alliance. The Grand Metropolitan Governor was going to step back into the background. With his current cultivation, even with Lin Mu's support, I'm afraid that there would be people gossiping behind his back. And he doesn't care about this thing. It's not like he needs to rely on it to ingest energy. I can't use that much either. Li Changqing understood Lin Mu's meaning, but a box of dozens of 4th-order spirit cores, those 3 head-sized 4th-order spirit cores were even more valuable, and he was too embarrassed to take them all. You split it with Brother Ma. Both of you are in important positions now, and Brother Ma is still at the 10,000 cauldron realm. It's really a bit too buried. Lin Mu waved his hand and said bluntly, they were both his own people, so he had something to say. Okay. As soon as he thought of Madahai, Li Changqing nodded. This fat bastard probably needed these spirit cores even more than he did. By the way, the White City side counted it. The alien beasts you killed are worth about 500 billion Alliance coins, but the White City Cultivator Alliance side doesn't have that much cash on their books. The Grand Metropolitan Governor asked me to ask you if we can have this money given to you after we sell the materials. Li Changqing immediately inquired towards Lin Mu after receiving the box. This time, Lin Mu had killed nearly 1 million foreign beasts, and the corpses of the foreign beasts he killed were all still intact. White City's side counted them, and each one was discounted for Lin Mu at 500,000 Alliance coins, so it was all a big advantage for White City. Because Lin Mu had killed some second and third order beasts, they were all worth more. There were also dozens of corpses of fourth-ranked alien beasts, and there were already chambers of commerce that were paying high prices for them. For money, just hit me with 10 billion, 500 billion is just a number when it reaches my account. Money is something that doesn't mean much to me anymore. You ask the Grand Duke to help me collect a little bit of special materials that I'll use to cast the Green Sea. Especially the kind of material that can increase weight. Help me find a little more. Lin Mu thought for a while. With his current strength, the Earth Star's Alliance coins weren't much use, so he might as well collect some rare materials to use to build the Green Sea blade. Although the Blue Sea knife had been recast once by Gu Minglan, it was still more than enough to face a fourth-ranked foreign beast. If it wasn't for the laws of space, Lin Mu couldn't even cut through the barrier of the amethyst demon bear with the Blue Sea blade. Although the Green Sea blade felt good in his hand, it was a bit lower in terms of weight, but that kind of weight-adding material wasn't easy to find. Lin Mu was all about applying pressure through his spiritual power to keep the Green Sea knife at a suitable weight and maintain a good feel in his hand. When Gu Minglan recast it, he also didn't add any weight-enhancing materials, and the Green Sea blade was still 12 kilograms. Now with 1 million strength, he would need at least a 10,000 kilogram blade to best meet his requirements. Now that he had the money, it was time to have the Green Sea blade recast. Although the spatial laws were powerful, in case one encountered the kind of law suppression that the demonic flame tiger had experienced when it crossed the threshold, a good weapon would be crucial. Ro. I understand. Li Changqing nodded. He had talked to Lin Mu about replacing the blade back when Lin Mu was injured by the energy core blast, but Lin Mu said that he didn't want to replace the Green Sea blade because he had used it out of affection. Then you get busy first, I'll leave first. Lin Mu put the energy replenishing pill into his spatial traveling bag and said goodbye to Li Changqing. Li Changqing nodded. Ever since he became the secretary of the great metropolitan governor, his feet hadn't left the ground in his but hadn't touched the chair during the day. Lin Mu grabbed a handful of energy replenishing pills in his right hand and added points while eating them, while tapping on the map of the Dragon Kingdom. Right now, 90% of the cities were experiencing alien beast riots, so Lin Mu was going to go from the south to the east to the north, and finally circle around from the desert area in the west, circling back to the White City. The southernmost part of the Dragon Kingdom there was a border city, which didn't need Lin Mu to worry about at all, so Lin Mu planned to start directly from Fuchim, which was northeast of White City, first. When he arrived at Fu City, it happened that the foreign beasts were attacking the city. Without saying a word, Lin Mu killed all of the several fourth-order foreign beasts, and left in style under the watchful eye of the Lord of Fu City. Going to destroy someone else's rift, you have to give them a little favor. There were a total of 6 rifts in Fu City, which was considered a relatively small city, and there were only 2 rifts that had been breached, so Lin Mu only used less than 10 minutes to pocket the energy cores of the 2 rifts. As soon as the Fuching City Lord saw Lin Mu's means of killing the enemy, he knew that the person coming was the White City God of War, and he thought that the call to Li Changqing had worked. He hurriedly called Li Changqing to thank him. Li Changqing was dumbfounded. He hadn't talked to Lin Mu about this. However, for this kind of favor that suddenly fell on his head, Li Changqing came to the rescue. After that, every half an hour to an hour, Li Changqing was able to receive a phone call of thanks from a city lord, making him happy. He now sort of understood that Lin Mu was going to clean up those fourth-order alien beasts and lighten the burden on the various cities. It was too mentally taxing to try to kill large-scale alien beasts, and this could be seen from Lin Mu's performance in White City. Once the millions of fey beasts were killed, Lin Mu was like a deflated ball of fur. He was suddenly devoid of energy. Therefore, Li Changqing guessed that Lin Mu's killing of the fourth-order alien beasts was to lighten the burden on the cities. After all, to speak of destructive power, the fourth-order alien beasts had the strongest destructive power. 5 hours later, Lin Mu was refreshed. His physique had been added to 2 million, he just couldn't eat anymore. This energy replenishing Dan didn't have any other flavor, it just had a faint sweet smell. He who had eaten more than 1,000 energy replenishing Dan now wanted to vomit when he smelled it. Stopping the action of continuing to eat the energy replenishing Dan, Lin Mu glanced at the energy core inside his backpack. In these 5 hours, he had gone to 8 cities, 33 rifts, and obtained 33 energy cores. In an average hour, he had to harvest 6 energy cores and kill around 24th rank alien beasts. It seemed like the news of him hunting and killing 4th ranked alien beasts all over the place had also spread out, like just now when he passed through Weichum, which didn't care about the attack of the 4th ranked alien beasts at all, as if it knew that he was coming. This, however, did minimize the casualties in these cities. The 65 cities of the White City, with the exception of the 3 major cities and the White and Jade cities, all of them were now waiting for him to pass. The Void-Breaking Realm Exalted were also busy, the number 1 rifts everywhere were rioting, and the Dragon King had also given them missions. More than 100 Void-Breaking Realms were simply too busy. Chapter 105, War God Blocking the Road. In Kyoto, inside the Dragon King's mansion, Long Yuekon looked at the latest news within the Cultivator Alliance and murmured with a smile, "Good boy, solving 10 cities' 4th-ranked alien beasts in 5 hours. Since you're so powerful, then I can't be idle either." As soon as the words left his mouth, old Wang got up and left his small attic, looking in a direction and flying like a ray of light into the distance. In the west, the Battle God Temple's hollow-breaking realm Exalted, who was finishing grabbing the energy core of a small country, suddenly felt a shocking pressure coming from behind him. "Dragon King? What are you doing in the west?" "What? Only your people are allowed to go to the Dragon Kingdom, but I can't come to the west?" As soon as he heard these words, this hollow-breaking realm venerable from the Battle God Palace immediately flew outward, knowing that the Dragon King was here to pick a fight. The fact that the War God Palace had recently been raiding energy cores was actually known to many countries. They, the War God Palace, didn't care what other people thought, but they had to guard against the Dragon King's mansion, whose several peak combatants weren't false to the War God Palace. "Want to leave? Have you asked me?" Long Yuekon's right hand explored towards the void, a huge claw full of scales appeared steeply, a terrifying suction force came from the huge claw, and sucked the void-breaking realm Zunshur, who had already flown into the air, violently to his side. "Dragon King, openly killing a member of the War God Temple in the west, are you trying to start a war?" The War God Palace's hollow-breaking realm Exalted struggled frantically, but he couldn't break free. "Starting a war? Do you need me to tell you what your War God Hall is doing? Do you really think I'm afraid of the War God? I'd like to see who's stronger, his bloodthirsty laws or my devouring laws." After saying that, he shook his right hand, and the Battle God Palace's hollow-breaking realm venerable was directly drained of all his blood, like a dried corpse. After Long Yuekon finished sucking his blood, a scarlet glow flashed in his eyes, and a piece of dragon scale began to emerge on his right arm. "Damn dragon's blood, it has too much of an effect on me, you get excited as soon as you suck some blood." Long Yuekon slapped his left hand hard to his right hand, a trace of black blood seeped out from the scales before the scales slowly faded away. As soon as he picked up the space-traveling bag of the Battle God Temple members, he opened it and saw that there were 6 energy cores neatly placed inside. Humph. Not a bad harvest. He loaded the energy core into his spatial traveling bag and started flying towards the front again. As for Lin Mu, who was in the Dragon Country, at this time, he had already arrived at Sioux City, which was very close to High City, but it seemed that there was no outbreak of alien beast unrest in Sioux City, and he didn't know if it was because High City was next to him. Crossing over these 2 cities, Lin Mu continued north. The next city was Yang City, also an ancient city with 1,000 years of history. Yang City's geographical location was very special. He was surrounded by walls on all sides, and the rift almost surrounded Yang City. So this also led to Yang City's defense being very strenuous. All 4 city gates had to be guarded, making it particularly passive. When Lin Mu arrived at Yang City, the moment the city lord of Yang City saw him, tears streamed down his face. Yang City was simply too difficult, there were already a lot of cracks and it was surrounded, it was simply hell mode. However, the good thing was that the city was an empty city, and considering the special nature of Yang City, the city's residents had long since migrated to nearby cities. This city was a pure cultivator city, and the residents inside were all cultivators who had gone to the rift to hunt foreign beasts, so although Yang City was surrounded on all sides, it was not yet in a situation of collapse. Without saying a word, Lin Mu circled around Yang City, and all the 4th-ranked foreign beasts fell to the ground with a flourish. After doing this, he didn't leave any credit or fame behind and turned around to aim at the 10 cracks in Yang City. Aside from rift number 1, which was not in a state of collapse right now, the other 9 rifts were already all finished. Lin Mu entered the rift and then clanked and scavenged, quickly arriving at the last rift. Boom! Before he could enter the rift, a familiar red energy met him head-on, and if he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have crashed into it. War God? When he saw the figure of the visitor, a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. What was this Tokair doing in the Dragon Kingdom if he wasn't in the west grabbing energy cores? Isn't he afraid that the Dragon King will come after him? Moreover, it seemed like he was waiting for himself here on purpose. You're the White City War God that's been making a lot of noise these past few days, aren't you? I've heard that you've killed quite a few 4th-ranked foreign beasts recently. The God of War looked at Lin Mu with a smile, then his eyes turned cold. Did you take all the energy cores in those cracks in the southeast? When Lin Mu heard this, he immediately knew the reason why the God of War had come to find him. He had killed too many 4th-ranked alien beasts today, and had already attracted the attention of the War God's palace. The War God Palace's goal was to get the foreign beasts to attack the city so that they could have the chance to go to the rift to get the energy core. Now that he had killed all the main forces attacking the city, their plan was going to fall through, so it was no wonder the War God was waiting for him here. This was the path he had to take to get to the northern cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, he already knew that he was collecting energy cores, so why not run now? Lin Mu didn't reply and flew directly toward Kyoto with an instantaneous movement. This Tokei's battle power was too terrifying, he definitely couldn't beat it, he could only run faster with the speed advantage. Lin Mu had just instantly moved out 40 kilometers when he found a layer of blood-colored mist in the air wrapping around him, and his absolute domain was instantly broken. And even within his body, he couldn't continue to cast the absolute domain. The absolute domain had just been molded within his body and was also instantly broken. Grandpa, the difference in spiritual power is too great, even the internal operation of the laws can't work anymore. Not only could he not use his laws, even his spiritual power was difficult to extend out, causing him to only wait for death in place. I heard that you've comprehended the laws of space. But can you utilize the power of the spatial laws without the unity of essence and spirit? The god of war came to his side in the twinkling of an eye and looked at him with a teasing expression. Say, why are you collecting energy cores? Tak looked at Lin Mu, he felt that their matter should have been leaked, otherwise this kid called Lin Mu couldn't have stepped on their plan every step of the way. Leaving aside the killing of a fourth-order alien beast for now, it was possible that he wanted to do his part for the Dragon Kingdom, and it just so happened that he had the strength to do so, as well as being able to quickly get to any city in the Dragon Kingdom. But collecting energy cores would definitely be problematic. There was no one else doing this in the entire Earthstar except for the Battle God's Palace who was collecting energy cores. Moreover, other people didn't know the usefulness of the energy cores. It was impossible to leave a good crack alone, take out the energy cores and destroy the crack. Knowing that a single rift could cultivate many cultivators, all countries would not do such a thing as killing the eggs. His mission was only known to the Exalted Lord. It was impossible for anyone else to know about it, not even the Order Lord, the number 2 of the Battle God Temple. However, the Dragon Palace and the War God Temple had been at odds, and the Dragon Lord definitely knew about the War God Temple's collection of energy cores. Tak thought that with his understanding of the Dragon King, even if the Dragon King didn't know what the energy cores were for, the Dragon King would still intervene and disrupt his plans. Tokei guessed that Lin Mu was arranged by the Dragon King to intentionally grab the energy core and disrupt the Battle God Palace's plan. Chapter 106, Where Have You Been? But what Tokei didn't know was that Lin Mu had already heard all about him and the Exalted Lord. Lin Mu's mind was also turning frantically at this time. He was trying to find some kind of excuse to put it off. But he realized that no matter what the reason was, the god of war would kill himself. Saying that the Dragon King had told him to do it, Torque would kill him in case he continued to sabotage the warlord's temple later. Say he heard the secret, and he'd only die faster. Dragon King, what brings you here? Lin Mu suddenly looked behind Tak and said in surprise. Humph. Kid. You treat me like a little cutie. Do you? Tak didn't even return his head, coldly looking at Lin Mu and sneering. No one in Earthstar can appear in front of me without a sound except for Zen Master Wu Xiang, not even the Dragon King. In fact, I know even if you don't say it, the Dragon King, for whatever reason, wants to sabotage the Battle God Palace's plan. Your spatial laws are perfect to come and grab the energy core with us. Dragon King, he thinks everyone is a little cutie. What? So blatant? Lin Mu nodded and said, the energy core is what the Dragon King told me to take. I can give you the energy core. Tak suddenly changed his face, a genius who has comprehended the laws of space. I've been following you since the video of White City was released. When you reach the hollow breaking realm, maybe I won't be able to catch you. I'm sorry to tell you that you're going to die here today no matter what. However, I'll laugh at your spatial laws. He then laughed out loud, not expecting to have this opportunity to comprehend the spatial laws. Bloodlust. Blood resolution. After he finished laughing, he let out a low shout, and the blood mist around Lin Mu began to drill into him. Lin Mu struggled to escape, his spiritual power desperately blocking the invasion of the blood mist. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. After I parse your blood, I'll be able to obtain a portion of your memories. It's not much, but it's definitely enough. At that time, Earthstar will be my world. After saying these words, Tak's hand closed, and the blood mist turned even crazier. Lin Mu felt that as soon as this blood mist entered his body, it immediately drilled inside his mind, and a special substance in his mind was wrapped in the blood mist and slowly drilled outside his body. He was a bit shocked. He didn't expect the god of war to have this kind of tactic, to be able to obtain other people's memories from their blood. Lin Mu, who couldn't break free, yelled, Grandpa. Shuttle. Randomize. Lin Mu was forced to have no way out. He couldn't fight, he couldn't run away, he could only use up his system reward, Cosmic Shuttle. He actually didn't really want to use it. The location of this Cosmic Shuttle is not fixed. In case he shuttles to a dangerous place, he might not even have the life to shuttle back to the Earth star. This universe shuttle, he thought that he must have reached a certain level of cultivation before he could use it, otherwise the danger would be too high. With a silent chant from him, a white light lit up from Lin Mu's body, and he only felt a huge gravitational force sucking him into the void. Tak instantly panicked at the sight. His blood resolution was about to be finished, but Lin Mu had unexpectedly disappeared. He tried to stop the white light the moment it appeared, but he was directly knocked away by a powerful force. What is it? A complete law? Tak spat out blood as his flesh began to disintegrate inch by inch, a mist of blood enveloping him and keeping his flesh intact. If he hadn't stopped in time just now, he might have died. That white light contained a particularly terrifying force, and his bloodthirsty laws collapsed just as soon as they touched the white light. In just an instant, he was wounded by the white light at his roots, and his spiritual power began to wither. Damn it! I'm still seriously injured as a result of this. How am I going to complete the Exalted Lord's 3-year period? If I had obtained his spatial laws, I wouldn't have to be afraid of the Venerable Lord. Damn it! Tak covered his head, the intense pain made him feel worse than death. Cursing angrily, he could only leave the Dragon Kingdom first. If this state was encountered by the Dragon King, it would be hard to escape death. Damn Dragon King! Just a moment ago, the War God Palace's men had sent him a message that the Dragon King was grabbing the energy core in the west. Now that he was seriously injured, he simply couldn't recover without a year's time, and it was impossible to fight with the Dragon King's palace just by relying on the Order Lord alone. He could only go back to the west first now, and then seek the things behind him. And as if Long Yuekong also knew that he had returned, he immediately left the west and returned to the Dragon Kingdom with 3 large energy cores and 32 small ones. The first thing he did when he returned to the Dragon Kingdom was to call the intelligence service and inquire about Lin Mu's progress. When he heard that Lin Mu had no news after arriving in Sioux City, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. When he called Lin Mu again, the phone was no longer reachable. Where did Lin Mu go? Did he meet the God of War? Long Yuekong frowned. Other than a few people, he really couldn't think of anyone who had beaten Lin Mu who had spatial laws. Ordinary hollow-breaking realms couldn't do anything to him at all. Go, find out what exactly happened in Sioux City. Send someone to protect Lin Mu's family. He immediately commanded towards the people below. Lin Mu was his most favored person. He might be able to help the Dragon King's mansion defeat the Battle God Palace, so he mustn't let anything happen to him. He also didn't believe that such a legendary character would disappear into thin air for no reason. It was only at 9 o'clock in the evening that Long Yuekong got the news that Sioux City was too chaotic, and there were corpses and bloodstains of foreign beasts everywhere. They found a different pool of blood at the mouth of the 10th rift. The blood fell on the ground and burned the ground to black. But they labored on it, and the puddle of blood wasn't Lin Mu's. Only after hearing this news and letting his men leave did Long Yuekong murmur, the blood of the God of War. This kind of blood was only possessed by one person in the entire Earthstar, and that was the God of War, whose law was the law of bloodlust, which fused the blood of various exotic beasts. Therefore, his blood had a strong corrosiveness. Long Yuekong had once seen this kind of scene when he fought with him. Lin Mu, was the God of War injured by you? Where the hell have you been? When he thought of the speed at which Lin Mu had advanced all the way up, he knew that Lin Mu definitely had secrets in his body. He just didn't know what kind of opportunities he had obtained. His dragon blood was something that he had obtained unintentionally, and it had given him a very great help. Long Yuekong wondered if Lin Mu had used something special to injure the war god. But now that Lin Mu had disappeared, where exactly had he gone? Wang Miao Miao, who was in the Fan family's mansion, suddenly felt a palpitation and woke up from her dream. When she started looking around for Lin Mu, her father told him that Lin Mu had gone to Yucheng. And through Fan Meiting she learned that Lin Mu had left Jade City a long time ago. Calling Lin Mu's phone again would always be unreachable. Xiao Mu, where have you been? What happened to you? Wang Miao Miao murmured as she looked out of the window. She had never felt this way before, like something very important had suddenly disappeared, and her heart had been palpitating. Chapter 107, The Gladiatorial Arena. Wandao Star, Wandao City, inside the gladiatorial arena. It was a crowded place at this moment. Inside the huge gladiatorial arena, the stands were already overcrowded, and everyone was waiting for information about the people who would face off in the first match. The gladiatorial arena was only open on the last day of the year, which was the most lively day in Wandao City. Everyone, no matter if they were commoners or nobles, wanted to gamble in the gladiatorial arena. The commoners could only watch on the screens outside the gladiatorial arena, and inside the arena only the nobles could enter the arena. But no matter if it was a commoner or a noble, there was only one purpose for coming here, and that was to win spirit coins. With a bit of luck, a commoner could become a noble, and a noble could go even further, even obtaining a knighthood. Inside the cellar under the stands of the gladiatorial arena, all kinds of slaves were locked inside an iron cage. Human, beast, spirit, all races could be seen here. Merchants selling slaves were selling the slaves locked in their cages. A middle-aged man in black robes, followed by a team of guards, was selecting slaves inside the cellar. Second Prince, you're here. Take a look at me here, the new arrivals today. A bearded man, seeing the visitor, immediately yelled. Butcher, none of the goods you have on hand seem to be very good. Last year, I bought 2 beasts from you, but the result was that they were killed by someone else before even 3 rounds. The second prince held a fan, covered his nose, and looked around the cage in front of the butcher. Second Prince, come take a look at my place. I've got all high-quality goods here. Opposite the butcher's slave stall, an enchanting woman, swinging her water snake waist, slowly walked over to the second prince with a flirtatious fawning smile. Fox girl, there is no such thing as you robbing business like this. The butcher looked at the flirtatious woman with a displeased face. The quality of his goods was similar to that of the fox woman, but the fox woman recently did not know where to get a vajra. The arrogance amount was very much. Butcher, words are not what you say. Whoever's goods are of good quality will buy whoever's. This gladiatorial slave stall is not opened by you alone. The fox woman shook the 3 snow-white tails behind her and said with a smile. The butcher snorted coldly and ignored her, turning his head toward the second prince and recommending, "Second prince, on my way back yesterday, I picked up a human in the Lost Plains." Oh? The second prince became interested when he heard this. The Lost Plains was a no man's land in the planet of 10,000 paths, where there were bizarre laws that one would get lost in after entering. Daring to go to the Lost Plains, this butcher also wanted to try his luck. He knew that the creatures in the Lost Plains were not simple. The butcher also went to try his luck yesterday, and he didn't expect to really let him see a dead fish. Where is it? The second prince glanced at the cage outside and didn't see the human. You inside, please. The butcher made way and invited the second prince inside. Inside the house, there were only a few cages in total, and the ones locked up were all ferocious beasts, things that the butcher had suppressed. But among these cages, there was a cage in which a young man covered in blood was lying. Is this the one you said you picked up from the Lost Plains? The inverted sea realm? The second prince glanced at Butcher in annoyance. Was this playing with him? Oh, inverted sea realm dared to enter the Lost Plains? Second prince, it's true, look, this is the picture I took yesterday. With a wave of the butcher's hand, a virtual image appeared in the air with the very same picture of this young man lying on the grass. It's really the Lost Plains. The second prince knew at a glance that the photo was real, only the land of the Lost Plains was black, and the photo taken would be affected by the law and become distorted. Just for the 4 words Lost Plains. I'll buy it. The second prince waved his hand and a huge virtual screen appeared as he directly transferred 1 million spirit coins to the butcher. Thank you, second prince. The butcher let out a high cry and smiled as he opened the cage, lifting the young man inside out. The young man was none other than Lin Mu. At this time his hands and feet were full of shackles. The shackles didn't know what kind of material they were made of. They kept suppressing his strength and spirit. He was just like an ordinary person, without the ability to resist at all. Yesterday, after he used the cosmic shuttle, he opened his eyes and saw a black land, and a strange power kept hitting his mind. Coupled with the blood mist that the god of war had left in his body, he could only remove the blood mist first, and at the same time, he had to use his spiritual power to resist that strange power. But he still thought things were too simple. The blood mist was just forced out of his body when that weird power, all of a sudden, attacked his upper dantian, and he was directly stunned by that weird power. When he woke up again, he realized that he was on a spaceship, not a flying saucer, but a real wooden ship flying in the sky. At the same time his hands and feet were shackled and all his powers could not be utilized. Second prince, do you want to see my vajra ape? The fox lady saw the second prince bring out a young man from the butcher and was skeptical. This young man's cultivation at the early stage of the inverted sea realm, was it necessary to buy it? This kind of goods were a dime a dozen in her place. No need, next time. Although the vajra ape has a strong physical body, its spiritual power is no good, so it's easy to be targeted. And I don't have any more spots. I've also ordered 2 goods from Old Man Mo. The second prince shook his head. The adamantine ape he did want, but he had lost too much recently. The adamantine ape he couldn't afford for the time being, so he could only find an excuse to put it off. Then you remember to come next time. Oh. Hearing the second prince's words, the fox girl still smiled and greeted him with a farewell. Do you really treat this emperor as a little cutie? Am I not clear about who you belong to? The second prince left with a cold snort. Yo! Second brother, is this your plan to play the field of the inverted sea realm? The second prince had just walked a short distance away when he was greeted by a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe that still had some resemblance to him. Big brother. Little brother has lost a little bit of money in the past few years. A hollow-breaking realm can easily be $5 million. I just can't afford to play anymore. The second prince grunted twice with a leathery smile when he saw the visitor. Second brother, ah. It's not that big brother is talking about you. The inverted sea realm you have to buy over for $1 million, and pay $1 million in entry fees, and you have to win 2 in a row for you to make $2 million. The sky-breaking realm is only $5 million to buy over. The entry fee is also $5 million. The key to win 2 can earn $10 million. Ah. Can't you do the math on this account? The eldest prince had a lecturing tone, not taking the second prince seriously at all. And this inverted sea realm you bought is too bad. Early stage of the inverted sea realm? Bought it for $500,000 spirit coins? Ha! Are you short of that $500,000? You can't even afford to buy a peak inverted sea realm? Do you want me to lend it to you? The grand prince had a sneer on his face and looked at the second prince somewhat playfully. The second prince's face was unsightly as he returned, I won't bother you with this, big brother. It's just over $1 million, I can still afford to lose. The eldest prince patted the second prince's shoulder and whispered in his ear, this $1.5 million of yours, it looks like it's going to go down the drain. After saying this, he glanced at Lin Mu, sneered, and brushed past the second prince's group. When he walked away, he said towards a goatee behind him, "Go get a peek inverted sea realm, and finish off that inverted sea realm of the second one for me." "Yes." The goatee responded with a respectful face, and then was left alone to search for suitable slaves in the cellar. Chapter 108, Enrollment. Seeing the Grand Prince walk away, the second prince had a gloomy face as he commanded towards the butler behind him, "Are the two hollow-breaking realms on Old Man Mo's side okay?" The thin-faced butler bowed his head and said, "Don't worry, this time I asked Old Man Mo to specially capture two beasts for you. They are both top-notch goods, and can guarantee at least 3 wins. The second prince's eyes narrowed and he said in a chilling voice, "Good. This time I will get back all that I lost in the previous months." "What's the situation with the hollow-breaking realm slave on the boss's side? He snacked me for 5 months straight, don't let him pick up the slack again this time." The butler lowered his head and said with some hesitation, "On the Grand Prince's side are 2 spirit races. It's not really easy to say when we encounter them." 2 spirit races of the hollow-breaking realm? Where did he get them from? The second prince frowned. Amongst the same rank, the spirit race had the strongest combat power. But this race was usually in their own domain empire, it was impossible to catch them, and no one dared to do so. In the entire cellar of the gladiatorial arena, there were no spirit race slaves. They should be borrowed from the spirit domain empire's side. But you don't have to worry, as long as we haven't encountered these 2 spirit races, there's no problem. The butler said somewhat vainly, although it was said that gladiatorial arenas couldn't be manipulated on the inside, but that was for the general nobles. Whoever the Grand Prince wanted his slaves to fight was just a matter of words. "You said the same thing last time, and I ended up meeting the boss's slave in the first match." The second prince was a bit furious. The boss had sniped him not once or twice, he had lost tens of millions of spirit coins in recent months, and it had already made his mother a bit annoyed. "Then why don't we not sign up for the sky-breaking realm this time? Not participate? What will others think of me and mother if we don't participate? Can't afford to lose?" The second prince let out a low gulp. What was at stake in the gladiatorial arena was a matter of face, and although spirit coins were also important, face was more important. The entire Wandao Star was paying attention to the jousting arena on the 1st of every month, and if he, as a royal prince, did not send someone to participate, it was not a loss of his face, it was a loss of the royal family's face. How would this make father look at him? How could he still grab the throne with the boss in the future? If he doesn't even have the courage to participate in the gladiatorial arena, how will father pay attention to him when he chooses his successor? "Fourth brother, fifth brother, they've been losing all year round and are still going hard too, how can I quit? It's not just 20 million spirit coins. I can afford to lose." The second prince gritted his teeth viciously, but there was nothing he could do. In terms of strength, the eldest prince was not considered top among all the princes, and he himself would be able to steadily suppress him. But in terms of financial strength, the Grand Prince's mother was the Empress of the Wandao Empire, and the first daughter of the family head of the Heavenly Vault plutocracy, which, as one of the 3 largest plutocrats in the empire, possessed untold riches. They, the commoner imperial sons, although they also had the support of the plutocracy behind them, they were still too far behind compared to the Sky Vault plutocracy. Unless they were recognized by the 2 major powers of the Wandao Empire, thus gaining the support of the other 2 plutocrats. Listen carefully, I don't want to know what you are or why you appeared in the Lost Plains. But I'll give you a promise, as long as you can win 3 matches in a row, I'll release you from your status as a slave and give you the status of a citizen of the Wandao Empire. If you can't win, you know what happens. No loser has ever walked out of a gladiatorial arena alive. The second prince glanced at Lin Mu again. What he was looking at was that Lin Mu had come out of the Lost Plains without dying. It was inherently unreasonable for Inverted Sea Realm to appear in the Lost Plains, not to mention being a citizen with no status. The sky-breaking realm couldn't even stay in the Lost Plains for a day. For this slave to survive in the Lost Plains, there must be something exceptional about him. His Imperial Highness is talking to you? Why don't you hurry up and give thanks? It's a great honor for you, a slave, to get rid of your pariah status. The steward on the side, seeing the indifferent Lin Mu, hurriedly scolded. The second prince waved his hand. It doesn't matter, he probably thinks he has proud capital. It's best this way. At least I can get some of my capital back. First, go to Old Man Mo's place to get those 2 beasts, then go to the enrollment office to sign up. Yes. The butler hurriedly answered, then stopped ignoring Lin Mu, who was acting like a mute. Lin Mu, on the other hand, frowned. How is this place a bit like an ancient society? But the technology they use is not like an ancient society. Now that the shackles on his hands and feet weren't open, he couldn't escape at all, he could only take 1 step at a time. A group of people went forward with great vigor, and bought 2 more beasts from a scruffy old man. These 2 beastmen were also shackled and showed their original forms. One was a purple electricity taper, covered in purple lines. Hearing that old man say that it was the top race amongst the beast races, feeding on lightning and attacking with the power of lightning. The other one is the Xianyun lion, which is an ordinary hollow-breaking realm beast, but the price is much cheaper than the purple electricity taper. The second prince accepted these 2 beasts and looked at the purple electric taper. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. This purple electric taper was something he had spent a lot of money on to get Old Man Mo to get over here. It was for the sake of raising his eyebrows today. He also communicated with the people in the gladiatorial arena. He must not let the Grand Prince's slaves touch his own slaves again. The Grand Prince had people in the gladiator arena, and so did he, and although the person he contacted was in a lower position, staggering 1 or 2 matches should still be manageable. At the registration desk, there was already a long line at this time. All the powerful people were registering with their slaves. Once the second prince arrived, all the nobles made way. Although they were also nobles, they were still a far cry from the royals. They merely had a bit of spirit coins and donated a title, all of which were barons of the lowest rank. And there was only one way to get a higher title: to defend a side for the empire, or to open up a territory for the empire. They looked at the 3 slaves under him with some pity. The matter of the second prince being targeted by the Grand Prince was now known to the entire Wandao Star. These 3 slaves, too, were not immune to being killed. When the registrar at the registration desk saw the second prince coming over, he also immediately switched pages and directly topped the noble who had just registered. 2 hollow-breaking realms, 1 inverted sea realm. After the second prince walked over, he straightforwardly reported the information of the 3 slaves. Shoo! The second prince is actually playing the inverted sea realm field. Maybe he's been targeted a bit recently. The surrounding nobles also began to sigh. However, when they saw the second prince's eyes that wanted to kill, they again put their heads down and didn't dare to discuss it anymore. Hollow-breaking realm beast race purple electric taper. Hollow-breaking realm beast race Xinyan lion. What is this human's name? The ranking officer still had eyesight. He could tell the identities of the 2 skybreaking realm beast races at a glance, but he had trouble registering Lin Mu. Lin Mu. Lin Mu said coldly. At this point in time, he could only expect the second prince to keep his word. He could sort of see that on this planet, slaves had no human rights at all. Inverted sea realm human, Lin Mu. As the registrar finished registering, he respectfully said, "Second prince, the information has been registered." The second prince nodded and extended his right hand with a silver ring on his wrist, which popped up a virtual screen, which then unlocked. The staff member took a machine and swept it over the virtual device on his wrist, instantly scratching away 21 million spirit coins. Chapter 109: The Carnival in the Gladiator Arena. After paying, the second prince went up to the stands. He had a special booth to watch the duel. He wasn't going to be crammed in with those barons. The butler, on the other hand, led Lin Mu and the 2 beasts to the exit entrance under the stands. The exit entrance was blocked by an iron fence and would only open after the names were read. This battle exit was exclusive to the second prince, so there were also some fruits and vegetables and other things that were supplied to the slaves and used to restore their strength. The other lower nobles were to take their slaves to whichever exit the gladiatorial arena assigned to them. These lower nobles were merely here to join in the fun, and basically all of them had brought their inverted sea realm to have a fight. Of course, there were also some marquises and dukes who had their own exclusive exit ports. Time passed by, and as a bell rang, the host stood in the middle of the gladiatorial arena and gave an impassioned speech, instantly inspiring the desires of the nobles in the stands. In the center of the arena, a huge virtual screen appeared out of thin air, and on it was the information of both sides of this battle. On it was information about the slaves and the slave owners, as well as the odds of both sides. And the time to place a bet was very short, only 1 minute, and that 1 minute would have to be spent placing a bet through the channels of the 3 major plutocrats. The arena is operated by the 3 major plutocrats, so you can only place bets through them, and those who want to open private bookmakers don't dare to offend the 3 major plutocrats, so the channels of the 3 major plutocrats are the ultimate channels. And the 3 big plutocrats have money to lose. Some of the private bank earn a sum of money to run. In the Wandao Star reputation is very poor. First match, Count Mayu's Skybreaking Realm Beast Race against Viscount Feng Hao's Skybreaking Realm Human Race, Liping. The match officially begins. With the host's command, the first duel officially began. A circular shroud of light rose from the center area of the gladiatorial arena, and 2 iron fences opened in the thousands of exit ports below. A man dressed in cloth walked out. Another tiger-headed leopard was a beat slower to morph and walk out, its long leopard tail swinging. "Oh! Tiger-head panther him up for me!" The 2 had already appeared, and the nobles on the stage began to roar madly, and not only them, but even the civilians outside the arena who were watching the battle through the big screen were also shouting. But it seemed like they all favored the tiger-headed leopard, and basically no one was cheering for the humans. The 2 walked to the center of the gladiatorial arena with everyone watching, knowing that one of them had to die here today. Because the rule of the gladiator arena was that until one side died, the other side would not be considered victorious. Roar! The tiger-headed leopard let out a roar and transformed into its beast form. In its beast form, it was its strongest state. Li Ping was also not willing to show weakness. The long spear in his hand pointed. The whole person turned into a stream of light rushing towards the tiger-head leopard. For seconds later, Li Ping was lying on the ground unwillingly. This tiger-head leopard was already in the late hollow-breaking realm cultivation. He was still in the middle hollow-breaking realm. He had no chance of winning at all. The tiger-head leopard rushed over and bit off his neck. Oh ho! Winning! Everyone was partying. Even though the odds on the tiger-head panther weren't great, the least they could do was have a good time. Those who wanted to bet on the cold side, there really was no flukes in the gladiatorial arena. Please ask Earl Mayu to choose whether to continue or not. The host stood on the huge spherical light shield, and the virtual screen appeared again. Then, only a red label appeared underneath the tiger-headed leopard's avatar, with the word continue written on it. Count Mayu has chosen to continue, let's pick his next opponent. The host's excited cry caused the entire gladiatorial arena to fall into ecstasy once again. On the virtual screen, Liping's avatar had been given a red cross, and the page he was on began to scroll. Tiger-head leopard's new opponent, he is Count Shang Minghai's slave, the skybreaking realm beast race green bear beast. As the host's voice fell, a countdown of bets began to display on the screen. A minute later, a man covered in green walked out from the exit of the battle entrance, and on his head were two very obvious barriers. The green bear beast came out without any nonsense and directly transformed into a 3-story tall green-colored giant bear. The tiger-headed leopard was not even half the size in front of the green bear beast. The method of fighting between the two demonic beasts was also brutal. It was a purely physical battle, as the spiritual power was similar and there was no use in using it. In the end, the tiger-head leopard was slapped to death by the green bear beast in just 10 rounds. Next, the green bear beast won 2 more games in a row, and the prize money stacked up to $40 million, before Shang Minghai let him off the stage. If he didn't go down, if he was killed by his opponent, half of the prize money would be plundered away. The prize money of the gladiatorial arena was stacked. The initial prize money of the hollow-breaking realm was $5 million, and it was multiplied by 2 for a win, and then multiplied by 2 again for another win. The green bear beast had won 3 games, and the total prize money was as high as $40 million, which could already donate 4 baronial titles. The following draws a new dueling field. After the green bear beast retired from the field, the host immediately started the next one. Half an hour later, a duke's slave octopus beast had already won 4 matches, holding a huge amount of $80 million in his hand, yet he still hadn't retired. In the 5th game, the second prince's Xianyun lion was drawn. As a result, the Xianyun lion hadn't even been on the field for 5 seconds before it was pestered to death by the octopus. Shoo! There were sighs and boos in the gladiatorial arena. The second prince had lost to the duke. This face could be a big disgrace. The duke is smiling and looking at the second prince in the room. He is the big prince's people, can make the second prince lose face, then the reward and so on will certainly not be less. The second prince threw the teacup in his hand. There is no way, this octopus is a sea beast. Sea beasts are originally large in size. The general creatures of the same class are not the opponent of the sea beasts, even if it is the spirit race is bad enough. The grand prince was eating the grapes fed by the maid in the box, shaking his head. The oldest two are really getting worse and worse. What garbage things have been chosen? The goatee butler on the side immediately agreed. Your Highness is right, the second prince is completely hopeless. As the duel continued, there weren't many hollow-breaking realm slaves left in the arena, and the ones that remained were basically slaves of the dukes and princes. The next duel is the Grand Prince's Skybreaking Realm Spirit Clan, Zhou Ling, against the second Prince's Skybreaking Realm Beast Clan, Purple Electric Taper. 1 minute, the countdown begins. After a minute, the betting stopped and the Purple Electric Taper was released by the butler, who didn't take on a form, but walked straight out in his native form. Ooh! Purple Lightning Taper, the second prince is putting down blood money. This Purple Lightning Taper is not inferior to the spirit race, it is the top race within the beast race. The Great Prince's spirit race isn't bad either. It was bought back from the Spirit Realm Empire. Although the spirit race has fewer people, their combat power is unrivaled in the world. I don't know if the second prince will be able to overpower the Great Prince this time. Hard to say. On the other side, a translucent person also walked out of the exit port, overall looking similar to a human, just not solid. The spirit race, existing in the form of energy, natural energy bodies, attacks and defenses were invisible. Moreover, the spirit race is favored by heaven and earth, and can use the unique law of the spirit race, the spirit domain, at birth. Within the spirit domain, the battle power of the spirit race would skyrocket 5 or 6 times, which was why the spirit race was so highly valued. The purple lightning taper showed its teeth as it looked at Zhou Ling, and purple-black lightning began to emanate from its body. Zhou Ling indifferently glanced at the purple lightning taper, and a green field instantly enveloped the purple lightning taper. Chapter 110, Continued Suppression. The great battle was imminent, and the lightning on the purple lightning taper attacked Zhou Ling at different angles. Zhou Ling's brows were furrowed, and he did not dare to be careless in the face of the top race among the beast race. He had only come over to do the Grand Imperial Prince a favor and was not his slave. It would be too unprofitable to die here. In the Eastern Alliance, no one dared to sell spirit race yet. Although they were not many in the spirit clan, there were many strong people within the clan, and not just anyone would dare to mess with them. He and his brother came over, and it was just that the Grand Emperor had given a sum of resources, so they came over to help the Grand Emperor fight the gladiatorial arena for once, to increase the prestige of the Grand Emperor. Spirit Domain, 5-fold increase. Zhou Ling didn't dilly-dally, directly using his spirit domain to strengthen himself, and it was directly the greatest increase. Spirit Domain, 10,000 French degrees. Zhou Ling let out a roar, and all of the purple-brown lightning coming at him turned their heads towards the purple lightning taper. The purple lightning taper was startled by this battle. His own attack turned around and attacked himself? Was this spirit race really this evil? However, it itself feeds on lightning, and he was not afraid of these lightning bolts in the slightest. After he absorbed the returning attacks, he realized that Zhou Ling had already disappeared. The purple lightning taper gave a dark cry of misfortune, and then he only saw his head spinning in a bizarre position before it was finally forcefully ripped off. Wow! The nobles on stage who saw this scene clamored. The spirit race was worthy of being a top-tier race, and this kind of invisible attack was truly indefensible. Although the purple lightning taper was the top race among the beast races, it was still inferior to the spirit race. Zhou Ling also breathed a sigh of relief. In order to quickly resolve the battle without any accidents, he had just used nearly 80% of his entire body's spiritual energy for that strike. He immediately made a gesture towards the room where the Grand Prince was. Once the Grand Imperial Prince saw the gesture, he knew what he meant and did not choose to continue. These two spirit race people were borrowed by him. If anything happened, he couldn't account for it, and it might even provoke a war between the Wandao Empire and the Domain Empire, which would not be worth the loss. Anyway, his purpose had been achieved, so he didn't need to continue. It's not like he lacked spirit coins. As the grandson of the family head of the Heavenly Vault Zaibatsu, he had too much money compared to the other imperial princes. The next battle was basically a performance by Zhou Ming, another person from the spirit race, and the Grand Prince watched everything with a smile on his face from within the room. From today onwards, his Grand Prince's name would be taking a new step forward in the Wandao Empire. Only after Zhou Ming had won 6 matches in a row did the Grand Imperial Prince allow him to step down. This time, his name was completely chanted by the people in the gladiatorial arena. Great Prince! Great Imperial Prince! The gladiatorial arena had been open for tens of millions of years, and someone had won 100 consecutive victories, but that was hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it was still because that person had hidden his cultivation and drilled a loophole. Later on, the highest history of the gladiatorial arena was 8 consecutive victories, and although the Grand Prince didn't break history, it was still quite good. An average person or other race that could last 3 fights at the same rank was already considered a stream of genius. Such slaves would usually be granted citizenship of the Wandao Empire, free from the bonds of pariah status, and would be able to live a normal life within the realm of the Wandao Empire as well. Only a race favored by the heavens like the spirit race would be able to hold out for 6 matches, and 6 matches would be the limit. In the end, with the collapse of a triangular earth dragon, the field of the skybreaking realm came to a complete end. Some people were happy and some people were sad. The skybreaking realm could be said to be the best field to win, as the strengths could all be largely inferred. None of the odds were high, but at least they were stable. Cold dark horses can also appear in the skybreaking realm, but the chances are relatively low, and most people lose in the purple electric taper one. The next field in the inverted sea realm was the real gamble. This was because some of the early stages of the inverted sea realm that had comprehended the laws, although they didn't seem to have high strength, their overall strength wasn't weaker than the late stages of the inverted sea realm. There had been many times in the gladiatorial arena where the early stage of the inverted sea realm had killed the late stage of the inverted sea realm. And these things were not written on the slaves' information, which would only show the realm, which required a very good eye to distinguish the strength of these slaves. Of course, the inverted sea realm was also the best chance to get rich. Once a dark horse appeared in the early inverted sea stage was able to defeat the late inverted sea stage, the odds could directly turn a commoner into a noble. Next, let's have the first matchup. The Great Prince's slave, the inverted sea realm beast race Tyrannosaurus crab, versus the second prince's slave, the inverted sea realm human Lin Mu. Wow! When these words came out, everyone was stunned. The first match was a duel between the first and second prince? Should it be so exciting? The first match is the king against the king? The first prince is trying to rub the second prince on the ground. What the hell is this early stage of the inverted sea realm of the second prince? Swinging for the fences? Not only were the nobles inside the arena noisy, even the civilians outside the arena and those watching the remote broadcast were confused. How could the second prince choose a human cultivator at the early stage of the inverted sea realm? This human cultivator had comprehended the laws? But the Great Prince's Tyrannosaurus crab also comprehended the laws. This was a Tyrannosaurus crab that was on the verge of breaking through the 5th stage. Then take a look at the odds. The Tyrannosaurus rex crab has odds of 0.001, while Lin Mu's odds are 10,000. Are these decent odds? The second prince was in a bad mood, and as soon as he heard that the first match of the inverted sea realm was between him and the Grand Prince, he immediately had the inference that his people in the gladiatorial arena didn't work. Alas! He's been tyrannized by him again this time. He slammed the teacup in his hand to smithereens. Even when the purple lightning taper died, he wasn't this angry. The purple lightning taper against the spirit race, he hadn't held out much hope in the first place. He also wanted Lin Mu to win 2 matches and rely on him to get some blood back. Because he knew that the Grand Prince would never let himself take advantage of the field in the skybreaking realm. I didn't expect the great prince to be so absolute. It was even if he was forced to suppress him in the skybreaking realm, but he also had to suppress him in the first field of the inverted sea realm. This is clearly to tell everyone that he, the great prince, is just more powerful than the second prince and is more suitable to inherit the throne. This was not only displaying financial power, but also power. The gladiatorial arena, he, the grand imperial prince, had the final say. The butler at the side was trembling, afraid of upsetting the second prince. Your Highness, this person came out of the lost plains, maybe there really is a miracle. The second prince glared at him. Are you stupid or am I? This Tyrannosaurus crab is almost transformed. You're telling me Lin Mu can beat him? He was able to come out of the lost plains. He probably comprehended a little bit of law power. That's what I saw in him. That's why I spent $1 million to buy him from the butcher. Otherwise, would the early stage of the inverted sea realm be worth $1 million? But even if Lin Mu has comprehended the power of laws, so what? The cultivation gap is here. The Tyrannosaurus crab is almost transformed, and you're telling me he hasn't comprehended the laws? The butler immediately knelt down when he heard the second prince get angry. It's because the old slave was too stupid to see the situation. Humph. The second prince snorted coldly and let the butler kneel on the ground like this. The first prince spat out a grape seed in the room and murmured, You think I can't do anything about you because you bought someone who came out of the lost plains? You want to earn a return by relying on an inverted sea realm that has comprehended a little bit of the laws? Dream on. The goatee butler patted his ass on the side. Your Highness is wise to let the old slave choose such a beast race that is about to transform into a form. This time the second prince's teeth are probably going to be gnawed. Ha ha. Stealing the throne from me, he's not qualified for that. The eldest prince stood up and laughed loudly. I'm going to let the oldest two know who the real emperor is. Chapter 111 Laws of Space. A minute had quickly passed, and most people knew that even the gladiatorial arena didn't favor Lin Mu in this matchup, or else there wouldn't be such exaggerated odds. Everyone was brainstorming and pressing their spirit coins on the Tyrannosaurus crab, the little cutie. They all knew how to press it. A beast race of the inverted sea realm that was close to transforming into a form, beating a human of the early stage of the inverted sea realm, wouldn't it be a hand-to-hand fight? Even if this human had comprehended the laws, he wouldn't be able to take advantage in the hands of the Tyrannosaurus crab. The Tyrannosaurus crab had already begun to transform, and was actually already considered to be in the skybreaking realm, only because the essence and spirit were not yet united, and the transformation had not yet ended. It was only able to appear in the inverted sea realm's field. There is also a part of the people with the attitude of trying, bet a few $100,000 on Lin Mu. Anyway, it is not much, in case of flopping is 10,000 times the return. This is faster than robbing money, although the hope is slim, but the gladiator arena is a gambling word, in order to be so popular, has been continued for tens of thousands of years. Some people is to rely on the gladiator turnover, although there are also a lot of the final are defeated. But it has to be said that the gladiatorial arena has the ability to change people's destiny. After everyone had finished placing their bets, the iron fence in front of Lin Mu opened, and the shackles on his hands and feet were opened by the staff. He clenched his hands. It felt so good to have his power back. His upper dantian had also opened and his spiritual power could be used normally. Walking out of the battle entrance, Lin Mu looked at the spherical light shield above his head and gave up the idea of instantaneous movement. This thing blocked all of his spiritual power. I don't know if Cosmic Shuttle will work. I hope the second prince will keep his word. In this situation now, he didn't even dare to use the Cosmic Shuttle. In case he was stopped by this light shield, he would be finished. When he was just caught, he also wanted to use the Cosmic Shuttle to go back, but if the handcuffs and ankle cuffs were not unlocked, he would be an invalid, and it would be useless to go back to the Earth planet. His diagonal opposite, a crab with a huge long tail crawled out. If not for the 8 legs and a pair of big pincers, and the wide flat shell, he would have thought that the Tyrannosaurus crab was a scorpion. Lin Mu took out the green sea sword from his spatial traveling bag and stood still. The spatial traveling bag had been violently broken, only it didn't seem to break the code, and when the second prince bought him, the butcher gave the spatial traveling bag along with it to the second prince. The second prince was not interested in the space capsule at all. He just took a look at it and threw it to Lin Mu, and gave him a look of disgust. He saw in the second prince's eyes a look of dislike from a city dweller looking at a country bumpkin. Move. Why don't you move? Isn't this kid a bit stupid? How can he not move in the face of the Tyrannosaurus crab? I've pressed 2,000 spirit coins on you. Don't just stand there waiting to die, at least give us a show. What kind of waste did the second prince buy? The spectators on the stands, looking at Lin Mu who was standing still, broke into curses. A bunch of cuties, this is clearly a crushing game, and you're still betting on this human? Crazy to get rich? When the others saw this group of people roaring madly, they cast a look of disdain. How dare they press for such odds? The 3 major plutocrats weren't money scatterers. The Tyrannosaurus crab looked at Lin Mu with teasing eyes, and this little bitty human seemed to be scared silly and didn't even dare to move. The Grand Emperor had given him a promise to give him freedom as long as he killed this human kid. Thinking of this, the Tyrannosaurus crab let out a roar, and the long tail behind him suddenly lengthened and swept towards Lin Mu. Tyrannosaurus winding. The long tail had fish scale-like scales on it and quickly attacked towards Lin Mu. Giant transformation law. This kid is finished. There were people who could see the cat's meow and already knew what law the Tyrannosaurus crab had comprehended. Although the law of megalization was the lowest end law, it was still very practical for the beast race. Kid, hide. What are you hiding for? Where can he hide? After giganticization, the Tyrannosaurus crab's tail can even fill up the gladiatorial arena. Alas! It's over, I've wasted 500 spirit coins. The people who had bet on Lin Mu complained with sighs. Lin Mu looked at the Tyrannosaurus crab's enlarged tail and couldn't help but think of something else. If it could be giganticized there, wouldn't it be a big bull? By the time he came back to his senses, the Tyrannosaurus crab's tail had already reached him. Air-devouring slash. Lin Mu let out a low shout, his hand got the blade to instantly slice horizontally, and the absolute domain immediately took shape within his body while controlling the expansion of the absolute domain to the side of the Tyrannosaurus crab. The spatial cracks around the green sea blade moved as Lin Mu moved. The knife sliced through the skull of the Tyrannosaurus crab, and Lin Mu stood in the air quietly watching the body of the Tyrannosaurus crab slowly fall to the ground, like a pile of discarded, massive machinery, devoid of value. Jing! The entire gladiatorial arena was terrifyingly quiet. Wow! The laws of space. You, old man's money. Ha ha! Wealthy! The inverted sea realm that has comprehended the laws of space is actually a slave. If the Academy finds out about this, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Some people were happy and some people were sad. The moment Lin Mu was instantly moving, everyone held their breath. They couldn't believe that this kid, who was bound to die, was a supreme genius who had comprehended the space law. And by the looks of it, the comprehension of spatial laws was so deep that he was able to not leave a wound on the Tyrannosaurus crab's body, destroying the Tyrannosaurus crab's internal tissues. Spatial law. No one in the entire empire can comprehend it except for the Dean and Emperor of the Wandao Academy. Put your bull, the Dean and the Emperor are comprehending the complete laws, the incomplete spatial laws are still comprehended by many people. You're the one who's lying. Which one of those people isn't in the true self realm? Have you ever seen anyone in the inverted sea realm comprehend the laws of space? Ever? I haven't even heard of it. With trillions and trillions of creatures in the empire, I've never heard of such a supreme demon. On the stands, there were already people arguing over Lin Mu's spatial laws. Seeing this scene from inside the room, the second prince stood up violently, his hands gripping the handrail in front of him with a death grip, the veins on his hands bulging. Contact the dean immediately, this is the best time for us to hitch a ride to the academy. He immediately snapped at the butler kneeling on the ground. The butler was the one who was also stunned. An inverted sea realm that had comprehended the spatial laws was actually reprimanded by him. If the dean knew about it, he was afraid that his head would be in jeopardy. But he also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately took out his bracelet to contact the Wandao Academy. The second prince looked at Lin Mu, who was in the gladiatorial arena, with an excited expression. You're really out of my expectation. The inverted sea realm can actually utilize spatial laws to such an extent. What kind of person are you? The Grand Prince's entire body was dumbfounded in the room at this moment. This inconspicuous kid had actually comprehended the spatial laws. Immediately contact the Alliance Master. We must not let the second prince raise him to the way of All Paths Academy. Once the second prince hooks up with the Wandao Academy, we'll be passive. The Grand Prince also declared towards the goatee steward, but the goatee steward said with an embarrassed look on his face, but this person is a slave bought by the second prince, we don't have the right to recommend him at all. Upon hearing this, the Grand Emperor instantly fell limp in his chair. Slaves belong to slave owners. This is something that even if he is the Grand Emperor of the Empire, he cannot change this fact. Unless, he, the Grand Imperial Prince, wants to become the enemy of all the nobles of the Wandao Empire. Go to hell. The Grand Emperor smashed everything in the room. He had already secured his victory, but he didn't expect to be stirred up by the second prince. He could care less about the previous second prince, but he couldn't care less about the second prince who had hooked up with the Wandao Academy. Chapter 112 Wandao Academy. There were three major forces in the Wandao Empire, and the first was the royal family, but the royal family was the emperor's force, and they were already fighting for the throne, and it was impossible for their father to favor any of the imperial sons. The second force was the Wandao Academy. The Wandao Academy cultivated 90% of the Wandao Empire's Pomhaban realm. It could be said that there were teachers and students all over the place, but he never got involved in the royal family's affairs. The third force was the Wandao Alliance. This was the Wandao Empire's loose organization, and it didn't ask about the imperial family's affairs either. But every imperial son knew that as long as they gained the support of one of the other two forces, they would be able to sit firmly on the throne. The first prince had already gotten on board with the Wandao Alliance, but he didn't realize that there was now a Lin Mu, which meant that the second prince had already gotten on board with the Wandao Academy. Do you think there's any chance of killing him now? The Grand Emperor looked at Lin Mu, who was standing in the middle of the field, and opened his mouth to ask. The body of the goatee butler kneeling on the ground shivered and hurriedly discouraged. Your Highness, don't. Once we kill him, we will be retaliated against by the Wandao Academy. Even the heavenly vault Saibatsu can block the anger of the Wandao Academy. As soon as he heard these words and remembered the words of the Wandao Academy's dean, the Grand Imperial Prince instantly wilted. If he offended the Wandao Academy, his mother wouldn't be able to protect him because even his father was a disciple of the Wandao Academy. Your Highness, as long as we gain the support of the Wandao Alliance, we actually still have a chance. For now, it's the only way to go. Keep giving gifts to the Vice Alliance Lord. In this situation now, the previous gifts might not be enough, and the Grand Imperial Prince knew that he would have to increase his chips. Butcher in the cellar of the arena, at this time this is patting his thighs, sold at a loss ah. Sold at a loss ah. That kid was like a mute when I captured him. If he said that he had comprehended the laws of space, I would have sent him to the Academy of 10,000 Paths. Why would I still need to sell slaves? At this time, the host of the Gladiator Arena didn't dare to show up. With such a genius appearing in the Gladiator Arena, the three major plutocrats behind the Gladiator Arena might have to bear the wrath of the Wandao Academy. Now they wouldn't dare to let the duel continue. Lin Mu stood in the air and waited for a while, but realized that the host didn't come out to continue hosting, and frowned. He couldn't hear the sounds outside from inside the spherical light shield and didn't know what was happening outside. Not a moment later, an old man in robes appeared directly above the gladiatorial arena. Lin Mu fixed his eyes on the means by which this old man appeared. It was exactly the same as his own instantaneous transfer. This old man was also someone who had comprehended the laws of space. Before he could react, he felt a spatial force squeezing towards him. He hastily mobilized his spiritual power to use the absolute domain to form a spatial block. But that spatial force passed through his absolute domain and acted on himself. He could only be forced to retract his absolute domain and allow himself to form a relative space, utilizing spatial folding to continuously devour that piece of manipulated space. Not bad, not bad. A cultivation level of the inverted sea realm has actually comprehended the deep spatial laws. The old man stood above, smiling as he looked at Lin Mu. This youngster was truly a bit surprising. He thought that Lin Mu had at most only comprehended the skin of the spatial laws, but he didn't expect that he had actually started to touch the deeper levels of the spatial laws. Your name is Lin Mu, isn't it? The old man looked at Lin Mu as if he had seen a rare treasure, his eyes filled with a look of love. Yes. The moment the old man spoke, the force that manipulated space disappeared. Are you willing to come to my Wandao Academy as a Dao son? When these words came out, the entire Wandao star boiled over. A Dao son? The Wandao Academy hasn't produced a Dao son in a million years. The last Dao Z was the current Emperor's Majesty. This kid is going to take off. How dare you call him kid? From now on, you'll be called Daozi. At the same time, everyone in Wandao Star was discussing this matter. However, Lin Mu's next words threw them for a loop. I'm sorry, I don't want to join any forces? Lin Mu said calmly. Earthstar still had his lover waiting for him. He couldn't get caught up in the struggle between forces here. Ha! This kid is crazy. The Dao son of the Academy of 10,000 Ways, his status is more honored than even the Emperor's son, and he's refusing? Everyone was looking at the little cutie with the light gazes at Lin Mu. This was that brat from the nooks and crannies of the poor countryside, too ungrateful. Can you say why? The old man was also a bit surprised. He Wandao Academy accepts disciples, others are all squeezing their heads to the academy. This kid is really special, he even refused. The spherical light shield has been lifted by him. The voices of the people outside this kid can also hear. He should also know the special nature of the Wandao Academy. What is his reason? The old man is very curious to know. I don't want to be bound. And I still have very important things to do. I can't be delayed here by the deception between forces. Lin Mu knew that the old man was definitely the top person in the Wandao Empire, but he couldn't waste his time here. Who told you that the Wandao Academy is a power? We are an academy. Our duty is to teach and educate people. Only we teach cultivators. The old man instantly laughed when he heard Lin Mu's words. This kid's brain circuits were a bit clear. Lin Mu was momentarily speechless. He thought that the old man was the head of some big power, but he didn't realize that the Wandao Academy he was talking about was really an academy. This was a bit awkward. What do I need to do to join the Wandao Academy? Why do you want me to join the Wandao Academy? Lin Mu asked two questions after he reacted. Looking at the reactions of the people around him, the Wandao Academy was definitely not simple, so the old man must have a purpose for finding himself. Not being swept away, good heart. The old man smiled. This young man already knew about the extraordinary nature of the Wandao Academy, yet he still handled things without being shocked. He was indeed a genius. Lin Mu rubbed his nose. This was all due to the Dragon King's cup of tea, allowing the current him to have the same ease with which he used to handle things. You have only one task in joining the Wandao Academy, and that is to comprehend the two supreme laws of space and time as soon as possible. As for why you are wanted to join, it is also because you have comprehended the laws of space. Hearing the old man's reply, Lin Mu frowned. The law of time? He had never come into contact with such a thing before. How was he going to comprehend it? He still had to return to the Earth Star. Lin Mu, there are some things I can't talk to you about here. I'll explain them to you slowly after I return to the academy. Seeing that Lin Mu was a bit hesitant, the old man spoke to Lin Mu with a mental voice transmission. Spirit transmissions were easily captured, and saying these things outside could easily leak the academy's secrets. Good. Lin Mu replied loudly, telling everyone that he had agreed to enter the Wandao Academy. As long as he wasn't joining a force, Lin Mu still didn't have any aversion to this kind of academy, and it seemed like there was no second path for him to choose now. Was he going to be a slave here for the rest of his life? Chapter 113 Reincarnation Realm. Let's go then. The old man waved his hand, and Lin Mu was pulled by an irresistible force. But I'm still the second prince's slave. Lin Mu suddenly remembered that he was still a pariah nationality, so going to the academy like this didn't seem a bit good. He had read a lot of ancient books in the past, and pariah status was not allowed to step into the academy. From the moment you joined the Wandao Academy, you are no longer a slave. The old man laughed and simply ignored the comments and gazes of everyone in the gladiatorial arena as he led Lin Mu directly away in an instant. Seeing Lin Mu being taken away by the old man, the second prince excitedly waved his fists around. Good. As long as Lin Mu enters the Wandao Academy, Dean Wang will definitely appreciate my favor. When Lin Mu refused the old man's request just now, his heart missed a beat. He was afraid that the old man would just walk away and stop accepting Lin Mu as a disciple. When the eldest prince saw this scene, he gritted his teeth and looked at the second prince's room. We'll see. At the same time, all the media in the Wandao Empire began to report frantically. The Dao son of the Wandao Academy who hasn't appeared in 10,000 years reappears in the world. A young man from the inverted sea realm realizes the laws of space and is accepted as a disciple by the dean of the Academy of 10,000 Ways. Who is Lin Mu, the son of Taoism? For a while, news about Lin Mu began to spread like crazy on the planet Wandao, and even the galaxies under the Wandao Empire began to spread this headline news like crazy. Inside the palace, the emperor sitting on the dragon chair smiled and murmured, "Teacher has finally taken on a disciple once again. I hope that this young master won't be like me, who was so close but didn't even have the time to go and say hello. You must take good care of teacher, little senior brother. Teacher shouldn't have been this happy in a long time." He then called the big supervisor beside him. "Draw up a decree." The grand supervisor hurriedly took out his virtual device and started recording. Lin Mu's comprehension of the laws of space at the inverted sea realm, becoming a Dao son of the Wandao Academy, is truly a pillar of my Wandao Empire. Congratulations. I hereby reward you with a mansion, 1 billion spirit coins, and the title of King of Pillars. Hearing this, the grand supervisor asked with some doubts, "Your Majesty, this is not good. He's just an inverted sea realm, it's not appropriate to bestow the title of prince." The emperor frowned. "I need to report to you when I bestow a reward?" The grand supervisor immediately knelt on the ground. Old slave wouldn't dare. Roll down. Yes. In no time, the entire Wandao Empire knew about this, and Lin Mu, who had just been accepted as a Dao son by the Wandao Academy, was bestowed the title of King of the Tongs by His Majesty the Emperor. For a while, the heat of discussion about Lin Mu and the Wandao Empire rose to another level. While Lin Mu, who followed the old man's transient, was unaware of all this, he saw the skyscrapers under his feet, and the airships, flying saucers, and spaceships flying in the air, and how they were not connected to the perceived ancient society. Not a moment later, the old man brought Lin Mu to an imposing floating island. On the floating island, it was built with densely packed buildings, all of which were ancient buildings of the Dragon Kingdom, a bit like a courtyard, but the form was not quite the same. If it wasn't for the hundreds of floors of skyscrapers standing outside, he would have wondered if he had traveled to the ancient Dragon Kingdom. The floating island attracted his attention even more. The floating island was as big as a small mountain without any propulsion device underneath. Such a large floating island, what kind of energy held it up in the air? Passing through the layers of buildings, the two of them, Lin Mu and the Dean, arrived at the very center of the floating island. The buildings here were obviously more dated than the periphery, and while the periphery was all brick houses, this was all wooden houses. And these wooden houses used unknown wood. The wood actually emitted a wisp of golden light. The dean led Lin Mu into an attic building. The second floor seemed to be someone's office. Pen, ink, paper and inkstones were all available. There were also a few landscape paintings. At the tea table, the dean sat down and told Lin Mu to sit down as well. "If you have any doubts, ask now." The dean waved his hand, and a faint white barrier rose outside the attic. "I haven't asked what you call yourself." "I'm the dean of the Wandao Academy. My name is Wang Nianan." Wang Nianan poured a cup of tea, and a strange fragrance wafted throughout the room. "Come, taste the spirit tea sent by your eldest senior brother." "Eldest senior brother? That's the current emperor. He was my eldest disciple, and now you're my second disciple." Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. He hadn't agreed yet. "Disciple, please have tea." But his mouth was still honest. The emperor's master, wouldn't he take off then? Aha! Wang Nianan took the tea from Lin Mu's hand and nodded with satisfaction. He hadn't accepted a disciple in 20,000 years. If Lin Mu hadn't appeared, he probably wouldn't have taken on any more disciples in his life. "Your eldest senior brother has just bestowed you the title of King of Dongliang, and also rewarded you with a residence and 1 billion spirit coins." After finishing his tea, Wang Nianan casually said. "Hiss." Lin Mu sucked in a breath of cool air. So grandiose? Directly sealing the king? There's no need to make a fuss, I understand what he means, he just wants to compensate me through you. Compensate you? Back then, he hid his identity and studied with me, displaying amazing talent and being accepted as my disciple. It's a pity that he had to go and inherit his throne later, or else he might have been in the reincarnation realm by now. Wang Nianan took a sip of tea. He was not involved in royal strife, but back then he was drilled by this great disciple of his. Teacher, can you tell me a little bit about the Wan Dao Academy? Why does it feel like you care about the laws of space? Lin Mu asked with a false sense of humor. The fact that he could be accepted by him as a disciple had nothing to do with this spatial law. The first president of our Wandao Academy came to the Wandao Star back then and started the Wandao Academy, and only later did we have the Wandao Empire. The purpose of the Wandao Academy is to cultivate talented students to comprehend the two supreme laws of time and space. After these 3 sentences were finished, Lin Mu's mind was filled with one question after another. What's so special about the 2 laws of time and space? Wang Nianan shook his head. Time and space are the key to becoming a reincarnation realm. Originally Shan Wanbin he was the most promising, but unfortunately he went back and took over the empire, and now he's only a half step in the reincarnation realm. What do you mean? The Wan Dao Academy hasn't produced a single reincarnation realm until now? Lin Mu was stunned. Wasn't this academy many years old? Not a single reincarnation realm powerhouse had been cultivated? Other than the first dean, the Wandao Academy hasn't produced a single reincarnation realm powerhouse in the 1.3 billion years since it was founded. Wang Nianan rolled his eyes. Do you think the reincarnation realm is a cabbage? The entire Eastern Alliance only has 2 reincarnation realms right now. The first dean wasn't a reincarnation realm, he was an existence above reincarnation. See that cabin? That's where the first dean resides, and you can only enter there by becoming a reincarnation realm. The more Lin Mu talked, the more confused he became. What happens when you become a reincarnation realm? Did the first dean leave something in the cabin? Wang Nianan shook his head. We are also just following the will of the first dean and trying to cultivate a reincarnation realm. We don't know what's in the cabin, but both of the 2 eastern reincarnation realms have entered the cabin. Their claim is that there is a path above reincarnation inside the log cabin, as well as the universe. Chapter 114 The Realm After Breaking the Sky. So, it's for this secret that the Wan Dao Academy has been absorbing all kinds of geniuses for 1.3 billion years? Lin Mu was a bit stunned, holding on for an entire 1.3 billion years for this so-called cosmic secret. Wang Nianan, however, laughed. It doesn't matter what this secret is, we've long ago. But this person not steaming a bun to fight for it. After 1.3 billion years, the Wan Dao Academy hasn't produced a single reincarnation realm. It's a shame to say it. The 3 subsequent deans, including me, have made it their lifelong goal to produce a reincarnation realm. The more Wang Nianan spoke, the more excited he became. This was no longer about the first dean, this was a thorn in the heart of every dean of the Wan Dao Academy. Teacher, can you tell me what exactly the reincarnation realm is? Hearing this, Wang Nianan glanced at Lin Mu and asked with some curiosity, you don't know about the reincarnation realm? No idea. I don't know all the realms behind the skybreaking realm. Wang Nianan looked at Lin Mu with a strange face. Having comprehended the spatial laws, it was reasonable to say that he was also a primordial empire, otherwise it was impossible to know what the skybreaking realm was. Then how did you know about the skybreaking realm? There's one called the Venerable Lord who created the rift and wants to take over our planet. Lin Mu sniffed and told him about the rift, and also told him about the Venerable Lord. According to you, that Venerable Lord should be at the Turing Void realm. He crushed a planet's world core, injected his own laws, and then tried to break through to the Palm Heaven realm by using the power of the Great Tao that was created when the 2 world cores merged. The power of the Great Tao? Lin Mu heard another new term and felt that for a moment, his brain wasn't enough. Laws are actually extensions of the Great Tao. How many laws you can use is related to how many Great Tao you've comprehended. This you'll know when you break through to the Palm Heaven realm. The Palm Heaven realm is to comprehend a complete Great Tao and be able to utilize the Great Tao 100% to form the perfect power of laws. Actually, the 2 are one and the same thing. Only the name is different. It's like your clothes, you have to wear it in order to utilize its function of keeping you warm and looking good. What we normally use out is called a law, and what you comprehend is called a Great Tao. And the Great Tao is actually the operating laws of the universe, and by comprehending the Great Tao, we can rationally utilize the laws of the universe. Hearing Wang Nianan say this, Lin Mu instantly understood that. The Great Tao was right there, waiting for you to comprehend it. When one comprehends the Great Tao, one can utilize the Great Tao. And this way of utilizing the Great Tao was the application of laws. And the strength of the laws is related to how many Great Tao one has comprehended. Seeing Lin Mu's thoughtful look, Wang Nianan nodded, worthy of being a genius who could comprehend the spatial Great Tao at the inverted sea realm. Teacher, how exactly is this realm divided? After talking about it, the topic seemed to have gotten pulled somewhere else, so Lin Mu hurriedly pulled the topic back. Thousands of pounds, 10,000 tripods, moving mountains, overturning the sea, and breaking the air. You know all of these. After breaking the void, it's traveling the void, palming the sky, true self, endlessness, and reincarnation. As for above reincarnation, I don't know. You can only know if you enter the first Dean's cabin. Swimming in the void, palm of heaven, true self, endlessness, and reincarnation? Lin Mu recited the names of these realms, so there were so many realms after the void-breaking realm. Let me explain these realms to you. Seeing Lin Mu's confused look, Wang Nianan slowly explained. 1,000 Jun and 10,000 Ding were transformed into Qi through essence Qi, possessing Qi power that ordinary people could not compare to. Moving mountains is the first step in opening the spirit, while pouring the sea is to open the upper dantian so that the spirit has a place to rest. In the sky-breaking realm, essence, Qi, and God unite to form a flower of Yuan Qi, through which one senses the great Tao, and can initially use the power of the meager laws to break through space. Touring the void realm, mastered a part of the laws, comprehended the deep laws, the power of the laws can freely operate within the body, through the flower of Yuan Qi to protect the body, can break through the space to tour the void. Palm of heaven realm, comprehending a perfect Tao, the power of law can be put in and out freely, can use the power of law to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. True self realm, must comprehend part of the laws of space, use the laws of space to find the true self in countless spaces, conceal the true self, and be at ease. Eternal realm, comprehend part of the law of time, almost everlasting life, unless killed. Endless realm, the two laws of time and space enter into a deep level of comprehension, and merge into one, comprehend the great Tao of time and space, in countless time and countless space, are the existence of the true self. Reincarnation realm, fully comprehending the space-time avenue, rumored to have transcended the cycle of life and death, able to travel through all stages of life, past life, present life, and the next life, the three bodies are united, truly mastering one's own cycle of life and death. The final realm of reincarnation, Wang Nianan is also hearsay, because he also did not reach that realm. When Lin Mu heard Wang Nianan's explanation, he realized how important it was to have a master teacher on the cultivator's path. If he were to enlighten himself, he wouldn't be able to figure out that the realm behind him was so complicated even if he were to enlighten himself. Now with these guidelines, he would only need to wildly increase his attributes and enlightenment in the future to comprehend the space-time avenue, and he would be able to sit firmly on the wheel of reincarnation. There are two hurdles for cultivators. The first is to cultivate the flower of Yuan Qi, and the second is to comprehend the space-time avenue. That's why there are a lot fewer people in the sky-breaking realm than in the inverted sea realm, and likewise there are a lot fewer people in the true self realm than in the palm heaven realm. The further back you go, the more and more people get stuck at the current realm, not advancing an inch. Wang Nianan shook his head. Lin Mu had no idea how difficult it was after the palm heaven realm. Many people were stuck at the palm heaven realm and even committed suicide. Therefore, Lin Mu, who had comprehended the spatial law in advance, was the same as entering the true self realm steadily. Say, what's the name of your planet? That so-called exalted lord is violating the laws of the empire. Even a primary empire can't possibly leave him alone. After Wang Nianan finished his explanation, he withdrew the topic back to the Earth Star. Violating the laws? The laws of the Wandao Empire still govern us? Lin Mu was a bit confused. What does this imperial law have to do with Earthstar? What if the venerable lord isn't from the empire? As soon as he heard this, Wang Nianan instantly understood that the planet Lin Mu was on was a planet that hadn't been incorporated into the civilization system. Let me put it to you this way. That exalted lord is definitely someone from the empire. Otherwise, it's impossible to be the lord of a planet. A cultivator who doesn't have the resources of the empire to support him can't possibly become a void-traveling realm, much less know the cosmic language. Hearing this, Lin Mu's inner thought was, I wouldn't have relied on the empire, I relied on the system. Teacher, isn't the Wandao Empire the empire of the Wandao star? How can it still govern other planets? As soon as Wang Nianan heard this, he laughed out loud and said, the Wandao Empire is a higher empire, and there are only 5 higher empires in the entire Eastern Alliance, and each higher empire has around 500 primary empires underneath it. For a primary empire to be established, it must master at least 100 million galaxies. What do you think the Wandao Empire is? An empire on a planet. The Wandao Empire is a super empire in charge of hundreds of billions of galaxies, holding trillions of lives in its hands. Lin Mu was dumbfounded when he heard this. He thought that the Wandao Empire was the Wandao Star's empire. He didn't realize that the Wandao Empire was so fierce that it was an empire that used galaxies as its domain. Chapter 115 Shinjuku Empire. What law did that venerable lord violate? Can he be sentenced to death? As soon as he heard Wang Nianan say this, Lin Mu immediately reacted. This was a big leg up. Death penalty? He will be imprisoned by the empire and sent to the mining planet to dig for minerals. Wouldn't it be cheaper to kill him directly? According to the imperial laws, it is not allowed to privately destroy world cores. Every living star is precious. Only living planets have world will and world cores. My planet is called Earthstar. Lin Mu immediately said the name of Earthstar. Now he didn't even need to tackle the venerable lord. With the empire stepping in, that venerable lord dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. Your planet should still be a primitive planet. It hasn't been absorbed by the empire yet. Wang Nianan, however, directly shook his head. As soon as he took a look at Lin Mu's situation, he knew that Lin Mu's home planet had definitely not been incorporated into the Empire's management system, and that even the Cultivator system and the cosmic language were spread by the Exalted Lord. Do you know what that planet of venerable lords is called? It seems to be called the planet of 10,000 beasts. Lin Mu didn't say the name of the planet at first, and he didn't know that the Wandao Empire was so bullish that it managed so many galaxies. Found it, the 10,000 Beast Star, a beast race planet in the New River Galaxy, under the management of the Shinzhou Empire. Soon, Wang Nianan found information about the 10,000 Beast Star. Is this Shinjuku Empire under our administration? Yes. The Shinjuku Empire unified the surrounding 130 million galaxies 50 million years ago, and that's also when it joined the Wandao Empire and became a subsidiary empire of the Wandao Empire. Wang Nianan continued to scroll down, and it took him a while before he looked like he understood. No wonder this venerable lord dares to be so arrogant. This 10,000 Beast Star is at the very edge of the New River Galaxy. It's already about to go inside the Red Galaxy's range. The Red Galaxy is the territory of the Gulin Empire, and the 10,000 Beast Star is at the junction of the domains of the two primary empires, so this 10,000 Beast Star is basically unpatrolled. The Star Lord of the Star of 10,000 Beasts is called Shalaqui, and is also a beast race, with the body of a tiger-striped demon shark, so he should be the venerable lord you're talking about. Lin Mu instantly nodded. That venerable lord's face was something that looked like shark gills. Then can we get someone from the Shinjuku Empire side to take care of Shalaqui now? Yes you can, but now that the world core of that Earth star of yours has been contaminated by his laws, and once he detonates his laws, your Earth star might explode as well. Moreover, didn't you say that there's someone called the God of War who's working with him inside and out? To solve this problem, you have to find your planet first, and drive the laws of the Shalizi out of the world core of the Earth star. Wang Nianan shook his head. Killing could definitely be killed. A touring void realm was just that. He could kill him across countless galaxies with the movement of his fingers. But Lin Mu's home planet would also be shattered because Shaliqi was killed. Lin Mu wanted to solve the problem of the Earth star, not solve Shalaqi, and he was clear about that. Then is it okay if I go back now? You can go back? Wang Nianan glanced at Lin Mu curiously. He thought that Lin Mu was swept to the planet of 10,000 paths by the spacetime passage, but he didn't think that he could go back. I got an item that allows me to travel through the universe once, and that's what I used to escape the Earth star, so I can still travel back. Lin Mu didn't say the system. He was afraid that Wang Nianan would miss it, although there was a short-lived master-disciple relationship, but something like the system was too heaven-defying. He said it for fear that Wang Nianan would kill him regardless of the master-disciple relationship. Items that are tainted with the time and space avenue? Wang Nianan knew what it was as soon as he heard it. This kind of thing was scattered all over the universe and was often obtained by people, and it was similar to the spacetime channel. These things were all powerful people of the Endless Realm, who had inadvertently tainted some of the spacetime avenue when they were sensing it, and subsequently drifted in the universe. He had lived for tens of millions of years, and he had seen this sort of thing many times. Hearing Wang Nianan say this, Lin Mu didn't refute it. It looked like this universe shuttle wasn't something rare. Let's wait first. Why? I'll just go back and contact the Shinjuku Empire. Lin Mu was a bit puzzled. Wouldn't it be fine for him to shuttle back and notify the Shinjuku Empire? Why are you going back now? Do you have a transmitter? Can you contact the Shinjuku Empire? In what capacity do you contact the Shinjuku Empire? Wang Nianan raised his right hand and shook the silver ring on his hand. Is this thing a transmitter? Didn't the Emperor reward me with 1 billion spirit coins? Can I buy one? Lin Mu looked at the silver ring on his hand and felt that this thing was quite high-tech, much more high-tech than Earthstar's cell phones, and it could also project virtual images. No need to buy it. This is bound to your identity. Someone will send it to you later. And don't use that crappy backpack of yours. This bracelet is both a transmitter and storage space, as well as an identity authentication device. This bracelet is called the Wandao Ring. It's something exclusive to the Wandao Empire. Wang Nianan glanced at the backpack on Lin Mu's back and saw at a glance that there was a faint spatial power on it, but it was childish. Just contact the Inzhou Empire when you get back. Their emperor isn't as high in rank as you are. He's just a duke. You can completely command everyone in the Shinzhou Empire. When you're in the process of resolving Shaliqi, have the Zinjuku Empire build you a teleportation station. You can just teleport back to the Wandao Star through the station again. I won't put a spatial seed on you. Tainting my spatial laws won't be favorable for you to perceive the spatial Dao in the future. Wang Nianan said slowly, arranging all the paths so that he could plant a spatial seed on Lin Mu's body and follow the spatial seed directly to the Earth Star. But doing so would cause Lin Mu to be affected by him when he sensed the spatial Dao, so in order not to affect Lin Mu, it was better for him not to do this kind of thing that killed the chicken and took the eggs. In fact, he had already quietly planted a spatial seed on Lin Mu's green sea blade. Once Lin Mu was in danger, he could pull Lin Mu back across hundreds of billions of galaxies. However, he didn't say that the protection for the disciple should be there, but it should be hidden and not told to the disciple, which was also a kind of training for the disciple's growth. This was the rule since the establishment of the Wandao Academy. Until the moment of life and death, the master should never take the liberty to help his disciple. Hearing Wang Nianan say this, Lin Mu could only nod his head in agreement. It wasn't that bad for a moment anyway. There's one more thing I need to talk to you about. You can't go out and show off with your status as the prince of the Wandao Empire. This identity was given to you by your eldest senior brother. It's not for you to use to mess around with. Cultivators are to rely on their own strength to be king. After you come back from the Earth Star, you'll go to the Wandao Academy to retreat. You are not allowed to leave the academy until you reach the true self realm. Having chatted about everything that should be chatted about, Wang Nianan began to set up the rules. Less than the true self realm, it would be easy for someone to find the true self in the long river of time and space. Although the reincarnation realm can only do this, but the situation is not too stable, it is inevitable that the reincarnation realms of the other three cosmic alliances will make small moves. Lin Mu's current matter was already known to everyone, so it was better to stay at the Wandao Academy. By his side, even the reincarnation realm would never be able to find Lin Mu's true self. This was a confidence he still had. Chapter 116, Understanding of Space and Time. Lin Mu nodded. He knew what Wang Nianan meant. This time the matter of the Earth Star counted as him borrowing the momentum. In the future, he was not allowed to go out and mess around with the status of a prince. This time, if it wasn't for the Earth Star being in danger, he wouldn't have gone to borrow the power of the Xinzhou Empire. The key now was that the gap between him and Shalikui was a bit far. He was the man who wanted to be the strongest lone wolf, but his cultivation time was too short, and he couldn't compare to an old monster like Sha Li who had lived for thousands of years. A lone wolf was a lone wolf, but you couldn't let a young wolf an adult dog. This isn't a lone wolf, this is a big gunmetal wolf. The two of them then drank tea in the attic and waited for the guards beside eldest brother to deliver the stuff over. During that time, Lin Mu learned a lot about cultivation from Wang Nianan, who also knew everything. As they chatted, Lin Mu suddenly remembered his parents and hurriedly asked, "Teacher, do you know about souls?" Wang Nianan frowned instead. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Lin Mu was still a sky-breaking realm now, and it wasn't good to know about souls in advance. "My parents died. Does that have anything to do with this?" Hearing Lin Mu's words, Wang Nianan was confused. Their souls seemed to have been fished away by an unknown pair of big hands. What? Wang Nianan stood up violently when he heard this. "Teacher, what are you so excited about?" Lin Mu was startled by Wang Nianan. Was it necessary to be so excited? Did you see it with your own eyes? Wang Nianan resumed his seat. It was really Lin Mu's words that shocked him. Tens of millions of years of cultivation, this all of a sudden went up in smoke. My father-in-law saw it with his own eyes. He saw that pair of big hands fishing over my parents' corpses. Hearing Lin Mu's affirmative tone, and the determined look in his eyes, Wang Nianan's eyes were mesmerized and murmured, "Above the wheel of reincarnation." Above reincarnation? Teacher, the owner of those big hands is in existence above reincarnation? Lin Mu was also shocked when he heard this. Their family was just an ordinary family, and their ancestors hadn't produced any great figures. Moreover, that nook and cranny of the Earth Star hadn't even been incorporated into the Empire yet, so how could there be such a powerful figure to fish for his parents' souls? If it's just an ordinary rescue of souls, as long as the time of death doesn't exceed 3 hours, I can do it too. The reincarnation realm can even bring back souls that have been dead for a day. But everything presupposes that we can touch the corpse and sense the soul's location through it. But those big hands obviously searched for your parents' souls through the river of time and space, and fished away your parents' souls in an unknown time and space. Wang Nianan said with a frightened heart, this kind of means of fishing out souls in the long river of time and space, the reincarnation realm couldn't even do it. Because with his half-step reincarnation realm cultivation, he wasn't even qualified to touch the long river of time and space. He also hadn't heard of any reincarnation realm that could fish souls out of the river of time and space. The Eastern Alliance had also given birth to dozens of reincarnation realms over these billions of years, but had never heard of such a thing. If there really was a reincarnation realm powerhouse who fished out the souls of their dead loved ones, there would definitely be a record of just a few words. But throughout the history of the entire Eastern Alliance, there were no relevant records. A long river of space and time? Isn't it a very long river with so many stacked spaces underneath, with many points of light inside the long river? Lin Mu remembered the mysterious space he saw when he wanted to see through the essence of his soul, and the mysterious long river that was made up of countless points of light. You. Wang Nianan pointed at Lin Mu and couldn't say anything. Lin Mu, a pouring sea realm, had actually been to the long river of time and space? Who? He patted his chest and let out a long breath to calm his excitement. You've been to the long river of time and space? I'd been there, but I was beaten back by an inexplicable force, and my upper dantian almost shattered. Lin Mu still felt his heart trembling when he thought of that scene now. It wasn't a force that could be resisted by anyone at all. You're lucky if you didn't die. Wang Nianan glanced at Lin Mu. He realized that he could not see through Lin Mu more and more. The long river of time and space was the fundamental of the universe. The reincarnation realm didn't even dare to get their hands on it, and he, a pouring sea realm, had made a trip there and was still fine. What exactly is the long river of time and space? Why are there so many overlapping spaces? This is something you'll only understand when you comprehend the great Tao of time. Right now you won't understand even if I tell you. Wang Nianan shook his head. The things in here were too complicated. Lin Mu wouldn't understand even if he said it. Teacher, I actually have a guess, see if I'm right. Oh? Tell me. Hearing this, Wang Nianan came to be interested. To have his own ideas before comprehending the avenue of time was truly not simple. This is our space. Lin Mu created a small space and placed the teacup inside. He then poured out the water inside the teacup. There is a change in the things inside the space, so there is time. Time is actually a description of the changes in space. Wang Yan'an watched Lin Mu's hand movements, and a brilliant light erupted from his eyes. Continue. Lin Mu created another space, which still contained a teacup filled with water. When I poured out the water inside the teacup, the space changed, and the so-called time was created. And this teacup filled with water is actually still within the space of that time just now. It's just that the water inside the teacup was poured out in the space of this time now. That is to say, this cup has actually been in this space all along, but the change from having water to having no water was actually because I moved the teacup, causing the space to change, and time shifted the space. Teacher, am I right? Lin Mu finished speaking and looked at Wang Yan'an on the opposite side. Wang Yan'an was completely confused at this moment. This was the time avenue, but Lin Mu obviously didn't comprehend the time avenue, so why did he know so much about these things? Was this the difference between a genius and a mediocrity? Moreover, it was a bit unbelievable that Lin Mu was able to explain the theory of spacetime clearly through two teacups. Although this theory wasn't perfect, it had exceeded 99% of the eternal realm. Continue. If this theory is right, then the so-called long river of space and time should be the result of spatial shifts creating countless periods of time, each of which is different from the other. And the long river of time and space folded the space of all the time periods together and fused them into one large space, within which the space of any time period can be explored, which is also known as traveling through the future and the past. And the space we are in now is only because we exist in this time period, so we live within the space of this time period. Clunk! The teacup in Wang Yan'an's hand fell to the ground abruptly, and he looked at Lin Mu with an incredulous expression. He then closed his eyes and a shocking aura erupted from his body, and the students and teachers of the entire Wandao Academy looked towards the central area, shocked by this aura. They also didn't know what the dean was up to with such a sudden outburst of aura. Chapter 117. The delivery has arrived. But after a while, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Wang Yan'an. Luckily he deflected it and sprayed it to the side. Otherwise Lin Mu would have a mouthful of old blood on his face right now. Seeing this, Lin Mu hurriedly got up and asked, "Teacher, are you alright?" Wang Yan'an shook his head and waved his hand to signal him to sit down. "It's fine, I've had some insights from hearing your theories. But what you said involves the deeper nature of the universe. With my current strength I can't explore it yet. Just now, following your train of thought, I tried to cross the barrier of time, and I was backfired." Lin Mu was also speechless. He was just speaking off the cuff. All of these things were guesses from his previous exams and research materials. He didn't expect Wang Nianan to actually dare to try. "I'm just saying this casually, don't take it seriously, teacher." Lin Mu persuaded. He had only seen the theories of time and space before and had studied them for a while. It wasn't until he saw the long river of spacetime later on, and with those realm generalizations that Wang Nianan had spoken to him about, that he had fused his previous theories and given a guess. "No, this theory of yours is correct. I'm certain that I'll be able to advance even further within 10,000 years. Wang Nianan shook his head. As he heard this theory of Lin Mu's, his comprehension of the great Tao of time was significantly deeper. He had even touched the threshold of the reincarnation realm and was just a foot short of the threshold. But because the Tao of time was still imperfect, he was blocked within the time barrier. Lin Mu's set of theories might still have some imperfections, but essentially there wasn't much difference between it and the true time avenue anymore. "Lin Mu, do you know what this theory of yours means to us?" "No idea." Lin Mu shook his head. He was a little scum who hadn't even realized the spatial Tao, and what he said was just speculation. "Previously, I always thought that time existed alone. But this theory of yours today has made me realize the truth that with the space-time avenue, time and space exist together. There is no time without space, and time is merely a variant of space. This theory has eluded me for tens of millions of years." Wang Nianan shook his head. No wonder the two reincarnation realms of the Eastern Alliance had said that space and time were originally one. However, no one could understand what this statement actually meant, and now after Lin Mu's two water cups were displayed, he understood. Everyone comprehended time and space separately, without even thinking about where time could come from without space? But this theory can't be understood until the eternal realm, because the avenue of time is real. Without comprehending the avenue of time, it is impossible to comprehend the avenue of space and time. This theory that Lin Mu had elaborated was about the space-time avenue, and without a profound understanding of the time avenue, it was simply impossible to fuse the two supreme laws. Lin Mu, remember the saying that time and space are fused and separate. Your theory explains space and time very well, but it has no explanation for space and time. So, you need to forget about this theory, and then fuse this theory of yours after you comprehend the time avenue, and you'll definitely be able to soar to the heavens. Wang Nianan looked at this demon in front of him. Originally he had only taken in a disciple, but he didn't expect to find a way to break through the reincarnation realm in his disciple. I know. Lin Mu looked at Wang Nianan's cautious expression and nodded. He had been to the long river of time and space, perhaps because his cultivation level was not enough, or perhaps because he had not comprehended the great Tao of time and space, so there was no way for him to enter the long river of time and space. If one wanted to reach a deeper realm, theory alone was useless, one must also have the corresponding strength. Just like how he wanted to see through the deeper nature of space but was dissuaded from doing so countless times, it was entirely due to a lack of strength. Wang Nianan was digesting Lin Mu's theories with his eyes closed, while Lin Mu was leisurely sipping his tea. Not being in the right realm, he couldn't realize anything even if he went to realize it. Just like a child, holding a missile, he didn't know how to ignite it. Dean, the royal sword bearer, seeks an audience. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Wang Nianan opened his eyes and looked at Lin Mu with a smile. Your eldest brother's meeting gift has arrived. Let's go see it together. Wang Nianan led Lin Mu to the window on the second floor. Outside the attic, a team of guards in mechanical battle armor were holding a wooden tray, which had the Wandao ring and a wooden plate on it. Greetings to the flat-shoulder king, greetings to the king of Dondo. The guards carrying the trays saw the two appear at the window and immediately dropped to one knee, raising the wooden tray high in the air. By the emperor's decree, I present King Dongliang with a residence, an identity Wandao ring, and 1 billion spirit coins. Stand down. Wang Nianan waved his hand and the items on the wooden tray were ingested by him. Yes. The kneeling guards immediately got up and walked towards the outside of the Wandao Academy. Here, a gift from your eldest senior brother. Wang Nianan gave Lin Mu his bracelet and picked up the sign and looked at it. Ooh. A residence by the palace, it's worth a lot. He gave the sign to Lin Mu as well after reading it. Teacher, this isn't appropriate. Lin Mu was a bit at a loss for words as he held the bracelet and the wooden sign. What's inappropriate? He doesn't lack this amount of money. If you really feel bad about it, I'll share this theory of yours with him. The law could not be passed on personally, especially since this was Lin Mu's law, and if he wanted to pass it on to someone else, he had to go through Lin Mu's consent. Can this theory of mine be worth this much? Remove that word can from me, 1,000 times more, 10,000 times more, can't buy this theory of yours. Wang Nianan knocked Lin Mu's head. What is this stupid disciple thinking in his head day after day? Is a reincarnation realm something that can be measured by this? To put it bluntly, the reincarnation realm wants the Wandao Empire, and his great disciple can only pinch his nose and give it. Although Lin Mu's set of theories still had some imperfections, as long as one's comprehension of the time avenue was deep enough, combining this set of theories would give one a chance to advance to the reincarnation realm. As for whether or not he could be promoted, it depended on how lucky he was. The great Tao tribulation of the reincarnation realm was not something that could be dodged so easily. Some people have already entered the reincarnation realm, but have been knocked back by the great Tao tribulation, and don't even have the chance to be reincarnated. Then you give it to eldest brother. It's just an immature theory. Looking at Wang Nianan's pained look, Lin Mu said in disbelief. There were many more theories about this kind of time and space in his head, and this was merely a set that he considered more mature. He had also thought about it before, that space-time was actually a rotation, where time was all fixed, except that space went around inside time, in an infinite loop. However, he would not talk about this theory, lest Wang Nianan spurted blood again. Lin Mu played with the Wandao ring, and had just put it on his left wrist when he felt a needle in the Wandao ring prick the back of his hand. Bandao ring binding in progress, identity binding successful. Lin Mu, inverted C realm, king of the Wandao Empire building blocks, permission level 2. Storage space opened successfully. A series of mechanical tones came out from the Wandao ring. Chapter 118, World Consciousness. Second level authority? The instant the Bando ring was bound, the Bando ring's mode of operation was something he knew like the back of his hand. Inside this was an intelligence system that could query all the information of the Wandao Empire, but with fixed permissions. Secondary authority was only second to primary authority, and secondary authority could even dissolve a primary universe empire. The lowest level was the 8th level authority, which was the citizen authority of the Universal Kingdom, and as long as it was under the jurisdiction of the Universal Kingdom, the minimum was this authority. With this permission, one could only enter the territory of the Wandao Empire, or else they could only be captured and used as slaves. As for the emperor of a primary universe empire, he only had the 3rd level of authority, which corresponded to the authority of a duke. Opening the internal space of the Ring of 10,000 Paths again, Lin Mu was stunned. The space inside was as big as a planet. And this planet wasn't even a small planet like the Earth star, it was at least 5 times bigger than the Earth star. In the internal space of the Wandao ring, 1 billion spirit coins were lying quietly at this moment. Lin Mu thought that the 1 billion spirit coins existed in the form of data, but he didn't realize that they actually existed in the space of the Wandao ring. When trading, the Wandao ring would autonomously carry out the spatial transfer of the spirit coins. Isn't this an energy core? Lin Mu took out a tiny spirit coin, which was only as big as the fingernail cap of his thumb and wasn't very thick, but it was very dense with energy. He took out the energy core from his spatial traveling bag again and realized that the spirit coin was the energy core, only that the spirit coin was polished and had the words Wan Dao printed on it. Spirit coins are made from world cores, the amount is only this much, and not much can be made in a year. Wang Nianan looked at Lin Mu's puzzled expression and explained. Didn't it say that world cores aren't allowed to be destroyed? Eldest brother is knowing the law and breaking it? Lin Mu glanced at Wang Nianan in disbelief. Ha ha! What are you thinking? These are life planets whose life cycle is almost over, and the world consciousness has begun to lax. After we transferred the citizens on them, we took out the world cores to avoid waste. A world core can make roughly 10 million spirit coins. 10 million spirit coins can also buy a masterless life planet, of course it depends on the size, the big ones are definitely more than 10 million. Spirit coins also have another function, they can be used for cultivation with pretty good results. That's why the spirit coin thing is valuable and suitable to be used as currency. When Lin Mu heard this explanation, he glanced at the 1 billion spirit coins in the ring of 10,000 paths. Wouldn't there be 100 living planets in there? Holy! If I exchange these spirit coins for life planets, wouldn't I become the lord of 100 stars? Can't you be a little bit outstanding? Your current status is the prince of the Wandao Empire, and you're satisfied with 100 life planets? Wang Nianan looked at Lin Mu with contempt. What does this kid think about in his head every day? Didn't react at once. Lin Mu let out a giggle, his identity had transformed too quickly for him to react at once. 1 second he was a slave, the next he was a prince. I'm warning you, go back and finish your business and hurry back, don't use your identity to make a fool of yourself in the Shinjuku Empire. If I find out, I won't be able to spare you. It's been a long time since anyone has been locked up in the forbidden area of the Wandao Academy, and I don't want my second disciple to be the first one to be locked up in 100,000 years. Wang Nianan looked at Lin Mu giggling and thought that he was thinking of something messy again. After all, going from hell to heaven all at once, many people would fall. Don't worry. Teacher. By the way, Sensei, what exactly is the will of the world? Speaking of the world core, Lin Mu suddenly remembered about world will. First you need to know what a world core is. Before there was life, a world core was a strand of energy from a planet that was immobile and would dissipate into the universe at any time. Once a planet's energy is lost, it becomes a dead planet. When the planet unintentionally absorbs the way of life, it will begin to harbor life, and the souls of the life will affect the planet. At this time, the planet will give birth to a stream of consciousness due to the power of the many souls, which is the world consciousness. This consciousness brings together the energy of the planet, and an energy core is formed. Wang Nianan slowly explained. You'll understand if you look at the planet as if it were a being, only this consciousness has no soul and no mind, so it's just following the laws of the universe. That's why every planet has a life cycle, because they are an evolution of the way of life, evolving the planet into a thoughtless being. Once the way of life begins to dissipate, the world consciousness dissipates and the planet begins to die. Afraid that Lin Mu wouldn't understand, Wang Nianan gave him an example. So that's how it is, I thought world consciousness was the so-called heavenly Tao. Lin Mu came to a sudden realization, he thought that the world consciousness was the so-called heavenly Tao, a conscious life form. Heavenly Tao? Wang Nianan was confused by the name, he had only heard of the Great Tao, which was the materialization of the rules of the universe. Just take a thinking body that controls everything in the universe. Hearing this, Wang Nianan fell silent, he wasn't really sure if the universe had a consciousness or not, because it involved the fundamentals of the universe, and it wasn't something that he, an endless realm, could understand. Perhaps it was only above reincarnation that he could know whether the universe had a consciousness or not. Whether the universe has a mind or not I don't know, but the universe has been following some kind of law. Whether it's this law that this heavenly Tao you speak of is controlling, I don't understand. Maybe it's only above reincarnation that one can understand these things. But world consciousness is definitely thoughtless, we have extracted world consciousness, which is actually a thoughtless conscious body evolved by the way of life. Moreover, if the world consciousness had a mind, do you think Shalikui would still have a chance to snatch the energy core of your Earth star? Wang Nianan could only speak his understanding to Lin Mu. So it is. And what is the people's heart? Lin Mu suddenly thought of the mysterious force that had allowed him to increase his physique by 300,000. The world consciousness can also control the planet's heaven and earth power, but it's regulating the heaven and earth power based on the soul power of living beings. For example, if the souls of many living beings pray for one person, this consciousness will control the power of heaven and earth to bless him after sensing it. If many living souls curse a person, this consciousness will control the power of heaven and earth to destroy him. Wang Nianan glanced at Lin Mu with interest, it seemed that this disciple of his had once been blessed by the world consciousness. Lin Mu finally knew where that mysterious power came from, so it was the world consciousness that sensed the soul power of the people of Baichang and mobilized the power of heaven and earth to bless him. Teacher, then I'll go back first. Knowing everything he wanted to know, Lin Mu said towards Wang Nianan. He had been missing for 2 days, so Wang Miao Miao mustn't let anything happen to him. Go! Wang Nianan nodded and with a wave of his hand, sent Lin Mu out of the attic. Chapter 119 Eldest Brother's Gift. Lin Mu was moved by a powerful spatial force to a mansion, which was full of atmospheric ancient buildings, similar to those on the outskirts of the academy. Red bricks and yellow tiles, very aristocratic. As soon as he landed, a voice came from the mansion, "Welcome back, Your Highness." The mechanical voice resounded throughout the mansion. Tap 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 tap. A clutter of footsteps rang out, and a dense crowd of guards and servants ran in all directions with Lin Mu at the center. Greetings to King Dongliang. Seeing this scene, Lin Mu froze. Didn't he say that he had given away a mansion? Why were there so many servants and guards? Moreover, these guards looked much more powerful than themselves, as if they were all in the sky-breaking realm, and there were also 2 guards with swords that actually had a similar aura as Sha Li Qi. What is this situation? Can someone explain it to me? Lin Mu looked around, densely packed with thousands of people standing in front of him, so he raised his voice to inquire. Your Highness, these are all rewarded to you by the Emperor. I am your housekeeper, my name is Lu Fu. A lean middle-aged man stood out. The clothes on him were different from the ordinary servants and guards. The male servants wore green robes, the female servants wore long pink coats and undershirts, the guards wore the kind of mecha battle suits from RoboCop, and the 2 guards with swords wore black robes. Lu Fu wore a white robe, and he was the only one in the entire team who wore white, which was exceptionally conspicuous. These are? Lin Mu was a bit incredulous. Did he alone need so many people to serve him? Yes. You dismiss them. Just leave a few. Lin Mu frowned. So many people serving him alone. Eldest brother was afraid it was poisonous. Pray for the king's favor. Everyone immediately knelt on the ground when they heard this. Only Lu Fu and the 2 guards with swords did not kneel. What is this situation? Lin Mu looked at Lu Fu with some confusion. Back to Your Highness, these people are all rewarded by the Emperor. If you don't want them, they will be dragged back as slaves. But with so many people, what will I keep? Lin Mu looked around. The Wandao Empire was this kind of system, and he had some understanding of it, but feeding and clothing so many people every day was a considerable expense. He suddenly thought of the 1 billion spirit coins that eldest brother had given him. This couldn't be the money that he was allowed to use to support these servants. Your Highness, all the expenses of the royal residence are paid for by the royal family. There is no need for you to pay for them. Lu Fu came to Lin Mu's ear and whispered. Oh. Then you tell them to go about their business. Lin Mu nodded. This was very humane and didn't require him to pay for it. He also couldn't bear to let these people go into slavery. The only way to end up as a slave was to go to the gladiator arena. The gladiator arena was 10 deaths without a life. The life was completely controlled by the slave owner. But he also does not have so much money to raise so many people. The billion spirit coins given by the big brother may seem a lot, but maybe in the future there is still a place to use the money? He had just arrived at the Wandao Empire now, so it was better to have some money on him. This wasn't the Earth Star. He could care less about money in the Earth Star, but not here. Spirit coins were not the worthless data of Earth Star. This was a real cultivation resource. As soon as they heard Lin Mu's words, all the servants knelt on the ground and thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your enlightenment. What are these 2 for? Lin Mu looked at the 2 guards with swords again. The rest of the guards were all holding guns. It seemed like only the 2 of them were a bit special, and the 2 of them even looked a bit alike. Your Highness, these 2 are the palace guards with swords. They are both strong in the realm of wandering emptiness. The Emperor asked them to protect the safety of the royal residence. Lin Long and Lin Hu, see you, Your Majesty. The 2 heard Lu Fu introduce them and kneeled down to see them. Get up. There is no need to kneel in my place from now on. Yes. Lin Long and Lin Hu stood up, and Lu Fu also claimed yes. It's my own family. It seems like it's still twins. Alright, you guys go about your business. Lu Fu, show me around. Yes. The 2 of them agreed and turned around to walk towards the outside of the royal residence. Lu Fu, on the other hand, led Lin Mu to stroll around the mansion, where servants were hanging plaques at the entrance of the mansion. The mansion of King Dongliang. The 4 large golden characters shone with a special light, and the plaque as a whole was made of wood, as if it was the same kind of wood as those houses in the center of the Wandao Academy. Wisps of golden light flowed from the wood. The whole royal mansion is very large, with a central axis symmetry constituting the center, east and west, hiatus corner, flying eaves and green tiles, painting algal wells, vermilion doors and red windows, square and orderly. There are 7 rooms in the main hall, 5 rooms in the back hall, and 2 bedchambers, each of which has 5 rooms. There were also small pieces of bungalows outside the royal palace where the servants and guards rested, and there was a small door here that led straight to the royal palace's side halls. Your Highness, you've just been crowned King of Dongliang. Do you want to organize a banquet and invite all the nobles over to get to know each other? Lu Fu led Lin Mu to the bedchamber and asked in a low voice. Must it be organized? Lin Mu frowned. He wasn't very fond of this kind of thing. If Li Chongqing and Ma Dehai were around, he would probably be much more comfortable with these socializing. According to the usual practice, it's to be organized. If you don't do it, it's fine. Lu Fu carefully returned. He could see that this new master didn't seem very interested in this kind of thing. There were only a dozen princes in the entire empire, so even if he didn't do it, no one would dare to say anything. Moreover, he knew the identity of this prince, the emperor's senior brother, the Dao son of the 10,000 Paths Academy, and the second disciple of the Flat-Shoulder King. With this identity, even the empress wouldn't dare to mess with him and would have to flatter him. He stayed in the palace for so many years, and knew that the emperor's heart disease was that he did not take care of his teacher after becoming the emperor, and did not fulfill his teacher's wish, so he always had a guilty conscience. This time when the dean of the Wan Dao Academy recruited new disciples, the emperor was overjoyed. Everyone in the palace knew that this new prince could not be messed with. There were already several princes who were planning to come over to pay their respects, but they just hadn't found the right opportunity yet. Lu Fu himself knows of no less than 5. Now that the entire empire knows about this new prince, the letters that want to come and visit, Lu Fu has received tens of thousands of letters, and he doesn't pay any attention to any of them. Lu Fu knew that if he wanted to stay in the royal family for a long time, he would have to come to things. Serving his master is the right thing to do, to know that he in order to be able to come to the king's house as a steward, but begged a lot of people, or the palace big supervisor to see his honesty, only and the emperor recommended him. Don't things did not work, angry Lin Mu, when a day butler on the grey back, and by the emperor nose, may also head to the ground. So he just ignored all these communications. Anyway, no one but the emperor and the king can control him now. Even those princes, who wanted to move him, would have to think about it. You still have to look at the master when you hit the dog. Chapter 120 Earth Star Chaos. Do you feel like organizing it? Lin Mu glanced at Lu Fu. He knew that with a new environment, he still needed to make some new friends. Little thinks that it's still necessary to organize one. Little has already received tens of thousands of letters today, all from nobles who want to pay a visit. Lu Fu replied truthfully, as a butler, it was all about having a good mind and understanding the meaning of the director's words. With these words, Lin Mu was clearly hesitating. This was the right time for him to throw in the towel and bring out this matter of the nobles sending him letters. Tens of thousands of letters? Does the royal palace have such a large place to hold a banquet? Lin Mu was speechless. Tens of thousands of seals a day, in a few days, wouldn't all the nobles of the Wandao Star come running over? Your Highness, we don't need to take care of those minor nobles, they're all just those who want to climb the dragon and the phoenix. With your status as the king, just invite some dukes, royals, and princesses. Lu Fu said respectfully. How many such communications have been received so far? About 300 or so, most of them are from the emperors of some of the primary empires, as well as the Grand Prince, the Second Prince, the Third Princess, and them. Lu Fu extracted the letters from the Ring of 10,000 Ways and showed them to Lin Mu. Wait for a few days. You make the arrangements first, and you invite over whoever you think can be invited. I still have some things to do, I won't be around for the next few days, you'll be solely responsible for the affairs of the royal residence. Lin Mu was in a hurry to return to Earthstar now, and if he wanted to organize it, he would wait until he returned. Yes. Lu Fu responded, but then asked, tomorrow is the first day of the new year, won't you be attending the New Year's banquet at Wandao Star, Your Highness? New Year banquet? Lin Mu glanced at Lu Fu. He knew that today was the last day of the Wandao Knight's year and the day the gladiatorial arena opened. But what was this annual feast? The New Year's banquet is the first day of the year when banquets are set up around the palace by the emperor for the nobles. Is it okay not to go? There were still a dozen hours left until tomorrow, and the Wandao Star had 32 hours in a day, and now that the genius was still dark, there would still be at least 15 hours left until tomorrow morning. In fact, do not go is also fine. The annual banquet is a custom. Before the emperor will also come out to drink a few cups. The last 2 million years the emperor also does not come out. It is a group of nobles to borrow the annual banquet to contact feelings. Lu Fu said cryptically, in fact, it is a group of barons and viscounts there to get high. He also guessed that Lin Mu wouldn't be there, and with his status, he probably wanted to eat the annual banquet with the emperor. He was just following the usual practice of asking. After all, Lin Mu was still unfamiliar with the Wandao Star, in case Lin Mu liked to go and join in the fun. At that time, if he didn't say anything, he might be blamed by Lin Mu. Then don't go, it's not much fun. Lin Mu shook his head. He thought he was having the annual banquet with the emperor. If he was eating with the emperor, then he could still wait a bit. Anyway, it wasn't bad for a dozen hours. He also wanted to meet this eldest brother whom he had never met before. After letting Lu Fu leave, Lin Mu used the system's reward to shuttle back to the Earth Star. Outside of Sioux City, it was the time when the sun was rising, and the hot sunlight was baking the earth. Lin Mu had shuttled to the Wandao Star from here, and naturally returned from here as well. What's going on? I've cleared all the cracks in Sioux City. How come Sioux City is still being breached? As soon as he landed, he saw the people who had escaped from Sioux City. The war god did this? There was only one possibility he could think of, and that was that the war god's palace was up to no good. Could it be that the Dragon King's mansion and the war god's palace were at war? No way. He shook his head. Just after going for a day and a half, the war god palace and the Dragon King's mansion went to war? Old folks, what's going on? How did Sioux City get overrun? Lin Mu stopped a middle-aged man who was running outside. You are the White City war god? The man looked up with a horrified expression. You'd better stop coming to harm. The Dragon Kingdom is all dead because of you. After saying that, the man cursed towards Lin Mu with an angry face. Lin Mu's eyelids jumped. What was this? Seeing the man running away, Lin Mu looked at his figure and didn't dare to think too much, immediately rushing in the direction of Sioux City. In Sioux City, fires filled the air everywhere, and rolling smoke shot up into the sky. There weren't many people left in Sioux City, and there were human corpses everywhere, with no corpses of foreign beasts to be seen. All of these people who fled towards the outside of the city were hiding somewhere and didn't dare to appear until Sioux City was destroyed. Lin Mu saw a few people crawling out of the underground shelters, while others hid in their rooms wearing invisibility cloaks and didn't dare to come out. He took out his cell phone, and what met his eyes was a screen full of news tweets. The War God's palace invades the Dragon Kingdom in a big way. The White City War God? A disgrace to the Dragon Kingdom, destroying dozens of rifts for his own selfishness. Dozens of cities were destroyed, and Lin Mu had nothing to do with it. The War God Temple reversed right and wrong, seized the Rift Energy Core, and planted evidence to frame him. Almost all the news was saying one thing, that the War God's palace had found out that Lin Mu was stealing the energy cores, and there were also videos put out of the very place where Tak had blocked Lin Mu. Only the video was pinched, leaving only the words Lin Mu said. The energy cores are what the Dragon King's mansion asked me to take, I can give them all to you. Everyone was accusing Lin Mu, accusing the Dragon King's mansion. The Western media, in particular, made a big deal out of the fact that the Dragon King's mansion was destroying the rift and destroying the way for humans to become stronger. They said that the Dragon King's mansion was doing this in order to be a monopoly. That's why the War God's palace wants to clear out the Dragon King's mansion and return a clean slate to Earthstar. Your ass, being shady. This Tokayer is really shady, he thought of this hand long ago. Lin Mu only reacted at this moment. Why did Tak talk so much nonsense with him in the first place? Why didn't he do it directly? It was all for this video. Then look at the destroyed cities: White City, Sioux City, Yang City, Mo City. All the cities that he had rescued, the War God Palace had carried out the destruction of all of them, and all of the sky-breaking realms of the Dragon King's mansion had been entangled by the foreign beasts, and were simply powerless to stop them. Now that the cracks in the Dragon Kingdom were also rioting, it was the perfect time for the War God Hall to strike at this time. Really ruthless. This is to make me a 1,000-year-old sinner of the Dragon Kingdom. The War God Palace's purpose was to make Lin Mu this backstabber. They claimed that all the cities that Lin Mu had rescued were all Lin Mu's accomplices. Since you guys are playing dirty, I'll play openly with you. System, add points. Lin Mu roared, trying to vent all his emotions. He instantly moved to a cave in the barren mountains and took out the energy replenishing pills and shoved them into his mouth by the handful. As the middle dantian was undergoing too much energy, the warmth turned into heat, and Lin Mu's entire body began to turn red. After a minute, the remaining 1,000 energy replenishing pills were all swallowed into his stomach. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 321-9485. Strength, 202-9414. Spirit, 3,999. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 3311250. A million physique boosts made the rapid increase in his essence feel like he was being roasted by fire. Chapter 121 Promotion Breakthrough, Flower of Yuan Qi. A minute later, the attributes were all filled up and a rush of energy emanated from him. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 261-9485. Strength, 9999999. Spirit, 999,999. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 2514195. System, why can't we advance to the skybreaking realm? Please ask the host to figure it out on their own. I'm going to you, can't you give a little reminder at a critical moment? Hearing the system's reply, Lin Mu cursed out loud. He was here in a hurry, and the system was here bolting him. But no matter how much he cursed, the system just didn't give a damn. Strength, spirit, all added to the top. The only thing left is physique. But where am I going to find that much energy to replenish? Adding physique consumes energy. Where will I get an energy supplement now? He had to break through to the sky-breaking realm, otherwise he couldn't beat Tak, and now he didn't have the props to report his life. Just at this moment, he suddenly saw the Wan Dao ring on his left wrist. He took out a handful of spirit coins and held them in his mouth. We can only try. The spirit coins are refined from the energy core, and the teacher said that they can be used for cultivation, which means that this energy can be directly absorbed. There's no way. Now there's only this method to try. Now after adding the spirit, there's still 2.6 million body mass left. To fill it up, I don't know how much it will take. Where was he going to get so many energy replenishing pills now? I'll go. It's feasible. Lin Mu realized that after he started to add more, the warmth inside his stomach started to run throughout his body. When it ran to his mouth, it turned around on the spirit coins and immediately went back inside his stomach. With just this opening of the mouth, the spirit coins all fell to the ground. Am I being stupid? Why did I have to hold it in my mouth? Wouldn't it be fine for me to use spatial laws to transport the spirit coins to my stomach and then take them out? Lin Mu gave himself a slap. This person's brain was a sham when he was in a hurry. 8 minutes later, Lin Mu, who had consumed more than 600 spirit coins, opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes, leaving 2 small holes in the wall of the cave. Host, Lin Mu. Physique, 999999999. Strength, 9999999. Spirit, 999,999. Gnosis, 10. Attribute points, 177611461. The moment all the attributes were filled up, a small space at the heart opened up, and a rich cyan liquid flowed out of it, the liquid containing a majestic breath of life. The spiritual energy from the upper dantian, and the chi energy from the lower dantian transformed into 2 streams, entangling with the cyan liquid. The 3 dantians shattered with a bang, but Lin Mu didn't feel any discomfort. The 3 energies entangled with each other and finally converged in his mind. Slowly, above Lin Mu's head, a flower bone slowly took shape. A 3-colored, 9-colored lotus slowly bloomed and kept rotating above Lin Mu's head. All 3 types of energy in his body were drawn in by the lotus, and the rotating lotus brought up the 3 types of energy, forming a tornado-like wind shape. Eventually the speed grew faster and faster, and the energy was all absorbed by the lotus. Boom! With a loud bang, the lotus flower scattered grains of 3-colored energy sand, and the sand-like energy scattered over Lin Mu's body, and Lin Mu felt that his flesh, internal organs, and mind had been strengthened like never before. The 3-colored lotus slowly stopped rotating and finally landed in Lin Mu's mind. The previous upper dantian was replaced by this lotus. All the essence of the entire body was transformed into the lotus flower, and there was a faint connection between the lotus flower and every part of the body. Is this the sky-breaking realm? Lin Mu couldn't help but feel the energy of the lotus flower within his mind. The flower of Yuan Qi that was formed from a combination of 3 energies was far too strong than the single essence, Qi, and God from before. And now that all the spirit, Qi, and essence were all fused into one, Lin Mu felt that all the energies could be used as he wished, and his spiritual power was even more explosive straight away. He felt that with a casual movement of his spiritual energy, he could cover half of the Earth star. Why do I have to reach the limit of my essence and Qi before I can be promoted? The Dragon King and the others seem to only cultivate spiritual power, and essence and Qi don't seem to need to be cultivated at all. System, what is this situation? Forget it, it's useless to ask you. Perfection of essence and spirit is the only way to fuse the perfect flower of Yuan Qi. This is the ultimate way. The flower of Yuan Qi condensed from the perfection of a single attribute is flawed and cannot step into the cosmic supreme realm. Originally, Lin Mu didn't even have any hope. This system was just ignoring him anyway. I didn't expect it to reply to him this time, which almost didn't move Lin Mu to tears. System, what exactly is the realm of a cosmic supreme? Detected the host's essence and spirit unification. System upgrade in progress. Lin Mu almost exploded. It was obvious that he didn't want to answer his question. Otherwise, why didn't the flower of Yuan Qi upgrade when it was formed? System upgrade complete. Before Lin Mu could react, the system had already been upgraded. Reopening the attribute panel, the familiar physique, spirit, and strength were all gone. Host, Lin Mu. Yuan Qi, 10 million. Enlightenment, 10. Avenue, space deep, no phase deep. Attribute points, 177611461. System, it really has to be you. With this interface of yours, if I hadn't heard my teacher talk about the realm behind me, I wouldn't have known how to break through at all. Essence, Qi, and spirit had already in one become Yuan Qi, and if Lin Mu hadn't gone to the planet of 10,000 ways, he probably would have added more points to Yuan Qi. A 10 million Yuan Qi value, if he added points in the old way, he would have to add up to 100 million. Pure and simple bull, with 80,000 attribute points a day, it would take him 3 years to break through to the Turing Void realm. But the realm after breaking through the void basically had nothing to do with Yuan Qi. It might be related, but it's not that important anymore. With more Yuan Qi, the spiritual range would be greater and the life force would be more vigorous, but it didn't have much to do with how much law power was mobilized. 1,000 pounds and 10,000 tripods focused on physical Qi, while moving mountains and overturning seas focused on spiritual power. And after arriving at breaking the sky, it was more about comprehending the laws. No matter how much Yuan Qi there was, it was just as useless if you couldn't comprehend the deep essence of the laws and the essence of the great Tao. Ordinary cultivators had to sense the laws through the flower of Yuan Qi and comprehend the essence of the laws before they could break through to the Turing Void realm. But he was different, he only needed to add enlightenment directly. All he needed now was to comprehend the essence of the great Tao to successfully advance to the void traveling realm. Thinking of this, Lin Mu unfolded the absolute domain and started adding points. 100,000 attribute points were added directly to Gnosis, and the look of the absolute domain changed. Previously, the absolute domain was an aperture, and he needed to control the aperture with his spiritual power in order to manipulate space. But now it became different, the aperture disappeared, and a wisp of golden light flowed inside the absolute domain, and countless tiny golden lights filled the entire absolute domain. When he touched the golden light with his yuan qi, the golden light was directly attracted by the yuan qi, without that binding feeling of the aperture. Controlling the golden light could be shaped at will, changing the structure of space, and could even recast a space through the golden light, separating it from the original space. Chapter 122, Rising 2 Realms in a Row, Touring the Void. Is this the essence of the spatial laws? This ray of golden light is the spatial Tao. Lin Mu now had the feeling of doing whatever he wanted in space. Ah! Before he could have enough fun, the flower of Genki suddenly shook and his head felt like it was about to explode. The flower of Yuan Qi also began to shake wildly, like it was about to disintegrate. Detected that the host's Yuan Qi is below the initial threshold, the flower of Yuan Qi is disintegrating, the system is replenishing energy. Lin Mu quickly retreated from the realization of the essence of the Great Tao, and just as he did, he heard a prompt from the system. Opening the attribute panel to take a look, the original 10 million Yuan Qi only had 9 million left. The system was automatically adding points, adding upwards by 100,000 per second, and after 10 seconds, the flower of Yuan Qi stabilized again. What's the situation? Could it be because the Tao I realized was not sensed through the flower of Yuan Qi? Lin Mu suddenly thought of the biggest difference between him and other cultivators. He was enlightened. Other cultivators who perceived the Great Tao did so by slowly figuring it out through the flower of Yuan Qi, slowly perceiving it. Like his teacher, it was easily tens of millions of years of enlightenment. And his sense of the Great Tao came from the system directly enhancing his enlightenment. It was the system that allowed him to see the essence of the Tao. This kind of tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of enlightenment was simply abnormal, and this kind of enlightenment was not something he could manage, it was just that the system helped him force it. That's why the Great Tao he sensed would backfire on himself. Previously, he had not yet comprehended the essence of the Great Tao, so this manifestation was not obvious. But now as soon as he came into contact with the essence of the Tao, there was a backlash when he directly comprehended the Great Tao, and it was the flower of Yuan Qi that endured this backlash. Others were slowly sensing it little by little. He was gripping back the Great Tao all at once. System, is it because of the backlash of the Great Tao? Although Lin Mu had a rough guess, he wasn't sure and could only ask the system. Although the system didn't care about him most of the time, ever since he had been promoted to Skybreaker, he felt as if the system had gotten smarter. Please ask the host to figure it out on his own. Ha! Lin Mu sneered breathlessly. He thought the system was smarter, but it turned out to be the same. However, he felt that his guess was not wrong. This method of comprehending the Great Tao of his would not be in line with the system's conservation of energy if it didn't have a cost. That said, I should have skipped the skybreaking realm by now and be considered to be at the void traveling realm. Opening the system panel, Lin Mu muttered. Host, Lin Mu. Yuan Qi, 10 million. Enlightenment, 10. Avenue, Space Essence 1%, no phase deep. Attribute points, 16661461. He had comprehended the deep laws when he was in the inverted sea realm, and it was reasonable to say that it was only comprehended when he was in the skybreaking realm. After comprehending the essence of the Great Tao at the skybreaking realm, he would be promoted to Touring Void. He now also finally understood what the realm of the traveling void was. After comprehending the essence of the Great Tao, the power of the laws could be manipulated as he wished, just how much or how little it could be manipulated. In this way, by applying the laws to himself, he could travel through the void at will. The void-breaking realm was actually still a process of applying the flower of Yuan Qi, and the power of the laws that could be utilized was quite weak and had many limitations. Because the surface and deep layers of the laws were only the most superficial way of utilizing them, without sensing the essence of the Great Tao, one would never understand how the Tao operated. And now that he had only comprehended 1% of the spatial Tao, he was already able to control space freely. However, it was also because it was only 1% that he would suddenly break off when he utilized the laws of the Great Tao. This was because not having comprehended 100% of the Great Tao, he did not yet understand the laws of the universe represented by this one Great Tao, and would not be able to use it when he encountered a complicated situation. Just like a book with a total of 100 different chapters, even though one has only read one chapter, it is still considered reading and knowing some of the contents of the book. But to want to explain to someone the content of the entire book's remaining amount of 99 chapters through the first chapter is obviously not possible. But this 1% is going to deduct 1 million Yuan Qi from me. Wouldn't it take 100 million attribute points for a complete Tao to be comprehended? And that's not even counting the attribute points for adding enlightenment. Lin Mu didn't know if 100,000 attribute points of enlightenment could stay in the Great Tao essence space all the time. If it could, he could save a few million attribute points. But the attribute points that were consumed by the flower of Yuan Qi couldn't be saved. It would take 100 million in real terms. Try it. Lin Mu didn't say anything. 10 million attribute points were added directly to Yuan Qi, then 100,000 attribute points were added to enlightenment. When he saw the essence of the Great Tao again, he finally knew what the problem was. When he controlled his spiritual power to touch the golden lights, they would transform into a stream of information that was transmitted into his mind. And these golden lights were finally absorbed by the flower of Yuan Qi, which would break down a portion of the three-colored energy to fuse with the golden lights after absorbing them. After fusion, these energies would converge into Lin Mu's mind and disappear. However, Lin Mu could clearly perceive that the information covered in those golden lights was about the rules of space. There was only a second of time just now, and Lin Mu couldn't feel the process at all. And this time, there was no risk of the flower of Yuan Qi collapsing, and the golden light would keep drilling into the flower of Yuan Qi. So it is. 10 seconds later, Lin Mu opened his eyes and a brilliant light erupted from his eyes. His guess was not wrong, quickly comprehending the great Tao would consume Yuan Qi. Other people were slowly comprehending as they practiced, and their Yuan Qi recovery could keep up with the rate of consumption. He was comprehending a lot at once, so his Yuan Qi recovery couldn't keep up, and it would cause the flower of Yuan Qi to collapse. Like his teacher, they had been cultivating for tens of millions of years, and even if they weren't cultivating the law of the extreme Tao, their Yuan Qi was many, many times stronger than his. This was the accumulation of time, so there would be no problems with their flower of Yuan Qi. And those golden lights are the rules of the great Tao, which is the operating law of the universe. These golden lights were countless in space, and when he comprehended the rules in the golden lights, he could use golden lights with the same rules to control space. And those golden lights disappeared in his mind. They didn't disappear into his mind, but were absorbed by his soul. Opening the attribute panel again, Lin Mu looked at the distant sea and murmured, "Wait, I'm coming to settle the score with you guys." Host, Lin Mu. Yuan Qi, 10 million. Enlightenment, 10. Avenue, space essence 11%, no phase deep. Attribute points, 656-1861. To be on the safe side, he added all the remaining 6 million attribute points to Yuan Qi. He measured the spiritual power of a Yuan Qi point now, or about 1 kilometer. After he added all the remaining 6 million attributes to his Yuan Qi, his spiritual power could instantly cover the entire Earth star. Through the laws of space, he could instantly move to any corner of the Earth star. This was the extreme Tao, which was a great deal stronger than an ordinary cultivator's spiritual power, life force, and Qi. Chapter 123 War God Temple on War God Mountain. Host, Lin Mu. Yuan Qi, 16561861. Enlightenment, 10. Avenue, space essence 11%, no phase deep. Attribute points, 0. Looking at the latest attributes, even if Sha Li personally came to Earthstar, Lin Mu had the confidence to fight. Although Sha Li was close to breaking through the Palm Heaven realm and comprehended deeper laws than himself. But he comprehended the laws of space, the two supreme laws of the universe. As long as Sha Li's comprehension of the laws is not complete, he has the confidence to fight. Even if he couldn't beat him, he could still hide. Moreover, Lin Mu was now very sure that Sha Li's law power couldn't break through the alien space he had created with his spatial laws. His flower of Yuan Qi was an extreme law. Sha Li's flower of Yuan Qi was far worse than his, and trying to use Yuan Qi to oppress his spatial law was simply impossible. He covered the capital with his Yuan Qi and did not find Wang Miao Miao in the Fan family compound. But he found Wang Miao Miao and his father-in-law and mother-in-law in the Dragon King's mansion. He had originally thought that he had disappeared for more than a day, and the Dragon King would think he was dead. Unexpectedly, the Dragon King had protected Wang Miao Miao. Moreover, he saw two acquaintances, Zheng Hongyuan and Li Changqing, were also in the Dragon King's residence. Long Yuekong seemed to notice something and glanced towards the sky. Is it my illusion? How come it feels like there is a Yuan Qi sweeping through the Dragon King mansion? Lin Mu immediately withdrew his Yuan Qi after sensing Long Yuekong's Yuan Qi. The difference between Long Yuekong's Yuan Qi and his Yuan Qi was still too big, not even a tenth of his, and this was the reason why the essence and Qi were too small. In fact, essence Qi was the root of the flower of Yuan Qi, but the current cultivation method didn't seem to care about essence Qi at all. Lin Mu didn't go to the Dragon King's mansion. He wanted to let the War God's palace have a taste of this before he went to meet them. Now his identity was too sensitive, almost labeled as a sinner of the Dragon Kingdom, and it wasn't easy to clear his name. If he went to see them now, he would involve them in this incident. Thinking of this, Lin Mu used the Wan Dao ring to send a signal to the Shinjuku Empire, asking them to come here at a rapid pace in their capacity as the Wan Dao Empire's Dando King. He, on the other hand, used his Yuan Qi to lock onto the Battle God Temple's headquarters, the Battle God Mountain, and instantly moved over. On the War God Mountain, a splendid golden hall stood at the top of the mountain, a hall that the War God Palace had consumed 3,000 tons of gold to create. He was hidden in an alien space, and the people of the War God Palace didn't even realize that a person had come out overhead. Scavenging the Earth Star for so many goodies. Lin Mu swept with his Yuan Qi, and the contents of the War God's hall were unobstructed. The top treasures of the Earth Star countries, all kinds of national treasures, ancient paintings, jades, and artifacts, all of them were top-notch. All of these were placed inside the corners to eat dust after being scavenged by the War God Temple. Lin Mu had received these things directly into the ring of the 10,000 paths, and although they didn't have any cultivation value, they were all the top arts of a civilization. At the same time, he had the ring of 10,000 paths turn on the camera function and record the whole thing. He was going to do the same thing to his people. The Wan Dao Ring's camera was not an ordinary camera, but a holographic record, recording everything around it. Although the Wan Dao Empire was a cultivation empire, there were many technological planets below it, or else it wouldn't have been able to develop something like the Wan Dao Ring. Only, the technological planets would all eventually turn to cultivation. Because they would realize that no matter how much they researched the universe, they couldn't break through its limitations. Even the most powerful weapon can only destroy a galaxy, and even the unstoppable weapon like the two-way foil is just a piece of in the eyes of the true self realm. The true self realm had all comprehended a little bit of the spatial Tao, and for this kind of weapon that simply utilized the principle of spatial collapse, a single law force could destroy it. What kind of person dare to come to the War God Temple to steal? Lin Mu had just taken these things away when the inspectors saw that the treasures in the warehouse were gone, even those paintings hanging on the wall were gone. Seeing this scene, the inspectors immediately pulled the alarm of the War God Temple. Stealing things? Are these things yours? Lin Mu snorted coldly. The spatial laws were directly applied to the Golden Hall, and the yellow-built hall was rubbed into a huge orb by him. All the people inside were imprisoned inside by the spatial laws and were squeezed into mush. At this moment, the members of the Battle God Temple who saw this scene in the nearby sub-temple fled in all directions. It's that White City War God, how is he still alive? Didn't Lord War God say that he had already killed him? Hurry up and inform Lord War God and Lord. Someone had already recognized Lin Mu and was calling to notify the God of War, Talk, and the Lords of Order. These two were the two great Hall Lords of the War God Temple, and it was rumored that there was also a Deputy Hall Lord, only that he didn't show up all year round. The God of War and the Lord of Order ranked first and third on the battle power ranking, with the second being the Dragon King. Although the fourth, the God of Slaying, and the fifth, the Zen Master of the Unseen, were both members of the Dragon King's house, the God of Slaying was restrained to death by the Lords of Order. Phaseless Zen Master is strong in life preservation, combat power is still not a little bit worse, the law of phaselessness cannot be used to fight, can only engage in sneak attack. The good thing is that the sixth Sword Saint can still make a contribution. But the seventh, the Tui Scatterer is purely and simply a scatterer, although he is also from the Dragon Kingdom, he doesn't intervene in the fight between the two forces, a bit like Lin Mu in the past. If he hadn't seen through the conspiracy of the God of War and the Venerable Lord, he probably would have been a disperser as well. The eighth Dark Sovereign, on the other hand, was from the Bear Country and wasn't in the same league as the War God's Palace, but he couldn't hide, and when the War God's Palace was finished off, Lin Mu would be the first to look for him. The ninth Pharaoh was the founder of the Pharaoh's Society, and he's closer to the War God's Palace. The 10th King of Light was also from the Dragon King's mansion, but his strength was so poor that he wasn't even on the same level as the first 8, and he was only able to fight with Pharaoh. Maybe it's true as rumor has it, he just ate spirit grass to eat up. The top 10 on the battle power list, Lin Mu basically understood them all, mainly the God of War and the Lord of Order, which were unique in their battle power. The Dragon King was about the same as the two of them, but the God of Slaying and the three of them were a bit far behind. It was also because of these combined reasons that the Dragon King's house had always been suppressed by the War God's Palace. There were so many things that could be determined by the high level of battle power. Lin Mu didn't stop them even as he watched them report, he was just waiting for the God of War to come over. Not a moment later, a figure flew in from the distance, and it was none other than the God of War, Talk. Kid, you're not dead? He glanced at Lin Mu. These days he had been making a big deal about Lin Mu being dead, but he didn't expect this kid to show up again. What, are you surprised? Lin Mu skimmed his mouth, seeing the red blood mist of the God of War coming at him, he directly shielded it away. I said how did you dare to come over, so it's because you comprehended the flower of Yuan Qi and advanced to the sky-breaking realm. Tak snorted coldly when he saw his red blood mist being blocked. But you think you can beat me just because you just broke through? Do you still have that escape? If not, I'll laugh at your spatial laws. Tak laughed out loud, and a wave of blood-colored energy violently erupted from his body. Chapter 124, Being an Old Six. Red energy quickly surrounded the entire Battle God Mountain, and colorless blood mist began to float around the mountain. If it weren't for you, the Exalted Lord wouldn't have rewarded me with the God Cultivating Herb, and I wouldn't have broken through to the realm of the Traveling Void. To be honest, I still have to thank you. Tak looked at Lin Mu, who was trapped to death by the red mist, and laughed out loud. After he was severely injured, he immediately found the Exalted Lord and also learned that Lin Mu had teleported away through a certain treasure. He had been injured by that force of law to the flower of Yuan Qi, and he simply couldn't recover in a short period of time. In order not to delay the progress of the fusion, the Exalted Lord had given him a cultivation herb that was specifically used to repair the flower of Yuan Qi. It was also because of this divine cultivation grass that he unintentionally comprehended the essence of the law of bloodlust and successfully advanced to the void traveling realm. Don't resist, your deep law power can't block my law power that sees through the great Tao. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed. This Tokei knew quite a lot. It seemed that Shalikui had told him quite a lot of things and was really training him as a subordinate. What's the point of telling you so much? You don't understand either. A strong sense of self-righteousness erupted from War God Talk. Why did you set me up? Lin Mu began to lay the trap. He had to get the video to help clear his name. The God of War narrowed his eyes at him. There's no camera or recorder. After determining that there were no cameras on Lin Mu, he put his heart down. He was afraid that Lin Mu would pull the same stunt he did. Cell phones were capable of live streaming, and he was afraid of causing public outrage in all the countries of Earthstar, so it was better to be cautious. He smiled contemptuously and said, "It was just to catch you in Sioux City in the first place, just to throw some dirty water on you in the meantime. And wasn't I telling the truth? You were already robbing the energy core." Lin Mu deliberately struggled a bit, allowing the red blood mist to enter his body. "What exactly is your purpose? What's the point of your War God Temple robbing so many energy cores?" he roared, trying to break free. "Don't waste your energy, obediently let me parse your blood." The God of War was a bit excited to see this scene. The legendary spatial law was beckoning towards him. "Seeing as you've delivered it to me, whisper a secret to you. You think that the cosmic language and these cultivation systems were thought up by our War God Temple? If we were that powerful, we would have dominated the Earthstar long ago. Where would we still be grinding with the Dragon King's mansion here like we are now?" Tak started to be arrogant again as he taunted Lin Mu, feeling unusually satisfied. "You're undercover aliens, spies of the Earthstar." Lin Mu said with feigned surprise. He had already known about Tak and Sha Li Chi. It was just an act. "What undercover agent, what spy? This is a gift from His Holiness to us. As long as the Earthstar is allowed to fuse with the energy core, the Venerable Lord will be able to descend on the Earthstar, and at that time, the Earthstar will become a true cultivation star. We'll be able to live forever." Tak shouted frantically. Ever since he ate the god cultivating her, he was dead to the Exalted Lord and had no more thoughts. The higher the realm, the more he understood the truth that the Exalted Lord was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. His previous thoughts were all wrong. Even if he got Lin Mu's spatial laws, he couldn't escape the Venerable Lord's hand. "You're asking for death. That Venerable Lord you're talking about must have some other purpose. He can't even live forever himself, so what makes you able to?" Lin Mu struggled, still trying to get Tak to say more. "You fart. As long as I integrate the energy core into the world core, and the Exalted Lord masters the Earthstar, I will be the true number one under the Exalted Lords, and all of you will be my slaves." The God of War glared at Lin Mu with both eyes. He wanted to kill this alarmist brat and take away his spatial laws. "Die for me." The power of the laws in his body erupted again, but he realized that it still hadn't broken through Lin Mu's spatial laws, and Lin Mu was still resisting. "Spatial laws are really good. The deep laws can actually resist my essence laws. It's really something that even a Venerable Lord's heart is moved by." The God of War grew more and more excited when he saw this scene instead. Because his blood mist had already penetrated Lin Mu's body, it was only a matter of time before he wanted to obtain Lin Mu's memories. "Oh? Is that so? You want the laws of space so badly?" Lin Mu moved his neck and looked at Tokei with cold eyes. Those conversations just now were enough. He didn't want to keep playing. "Since you want it so much, then I'll give it to you." He let out a low gulp, and the red blood mist around him was shaken away, imposing an airless otherworldly space on Tak. "You!" Tak looked at Lin Mu in surprise. He had obviously controlled Lin Mu. How could he break free in a flash? "You're in the realm of swimming void. Why? Why can you rise 2 realms in a row from the void-breaking realm in a day and a half?" Tak was deadlocked inside by the space wall, and he couldn't die without air for a while. He looked at Lin Mu in shock. This kind of power was definitely the power of laws that comprehended the essence of the Great Tao. He couldn't figure out why Lin Mu was still a pouring sea realm the day before yesterday, but today he had become a swimming void realm, which didn't conform to the common sense of cultivation. He had been cultivating for 90 years and had only been promoted to the swimming void realm with the support of his venerable self. In the mouth of the Venerable Lord, he was already a rare genius, so why would there still be a demon like Lin Mu? "The speech just now was good, so I'll let you live a little longer." Lin Mu started editing the video through the Wan Dao Ring, and with the help of the Wan Dao Ring's intelligence system, a video he wanted was immediately cut out. Looking at the virtually projected video, Tak said in shock, "What kind of technology is this? You disappeared for a day to go to another planet." He could tell at a glance that this was definitely not Terran technology. Terra didn't have anything this advanced. "It's okay, when you die, you'll know where I'm going." Lin Mu didn't kill Tak, but quietly played the video in front of him, and everything he said was all recorded. Killing to kill, he wanted to make Tak suffer the scorn of all the people of Earthstar before he died. After converting the video into a chemical format, the Bando Ring directly accessed the Earthstar's network system. This wonderful speech by Tak quickly began to spread on the social media of the Terrestrial Union. "Lin Mu, do you think there's any point in putting up this kind of video now? As long as the Venerable Lord comes over, even if you have the spatial laws, you're still going to die." He saw this video and instead looked calm. "Release me now, and I can have His Holiness spare your life." Holding his breath for a long period of time caused his face to turn red, yet he continued to clamor. Will that so-called honorable lord of yours ever get through? The world core of the planet of the 10,000 beasts has infused with the world core of the planet of the earth. He'll be discovered by the world consciousness, won't he? If he's discovered, won't you guys lose all your efforts? Lin Mu looked at Tokei with a smile. Now he didn't care about that anymore, he could talk about anything. Because the video had already begun to ferment, the war god's palace had become a street rat that everyone was shouting at. Chapter 125: A Ship in the Gutter. You are the one who eavesdropped on us that day at the 10,000 Beasts planet. Tak suddenly reacted. He had never said anything about the planet of the beasts and the world core, even the Order Lords he had never said anything about. Because the Exalted Lord had told him that although the world core didn't have a mind, once the news was leaked and too many people knew about it, the world consciousness could still make a counterattack. Although he didn't understand what it meant, he strictly followed this order. But now that Lin Mu suddenly said something about the 10,000 Beast Star in the world core, he suddenly thought of what the Venerable Lord had said to him yesterday. The Venerable Lord had asked him to pay attention to whether or not anyone on the Earth Star was discussing the matter of the world core. At the same time, he also told him about the spatial fluctuations on the planet of 10,000 beasts. You really are a good dog raised by Sha Li Chi, he even told you this. Look, your war god temple is now infamous. Lin Mu opened the virtual projection of the Ring of 10,000 Paths and displayed the comments of everyone in the Earthstar Alliance in front of Tak. Battle temple dogs, sellouts are not human. I knew Lin Mu, a righteous man like him, wouldn't do such a thing, so it's the War God's palace that's behind all this. The War God palace is trying to sell Earth. What's the origin of that honorable lord? Aliens? No wonder the War God palace has been publicizing the cosmic language. This is a cultural invasion. Down with the god of war, and give Earth a clean slate. Death to the god of war. Lin Mu, you'll die a horrible death. Definitely. Tak's mind exploded as he saw the countless comments cursing him. How about it? How does it feel to be scolded? Lin Mu looked at the furious Tokei and asked with a smile. Lin Mu, don't be too happy, the energy core is already half fused, it's too late for you to stop it now. Tak was still making his last dying struggle. He thought that as long as the Exalted Lord came over, Lin Mu would definitely not be able to escape. Whether it's too late or not doesn't matter to you. After wasting so many words with you, I'm sending you on your way. Lin Mu already didn't want to nag him anymore. He was already comfortable after seeing how pissed off Tak was. His purpose of returning the favor in his own way had been achieved. La 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 la. Just as he was about to make his move, his cell phone suddenly rang. He originally thought it was Wang Miao Miao who saw the video and called, but he didn't expect it to be an unfamiliar number, and it was still a video call. As soon as the phone was connected, what met his eyes was Wang Miao Miao's figure. But she was in a bound state, with a black cloth stuffed in the innermost part. Behind her were Wang Ziyi and Zhang Chuifeng. At the back, there were Li Chongqing and Ma Dehai. This is catching all the people who are related to him. Lin Mu's Yuanqi instantly covered the Dragon King's mansion, and the Dragon King was currently in the attic drinking tea and watching the video he had released, while Wang Miao Miao and the others had indeed disappeared. Who are you? Retracting his Yuanqi, Lin Mu asked in a deep voice into his cell phone. Let go of the god of war, throw the energy core inside the world core, and I'll let them go. The person who kidnapped Wang Miao Miao and the others didn't show his face at all, and his voice was processed, and he didn't have any other nonsense. He just asked Lin Mu to release them. And also wanted Lin Mu to help them fuse their energy cores. Lin Mu's Yuanqi covered the entire Earth star, but he couldn't even find it in the sea of people. He hadn't yet comprehended the spatial coordinates in the spatial avenue, and Wang Miao Miao didn't have any spiritual energy or Yuanqi left behind by him on them, so he had no way to start. This person looked like he was from the Battle God Temple, and he had no target either. Moreover, this person could kidnap Wang Miao Miao and the others out of the Dragon King's mansion, so he must be a high-level undercover agent arranged by the War God's palace in the Dragon King's mansion. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Dragon King not to notice that Wang Miao Miao and the others had disappeared. This person must be able to come and go as he pleases in the Dragon King's mansion, and there is no one to stop him, which is why he was able to easily kidnap so many people and bring them out of the Dragon King's mansion. How can I trust you? How can I be sure that you won't tear the ticket? Lin Mu frowned. Letting Tak go was fine, letting him go would allow him to kill again. To make him integrate his energy core into the Earth Star's world core, he could do that as well. Doing so would allow Sha Liqui to come over though. But he had already contacted someone from the Shinjuku Empire to come over, and with the speed of the Shinjuku Empire, he believed it wouldn't take long. The Wandao ring seemed to be made with quantum technology plus spatial laws, allowing for zero delayed calls throughout the universe. His Wandao ring had already received the message, and in half a day at the most, the Vanguard would be able to arrive. The main reason was because this side of the Earth Star belonged to the junction of three primary empires, a triple zone. The three empires were all affiliated with the Wandao Empire, and there was no need to strictly defend this galaxy for the sake of it. So this galaxy didn't have any powerful characters stationed in it. There was only a Palm Heaven realm in the center of the galaxy, but the Palm Heaven realm was still a bit slow in trying to cross the galaxy, and it would be better for them to set off directly from the central galaxy of the Empire. That's why the Shinjo Empire had to transfer people from the center of the Empire, and the center of the Shinjo Empire to the Earthstar was separated by a distance of several million galaxies. The Grand General of the Shinjo Empire personally led the team, and had already rushed to the nearest teleportation point to the Earthstar on a teleportation array, and was expected to arrive at the Earthstar in only 2 hours. This was the reply letter from the Grand General of the Shinjo Empire to Lin Mu. Their emperor was in seclusion, so he couldn't greet Lin Mu, and apologized specifically. "You have no other choice now." An arrogant to the core voice came from the other side of the phone, and he was certain that Lin Mu wouldn't take any chances. He seemed to have investigated Lin Mu very clearly, and Lin Mu was very concerned about his family. "Good. But I don't have an energy core." Lin Mu could only nod his head in agreement. He had to drag it out for a while. Once the people from the Shinjuku Empire arrived, it wouldn't matter if Shaliqui came to Earthstar. He had to find this person now and stall for time, otherwise the person was in the hands of the kidnappers, and he wouldn't dare to mess around when the people from the Shinjo Empire came. "If you release the war god, he will naturally do this." The voice from the opposite side came, and Lin Mu knew that things weren't simple anymore. It looked like the War God Temple had pretty much collected the energy cores it needed. "Good." With a wave of Lin Mu's hand, the alien space that bound Tak was lifted. Tak glanced at Lin Mu. "Hey, still sending videos?" After saying that, he left without looking back. He knew that if he wanted to deal with Lin Mu, the Exalted Lord himself had to come out. What he had to do now was to fuse the energy core with the Earthstar's world core. Lin Mu's face was gloomy and didn't say anything. He really didn't expect that the Dragon King was in the Dragon King's mansion, but there was still someone who could kidnap Wang Miao and the others from under his nose. Originally, he just wanted to shade Tak, but he didn't expect that instead, he would be the one to turn the boat over in the gutter. Seeing that Tak was far away, the caller added, "If you want them to live, you'd better not make any small moves. I'm not hanging up the video, I'll be right here watching you." Lin Mu frowned. This person was harder than expected. He still wanted to make a trip to the Dragon King's mansion, now it seemed unrealistic. Chapter 126A Box. However, this person on the opposite side had obviously underestimated Lin Mu. Lin Mu directly covered the Dragon King's mansion with Yuan Shi and transmitted, "Elder Dragon, I have something to discuss with you." Long Yuekong was fretting, but he suddenly heard Lin Mu's voice transmission. Lin Mu was fine, so he was much relieved. Although the situation on Earthstar was bad now, the fact that Lin Mu was able to show up and record such a video proved that there was still room for things to turn around. According to his guess, Lin Mu was definitely not afraid of the god of war, otherwise this video could not have been sent out. But what he was worried about was that now that the war god's palace had completed a large portion of the world core fusion, that Exalted Lord was probably going to be finished once he came over to Earthstar. "Lin Mu? You've advanced to the hollow-breaking realm? What's the matter with you?" Hearing Lin Mu's anxious voice, Long Yuekong was a bit puzzled. Lin Mu should be fine. How could he be so anxious? Miao Mao and the others have been kidnapped. Impossible. I'm here. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Long Yuekong's Yuan Shi immediately covered Wang Miao and their residence, and the latter half of his sentence ended abruptly. "The god of war had already been restrained by me, but someone suddenly made a video call to me. He captured Miao and the others and asked me to release the god of war." Lin Mu made a long story short. Time was now running out. Long Yuekong stood up from his chair. He was sitting in the Dragon King's mansion and someone had kidnapped someone from under his nose and he hadn't detected a single trace of abnormality. This person's strength was not low, and his identity was not simple. He came to the conclusion at the first moment. "Hold your horses, I'll sense it." "Elder Long, don't sense it, it can't be sensed." Lin Mu saw Long Yuekong close his eyes and immediately reminded anxiously. Even he couldn't sense it. Long Yuekong's Yuan Shi was so much lower than his, it was even more impossible to sense it. "I sensed it." The Dragon King suddenly opened his eyes. Lin Mu was shocked. How did this happen? Could there be a different use for Yuan Shi? "I sense Li Changqing's location." Li Changqing and Miao were kidnapped together. Where are they? "Inside the Forbidden City." "The Forbidden City of Kyoto? How did you sense it?" Lin Mu's Yuan power extended towards the Forbidden City, searching bit by bit. "Yesterday, Li Changqing was seriously injured in the White City and was saved by Zhang Honyuan. I used a drop of my blood to save his life. It's the scent of the blood that I sense. I can sense the blood even if it's far away from me." "You mustn't use your Yuan Shi to sense it. I suspect that this person is also in the hollow-breaking realm. You will definitely disturb him if you use your Yuan Shi to sense it." "I'll feel my way over later and see exactly where it is." Long Yuekong reminded. He was pretty sure that Lin Mu had already advanced to the sky-breaking realm, otherwise he couldn't restrain the war god. But he didn't know that Lin Mu's amount of Yuan Shi exceeded his by too much, and that the Yuan Shi he vaguely detected was Lin Mu's. "Don't worry. I won't mess around." Lin Mu replied back, and Yuan Shi had already launched a carpet search within the Forbidden City. The inside of the Forbidden City was too complicated, and there were many people managing the supplies inside, so he could only search inch by inch. After searching for a few minutes, he still hadn't felt any scent. Elder Dragon, are you sensing something wrong? Lin Mu's Yuan Chi rediscovered the Dragon King again. However, Long Yuekong abruptly opened his eyes. It's underneath the Forbidden City Hall of Light. As soon as he heard this, Lin Mu's Yuan Chi immediately went towards the Hall of Light like a tidal wave, but he swept the Hall of Light up and down 2 or 3 times, and he didn't find any traces of Wang Miao Miao and the others. Elder Long, is it a mistake? Lin Mu's Yuan Chi found the Dragon King who had already gotten up. There's no mistake, I sensed the blood's location right there. But my Yuan Chi didn't sense any sign of Miao Miao and the others there in the Hall of Light. Look at the Hall of Light to see if there's anything special about it. I doubt this person is using anything to hinder his spiritual power. The Dragon King had already flown above the Hall of Light, and he did feel the aura of dragon blood underground. But the fact that he hadn't felt Wang Miao Miao's and their aura at such a close distance meant that the other party had prepared for it. Something that blocks spiritual energy? Lin Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Ever since his essence was united, he hadn't doubted the role of Yuan Chi. But after hearing the Dao Dragon King say this, he reacted to the fact that Yuan Chi was actually still spiritual power, only that it was mixed with 2 other kinds of power to make spiritual power more powerful. Yuan Chi just had the 3 characteristics of essence, Qi, and God, but spiritual power was still spiritual power, and the characteristics of spiritual power hadn't changed. There were some materials that could indeed shield the view of spiritual energy, but such materials were rare and were usually used to build weapons. No one had ever used this material to build a space out of it. As soon as he heard this, Lin Mu stopped looking for Wang Miao Miao and the others, and instead, he was starting to look for something different inch by inch. There were some materials that could shield spiritual power, but they couldn't shield laws. As long as there was space, they could definitely be found with laws. Now Lin Mu changed his approach. He no longer scanned the hall, but slowly infiltrated it with Yuan Chi wrapped in laws. Finally, underneath a dry well, Lin Mu sensed a hint of abnormality. Yuan Chi probed the bottom of the withered well, and the bottom was blank. But as the absolute domain expanded below the withered well, it encountered a square box-like mysterious space that wasn't large, only half the size of a container. This box-like mysterious space could not be detected with spiritual power, and the absolute domain circled around him. Because the expansion of the absolute domain also depended on Yuan Chi couldn't detect this box, and the laws couldn't penetrate inside the box. But when the absolute domain covered that piece of space, this space that couldn't form an absolute domain stood out. Everywhere else was covered by the absolute domain, but this place couldn't be covered, and the answer was already crying out. After carefully sensing it with the absolute domain, Lin Mu looked at the cell phone screen in front of him and his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. So this is it. Lin Mu saw a tin can-like object behind Li Changqing, with only a small corner exposed. At first he thought it was some kind of miscellaneous object, but now that he thought about it, this should be an oxygen cylinder. No wonder he kept hearing a hissing sound coming from the opposite side of the phone. At first he thought it was the air exchange system in the room, but he didn't realize it was the sound of oxygen cylinders being deflated. This box is a completely enclosed space. After a person goes in, the kind of material on the exterior will be tightly stitched, and the air can't get in, relying on the oxygen cylinder to supply oxygen, and of course the Yuan Chi can't detect the situation inside the box. The whole box is under the dead well. From the dead well down should be the entrance. After the entrance is opened, this material will become tightly sealed, and unless the space laws are used to slowly line up the area, the Yuan Chi will not be able to sense this area at all. When Yuan Chi swept through, it would be as if there was nothing here, and it would make the person scanning think that there was just a piece of land missing. Lin Mu controlled the absolute domain and compressed it towards the mysterious space, and under the strong pressure of the space, the shell of the box deformed. After the material deformed, an arching gap appeared and the space inside the box was revealed. Chapter 217 Deadly Soldier of the Sea Pouring Realm. A person wearing a black hood and night clothes was looking at the screen on his cell phone when he suddenly felt the walls of the room tremble as if it was an earthquake. Then a ray of sunlight suddenly appeared in the dimly lit room. The cell phone screen then changed, and he felt that there was something familiar about the image in the phone. Taking another look, his figure actually appeared inside the cell phone screen, and he was looking at the cell phone screen, only it was his back. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Lin Mu, his eyes panicked and frightened, saying, "How did you find your way here?" He thought he had done a seamless job, kidnapping people in the Dragon King's mansion and then tying them up inside the Forbidden City. He thought that no one could have imagined that the kidnapped person would be close at hand. The Dragon King's mansion and the Forbidden City were only separated by a wall. The most dangerous place was the safest place, and he thought for sure no one would search here. Moreover, he was hiding inside a box made of special materials that his spiritual power couldn't even search. But when he saw Lin Mu's face, he knew it was over. After Lin Mu squeezed and deformed the box, Yuan Chi smoothly entered the box, and the absolute domain covered the box's inner space in an instant. He then instantly moved inside the box and appeared behind the kidnapper. "You guys have really labored to deal with me. Lin Mu glanced at the man in black and ripped off his hood as soon as he was confined. The imprisoned man in black couldn't resist at all. Say it. Who is the person behind you? He looked at the man in black and asked in a deep voice. This man in black only had the strength of the early stage of the inverted sea realm. It was impossible to tie someone out of the Dragon King's mansion under the Dragon King's nose. Moreover, the Forbidden City wasn't something that a man in black could just casually enter. This large box made of special materials should have just been put in, and the soil sections around it were all new. Lin Mu estimated that this man in black and Meow Meow and the others had all been loaded into the box ahead of time and then placed under the dry well by someone. Ha ha! Long live the War God Temple! Boom! The man in black didn't answer Lin Mu's question, he just laughed maniacally for a few moments before his body violently exploded without any breath of life. A dead man of the inverted sea realm. Lin Mu looked at the black-robed man who blew himself up and died, and a trace of undetectable disbelief flashed in his eyes. Cultivating an inverted sea realm in Earthstar was not a simple matter, and this inverted sea realm committed suicide without a hint of hesitation? At this moment, the several people, Wang Miao Miao, who had been stunned by the man in black, were also awakened by the sound of the explosion. Looking at the pile of broken meat on the ground, Zhang Chuifeng, who had never seen such a scene, vomited. Aha! When Wang Miao Miao saw Lin Mu, she was so excited that she wanted to speak, but she couldn't make a sound. Lin Mu immediately lifted all the restraints on them. Xiao Mu! Wang Miao Miao exclaimed, stumbling and almost fainting due to the long period of time she hadn't stood up. Lin Mu hurriedly supported her. It's okay. Lin Mu touched Wang Miao Miao's head. It was just that after not seeing her for a day, Wang Miao Miao looked a lot more haggard. They all said that you destroyed the Dragon Kingdom, is that true? Wang Miao Miao looked at Lin Mu. She had received a lot of torment in the past 2 days. Some people were openly bashing her and her parents in the comments section. Wang Ziyi advised her to trust Lin Mu, but that feeling of being cyber-violated, she simply couldn't bear it. In this day or so, she couldn't think about tea or food, couldn't sleep at night, and stared at the comments every day, but realized that no one was speaking for them at all. Even if someone said a word or two on their behalf, they were quickly sprayed down by the others, to no avail at all. Who said that? Long Yuekong also found them at this time, and after hearing these words, he directly stormed out. That group of people are all just traitors of the War God Palace. He said indignantly. The video of Lin Mu had continued to ferment over the past 2 days, and they had also published the original story about Lin Mu's incident. However, now that the entire Earthstar was under a set of networks, the water army of the Temple of the God of War was frantically impacting the Dragon Kingdom Forum, and they couldn't block their numbers. Plus, the people of the Dragon Kingdom had also begun to complain about Lin Mu under the compulsion of the War God's palace, so their power was thin. The Dragon King took out his cell phone to show Wang Miao Miao the latest video before Wang Miao Miao cried out loud. In the past 2 days, all the grievances she had suffered had erupted at this moment. Elder Long, hurry up and check the higher echelons of the Dragon King's mansion. I suspect that the person behind this man in black is not simple. This person is just an inverted sea realm, definitely not the mastermind. The mastermind is at least a hollow-breaking realm. Lin Mu saw the Dragon King come over and glanced at the meaty mud on the ground. It was impossible for an inverted sea realm to accomplish this series of maneuvers. It would be difficult for him to enter the Forbidden City alone. Not to mention that he was carrying such a large box, so there must be someone else behind him helping. I know. The Dragon King glanced at the corpse on the ground. An inverted sea realm could kidnap someone from under his nose? He died not believing it. This time when Wang Miao Miao was kidnapped, he had already asked the intelligence department to investigate. He wanted to see who this big fish behind the curtain was. Whose grand hall is this? Is it possible that the owner of this hall did this? Lin Mu glanced at the Hall of Light and felt that this hall was someone's residence, with the scent of human life inside. Impossible, this is Su Menglin's place. He's responsible for the security of the entire Forbidden City, so he lives here. But he's the one I've watched grow up. There's absolutely no way he's an undercover agent of the War God Palace. Long Yuekong shook his head. Su Menglin was the one he watched grow up. It was absolutely impossible for him to betray the Dragon King Palace. Moreover, Su Menglin had killed quite a few hollow-breaking realms of the War God Palace. Even if he was an undercover agent, he couldn't kill the high-end combatants of the War God Palace like this. Hearing the Dragon King say that, Lin Mu could only nod his head. The Dragon King's heart wasn't bad, and Su Menglin was staying by his side, so if there was anything unusual the Dragon King would have noticed it long ago. Elder Dragon, you take them back first. Lin Mu hugged Wang Miao Miao for a while. After more than a day without sleep, plus her mental state was not good, this girl cried for a while, and even fell asleep in his arms. Xiao Mu, where are you going? Wang Ziyi heard the meaning in Lin Mu's words, and coupled with the video that the Dragon King had just shown them, he already had a guess in his mind. There are some things that started because of me, I always have to fix them. Lin Mu gave his father-in-law a reassuring look. His main task right now was to bring down the War God Temple. He had only destroyed the Golden Hall on the War God Mountain, and there were still a lot of people in the War God Palace who weren't on the War God Mountain. Moreover, he had to go and stop Torque now, or else after Shalizi came over, there was a possibility that Earthstar would be finished. Wang Ziyi nodded. He had always supported Lin Mu. By the way, Elder Long, do you know where there is an opening to the center of the Earth? According to what his teacher had told him, the core of the world should be at the very center of the planet, where the center of the Earth was located. It was impossible for the god of war and the others to go to the center of the Earth. They didn't have the spatial laws, they simply didn't have that ability to touch the thousands of degrees of heat in the center of the Earth. So they must have thrown their energy core in through some channel and let the Earth star's world core absorb it. But the Earth star is so big, this is too wide. If it's straight through the Earth star, I don't know about this kind of place. It might be dug by the War God Temple, this is going to take time to find. If it's a place connected to the Earth mantle, I do know two. One is the Hell's Eye, which is so deep that it was rumored to be the entrance to the territory even before the Earth star's mutation. Another one is Laco Cave. This hole was a hole made by the West before the terrestrial mutation. It was rumored that it was made to explore the underground world. It was made very deep, but in the end it didn't work out. The Dragon King thought about it for a while. He seemed to have the impression that these two places were the only ones closest to the center of the Earth. Chapter 128 Torch Idol. Lin Mu frowned. He knew these two places. His Yuan Chi had already probed them and found no trace of torch. His Yuan Chi followed these two places all the way down and found that they didn't touch the center of the Earth. The temperature of the Earth's center was so high that his Yuan Chi could feel the burning sensation. It didn't have any effect, but it was uncomfortable to stay for too long. And his genjutsu circled around the center of the Earth, and there was no sign of Tak. Strange, could it be that Tak didn't go to fuse the world core? Lin Mu murmured to himself. He felt the world core in the center of the Earth, but because the temperature was too high, the space was distorted. He could only feel the world core slowly rotating, and he couldn't tell exactly what state it was in. Seeing that Lin Mu was confused, Long Yuekong suddenly thought of something. To say this place, there's actually another one. Only, it's a rumor. Long Yuekong suddenly remembered a rumor from the Battle God Palace decades ago. What rumor? Lin Mu looked at the Dragon King, unable to find Tak. Once he finished fusing the world cores, Shaliqui taking control of Earthstar would be troublesome. Do you know who researched the technology for the spacewalker? The Warlord Temple? Lin Mu glanced at the Dragon King and understood what he wanted to say. That's right, back then, when the space-traveling bag was developed, the entire Earthstar was abuzz. Rumor has it that the Battle God Palace obtained alien technology and researched space technology. Hearing this, Lin Mu reacted. With Earthstar's technology, something like a spatial traveling bag was definitely not something that could be researched in a short period of time. The War God Temple must have acquired some alien technology, or gotten Sha Li Chi's space technology. This kind of space technology was not a difficult problem. It was just a simple application of the laws of space, but it was definitely not something that an ordinary planet could possess. What do you mean? The War God Temple built a spatial teleportation point from the surface to the center of the Earth. That's right, a few decades ago the West suddenly took out a fiery red stone and claimed it was a substance extracted from the Earth's center. The Dragon King nodded. Lin Mu possessed spatial laws, and once he talked about this, he could instantly understand it. But just half an hour later, that one Western leader inexplicably died. Then the new leader came out and explained that the so-called geocentric material was actually a misunderstanding, nothing more than a little bit of or inside the Earth's mantle. In the end, this matter was just left unsettled, as if there was a big invisible hand manipulating this matter. Hearing this, Lin Mu instantly understood what the Dragon King meant. That leader who was killed back then was probably telling the truth. Because at that time, the power of cultivators wasn't strong. Whoever had a strong technological power would be able to gain more say in the Cultivator alliance. This Western leader might have simply wanted to show off his muscles, but he didn't expect to be stopped by the War God's palace. In order to prevent the news from leaking, the War God's palace directly replaced the Western leader with another one. From this, it can be seen that the War God's temple at that time had actually mastered everything in the West, and the so-called leader was just a puppet. Elder Dragon, do you know where this place is? A brilliant light erupted in Lin Mu's eyes. It was possible that it was still true. Since the War God Temple could master the technology of spatial traveling bags, it was likely that they had mastered spatial teleportation. Although the spatial technology of the spatial walking bag was a world apart compared to the spatial technology of the Ring of 10,000 Ways. But this possibility could not be ruled out. The principle of instantaneous transfer and spatial teleportation were the same. Both were elementary applications of spatial laws. And spatial technology is not the same as comprehending the spatial Tao. Spatial technology only needs to follow the gourd. During that period of time, all countries tried to steal the technology of the spatial traveling bag, but in the end, they paid a heavy price and still didn't get it. The West was also forced to share the space traveling capsule because of the pressure exerted on them by various countries. But we found this place to study the space traveling bag, underneath the torch idol. Long Yuekong looked at Lin Mu and said with great certainty. Back then, the Dragon Kingdom was also envious of this technology, but then after research, the Dragon Kingdom was able to make its own space traveling bags, so it didn't continue to dwell on it. During that time, in order to obtain this technology, many undercover agents of the Dragon Kingdom who were lurking in the West had lost their lives over it, suffering heavy losses. In the end, only this news was detected, infuriating the Dragon Kingdom leaders at the time. There seems to be a large pedestal underneath the torch idol. There's still space underneath? Lin Mu recalled the picture of the torch idol, and there were a few houses underneath, but one couldn't conduct scientific research there. Underneath the pedestal, there's a very long corridor that extends all the way to the land. The real entrance is not under the pedestal, but on land. And the West has paid a lot of attention to this base. The entire outside is wrapped in special materials, and the mental power can't view the inside. The Dragon King said all the things he knew, which were some of the classified documents he had inadvertently seen after creating the Dragon King's mansion. The entire base is wrapped in special materials? How much of this must be used? Is this special material so worthless? Lin Mu was stunned, even if it was enough to make a box with special materials, but to wrap the entire research base with special materials? This thing is worth it even if you say it's worth it, and it's not worth it even if you say it's not worth it. It's a meteorite that landed on the Earthstar countries before the Earthstar mutation, and every country has a little bit of it. At first no one cared about this thing, just put it away as an ordinary meteorite. It wasn't until later that the West realized that this material could isolate spiritual power that it became valuable. But there was a lot of this stuff back then, and the West got a lot of it, especially after they realized how useful it was, and acquired some of it in advance. The Dragon King explained that this stuff was also abundant in the Dragon Kingdom now, but it was all used to cast high-level weapons. No one would be as wealthy as the West and directly use it to build bases. Lin Mu nodded. It was no wonder that ever since Gu Minglan had recast the Green Sea Blade for him, he had realized that the Green Sea Blade could isolate his spiritual energy, and that his spiritual energy could be directly attached to the surface of the blade, which was used to add a certain amount of weight and maintain the feel of the blade in his hand. He was still curious about it. He didn't realize that it was added with this kind of material. But although this material can isolate spiritual power, it's too brittle and deforms when pressed with the power of laws. And as long as the force of law feels it carefully, it will reveal a big break, so no one uses this material to build a house. The Dragon King explained they had also thought of using this to wrap the Forbidden City, but in the end, they thought better of it. This thing could only isolate the view of spiritual power. It would be better to build more weapons. Really, it could have the effect of surprise. Then I'll go first. Chapter 129, Still Coming. Lin Mu handed Wang Miao Miao over to Wang Zi, and after greeting the crowd, he instantly left. Above the torch idol, Lin Mu used spatial laws to feel the space below the pedestal. There was indeed a large space below. Yuan Shi could not be sensed, but the power of the laws could be felt. This kind of material is good or not, but it is also chicken ribs. Before comprehending the laws, one basically could not discover what was wrapped in this material. But once one touched this material with a law, an abnormal space would be revealed. For the hollow-breaking realm, this thing would be finished with a slight squeeze of law power, basically equal to useless. This is the strength of the West. No one hit the idea of this place, otherwise people directly outside the special materials destroyed. What is inside is not clear. This is an opaque glass cover. The outside with the naked eye and spiritual power cannot see the situation inside. But if you want to see it, just break the glass cover. What Lin Mu was going to do now was to break this glass cover and see what was going on underneath this torch idol. Boom! The absolute domain unfolded, wrapping around the entire Torch God statue in the underground space, and after a spatial squeeze, the Torch God statue collapsed, and the base below was exposed to Lin Mu's Yuanqi senses due to the destruction of the special materials. The moment the torch idol collapsed, a violent rumble rang out. Alarms sounded simultaneously in the research base below, and the white-robed staff inside the base frantically fled outside. Lin Mu had not only destroyed the torch idol, but the shell of the base below had also been mostly destroyed by him. The seawater was madly pouring inside the base, and all the base staff were desperately trying to squeeze towards the elevator. However, there were too many people for the elevator to hold, and many of the staff on the third basement level were gradually submerged by seawater. And the entire base was also flooded with seawater. The power system malfunctioned, and the wires began to short-circuit. In an instant, the entire base was plunged into darkness, and the staff inside the elevator was trapped to death. And Lin Mu also found talk. At this time he was on the lowest level of the base, and was anxiously putting energy cores into a white cover. The room he was in was split from the base, so there was no water ingress, and there was a backup power source. Damn! How did it come so fast? Did the kidnapping plan fail over there? As he took a look at the situation outside, he already had a few guesses in his mind. The one who dared to come here at this time to look for trouble was no one else but Lin Mu. Lin Mu, on the other hand, didn't give him time to react at all, and the moment he found him, he imprisoned him. The energy core in the White Hood was also snatched away by Lin Mu. Lin Mu, you seem to have come a little too late. Although his body was imprisoned, Tak laughed. Because he saw the progress bar on the screen aside, which had been filled with 70% green. What's the use? The world core of the planet of 10,000 beasts still hasn't been absorbed and fused by the world core of the planet of Earth. Lin Mu also saw the screen over there. The small energy cores had all been cast in now, only 40 large energy cores were missing. The War God's Palace had been making waves in the Earth Star for the past 2 days, and had gotten quite a few energy cores from the small cracks. But they didn't get much of the Dragon Kingdom's large rift energy cores, and only got some of the small country's large rift energy cores. 70%, that's enough. Lin Mu, let me go now. If the Venerable Lord comes over, I can still make him let you off the hook. Tak's eyes went crazy, and a wave of blood-colored energy mixed with blue energy erupted from his body. Your Holiness, descend. As soon as the blood-colored and blue energies merged, the entire base was directly shattered. A crack appeared out of nowhere above Tak's head, and the two energies quickly rushed into the crack after combining. Not good. Lin Mu wanted to reach out and block, but it was too late. That energy erupted in just a moment, and the crack was already opened. Seek death. He let out a low gulp, and the space that Tak was in was ripped into countless pieces as Tak was ripped into pieces by space. You. Before Tak died, how could he not have imagined that Lin Mu would dare to directly kill him with his hands? Lin Mu looked into the crack and stepped out with one foot. When he saw this foot, his eyelids jumped. He should have just killed Tak at the beginning. Now that Shalizi had come over, things were in trouble. His absolute domain instantly enveloped towards the crack. He wanted to sew it up. Seeing through the essential spatial laws? Shaliqui's low voice came from the crack, appearing somewhat puzzled. Shatter. He let out a soft shout, and a blue energy converged around the crack, and countless streams of water formed instantly, stopping Lin Mu's absolute domain dead in its tracks. Not only was it stopped, the more those rootless waters gathered, the more they grew, causing Lin Mu's absolute domain to start to become a little unstable. In the end, those streams of water swirled crazily in the cracks, and Lin Mu felt that the space of the absolute domain was starting to go out of control. Is this the peak of the void swimming realm? The great Tao of water? He quickly withdrew the absolute domain, as he felt that it wouldn't take more than 10 seconds for the space of the absolute domain to be crushed by Shaliqui's water avenue. Once the space was crushed, his spatial laws would be useless. You're the inverted sea realm that has comprehended the spatial laws, as Tak said. Is it called Lin Mu? Didn't you teleport away through a temporal treasure? Surprisingly, you can still come back? Interesting. Submit to me and be my slave, and I can spare you from death. Shaliqi's voice had just come out, and his entire body had already walked out from within the crack. The surrounding water elements quickly converged towards him, then slowly disappeared. Surprisingly, you've begun to comprehend the spatial avenue. If I give you a few more years, I really won't be able to suppress you. In just 2 days you've gone from the inverted sea realm to the swimming void realm, directly skipping over the hollow breaking realm. Your talent is truly the strongest I've ever seen in my life. However, it's a pity that your current comprehension of the spatial Tao is not over 50%, I'm afraid, and you can't even use spatial transference. Shaliqi looked at Lin Mu and smiled slightly. If it wasn't for the perfect fusion of Earth Star and 10,000 Beast Star, he wouldn't have told the Earth Star humans about the cultivation system, and he wouldn't have cultivated the War God's Hall. The main reason for cultivating the War God Temple and announcing the cultivation system was still because he would be rejected by the Earth Star's world consciousness and couldn't get through. It's not like the alien beasts in the rift could touch the Earth Star's world core. So it could only cultivate the Battle God Temple in Earth Star first, so that the Battle God Temple could drive the Earth Star humans to cultivate, so that the Earth Star humans could suppress the rift. Then let the War God Temple slowly steal the energy core from the rift and fuse it with the Earth Star's world core. He would just come over at the end and pick up the ready-made ones. It's just that he also didn't expect that a planet without a cultivation system, relying on the incomplete cultivation system he gave him, would be able to cultivate to the sky-breaking realm. This kid's talent was indeed very good. Controlling this brat, he could go to the Wandao Empire and sell Lin Mu for a good price. Then you'll be my slave. Water Dungeon. His face changed, and he pointed his right index finger toward Lin Mu. A large water ball suddenly appeared around Lin Mu's body, appearing without warning. The large water ball wrapped Lin Mu inside and began to slowly shrink. Humph. Want to lock me up? Lin Mu coldly snorted, sensing the effect of this large ball of water, isolating Lin Mu's yuan qi and preventing his spatial laws from extending outwards. However, he had directly opened a foreign space within the water ball. After opening the alien space, the lock of the water sphere failed, and he opened another alien space outside the water sphere through spatial extension. Then, through the overlap of the two alien spaces, he smoothly escaped from the water sphere. Chapter 130 Earth Star Shattering. Otherworldly Space Shuttle. Shaliqui's face, which was plastered with a smile, instantly collapsed when he saw this scene. Lin Mu, who had comprehended other space shuttle, was simply not something he could catch. Although his law of water could hold up space, it was simply impossible to catch Lin Mu inside the foreign space. In other space shuttling, it was to first open up the other space and attach the other space to the original space. Then traveling in the foreign space, so as to achieve the purpose of shuttling in the cosmic space. Although it was slower than direct instantaneous movement, it was the safest and would not be interrupted by sudden spatial fluctuations. Although he was able to lock onto Lin Mu's Yuan Qi in the Earth star's space, he didn't know in which space the foreign space Lin Mu had opened up was actually located, and he couldn't catch it at all. Unless he could instantly break through Lin Mu's foreign space and then catch Lin Mu's main body. But Lin Mu's other space was infinitely openable unless he could become the Palm Heaven realm and master a complete Tao so that he could control the energy of heaven and earth. He would then be able to lock the space through the energy of heaven and earth, making it impossible for Lin Mu's other space to open up. In that case, unless Lin Mu comprehended spatial transfer and forcibly shifted 2 different spaces, he would be able to escape. Unfortunately, he wasn't at the Palm Heaven realm right now, so he couldn't use heaven and earth energy at all. The spatial laws, as the 2 supreme laws, really live up to their name. Shali Qi had also studied space, as his goal was not the Palm Heaven realm, but the eternal realm, true immortality. He also knew that his talent to swim in the void realm might be the limit, but he still wanted to try, and this fusion of the 2 world cores was the attempt. That was why he had studied the laws of space a lot, but he had been unable to get started. As for Lin Mu, as long as he could master a complete Tao and master the energy of heaven and earth, he would be able to find his true self, and he would instantly become the true self realm. Because Lin Mu had already comprehended the laws of space. This made him both envious and jealous. Forget it if you can't catch it, I won't tangle with you, kid. Shalikui glanced at Lin Mu, who was hiding in the other dimension, and turned around to the destroyed research base. He knew that he couldn't catch Lin Mu, the escapability of spatial law was #1 in the universe, he couldn't catch him. With a stroke of his right hand, a spatial crack arose and he stepped into it. Lin Mu, who saw this scene, felt bad and his Yuan Qi immediately enveloped the center of the earth. As he had suspected, Shalikui wandered through the void and opened a crack in the center of the earth. Moreover, Shali Qi was well prepared, directly fixing the mouth of the crack with the great Tao of water, fearing that Lin Mu would play tricks. Lin Mu also knew that he couldn't break Shali Qi's great Tao of water, although the great Tao they comprehended wasn't at the same level. But Shaliqui's Tao had already tended to be perfect and was only 1 step away from becoming the Palm Heaven realm. And his spatial Tao had only just begun, even if the quality was higher than Shaliqui's water Tao, the quantitative difference was too much. Thinking of this, Lin Mu immediately opened the Ring of 10,000 Paths and started contacting the Shinjuku Empire. However, the reply he got was that they would have to wait for a while, they had already entered the new river system. However, the teleportation point was to the east of the new river system, and the Earth Star was to the west of the new river system. They had to travel across the entire new river system, so it would take another 20 minutes to half an hour. Seeing this reply, Lin Mu sighed and lamented that time passed too slowly. Boom! Lin Mu had just closed the Ring of 10,000 Paths when the earth below began to shake and a crack appeared on the surface. The city in the distance began to collapse as a building came crashing down. Space began to distort, and underground magma began to spew upwards along the cracks in the ground. The entire planet Earth trembled and shook. A pillar of white light burst outward along the crack. Looking down from space, the entire planet Earth turned into a white ball of light. A blue light then began to tangle with the white light. Slowly the two began to merge and all the light turned a light blue color. Phew! An ear-piercing long sound resounded through the entire Earth star, and in an instant, the Earth star began to split apart. The sea lost gravity and floated in the air, and all the land split into dozens of pieces, large and small, floating in space. These continental fragments, having lost the bonds of the Earth's center, drifted towards the nearest planet. Everything on the planet Earth lost its gravity bindings, and everyone gripping the surface dared not move. As soon as they let go, they would float off into space. The moment the Earth star shattered, the atmosphere began to collapse. The good thing was that the air near the surface dissipated very slowly. Ordinary people only found it difficult to breathe, but not to the point of oxygen deprivation. The Earth star's world core was exposed in space as if it were a scaled-down version of the sun. Shalikui sat cross-legged and suspended above the Earth's core, the blue light on his body growing more and more intense. Seeing this scene, Lin Mu immediately used the absolute domain to lock down the Earth star, trying to bring the pieces of the Earth star back together and restore gravity to the Earth star. But the attraction of the other planets to the fragments of the Earth star was too great, and his absolute domain lasted less than 3 seconds before it was shattered by the powerful gravitational force. Lin Mu glanced at the continent where the Dragon Kingdom was located and instantly moved towards the Dragon King's mansion. The entire Dragon Kingdom was cut in half, and the south was on another shattered continent. Because of the shattered Earth star, the Earth beneath the Earth floated out into space and was slowly attracted to the shattered continent. Stones began to rain down above all the broken continents. There were also some small pieces of terrestrial stars that were pulled back and forth by the larger ones and were torn into countless pieces. There were also geostar fragments that were pulled by the 2 planets and began to spin wildly, then slowly disintegrated, leaving only the hard part behind. The geostar fragment Kyoto was on was still normal, just slowly approaching towards a huge planet. The moment he appeared in the Dragon King's mansion, Lin Mu immediately covered the entire Kyoto with the absolute domain, causing all the people floating within Kyoto to fall. He could only barely control one city right now, he really couldn't control the rest. That terrifying gravitational force was simply not something he could deal with. Although he could destroy a planet, trying to reunite a planet was fighting against the laws of gravity. He was only at the Turing Void Realm, and his yuan qi was not strong enough to pull against the gravitational force of a planet or even two planets. Xiao Mu. What's going on here? Wang Miao Miao, who was originally asleep, was awakened by the loud boom and floated in midair until Lin Mu's absolute domain covered the whole of Kyoto, and only then did she land again. Seeing Lin Mu appear in her room, Wang Miao Miao hurriedly asked. The Earth star shattered. What does that mean? Seeing Lin Mu's frown, Wang Miao Miao didn't react for a moment. The Earth star broke into many small pieces, and our piece is approaching another large planet. What? Although Wang Miao Miao didn't read as much as Lin Mu, she knew the consequences of a planet shattering. What about the other humans of Earth star? A bad thought rose in Wang Miao Miao's mind. There's a part that died in the Earth's rift, and there's a part that's drifting along with the broken continent. Ah! Wang Miao Miao covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. The population of the Earth star had plummeted by 60% after the mutation, and the Earth Star Alliance had been encouraging births for the past 100 years, only then had the population of the Earth star returned to what it was before the mutation. Now, isn't it back to the beginning of the mutation? Chapter 131 Competition for the Energy Core. Then wouldn't all the people from the other shattered continents be dead? Not yet, these broken continents don't move fast enough to collide with other planets. Lin Mu shook his head and explained. But then the words changed, but as time passes, ordinary people will die from lack of oxygen. He estimated that the air on the small shards would last about half an hour, and the air on the large shards would last an hour. But the air concentration would definitely get lower and lower, and those on the small shard who weren't in good health shouldn't be able to hold out. By the time the Shinjuku Empire's warships arrive, all the continent's oxygen shouldn't be depleted yet, and there's still salvation to be had. Wang Miao Miao sighed and said, Is that the venerable one who messed up? Lin Mu pursed his lips and nodded. When I went to stop the God of War had already put all the energy cores into the center of the Earth. In the end, the Exalted One arrived. I couldn't stop him. Now that the Earth Star's world core has begun to merge, he's about to master the world core. He didn't say to Wang Miao Miao that Sha Li Qi would become a Palm Heaven Realm powerhouse by then, after saying that Wang Miao Miao wouldn't understand but would definitely be more worried. However, he expected Sha Li Qi to not be that fast. The world cores of the two planets were not that good at fusing. At the very least, the power of the Great Tao had yet to be seen manifested. He remembered that his teacher had said that the fusion of the two world cores would produce a large amount of Great Tao laws, and Sha Li Qi was taking advantage of this opportunity to advance into the Palm Heaven realm. Just after the words were said, a powerful force above Sha Li Qi erupted violently. He was directly hit by this force, his body surface began to ooze blood and his skin cracked. Damn it! 70% of the world core of the 10,000 Beast Star can't be suppressed? Sha Li Qi let out a low cry and got up to fly towards the broken continent fragments. What is he going to do? Lin Mu's yuan qi had been locked onto Sha Li Qi, and when he saw him flying towards that continental fragment in the southern half of the Dragon Kingdom, he couldn't figure out what he was doing. Rift. The energy core of the star of 10,000 beasts isn't fused enough. Lin Mu saw Sha Li Qi fly into the rift and instantly understood his intentions. In no time, Sha Li Qi flew out of the crack and went to the next crack. And the ones he went to were large cracks, collecting large energy cores. Miao Miao, go find the Dragon King. Tell him to hold on. Lin Mu said towards Wang Miao Miao, who was going to stop Sha Li Qi from collecting the energy core. After saying that, he hurriedly flew towards the crack in the continental fragment he was in. Hey! Before Wang Miao Miao could stop him, he had already disappeared. As soon as Lin Mu left, the gravitational force of the Dragon King's mansion was once again in disarray, and she could only cautiously touch the walls to go down. For her, a Chenjun 5th rank, trying to move in the Dragon King's mansion where the gravitational force was messed up was like walking on thin ice, and if she wasn't careful, she would float into the air. Luckily, Zheng Hongyuan saw her and scooped her up with one hand. Has Lin Mu started coming? The Earth Star was broken and the gravitational force was messy. It had less of an impact on the inverted sea realm. They could put pressure on themselves through their spiritual power and wouldn't be affected by the gravitational force. It was only necessary to change the direction of the pressure applied by the spiritual power at any time, as this would cause the gravitational force to move back and forth up and down, and was not stable. But just now, the gravitational force of the Dragon King's mansion suddenly stabilized, and he guessed that it might be Lin Mu returning. He told me to tell the Dragon King to hold on. Zhang Hongyuan frowned. Hold on to what? Now the whole Kyoto was in chaos. The king has already gone out to rescue people, and he can't be contacted now. I'll take you to the Dragon King. Zhang Hongyuan took Wang Miao Miao into the sky and flew towards the Forbidden City. The Dragon King was directing the operation inside the Forbidden City. The only way to find him was to go there. Along the way, 70% of the houses collapsed wherever the two of them passed, only more. Many Kyoto residents were smashed to death in the rubble, and there were many others outside the rubble crying out in grief. But now that the Earth Star has reached its doom, and the system of the Demon Removal Guard is paralyzed, the Dragon King can only regulate the remaining forces in the center of Kyoto to rescue them. Lin Mu, on the other hand, started to grab the energy core with Sha Liqui, who had instantaneous transfer and was much faster than Sha Liqui. Only that every time he reached a crack, he would instantly move the people inside out with the absolute domain as well. But Sha Liqui wouldn't care about the deaths of those people in the cracks, taking the energy core and running. Even so, Sha Liqi had only gotten 1, and he had already gotten 3, and all of the 5th-ranked alien beasts that were blocking the way in the rift were crushed by him. In no time, Lin Mu already had 13 great rift energy cores in his hands, while Sha Liqi was still weaving in and out of the rifts. When the two of them had collected a little more, they met at the Hai Chang number 1 rift. "Kid, you seek death." As soon as Sha Liqi saw Lin Mu appear, he knew what Lin Mu was up to. "Humph. Come if you're capable." Lin Mu didn't give a damn about him at all, rushing into the number 1 rift to get his hands on the energy core and running. "Ah!" Sha Liqi roared loudly as he looked at the dozen or so energy cores in his hands. Of the 50 or so great cracks in the Dragon Kingdom, Tak had only gotten a few, he himself had gotten 14, and all the rest had been taken by Lin Mu. But he didn't have time to tangle with Lin Mu now. The fusion of the two world cores had reached a critical point. He opened the ring of 10,000 ways and wanted to take out spirit coins from it to use in place of the energy core. However, he realized that the intelligence system of the Bandao ring had shut down, the space could not be opened, and the communication system could not be used. What's going on? It's been blacked out. Things have been exposed? It was fine the day before yesterday. Sha Liqi looked at the Wandao ring that had become scrap metal and let out a sentence of doubt. For this to happen, it must be because he had been blacklisted by the Bandao empires. Could it be that person from that day? He suddenly thought of the spatial fluctuation that suddenly appeared that day on the planet of the 10,000 paths. But how could a Palm Heaven realm come to this kind of triple zone? And he didn't look for me either. Sha Liqi couldn't figure out what had happened. Put up a fight. He frowned as he looked at the blue light that had been pressed down. It had now reached a critical moment, and if he didn't go over to dominate, the world core of the planet of 10,000 paths was going to be about to be devoured. At that time, everything was finished. When I advance to the Palm Heaven realm, I'll settle you. He glanced at the direction Lin Mu had left and said viciously. Now that the energy core wasn't enough, he could only take the risk of trying to inject his own law power into it. Whether he lived or died depended on this hand. Above the core of the Earth Star world, all the laws in Sha Liqi's body poured into the Earth's core, and the blue light instantly suppressed the white light. Slowly, the blue light became more and more dazzling. Suddenly, the two energies collided with violent fluctuations, and a golden pillar of light shot straight into the core of the world. "Ha ha! It's done!" Sha Liqi laughed madly. The power of the Great Tao had already manifested. He only needed to find the scent of the water Great Tao from the golden light pillar, and he would succeed in advancing to the Palm Heaven realm. Lin Mu frowned when he saw this beam of golden light. He felt many auras of the Great Tao in there, and this Sha Liqi looked like he was going to succeed. A mere 10 minutes had passed now, and it would take another 10 minutes for the Shinjuku Empire to arrive. Lin Mu headed straight for the Forbidden City. He could only take a chance now. Chapter 132, Pulling into a Different Dimension. Lin Mu, you've come at the right time. Do you have a way to transfer people from other continents over? The Dragon King immediately walked over when he saw Lin Mu arrive. He had been contacting Lin Mu, but had been unable to do so, and he couldn't chase Lin Mu even if he wanted to. Lin Mu and Sha Liqi were competing in speed, and he couldn't even catch up with them from behind. Earthstar was now in tatters, but the humans of Earthstar were innocent. Although the Dragon Kingdom and the West have always been at odds, the Dragon King has never slaughtered Western humans. All surviving on one planet, the matters of the Dragon King's kingdom and the War God's palace shouldn't involve ordinary people. And the only person he could think of was Lin Mu. And only Lin Mu had the ability to save so many people. Elder Long, the key to the problem now is not at all whether to save people or not. People on other continents won't have any more mass deaths for now. But now Sha Liqi is on the verge of breaking through to the Palm Heaven realm. If we wait a little longer, we won't even be able to save our own lives. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Long Yuekong fell silent. He wanted to save people, but now that he couldn't even save the Dragon Kingdom, did he have any other mind to care about others? Moreover, even if we transfer these people over, there's simply not enough air in this continent of ours for so many people to consume. Lin Mu raised the most crucial issue. Keeping the status quo was the best. Forcibly moving people over, people would only die more. Actually, it doesn't matter if we save them or not, we don't have much time left. With the Earth Star shattered, where can we go? Where to find a life star? Zheng Hongyuan said from the side. Now that the Earth Star was shattered, Lin Mu was able to take them away, but where could they go? When these words came out, everyone was silent. Everyone looked at Lin Mu in unison. The only one who could take a group of people away from the entire Earth Star, I'm afraid, was Lin Mu, who had comprehended the power of the law. Right now there were a lot of people blocking the entrance to the Forbidden City, because they knew that there was a Dragon King in here, and with the Dragon King at the very least they wouldn't die so quickly. There were also some people who knew about Lin Mu's spatial laws and brought their families towards Kyoto. There were also some inverted sea realms that flew from another continent to the continent where Kyoto was located, just to escape with Lin Mu. They knew that there was still a chance of following Lin Mu, and there was not a single chance of not following Lin Mu. Therefore, a large number of people gathered outside the Forbidden City, shouting Lin Mu's name. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Dragon King's mansion, I'm afraid that these people would have already rushed in. You don't have to worry about this, someone will come to pick us up soon. At that time, not only us, I can pick up everyone in Earthstar. Lin Mu signaled that they didn't need to worry. He had already asked the Grand General of the Shinjo Empire. Their cosmic battleships had ecospace inside, and they had no problem accommodating tens of billions of lives. The universe battleships were used by them to conquer galaxies, and sometimes when they encountered crumbling planets of life, they would bring back the creatures that were lingering on those planets. Only, the cosmic battleships were at the back, and the first to arrive was the Great General and his vanguard. But the Great General assured him that he could keep the living alive, and would not die from lack of oxygen. Everyone looked at Lin Mu in amazement. The Earth Star now had a population of nearly 10 billion, even if half of them died because of the shattering of the Earth Star, there were still 5 billion people. How did Lin Mu have the confidence to say this? Not to mention, with 5 billion people, the consumption of oxygen alone was astronomical. And where was he going to find a planet to accommodate that many people? The small galaxy they were in had been proven to have no place to live. Boom! Just as they were thinking, a loud bang came, interrupting everyone's thoughts. A very small piece of debris, attracted by Earth's guardian star, hit the guardian star heavily. The guardian star had deflected an unknown number of meteorites for Earth, and it was full of craters. Elder Dragon, do you have any way to push the entire continent? What do you mean? I'm going to open up an alien space and pull this continent into it. You mean, to pull this continent into an alien space? Long Yuekong understood Lin Mu's meaning. That's right, Shalikui will soon be promoted to the Palm Heaven realm, I must ensure our safety first. He shouldn't be so bad as to slaughter ordinary people on other continental fragments yet. What Lin Mu wanted to do now was to pull the continent Kyoto was on into the alien space, so that at least some terrestrial humans could be saved. Whether Shali-Chi would kill the others, he wasn't sure now. But there were many geological layers connected beneath the surface of the continental debris. These geological layers were attracted by the laws of gravity, and he could not pull such a large piece of the continent at all. If he destroyed all the geologic layers below, he thought he could try. With his spatial power, all it would take was one large spatial tremor and the mantle layer below would break off and detach from the surface. But even if it was only the surface layer, the gravitational laws it was subjected to were immense, and someone had to give him a hand. The first thing he thought of was the Dragon King. Now the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom besides himself was him. If the Dragon King could help push the continent when he was struggling. As long as the continental fragments were allowed to successfully enter the foreign space, he would have succeeded. In fact, it was fine for him to just pull a piece of the continent, but he had to pull it in along with the air on the surface, and although the mass didn't get heavier, the space wrapped by the Yuan-Chi became larger. This would cause his spatial laws to disperse, which meant that the power of the spatial laws was weakened in disguise, increasing the range. However, he had to bring air in with him, or else 99% of the people on this shattered continent would die instantly due to the lack of air. Now that Shalikui was about to be promoted, once he had mastered the power of heaven and earth, it wouldn't work if he wanted to open up a foreign space again. Therefore, he had to be quick. I can try. The Dragon King's eyes narrowed. He knew that Lin Mu was perfectly capable of just taking a few people into the other dimension. Good. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt that he could give it a try. Elder Long, are all the sky-breaking realms on this continent here now? Is the bottom clean? Lin Mu swept this broken continent with his Yuan-Chi and realized that there were no other sky-breaking realms out there anymore. All the sky-breaking realms were now in the square of the Forbidden City. There's no more. Some of the sky-breaking realms were killed by Shalikui, some others should be hiding, they can live for a while without air. The people here are the ones who have been fighting with me for many years, the bottom is clean. The Dragon King looked at the surrounding broken sky realm, all of them were old fellows who had accompanied him in the battle for decades. The two of them used Yuan-Chi to transmit their voices, fearing that they would be overheard by others and have bad thoughts. After the exchange, he wrapped the entire broken continent with the absolute domain, and a spatial tremor caused the entire mantle beneath the surface to crack open. Slowly, the mantle was completely detached from the surface layer. The broken continent where Kyoto was located was left with only a thin surface layer. This thinness was only relative to the entire geological layer, in fact, the surface was still several thousand meters thick. With the mantle layer less bound, the gravitational pull of the Earth's surface was instantly a dozen times lighter, and the air began to drift higher. Lin Mu directly used his spatial laws to form a spatial barrier above the surface of the Earth, then pressed the air downward. This step alone made him feel slightly overwhelmed. It wasn't easy to make a spatial barrier of such a large area, and to have the barrier pressed toward the surface was a cruel test of Yuan-Chi strength. Chapter 133, let's talk about it when you can get in. The moment the barrier was fixed, he pumped out his yuan qi and created a huge alien space. Get in there for me. Lin Mu then let out a loud shout, and the yuan qi in his body violently erupted, and the people standing more than a dozen meters away from him were all scraped into the sky by this yuan qi. He used the laws of space to pull the surface layer firmly against the laws of gravity from other planets. Boom! An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the surface layer of the entire continent began to tremble, and the trembling of the surface layer caused many large mountains that had not collapsed to begin to collapse. No way! My yuan qi can't pull it. Elder Dragon, help me! The entrance to the alien space had been opened, and he had made the continent move a little bit inside, but it was still far from the whole continent going in. Now he needed a boost to push the continent. Lin Mu wished at this time that he had learned spatial transfer and just directly transferred this piece of space to the other world. But he hadn't gotten to that level yet, and the otherworldly space could only attach itself to the cosmic space, and couldn't take the initiative to exchange space with the cosmic space. That is to say, foreign space cannot descend into cosmic space, cannot devour cosmic space. Good. Long Yuekong roared. Then only a golden-colored liquid was seen flying from his right arm into the air. Inside Li Changqing's body, a drop of golden-colored liquid also flew out from his body and rushed towards the massive liquid in front of Long Yuekong. Because of the loss of that drop of liquid, Li Changqing instantly became weak and pale. But there was nothing life-threatening. Long Yu's empty mouth sucked in, and the massive golden liquid floating in the air was sucked into his mouth. Dragon transformation. As soon as the golden liquid entered his mouth, Long Yuekong's expression began to distort as he roared. The entire person then began to undergo a shape change. First, layers of scales grew on the surface of his body. Then the body began to elongate, growing longer and longer and longer. Finally, even his face began to shapeshift. The whole face lengthened and antlers grew on his forehead. Dragon. When the dragon leaping air shape change ended, a 5-clawed divine dragon appeared as the dragon nation remembered it. Golden glittering scales, a python-like body, and the iconic 5 claws. Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene. They didn't expect that the Dragon King was actually a dragon. Long Yuekong glanced at the crowd and flew towards the edge of the continent. He couldn't stay in this state for too long. The dragon's blood would continuously corrode his flower of yuan qi, and once the flower of yuan qi was completely corroded, he would never be able to change back to his human form. This state was only something he had unintentionally entered once when he obtained the dragon blood, and this was the second time he had entered this state. Normally, even though he transformed with the help of dragon blood, he only turned his hand into a dragon's claw, and only for an instant. Roar! He pressed his 4 claws against the edge of the continent, and a dragon roar resounded throughout space. At this instant, Lin Mu was also confused. The Dragon King had actually transformed into a dragon? But the moment the Dragon King held up the continent fragments, Lin Mu felt a huge force pushing the continent to move. Is this a dragon? Lin Mu murmured, this kind of terrifyingly huge power, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it even if his strength attribute was added to 100 million. As the Dragon King powered up, the continent began to break away from its original gravitational pull. Lin Mu seized this momentary failure of the law of gravity and used the law of space to pull the continent to quickly move towards the foreign space. In just 3 seconds, the continent was pulled halfway in, but a gravitational force pulled the continent back in. The moment Lin Mu felt the resistance, he knew that another planet's gravity was pulling on the continent. At this moment, he was already sweating profusely. His yuan qi was rapidly falling downwards. 16 million yuan qi, now only 15 million remained. Originally, the flower of yuan qi was able to automatically absorb cosmic energy and be self-sufficient. But Lin Mu's move was too crazy. The yuan qi was being consumed crazily, and the rate of replenishment couldn't keep up with the rate of consumption. While the yuan qi was recovering roughly a little bit per second, he was consuming 100,000 yuan qi a second, which wasn't proportional at all. Roar! Another dragon roar came, and the continent was propelled once again. A different space? Pulling an entire continent into it? Sha Liqi narrowed his eyes. This was actually a bit out of his expectation. Lin Mu was actually able to pull such a large landmass into the alien space, which was something he hadn't expected. Lin Mu, come out. I only want you alone. Sha Liqi Young Heaven and Earth Energy tried to force open the foreign space, but realized that it was useless. Behind the space he opened was still pitch black. This was a foreign space created by Lin Mu. He couldn't enter it. Although the foreign space was attached to the cosmic space, it was not in a spatial dimension, and he couldn't find Lin Mu's foreign space. What kind of stupidity are you talking about? Let's talk about it if you can get in. Lin Mu snorted coldly. This Sha Liqi was afraid that he was out of his mind and wanted him to go out. He was the only one who knew the spatial coordinates of the alien space, and unless Sha Liqi also comprehended the spatial laws and projected through them, he would never be able to enter. This is what you said. Sha Liqi smiled wryly and his person disappeared.